In front of you is a countdown that only outsiders cannot see. And a voice in your mind is echoing, your sword is about to come. And after obtaining the sword, you will upgrade together with the sword, kill all enemies, and embark on the path of killing. Perhaps it will be a divine sword. You murmured. At this moment, a maid outside the door hands you a note, saying it's from Shelian, and then hurriedly leaves. The note contains a message that maid Shelian is waiting for you at the old place. She wants to take you away from the Lin mansion full of hypocrisy. Originally, a few days ago, you were chosen by the holy maiden of the Huanxian sect to be a furnace tripod. Tomorrow, someone will take you away, and all that awaits you is to be drained of your essence and die. No one cares about your life or death. Although your father was the younger brother of the family head, he passed away several years ago. In these years at the Lin mansion, you have suffered much ridicule and torment, living a very miserable life. Last month, your maid Shelian saw that you were eating too blandly, so she stole a chicken leg from the kitchen and brought it to you. As a result, she was discovered by the Lin family members, humiliated, and then driven out of the Lin family. Now that you are facing a crisis, Shelian is still there to help you. After folding up the paper, you whispered softly, "Girl, you shouldn't have come back." You gently push open the door and walk out from the side courtyard, encountering no obstacles along the way, and no one notices. In the past, you often played and frolicked with Shelian in the back mountains. At that time, you found a small path that led out of the Lin mansion, becoming the secret of the two of you, a young master and a maid. In fact, more like childhood sweethearts. I walked all the way to the place where Shelian said, and a figure walked out from the dark. He was Lin Yu from the Lin family, still holding a spherical object in his hand, dripping liquid continuously. Your eyelids drooped slightly, and you murmured, "Indeed." Lin Yu frowned. He found that you were a little different from usual this time. "Can you give me Shelian's head?" you asked. Lin Yu was first stunned, then smiled and said, "Okay." You took Shelian and felt a hint of warmth. The young girl's eyes widened, filled with fear and unwillingness. A sense of sorrow and hatred rose from the bottom of your heart, and then you placed Shelian's head on the ground, looking at Lin Yu and said, "Actually, you don't need to kill her. She is just a weakling. She can't do anything to you here." Lin Yu looked at you in surprise, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. In his imagination, you should have been furious and hysterical, shouting at him. But now, it's too calm. Lin Yu coldly snorted, "Killing or not killing is the same to me. I just raised my hand slightly." You glanced indifferently at Lin Yu and fell silent. Just 2.5 days ago, you crossed over. In your past life, you were a mercenary who had killed thousands. Killing had become routine for you, and deep down, there was an uncontrollable fierceness and madness. However, your way of killing was completely different from Lin Yu's. At least you would not kill innocent people. At the same time, a group of figures walked up behind you. "Young master, please go back quickly. Everyone is tired of acting with you." The speaker was a graceful middle-aged woman, commonly referred to as Aunt Wang by everyone. As for the servants behind Aunt Wang, they were all from the Lin family. You noticed that the maid who helped Shelian deliver the letter before was also among them. "Can you give me some time? I want to bury Shelian." You looked at Lin Yu and said lightly. Lin Yu snorted lightly, stomped on Shelian's head with one foot, and with a crack, blood splattered instantly. "Don't waste everyone's time. Hurry back." Your eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of sorrow from your previous life surged up in an instant. "Okay," you said lightly, then walked towards the Lin mansion. The servants whispered among themselves when they saw you like this. People living to this extent are too pitiful. Xiao Lian is also stupid. She deserves to die. He joined the happy immortal sect, and I heard that everyone will receive rewards. You glanced at the maidservant who had betrayed Shelian before, suddenly reached out with one hand, grabbed her face, and squeezed hard, causing the flesh on the maidservant's face to overflow from between your fingers. Everyone was shocked in an instant. "Never expected you to rise up in an instant. What are you going to do?" Aunt Wang exclaimed. Your eyes were indifferent as you asked the maid, "Do you know why I didn't lay a hand on Lin Yu's patriarch?" "I don't know." The maid replied in fear as her face was pinched. You exerted force with one hand, and the maid's cheek instantly fractured. "Because I can't beat him." The maid's heart trembled greatly, reaching the peak of fear. You are just a cultivator at the 5th level of chi refinement. If you continue to exert force, her face will be crushed. "Let go," Aunt Wang exclaimed. But you remained indifferent, and everyone looked on in panic, understanding that you were about to resort to violence. With a bang, your wrist was grabbed by someone. Lin Yu appeared by your side. A huge force struck. You let go of your hand, and the maid who was almost crushed to death also fell to the ground. "It's a bit of a pity," you murmured softly to the maid lying on the ground, with a calm look as if nothing had happened. The maid's forehead was sweating, staring at you blankly. The fear in her eyes reached its peak. You turned around and looked at the countdown in front of you, almost there. You said something that no one understood, and then you went back on your own. When you return to the Lin mansion, you sit cross-legged on the bed, closing your eyes to recuperate. Time flows like water. Li Musheng from the Huanxian sect arrived at the main hall of the Lin mansion. This is the gift that I, Huan Xianzong, promised. Please accept it. Your eldest uncle, also the head of the family. Lin Luo took the ring and sensed its inner thoughts. Even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't help but smile at this moment. Hurry and call the young master. Aunt Wang responded with a sound, then quickly left. In the dilapidated house of the side courtyard, you sit on a chair, looking at the empty space in front of you. Faster. A smile spreads across your lips. Young master, come out. The head of the family and the elders want to see you. Wang Xin's sharp voice came from outside the house. You suddenly stood up, with a cold look in your eyes. Aunt Wang outside the door seemed a little impatient, exerting force to open the door. I have been waiting for a long time. Hurry out. Your eyes are cold, but there is a hint of a smile at the corner of your mouth. You walked to the door and opened it directly. Aunt Wang, seeing you open the door, sneered. I thought you had grown some guts. Before she could finish her sentence, you grabbed her by the neck and pushed her down with force. A look of surprise appeared on Aunt Wang's face, wanting to struggle, but she was directly pulled into the house by you. There are former servants in the courtyard. They watched the scene in horror. Some of them didn't recoil. Clunk. The sound of a closed door woke them up. Get the butler. What's wrong with him? Lin Tian. To do this to Auntie Wang. It should be. The holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect looks at it and swells up. As they spoke, several people had left to find the butler. They weren't exactly cuties. Not daring to anger Lin Tian at this time. And inside the room, Lin Tian grabbed Auntie Wang's neck with one hand and lifted it high. How dare a mole talk to me like that? Lin Tian's eyes were gazing with unrivaled coldness. What do you want to do? Auntie Wang was trembling. Her face reddened, and her previous arrogance had long since disappeared. Lin Tian's eyes flickered a little and he let go of Auntie Wang's neck. Auntie Wang fell heavily to the ground, rubbing her hands on her neck and coughing several times. 5 seconds. Down to the last few seconds. Lin Tian looked at the line in front of him. 1 second. Before his eyes, the lines of text instantly dissipated into bits of light. Little bastard. You dare this? To me? Are you looking for death? Ahem. Auntie Wang was lying on the ground, looking at Lin Tian with undisguised malice in her eyes. Only. As Auntie Wang was speaking, she was stiffening her expression. She saw that Lin Tian's body was overflowing with light around him. Wisps of dangerous aura continuously overflowed from Lin Tian's body. Within the entire house, the aura was like pulp. Dense waves sinking into Lin Tian's body. And Lin Tian's aura instantly skyrocketed. It's the 7th level of Qi practicing. Lin Tian murmured in a low voice. A brilliant and dazzling light emanating from his body. What are you doing? When Auntie Wang saw this scene, her mouth opened wide and she was once again terrified. Lin Tian looked down at Auntie Wang as a hint of indifference surfaced in his eyes. Don't you kill me. I'm very close to the clan elder. Seemingly sensing Lin Tian's killing intent, Auntie Wang hurriedly begged for mercy and spoke out at this moment. Noisy. Lin Tian's voice was cold to the core, and he directly stomped on Auntie Wang's mouth. The giant force pressed down and clicked. Auntie Wang didn't know how many of her teeth had been trampled on, and scarlet blood flowed out of the crevices that were in contact with the soles of Lin Tian's shoes. The time has come. Where is the sword? Lin Tian softly inquired. But at this moment, a trace of abnormality was born in his heart. The right hand grasped the air, and all the light seemed to be condensing. Eventually, the light flames contracted. A green-colored longsword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. The sword is light, with a texture that resembles a dragon. Like a swimming dragon traveling shallowly across the sky. The green light is cold and penetrating. And the blade is like autumn frost. Afterwards, Lin Tian looked towards Auntie Wang, who was already terrified to the core. Swish! The tip of the sword was already on top of the opponent's head. Click! The sword stabbed in. Note, cultivation in this world is divided into Qi cultivation, body opening, Xian Dan, cave emptiness, soul palace, spirit sea, open sea, 8 wastelands, great power, and virtual god. Chapter 3 Elder Lin Yu. Are you going to kill me? Your sword kills for the first time and is beyond freaky. The sharpness of the sword blade is increased by 10%. And you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. A magnificent voice rang in his head. Lin Tian's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. He drew his sword back and took a closer look. Buzz! The longsword seemed to sense the killing intent in Lin Tian's heart while softly chirping out. Lin Tian's eyes were eerie as he gazed at the sword. A strange feeling arose from his heart. This is the sword that belongs to him. This is the sword that he was destined to have. The sword. That is him. You don't have a name yet. Lin Tian spoke softly and fell into deep thought. Since it's my unique sword, it might as well be called the Heavenly Sword. How about we cut off the 100 things in this world together? Buzz! The sword chimed again. As if it had a voice. Good. A smile appeared on Lin Tian's face once again. He seemed to be able to feel the mood of the Heavenly Sword. Clueless and excited. And also just then, young Master Lin Tian, what did you do to Deacon Wang? Outside the door, an old and serious voice came out. Lin Tian faced the door of the room straight on. But he didn't say anything. Only the Heavenly Sword was pointed diagonally at the ground, as if waiting for a hunt. The voice was that of the butler of the Lin mansion. The butler of the Lin family was at the 9th level of Qi refining. The housekeeper's attitude toward the predecessor was also getting worse, even secretly instructing others to ambush the predecessor. The predecessor would have died if he hadn't been so lucky. The reason why Lin Tian dared to kill Auntie Wang was naturally because he expected that even if he did, the Lin Palace wouldn't do anything to him. After all, the Holy Maiden of the Cheerful Immortal sect didn't want to see a crippled Lin Tian. With a light pace, Lin Tian walked behind the door. Step out with your left foot. Legs slightly bent. Left hand outstretched. Like drawing a bow. The right hand gripped the hilt of the sword. The tip of the sword resting 2 inches above the tiger's mouth of the left hand. The power poured down. And the tip of the sword pointed to the person on the other side of the room. The sword was silent, waiting to be stabbed. The butler was at the 9th level of Qi practicing, 2 levels higher than him. However, the butler's martial arts skills were not solid, and his cultivation was false. Now Lin Tian had already had a year's worth of sword Dao comprehension. The Heavenly Sword in his hand was even more of a treasure. If he were to suddenly sword kill, it was highly likely that the butler would not be able to dodge. Young Master Lin Tian. Deacon Wang is friendly with the family head. If you treat Deacon Wang half-heartedly, it won't be easy to explain on the family head side. On the other side of the room's door, the butler with graying temples had a ghostly voice, permeated with a coldness. Behind him stood a dozen or so Lin family retainers. The houseboys stood along the steps outside the room, all with a hint of teasing on their faces. And that's when it happened. The butler frowned as he probed his nose. The slightest smell of blood emanating from within Lin Tian's room. Not good. Lin Tian, you're bold. The butler let out a cry of alarm and directly slapped his palm at Lin Tian's room door. Click. The door to the room was unlocked and was pushed straight open by the butler. At this moment, the butler who was about to step into the room was violently stunned. But see, in front of him, There was an extremely handsome-looking man who was holding his sword and bowing his body. It was also in this moment that the man suddenly moved. The tip of his sword like a green dragon stabbing the sky, pointing straight at the butler's throat. "Don't you dare!" The butler's pupils suddenly shrunk. Just as he was about to back away, a green light appeared, like the blossoming of a fire tree. Swish! Suddenly, the tip of the sword stabbed into the butler's neck. Snicker! Like columns of blood spewing out. The butler's eyes widened and he kept trembling lightly. Before he died, he saw the pair of eyes that were as cold as the abyssal underworld. You were excited to the extreme after your sword killed a powerhouse whose cultivation was higher than yours by more than 2 small steps. The damage of your sword strike has increased by 20%. And you have gained the 8th level of chi cultivation. Buzz! After the voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind, Lin Tian's body was haunted by dappled spiritual light. The entire person's cultivation level advanced once again. He killed Steward Li. Lin Tian is crazy. And Deacon Wang is dead. Run! At this moment, after a brief moment of stagnation, these household servants were directly scared out of their wits and instantly chose to flee. "Can you run away?" Lin Tian murmured softly at the corner of his mouth, his gaze locking onto a few people who normally treated him extremely badly. Immediately, Lin Tian instantly caught up. A blood flower bloomed as a result of the sword's light. Within the entire small courtyard of the side room, a human head fell to the ground. In an instant, half of the dozen or so houseguests were dead. Young Master Lin Tian. Don. Kill me. A maid who was still young saw that she couldn't escape and simply fell to her knees. The thin frame trembled with fear and agonized. Lin Tian came to her side. His eyelids lowered. The tip of the sword pointed diagonally at the ground. And blood continued to drip down the blade. "I will not kill you when you once gave me your own meal," Lin Tian whispered, walking directly past the maid. "Thank you, young master." The maid's voice trembled, and she pressed her head dead against the floor, her whole being as if she were on the verge of amnesty. A fluke rose in her mind. Luckily, he didn't bully Lin Tian in general with others on weekdays. Otherwise, today he would definitely land on his head. Even so, she was still terrified in her heart. Today's Lin Tian was too different from usual. Killing, violent, cold-blooded, like a demon, holding back for so many years. Today's outburst was gut-wrenching to the extreme. Such a person is too scary. "No. Don't kill me." The round-faced maid who still had handprints on her face fell to the ground in despair, her entire body like an ice cellar. "I had a hard time not killing you before," Lin Tian said indifferently, the tip of his sword resting against the round-faced maid's head. Click. 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 Slowly stabbing. "Young master, spare your life." "No, no. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Young master, I will never mess with you again." The screams continued to ring out, and then returned to silence after a few moments. All but one of them are dead. It was slaughtered by Lin Tian in an instant. Throughout the small courtyard of the side room, blood met and turned into pools of blood that soaked into the dirt. The smell of blood was chilling. Lin Tian stood quietly above the pool of blood, his white clothes covered in blood. "Your sword has killed 12 enemies. And your sword tastes the wonderful taste of killing. The damage from the sword is increased by 30%. And the sharpness is increased by 20%. You have gained the 9th level of chi cultivation. And you have gained 3 years of sword Dao comprehension. Hint, you and your sword are upgrading together. When you break through to the body opening realm, your sword will also upgrade its quality. And you will both gain talented abilities at the same time." The voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. Buzz. The aura on Lin Tian's body once again skyrocketed. All of a sudden coming to the 9th level of Qi practicing. An unfamiliar memory surged into Lin Tian's mind. It was a memory of comprehension about the way of the sword. As it was, the truth of the sword seemed to be innately in Lin Tian's mind. From memory, Lin Tian didn't know any sword techniques. However, each sword strike was already comparable to the power of the same rank executing a middle-grade Huang-ranked martial skill. This world's martial arts were of the same level as spiritual weapons. They are divided into yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, God, Zun, and Emperor. Each grade, in turn, is divided into 3 smaller grades: upper, middle, and lower. And the entire Lin family. The most valuable martial skill was the lower Xian grade. Only Lin Luo, the head of the Lin family, would use it. He just quietly held his long sword. And the more he ran, sword aura filled the courtyard. The killing intent hovered beside those family members who were kneeling and trembling, causing them to shudder. Obviously it was a hot summer day. But the murderous intent within this courtyard made people's hair stand on end. Lin Tian shook off the blood on his sword. At that moment, the courtyard door opened. His eyes were cold and penetrating as he glanced at the person who was speeding towards him. Lin Tian, have you made enough of a scene? The man chortled coldly. A man in fancy clothes with a long white beard. He stood at the courtyard gate and looked inside the courtyard that had been turned into a sea of blood. Upon catching a glimpse of the dead butler and the bodies of the women in the house, violence rose out of his face, and an aura of danger overflowed from his body. Elder Lin Yu, are you going to kill me? Lin Tian wiped the heavenly sword's blade with his own sleeve as the harsh swordlight flashed across his handsome cheeks. Lin Yu's beard trembled and his whole body shook lightly. A pair of eyes that were deeply sunk into the eye sockets just looked at Lin Tian fiercely. Obviously, it had gone into shock. Very well. It turns out we've been underestimating you all along. He spoke through clenched teeth, murderous intent filling his eyes. Lin Tian, however, snorted and said as he looked at Lin Yu, turns out, it's a wimp, too. Sure enough, as Lin Tian spoke as he did, the anger on Lin Yu's face grew more and more violent. Only, though so angry, Lin Yu, however, didn't make a move. This was because, at this moment, the messenger from the Cheerful Immortal sect was in the lobby, waiting to bring Lin Tian to the Cheerful Immortal sect. If you've made enough of a scene, go change your clothes. The people of the Cheerful Immortal sect are already waiting for you. Lin Yu suppressed his anger at the bottom of his heart and spoke to Lin Tian as such. Lin Tian, however, let out a light laugh and walked towards Lin Yu with his sword. Clan Elder Lin Yu seems to be in the 3rd level of the body opening realm. Right? With such a low cultivation level. How about practicing for me? Lin Yu's pupils suddenly shrunk. But he saw that Lin Tian had already rushed towards him with his sword. A little bit of cold overflowing green light. Incomparably strong smell of blood came to the face. In the meantime, within the hall of the Lin family, on each side, there are 4 stone pillars carved in relief. In front of each stone pillar, there was a Lin family elder sitting in each. The 2 men seated at the far end of the lobby, at the head of the table. One man was about 40 or 50 years old, with a handsome look and a purple-colored fancy dress. It was Lin Luo, the Lin family's head, who picked up his teacup and took a light sip. His eyes, however, inadvertently skimmed over the shadowy man in white sitting beside him. Messenger, please have some tea, Lin Luo said with a smile. And the shadowy man frowned. Why hasn't this Lin Tian arrived yet? It's a great honor for your clan if my clan's holy maiden values your clan's Lin Tian. His voice was eerie, with a hint of menace. Lin Luo's face stiffened slightly, still explaining with a smile. The courtyard where Tianer lives is farther away from here. My middle clan elder Lin Yu has already gone to call it personally. The messenger will be fine if he waits for a few moments. After Lin Luo finished speaking, the other clan elders within the lobby all smiled and agreed. Yes. Messenger, don't be in a hurry. My family Tianer naturally wants to clean up a bit so as to give the messenger a better impression. For Tianer to be valued by the Holy Maiden is a blessing he accumulated in his previous life. Ha ha ha. Yes. We also feel honored. That's the cheerful immortal sect. It's truly a holy land that makes martial artists like me yearn for it. Their eyes were filled with smiles, and they were constantly bragging at the moment. In fact, who among the people present did not know? Once Lin Tian entered the cheerful immortal sect, he would only have the fate of being harvested for Yang Qi and dying. Instead, it was their Lin family that had gained the appreciation of the Huanqian sect and was bestowed with treasures. Ha! The messenger laughed softly, but with some disdain as he looked at a slightly handsome-looking clan elder and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you come with me? I remember that one of the outer sect elders of my sect is also in desperate need of a furnace cauldron." When that clan elder heard this, his face instantly changed drastically, and his entire body trembled. "Emissary, don't joke. Ha ha. Lin Teru's looks are so far inferior to Tianer's. I'm afraid that if he goes to the cheerful immortal sect, he'll only be disliked." On the side, Lin Luo smiled sarcastically and rounded off the conversation. Yeah. I really don't deserve it. And I'm not too good at it. The clan elder named Lin Teru hurriedly explained, his voice filled with fear. The messenger's eyes glanced indifferently at Lin Luo, no longer looking at the clan elder. Then his gaze trembled slightly, as if he had caught a whiff of something strange. He wrinkled his brow slightly, but still didn't speak. The mole cricket here really couldn't arouse his interest. Lin Yu's arms were chopped off, and his entire body fell into a pool of blood as he looked at Lin Tian in fear. "How did you get so strong?" His eyes were round and he was trembling all over. "Lin Yu, how did you kill Xiao Lian yesterday?" Lin Tian's eyes were pale as he swung his sword out, and Lin Yu's legs were chopped off. Ah! A miserable hissing sound resounded. "Does it hurt?" Lin Tian asked softly, the tip of his sword piercing into Lin Yu's eyes and spinning. "I just hate that it was too short a time to serve you to your heart's content," Lin Tian said, the killing intent in his eyes converting into a hint of sadness. It was the predecessor's obsession that was affecting him. Unfortunately, no matter what, Xiao Lian can't come back, Lin Tian said softly. But the movements of his men did not decrease. No! Kill me! Kill me! Lin Yu begged out for mercy as his body continued to blur down. "Know why I told you to keep your tongue?" Lin Tian said indifferently, looking towards the unrecognizable Lin Yu in front of him. "Kill me! Kill me!" Lin Yu couldn't see any light. His mind had blurred, and he kept hissing. "Because your pleas for mercy at this time are as heavenly music to my ears." Seeing that Lin Yu was no longer able to answer, Lin Tian could only say to himself. His voice was heard by the servants beyond the courtyard. Every single one of them turned pale, as if they had witnessed an infernal hell. One by one, they fled desperately. A swish of swordlight. "Lin Yu is finally dead. You experienced a good fight, and your sword fell into sensation. Your sword has been upgraded to a Xian-grade spiritual weapon. And you have gained the first innate divine ability, Tyranny. Tyranny, automatically turned on when your life value is reduced to 50%. Your sword will suck the blood and energy of your enemies and use it to restore your body. Your cultivation breaks through to the first level of the body opening realm. And you gain 5 years of sword Dao comprehension. You obtain the first instinctive sword skill, one sword skyward. Buzz. A buzzing sound resounded from within Lin Tian's body. Terrifying energy rushed into Lin Tian's body from above the heavenly sword. At this moment, Lin Tian's body was overflowing with radiant light all around him in general. The self's aura kept getting stronger and stronger. And the depression was terrifying. Swish. A sword came out horizontally. Boom. The skeletonized walls of the small courtyard were chopped off by the green light. It's sword energy. Before the sword arrived, the sword chi preceded it. Now Lin Tian already had 9 years of sword Dao comprehension base in his mind. Such a sword had been like a dragonfly pointing at water. Each sword could cut out sword chi. Each sword could instantly kill an open body triple realm like Lin Yu. And also just then, a point of light flashed in Lin Tian's mind. That was the instinctive sword skill, one sword skyward. Sensing a sword, Lin Tian's eyes gave birth to sword intent. I think he saw it. There were giant swords stretching across the earth, emitting terrifying sword awnings that tore apart the heavens and earth in general. Wow! The giant sword chopped down, accompanied by the wild whistling of the rancorous thunder. The sky was cut open. Shattered down sunlight sprang out of the chopped-up dark cloud. Heaven and earth are serene. This was Lin Tian's first innate sword skill. Only one sword skyward needed to nourish his strength. The mind builds up an aura. The longer it was nurtured, then the more terrifying the power of the sword would be. Good sword skills. Lin Tian murmured as a drop of warm blood flowed down from his chin. It was as if an aura had formed in his heart and was becoming constantly terrifying. Chapter 4: Killing to Prove the Way. And that's when it happened. A servant with a frightened face walked before the lobby and said with a trembling voice, reporting to the family head, something has happened. Lin Luo and a group of clan elders changed their expressions slightly. Lin Luo pondered slightly and said, straight to the point. There are no outsiders here. The servant nodded heavily and said in a rush, Lin Tian, that young master Lin Tian has now gone on a killing spree. And Deacon Wang as well as the housekeeper have all been killed by the young master. What? After the servant finished speaking, all of these clan elders within the lobby were startled. Lin Tian seemed to be only at the 5th level of qi refining. And how could it kill a steward of the 9th level of qi refining? That's what surprised them the most. And Lin Luo's face became extremely frightening as he suppressed his anger and said, where's Rinyu? A look of fear instantly appeared on the servant's face as he hurriedly returned. I don't dare to look more. Before fleeing, Elder Lin Yu had already had both his arms chopped off by Lin Tian. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart was deeply shocked. Lin Yu was all in the open body triple realm no matter what. How could Lin Tian beat Lin Yu? That's impossible. Although he had a better natural talent. In these past few years, the clan had continuously scaled down the resources invested in him. To be able to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refining was already considered to be an outstanding talent. At this time, not only Lin Luo, the clan elders in the lobby also had thick surprise on their faces. On the contrary, it was that emissary from the cheerful immortal sect whose eyes were filled with playfulness. It's a little more interesting. The messenger chuckled softly. Meaning it. Lin Luo's face became extremely ugly. Lin Ba. Lin Chen. You two go and bring Lin Tian. Yes. The two clan elders stood up and walked towards the lobby beyond. And at that moment, the messenger propped his chin on one hand and said lazily, no need to go. He'll be here in a minute. The other people within the lobby stiffened. They looked beyond the lobby. There, a bloody shadow was slowly pacing. Lin Tian's body was dyed in blood. He was carrying a sword in one hand and Lin Yu's head in the other. He just walked quietly. A long trail of blood-colored footprints was left on the canopied path made of fine square bricks. His eyes looked straight ahead. At the man sitting at the very front within the lobby. Can't tell if I'm happy or angry. It's just the blood-covered look that's chilling. On both sides of the compound. The servants of the Lin family and those of Lin Tian's peers looked on in fear. Woo! A woman of about 17 or 18 years old had her pupils clenched as she looked at the scene before her. And hurriedly covered her red lips with her hand. Afraid to make a sound that the current Lin Tian would notice. He actually killed clan elder Lin Yu. Asterisk. Isn't he at the 5th level of Qi practicing? Why is he so powerful all of a sudden? He has endured for more than 10 years before choosing to explode today. His heart is punishable. Don't go forward. He'll die sooner or later. But not now. Let's put up with him for a while. He'll die after all if he goes to the cheerful immortal sect. A few of his peers, who had often bullied his predecessor during the day, looked at Lin Tian with a cold expression on their faces. What they felt when they looked at Lin Tian at this moment was endless killing intent. A man they regarded as an ant. Suddenly on this day it stands out and becomes strong. Make them feel in a trance. They were all children of people of very high status in the clan. One of them, a man surrounded by people. He was handsome and had a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. This person was clearly the son of the Lin family's head. Lin Tian's cousin. Lin Ming. I really don't know how he endured that day. When we kept bullying him. A woman's voice rang out. Lin Tian stopped his steps and looked towards a pretty woman sitting under the pavilion in the distance. The woman's face instantly turned pale when she was given such a look by Lin Tian. In this instant, she felt like she was being gazed at by a mouthful of flood beasts. The woman was the granddaughter of a respected clan elder of the Lin family. The relationship with the predecessor was extremely poor. On weekdays, he often bullied his predecessor because of his status. Lin Tian's eyes sank slightly, and a trace of man-thirsty killing intent surfaced. Subsequently, a few dozen meters away, Lin Tian gently raised the sword in his hand. Spinning around, chopping down. Wow! A dazzling green-colored sword light instantly shot out. Lin Tian, you dare! An explosive roar came from within the lobby. Only the next instant. Click! The green light swept across the woman's neck. Blood spurted out. And there was no longer a head on top of the petite body. Bastard! How dare you! Damn you all! How dare you kill Lin Xingsheng! Lin Tian, you don't know how to die! All at once. Within the compound. All of them were absolutely enraged. Each of them gritting their teeth and wanting to kill Lin Tian. Boom! A voice instantly burst out from within the lobby. It was the old man who had roared angrily before. He stretched out his one hand with arcane light condensed in his hand and slapped towards Lin Tian's head. Within the hall, Lin Luo, the Lin family head, rushed out with the remaining few elders. Linder, do not kill him. Seeing that Lin Duo was about to kill Lin Tian with a slap, Lin Luo hurriedly shouted to stop him. Lin Tian must not die. Lin Tian was the one who was going to die under the body of the holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect. If Lin Duo killed the person who was the holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect, the Lin family would be in for a disaster. Seeing this, Lin Tian, however, let out a light laugh. Without resisting, he stretched his arms out and threw Lin Yu's head on the ground. It was as if he had given up resisting, waiting for Lin Duo to exterminate him with a slap. Boom! Linder rushed in like a boulder, pushing dozens of meters across the room. Terrifying gas explosions resounded continuously. It was, after all, a person of the 5th level of the open body. The power of this palm could directly blow out Lin Tian's head. The cyclone kept sweeping. That palm finally arrived in front of Lin Tian. Yet, it stopped an inch from the tip of Lin Tian's nose. Bang! Airwaves lifted Lin Tian's bloodied hair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Like a berserk beast roaring, Lin Duo looked at Lin Tian in front of him in shock and anger. He hadn't directly exterminated Lin Tian after all. Reason prevailed. If it was normal, he would have killed this person, Lin Tian. Keeping it unkilled is just a plaything for future generations. Now it seems that it is afraid to kill. After all, Lin Tian had been chosen by the holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect. The holy virgin's plaything? If she dies at his hands, that would be big trouble. I hate it so much. Lin Duo roared lowly, his entire body rippling with veins and his face reddening. Is clan elder Linder afraid to kill me? Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Your granddaughter just died at my hands. As he spoke, Linder grew angrier and angrier. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly in his life. Lin Tian did it today. Linder, be still. Don't be angered by him. At this moment, Lin Luo's voice sounded once again. Lin Luo's face was ugly to the extreme as he looked within the lobby. That emissary of the cheerful immortal sect was still sitting quietly. Instead, at this point, there was a hint of an inexplicable smile on his face. Lin Luo cursed. And also just then, Lin Tian's ghostly voice sounded once again. Elder Lin Duo. A man lives for one breath. Is your precious granddaughter's revenge just going to be forgotten? After all, I'm just a lowly man. Linder's eyes contained violence. He looked into the distance. The headless body of his granddaughter still lying on the ground. The blood kept flowing out into pools. Ah! He roared. His voice low to high, gradually growling. His face red and then blue. Boom, boom, boom. The breath became disorganized and had fallen into a frenzy. Swish! A crisp sword chime sounded. The sword that was chopped out steeply. Coldness burst forth, haunting the air of death. Linder, who was in a state of shock, was instantly terrified. There was no turning of the head. Just fleeing from Lin Tian at this moment. Yet, it was already too late. The green-colored sword pierced into his solar plexus. Then, stabbed out with a red color. Directly pierced. Blood instantly spilled from Linder's eyes and his brain stopped spinning. Collapsed to the ground as all emotions faded. Ah! Inside the courtyard, a timid woman cried out in alarm. Damn it! Linder! How dare you kill Linder? Beside Lin Luo, all the clan elders were already furious. What Lin Tian had done had completely angered them. Although now Lin Tian's strength was no longer as low as they had previously believed. But that conception of Lin Tian had not yet shifted. A griffin that they raised and grew up with slaughtered his masters in turn. How does that not make them angry? At the same time, within Lin Tian's mind, you pitted a powerful enemy. And your sword sensed the evil that came from you and was extremely excited. The sharpness is increased by 10%. And your realm breaks through to the second level of the body opening realm. When the voice resounded inside Lin Tian's body, all the particles shook violently. In an instant, the breath skyrocketed by a large margin. He merely retracted his sword, and a cyclone was already generated, raging across the ground and cutting a shallow scar. Within the hall, the body of the messenger who was originally sitting on top of his chair stiffened. His eyes were distant as he surveyed the current Lin Tian. To kill to prove the way? Surprisingly, it's such a heavenly pride. It is indeed too much of a waste to leave it to the holy maiden. He murmured. his eyes twinkling. Seemingly thinking of a point. The messenger stepped out. The crowd only saw faint ripples in the air the moment he appeared. He had just stepped over the threshold. In the next instant, he came to Lin Tian's side. Chapter 5, Today. The Lin family has made a profit. Lin Tian jolted as he clenched the sword in his hand. The messenger gently tapped on Lin Tian's shoulder. Don't be nervous. I'm not going to kill you. The messenger said with a light smile. All the time sizing up Lin Tian. Lin Tian noticed that the other party had touched himself though. However, the other party's hands remained clean. As if a gentle aura shield permeated all around them. Very powerful. Lin Tian was alert. But he quickly relaxed again. Here. One thing that Lin Luo and the others all had to admit was. He, Lin Genius, was in league with the messenger. He went on a killing spree here. But no one really dared to kill him. It seems that the Holy Maiden has inadvertently chosen a sword Dao Heavenly Pride. The messenger's face kept an unspecified grin on his face. Within the compound, everyone was nervously watching this scene. Lin Luo's eyes were cold as he just looked at Lin Tian fiercely. You're going to stop me? Lin Tian glanced at the messenger. His voice cold. Ha ha ha. Instead, the messenger laughed and said, let me see you kill your people hand to hand. I don't have that much time yet. Lin Tian's eyes sank. The reason why he dared to go on a killing spree in the Lin Palace was because he was relying on the fact that no one in the Lin Palace dared to do anything to him today. So what if Lin Luo was a Xiandan? Still not daring to hurt a hair on his head. However, that didn't mean that the messenger would approve of him continuing to kill. Could you give me a little more time? I would like to go and bury my already dead maid. Lin Tian once again spoke. This was the last trace of the predecessor's obsession. Although his former body had dissipated, this obsession had always been entrenched in his heart. It made Lin Tian, who despised the coldness and warmth of human feelings, feel an extra trace of sadness in his heart. The Huanqian sect emissary named Li Mushun glanced at Lin Tian indifferently. I already said I don't have that much time to play with you. After he said that, he waved his one hand and Lin Tian only felt a lightness in his body as his entire body appeared above the cloudy sky. Lin Tian and the messenger disappeared from the crowd's view. Lin Luo and a group of clan elders looked at Lin Tian's figure openly with complicated expressions. I didn't expect this person Lin Tian to be so detestable. If I had known, I should have killed him before. I don't think he's coming back. Humph. Going to the cheerful immortal sect is a dead end. Do you think he can come back? They had been in the Lin mansion for many years. Even though they were like lowly ants in the outside world. But in the forest house, you can be a real big shot. Lin Tian was to them like an existence that felt like a waste of time to even obliterate. They had heard before that there were contemptible teenagers who hid their weapons in their chests. I have suffered from the coldness and warmth of people's lives. And I have once revealed my splendor. But those legendary risque youths only exist in legend. They did not expect that it was such a person who appeared in their clan today. Hidden for more than 10 years. Humble as a mole cricket. Today, it was a big kill. Even the clan elders, who had a very high status in the clan, were killed by him. What kind of horrible qualification is this? So stoic and cold-blooded. If he wasn't valued by the cheerful immortal sect, when the time came, it was possible that the entire Lin house would be slaughtered by him. This kind of thing gives you chills just thinking about it. I didn't realize that my now dead brother had given birth to a good son. Lin Luo, the head of the Lin family, narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the sky and murmured, I don't know what's going on in my mind. Family head needn't worry. Lin Tian definitely won't be able to return from this trip. A clan elder sneered when he saw Lin Luo's complicated expression. Father, I'm going to sword capital in a few days. When I return to the academy, I will definitely rise even more. Lin Ming, the first son of the Lin family, came to the side of the family head and said. His eyes looked towards Lin Qingsha, who had her head chopped off by a gentle sword chi from Lin Tian. Remembering that he had also taunted Lin Tian this morning when he was playing against Lin Qingshan. When I think about it at this time, I feel like I'm holding a fire in my heart. He had always despised Lin Tian. Despising Lin Tian's position, as well as his qualifications. It was just that the strength that Lin Tian had displayed today made him fearful. There wasn't much difference in strength between himself and Lin Qingshan. Perhaps Lin Tian might just be a sword chi when he killed him. Don't want to admit it though. However, Lin Ming, who had been regarded as the Lin family's #1 pride for more than a decade, had a heart full of resentment. Lin Luo glanced at his son, his complexity gradually closing in. Smiling lightly, he patted Lin Ming's shoulder. Go back in a few days. My Lin mansion exchanged Lin Tian for 100 body-opening pills and quite a few spirit medicines. Tomorrow I'll have my subordinates brew a body-forging potion for you. As Lin Luo spoke, not only the rest of the clan elders beside Lin Ming also had their eyes glowing with light. Glancing at the two corpses in the middle of the compound, Lin Luo but lightly laughed and said, Tomorrow, my Lin mansion will hold a banquet and reward the clan's children. When Lin Luo finished speaking, everyone laughed. Lin Tian had killed many though. However, compared to these things that Lin Tian alone had exchanged, it was really not worth mentioning. Today is considered to be a win for the forest house. In the meantime, turning miles away, the messenger stood with his hands in the air. Beside him, Lin Tian looked at the ground. The scenery at the bottom changed rapidly, as if they had already left Heavenly Sword City. His eyes were cold and penetrating, and the slightest bit of killing intent was born in his heart. It didn't matter if it was Lin Yu or this messenger beside him. None of them were willing to give Lin Tian a bit of time to bury Shaolian. Damn it all. All deserve to die. Lin Tian's heart gave birth to endless coldness. The violent aura of the transient was suppressed in Lin Tian's heart. The face regained its calmness once again. This trip to the cheerful immortal sect would only be more dangerous. The road ahead is apprehensive. Lin Tian thought as he did. Somewhat hesitant. Get to know me. My name is Li Musheng, a disciple of the cheerful immortal sect. The messenger's voice came. It's a bit of a pity for you to go to the Holy Maiden to serve as a cauldron when you witnessed the Tao by killing. His voice was deep as he stretched out one hand, and an elixir appeared in his hand. Lin Tian's eyes were pale as he smelled the fragrance coming from within this elixir. Very dangerous scent. This is the Moon God Pill. Eat it and I'll give you another life. Li Musheng's voice came out. It was flat but full of temptation. Lin Tian's heart sank violently as he gripped the heavenly sword tightly in his hand. Can I refuse? Lin Tian said, with a hint of coldness. Can't. Li Musheng let out a light laugh, and with a slight flick between his fingers, the elixir flew directly into Lin Tian's mouth. After taking the elixir, Lin Tian only felt a puddle of clear water melting away in his body. This Moon God Pill is the mother pill I refined? You must take the child pill every month. Otherwise your body will give birth to the pill poison. And the 9th level of the body opening realm will last for 2 months at most. Lin Tian didn't say anything, just looking above the ground. The landscape that kept flashing by was in deep thought. You are depressed, and your sword senses its owner's confusion. Your sword concludes that. Heavenly Sword realized the sword heart-body refining method. I hope you'll be even stronger. Tip: the sword heart-body refining technique is a heaven-grade medium-grade body refining technique, which allows the sword heart to force out all poisons in the body. Buzz. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly as a buzzing sound resounded in his mind. A flood of memories washed over his brain. It was a brand new body refining technique. The sword heart body refining technique. The heavenly sword could actually create feats? Lin Tian's body stiffened. His heart astonished. Was it created by sensing his own powerlessness? Celestial level techniques. Those were techniques that the Lin family could not even come into contact with. Unable to help it, Lin Tian's hand that clutched the sword became even more forceful. You're upset? Seemingly sensing Lin Tian's change, Li Musheng inquired. Yes. Lin Tian said back. There was no need to tell lies at this time. Li Musheng was silent for a little while and continued. This is the way the world is. And many people are born only to accept their fate. You've been in hiding for more than 10 years. And your sword skills are superb. So what? If you follow me to the cheerful immortal sect, you will still die after all. Your destiny is sealed. You will have this fate. There is no escaping it. No resisting it. His voice followed the path. Lin Tian didn't retort, just treating it as a mosquito making noise beside his ears. They traveled across the sky at what appeared to be a fast pace. See only. The flat ground slowly undulates, changing from high to low to form delicate ripples. The intertwining rivers then flow into the sky. The earth is beautiful. Just too much darkness hidden. Until the time of dusk. Li Musheng brought Lin Tian before a human town. Standing at the end of an overgrown town street. The stores on both sides were in a terrible state of disrepair. The middle of the street was deserted. An odor of decay mixed with the smell of blood hit the air. Lin Tian frowned as he saw the center of the street. Ben had a ragged beggar sitting paralyzed like a dead man. Upon seeing the arrival of Li Musheng, the beggar suddenly opened his eyes and ran toward them. Hoo! There is a wind picking up. There was a sudden cacophony within the entire town. The sound of breaking open doors and windows. Running and whistling. Various voices intertwined and came at Li Musheng. Only. A large group of people came from all directions. Senior brother. You're here. Your Highness. Master. Nearly hundreds of people rushed in front of Li Musheng and knelt down. Lin Tian noticed that there were both men and women in the group. There are those who wear fancy clothes and those who hide dirt all over their bodies. Some of them are handsome and some of them are ugly as hell. The aura on each of them was strong. They all looked at Li Musheng with a frown of pleading in their eyes. Many people have black toxic spots on their faces. Li Musheng laughed softly and took out a small bottle from his bosom. After Li Musheng took out the bottle, their breathing became rapid. It was like a beast that had been hungry for months seeing its prey. Ha ha ha. Li Musheng smiled, patting Lin Tian's shoulder and introducing him. These are some of the most disgusting people in the world. Do not treat them as human beings. Lin Tian didn't say anything and just looked at these people. Even though they were told so by Li Musheng, everyone's face was still shyly smiling. This is the subdan of the moon god pill. And there are a total of 50 of them in it. Li Musheng said, handing the small bottle to Lin Tian. This bottle is given to you. And if you look favorably on anyone, you will give them a Zidane. Lin Tian frowned and shook his head. I refuse. Li Musheng let out a light laugh and said nothing more. So he threw the bottle towards the crowd. Unevenly, it happened to fall into the hands of the beggar at the very beginning. Zidane. The beggar's eyes instantly blossomed with essence. Clutching the bottle of elixir in his hand, instantly fleeing towards the back. The originally depleted body instantly exploded with terrifying strength. A circle of airwaves tumbled out and was instantly gone. After them, several hundred people disappeared in front of Lin Tian in great numbers. The cultivation level that many people erupted was even more shocking. Lin Tian's heart shook tremendously. wondering what kind of cultivation level Li Mushing had. It looked like there were no more unusual residents in this town. The whole town. Hundreds of martial artists. It seems that they were all controlled by Li Mushing with the moon god pill. What does Li Mushing want? What's your name? Little brother. At this moment, a flirtatious voice rang out. Lin Tian looked over and there was still a woman within the town who had not left. She wore a vermilion-colored lotus blossom bustier. She wore a trailing skirt with 100 flowers at her waist. And her hair was covered with beaded flower hairpins. The eyes that looked at Lin Tian were filled with desire. And her vermilion lips curled up as if she was moaning. She's my former dowager. Li Mushing explained. Then looked at the woman. If you don't go, you won't get your share of the Zidane. And all those face heads of yours will need you to grab the Zidane. Li Mushing said as disdain surfaced on the woman's face. The figure left in a sultry manner. She has her eye on you and wants to double-cross you. Li Mushing said in a low voice. Devoid of sadness or joy. Lin Tian's eyelids were lowered. But he saw Li Mushing beside him drawing in space. Silks of light overflowed from between Li Mushing's, forming odd runes. The rune then disappeared into the air. At this moment, Lin Tian was appalled in his heart. In a flash, he saw the shroud of light that enveloped the entire town. It seemed to be protecting. But it was better to say that the shroud of light was a huge cage. No wonder those people came to Li Mushing earlier. But didn't dare to come forward too much. It turned out that between them and Li Mushing was the light shield formed by the runes. They can't get out. Chapter 6, Weird to the Core. You go in 30 days, when the lunar god pill's poison breaks out, I will come again with only 49 Zidane. Li Mushing said. A faint smile embedded in the bottom of his eyes. Lin Tian's heart was in awe. But he held on to the heavenly sword and walked into the town. Li Mushing was naturally on his must-kill list. However, the current Lin Tian was not his opponent. So much for waiting quietly. Just as soon as he stepped inside the shroud of light, Lin Tian, however, saw Li Mushing's mouth holding a weird smile as he flew into the sky. He looked around. Standing within the town, he could clearly see the light shield that emitted a thin halo of light. It was a rune formation that was 100 miles in circumference. Once you're in, you can't get out. Li Mushing didn't explain to him. But Lin Tian was able to guess. The people in the town were expected to be instantly exterminated once they stepped outside the light shield. He was aghast in his heart. And his eyes blossomed with intense killing intent. I'm just trying to bury little Lotus. Why? One and all. Are they so cold-blooded? Lin Tian spoke softly. But he laughed out loud. His entire body trembling lightly. Really? Really like this world. This killing intent had been suppressed for a long time and finally erupted at this moment. Buzz. The heavenly sword softly chanted as a bloodthirsty light sliced through the top of the sword. Boom boom boom. Intense auras overflowed from Lin Tian's body, ravaging the already tattered stores around him like sword chi. In an instant, wood shavings flew across the room. To Lin Tian's right, the wooden door of a Zhu Ji Baozi store directly exploded open. A girl in a tattered red jacket with a dirty face and red pupils was curled up inside the house and was looking at Lin Tian. The red-pupiled girl's gaze was bloodshot and treacherous. Big brother. Are you hungry? Nui Nui has buns. Do you want to eat? The little girl said timidly, removing a bun from behind her that had dried out and yellowed. The petite body couldn't stop trembling and looked extremely pitiful. Lin Tian collected his killing intent. But he walked into the Baozi store. After the open body realm, his senses were extremely strong. And he clearly hadn't sensed anyone before. Here, however, a little girl suddenly appeared. In an instant, An unpleasant odor was suffocating. Big brother. Here's your bun. This is what Nui has been saving for a month. The little girl stood up, handing the bun to Lin Tian. His little hands were dirty. Good. Lin Tian let out a light laugh and stretched out his one hand. Instead, his right hand twisted, and the heavenly sword chopped straight out. Swish! Blood sprayed as the little girl's arm that was clutching the bun was chopped off in unison by Lin Tian. Gluttony! A sharp, ear-piercing hiss resounded instantly. Sharp pain struck her, and the little girl growled and hissed in the moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She kept hissing, but her voice was no longer childish but chillingly eerie. Red spiritual energy erupted steeply from her body, turning into thousands of sharp arrows towards Lin Tian. Click! 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 The blood-colored arrow instantly shot through the entire bakery. The walls were showing cracks. Lin Tian held his sword in one hand, slices of sword blossoms chopping out, and green light protecting his body in front of him. Just a bloody stab wound on the side of his face. Bear! Lin Tian let out a low roar as he suffered pain. The wound was extremely shallow, yet it was more painful than breaking a person's 10 fingers. Can't fight it. The strength that erupted from this girl's body was at least the 7th level of body opening. The attack he had just made by surprise was dodged by the other party. If, on the other hand, the fight continues, sooner or later, Lin Tian will die. Lin Tian instantly came to a conclusion in his heart and no longer hesitated. The legs curled slightly and exploded with a strong pop. Bang! Lin Tian's entire body ejected out. Like a boulder, it crashed into a store across the street. After crashing the stairs within that store, Lin Tian directly chopped through the wall to escape. Don't run if you can! Hysterical hissing came from the rear. Lin Tian couldn't care too much and kept fleeing. Finally, nearly an hour of running, the girl stopped chasing. What made Lin Tian strange was, previously, although the other party had been chasing after him, he did not have a trace of killing intent. Like, just playing in general. Not chasing. And maybe just because I'm tired of playing. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. It was extremely dangerous within the town. Before, that beggar had all directly erupted with a strength no less than the 5th level of body opening. Those who were chasing them even had Xian Dan realm cultivation. He found out when he first arrived. Most of the people in the town had dark spots on their faces. That should be a symptom after the Dan poison erupted without the sub-Dan suppression. Whereas, the little girl's face was free of dandruff, except for being a little dirty. Lin Tian had no grievances with the little girl. Yet he was treated like a fool by the other party. Here, it is an alley. The alley was lined with dilapidated courtyard walls of adjoining civilian compounds. Some of the walls are in disrepair, built up with rubble. Some of the courtyard walls were also covered with dense black and strange vines. Under the narrow shadows, Lin Tian always had the feeling of being spied on. As he stood quietly, he could feel several auras around him that were not weaker than his. A slight lurch, but toward a nearby courtyard wall. Leaning down, Lin Tian peered inside through the gaps between the brick walls. He saw an eyeball that was staring back at him. Buzz! The sound of a sword chiming rang out. Lin Tian's eyes were hard as he locked eyes with that eyeball. The heavenly sword in his hand, however, stabbed out directly. It penetrated the wall and stabbed hard into the flesh on the other side of the wall. Woo! A low, miserable scream rang out, and Lin Tian directly leapt into the small courtyard. The one who fell to the ground was a woman wearing a floral dress. The woman looked beautiful, but above her neck was a black poisonous spot running out. Her abdomen was hit by a sword. and she was constantly spilling blood. What caused a chill in Lin Tian's heart was that there was already a black color inside the blood that this woman had spilled. This is the sign of a Danmaku that has been dormant for a long time. If, again, you don't take the Zidane, the woman must die. Don't kill me. The woman looked at Lin Tian in fear and kept retreating towards the back. A long trail of blood was drawn under his body. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as he looked towards the place where the woman was chopped through. There, after only a few breaths, it had stopped bleeding. It was evident that the other party was also a martial artist. As for cultivation, the cultivation overflowing from this woman was the lowest in the neighborhood. I'm not killing you, Lin Tian said indifferently. Now, he has just come here. There's a lot that's still not well understood. After Lin Tian finished speaking, the woman let out a sigh of relief. Got any rice? Lin Tian asked. The woman froze slightly, then stood up, covering her wound. Yes. Your Excellency will go and meditate first, and your slaves will have the meal ready in a moment. Lin Tian nodded and continued. What are the ingredients? The woman stood up, her pretty face lightly trembling as she said with one hand caressing the part of her body that had been stabbed by Lin Tian. Please rest assured, my lord. It is made from the meat of the beasts in the forest next to the town. Lin Tian nodded and continued to ask. Is there any place to take a shower? The clothes were now covered in blood scabs and were extremely difficult to wear. His face was also covered in dried blood. The smell of blood was extremely strong. Back to my lord. There's a creek in the backyard just over the wall. The woman was on her way to the kitchen and rushed back. Lin Tian nodded, and then directly crossed out of the wall. Wow! The crisp sound of water flowing into the ear. Lin Tian looked towards the sky. The runic grand formation extended all the way to within the forest in the backyard. Walked almost a dozen meters. Sure enough, there was a creek. The creek was crystal clear, like a blue ribbon. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he clearly saw the broken limbs on the other side of the river. There was one body he still recognized. It's the beggar who got Zidane in the first place. It should have just died. His body was torn in countless places, revealing eerie white bones. Blood was spilled all over the place. Lin Tian had no way to comment on this person's choice. After all, it's all about staying alive. There were more poison spots on him than on the woman. It's all close to death anyway. Might as well put up a fight. Chapter 7, Congenital Dao Body. One incense stick later, Lin Tian returned to the small courtyard. The clothes on his body had already been washed and the water stains had been vaporized by Lin Tian with his aura. It was probably because Lin Tian hadn't cleaned it too carefully. There was still a faint red color on top of the white clothes. The woman had already organized a room for Lin Tian. Lin Tian saw that the kitchen had already risen with curling smoke, and there was a constant scent of meat coming out of his nose. In a short while, the woman carried the cooked meat and placed it on top of the stone table in the courtyard. Lin Tian sat at the table, even though he was now starving. Still not turned on. You eat first. His voice was indifferent and carried an air of inviolability. The woman looked a little unnatural, but she still picked a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Lin Tian nodded before picking up a piece of meat and observing it repeatedly for a long time. This is magic pork, the most common meat of ferocious beasts. Lin Tian had eaten it before, but that's a long time ago memory. Demon pig meat was, after all, the meat of ferocious beasts. Among the younger generation of the Lin mansion, only those clan elder children and Lin Luo's son, Lin Ming, were allowed to consume it. Xiao Lian had been banished, and was merely trying to steal a plate of chicken legs for Lin Tian. After observing for a long time, Lin Tian began to feast. While eating, Lin Tian began to ask. What's your name? Ordered Qiu Zi. Were you also captured by Li Musheng? Yes. Where are you from? Cheerful immortal sect. It made Qiu Zi's complexion dim. Lin Tian, however, could see the suppressed hatred in the other party's eyes. Previously, when Lin Tian first came to the town, there were many people who addressed Li Musheng in an extremely intriguing manner. There are those who call themselves senior brothers and those who call themselves masters. What is Li Musheng trying to do by capturing us here? Lin Tian continued to ask. Ling Qiuzi sat across from Lin Tian, bitterness dripping from her eyes. But in the end, she shook her head. I don't know. She had changed her clothes. A red dress. Extremely clean. The cultivation level wasn't high. Only the 9th level of Qi practicing. It was tricked 2 months ago with when he was brought by Li Musheng to complete the sect's mission. The lunar god pill erupts with poison once a month. Only Zidane can relieve it. Last month, making Qiu Zi know that her cultivation level was extremely low and she was not qualified to fight for it. This month, it remains the same. By now, there were visible black spots above the neck and arms of Ring Qiu Zi. Probably won't last much longer. What realm is Li Musheng in? It seems to be the Soul Palace realm. Li Musheng he is. Making Qiu Zi grit her teeth. Her voice trembled lightly. He is one of the top 10 inner disciples of the cheerful immortal sect and the son of a supreme elder. Lin Tian nodded and stuffed a piece of beast meat into his mouth. His meals are much larger than they used to be. It should be a realm upgrade. Afterwards, Ling Qiuji introduced Lin Tian to the noteworthy powerhouses within the town. 2 men and 1 woman. All of them were strong at the cave realm. One of them, a man, has been surviving here for 5 years. Every month, Li Musheng would bring some martial artists and throw them within the town. I've heard that tens of thousands of people have been brought in one after another over the years. But, by now, the town's numbers have continued at this number of less than 1,000. The reasons for this go without saying. Lin Tian's eyes were already filled with killing intent. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of meat and stood up. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes looking at Ring Qiu Zi. It caused Qiu Zi to be instantly startled. And a trace of fear surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. I will not kill you because you have no hatred for me, Lin Tian said indifferently. After he left, it made Qiu Zi breathe a slow sigh of relief. Her delicate body trembled lightly, and the idea of fleeing arose in her mind. He walked to the door, but he paused. She walked back. Where could she run away from this situation now? Room. Sitting on top of the bed, Lin Tian placed the heavenly sword across his legs and then began to cultivate. Previously, Lin Tian had also cultivated a technique. Only that gongfu was only a middle grade yellow grade. It could not be compared to the heaven grade sword heart body refining technique. So naturally, it was directly discarded by Lin Tian. Kenshin. Lin Tian's voice was low. Even if Lin Tian didn't cultivate swords in the past, he had heard about it. In this world, sword cultivators dominate everything. Sword stance, sword technique, sword mind, sword power, sword intent, sword domain. These are the 6 realms of sword cultivation. Each realm was about a sword cultivator's understanding of the Tao of the sword. Among them are sword power, sword intent, and sword domain. It's actually a realm. Sword intent is taken from sword power and upgraded to sword domain. Of the remaining 3 realms, sword techniques are the evolution of sword strokes. Sword moves are nothing more than sets of stabbing, chopping, picking, and slashing maneuvers formed in tandem with each other. Sword techniques, on the other hand, were made by adding the laws of heaven and earth to the sword moves. Under one sword, the laws shared the sky. Of these 6 realms, the only thing that is independent is the heart of the sword. Since ancient times, there were very few sword cultivators who possessed a sword heart. With a sword heart, then the ability to understand in the Tao of the sword would be greatly enhanced. A martial artist trains his sword with his heart and transforms his heart with his sword. The sword in the hand of Tongming is not tempted by external objects. And all kinds of ominous things are broken by one sword. Comprehending the heart of the sword might be as difficult as a rift for other sword cultivators. But for Lin Tian, buzz! A clear sound of gold and iron clashing resounded steeply. Within the entire dimly lit room, bright sword lights suddenly bloomed. Silky sword chi, stirring and jumping, wandered around Lin Tian's body. In a flash, a green light appeared. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of sound rose, stirring up thousands of dust. Woo! Within the courtyard, Ling Xiuji, who was tidying up, looked at the scene in front of her and let out a delicate cry. A strong shock surfaced on his face. She didn't take a single hit. However, that stern to the extreme aura was like thousands of sharp swords chopping into her mind. Sword! 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 At this moment, it was as if Ling Xiuji had seen a sword cutting down across heaven and earth. Terrifying to the core. It was only until here that she had deadened some of the dark thoughts in her heart towards Lin Tian. The world. Sword cultivators are extremely terrifying. They were high above the world and regarded the strongest people in the world as ants. Because sword cultivators are all mavericks. They are not very numerous. Mei Xiuzi also cultivates swords. But it's not considered a sword cultivator. She had only learned a sword technique for self-defense. In the meantime, around the courtyard where Lin Tian was, many people were suddenly shocked. They looked at the direction where they were in amazement to the extreme. Each with their own thoughts in their minds. Surprisingly, he has comprehended the sword heart. It's a pity that he was captured here by that bastard. No matter how heavenly, coming here is ultimately just a death. I've lost the battle spirit in my heart. Or else I must fight against this person before I can do so. I saw it today. And it seemed like a handsome young groom. Which is a bit tempting. They whispered. Keeping Lin Tian, the newcomer, in their hearts. In the meantime, cheerful immortal sect. Behind the purple sword mountain, a few cranes flew past on clouds with high pride. And everything here was like a fairyland on earth. As far as the eye can see, the mountains are stacked high. It was the time when the sun and the moon met. And there were 10,000 feet of purple gas rising in the sky. Under the light, all the mountains compete. Only the purple sword mountain towers into the clouds. Standing at the top and looking at the moon. The clouds passing by with the light of the sun and the moon are evocative. A playful and incomparable figure stood in the air. She was dressed in a long white dress that seemed to be bathed in a holy luster under the dappled broken sunlight. And on the contrary, her eyes, her eyebrows, her nose and lips, all give people a kind of charming into the bone marrow feeling. Even if she never even looked at you, you would feel the power to move your heart. Suddenly, the woman's willow brows furrowed as she looked toward the back. Why are you the only one? Where's Lin Tian? The person who came was none other than Li Mushang. Li Mushang's breath was atrophied at this time. His eyes were lifeless. And his face carried a bit of panic as he said, Holy Maiden. When I returned with Lin Tian, I encountered people from the Green Cloud sect. The person they are leading is Yu Lian of the Qingyan sect. I beheaded Yu Lian and those people. Only Lin Tian's whereabouts are unknown. The woman's willow brows tightened as Li Mushang finished speaking. A stunningly beautiful face gave birth to horrifying anger. Swish! A purple strong wind instantly lifted up and came towards Li Mushang. Holy maiden, spare your life! Li Mushang was shocked, not expecting the woman to be so angry. Do you know how many years I've spent trying to find the innate Tao body since I've been cultivating? I'm surprised you managed to lose it for me. As the woman said that strong wind directly chopped at Li Mushang's body. Swish! Li Mushang's right arm was directly chopped off. Sharp pain came, and Li Mushang's entire body shrank to the ground, roaring out in pain. He didn't expect that Lin Tian to be an innate Tao body. The born Daoist body. A type of pseudo-saint body. Though not as precious as the holy body. But it is also the favorite of heaven and earth. Such a precious body. If it was used as a cultivation cauldron, it would surely allow Mu Anxious Evening, also known as the Holy Maiden of the Cheerful Immortal Sect, to greatly advance in her cultivation. Even, it might be possible to directly capture the spirit of the Tao body. The other party practiced the method of dual cultivation nowadays, and had always kept the red Dan. Presumably, it was to wait for the Taoist body. Li Mushang was trembling, but his heart was in ecstasy. Surprisingly, he was born with a Tao body and was able to kill to prove the Tao. Such a heavenly pride. But it came into his hands. Simply, don't be too cool. As it was toward Li Mushang's body stiffened, but he sensed Mu Xianye's killing intent. Holy lady, you can't kill me. My father. Li Mushang opened his mouth, and Mu Xianye stopped his pace. She narrowed her eyes and exuded a cold, murderous aura. You go. Mu Xianye suddenly smiled, her killing intent instantly disappearing. It was as if nothing had happened before. Just now, I did hit a little too hard. Mu Aoi Evening smiled coquettishly, blossoming into a brilliant and flawless charm. Gorgeous and pure. Walking into Li Mushang, she stretched out her white-veiled hand to help Li Mushang up. No. It's fine. Li Mushang, with scorn hidden in the bottom of his eyes, hurriedly stood up. Holy maiden. Then I'll leave first, Li Mushang said. And when he saw Mu Awa nodding with a light smile, he fled as if he had left this place. After he left, a hint of coldness surfaced in Mu Aoi Evening's eyes. I've already told the secret of Lin Tian being an innate Tao body, so this should be able to save Lin Tian's life. At the same time, a red silhouette flew in from the distance. The woman was dressed in red, and her appearance revealed an indescribable sense of bewitchment amidst her modesty. The green hair fell, tied with just a pink hair tie. Holy maiden. I saw Lin Tian lost after being taken out of the Lin family by Li Mushang, who seemed to have used a higher-level flying spirit weapon. The red-clothed woman was filled with guilt and stood beside Mu Xianye, her head lowered. Zai-san, this is not your fault. Li Mushang must have sensed your presence long ago, with the sect leader and his father behind him. It's normal that we can't fight, Mu Xianwei said softly, her eyes calmly not seeing a trace of annoyance. The holy maiden doesn't blame me? The red-robed woman named Su Zhashan looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of her, her eyes filled with admiration. Mu Xianwei shook her head slightly, looking at the surrounding scenery of the immortal mountains, and said slowly, in this huge cheerful immortal sect, the only one I can trust is just you, Zai-san. So how could I blame you? She said as her vermilion lips lightly opened, looking at the woman beside her whose cheeks were flushed with scarlet. On the contrary, it's you. In a short while, it will be your Su family's family head competition. Since my main body can't go, I'll condense a Tao body in these few days and accompany you. Su Zhashan froze slightly. Then a trace of water vapor surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Thank you, holy maiden. Chapter 8, The Man is a Sword. Sharpening and sharpening. Inside the room, Lin Tian was naked, and his black hair rose up without wind. Wisps of sword chi converging into Lin Tian's body. Along with that, his tendons and bones began to glow with a jade-white light. Certain blockages in the meridians also began to gradually disillusion. The sword heart-body refining technique. Take the human sword and sharpen it. Drawing sword chi into his body, he continuously strengthened his physical body. Snicker. Countless black particles overflowed from Lin Tian's body. It was as if Lin Tian was smoking on his body. In an instant, Lin Tian felt that his entire body was much more relaxed. This black gas was the poison of the moon god pill. Only, it can't all be expelled in one quench. Lin Tian estimated that he would still have to cultivate for at least a couple dozen hours or so. That way, Li Muxing's Dan poison wouldn't be a threat anymore. It was obvious that Lin Tian could feel the enhancement of his physique. It was worthy of being a heavenly ranked technique. The sword heart-body refining technique used sword chi to refine the body, which was simply like heaven for sword cultivators. You are cultivating soundly, and your sword feels the joy of cultivation. Sharpness is increased by 10%, and you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. Buzz. Another buzzing sound. Above the heavenly sword, the overflowing sword chi became more and more biting. However, this sharp cutting intent lingered around Lin Tian. Hiss. Lin Tian bared his teeth as the pain in his body suddenly doubled, causing him to almost fail to carry it. By now, there was much less movement within the entire room. Tranquilized. Only, from time to time, there would be amazing flashes of sword light inside the courtyard, making Qiuzi look at Lin Tian's room with complicated eyes. Ever since entering this place, she had initially cultivated as hard as Lin Tian. Only, at a later stage, the Dan poison soaked into the 5 viscera. To Qiuzi's sorrow, he found that the speed of his own cultivation was getting slower and slower. And, a month later, when the Dan poison erupted, the pain of the 10,000 ants that were eating the body was frightening. Staying here, many have despaired. Only those whose cultivation was already high would strive to cultivate, because they are the backbone of the fight for Zidane. As for the body opening realm and the chi practicing realm, it's almost as if practicing doesn't help. A few short months, plus having Danmaku in your body, even if they were hardworking, they would not be a match for those Shindan or even Cave Void Realm martial artists. It made Qiuzi sigh softly. That hatred for Li Muxing in his heart was increasing with each passing day. She sat on a stone chair. Qing Qiuzi untied the white cloth wrapped around her waist. A scar formed where the sword mark had been. Beyond that, it's even more alarming. The snow-white skin of Akiza was filled with black spots. Senior brother, Qiuzi may not be able to see you again in this life. Rang Qiuzi murmured. A little more water vapor in her eyes. Martial artists have extremely strong physiques. The ability to recover from injuries at the chi refining stage was 100 times that of an ordinary person. Powerful martial artists are even able to find heaven and earth elixirs that make flesh and bones white for the living. Make Qiuzi fold the white cloth neatly. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Tian's house with an indifferent gaze. She wanted to see how many days Lin Tian could last. The existence of the Dan poison would always suppress a martial artist's cultivation speed. Even if you obtain the Zidane, it won't be of much use. Zidane will only suppress the Dan toxicity, not destroy it. Each subdan will also lose its efficacy within a month if it remains unused. Therefore, it is enough for even the most powerful people here to grab 1 Zidane per month. The moon is out. Throughout the town, whales rose up in every direction. The white moon was in the sky. Some people were joyful, while others were bitter to the core. Knock knock. There was a sharp knock on the door, making Xiaozi's eyes slightly condensed. She opened the courtyard door. Seniorly, Ling Xiaozi said with a calm face. And outside the door was a man in green clothes. Senior sister. Let me in first. Seniorly looked around, a little wary, making Xiaozi's brows furrow slightly. She eventually stepped aside. Seniorly kept pulling Ling Xiaozi and walked into the room. Senior brotherly. What are you doing? Go within the room. It made Xiaozi fling her arms away in some boredom. A trace of displeasure flashed in the bottom of Senior Brotherly's eyes. But he still laughed softly and took out an elixir from his sleeve. Sub. Rang Xiaozi said in shock, covering her red lips again in a hurry. Hey. Seniorly smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits. Senior sister. I was lucky this time and got two. This one is for you. He handed out the Zidane, making Xiaozi's body hands. Her delicate body was trembling lightly. With this subdan, the pain of the 10,000 ants that were vaguely coming would not appear. The Danmu poison in your body will also be suppressed for a month. Her eyes were flooded with extreme longing, and her veiled hand was about to touch and feel the elixir, but stopped at that moment. Senior brother. If I take this Zidane, what is the one thing you need me to do? It caused Xiaozi's eyes to constantly flicker. He. Senior sister. You know. Ah. I've always admired you to the core. Seniorly said with a hint of longing in his eyes. It made Xiaozi pause, a little hesitant and a little intent. Senior sister. We are from the cheerful immortal sect. Your red dan was meant to be broken. Even though you're keeping the red dan for that person, it's just that you won't see each other again for the rest of your lives. Seeing that Qing Xiaozi was hesitant, Senior Brotherly began to follow the advice. Look at me. My strength is already at the 9th level of body opening. If I were to be strong, you definitely wouldn't have kept the red dan until now. Above the pretty face of Ling Xiaozi, bitterness flickered as she looked at the person in front of her and asked, where is Senior Sister Gu? She's your dual cultivator couple. In the past, Seniorly had also coveted Ling Xiaozi. Only, his bishop couple kept stopping it. Seniorly could only suppress his desire. Senior Brother Li's expression was stunned. Then he smiled sarcastically. Your senior sister has died. Just today. In the fight for the Zidane. A hint of sadness flashed underneath her eyes. Then she turned around and said resolutely. Senior Brotherly. Go back. This Zidane. I don't want it. As Ling Xiaozi said. She turned her back to Seniorly, her plain hand against her chest. But she was already pinching her seals. Do you take me for a pig? Behind him, a cold voice rang out. Bang! Seniorly was the first to make a move, striking his palm on top of Ling Xiaozi's back. Pust! The huge force attacked his body, causing Xiaozi to only feel a sharp pain all over his body. And a mouthful of black blood spurted out. The whole thing then ran right through the door of the room. Where to run? The bottom of Senior Brother Li's eyes were filled with sinister cruelty. And his entire body attacked out, grabbing Ling Xiaozi's shoulder with one hand. Click! It actually directly crushed Ling Xiaozi's right shoulder. No! It made Xiaozi scream in fear. But she was directly covered by Senior Brother Li. Don't talk! Senior Li's eyes were filled with violence, and his eyes glared fiercely at Ling Xiaozi while looking around vigilantly. With one hand, he cupped Ling Xiaozi's neck to drag the other into the room. Woohoo! Making Xiaozi's eyes fill with tears. She struggled violently, But it was simply impossible to resist. She's desperate. He was almost stabbed to death by Lin Tian with a sword. And tonight he was going to become another person's furnace again. According to Brother Li's character, it would surely drain her Yin Yuan without a care in the world. That would be more painful than death. Chapter 9, A Sword in the Sky. Swish. It was also at this moment that wisps of sword light erupted within the room where Lin Tian was. You have someone here. Who is it? Senior Li was suddenly stunned, his eyes warring. It was only at this moment that it suddenly occurred to him why Ling Qiuzi had rejected him. It turns out that he found a backer a long time ago. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, Senior Li let go of Ling Qiuzi, intending to slip straight away. Just stepping out. His feet stopped. But he suddenly laughed softly. So it's a mole at the early stage of the body opening realm. This is the backer you found? The water vapor in Ling Qiuzi's eyes was thick. And she directly shouted towards Lin Tian's room at this time. My lord! Help me! Senior Li's expression was stunned. And he immediately went cold. Asterisk 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 asterisk, has your red dan been handed over to that man? Ling Qiuzi didn't say anything. And at this moment, she was lying on the ground, looking towards Lin Tian's house. Her eyes filled with determination. Good. Very good. An early stage of the body opening realm dares to take my chance. Senior Li's voice was ghostly cold as he rushed towards Lin Tian within his house. Click. He had not yet entered, but he saw bursts of sound resonating within the room. Senior Li rushed into the room, but he saw that the back wall of the house had been chopped open. A figure slipped away. Escaped? Senior Brother Li was first stunned, but then he laughed out coldly. Looking towards the already desperate Ling Qiuzi, there was a teasing look in his eyes. This is the concubine you found. Your relationship is really excellent. And I'll kill him myself in front of you. Elder Brother Li's eyes were filled with sinister intent as he waved one hand. A spiritual force wrapped around Ling Qiuzi's body and carried Ling Qiuzi directly towards Lin Tian in pursuit. Lin Tian. He definitely couldn't let go. After all, it's a hidden danger. If you really let the other party go, there will be trouble. Within this town, everything has to be guarded, making Qiuzi trapped to death by the spiritual power. This time it was a complete despair. She had wanted to let Senior Brother Li and Lin Tian kill each other, and she had taken the opportunity to slip away. Although Lin Tian was only at the early stage of the body opening realm. But after all, he was a sword cultivator. And the aura that had spilled out before was extremely terrifying. He couldn't defeat Senior Brother Li, who was close to the Xiandan realm. But he could still drag some time. As a result, Lin Tian was even more desperate. Surprisingly, he broke right through the wall. She was now bound by Senior Brother Li with the spirit power of the open body higher stage. And she was unable to escape at all. Boom boom. All that made Qiuzi feel was a blur. She was tugged by psychic threads. Her feet off the ground. And she was traveling at speed. Just past the creek is the forest. From time to time, there were bursts of animal roars. From time to time, the empty blood-scented air was filled with the whimpering of an unknown person or a ferocious beast. It seems to be the last struggle of life. Above the dome of the sky, the Rune Grand Formation was still emitting a faint halo of light. Senior Li led Ling Qiuzi to sprint between the dark woods. It seemed like they were getting closer and closer to Lin Tian. And they could clearly see the grass moving in front of them. Ah! It made Qiuzi scream miserably. The dengue poison broke out. It was as if his body was constantly stabbed by millions of cold sharp blades. Sweat seeped from her face and her body shook constantly. Somebody! Help me! She hissed out. Pain tearing through her. with a desperation that was thick to the core. Humph. You were given the chance and you didn't want it. Instead, Senior Brother Li was grinning sardonically, completely ignoring Ling Qiuji at this moment. Dead ahead, deep in the forest. Stopping abruptly, he casually threw the still wailing Ling Qiuji onto the ground. Senior Li's eyes were grim as he looked at the sword-wielding youth leaning against the withered tree in front of him. Seemingly recognizing Lin Tian, he smiled. So, it's the newcomer who came today. Why don't you run away? Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent, and the moonlight reflected on the heavenly sword, which was exceptionally cold. Because there is no escape, Lin Tian said. And there was nothing he could do about it. Senior Li's cultivation level was high and his speed was much faster than his. It's only a matter of time before it catches up. Humph. Since you're not escaping, kill yourself, Senior Li said with a light smile, looking at Lin Tian playfully. It hurts. Beneath his feet, Rang Qiuzi was still roaring in pain and rolling continuously. Lin Tian skimmed at Ling Qiuji and said to Senior Brother Li, "Suicide would be a no-go for me." When Lin Tian finished speaking, Senior Brother Li was the one who laughed out loud. Humph. In that case, I'll just do it myself. He twisted his wrist and light appeared above his right fist. Then suddenly remembering something, he looked at the runic formation above the sky dome. It's just as well. The formation is calm. Killing you is nothing. Senior Li let out a sardonic laugh as his breath soared. It seemed to be condensing some kind of martial art. Is that so? Lin Tian murmured without showing any emotions. With his legs slightly bent, he stretched out the heavenly sword in his hand. The wrist flicked and rotated, and the sword's light pierced his bones. The entire person assumed a sword-out posture, confronting Senior Li with the tip of his sword. Humph. Senior Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his right fist. A fist flooded with wild surges of spiritual energy was swung out at Lin Tian. You're dead. Senior Li's voice was indifferent, deciding Lin Tian's life and death between his strikes. Boom. This punch was blasted out, producing a fist glowing with golden light in the air. The golden fist shadow tore through the air, creating an airburst. It smashed towards Lin Tian. Griffins are just ants, Senior Li said. But he turned around. Buzz. A sword sound rang out, alarmed that something was wrong. Senior Brother Li turned around in a hurry. But it was a blur. Light. The incomparably sharp sword light appeared steeply. The entire dark forest was as if it were day. Originally still lying on the ground and struggling, Ling Qiuzi's face was pained as she watched the scene of the white horse. There was sword light coming from outside the sky. The white light dazzled, carrying an invincible solemnity that decimated everything. Wow! Senior Li's eyes widened abruptly as severe pain and coolness came from his abdomen. The body had been chopped in two the moment it came into contact with the white sword light. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he couldn't even utter a word. The two bodies were scattered on the ground. In the next second, the white light disappeared. The man withdrew his sword. Is this the one sword of heaven? Lin Tian murmured, stroking the heavenly sword in his hand, feeling the cheering from the heavenly sword body as well. A small smile finally blossomed. Your sword is extremely excited as you build up your chi and slash out a stunning sword to kill a strong enemy. Sharpness is increased by 30%. And you gain 3 years of sword Dao comprehension. A morose sword light flashed across the blade of the heavenly sword. It did get sharper. Lin Tian glanced at Ling Qiuzi, who was still struggling on the ground, and put away the idea of testing his sword. He now had 3 more years of sword Dao comprehension in his mind. Learned more about Kendo, because the heavenly sword was one with him. Lin Tian originally had a sword heart. Now, it seemed like it was no longer far from comprehending the sword momentum. No. Don't kill me. On the ground, causing Qiu Zi to wail continuously. 10 fingers clawed at the ground, sinking deep into the dirt. Silky black lines were spreading upward from her jade-white neck, visible to the naked eye. The sharp pain deepened. And now Lin Tian's attitude also made her feel unclear. Desperate and helpless. Lin Tian skimmed at Ling Xiuji. "You look a lot like my maid." Lin Tian said this and left alone. After all, someone needs to cook. Glancing at Senior Li's corpse, Lin Tian left this place. "Thank you, Your Honor," making Qiu Zi feel relieved. He crawled towards the already decapitated body of Senior Li, enduring the pain of 1,000 pins and needles, rummaging for half a day. Finally found a blood-stained elixir. Looking at the Zidane in his hand, a strong desire arose from the bottom of his heart. Spinning around, he swallowed it in his mouth. The sharp pain disappeared instantly. It caused Qiu Zi to let out an incredibly seductive moan. Flat on his back above a pool of blood. Feel every particle of your body stretching out in unbelievable comfort. The tip of his nose could still smell the strong odor of blood. Her eyes looked through the layers of foliage to see the white moon colored red by the barriers of the formation. A line of clear tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 10: Invitation from Hongyu. Lizer was killed. How do you get killed? It seems like he was killed by that newcomer from the open body realm. How is that possible? There were whispers in the crumbling town under the dark night. They watched everything as if they were eyes hidden in the shadows. Changed houses. Lin Tian continued to cultivate the sword heart-body refining technique. After killing Senior Brother Li, he realized that the sword chi overflowing from above the heavenly sword was even sharper. Dao sword chi pierced into Lin Tian's body, cutting through the dirt. His body was constantly overflowing with black gas. Not only was there the poison from the moon god pill, but there was also some dirt that was blocking his cultivation. Body refining wouldn't increase his cultivation, but it would constantly strengthen his body, giving him strength and physique far beyond that of normal people. It was practiced until the next day's dawn. Lin Tian's bed. Then he went straight to the backyard and took a shower. He noticed that a silhouette was busy in the kitchen. It was Ring Qiu Zi. "My lord, the meal will be ready soon." Seeing Lin Tian noticing him, Ling Xiuji owed her body and said. Lin Tian noticed that the Dan poisons on the other party's face seemed to have become thinner, surfacing as snow white. The face is also much better than yesterday. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a stone chair and meditated. The realization of the sword Dao that he had gained was memory. In that memory, Lin Tian practiced his sword every day and every night. With each additional year, his understanding of the way of the sword would grow deeper. He doesn't have a bottleneck, because as long as the sword kills the enemy, one can gain sword realization or cultivation enhancement. As for one sword skyward, it was storing up chi. He had only been nursing that sword last night for half a day. He had already reached the level where he could instantly kill the 9th level of the open body. Lin Tian felt that that sword didn't have much to do with stored up chi. It hasn't been long. After all, the reason why it was so powerful was because one sword skyward was itself a high-level sword skill. The initial damage is high, and the damage only gets more horrific after build-up. "My lord, the meal is ready." Ling Xiuzi carried 2 bowls of steaming rice porridge and placed them on top of the stone table. Lin Tian nodded. As usual, he saw that Ring Xiuzi took a bite first before moving his chopsticks. This food, where did it come from? Lin Tian questioned. He didn't understand why Li Mushang had captured them from here. For what exactly? There are several arable fields in the backcountry for survival, Order Qiuzi said. Do you know what exactly Li Mushang's purpose is? Lin Tian continued to ask, looking towards the runic formation in the sky. I don't know. Just. Making Qiu Zi's willow brows knit slightly. She hesitated a little and saw that Lin Tian was looking at himself and continued. It's just that. I realized that within this formation, human corpses would quickly turn into dry corpses. And they should have been sucked up by something for their blood. The blood breath was sucked? Lin Tian's eyes stared. Is it feeding something with martial arts blood? Then why not just kill? According to the memory of the predecessor, there were some martial artists in this world who would take devious paths if they were extremely ill-talented. Slaughtering the human race and refining the blood elixir. To increase one's cultivation by devouring blood pills. There were powerful martial artists who even directly slaughtered a large human city. The purpose was to practice the blood elixir. Count on a shortcut to practice. Only. Li Mushing obviously wasn't there to refine the blood pills. First, the numbers are a bit low. Blood pills refined by thousands. Hundreds of people were useful for the Xiandan realm. But with a higher cultivation level, it's basically useless. Li Mushang was the Soul Palace realm. To refine a blood pill, one would need at least hundreds of thousands of human essence blood. Has anyone ever escaped to go there? Lin Tian continued to ask. No. If anyone escapes and publicizes what happened here, Li Mushang will not be allowed to die. Ling Qiuzi said, biting her red lips, clearly having hatred in her heart. Lin Tian stopped talking. Pick up the bowl and finish the porridge. Another bowl. Making Qiuzi slightly stunned. She hurriedly took the bowl and went to scoop a bowl for Lin Tian. Another bowl. Lin Tian quickly finished his drink. Qiuzi nodded. Then brought the entire pot over. My lord. Are you satisfied with this porridge I made? Seeing how much Lin Tian had eaten, Ling Qiuzi asked tentatively. Lin Tian just glanced at Ling Qiuzi and didn't reply. This made Ling Qiuzi a little short of breath. She was not yet familiar with Lin Tian's character. Although he was grateful that Lin Tian had stepped in yesterday, the stigma in his heart was always there. After eating, Lin Tian prepared to enter within the forest. And also just then, a breath appeared outside the door. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as the heavenly sword was held in his hand. Throughout the morning, there were frequent shouts of murder outside. Lin Tian's perception dispersed. When a battle occurred in this place, martial artists would not fight each other to the death. It was as if, for fear of killing the other person. It made Qiu Zi take this in stride. But her eyes still flashed with horror from time to time. After all, her cultivation level was considered low in this town. There should have been no conflict of interest with others all along. Otherwise, it would have been dead a long time ago. Bang! A crisp stomping sound rang out. Outside the door, the man jumped straight into the small courtyard. The visitor was a handsome man dressed in white. There are noticeable dark circles under the eyes. The aura is not very strong. But the eyes that looked at Lin Tian carried obvious hostility. Lord White, what is the reason for your visit? Ling Qiuzi asked hurriedly when she saw the visitor, her tone trembling a little. The man ignored Ling Qiuzi, but looked straight at Lin Tian and said, New guy. What's your name? Lin Tian ignored the person on the opposite side of the table and looked at Ling Qiuzi and asked, Who is he and what realm is he in? A trace of struggle flashed through Ling Qiuzi's eyes as she glanced at the man whose face had already darkened and said to Lin Tian, Lord White is Lord Han Yue's face. Dao couple. And is at the cultivation level of the body opening realm. A trace of scorn flashed in the eyes of Qing Qiuzi as he continued to remind, Lord Han Yu is at the cave void realm. Lin Tian nodded. Yesterday, he had made Qiuzi give him a word. The strongest 2 men and 1 woman in this place were both at the cave void realm. The so-called Hong Yu should be that one cave realm powerhouse. What have you come to see me about? Lin Tian looked at the man across from him and asked indifferently. Dissatisfaction flashed in the man's eyes and he snorted coldly. My Lord Hong Yu invites you to be her new favorite. If you go, you will get Zidane every month. And Lord Hong Yu will keep you alive. Lin Tian frowned. The genus was a bit unexpected. This torso is indeed handsome. But he also didn't expect to be liked by so many women. On the side, causing Qiu Zi's eyes to glitter with complexity, he owed Lin Tian. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations to your mom. Lin Tian skimmed a glance at Ling Qiuzi and said in a faint voice to the man. I refuse. The man and Ling Qiuzi were both stunned. Obviously not expecting Lin Tian to refuse. Kid, you're just a body opening realm. Waiting until the Dan poison erupts in a month will be painful. The man said in a cold voice, showing disdain for Lin Tian's refusal. If you continue to stay here, believe it or not, I will strike. Lin Tian turned around and said indifferently. His voice was calm. But the killing intent was like substance lingering in the hearts of Ling Qiuzi and Duke Bai. The White Duke's pupils shrunk slightly, narrowing his eyes. Humph. Giving you a way to live and not even wanting it. You're bold enough. He let out a cold smile and whirled around to leave directly. Seeing that person leave, Lin Tian looked at Ling Qiuzi and asked, what happens if I refuse Red Jade? He's thinking about whether or not to run. After all, the other party was of the cave realm. Ling Qiuzi looked at Lin Tian's side face and said after a moment of contemplation. The 3 cave void powerhouses in this town. None of them are murderous and rarely make a move. Rarely strikes. Lin Tian frowned. If a strong person isn't addicted to killing, that's fine. None of the 3 are murderous. Is it a deliberate attempt not to kill? Adding to what made Qiu Zi say before. Human corpses would quickly turn into dry bodies. If they don't kill, is it intentional? After all, in the eyes of a cave void realm powerhouse, the open body realm or Xiandan realm were all ants. Ling Qiuzi's voice was gentle. Her beautiful eyes mapped Lin Tian's side face like a sword blade as she continued. Lord Hong Yu has a dozen or so handsome-looking male favorites. And whenever he accepts male favorites, his attitude tends not to be too tough. Just wait until all those men who rejected her have an outbreak of Danmu. And they all go begging to be her male favorites. Is that so? Lin Tian had a hint of a smile on his lips. Today, you mend the walls of this yard. And I'll be back in the evening. As he said that, he didn't wait for Ring Qiuzi to speak. So he directly left from the backyard. Chapter 11, I upgrade with my sword. All the way inside the forest, Lin Tian followed last night's memories to find Senior Li's body. It was just like what Ring Qiuzi had said. The skin on Brother Li's body had become dry. And his cheeks had sunk deeply. The eyes have shrunk a lot too. Lin Tian's eyes slightly condensed as he looked at the runic grand formation in the sky. What is Li Musheng trying to do? He still had to keep practicing now. With the heavenly sword in his hand, he would sooner or later cut Li Musheng down by the sword. Then, leave him breathless. Sword by sword, he chipped off the flesh of his body. Watching his constant wailing and slow torture. Ask him affectionately what 1000 to 7 equals. Be sure to be gentle and light in your tone. When he thought of this, a sardonic smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. And his teeth were crunching. Nope. Lin Tian shook his head and regained his composure. The disease from my previous life almost came back. He frowned at how reincarnation could still bring the disease from his previous life with it. That's not good. Afterwards, Lin Tian walked towards the depths of the forest. The temperature is starting to get hot and humid. A variety of creepy crawlies appear on the ground. Lin Tian chopped away with his sword. Wow! A large swath of reptiles was decimated by him. There was no sound in his head. Shouldn't be enough rank. Lin Tian murmured and continued walking towards the front. The roar of the beast in his ears grew clearer. The other side sensed him too. The roar was tinged with primal murderous intent. It was about nearly 100 meters. One was almost 2 meters and about the size of a human. It's covered in white bones. The face was also white and skeletal, with a ghostly light shining from 2 deeply sunken sockets. No nose and mouth. 5 vent holes in the row after that. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Lin Tian frowned. Having read books about the introduction of ferocious beasts in his predecessor, hadn't seen a ferocious beast that looked like this. It's a little weird. Lin Tian's eyes were coldly penetrating as he pondered if this ferocious beast was somehow related to the spell formation. Gluttony. A sharp hiss resounded. The white bone monster trembled all over its bones. A malice that was thick to the extreme was emitted towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian let out a light laugh and walked towards the other party without further words. Boom! The white bone monster suddenly moved, turning into a white shadow and rushing towards Lin Tian. Chop! Lin Tian whirled the sword flower in his hand. And the green light was like a dragon. A sword thrust. Clang! It was like chopping on a piece of steel. Subsequently. Click! The heavenly sword, whose sharpness far exceeded that of a spirit sword of the same grade, cut through the white bones. It kicked up a cloud of broken bones. Cut this white bone monster off at the waist. Wow! A large cloud of black, sticky liquid splashed out. It flowed like the asphalt of a former life. Subsequently, it was immersed within the soil. Gluttony. The white bone monster that was cut off at the waist was still hissing, and both of its torsos were trembling. Still alive? Lin Tian frowned. Swing the sword. Dao sword chi chopped down, cutting that white bone monster into pieces. The first time you decapitated a cold dark beast, your sword gave birth to a strong sense of curiosity. Your sword's sharpness is increased by 10%. And you gain 1 year of sword comprehension. Familiar and unfamiliar memories came back to mind. Lin Tian felt something in his heart and a hint of a smile surfaced. He felt that he was not far from comprehending sword momentum. Then, the sword light flashed. Lin Tian chopped off a large tree that was hugged by 2 people. Taking a cut, he made a scabbard for the heavenly sword as he walked. Now, the sharpness of the heavenly sword had reached an appalling level. Even rocks will cut through like tofu. Afterwards, Lin Tian kept searching for the ferocious beasts. Throughout the morning, he had decimated 13 cold dimming beasts. There were also 4 or 5 unusual ferocious beasts. This one kills. Gives the heavenly sword a 40% increase in damage from the sword and a 30% increase in sharpness. Lin Tian's cultivation had directly skyrocketed to the 3rd level of the open body. For more years of sword comprehension. If other people had seen how easy it was for Lin Tian to be promoted, they would probably vomit blood. Unsurprisingly, Lin Tian's body was covered in blood stains again. In his last life, Lin Tian was a mercenary. It's not really the same as what people often think. Mercenaries rarely go toe-to-toe with real swords. General matchup. It's all about laying mines and driving tanks to ambush. Wow! Lin Tian kept walking deeper and deeper into the forest. This forest is huge. The area that fell into the Rune Grand Formation was actually not much. Lin Tian was already almost 4 or 5 kilometers deeper into the forest. 3 or 4 kilometers further in. You should be at the end. Wow! It's already noon. The brilliant sun was covered by the reddish array. And the light that shot down was also light red. A giant boar covered in long black hair. More than 3 meters tall, with thick tusks growing from the corners of its mouth appeared in Lin Tian's field of vision. This is the most unusual magic pig. The normal devil pigs were much smaller than this one. And they were all first-ranked ferocious beasts. This one. So fat in size. There should be a second order. The second stage corresponded to a martial artist's open body realm. Fierce beasts tend to be higher than martial artists in terms of physique and strength. However, most of the martial artists were able to defeat the ferocious beasts by relying on dazzling stances and martial arts techniques. At the same time, the boar also discovered Lin Tian's presence. Moo! A thick pig roar rang out. And this one giant boar unexpectedly began to run away. Lin Tian sneered and chased after him with his sword. A man and a pig were rampaging through the forest. Almost a dozen large trees were knocked down by the demonic pigs. Lin Tian's body was light. The distance between them and the demon pig kept closing. And just then too, a silhouette appeared in Lin Tian and the demon pig's field of vision. Yo! Such a big one! The man was scruffy as hell and drew his plain sword from his belt. The entire man held the knife and stabbed into the head of the demonic pig. Moo! The devil pig let out a miserable shriek as its huge body collapsed. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian stopped and looked at the scruffy man in an unkind manner. That slash from the other side was fast. The cultivation level was far higher than his. It should be almost the peak of the open body realm. At the same time, the scruffy man also saw Lin Tian, and a hint of disdain lifted from the corner of his mouth. Jumping directly on top of the devil pig's huge body, he sat down. The coldness in Lin Tian's eyes converged, and he turned around and left without further entanglement. Ha! Goon! The man scoffed and sliced a slice of raw meat from the demonic pig. Scrape off the pig's hair and stuff it into the mouth. Sue! Bring it on! He sighed in approval. With his eyes glazed over, his entire body exploded backward. A red shadow with a sardonic smile killed towards him. Seek death. The man let out a low roar and adjusted his stance in mid-air, slashing towards Lin Tian with his plain sword. Click! The crisp sound of gold and iron clanking together sounded. As the voice penetrated his ears, the scruffy man's pupils suddenly shrunk. His plain sword. Broken! How? He let out a cry of surprise as the green-colored sword chi had already chopped at his body. Wow! Like slicing tofu. His flesh and blood exploded, revealing the white bones. This all happened in a very short period of time. It's too fast. The man didn't even react before he was injured by Lin Tian. He's the knife man. It was only a moment of meeting, and his own blade was cut off. You can't kill me. It kept falling backwards, horror flashing in his eyes. Give me one reason not to kill you, Lin Tian whispered, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Li Mushing had made a rule that within Blood Town, martial artists cannot kill too much, or you'll be punished by the big formation. Lin Tian frowned, and then his smile became more and more rampant. I don't believe it. He stabbed out with his sword, and a thin trail of blood surfaced above the man's neck. He hastily covered it with his hand. His eyes round, pussed. Blood spurted out as he collapsed unwillingly. Once again you kill your own kind. And once again your sword tastes human blood. The sharpness of your sword is increased by 10%. And you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. The familiar voice sounded again in his head. Snicker. A sound as if boiling water dripping into hot oil resounded. Lin Tian raised his head and looked upwards. Eyes narrowed slightly. The color of the rune grand formation seemed to have become much denser. A palpitating feeling arose in Lin Tian's heart. It was as if he was really going to be punished by this big formation. The man wasn't lying to him. The same feeling arose from Lin Tian's heart when he killed senior brother Li last night. Only, it seems to be stronger today. What's the secret of this town? Lin Tian suppressed the fluttering in his heart. Afterwards, he directly sat down. He had just gained another year of sword Dao comprehension. Several times the build-up. Lin Tian's comprehension of sword momentum was already watertight. Buzz. A buzzing sound arose from within Lin Tian's body. The heavenly sword sensed Lin Tian's marvelousness at this moment and moved on its own, floating in the air in front of Lin Tian. Chapter 12, The Sword Has Become Strong. Boom! A majestic aura emanated from Lin Tian's circumference. Brilliant sword chi continued to wreak havoc and surrounded Lin Tian's body. It's an aura. Only a sword cultivator could comprehend it after experiencing 1,000 difficulties. The sword is as proud and resolute as a solitary pine on a cliff. Towering and independent. Buzz. Sensing its master's promotion, the heavenly sword let out a crisp sword chime. It's as if the child is cheering. In an instant, a dense luster flared up on Lin Tian's body, and the air around him began to vibrate. This is the sword momentum. Before the sword is out, it can already attack the enemy. Is this sword power? Lin Tian stood up, his eyes shining with unprecedented clarity and brilliance. Holding the heavenly sword, he made a move to strike the sword. Boom! The forest was windless, and a terrifying sword momentum scurried out from Lin Tian's body. It was like 1,000 sharp swords shooting out. Swish, swish, swish. Sword marks appeared on the thick trunks of several large trees, and wood shavings flew across the ground. Lin Tian collected his sword momentum. He hadn't even made a sword strike since the beginning. It was already so powerful just by relying on the sword's momentum alone. It's still early. Let's keep killing, he murmured in a low voice. From the man's words, he learned that martial artists could not easily kill each other. But ferocious beasts, it seems, have no limits. This morning Lin Tian had killed many ferocious beasts, as well as that strange cold dimming beast. None of it caused the formation to look different. Why wouldn't killing ferocious beasts cause that? Or it's related to the moon god pill? He mused, heading deeper into the forest. In the meantime, Great Qin Immortal Kingdom. Sword Capital. This place is a large city. Heavenly Sword City was just a small city built around the Sword Capital. Sword Capital. Spirit Sword Square. More often than not, there were sword cultivators who passed by carrying long swords. Above the sky, a few sword-carrying cultivators flew past from time to time. The center of the square, a 30-meter monolith was erected on the ground. The stone monument resembled a sword, but was made of black stone. On the monument, there were countless ancient cracks. In the midst of the cracks, a few powerful sword chi flashed from time to time. And looking across the top of the tablet, densely packed with names. All of them. Just then, at the low end of the stone monument, a solemn killing intent suddenly overflowed. A bright light flashed. It instantly drew the attention of those around him. There's a change in the green sword monument. Someone else is on the list. Only young sword cultivators are listed on the green sword tablet. I wonder which heavenly pride has come out again. Lin Tian is ranked 1. 342nd. 18 years old. His sword heart is heavenly, and he has comprehended sword power. An 18-year-old heavenly pride. Sword power comprehension. It's considered not bad. Why have I never heard of this name? Incorrect. What is sword heart heavenly comprehension? Sword heart Tianchang. Why not sword heart Tongming? I've never seen a heavenly pride with a sword heart Tianchang. Was it already sword heart Tianchang at the time of birth? Then why did you only comprehend the sword momentum until now? Definitely a heavenly pride now. Comprehending the sword momentum is fine. This sword heart heavenly formation is absolutely appalling. If he holds a class to preach, I'm willing to spend 5 medium-grade spirit stones to enlighten myself. The crowd kept talking. And a handsome-looking youth saw Lin Tian's name through the crowd. For an instant his face changed. Age is right. Hasn't he gone to the cheerful immortal sect? No. No. It must be the same name. He should have already had his essence taken by the holy maiden. The man murmured. He was none other than Lin Tian's cousin. Lin Ming, son of Lin Luo. A few days ago, there was a big change in the clan. And the crisis at that time was still engraved in his mind. Returning to the academy today, I didn't expect to see something so incredible. And after Lin Ming, a red silhouette stood in the sky. This person was none other than the Huan Xian sect's holy maiden sword servant, Su Jiashan. When she saw the word Lin Tian, Su Jiashan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Lin Tian. It's definitely him. It wasn't a big surprise when he displayed his sword cultivation that day and made it to the green sword ranking. He's even still alive. I have to hurry back to the sect and tell the holy maiden. Time passed quietly. It's late at night. Within the Blood Town, the color of the rune array that had suddenly turned manic at noon returned to its previous light color. Lin Tian returned to the small courtyard carrying a thick devil pig leg. Gongzi. You're back. A hint of delight flashed in his eyes as he made Xiao Zi run out of the room to receive the devil pig's leg in Lin Tian's hand. Yesterday, Lin Tian had already eaten all the magic pork she had stored. Originally, Ling Xiaozhi had planned to go out hunting tomorrow. According to her strength, there was still a great risk in hunting magic pigs. Cooking, Lin Tian said, placing the devil pork on top of the stone table. Suddenly, the eyes looked within the room that made Xiao Zi. Someone? He stroked one hand on top of the hilt of his sword. His own breath suppressed to an extremely low level. Intended to kill with one sword. Your Excellency. Please still stay your hand. Making Xiao Zi call out in a panic. A girl of about 7 or 8 years old emerged from the room and looked at Lin Tian, who was holding a sword, with a panicked expression. Hello? Big brother. The girl said timidly, her petite body hidden within the house, not daring to step out. She is the newcomer who was brought here today. Ling Xiaozi hurriedly explained. Today, Li Musheng brought close to 100 more people within the town. Most of their cultivation levels are at the body opening realm, with a few Xian Dan realm cultivators. I took her in because I felt sorry for her. Lin Tian nodded and retracted the sheathed sword. No one is allowed in the room while I'm there, he said in a faint voice, and went straight back to his house. The girl was a bit afraid of Lin Tian and had been keeping some distance from him. Within the room, it had been tidied up. A clear fragrance hit his nose, and Lin Tian looked sideways. A lavender wildflower lay on the table. This wildflower Lin Tian had also seen within the forest. The smell was very special and carried a seductive fragrance. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Tian began to meditate. After killing all day today, his cultivation had already advanced to the 4th level of the body opening realm. The pace slowed down, trying to maintain speed or speed up the kill. Either that, or just kill someone. The promotion speed that the ferocious beasts brought to Lin Tian was not fast. Now Lin Tian had already comprehended sword momentum. There was still a long way to go before the next level of sword intent of sword power. Sword momentum is chi. Practicing with momentum. Only then will it morph into sword intent. Having comprehended the sword intent, one would be considered a true sword Dao heavenly pride. As a cultivator of the body opening realm, Lin Tian could go dozens of days in a row without sleeping at all. He planned to kill during the day and cultivate the sword heart-body refining decree at night. Today, a large amount of Dan poison remained in his body. This is the hidden danger. The sword heart-body refining decree is divided into 4 levels. Sword sharpening. Sword shortage. Sword fullness. Sword body. Lin Tian hadn't even reached the most basic foundation of sword sharpening right now. It's a long way to go. Lin Tian thought as he did. Duck duck duck. There was a gentle knock on the door of the room. My lord's meal is ready. Outside the house came the brittle voice of Rinky Az. Lin Tian walked out of his room. And on top of the stone table in the center of the courtyard, a large pot of boiled devil pork had already been placed. Lin Tian sat down on the stone chair while the girl poked her head out from behind the door, eyes looking straight into the basin of magic pork. Gulping. It was only because he was too afraid of Lin Tian to come over. When she saw the scene, she brought a bowl to the girl's hand. The girl carried the steaming hot magic pork and smelled the meat greedily. The little face was red and floating with contentment. Thank you, sister. The girl bowed to Rinchuz with a grateful smile. You should thank Lord Lin. The demonic pork was brought back by Lord Lin. Rinchuz winked at the girl and whispered a reminder. Thank you, brother. The girl said sweetly to Lin Tian. Only to receive no response from Lin Tian. The girl innocently glanced at Ling Qiuzi. An aggression surfaced in her eyes. You go in and eat. Ring Qiuzi smiled at the girl and pushed the other into the room. Lin Tian hadn't started yet. Naturally, he was waiting for Ling Qiuzi. Complexity flickered in Xing Qiuzi's eyes as she picked up a piece of magic pork and gently bit into it. Lin Tian skimmed at her, his index finger twitching up. Memories of a past life. A companion saves a young boy who is about to die in a field of rubble. Give each other the best medical care possible. Close as father and son. Until one day, the companion died at the hands of the boy. Snicker. In the sky. Once again. The sound of a great array of mutations came from the sky. Lin Tian chewed on the demonic pork and looked overhead. The originally light red color of the grand formation had turned scarlet. No! A few flashes of blood-colored thunder. What the hell is going on here? It caused Qiuzi to look at the large formation in horror, revealing a shocked expression. Lin Tian skimmed a glance at the other party. About not killing more people within the big formation. Does the other person really not know? Or has he been pretending? Having been alive here for over a month. Is it true that you are unaware of this information? A hint of murderous intent arose in his heart. And then he spiraled down. Click. Suddenly, a red thunderbolt exploded. Straight to the earth. A miserable voice rang out. Click. Another one. It was farther away from where Lin Tian was. But Lin Tian should almost be able to guess it. The new batch of people don't know the rules in Blood Town. Started to kill and ended up ushering in the punishment of the big formation. Chapter 13, Killing Formation. After a long time, the big formation was no longer raging. Calm is beginning to return, making Qiuzi keep looking at the sky nervously. The two thunderbolts from before seemed to have startled her. Has it never been like this before? Lin Tian's voice was calm as he faintly asked. There have been. But not as manic as this one. Making Qiuzi's expression warm back up. He sat down on top of the stone chair. Lin Tian nodded and continued to ask. With so many people, Li Mushang will only give you 50 Zaiden every month? Making Qiuzi shake her head. She returned. When I came here, he gave 52 at a time. Then it was 51. And by yesterday, it was only 50. The speed of Lin Tian's men lurched. If we don't take the Zidane, about how long can we live? A hint of pain surfaced in the eyes of Ling Qiuzi. And she said softly. One of the fourth level of the Qi practicing realm who came with me. He only lasted more than 30 days and died when the first Dan poison erupted. If I hadn't taken the Zaiden yesterday, I probably would have died when the Dan poison broke out yesterday. With that, causing Qiu Zi to kneel directly in front of Lin Tian, respectfully saying, "If it wasn't for Gongzi, I might have died yesterday. Gongzi is my savior." Lin Tian didn't say anything. Duck, duck, duck. There was a noisy knock on the door. Lin Tian looked towards the courtyard door, where several breathing sounds appeared. "Elder, can you open the door? We are new here and just want to beg for a place to stay. Please accept us." Making Qiu Zi look instantly flustered, he said loudly, "I'm sorry, but this place is full. So you should look elsewhere." Outside the door, the men's voices diminished. There was a gradual absence of sound. It caused Qiu Zi to suddenly drop her heart as if she was relieved. And, after a long time, outside the door, the man's voice sounded again. "There should only be 3 people in the courtyard. It seems like they are all at the body opening realm." This was followed by a few more teasing voices. Steeply, the atmosphere became noisy. Fear surfaced on Qiu Zi's face, and she looked at Lin Tian somewhat helplessly. "Our brothers are all at the body opening realm. You 3 in total combined are no match for us. Leave on your own or we'll be impolite." Outside the courtyard, the man's voice became flirty. Inside the room, the girl poked out a head, as if he also sensed the current situation. His small face was filled with anxiety. Lin Tian's eyes sank as he gripped the heavenly sword and got up. "Gongzi, we'd better go." Ling Qiu Zi had wanted to discourage it. Suddenly, he remembered Lin Tian's sword yesterday and fell silent. Lin Tian's footsteps were unhurried as he paced to the courtyard gate. Woody, looking next door, through a wall, Lin Tian could hear it. A breath became a little thicker. Should be watching him. Crunch. The courtyard door opens. 5 people stood sporadically, and they looked at Lin Tian with some unkindness in their eyes. "Hey! So it's a brat. Go away," a man said, looking towards the courtyard to make Qiu Zi heave a smile. "She's good looking. Stay." As this man spoke, the remaining 4 men looked at each other with smiles on their faces, making Qiu Zi's greenish-white jade hand clench involuntarily. She hurriedly stood up, her small face turning white. Lin Tian stood quietly, but had no intention of leaving. "Kid, we know we can't kill anyone here, but we can torture you. Chop off your limbs and make you a human stick." A man threatened to speak out when he saw that Lin Tian had no intention of leaving. "Good." Lin Tian nodded, and those few people instantly laughed. "What an interesting offer." Lin Tian grinned, his calm eyes erupting with a cruel intent. The whole man's demeanor fell into a frenzy. "Madaka!" The heavenly sword came out of its sheath, and Lin Tian slashed out with it. Wow! Blood spurted out instantly, and the person closest to Lin Tian's expression froze. "Ah!" Screaming out in dismay, his expression instantly contorted. This sword directly chopped off his legs. "Damn it! Go!" The remaining 4 were instantly startled and hastily unfolded their stance. 2 of them were stout, obviously body refiners. A halo of light rose up and he swung his fist towards Lin Tian. "Griffin!" Lin Tian let out a disdainful cry and gently waved his right hand. The heavenly sword that rhymed with green light hissed and broke the wind, like a green dragon traveling around the 9 heavens. The whole body was light. "Stand with the 4." The eyes were clear and cold with berserkness hidden in them. And in his heart, he was constantly calculating the brokenness of these few people. 2 men used fists. 1 used a sword. And 1 carried an axe in his hand. Swish! A sword slashed out diagonally against the large blade. Click! With a crisp sound, it directly cut off the man's long blade. "My knife!" The swordsman's expression changed drastically. Losing his own sword would leave him with almost no battle power. It was about to move away from Lin Tian. Sharp pain came from his legs. And again. His legs were chopped off by Lin Tian. Ah! He screamed miserably as his neck was directly lifted in Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian's body took off into the air and his two swords chopped off both of the man's arms again. Hey! Lin Tian let out a fierce smile and lifted the man's upper body to battle with the other three. Damn you! The rest of the three men's eyes flashed in horror. While not daring to hit the person who was being carried in Lin Tian's hands, he also had to guard against Lin Tian's attacks. Kill me! Kill me! The swordsman with only half of his body left screamed miserably. He's a martial artist. He won't die even if all his limbs are broken. But staying here will only lead to death later. The other three Jedi Canthus who still had a fighting chance looked on. They really wanted to kill the swordsman. But don't dare. If they were killed, in case they caused the formation to go berserk, they would surely die. Swish! Lin Tian continuously danced his sword. The heavenly sword proudly resembling a swimming dragon. A set of combos went down. Those three had injuries on them. No more fighting. Flee. One said. About to flee. You're showing your cracks. A chilling voice rang out. Pust. That person's left arm was directly chopped off by Lin Tian. Ah! He screamed miserably and didn't dare to turn back. Quickly fleeing. Ta-da! Behind them, the sword-wielding demons were still sprinting. Swish! Swinging his sword through the air. A green-colored sword she chopped out. Pust! The man's legs fell to the ground uncontrollably. Chopped up. As for the other two, they fled by jumping straight into the house next to them. Not long after, two screams rang out. The two mangled bodies were each thrown out of the courtyard. Both their legs and arms caved in and blood sprayed. It should be the yard master. Crushing the limbs. What a place! I deserve to die. The men slumped sporadically to the ground wailing out. Lin Tian dropped the constantly screaming swordsman in his hands. And the heavenly sword was placed within its scabbard. A pair of eyes skimmed over the side yard without a second thought. Without much thought, he walked into his yard. Closed the door. It caused both Qiu Zi and the girl who poked her head out of the room to look at him in horror. My lord! You! Jin Qiu Zi wanted to say something, but was already stumped for words. Lin Tian washed his hands and sat back on top of the stone chair. Started to eat up. When I first came to the town, I saw the little girl hiding in the baozi store. She tempted me to eat the poisoned baozi. I chopped off one of her arms. And then she erupted into an extremely powerful pressure. But she chased me halfway and stopped. Do you know her? Lin Tian asked. That girl gave him an extremely weird feeling. Huh? It caused Qiu Zi to wake up from her loss of concentration. As if she hadn't heard Lin Tian's words clearly just now. Outside the courtyard, the screams of the men continued, disrupting her thoughts a bit. Lin Tian repeated his question. I don't know. Ling Qiuzi shook her head and said, Big brother. Are you talking about Little Red? The girl was hiding in the room with only her head showing. Seeing Lin Tian looking at her, the girl could not help but shrink her neck and continued. Red is so good to me. She was the one who protected me when I first got here. But she didn't break her arm. Lin Tian was silent and stopped asking questions. In the meantime, Blood Town. Within a courtyard. The gardens were well tended, with flowers and plants common to the forest. The ground was sporadically covered with a layer of fallen leaves. Two handsome-looking men were tending to it carefully. Within the compound, three clean-looking men were standing in a regular manner. They looked nervous and looked into the room with the red candles lit in the side room. In that house, from time to time, the soft, sticky voice of a woman came out. Soon the sound ended. A man walks out of the room holding onto the wall. The woman dressed in red with a charming appearance lazily walked out of the room. With bare jade feet, she walked to these three people with a delicate figure. Lord Hongyu. These are the few good goods that my subordinate picked today. The white-clothed man who was originally still sweeping the floor hurriedly walked over to Hongyu and respectfully said, "Asshole." Hongyu slapped the white man in the face. "What do you take me for? You dare to bring such goods to me?" The man in white looked flustered and directly knelt on the ground. "Lord Hongyu. These are truly some of the best of today's batch." He begged for mercy too. Hongyu coldly snorted, her jade foot directly stepping on the man's head. Sweeping the three, he waved his hand. Roll, roll, roll. Those three were relieved and left in a panic. "Where is the little man who came here yesterday?" Hongyu asked, her red lips unable to help but lick her lips. "That man. He doesn't want to come over. My subordinate is at the body opening realm. About the same strength as him. I'm afraid I can't beat him." The man with his face on the ground panicked. "Not coming?" Hongyu raised her eyebrows, the redness on her beautiful face fading away. "Funny. That little brother looks. I'm getting a little intoxicated just thinking about it," she said, a hint of drunkenness rising to her brow. "There's no rush. I want to see him kneel in front of me and whisper for mercy when his Dan poison breaks out." Jade fingers against the top of her red lips. The more Hongyu thought about it, the more intoxicated she became. The body couldn't help but tremble. "Ah!" A chortle ran between her lips. Chapter 14, Swords Like a Net. A marvelous sight to behold. Time passes slowly. It was the second day. Lin Tian walked out of the room. After a whole night of practicing, the lunar god pill Dan poison in his body was forced out some more. Lin Tian's physical strength also soared within a short period of time. However, after all, it was the body refining technique that Heavenly Sword had realized. After only 2 days of cultivation, Lin Tian hadn't even reached the first layer of the body refining art's sword sharpening. On the contrary, his own physique seemed to have improved quite a bit in a short period of time. A slight cacophony of voices entered his ears. Lin Tian lowered his eyebrows and looked. It was the girl who was obediently sweeping the floor with a broom. Looking at the clothes worn by the girl, she should not be from a rich family. Doing chores with great skill. "My lord, the meal is ready." Ling Xiuzi carried 2 bowls of porridge and placed them on top of the stone table. No movement. Making Xiuzi used to it. She took a sip herself. "I want the bowl you drank from," Lin Tian said coldly. "Good." Ling Xiuzi handed Lin Tian the bowl of kanji he had drunk. "It's been a couple days together though." However, Qing Xiuzi could clearly feel the hint of coldness and repulsion from Lin Tian's body. That bone-deep condescension and indifference can't be fooled. The more this happened, the more relieved it made Xiuzi feel. For the high and mighty do not care to play tricks. Lin Tian nodded and sat down on the stone chair and started drinking kanji. Ling Xiuzi was wearing a red dress. And underneath the light gauze skirt, 2 jade-white slender legs could be vaguely seen. Lin Tian glanced at the other party and finished the kanji in the bowl in one gulp. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she rose up and hurriedly walked into the kitchen. A whole cauldron full of porridge was brought over. "Brother is a big eater," the girl muttered, and was called by Ring Xiuzi. Still a bit timid, he walked to the far side with his bowl full of porridge. "My lord, I don't know your last name yet," Ling Xiuzi whispered, swallowing slowly with her bowl, as she was watching Lin Tian's expression. "My name is Lin Tian." Lin Tian said. And the two of them exchanged gazes. She bowed her head slightly, thinking of something, and walked into her room, taking out a sewn white dress and walking over to Lin Tian's side. He said, "Mr. Lin, I see that your clothes are a bit worn out. This is a dress that I sewed last night from unused fabric." Lin Tian was a little surprised and looked at the clothes in Ling Xiuji's hand, and swept his gaze along to a ring on Ling Xiuji's greenish-white finger. Space ring. He remembered that senior brother Li didn't even have a space ring on his hand. It made Akizi surprisingly have. A few days ago, it made Xiuzi not wear a space ring. Is wearing it today a sign of good faith? Lin Tian looked at Ling Xiuzi. The other party had her head lowered, a hint of urgency contained between her eyebrows. Standing up, Lin Tian took the clothes in the other party's hands and said, "Do you need anything?" Making Xiuzi look at Lin Tian with some surprise. He then said, "My lord, just come back each time and bring some beast meat." Lin Tian nodded and didn't change into his new clothes, leaving the small courtyard. Big sister. That brother is scary. Only after the girl saw Lin Tian leave did she dare to sit on the stone chair, some blood color returning to her little face, making Xiuzi touch the other party's small head, shaking his head and saying softly, "He just looks scary." Lin Tian went to the forest as usual. Notably, there were many more people at the edge of the forest. Some of them sit on the ground in meditation. Some are ready to go within the forest to hunt. Others are dragging their families along, guarding their wives and daughters with a sad face. The youngest one, just 4 or 5 years old. The young child was looking at Lin Tian curiously, his fingers stuffed into his mouth, sucking on it continuously. Of them, most of them, were at the early stage of the body opening realm, or at the chi practicing realm. About 30 or 40 of them, all of them, I think, came in yesterday. The town's houses are filled. These people have to live a life where the sky is their bed in order to make ends meet. Notably, the few people who were crippled by Lin Tian last night were also here. When they saw Lin Tian, it was like seeing the devil as they struggled to stay away. This caused some of the people who had been hitting on Lin Tian's attention to instantly cancel the attention in their hearts. Lin Tian's eyes were calm as he walked solo within the forest. The day's killing begins. What surprised Lin Tian was that no matter how much he killed, the number of ferocious beasts and cold dark beasts in the forest had never decreased. It's as if as many as you kill, as many as come. These ferocious beasts weren't of a very high level either. It's as if it's a domestic animal that's specialized for human use. Until the sun set, Lin Tian had already killed more than a dozen assorted ferocious beasts, as well as 20 cold dimming beasts. Lin Tian realized that those who were sent here yesterday had already noticed him. When Lin Tian killed the ferocious beasts, these people would follow Lin Tian and bring the corpses of these ferocious beasts out of the forest. After all, even if it was a second-order demonic pig, it was a great enemy for the general open-body realm. Lin Tian's existence was simply the savior of these people. In this regard, Lin Tian didn't care too much. As long as these people don't disturb themselves. A flash of time kept passing. It is 15 days. The number of Lin Tian's kills continued to increase. From a dozen on the first day, to hundreds of heads. Until the 20th day, Lin Tian had killed 200 ferocious beasts in one day. More than enough for these dozens of refugees to eat. These people pick up meat every day. Start building houses on the edge of the forest. Naturally, it's no match for the town's courtyard. But the others are sort of a haven. These people also know that eating is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem was the outbreak of Danmaku 10 days later. Hundreds of people to compete for dozens of Zidane. Plus their cultivation is short. It's basically a death sentence. Don't talk about children. Chi practicing realm were the early stage of body opening realm. Couldn't even carry the first month. Both will die in excruciating pain. Those who know the truth have begun to feel sorry for themselves. Constantly cursing Li Musheng with vicious words. For that, Lin Tian couldn't care less. He had cultivated the sword heart-body refining technique for half a month. Now almost all of the poison from the moon god pill had been expelled from his body. Even without Zidane, the moon god pill wouldn't bring him half the threat either. As for Lin Tian's cultivation level, it also continued to soar. In 20 days and days, Lin Tian's cultivation had risen to the peak of the 9th level of the body opening realm. Compared to his cultivation, Lin Tian's breakthrough in the sword Dao was even more astonishing. Within 20 days and days, Lin Tian had gained 80 years of sword Dao comprehension. Nowadays, Lin Tian's sword power was no longer comparable to before. He didn't even need to use the heavenly sword right now. If you form a sword with 2 fingers, you can sword like a net. It is a marvelous sight to behold. Sword momentum, also known as sword intent prototype. Lin Tian was now constantly accumulating comprehension of sword momentum. The day of comprehending sword intent was not far away. The heavenly sword is still of Xian grade today. But the sharpness and the ability to do damage after the sword is out. It was already more terrifying than a normal earth grade spirit sword. Holding half of the demonic pig on his shoulders, Lin Tian walked out of the forest. As he entered the town, he encountered the man in white that he had met half a month ago. He was followed by 2 other good-looking men. Almost all of them were at the cultivation level of the body opening realm. Only these 3 people gave Lin Tian a feeling. The breath was extremely weak. The strength was also only a little stronger than a second-order demonic pig. Against these people, Lin Tian didn't even need to use his sword. The sword alone can kill in seconds. When he saw Lin Tian, the white male at the head frowned, with some dissatisfaction as well as jealousy in his eyes. Crude. He grunted softly and covered his nose with his sleeve. The 2 people behind him were looking at Lin Tian with some scorn and did not speak. After all, right now Lin Tian's body was covered in bloodstains. The entire person simply stood there, giving off an extremely violent and ferocious feeling. On your knees. Lin Tian exited in a faint voice, carrying an aura that could not be looked down upon. You're telling me to get on my knees? Duke Bai was first stunned. And then he felt a succession of booms of thunder above his head, followed by a loud scolding. Who gave you the nerve? You? Ah! He was looking fierce, but his shoulders suddenly sank. Buzz! An endless huge force pressed down from the void, and his body trembled tremendously. Ah! Duke Bai's face was livid. His legs couldn't take it anymore, and his entire body fell to his knees. Snap! Hands touched the ground. Struggling to support his body, Lin Tian held his sword in one hand and stabbed it down through his opponent's waist, thrusting it into the ground. Instantly, blood spurted out. Wrong yet? Lin Tian laughed and grinned. Wrong. Wrong. Duke White exited with difficulty, his face frozen with thick fear and shock. Swish! Lin Tian pulled the heavenly sword out, and Duke Bai felt a lightness in his body as he collapsed limply to the ground. If you weren't trapped by the rules, you'd be a corpse by now. Lin Tian walked past him, his voice still cold. It was only after a few seconds that the other 2 came back to their senses, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Lin Tian's back. Brother Bai, you don't have to worry. We'll go back and tell Lord Hongyu about this. One offered. The White Duke was paralyzed on the ground, the shock still on his face. Shaking his head, he said with a combination of anger and powerlessness, It's useless to tell Lord Red Jade. He's Lord Red Jade's prey now. Lord Red Jade is only waiting for half a month later when he's on his knees begging for forgiveness. But he can't be bothered to beat and kill him now. Chapter 15, The Mask. The Deal. Corner of the alleyway. Lin Tian frowned. Relieved and a little disappointed inside. Things seem to be going pretty well these days. I can't believe I'd become Red Jade's new favorite. This caused Lin Tian to uncontrollably develop a wave of goosebumps. Back within the courtyard, a scent of meat floated above the tip of his nose. Big brother. You're back. The girl named Ching Orange bounced and ran to Lin Tian. Only. Lin Tian just glanced at the other party and walked in. Green Orange bristled. Not caring. After 10 days of getting along, the other party and Ling Xiuzi had already gotten used to Lin Tian's way of doing things. In the meantime, Sword Capital. Sword Spirit Square. Above the green sword tablet, words floated. Lingering and noisy chi mixed with dazzling light constantly overflowed in all directions. The two sword-bearing men and women looked at the names on the green sword tablet and kept discussing. Gu Changqing is still firmly seated at the number 1 position. And has been for more than 3 years. A woman said. She wore purple robes. Her face was like a peach and plum. And in her slender hands she held a long sword that was flushed with purple. It's just that it's bitter for Fairy Mu anxious evening. She's been the second oldest for 4 years. And now her age is almost up. And she'll be going down to the Green Sword Monument soon. A man with a stern aura said. Sighing a bit. Fairy? Li Shangjue. How can you say that a person from the cheerful immortal sect has the name of a fairy? It's nothing more than a who is as good as a human being. The purple-clothed woman said with some dissatisfaction. Looking at Mu Xiangye's name. Her beautiful eyes filled with disgust. The man named Li Shangjue laughed lightly for a while. His name appeared in the 4th position of the green sword tablet. The surrounding cultivators passed by and were also respectful towards him. Li Shangjue shook his head and said. But I've heard that Mu Xiangye has refused to dual cultivate with his master several times. And is still a virgin to this day. Sooner or later, they'll be yes. The woman in purple said disdainfully. Her eyes seeing an aim downward. Suddenly struck by surprise. There's something wrong with this Lin Tian. The man froze and followed the woman's gaze downward. A few lines overflowed with a solemn green light. 534th place. Lin Tian. 18 years old. High-grade sword power. What's so strange about this person? It's only a mere 500 or so in the district. And he has yet to break the shackles of his sword power. The man said with a frown of some confusion. The purple-clothed woman shook her head. And the golden pendant pinned to her high-pulled hair swayed with her. I remember that he only just entered the Green Sword Monument a dozen days ago. And only just comprehended the sword momentum. And at that time, he was still over 1,000. But now he's already 500. Li Shangjue's face changed slightly and he pressed his voice. Are you misremembering? I remember that Gu Changqing didn't comprehend his sword power to a high grade so quickly back then either. I don't know. The woman in purple said. Keeping Lin Tian's name in her heart. No. Li Shangjue, who had acted unconcerned just a moment ago, was suddenly stunned. And the entire person's eyes widened as they looked above the green sword ranking. Sword Heart Tianchang. Sword Heart Tianchang. He whispered. His body actually trembling lightly. What's wrong with you? The woman named Delirium Spirit looked at Li Shangjue beside her in disbelief. Li Shangjue's entire body froze. Half a moment before he came back to his senses. A hint of trance still hidden in his eyes. My sword sect has 9 peaks. Fairy Delirium, you know that. Delirium Spirit's eyes flickered as she gently nodded her head. Li Shangjue's tone was somewhat bitter. Then continued. 8 of the 9 peaks of my sword sect have disciple inheritance on top of them. But my junior uncle's seventh peak hasn't had any inheritance for 1,000 years. When Delirium Spirit heard this, her beautiful eyes widened. You mean Lord Li Bai? Who under the sky doesn't know the lone sword Li Bai? It's just that Li Bai has been famous for hundreds of years. But there has been no legacy. Some speculated that it was because Li Bai was so intent on his sword that he had no desire to take on a disciple. Seeing the current face of Li Shangjue, Delirium Spirit was suddenly startled. As if that wasn't the case. And Li Shangjue nodded, looking deeply at the two words Lin Tian on the green sword tablet, and said, the reason the junior uncle has not taken on a disciple after searching for hundreds of years is because the premise of the seventh peak inheritance is that a sword cultivator is a sword heart heavenly success. The world only knows that the heart of the sword is clear. Who knows that the heart of the sword is heavenly? After hearing Li Shangjue's explanation, Delirium Spirit was also shocked. So that's how it is. This Rin Tin. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Tian's name. And she actually had some envious intentions. No. This time I came to teach at Sword Capital. After a few days, I must return to the sect and tell junior uncle about this matter. Li Shangjue clenched his fists and murmured. It's late at night. Someone's divine soul detached from his body. And he traveled longitudinally above the 9 heavens. White light gulped around him. And monstrous flames of light lingered around him. Thousands of rationalizations, transformed into arcane runes, surrounded his circumference to form a great bell. Watch the whole world. In his eyes. With mountains and rivers as the 9 palaces. And heaven and earth as the chessboard. Take the great sun as the heavenly element. And the white moon and the heavenly river as the star position. Man is a chess piece. Playing against the years. Several chess pieces emanating light appeared above the entire world chessboard. Each of these chess pieces emanating light is a cultivator. The man looked to a certain place. A courtyard. The woman who was devouring the devil's pork. Interesting. He laughed softly and waved one hand. A ray of light shot out from his hand and flew towards the woman. The white light then dissipated and the person disappeared into the night sky. In the meantime, 100 miles away from Blood Town, the void twists. A playful and incomparable figure stood in the air. It was none other than the holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect. Mu anxious evening. She stood in the air. Her white clothes flying. The beautiful eyes looked at the white light coming from the sky. And her slender hand reached out. The harsh sword light instantly attacked out. Stabbing at that white light. A formation rose up and appeared after Mu Xiangye's petite body. It turned into wild winds, cold ice, and blazing fire to fight towards the white light. Immediately, the white light collided with the move performed by Mu Xiangye. Boom! A roar went up. The white light, however, stayed for only a brief moment. He instantly disappeared in front of Mu Xiangye and flew off into the distance. Surprisingly, still can't block it. Mu Aoi Evening murmured softly. Her eyebrows furrowed. And a layer of cold sweat seeped out from her forehead. Spinning around, the entire person chased after the white light. Having been chased for 1,000 miles, the white light flying in the sky instantly disappeared. As if it had vanished into the void. Mu Xiangye's expression was stunned as she stared blankly at the place where the white light disappeared. After a long time, a hint of bitterness spread across his face. Surprisingly, it's the polar mask. Who exactly is Polar being manipulated by? Under the moonlight, a layer of silver-white muslin floated on Mu Xiangye's delicate body. It gives a sense of flawlessness and loneliness. According to the information I've investigated, Lin Tian should have disappeared near this place. But why is there no trace of it at all? He's been hiding his clumsiness for over 10 years. And with one explosive move, he's actually on the green sword ranking. Could it be that the innate Tao body has awakened? In the meantime, Inside the courtyard, Lin Tian, who had just changed his clothes, walked out of his room. Mr. Lin, just put the bloody clothes in the basin. I'll wash them later. Ling Qiuzi said to Lin Tian, smiling sweetly. Lin Tian nodded and was about to walk towards the stone table. Buzz! The heavenly sword trembled steeply. And Lin Tian had a feeling in his heart to look towards the sky. Nothing. But it was as if something was shooting up in the underworld. Woo! Making Qiuzi chortle. She covered her head as if she had been hit by something. Big sister. What's wrong with you? Green Orange put down the pork in his hands and asked with concern. Lin Tian frowned and looked at Ling Qiuzi. Her eyelashes fluttered and she looked up at something in her hand with a blank expression. Lord Lin. This thing suddenly fell from the sky. Ling Qiuzi's small green onion hand was holding something and said towards Lin Tian. Big sister. You don't have anything in your hand. Sheen Orange's childish voice rang out. And was looking at Ling Qiuzi curiously. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. In his eyes, there was nothing in the hands of Ling Qiuzi. But surely that's not the case. Lin Tian and the heavenly sword were connected in mind. The heavenly sword did sense something. And it was in the hands of Ling Qiuzi. Give it to me. Lin Tian said, extending his left hand. Good. Ling Qiuzi nodded and handed Lin Tian the item in his hand. Lin Tian took it and the touch on his hand told him. It is indeed a thing. To the touch. It looks like a mask. Big brother. Big sister. What are you doing? Green Orange asked with wide eyes and a confused look on his face. Lin Tian was about to speak when he caused Qiuzi to open her mouth. This mask is so strange. It's all white and there's no image on it. It made Qiuzi subconsciously think that Lin Tian was visible. Sure enough. It's a mask. Lin Tian was aghast in his heart. Neither he nor Green Orange could see it. Only Ling Qiuzi could see it. And the mask was aimed directly at Ling Qiuzi. Either way, one should have robbed what made Qiuzi. Give it to me. And I will go and fight for you for this month's Ziden. Lin Tian spoke quietly. A trace of joy visibly surfaced on Qing Qiuzi's face. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Just. Making Qiuzi look to her side. A confused Qing Orange. Her beautiful eyes flickered with some complexity and hardship. Lin Tian was very strong. But in the end, it was only the open body realm. I need Zidane myself. And grabbing one more is tough enough. If you add in the green and orange, it's. However, Green Orange is still young. For a moment, causing Qiuzi's eyes to fill with despair and despondency. Thinking of Li Mushine, who had single-handedly contributed to his current state of affairs. Making Qiuzi's silver teeth clench. Her delicate body trembled lightly. Lin Tian glanced at Qing Orange and Ling Qiuzi and continued. I'll grab some more as circumstances permit. Making Qiuzi look up. Her rosy little lips pursed. Her eyes full of gratitude. Hurriedly pulling on the Green Orange. He said. Quickly thank Mr. Lin. Green Orange was still holding the meat in his hand. His mouth covered in grease. His eyes wide and blinking. Although he did not understand the current situation, he still said to Lin Tian. Thank you, big brother. Lin Tian glanced at Qing Orange and Ling Qiuzi and didn't say anything as he ate his own meal. Sister. Big brother. He's ignoring me. Qing Orange squealed in aggression, causing Qiuzi to rub the other's head and laugh out softly. Chapter 16 Extreme Realm. Failure is death. Back inside the room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the invisible mask in his hands. Is this chance or? He was a little confused as to how the mask was used. After a long time, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and raised his mask to snap it over his face. Hiss. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, feeling as if he had been stung by a jellyfish on his face. The skin was punctured and a few drops of blood seeped into the mask. Gradually, blood covered the mask. It eventually took shape and transformed into a blood-red mask. Immediately, faint spatial ripples rippled around Lin Tian. In the next moment, Lin Tian's vision changed. What appeared in Lin Tian's line of sight was a lake. The lake is flooded with a green smoke-like mist. Looking at Wei Shan in the distance, only vaguely discerned the gray shadow of the mountain. Lin Tian stood quietly above the lake and looked towards the gazebo in the center of the lake. There, two men, also wearing masks, were idly talking and playing against each other. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, one of the men stood up. Surprisingly, a newcomer has come. Didn't you say that the extreme realm would only have a newcomer for a long time? The man who spoke wore a mask emblazoned with flames, and his entire body was dressed in red as well. As for the other man, he was dressed in green, and the corner of his mask had a pattern similar to ice crystals. Where is this? Lin Tian murmured something, and at the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the current state of affairs, the mask should fall into the category of chance. This is the extreme realm, and we're all cultivators who got the mask to come here by chance. The man in the flaming mask said with a smirk. With a point of his toes, he had arrived in front of Lin Tian. The pole realm. Lin Tian chewed on those two words, his mind still digesting the information. Gripping the sword in his hand, the heavenly sword came here with him. Not long after, the man in the green robe also arrived in front of Lin Tian. Jinwu. You've actually been given the name Jinwu, the green-robed man said softly, his mask hiding his eyes from view. He held an exquisite folding fan in his hand, and his green coat set off his breeze and elegance. Footsteps, white brocade boots, long-sleeved green clothes raised with the wind. Zenith. Lin Tian was somewhat unsure of the meaning. The green-robed man said with a faint smile. Your mask has a sword in the center of your brow. This is the mask of Jinwu. It has been 2 years since the last Jinwu fell, and after his death, this mask disappeared. And when I saw it again today, I didn't expect to choose you. Lin Tian frowned as he leaned down to look at the water. Above the surface of the lake, he was reflected as he was now. His body was like a jade tree, and there was some faint red coloring hidden above his white clothes. The black hair was long from not being taken care of for so long. It was left untied and draped behind her, glistening. On his face, the mask was scarlet, and there was indeed an ink-colored mark of a long sword at the center of his brow. Lin Tian pursed his lips. Only he knew that this mask was not supposed to belong to him. He intercepted it from the hands of Rinqiu Zi. Shouldn't the meaning represented by this mask belong to Rinqiu Zi? Afterwards, Lin Tian inquired about a few more things with the two men in front of him. It was learned that the red-robed man was codenamed Arctic Emperor. The green-robed man was codenamed Qingdi. The Pole is an organization of people who have been chosen by the Pole. Came here on a mission to the polar realm. Once you succeed, you will be rewarded with the Pole realm. Rather, a bit of fun. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly. He was worried that the rate of advancement was too slow these past few days. You don't seem very worried? The Arctic Emperor looked at Lin Tian, his voice strange, and reminded him. The Extreme Realms missions are very dangerous. If I didn't happen to be with Big Brother Qingdi during my last mission, or else I would have definitely died. The folding fan in the Qing Emperor's hand lightly hit the North Pole Great Emperor and said with a smile. Your last mission. Wasn't it the first one? You held me back that time or I would have finished better. The Violet Emperor snapped and stopped talking. It was also at that moment at a space not far from the three. The void shifted, and a fair one appeared above the lake. It's a woman. A white dress trailed across the lake, with a pale silken layer of skirt. The thin waist was in a full grip, and there was also a green jade belt. The body is slender and the air is like an orchid. Wearing a white mask emblazoned with a silver curved moon. Lin Tian looked over, only to see that the woman was looking at herself the entire time. The masks were poreless, yet they seemed to sense the other's astonished gaze. The atmosphere became weird, and even the Qing Emperor and the Arctic Great Emperor sensed that something was wrong. Weirdly, he looked at the woman and Lin Tian. Mask of Jinwu. He's the new Jinwu? A beautiful woman's voice like warm spring water sounded and refreshed her heart. Yes. He's new here and was just now asking us about the extreme realm, Qing Di said with a smile as he walked over to the woman. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Tian and introduced himself. She's Shiha. And like me, she's at the Spirit Sea realm. Lin Tian was stunned. Spirit Sea realm. The Spirit Sea realm was really a bit distant from him. And also just then, a red light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a magnificent voice resounded through the clouds. Zbai. Jinwu. Sword capital. Moyuan forest. There is the revival of the upper Kuei ox, which breeds tens of thousands of thunder oxes. Thunderbulls are mostly of the second and third orders. You and the others go and kill quickly, and killing 1,000 will be considered a successful mission. To fail is to die. Time limit, 3 hours. The voice ended, and the 4 people standing on the surface of the lake were all slightly stunned. The revival of the Kuei Nyo. Why have I not heard of the matter? The Qing Emperor frowned and said, his voice filled with surprise. The Kuei ox is an ancient ferocious beast, and the thunder ox it spawned should be more terrifying than an ordinary second-rank ferocious beast. He said, looking towards Lin Tian, and stopped speaking. It's just a pity that the Kuei Nyo is an ancient ferocious beast. If I could obtain a drop of the Kuei Nyo's essence blood, that would be great. It's just that the sword capital is too far away from me. I simply can't make it. Qing Di was a bit disappointed, but he didn't say anything, because they were all wearing masks. It made it impossible to read their expressions. On the sidelines, Violet hadn't said a word. It was only after a long time that he exclaimed, it's over. I'm only at the Xiandan realm. You're asking me to kill 1,000 second and third ranked ferocious beasts? Aha! I'm going to finish, Ziwei said, looking at the silent Lin Tian beside her, and heavily tapped on Lin Tian's shoulder. Jinwu. This mission is for us to participate together. My strength is low. The mission is so difficult must be because you are very strong. I'm Xiandan Triple. What realm are you in? After Ziwei finished speaking, Shihi and Cheng Di also looked at Lin Tian. All of them are a bit curious. The extreme realm mask could blur other people's perceptions, so they couldn't know other people's cultivation at all. Open body realm. Lin Tian replied back in a faint voice. For a moment, no one spoke. Ziwei's hand on Lin Tian's shoulder trembled and drooped feebly. God is going to kill me, Violet wailed. The Qing Emperor had a complicated expression underneath his mask, then said, that's right. Jinwu is a newcomer. His strength won't be too strong. It's just that this first mission is a bit too tough. Lin Tian was speechless, but in his heart, he was in ecstasy. All he wanted now was to kill. If the other 3 knew what Lin Tian was thinking right now, they would probably be shocked. Just then, too, a fragrant breeze blew by. In the meantime, not far from the lake appeared really whole fluctuations. Wow! A layer of lake water began to rise up, eventually changing into a water gate that swirled with ripples. Ziwei, Jinwu, depart immediately. The magnificent voice resounded again. A sense of crisis arose from Lin Tian's heart. In the dark, Lin Tian sensed that he would be punished if he did not go there again. He didn't think any more about it, and walked quickly toward the water gate. Dude! Wait for me! Ziwei called out and hurriedly followed Lin Tian's pace. The voices of the two men traveled through the water gate and disappeared within this world. AI! Their trip is dangerous as hell. The Qing Emperor let out a sigh, as if he had already guessed the end of Lin Tian and Ziwei. Maybe. It's not unheard of to die on your first mission, Cici said, not really caring too much. The spiritual rhythm of the innate Tao body. You should have already gotten your hands on it. Xingdi looked at Shi He and asked. Xixia slowly shook her head. The Qing Emperor froze and said in a deep voice. Shiha. It's surprising that you haven't obtained the spiritual rhythm of the innate Tao body by now. If you don't seize it, your great Tao origin will be traumatized. Shi He moved his gaze away from Lin Tian and said. That innate Tao body you found for me last time is missing. But it shouldn't be dead. The Green Emperor let out a light eep and spoke. No wonder. I saw his name on top of the green sword tablet. I thought earlier that you had taken his spiritual rhythm, and as an apology, passed it on to him in the way of the sword. As he spoke, the Qing Emperor suddenly paused. So, that person's comprehension of the sword Tao so quickly had nothing to do with you? Shihan nodded. Her slender hand flickered with light and a pill appeared. That's why I came today. To ask you to help me find him. The Qing Emperor looked at the elixir in Shiha's hand, and his pupils shrank beneath his mask. He took the elixir and chanted with his fingers. Tao overflowing with a halo of light appeared behind him, running the circumference of the sky. Suddenly, the Qing Emperor's expression changed drastically. Xingdi spat out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong? Cici asked. I can't count. There are powerful people masking his scent. Blood spilled from the gap between the mask and his cheek. And Xingdi waved his hand, wiping the blood away. Chapter 17, Meeting Lin Ming again. Lin Tian and Ziwei walked through the water gate. In the next instant, they were already standing on top of a large mountain. Breathe deeply. Heads up. The large runic formation that was emitting a light red glow could no longer be seen. The blue vault was deep and vast. The moon is like a jade disk weaving through the traveling clouds. Dotted above the dome is particularly bright, looking down on the world. It bloomed with a cold light. It was just that the noisy roars of the beasts interspersed with the sounds of martial artists fighting somewhat ruined the atmosphere. Lin Tian looked at the lush forest below the mountaintop. Nearly 1,000 meters away. Light shone. A giant tree collapsed. Uncountable black shadows flashed with thunder, heading towards Lin Tian's side in an overwhelming manner. What they were chasing after were dozens of human cultivators. From time to time, a person would die screaming in the mouth of these ferocious beasts. Why have so many ferocious beasts suddenly appeared? Run! Instructor Suyu has delayed some time for us. These ferocious beasts are too fast. We can't escape at all. The men were wearing uniforms and had frightened faces. A mournful scream echoed in the night sky. The extreme realm is too damaging. It simply wants us to die, Violet said, looking at the tide of beasts that kept flashing thunder under the mountain, her voice gritting her teeth a little. Lin Tian glanced at the other party indifferently and leapt towards the mountain. Jinwu, don't you want to die? You're only at the body opening realm. Violet was so shocked that she quickly exclaimed. Only. Lin Tian's figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. Another lunatic. Zvi let out a low curse, her body instantly flashing red. Boom! The sound of an airburst instantly resounded, and Ziwei rushed down the mountain as a ray of fire. At this point, like a sea of thunder, the tide of thunder bull beasts continuously stirred in the forest. Dozens of cultivators, one by one, fell under the thunder bull's pounce. The number of people is getting smaller and smaller. The cultivation of these people is not high. All of them were at the cultivation level of the Qi practicing realm. The person with the highest cultivation level was only at the 9th level of Qi refining. It was none other than the eldest son of the Lin family head, Lin Ming. Lin Ming returned to the academy from his family half a month ago. Today, the trainees, were brought by their mentors to the murky abyss forest for training. The original was fine. As a result, a tide of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts suddenly appeared. At this moment, Lin Ming's eyes were glazed over, and all of his spiritual energy was exploding. Sweat oozed from his forehead and quickly evaporated. In the beginning, he would take care of his siblings. By now, he couldn't care about anything else. He just wanted to escape in a hurry. At this moment, beside Lin Ming, there was a beautiful-looking woman who was also running hard. Her name is Li Chan, and she and Lin Ming have mutual feelings for each other. When he had fled earlier, Lin Ming had also taken more care of her. At the same time, Li Chan was also the youngest daughter of the owner of a chamber of commerce in Sword Capital. Although some people say that Lin Ming has the suspicion of being a high achiever. However, in these few years, Lin Ming had cultivated extremely hard, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Qi practicing realm. Such voices then became fewer and fewer. It was also at this time that Li Chan accidentally stepped into the air, tripped and fell to the ground. "Senior brother Lin!" Li Chan exclaimed in shock and looked at the white-clothed figure in front of her. "Damn!" Lin Ming let out a low growl, the instinct in his heart wanting to tell him to abandon his girlfriend. But this relationship has been building for years. Li Chan's talent was so poor that his father gave up on Li Chan a long time ago. A few days ago, it had been said that if he advanced to open body within a month, he would fund his cultivation. When he thought of his cousin Lin Tian, at such an age he was at the body opening realm. The jealousy in Lin Ming's heart was overflowing. Lin Ming then gritted his teeth and pulled up Li Chan, who had already fallen to the ground. "Thank you, senior brother Lin," Li Chan said in a rush, her face much less shocked. "Ah! No!" A desperate scream rang out behind the two. It was a senior brother who died under the hooves of the Thunder Bull. In an instant, Lin Ming and Li Chan's faces turned pale. "Run!" Lin Ming exclaimed, and then pulled Li Chan to continue fleeing. And also just then, above Li Chan's slender hand, she pinched light. A yellowish rune paper appeared. "Senior brother Lin. This is the sprinting talisman. But unfortunately I only have one." Lin Ming's heart fluttered as he took another look at the wave of beasts behind him without speaking and continued to run wildly. Li Chan's mind moved to use the sprinting talisman. The speed was instantly faster. Before it was Lin Ming pulling her. Now it was her pulling Lin Ming instead. "Ah! Senior Lin, save me! I don't want to die." The screams were endless. The wave of beasts was getting closer and closer to Lin Ming and Li Chan. Even if they have used the sprint charm. But the sprint charm thing is fast for one person. However, when used by two people, the results can be much worse. It was estimated that without a few breaths, Lin Ming and Li Chan would also die under the bull's hooves. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Ming let out a low growl and swept his gaze menacingly at Li Chan beside him. "Cindy. I'm sorry." Lin Ming sneered. And with a fierce pull with one hand, he pulled Li Chan back to the side. Subsequently, in the midst of Li Chan's stunned eyes, Lin Ming snatched the sprinting talisman as soon as he could. Then, it was a foot on Li Chan. In an instant, a strange feeling stirred in Lin Ming's heart. He was much faster on his feet all of a sudden. Why? Despair flashed in Li Chan's eyes as she looked at Lin Ming's back that was getting farther and farther away. Water vapor instantly surfacing in her eyes. Turns out, it was all a lie. In his ears, the sound of a tidal wave of beasts treading the ground like a wild stream rang out. The earth trembled. When Li Chan's heart was in despair, there were 10,000 pains in its depths. And just then too, a white-clothed silhouette came speeding from the distance. That person was holding a long sword that was overflowing with a faint green light. And his face was wearing a blood-red mask. When he saw Lin Ming, he was first stunned. Get out of the way. Die and get out of the way. Lin Ming cursed angrily when he saw the visitor. Only the next moment, a green light cut through from his waist. Lin Ming only felt a coldness underneath him. And while his upper body was still moving, his lower body was tumbling to the ground. Ah! He cried out miserably, his lips quivering. The eyes were filled with undisguised fear. A line of bright red blood spurted out from the bottom of his abdomen. You! Lin Ming roared wildly in fear as he couldn't believe what he was feeling. It won't. Why would he kill me? I'm the pride of heaven. I'm going to be a mighty man in the future. In the distance, Li Chan also froze. It felt as if the world had gone quiet. His own disappointment and hatred for Lin Ming was swept away all of a sudden. Damn you! He roared out with all his strength. But then, the man walked up to him. The calm mask brought him an endless sense of solemnity. The man stretched out his long, slender index finger against the lower end of his own mask and slowly unveiled it. It was a face that Lin Ming couldn't be more familiar with. Under the darkness, that person's mouth held a fierce smile. And his pupils were dark with hidden madness. He then withdrew his index finger. And an icy mask covered his face. Lin Ming's mouth opened wide as 1,000 words appeared in his mind. Just about to hiss out. Swish! A green light chopped down. His brain was strangled by the sword energy. He's dead. Li Chan murmured. The rushing sound in her ears getting closer. The screams of a familiar master and brother rang out. And now there's no more struggling. Choosing to face death head-on. Chapter 18, Seizure Killing. Suddenly, Li Chan was shocked to see. The masked man was coming her way. Don't you want to die? She exclaimed out, alerting the man at the top of her lungs. Only, it was as if the man was deaf. Walk behind her. Boom boom boom. 100 meters in front of Lin Tian. Lightning flashed. And rows of large trees were crudely smashed. Tens of thousands of thunder oxen were like a torrent. In a roar of fury, the last spread out and rushed face to face. Thunder was like azure water, splashing the trees. Dust and wood shavings flew. Making a loud noise like a continuous explosion came raging. Soon, the first batch of thunder bull herds charged through the trees closest to Lin Tian. Get out of here! Li Chan exclaimed again. I'll be damned. Jin Wu. You don't want to die. In the distance, the red light that Violet had transformed into flew in. And when she saw the scene, her heart trembled. Isn't Jin Wu just looking for death by doing this? He's just an open body realm. This first batch of thunderbulls. There are at least hundreds of them. Each one was almost second order. Every one of them is better than the second order. And, while Li Chan and Ziwei were terrified, Lin Tian waved his one hand. His legs pressed down. And the heavenly sword stabbed towards the ground. Buzz off! A thunderous sword sound instantly resounded. A brilliant sword chi erupted, overlapping vertically and horizontally. In the gazes of Li Chan and Ziwei, who were either stunned or shocked, the heavenly sword pierced into the gap in the ground. Like a flood of vertical and horizontal sword power spewed out, with an overpowering and extreme killing aura. It raged toward the Thunder Bull herd. The bright green light transformed into a rain of thousands of swords, chopping away in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Like a wildly surging hurricane, it stabbed into the first row of Thunder Bulls within their burly bodies. Click. An almost clearly audible chopping sound rang out. Moo. A roar of beasts rang out. Blood. Limbs smashed on the ground in bits and pieces. In an instant, dozens of Thunder Bulls died under the sword's power. You broke the game with your sword momentum. And your sword fell into sensation and is experiencing a second advancement. Your sword is upgraded to an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. And your sword gains the second innate divine ability, Devouring. Devour, you use your sword to kill enemies. Your sword will devour enemy traits. And you are interoperable with your sword. Your sword gains traits and you gain them simultaneously. Your cultivation breaks through to the Xiandan realm. And you gain 10 years of sword Dao comprehension. You have obtained the second innate sword skill, the Heaven and Earth Sword Robbery. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. Sure enough, killing dozens of Thunder Bulls in an instant allowed him to advance. Similarly, the Heavenly Sword gained a second innate divine ability. He had also obtained a second innate sword skill, Heaven and Earth Sword Robbery. Strange memories appeared in Lin Tian's mind. The Heaven and Earth Sword Robbery was, surprisingly, a forbidden-type sword skill. Use the sword to make a robbery. Control the enemy with sword intent. Only. Lin Tian hadn't comprehended sword intent yet. Can't use this trick yet. Unable to help it. A hint of a smile spread across Lin Tian's face. He held the heavenly sword. Buzz. The heavenly sword chimed, seemingly urging Lin Tian to hurry up and kill. Moo. The roar of the Thunder Bulls intensified as they let out a long growl. The howl was a mixture of grief, agitation and bloodthirsty wildness. The ear-piercing sounds of lightning and thunder were interspersed. Da-da-da-da. In front of him, countless Thunder Bulls stepped over the top of the corpses of their own kind and pounced towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian also no longer hesitated. Charge the herd with your sword. This. Violet, who was still sprinting, froze with a cry, still trying to digest the information in front of him. Awesome. Li Chan's beautiful eyes widened. And it was only after a long time that she uttered these words. Big sister. You'd better hurry. Don't wait to die. Zvi came to Li Chan's body and skimmed Li Chan and said, Oh. Li Chan stood up, and as she was about to leave, she glanced at Lin Tian's back and said to Ziwei, Elder. Can you tell me who he is? Violet was stunned. Then said, seemingly easily, he is the Extreme Realm Violet Emperor. The Pole Realm. Li Chan exclaimed first. This name was too loud in the entire Great Qin Immortal Kingdom. She didn't expect to see a member of the Extreme Realm today. No wonder it's so awesome. Violet Emperor. Li Chan's red lips pursed lightly. Then she left at a brisk pace. Hey! Don't you want to know who I am? Violet shouted in a hurry. Only. Li Chan's back was fading away without looking back. She must have heard it. Ziwei said somewhat helplessly. Then looked at Lin Tian. Click. A thunder light flashed. And Lin Tian was sent flying by the top of the Thunder Ox, landing behind Ziwei. Are you watching the show? Lin Tian's chilling voice sounded behind Ziwei. Violet froze and was about to reply. However, he saw Lin Tian charging towards the right side. Got a little cocky earlier. Once he burrowed into the herd of thunder bulls, he would be on his own belly. So Lin Tian still chose to, while circling around, strike out at the same time. It was also fortunate that for so many days and nights Lin Tian had been cultivating the sword heart-body refining decree. The body becomes extremely resistant to beatings. Otherwise, with that blow just now, Lin Tian would have had to at least bleed from his internal organs. After Lin Tian left, Ziwei was first stunned. I finally realized why the extreme realm gave us such a difficult task. A sudden shock followed. Now is not the time to think about things. The thunder bull in front of him was getting closer and closer to Ziwei. The corner of Zwei's mouth turned away as flames ignited all over her body and her entire body began to burst back. Even though his cultivation level was higher than Lin Tian's. But with a beating like Lin Tian's, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than a few hits. You still have to back off and fight. Jinwu, you're the main force. I'll give you a pray ha. Ziwei said, charging towards Lin Tian's side. That's basically how he muddled through the last mission. Ran into the big guy again. I'm not meant to be, Violet said. The fear in her heart instantly swept away. Your sword killed 10 thunder oxen. And your sword became extremely excited. Your sword's sharpness is increased by 10%. And you gain 1 year of sword comprehension. Your sword killed 15 thunder bulls. And your sword felt your madness. Your sword toughness increases by 10%. And you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. With the constant killing, Lin Tian realized that he gained less and less with each thunder bull he killed. At the very beginning, killing 10 will be a hint. It wasn't until later that he killed dozens of them without seeing a hint. Same as in Blood Town. The more you kill of the same type, the less you gain. It can't be helped. If it had been like that all along, he would probably have broken through the Soul Palace realm by now. Not so much a restriction. Rather, the higher the level, the greater the increase in difficulty. It had been killing for almost half an hour. Lin Tian had almost killed 300 thunder bulls. Lin Tian's cultivation had already reached the 4th Shindan level. As for the sword Dao comprehension, it also gained 7 years. The heavenly sword was even sharper than before. And now with a single swing of the sword, it could easily cut through the thunder bull's torso without the need to use sword momentum. And the biggest gain was that thunder also appeared within the bodies of the heavenly sword and Lin Tian. As he continued to chop away, the power of the thunder became more and more terrifying. Only, this thunder was of little use to the thunder bull. Similarly, the thunder struck by the thunder bull was doing less and less damage to Lin Tian. The only thing he was worried about now was the injuries on Lin Tian's body. It's really a bit much. The torso and limbs were basically covered in wounds from the thunder bull's impact. Even Lin Tian's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were heavily damaged. Are you a loser? Lin Tian looked at Ziwei, who had been throwing fireballs around the point not far away, and made an icy cold sound. This guy, he's a jerk. His moves are extremely flashy and do enough damage. But it's just, people can't. It took too long for a move to hit. If it wasn't for Lin Tian helping him out on top, he wouldn't have known how many times he would have died. Lin Tian had killed 300 thunder bulls. And the Violet Emperor had almost 70 to 80. An old man of the extreme realm was actually giving a newcomer a handjob. Where's the face? Violet was covered in flames and floating in the air. A red disc made of flames emerged behind him. And the floating light leapt away. He choked with one hand and 5 or 6 fireballs shot out, instantly incinerating and killing the 2 thunder bulls. Looking towards Lin Tian, Ziwei said with some embarrassment, Jinwu, you're a sword cultivator. No one in this world can compare to a sword cultivator in terms of damage power. Seeing Lin Tian snort coldly, Ziwei smiled sarcastically and continued, Jinwu, let's fight this quest together. The rewards of the extreme realm are very fair. Whoever gets more credit, the more generous the rewards will be. Lin Tian glared at the other party and didn't say anything. If that's the case, that's pretty much it. Bang! A thunder ox toppled above Lin Tian's chest, instantly toppling Lin Tian. Pust! Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. A grimace appeared on the face beneath the mask. Kill all of you. He adjusted his stance in mid-air, stabbing toward the ground. Your life value is reduced to 50%. Tyranny is on. Your sword will suck the blood energy of your enemies and use it to restore your body. Duration, 5 minutes. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. Hiss. Lin Tian licked his lips. So very good. Tyranny was Heavenly Sword's first divine ability. It's almost a kill skill. Standing in the air, Ziwei's eyelids jumped as she looked at Lin Tian, who was holding a sword and stabbing at the cattle on the ground. Jinwu, you don't want to die, he exclaimed. But Lin Tian acted as if he hadn't heard it. The entire person's aura instantly became frantic. Buzz. In an instant, a green-colored flame of light flared above the heavenly sword. Like waves, it pours down. An overpowering aura so huge that it made Ziwei feel palpitations. In an instant, it was spread out and stabbed towards the cattle on the ground. Like 1,000 sharp swords. Wreak havoc and kill. Wow! The moment the terrifying aura collided with the Thunder Bull herd, blood and flesh splattered as several Thunder Bulls screamed miserably as their bodies were chopped into thousands of pieces. That move again. Sword intent? Or sword power? Violet watched with trepidation. This move is a bit of a slam dunk, really. Above the ground, a bloody crater was chopped out. The densely packed Thunder Bull's blood and flesh splattered as if it were dust. The blood in the air was even thicker. Simply feeling the weakening of the injuries in his body, Lin Tian let out a long whistle. Cool. He laughed fiercely and continued to kill towards the Thunder Bull. Pervert, Violet muttered. With one hand choking, a furious purple flame ignited on his body, pressuring Lin Tian. Your sword killed 19 Thunder Bulls. Your sword felt your madness. Your sword toughness increases by 10%. And you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. As he continued to kill, Lin Tian stabilized his life value at around 40% through tyranny. A few minutes later, the effect of tyranny disappears. A sword chopped off the head of a Thunder Bull. Lin Tian turned around and without any hesitation, exploded back towards the rear. Jinwu, you're finally withdrawing. Violet sent a sigh of relief. That hit that Lin Tian had just made was almost like exchanging a life for a life. Watching Violet was a bit skeptical. Lin Tian, however, ignored Ziwei. The injuries on his body were extremely severe now. If we continue to kill, we'll be considered done. He's going to be planted here himself. Wait for me. Makoto. Ziwei shouted loudly and hurriedly chased after Lin Tian. Leaving him here alone is a death sentence. They had been fighting and retreating for the last half hour. Such a large number of Thunderbulls could not possibly be fought off by them alone. Chapter 19 Suspicion. Where is the Kuei-yu? It took about a candle mark of time to escape. Lin Tian hid within a cave. This was because at the very beginning, Lin Tian's body hadn't produced lightning resistance yet. Got hurt a lot by Thunder Bull with thunder. He had accumulated multiple bruises in his body. The internal injuries are extremely severe. The bruises must be forced out first. This mission does have a bit of a 9-to-1 flavor to it. Both fingers formed a sword, and his sword chi overflowed from between his fingers. Lin Tian took off his already bloody top and pressed his fingers against his chest. Bear! The sword she cut through the skin and quickly came to the bruised area. Lightly punctured. Scarlet blood spilled. Makoto. What are you doing? Ziwei, who walked into the cave, was instantly shocked when she saw this scene. Then, it quickly became clear what Jinwoo was doing. Jinwoo, you didn't have the elixir to say earlier. Violet laughed. A gnarled ring on her index finger flashing red. 3 vials flowing with glazed light appeared in his hands. This is the healing body pill. This is the jade spirit pill. And this is the sparrow injury medicinal liquid. One is used to heal internal injuries. One is used to replenish spiritual energy during battle. And one is used externally to not only heal injuries, but also strengthen the body. It's all yours. Lin Tian froze for a moment, somewhat sluggishly accepting the 3 vials in Ziwei's hands. He had never heard of the names of these bottles of elixirs. At least, in Heavenly Sword City. Lin Tian had never seen it before. The texture of the vial alone feels like it's worth a lot. Lin Tian glanced at Ziwei, not expecting the other party to be so bold. Ha ha. Don't look at me like that. My merit besides my high strength, handsome looks and extraordinary temperament is that I have a lot of money. Lin Tian nodded. The dissatisfaction in his heart towards Violet dissipated instantly. In the meantime, not knowing how long he had fled, Li Chan finally ran under the walls of Sword Capital. Who is here? A man's voice rang out from the city walls. It was a man in armor. All dead. Everyone, Li Chan said with pathos, tears streaming down her face. The armored man was instantly startled and asked in a hurry, what the hell is going on? Beast tide. It's a kind of ferocious beast that overflows with thunder light and is extremely large in size. There are probably several thousand of them, Li Chan said with teary eyes. And it was now obvious that she was already a little bit unable to hold on. The man was instantly alarmed. Within the murky forest, the great herds of thunder bulls kept galloping by. Instead, they bypassed the cave where Lin Tian was. Ziwei's eyelids fluttered as she looked at the sea of thunder underneath. Moo! A terrifying roar resounded from the depths of the forest. The roar was like a landslide, like a tidal wave, like a blast of thunder squeezed through the cracks of a cloud. Kueyu! Violet spoke in horror. Boom boom boom. The roar produced monstrous waves of air, and the night sky was beaten into ripples. The gusts of wind that formed raged by. Within the cave, Lin Tian was surrounded by a gossamer-like halo of light. 3 kinds of elixirs are used at the same time. The injuries on his body are pretty much healed. The effects of the drug are a bit appalling. Standing up, Lin Tian directly threw away his blood-soaked white clothes and came to Ziwei's side bare-chested. Ziwei glanced at Lin Tian and said with some surprise, the wound has healed? Lin Tian nodded. Ahem. Makoto, would you please put some clothes on? Violet then glanced at the already somewhat tattered bloody clothes on the floor and muttered. Not even a space ring? You're the poorest person I've ever seen in the extreme realm. With a movement of his mind, a man's white coat appeared in his hand. Sent you. Good. Lin Tian wasn't too formal and took this piece of white clothing and put it on his body. Violet was not much taller than him, and this dress fit. The texture was light and soft, and it should be the most expensive piece of clothing Lin Tian had ever worn. Sure enough, there were benefits to completing quests in a polar realm group. That roar just now should have been the Kueyu's, Violet said, sounding a little nervous. Lin Tian looked that way. A ruin. A large part of the forest was destroyed by the Thunder Bull. He looked carefully, but he didn't find the figure of the Kueyu. The extreme realm said that the Kueyo was about to revive, so it should be that it hasn't revived yet. Violet cupped her chin and analyzed. The bearing that these thunderbolts are running to is Sword Capital City. Sword Capital is full of experts. Both of us can kill hundreds. These thunderbolts going in is just sending them to their deaths. At most, they will kill some civilians. Once this many thunderbolts charge into the city, it is estimated that they can kill tens of thousands of living beings. The more Violet spoke, the more alarmed she became. This world is populated by mortals. They were on the lowest rung of the ladder, and their strength was low. A single second-stage thunderbolt could kill hundreds of mortals. If there were tens of thousands of them, the mortals that could be killed would form a terrifying number. Lin Tian's eyes were calm. They were now at the back of these thunderbolts. If we don't keep up, once we cause a highly powerful martial artist from Sword Capital, they may not be able to complete the polar realm. Thinking like this, Lin Tian gripped his heavenly sword and went down the mountain to chase after him. He was now at the 4th level of Xiandan, and his speed was extremely fast. A breath was 100 meters away. Ziwei followed closely behind Lin Tian. Suddenly, there was a yell. I know. The old man in my clan once said that there are ancient ferocious beasts hidden in the forests, and that they need a large amount of blood chi before they can revive, and that these thunderbolts are simply going to send themselves to their deaths within the Sword Capital City. But the blood chi gained from their kills before they die is already enough for the Kuei-yu to completely revive. Lin Tian's heart shook. What Violet said made sense. It's just that the Kuei-yu needs blood if he needs it. Where should the key be now? Is it like right underneath Kendo City? So the direction the roar came out of just now was from deeper in the forest? The Kuei-yu can also use space formations? Or is there a tunnel leading to Kendo? After them. Lin Tian let out a low roar, and his feet became a few more points faster. Right now, it was imperative to hurry up and complete the polar realm. Otherwise, what awaits them is the punishment of death. A little bit of time passed. Sword all. The tall and lofty walls of the city were built with 4-story high towers. Late night. Above the city wall, it was already full of people. The leader of the group was wearing a fine steel armor with a black cloak behind him. A long sword was slung around his waist. His eyes were slightly narrowed, carrying an aura of solemnity that was unique to a military general. Sure enough, it's a beast tide, and the number is quite large, he whispered, his tone faintly disdainful. Now that the city lord has gone to Kyoto to report for duty, these ferocious beasts have picked a good time. He sneered. Senator. The dean of the Sword Spirit Academy as well as a dozen tutors have arrived, as well as dozens of loose cultivators. A general in armor reported to him. Very good. The man in the black cloak laughed out loud, feeling much better all of a sudden. Suddenly, there was a shout. Open the gates and set up a formation. Knock knock. The drums beat and the soldiers waiting beneath the walls came out of the city. Set up your military formation in an organized manner. Above the city walls, the soldiers had already begun to prepare the defending equipment, such as kerosene, formations, etc. Amidst the clanging sound of armor clashing, a middle-aged man with graying temples and dressed in white landed beside the senator. Greetings, Dean Chen. The senator bowed respectfully to the visitor, knowing full well that now that the city lord was no longer around, this person was the strongest person in Sword Capital. President Chen nodded, but his face carried a hint of gravity. His eyes looked away and saw the raging herd of thunderbolts a few thousand meters away. Not a good fight, Dean Chen whispered. The senator frowned in disbelief. Dean Chen. Most of these ferocious beasts are of the 2nd rank. If you are going to make a direct strike, one of you will be fine. President Chen skimmed the senator and said. History records that there was an ancient Kuei bull that appeared in this place, And at that time, there was a strong person of the Sea Pioneer realm who fought with the Kuei Bull. And in the end, that strong person of the Sea Pioneer realm died. And the Kuei Bull was seriously injured and disappeared. President Chen said something that puzzled the senator. Dean Chen sighed Su and continued. This Thunder Bull is the descendant of the Kuei Nyo's breeding. In the past, the Thunder Bull also appeared in the Moyuan forest. And at that time, there were people who guessed that the ancient Kuei Nyo was hidden within the Moyuan forest. Only that the number of Thunder Bulls was not large at that time. And this guess was forgotten. When President Chen finished speaking, the senator's eyes instantly widened and his heart beat wildly. Chapter 20: The surprising appearance of the Kuei Nyo. This world's cultivation levels are divided into Qi cultivation, body opening, Xian Dan, cave emptiness, soul palace, spirit sea, open sea, 8 wastelands, great power, and virtual god. He was only at the 8th level of the cave realm. The city lord who had already traveled to Kyoto to report for duty and Dean Chen were both at the Soul Palace realm. However, the Kuei Nyo was able to fight with a strong person of the Sea Pioneer realm. So be it. The entire sword capital is estimated to be extinct. Dean Chen. Don't scare me. If there really is a Kuei Nyo, then wouldn't it be redundant for these Thunder Nyo to be so vocal? Dean Chen's serious expression was slightly soothed. This is the only good thing that has happened. The Thunder Bulls have appeared. Which means that they want to charge inside the capital city and cause a killing. I reckon that the injuries sustained by that one Kuei back then have not healed up to now. The reason why these Thunder Bulls are causing the killings is for the Kuei to collect the blood chi of the human race and use it to revive. And even if it does revive, the Kuei has been injured for a long time. And its strength will be 10 not left. The senator was silent. In the middle of the day, Dean Chen but said, "It's okay. It's still a fight." The senator general glanced at Dean Chen. Still not speaking. This is a real battle. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as if countless cannonballs had exploded. Thunder turned into an ocean. Tens of thousands of Thunder Bulls crashing towards the walls of Sword Capital. After the thundering herd, Lin Tian and Ziwei had already arrived. Swish! With a flash of green light, a Thunder Bull was chopped to death with a single strike of the sword. Ha ha! These Thunder Bulls are stupid. We killed their companions and pressed them to care. Ziwei laughed out loud and stretched out one hand into the flame formation, shooting out dozens of fireballs. Lin Tian leaped and jumped onto the head of a Thunder Ox with one foot. Alongside him, there were then dozens of Thunder Bulls. The green sword slashed violently, and a green-colored sword chi continuously chopped out. Each chop was capable of lifting up a puddle of blood and flesh. Moo! Several Thunder Bulls noticed Lin Tian and howled furiously. Prickly! A dozen or so azure blue thunderbolts transformed into thunder snakes and struck towards Lin Tian. Jin Wu! Watch out! Violet exclaimed, not speaking the next second. The thunder snake struck Lin Tian's body as if it was like splashing water. It was of no use at all. Instead, Lin Tian flicked his backhand. Dao sword chi chopped out, instantly decapitating several Thunder Bulls. You cumulatively kill 57 Thunder Bulls. And your sword feels immense pleasure. Your sword's sharpness is increased by 10%. And your cultivation level is raised to the 5th Xian Dan level. Buzz! Lin Tian's body was instantly filled with aura. The blood chi in his body skyrocketed. He could clearly feel that his own functions were progressing and his blood chi was condensed like molten plasma. Violet looked away in surprise, frowning beneath her mask. The polarity mask can block one's senses. However, he did sense that Lin Tian was getting stronger step by step. I can't believe you've been hiding all this time, Violet said through clenched teeth. But in her heart she was cool. The stronger Jinwoo was, then the less dangerous this mission would be for them. Swish swish swish. The sword light was constant. Lin Tian kept striking out. Covered in blood. The whole thing looks like it's gone crazy. The outgoing swords were unceasing. And the green light was constant. Boom boom boom. In front of the beasts, endless flames instantly appeared. A tidal sea of flames shot down from the walls. Waves of air formed in the air. Above the towering city wall, a great array of arcane and incomparable runes instantly flashed up, forming a barrier. There were thunder bulls crashing into the barrier, rolling up watery waves of light and flame. Kill kill kill. Under the walls, the hissing out of the generals who fought with their backs to the city came towards the thunderbolt herd to kill them. Fire! A general growled out. On the walls, artillery and machine crossbows were prepared for the sea of thunder below. The mouths of the cannons instantly lit up with a shimmering light, each one flashing with runes. Nearly 100 warriors, standing on the walls. Each of them held up machine crossbows engraved with runic formations. The runes flickered, the slightest hint of shimmering light rhyming into the top of the arrow. There's a fight up ahead, Violet exclaimed, excitement in her tone. Lin Tian was stunned, and the sword in his hand became more and more rapid, continuously harvesting the lives of the thunder bulls. You cumulatively killed 87 thunder bulls. The sharpness of your sword is increased by 10%, and you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. You have cumulatively killed 130 thunder bulls. Your sword toughness is increased by 10%, and you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. Voices continuously resounded in Lin Tian's mind. Tens of thousands of thunder bulls attacked back and forth. Not long after, only a few thousand remained. It was just that the Senator General and President Chun above the city walls had never made a move. There seems to be someone there. The senator was a little surprised to see it from a distance. Dean Chen looked over and his eyes narrowed. Wearing a mask, he murmured, then thought of something and instantly his eyes widened. Extreme Realm, True Martial. His fists clenched and his breathing became rapid. And that's when it happened. Moo! A terrifying beastly roar resounded. Feel the great oppression of Prime. Lin Tian's heart trembled. No good. He let out a shriek of surprise, and his whole body scurried off into the woods to his right. Violet was shocked in her heart and reacted in a flash. Follow Lin Tian closely. Boom boom boom. Strong winds are howling, with a majestic aura that is mixed with the general atmosphere of a river. Deep in the forest, the endless light flares up. It was like a great sun across the sky. The night sky instantly turned into day. Then the great sun boomed. It crashed towards the walls of Sword Capital, like a huge mountain in a flash. Wherever it passed, the pressure was terrifying. The ground collapsed and a large part of the forest was crushed. Steep, crash into the walls. Ah! The generals who had their backs to the wall shrieked. One by one, their bodies cracked and their flesh and blood broke. It exploded like blood. Boom! A loud noise that instantly resounded. Click! Cracks instantly appeared in the runic array that encased the extended city wall. Click! Instant rupture. Boom! Immediately afterward, the towering walls broke. This. The Senator General was stunned, his heart beating wildly as he felt the ancient aura so close. How? Dean Chen was alarmed. He had originally thought that the Kuei-yu was on the verge of revival. His breath shriveled. But this one's inside. But with a vigorous bloodlust. This Kuei-yu isn't too powerful. It's just at the early stage of the 6th rank. Where are the human martial artists? Dean Chen couldn't care less and yelled. The entire person turned into a white light and rushed towards the great sun. Swish swish swish. Inside the sword capital city, a sword light rose up to the sky. In an instant, nearly dozens of sword cultivators appeared in the sky. Their hearts also trembled when they saw the great sun in front of them, spinning and gritting his teeth. Together and toward. We will fight with President Chen. Senator General. The city gates are out of control. You lead the men to protect the people. Among the dozens of sword cultivators, someone shouted at the senator. Yes, the general agreed through gritted teeth, then looked to the generals around him who had fallen to the east. Come to me if you're not dead. Go protect your families. He leaped into the city and fought with the Thunder Bull herd. Charge, brothers, charge. The general responded instantly as the senator took the lead. The crowd was in full force, and as the senator jumped down to the citadel, scared me to death. Jinwoo, luckily you reacted quickly, Violet said heartily, trying to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He realized he was wearing a mask. Just now, Lin Tian sensed that something was wrong. Flee straight away and get down on the ground and play dead. Zwei followed suit, not realizing that she had actually fooled Kuei-yu. Lin Tian patted the dirt on his body and looked over to the city wall. The human cultivators were already fighting with the Kuei-yu. The Kuei-yu was about 10 meters tall and had only 1 foot. The light of the sun and the moon bloomed all over his body, illuminating the entire great city. Within the light, it was possible to catch a glimpse of its pale green skin. The Kuei-yu hissed and roared in a burst, each strike striking the ground and shaking the mountains. On the contrary, it was a bit tough for the human martial artists to resist. Wasn't it said that the Kuei-yu was about to be revived? And hasn't this already been revived? The extreme realm bullied me. Violet kept sputtering, disgruntled. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought of a frightening possibility. I've killed almost 600 or 700 thunderbolts. How many have you killed? Lin Tian looked towards Ziwei, who was whining. He had been busy killing just now, with Ziwei mending behind him, but he hadn't bothered to count. Violet was stunned and quickly smiled. You're amazing. Lin Tian didn't say anything, and the heavenly sword was slightly raised. Jinwu, I'm your little brother. Don't be like this. Violet retreated a step back, and then said somewhat tongue-in-cheek, I've killed almost 150 of them. His voice grew fainter and more heartfelt. Lin Tian's heart sank and he craned his neck. So, just kill another 100 or 2. He then looked to Violet and asked, how are we going to get back? Violet replied, as soon as we complete the task, the pole realm will be prompted in our minds. Then, all we need to do is to go back with a silent cry in our hearts. Of course, we can also stay a little longer, and the extreme realm will naturally recall us once the mission time limit is up. Chapter 21 Thunderbolt enters the city, killing without end. Lin Tian nodded, then looked over at the city wall. Before, the Kuei-yu's collision like that had caused the sword capital to instantly lose its defense. It was now estimated that 2,000 to 3,000 thunderbolts had charged into the city. There were 2,000 or 3,000 more, fighting the human generals outside the city. Lin Tian no longer hesitated and ran towards the city wall. What is the Kuei-yu essence blood? Lin Tian asked as he ran. This was what Qing Di had said earlier at the extreme realm. The Kuei-yu essence blood was a treasure for a powerhouse like the Qing Emperor. He became intensely curious then. Ziwei was astonished as she walked alongside Lin Tian. That you don't know? Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, Ziwei said, any ferocious beast that has an ancient bloodline, its essence blood is extremely valuable. Once one takes the Kuei-yu's essence blood, the martial artist's strength qualifications and physique are improved to a great extent, and if one obtains enough of it, they can also condense a ferocious beast phantom. Violet said, her mind reeling. Jinwu, do you mean we'll go grab the Kuei-yu essence blood later? Good idea. Ziwei gave a surprised cry and glanced at the Kuei-yu above the sky, who was fighting fiercely with the human martial artists. Spinning around, there was some disappointment. They can't do it. Half a day even the skin of the Kuei-yu was chopped through. I think it's basically hopeless. Violet, thinking naturally, wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch. When they picked up the Kuei-yu essence blood, they would directly have the extreme realm teleport them back. Even if he couldn't get it, with extreme realm teleportation, a free teleportation talisman in hand, he could still take a risk. Lin Tian didn't say anything, and his footsteps became even more rapid. Boom! It was like a stream of green and white light, turning into a sharp sword. He instantly rushed into the group of thunderbolts under the city wall. Swish! But see, a coat of blood rushed into the herd. A radiant green-colored sword chi whistled out. With a sense of extreme solemnity attached to it, it kills indiscriminately. Brothers, you must hold. The Senator General roared out as he killed dozens of thunderbolts with a single shot. Kill! The generals beside him erupted into a mountainous hiss. They've been killing it. Hundreds of soldiers against thousands of thunderbolts. One by one, they all killed red. When one falls, the other goes crazy and kills two. Bang! 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 Above the sky, dozens of sword chi intertwined and killed. Moo! The roar of the Kuei-yu resounded through the heavens and earth. The golden light of the sun and moon rose around him. In the midst of the light, countless raging thunderbolts transformed into pythons that continuously tore at each other. Several sword cultivators were instantly killed as their bodies were blown apart by the thunder snake. Even Din Chen, who had the best cultivation, was already in a state of decline. This is not going to work. The senator let out a low growl. The Kuei-yu side is the main battlefield. If Din Chen and the others lose, that's the big disaster. Just one Kuei-yu could slaughter the entire sword capital. What the hell? He gritted his teeth and growled low. The afterglow saw the constantly flickering green light sword chi after the Kuei-yu herd. It's those two guys again. With the masks. What a sharp sword chi. Which family's heavenly pride is he? He murmured, suddenly looking stricken. Extreme Realm True Martial Emperor. Another not quite recognizable. Spinning around, he laughed out loud. Is it a second-generation true martial? Anyone who can be chosen by the extreme realm is an absolute heavenly pride. Then the Generalissimo glanced at the sky and yelled again. Brothers, hold on. I'll go up and fight first, Senator Jedi Canthus said, his legs slightly bent. Boom! The entire person smashed into the Kuei-yu like a cannonball. Kill! Above ground, the soldiers were still fighting. Armor is broken, flesh is tattered, and blades are curled. Still killing on death. After all, there were still a lot of thunder bulls rushing into the city. They stormed into the street and began to rampage. Run! What's going on? Why are there ferocious beasts entering the city? Keep up, brigade, to the south city. The people of the city, along with the merchants and traders, are continuously fleeing towards the southern city. Soldiers on horseback and in armor are organizing the people to flee. On the streets, everyone's faces were extremely flustered, shoulder to shoulder, fleeing in a panic. Someone was knocked down and instantly stepped on by others. Even wailing, no one bothered. Worried voices, cries of young children, and crashing sounds intermingled. Moo! A few flashes of thunder. The herd of thunderbolts that rushed into the streets immediately sought out the scent of the human race. Boom boom boom. As if it were a mountain of mountains, the buildings within the entire town collapsed. Instantly a piece forms a wreckage of burning smoke. Ah! Thousands of thunder oxen rushed into the crowd like a sea of thunder. Each impact, each thunderbolt took a fresh life. Human life is like grass. Help me, kid, run. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Voices of horror and despair rose and fell. The soldiers who were arranging for the people to flee were all red-eyed. Charge at the Thunderbull. It was just too weak to resist. Under the Thunderbull's unceasing slaughter, the people's bodies kept exploding like bloody tofu. Above the ground, large pools of blood appeared. It runs down through the cracks in the stone tile floor and seeps into the ground. In the sky, a sword light flashed. Some of the family descendants, along with the academy students, either rushed towards the Thunderbull, or choose to flee. It's not two countries fighting each other. The beast tide of the Kuei Ox and Thunder Ox appeared in a very short period of time. Within Sword Capital, not a single person was prepared. Of course, the people are the ones who are most hurt. In this world, people's lives are like ants. Outside the city, Pust, a thunderbull fell at Lin Tian's feet. With each chop, the power of thunder within him and the heavenly sword became more and more terrifying. At the end of the day, the thunderbull was no longer of much use to the thunder struck by Lin Tian. It's like scratching an itch. However, the Thunderbull's onslaught was still ferocious. Several wounds appeared on Lin Tian's body once again. The whole person was transformed into a bloody man. The speed of the outgoing sword was visibly slowed down. You have cumulatively killed 190 Thunderbulls. The sharpness of your sword is increased by 10%. And your cultivation has risen to the 6th level of Xiandan. Buzz! Lin Tian's cultivation level had once again advanced. This time, he kept killing nearly 200 Thunderbulls. Along with that, Zwei kills a Thunderbull. Jinwu, Ziwei, you have cumulatively killed 1,000 Thunderbulls. Mission accomplished. A magnificent voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. This time, it's the Pole Realm. Phew. Violet exhaled a cloudy breath freely. Chapter 22, 4th in the Green Sword ranking. Li Shangjue. He stood in the air. At his feet was a large disk of runes formed by flames. Standing tall, few Thunderbulls hurt him. Instead, Lin Tian had been fighting with his physical body. It's not a bad injury. The mission is over. Lin Tian violently stepped back. The heart was also relieved. He ducked away and took off his shirt once more. Swallow the 2 pills into your stomach. Taking out the potion that Zwei had given him, he once again applied it to his body. Heavenly Sword picked a little bit of the medicinal liquid and applied it behind Lin Tian. Subsequently, the Heavenly Sword gently patted Lin Tian's shoulder, seemingly heartbroken for its master. Jinwu, this sword of yours actually has a spirit. Ziwei landed beside Lin Tian and said in surprise. Lin Tian concentrated on healing his wounds and pressed on. Ignoring Ziwei, Violet smiled carelessly, then looked at Heavenly Sword and said, Jinwu, are you selling this sword? I'm willing to pay a big price. Only, Violet regretted it just as soon as she finished speaking, because, although Lin Tian didn't speak or even look at him, however, Ziwei was able to clearly feel the piercing coldness from Lin Tian's body. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Violet took a step back and smiled sarcastically. It was only when he saw that the coldness on Lin Tian's body had dissipated a lot that he breathed a sigh of relief. So, the sword cultivators under the sky are really all the same, he muttered in a small voice. Both of them coincidentally did not choose to return to the extreme realm. The reason for this is the blood of the Kuei-nyo. At this time, above the sky, the Kendo martial artist fought the Kuei-yu soundly. The Kuei-nyo was like a great sun shining high, and thousands of thunders enveloped it. It almost lit up the entire sword capital. It was clearly night, but it was like day. The earth cracked and the walls shattered. A human powerhouse fell. Like a disaster. In the course of the fight, many sword cultivators had already fallen. A few of them rushed into the city. Now, thousands of thunderbolts rushed into the city and started killing civilians. If he didn't stop it, it was estimated that the entire mortal population of Sword Capital would be killed. In the middle of this battle, ordinary people are like ants, pieces and pieces of death. Although Lin Tian and the others had been fighting outside the city, it was easy to imagine how miserable it would be inside the city. The soldiers outside the city were now dead and wounded. Nearly, the majority of the Thunder Bulls were exterminated. What was left? Some of the ones that had rushed into the city probably wouldn't be able to jump for long. Jinwu, let's go into the city and kill as many as we can. Violet looked at the battlefield and said, don't go into the city. Lin Tian stood up, carrying the bloody clothes. He shook them off, and a large amount of blood flowed down. This piece of clothing that Violet had given him was made of a very special material. Before, he was covered in blood. But now, the blood stains on this dress were all over it. With a little shrug, it became white again. Not going into town? Ziwei looked at Lin Tian, her face under the mask more or less uncomfortable. Still, he wasn't too much of a saintly kind of guy. It was just that seeing him die somewhat dampened his conscience. Lin Tian looked at the Kueino in the sky that was like a great sun, oppressing all living beings. The mind was appalled. That's what it is. The killing power that comes with high-level combat power. Terror. The strength of the dozens of martial artists was extremely high. They had some deaths and injuries though, but it also forced the battlefield to be on top of the city walls. Otherwise, once the Kueyu enters the city, what will come of it will be extinction. In Lin Tian's heart, he actually naturally wanted to enter the city. After all, constant killing, and he gets stronger and stronger. And, now he was the same as Heavenly Sword. It's like lighting up the thunder talent. If he continued to kill the Thunder Bull, the stronger the thunder power in his body would become. Only, these sword capital cultivators didn't know. Lin Tian, however, knew it. The quest given by Polaris says it all. That is, the Kueyu will be revived. This one Kueyu in front of him didn't look like it was going to revive at all. Why are they storming the city and creating killings? It's not just for the Kueyu revival to bring blood. However, now this Kueyu was in good hands. Then there's only one possibility. That is, and a Kihu. Most likely, that one Kueino was hiding underneath Heavenly Sword City. If they go into the city and run into the Kueyu revival, isn't that a death wish? Buzz. Between heaven and earth, the sound of a sword resounded. Across a distance of 10,000 meters, a stern sword intent instantly diffused. 10,000 feet of sword light suddenly attacked. Moo. Seemingly sensing the threat, the Kueino howled up to the sky. The roar echoed noisily, violently shaking everything around it. Click. The thunder on its body instantly erupted, shaking away Din Chen, who was fighting it. The evil animal deserves to die. A resonant man's voice came. Just as the Kueino roared, a large sword that spread across the sky traversed 10,000 meters and pushed across the sky to chop. Swish! The great sword pierced into the body of the Kueyu. Click! Thunder erupted from the Kueyu's body. Several lines of blue blood rhyming with thunder spewed out. Kueyu essence blood. Collect! Seeing that the Kueino was injured, the martial artists who were originally fighting the Kueino instantly roared out, flying towards the line of blood. Meanwhile, below the city, in the shadows nearby, dozens of figures with powerful auras instantly sprang out, toward the line of blood. Surprisingly, so many old sixes, Violet exclaimed in shock, completely surprised that so many people would suddenly appear. Lin Tian was not surprised. After all, the world, selfishness is the only way to get more. And, just then, sword lights shot out from the sky. It instantly stabbed into several martial artists who were vying for the essence blood. If the Kueino doesn't die, I'll kill any one of you who dares to snatch the essence blood. The man's voice rang out again. A strange majestic aura, spreading 10,000 meters away, came across from that side. It was a sword-wielding young man dressed in black with a handsome look. He filled his ears with Kani, and he would have been starry-eyed. It stood tens of meters in front of the Kueyu's body in the air. One person's aura crushed all martial artists. Fourth on the green sword ranking, Li Shangjue. Someone among the martial artists recognized the man's identity and exclaimed in shock. The rest, those men who were preparing to snatch the Kueino's essence blood, also stopped at once. They looked at Li Shangjue and dared not. So handsome, Violet exclaimed in admiration. Lin Tian looked at the other party strangely. Seemingly sensing Lin Tian's perception, Ziwei gave an awkward remark and then said, "It seems like it's hopeless. Li Shangjue is here. If we grab the Kuei-nyo essence blood, we'll be killed by him. Lin Tian looked towards the city wall there. Li Shangjue had already fought with the Kuei-yu. The sword light filled the sky, and in a moment it had gained the upper hand. Kuei-yu has me. You and the others go into the city and protect the people, Li Sangjak said as he fought. Yes. The Senator General and President Chen looked at each other, both saw the joy in each other's eyes. Then Dean Chen looked towards Lin Tian's side. His gaze seemed to pass through layers of barriers. 4 eyes met with Lin Tian. Then, flew into the city. Lin Tian was aghast in his heart. One is always in the other's field of vision. Then, Li Sangjak must have found out about himself as well. It's a straight slip, or should we wait a little longer? Lin Tian thought to himself for a long time. Should we go back? I have a feeling it's hopeless, Violet said with a light tremor in her voice. Wait a little longer. Lin Tian returned. Now there was only the last incense stick of time left before the 2 hours given by the extreme realm. Even if, out of the blue, it also allows for direct teleportation from the polar realm. Moo! A sudden roar. It rang out from within the city. Endless pressure, as if coming from all directions. Li Shangjue was momentarily stunned. Look within the sword capital. No good. He let out a low growl. Click. Kuei-nyo took advantage of his inattention and directly struck him with a thunderbolt. Li Shangjue only felt an ache in his body. Just as he was about to counterattack, the Kuei-yu bull put its head on his body. A large area of thunder exploded. Li Shangjue was sent flying on top of him until he came to rest on top of Kendo. No good. Everybody spread out. The cultivators within the sword capital were startled, sensing an even more powerful pressure appear. Boom boom boom. The earth is writhing. The whole Kendo. The earth cracks and juts out. Terrifying waves of air emanated from the ground, crossing above from beneath the earth. Earthquake-like, above ground, stretching for kilometers. The walls, the stores, everything in the courtyard began to tremble. A house was reduced to pieces and the street disappeared in an instant. The people who were still fleeing, panicked, fell into the cracks that appeared in the earth. Before tens of thousands of people had time to scream, they were directly crushed to death by the mighty pressure that overflowed from the ground. Dismembered limbs and blood were spilled. As the tremor occurred, channels of brilliant golden light overflowed from the cracks in the ground and shot straight up into the clouds. Moo! Accompanied by the sound of rolling and whistling thunder. Under the ground, a second great sun appeared. An even larger Kuei-yu bull sprang out of the ground. The savage ancient aura caused Ziwei outside the city to look shocked. The second Kyu. The breath is even more terrifying than the first one. His body was trembling lightly. Already the fear was too great to be self-evident. True, martial arts. I dare not continue to stay here. I have to go. You take care, Ziwei said in a trembling voice, unable to even muster a single thought of snatching the Kuei-nyo's essence blood. Then his voice faded. It directly disappeared beside Lin Tian. Chapter 23, Obtaining the Essence Blood of the Kuei-nyo. Idiot, now is the best time to fight for essence blood. Lin Tian lightly laughed out with disdain. This was the moment he was waiting for. Li Shangjue alone could completely suppress Kuei-yu. Those who tried to snatch the Kuei-yu essence blood would be killed by Li Shangjue in seconds. He was simply looking for death if he went to grab it. However, a second Kuei-yu appeared. Li Sangjak would fall into the wind. When the time came, Kuei-yu was in a hurry to kill Li Shangjue. Li Shangjue didn't care about anything else. Isn't this, in fact, his chance? Be bold. Anything will come. Lin Tian laughed out coldly, his face full of madness. Sure enough, the city. Li Shangjue was attacked by the two Kuei-yu bulls back and forth. His expression was grim as 5 sword cases suddenly appeared. A dozen or so extraordinary longswords attacked out. A sword formation was set up around him. Moo! The two Kuei-nyo roared into the sky as thousands of thunderbolts rushed towards Li Shangjue. Deadly pressure. Keep hitting towards the city. There, more people are fleeing. Such a horrifying battle was estimated to exterminate hundreds of thousands of mortals. I guess I won't die this time. Lin Tian laughed fiercely as his entire body transformed into a white shadow and flew towards the place where the Kuei-nyo had spilled its essence blood earlier. Boom! He was now at the 6th level of Xiandan, and a breath was 100 meters, leaving behind a long vaporous shadow. Beneath the walls, a dozen or so azure blood drops containing thunder slowly floated in the air. Instead of falling to the ground, this essence blood floated 1 meter from the ground. Each droplet of blood shimmered with lightning. From time to time, green-colored electric snakes would strike out. Lin Tian took out the 2 pill bottles that Ziwei had given him earlier. Pour the potion from one vial into the other. Holding the empty vial in his hand, he took on its essence and blood. Soon, a dozen drops of essence blood were put into the pill bottle by Lin Tian. Only the last drop remains. Extreme Realm True Martial, put down the pill bottle. It doesn't belong to you. A woman's cold voice rang out. Lin Tian frowned as he looked. The other party, surprisingly, knew his identity. A pretty woman holding a broken arm and covered in tatters stood a dozen meters away from herself. Lin Tian remembered that this woman was one of the people who had lurked around earlier, stealing the essence blood. Previously, they were forced to enter the city to fight due to the pressure from Li Xiangjue. Now, Li Xiangjue was entangled by two Kueyu. She then came out in a huff. Looking at the injuries, the second Kueyu ox appeared. The woman had suffered a lot of injuries. What a primer! Lin Tian sneered. You can beat me in your current state? The woman's eyes narrowed and the sword in her hand pointed diagonally at the ground. I've seen you just now when you beheaded the Thunder Bull. Saying that, the woman's aura became sharp. Your strength is at most Cave Void 1. Even if I am now seriously injured, decapitating a Cave Void 5 is still more than enough. The woman was alarmed. Lin Tian directly launched his sword. A sword light shot straight up, brilliant and incomparable. The green light was great. Wrapped in a terrifying sword momentum, it instantly attacked. The woman was shocked and hastily put out her sword to fend it off. The longsword met the sword light and burst into a sudden shower of sparks. Her skin was slashed and her entire body exploded backwards. After an instant, the sword light receded. The woman had an additional sword mark on her wound. Looking towards the essence blood side again, Lin Tian had already disappeared. Even the last drop of the Kuei-nyo's essence blood had been taken away by Lin Tian. The woman let out a low growl, her face becoming extremely ugly. She almost folded here tonight. It's for the Kuei-yu essence blood. Unexpectedly, in the end, the essence blood that everyone coveted was snatched away by the newly promoted Extreme Realm True Martial. Although the Extreme Realm True Martial Artist had a great reputation, however, this one Jinwu is obviously a junior not a drop. Asshole. The woman kept on drinking coldly, and then fled the place with her injured body. The Polar Realm, above the lake, Violet's figure appeared. Qingdi and Shihi looked at them and were both a bit surprised. Zvi, you actually survived. Not bad, not bad. The Green Emperor spoke with a faint smile. Shiha did not say anything, not knowing what she was thinking. Big brother Qingdi, do you think I'll die there? Violet was obviously not too happy about it. What do you mean surprisingly? Are they surprised that they survived? Ha ha. The Green Emperor smiled awkwardly, then said in a slightly deeper tone, is the newly promoted True Martial already dead? He's only at the body opening realm. I can't believe that my first mission would be so difficult. The expression under Zvi's mask was a bit strange. Then said, I didn't say Mamoru was dead. When Ziwei finished speaking, the Qing Emperor froze, and Shiha also looked toward Ziwei and asked, was it you who won with Zenmu? Shiha hadn't fought with Ziwei, so he wasn't sure of Ziwei's strength. Not. Violet was speaking when she paused slightly, then burst out laughing. It must be me. I am the pride of my clan. I have suppressed my peers since birth, and today I have newly learned a powerful martial skill. Charging into the Thunder Bull herd, I am a messy kill. Zenmu has instant admiration for me. First I was that way, then this way, Rose and Gones, Violet said, arms swinging, and began to describe the crisis that was going on, with how awesome she was. Cece listened in silence. Qingdi wanted to smack him as he listened. Qingdi had done a mission with Ziwei, so he was naturally clear about it. Tell the truth, Qingdi coldly shouted, and Ziwei instantly wilted. The true situation was then told. For a long time, surprisingly, there are two Kuei-nyo. The sword capital is probably going to be heavily injured this time, but the place where I live is too far away from sword capital. It's a pity and hateful. The Green Emperor let out a sigh. Jinwu, is it really as powerful as you say? Shiha looked to Ziwei and asked. It's true. He looks civilized and quiet. When he fights, he's a madman, Violet said, still a little heartbroken. No wonder the true martial mask was lowered by the Extreme Realm. It's really another Sword Dao heavenly pride. I underestimated him before. Qingdi sighed. I just don't know. Which family's heir will Jinwu be? Shihi murmured, seemingly analyzing Jinwu's true identity. True martial can be poor. They don't even have space rings, and they don't even have pills for injuries, Violet added. Shiha opened her mouth with a bright light in front of her eyes. Could it be the barbarian heavenly pride? It's possible. Qingdi nodded. Barbarians were notoriously poor. In the meantime, Lin Tian appeared within an empty room. Inside the room, everything was simple. A wooden chair and a table. On the floor of the room rested a half-human tall hourglass. Hourglass seems to have just been reset. Fine sands flowed into the glass bottle underneath. Produces a fine rustling sound. This is your exclusive room within the Polar Realm. You can only stay for an hourglass of time. During that time you have the choice of going straight back or entering the lake. Your quest will be enacted in a month, and during that month, You will be given the opportunity to enter the Extreme Realm once every week. You are participating in the mission with Zwei. The Extreme Realm mask has set Zwei as your friend by default, and you can communicate through the mask. Jinwoo, you have successfully completed your first mission. Rating, a top. Rewards will be awarded based on your needs. Therefore, the reward is enacted. 1. A healing jade talisman, after a mission. No matter how badly you're injured, as long as you return to the Extreme Realm, it will allow you to heal. 2. A mission jade talisman, it offsets the death penalty for one mission failure, and you receive half the reward for a successful mission. 3. 3 jade talismans of advancement, can be used on items such as pills and elixirs to advance them and produce greater effects. 4. A space ring with fitted clothing. Hint, these jade talismans may not be taken out of the Extreme Realm, but they may be stored here. The grand voice resounded through the room. On top of the wooden table in front of Lin Tian, 5 jade talismans appeared out of thin air. It was the 3 jade talismans that the Extreme Realm had rewarded him with, and a space ring. Lin Tian felt that this was the bad taste of the Extreme Realm. Lin Tian observed these jade talismans for a while. Of the 3 medium jade talismans that he could use, just 1 jade talisman of advancement. Lin Tian took out 3 pill bottles. 1 bottle stored the 2 types of pills Ziwei had given him, and 1 bottle stored the medicinal liquid used for external application. As for the other bottle, it was the essence blood of the Kuei-nyo. Use the advancement jade talisman on pills and potions. How to think of a loss. Essence blood. Lin Tian sat on a chair and uncorked the bottle. Fizzle. Several tiny electric snakes sprang out of the jade screen. A powerful ancient aura instantly spread out. Lin Tian couldn't help but get excited in his heart. He picked up the jade talisman of advancement and placed it against the mouth of the essence blood bottle. Use the jade talisman of advancement to advance the Kuei-yu essence blood. Lin Tian spoke softly. Buzz. In an instant, the jade talisman turned into a green light and disappeared into the essence blood. Really? Lin Tian let out a surprise. Click. With a crisp ringing sound, the pill bottle directly cracked. Lin Tian's heart sank, and subconsciously he was about to catch the essence blood with his hand. Prickly, terrifying thunder blasts. A ball of blood overflowing with a glass-like azure color floated in front of Lin Tian. The green light transformed by the jade talisman intertwined with the blood of the Kuei-yu essence. Soon, the scent of the essence blood became purer and stickier. The ancient aura in it was even more terrifying. Lin Tian's expression was delighted. Directly picking up the remaining 2 jade talismans of advancement. Use them all and continue to advance. He read low. This jade talisman instantly turned into green light and merged into the essence blood. Click. Within the essence blood, lightning flickered. Terrifying thunder raged within the room. A few of them hit Lin Tian's body, causing him to feel severe pain. One must know that Lin Tian had killed the thunderbull because he had beheaded it. The thunder power in his body was not weak. However, the thunder overflowing from this massive essence blood still caused Lin Tian to feel a paroxysm of pain. Chapter 24 Advanced Kuei-nyo Essence Spirit. Molten Closure. Little by little, time passed. In the essence blood, a brilliant azure light flame gradually overflowed. Roar! A Kuei-yu's roar appeared abruptly. Lin Tian's expression was stunned as he looked towards the essence blood. Just see, within the essence of blood. At some point, a Kuei-yu silhouette appeared and was hissing continuously. The fierce eternal aura caused Lin Tian's heart to beat violently. Buzz off! A buzzing sound was heard. The green light of the advancement jade talisman was eventually absorbed by the essence blood in its entirety. The effect of the advancement jade talisman has ended. The Kuei-yu essence blood has advanced to Kuei-yu essence spirit. The grandiose voice of the Extreme Realm resounded throughout the room. Lin Tian was stunned at first. Immediately, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. If the Kuei-yu essence blood is a treasure, then the Kuei-nyo essence spirit is the most precious treasure. A drop of Kuei-yu essence spirit was worth hundreds, if not thousands, of times the value of Kuei-yu essence blood. Absorbing the essence blood of ferocious beasts. When the amount absorbed reaches a certain level, then you can awaken the fierce beast Dharma. But, absorb a drop of essence. That is a sure way to awaken the Dharma. Also, the quality is far higher than essence blood. Thinking about this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel apprehensive in his heart. Prickly. In front of him, this massive essence floated in the air as if it had come to life. Within the blue blood, the Kuei-nyo silhouette was generally standing on top of the sky, and thunder flowed around it. Lin Tian took a deep breath and lightly tapped his fingertips on top of the essence spirit. An instant tingling sensation passed through all parts of his body. Wisps of azure energy intertwined like streams and climbed up Lin Tian's fingers, even the arms, up to all parts of the body. Then, soak into all parts of your body. Click. Thunderous sounds instantly resounded everywhere around Lin Tian. In his mind, it was even more like a flood of bells exploding. All over the body, all over the limbs. Countless particles, from the inside out, were wrapped in thunder. Boom! Inside the room, all the might floated because of the magnetic field. Whistling and sweeping, a small tornado formed around Lin Tian's circumference. Countless streaks of thunder overflowed from Lin Tian's body and then burrowed back in. It was like countless razor blades that were constantly cutting every inch of Lin Tian's skin. Ouch! Excruciating pain, coming from all sides. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression constantly becoming grim. Jie, he grimaced, his clothes, in a flash, falling apart. The hairs on his body were like the tips of needles and stood up, prickly. The thunder snake tore, and Lin Tian's internal organs seemed to be torn apart. If you can, it hurts a little more, Lin Tian said with a hateful voice, blood spilling out from his gums. Barely. The skin was cracking, and countless dirt hidden inside the body drifted out as particles. Fizzle. Tiny blue thunder spilled out of the skin's openings. It made Lin Tian look as if he had a blue grid burning all around him. It was a huge metamorphosis. A drop of the Kueiyu's essence blood was purifying Lin Tian's entire body. Then, the terrifying ancient aura began to merge into Lin Tian's fleshly body. How does it feel to be scratching an itch? Lin Tian laughed fiercely. The 10,000 sharp pains caused his sanity to be a little unclear. In his last life, he worked as a mercenary. Ever been caught by the enemy? That time of torture was etched in Lin Tian's mind. But, compared to this one, that time, it was a bit pedestrian. What kind of punishment? It doesn't hurt as much as devouring the Kueiyu's essence blood. Time passes little by little. Above the lake, Shihi and Xingdi were actually going to leave a long time ago. However, the two coincidentally chose to stay a little longer. It had been 2 incense burners since Zvi had returned. Jinwu has never appeared. I'll leave first. Xingdi, about the Lu Dusu family. Tell me more about it in detail. There will be heavy thanks, Shihi said softly to the Qing Emperor. Then, it disappeared above the lake. The Qing Emperor nodded, then smiled at Ziwei. You should go back early too. I'm guessing Jinwu, not having the option of returning here, went straight home. Violet froze and was about to say something. Instead, he saw that the Green Emperor had also left. Beneath the mask, Violet's brow furrowed. No way. No way. It's not really planted there. He actually felt a little guilty about it. The second Kueiyu appeared and he panicked. So without alerting Jinwu, he simply slipped away himself. Now Jinwu didn't come back. Just now, he had been contacting Jinwu with his mask, and there hadn't been a single reply. Couldn't help but worry him a bit. Never mind. Wait a little longer. Who told you to take me flying for once? Violet whispered and sat down on the surface of the lake and began to cultivate. In the meantime, within the exclusive room, Lin Tian's cultivation had entered tranquility. It seemed that the body had gotten used to the sharp pain. Numerous cracks appeared in the skin, and then it began to peel off continuously. A whiter layer of skin was revealed, rhyming with blue light all over. The blood chi of his body was slowly condensing, and his blood chi was like mercury. Your physique is getting stronger, and your sword is unwilling to lag behind, increasing its toughness by 10%. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. The heavenly sword slowly hovered in front of Lin Tian. It seems like it's practicing as well. Lin Tian closed his eyes and heard this sentence. He kind of understood the line from the very beginning when he chose the heavenly sword. You upgrade with your sword. The heavenly sword was a part of Lin Tian. Both are upgraded, naturally, at the same pace. And, as time slowly passes, in the center of the room, the golden sands in the half-man-high hourglass slowly drained to the last grain. Next moment, the scenery around Lin Tian darkened. He returned to his room within Bloodtown. Prickly. The lightning and thunder instantly woke up Ling Xiuzi and Qing Orange in the next room. What's that noise? Big sister. Green Orange slept in the same bed as Ling Xiuzi. Somewhat timidly, he hugged Ling Xiuzi. Don't worry, it's Mr. Lin practicing, making Xiuzi dotingly touch Qing Orange's little face. She had once seen the sword light that Lin Tian chopped out during his cultivation. That kind of stern and solemn feeling still made Qing Orange remember it in his heart and could not forget it. Big brother seems to be practicing every night. Isn't he tired? Green Orange raised his head, and by the moonlight from the window, he could faintly see the soft jaw of Ring Xiuzi, making Xiuzi slightly silent. She pinched the corner of the quilt for Qing Orange, since the first outbreak of dandruff, making Xiuzi then realized that it was getting harder and harder to cultivate. So within a few days, she gave up, a heart that is also gradually coming to terms with despair. Once, after entering the cheerful immortal sect, Ling Xiuzi had also seen some master brothers who worked extremely hard to cultivate. But as in the case of Lin Tian, making Xiuzi is rare. Laziness, the nature of all living things. Not only mortals, but immortal cultivators also find it hard to eschew laziness. However, after spending more than 10 days with Lin Tian, Rang Qiuzi, however, realized that Lin Tian was no longer diligent. Lin Tian was treating cultivation as if it was instinctive in general. Big brother is too diligent. Cultivation is that much fun? Castle muttered in a small voice. Ling Qiuzi said with a light sigh. There will always be people in the world who are desperately trying to stay alive. She didn't know how to explain it to Green-Orange. Soon, the first rays of the morning sun appeared. Make Qiuzi walk out of the room. Somewhat kicking myself for staying in bed for a bit tonight. The beautiful eyes looked away. However, he realized that the door to Lin Tian's room was still tightly closed. Somewhat taken aback. In the past, at this time, Lin Tian should have already gotten up and washed up. I'm going to be in seclusion for a few days, so don't ask anyone to disturb me. Inside the room, Lin Tian's clear voice rang out, making Qiuzi slightly stunned. He immediately owed his words. Please don't worry, Your Excellency. Chapter 25. Who dares to make my disciple? Li Bai. Contemptible? There was silence within the room for a moment. Lin Tian's voice came out once again. I can't go hunting for meat for a few days, so be safe. It caused Qiuzi's beautiful eyes to flash slightly, somewhat surprised. It was the first time since Lin Tian had lived here that he had shown concern for her. Thank you, sir. She had bright eyes and red lips. A hint of softness emerged on her delicate face. Inside the room, the sound of thunder on Lin Tian's body diminished. The skin on his body was renewed. Black hair was draped over his shoulders, slanting handsome sword eyebrows, and slender black eyes that contained sharpness. Cold, arrogant and lonely but blooming. The transformation of the Kuei-Nyo essence spirit caused all of his features to become more refined. Inside, the power from the ancient times was constantly stirring, echoing in every inch and every millimeter of his flesh and blood. Lin Tian's blood was also transforming. The thunder power of the Kuei-Yu fused with the thunder he had wrapped from the thunder rocks. The power of thunder goes deep into the marrow of the bones. Gradually, it became Lin Tian's innate talent. Boom! A berserk aura instantly stirred out. A layer of shackles suddenly disappeared. The transformation of his physique allowed him to directly break through the first layer of the sword heart body refining technique. Sharpening the sword. Your physique becomes stronger, and you add 10% to your sword strike damage. The familiar voice sounded again. Add 10% to the damage of the heavenly sword. This effect had not been obtained by Lin Tian for a long time. Today, it is natural to rejoice. As the night passed, the energy of the Kuei-Nyo essence spirit had only been absorbed by Lin Tian by less than 10%. If it is to be absorbed in its entirety, Lin Tian estimated that it would take at least 10 days. It's a protracted process. The good thing is, it doesn't hurt as much now as it did at first. Lin Tian had already initially adapted to the fusion of the Kuei-Yu essence blood. 3 days later, outside the Great Qin Immortal Kingdom, a small world, Suiyun came out imprinted with haze, and silver waterfalls hung high in the sky and fell down the long river. A couple of cranes are flying through the colorful mist, aiming for the cloudy sky. At a glance, it was impossible to see the end. 9 strange craggy peaks stood within heaven and earth, like 9 sky-charging swords. They were horizontal and not to be played with. One of them, the people are alone and the mountains are beautiful. Li Shangjue royal sword while landing at the foot of the mountain, did not dare to fly between the mountains with his sword at all. That day when he was caught in the crossfire by the 2 great Kuei-Yu, Li Shangjue nearly died in sword capital. Luckily, the 5th delirium spirit of the green sword ranking came by sword intent and helped him defend the enemy together. Otherwise the person would have really folded there. Xiao Ju why did you bring a gift if you're just coming? An old voice came from all directions, suddenly resounding. Li Shanjue's expression flushed with instant realization. He hurriedly took out some roasted chicken wrapped in lotus leaves with fine wine from his spatial ring. The entire sword sect knew that the 7th peak's youngest uncle liked roasted chicken. Not bad, not bad. The old voice sounded again, and the roasted chicken and wine in Li Shanjue's hand disappeared. Upon further inspection, an old man dressed in white was sitting on a stone chair not far away removing the lotus leaves from a roasted chicken. This old man with white hair was focused on removing the lotus leaves with a joyful look on his face. There was not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy on his body. It didn't look so scruffy, but it was extremely plain. Li Shangjue opened his mouth slightly, then made a bow and said, "Senior uncle, the green sword tablet is broken." The old man in white nibbled on a mouthful of chicken and slurped, giving a slight lurch. "If it's broken, it's broken. That thing itself isn't very good. I thought that at first, senior uncle. I wanted to hide my clumsiness and pretend to be a pig eating a tiger. As a result, as soon as I got off the mountain, the entire Great Qin Immortal Kingdom knew that I was the #1 Sword Dao Heavenly Pride. You say I can't pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. And what's the point of going down the mountain and traveling the world? How can I shock the world if no one rushes me?" The old man, full of concern, stroked the chicken thigh meat down in one bite, his mouth full of oil. not caring about his image. Li Shangjue raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Sword cultivators of my generation. We can chop when we want to. Why do we need to hide our clumsiness? To forcefully pretend? It's too deliberate. How can it be as cool as killing someone with a sword after they've messed with you? LOL. Li Bai choked and hastily poured himself a mouthful of wine. It's all because of the green sword monument. Ah, I wanted to be beheaded long ago back then. This wine doesn't work. Will do. The corner of Li Shangjue's mouth turned away. Seen your uncle. It's also cool to walk the path of invincibility. Li Bai disdainfully glanced at Li Shangjue. Speaking of the sword Dao alone, you're only the fourth in the green sword, and you're telling me that you're going to walk the path of invincibility? It's too humiliating. You're too much of a disgrace to our sword sect. AI. Li Shangjue froze, a trace of sadness spreading across his entire face. Right away, it was tempting to just walk away. After thinking for a long time, he still said to Li Bai, who was gorging himself, "Seen your uncle. Before the green sword monument was shattered, I saw a new heavenly pride emerge." What? You still have roasted chicken? Then quickly bring it out, Li Bai said with his mouth full of ambiguity. A hint of huffing arose in Li Shangjue's heart. That person's name is Lin Tian. If you have it, hurry up and bring it out. And get some more wine for senior uncle. Learn from your senior uncle and be generous. Don't buy cheap stuff next time. Li Shangjue took a deep breath, his voice louder. His sword heart is heavenly. Snap! The bottle fell to the ground, and Li Bai's entire body froze. His eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. Li Shangjue laughed coldly in his heart, but on the surface he still said blandly, "Senior uncle, I'm going to get you some wine. I'll be right there," he said, and was about to leave. Li Sangak. A strange power suddenly surged as if the entire seventh peak was trembling. The layer of clouds suddenly broke through an opening, and brilliant daylight shot down from above the opening. The sunlight seeped down like repeated sands through the gaps in the overlapping leaves. Li Shangjue paused, smiling faintly as he looked behind him at the old man with a sharp expression. "Oh senior uncle, I'm going to buy you some wine." Li Bai raised his eyebrows and hurriedly stood up, laughing. "Xiao Ju ah, let's talk about that Lin Tian." Li Shangjue's smile tightened, and this time he said directly, "Senior uncle, I saw it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. The green sword tablet has the word sword heart heavenly success written on it." Hearing those 4 words again, Li Bai became dumbfounded, as if he had been hit on the head with a stick. "Where is he? Ju, tell me." Li Shangjue nodded and said, "At that time, the situation was a bit special, so I didn't personally verify it, and at that time, I only found out that Lin Tian was a contemptible son of the Lin family of Heavenly Sword City." Lightweight? Li Bai's eyes narrowed steeply. "Who dares to trivialize my disciple? Li Bai? What a nerve!" Boom! A terrifying sword light steeply rushed into the sky, and the entire heaven and earth shook. Within the sword capital, all the disciples were suddenly stunned. Buzz off! The swords in their hands suddenly chimed as if they were out of control. Boom! 10,000 sword lights came out from the 7th peak and went straight up into the clouds. It was as if the King of Swords was traveling. A white-clad figure flashed past. "Zhou Li has come out of the mountain. Junior Master has finally come out." What caught his attention? What a powerful sword Dao. When will we be able to be like Junior Master? Ha ha, you're very ambitious. The time flashed by and it was 10 days later. Blood Town. Within a courtyard, casually dressed, Hongyu lazily lounged in a rocking chair. The long hem of her skirt trailed on the floor, seemingly not fully concealed. From time to time, the luscious, flamboyant and mature body was exposed beyond the shirts. Beside her, 2 handsome-looking men were serving respectfully. Vermilion lips opened slightly, holding a grape and sucking it delicately. Red Jade spoke up. "Then Lin Tian hasn't gone out today either?" "Yes," Duke Bai respectfully returned. His waist had been stabbed by Lin Tian. It had recovered in the past few days, but the back strength had somehow dropped a lot. Originally a red man beside Hongyu, he can now only engage in serving duties. That's okay. Hongyu had been abstaining from sex ever since she was rejected by Lin Tian. Over the course of 10 days, the redness in his face grew and his complexion became sickly. Every day when she talked about Lin Tian, Hongyu's pair of yin-ying's wonderful eyes were even hidden with red light. Lin Tian had become a taboo for her. The more so, the more Hongyu then looked forward to the moment when Lin Tian's Dan poison erupted and knelt in front of her to pray. The head of the face in the middle of the courtyard was at first somewhat grateful, but later on, in his heart, he could not help but feel a little jealous of Lin Tian. This naturally included the White Duke. He was only at the body opening realm, and he couldn't even intervene in the Zidane fight. Everything can only be done by Red Jade. But, as strong as Red Jade was, however, you can't grab too much. Therefore, all these face heads of Hongyu are at risk of being discarded. In the past, Duke White was Hong Yu's favorite. There must be a Zidane. But now the back strength is down, plus the extra person of Lin Tian. He felt his crisis growing, and also at that moment, a manservant ran over in panic and knelt at Hong Yu's feet. My lord, Chen Lian is dead. A few of us went hunting today and found Chen Lian's body. Hong Yu was slightly stunned and instantly watered. Chen Lang is dead? She said, a line of tears running down her face. Chen Lang is exceptionally handsome and jade-like, but now he has left me. Hong Yu's voice was soft and sticky, and even though she was in pain now, she still gave off a flirtatious feeling. My lord, this place is extremely dangerous and death and injury is common. I still hope that Lord Hong Yu can express her condolences. Duke Bai's face sadly persuaded. In his heart, he was sneering. Chen Lian was his arch-rival, now dead. Naturally, it was planned. Hong Yu doesn't go out at all on weekdays, crying in pity now and not even bothering to look at Chen Lian's body later. That's why Duke White wasn't worried at all. Sure enough, cry for a while. Hong Yu then stopped crying. The tear tracks on her face were dispersed by her spiritual power. Said lightly, bury it. The manservant answered and left in a hurry. The white male laughed lightly in his heart, the hint of nervousness from before instantly dissipating. And at that moment, Hong Yu was looking at him. Bai Lang, did you kill Chen Lang because you were worried that, in the future, I wouldn't grant you Zidan? Duke White was first stunned, then his eyes widened. Being scared, his body shivered, his legs went weak, and he directly kneeled on the ground. My lord, it's me, who deserves to die. I'm jealous of Chen Lian. I beg you to spare my life. His voice was hoarse, incredulous that he had just been dismantled by Hong Yu. This person, Hong Yu, was extremely conceited. Once something is determined, it is determined even if it is wrong. So he's simply looking for death by retorting. Hong Yu skimmed the other side. You're sharp, she said, looking languidly toward the sky. It's getting more and more boring. Only Lin Tian can give me a little interest. The white male's head was buried deep in the ground. His body trembled and his heart was filled with horror and horror. I originally thought I could wait for Lin Tian for a month. But, Hong Yu said, her eyes filled with shyness. Go and bring Lin Tian here. As long as Lin Tian is willing to come over, I will spare your life. Thank you, Your Honor. Duke Bai's voice trembled as Hong Yu's words exploded in his mind like a bomb. In an instant, the White Duke found a direction to live. He then stood up shakily and left the courtyard. Hong Yu looked at his back, the light in her eyes becoming more and more bizarre. It was early evening. Inside the courtyard, Ling Xiuzi brought the roasted meat to the stone table. Without Lin Tian these past few days, she and Shang Orange needed much less food. The food caught in a single hunt would last her and Green Orange for days. Granted, there is indeed some danger in entering the forest. However, Ling Xiuzi found the corpse of a magic pig that had been killed by a sword in the forest. By the look of the wounds it must have been killed yesterday. So, in elation, Ling Xiuzi brought that devil pig back to the courtyard. That way, there would be no need to go into the forest to hunt again for 10 days. Wow, that smells good. Castle ran to the stone table leaving his mouth watering. Today, several herbs were found in the forest, so it will smell better, Red Xiuzi said with a smile. The beautiful eyes couldn't help but look towards Lin Tian's tightly closed room door. 10 days passed, and the room became less and less quiet. However, Qing Xiuzi clearly felt that the aura from within the room was becoming more and more terrifying. She remembered that Lin Tian should be at the body opening realm just like her, but that suffocatingly terrifying aura simply couldn't have come from the body opening realm. Mr. Lin Su has advanced. As she thought of this, a smile rippled on her cheeks. At this moment, a sudden cacophony of noises appeared outside the courtyard gate. It caused Xiuzi's heart to tighten and she hurriedly stood up. Outside the courtyard gate, 5 or 6 men stood. One of them is Mr. Bai. A few old brothers. Make sure to catch Lin Tian in one piece. Once we succeed I'll put in a good word for you in front of my family's lord, the white male said with a smile. It was the help he'd found all afternoon. 2 of them were at the Xiandan realm, and the remaining 3 were at the body opening realm. He certainly didn't have such a great face himself, but after saying Hong Yu's big name, things were much simpler. Chapter 26, A Group of Pathetic Ants. The men also readily agreed. After all, in the mouth of the White Duke, Lin Tian was just a more powerful body opening realm. Once Duke White gives them a few words of praise to Hong Yu, then in a few days, the fight for Zidane. They wouldn't be targeted by red jade either. Duck duck duck. The white male walked to the door and knocked lightly a few times. LOL. The courtyard door was opened. Seeing the person who came, causing Xiuzi to visibly display a look of fear. Miss Order, is Lin Tian here? Duke White asked with a smile. It caused Xiuzi to stare at first, then shake her head. Mr. Lin is not here. No? Duke White frowned, but then he laughed coldly. You take me for a cutie. making Xiaozi blush. She then explained, Mr. Lin has been in seclusion. Please don't disturb. After causing Xiaozi to finish speaking, Duke Bai instantly drifted off. It turned out that Lin Tian hadn't gone out for 10 days or so and was in seclusion. Only, what business is it of his? Hong Yu wanted him to bring Lin Tian over. If he waited until Lin Tian came out of the gate, wouldn't he be looking for death? Just step aside. I'll go in and have a few words with Mr. Lin, Duke White said with a sprightly smile, making Xiaozi's face more or less ugly, but still gritting his teeth. He said, please go back a few people. Mr. Lin is in seclusion, cannot be subjected to dry. Bang! Before Ling Xiaozi could finish speaking, a sharp pain came from her abdomen. The entire body was kicked off by the White Duke. Pust! A mouthful of reverse blood was spat out, causing Xiaozi to hold her stomach and blush miserably. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who's talking to you? Duke Bai sneered, and immediately led the 5 people beside him into the courtyard. Sister! When Shang Orange saw Ling Xiaozi fall to the ground, the pig's feet in his hand fell to the ground and he hurriedly ran towards Ling Xiaozi. Hey, life's not so bad. A Shen Dan Realm 5th level casually picked up a piece of demonic pork from the basin and nibbled on it. For his part, the White Duke walked out into the garden and said to the house whose gate was closed, Mr. Lin, my lord has an invitation. My lord is at the Cave Void Realm, as you know, and your refusal of my lord's goodwill 3 times really makes it difficult for me. My lord is also a bit upset these days, so I hope that Mr. Lin can give some face and go with me. His voice was loud and clear, and when he finished, he waited for Lin Tian to reply. It was just that after waiting for a long time, Lin Tian did not respond in any way. Duke White, just break in. You really don't know what's good for you. Being valued by Lord Hongyu, you still have to be reserved. Yes, I would wake up laughing in my dreams if I were spotted by Lord Hongyu. It's better to just capture it and hand it over to Lord Hongyu, or let Duke Bai breathe a sigh of relief. Behind Duke White, a few martial artists spoke in a trilingual manner. It seems to have been a bit of a wait. Bad guys, you hurt your big sister. A childish voice rang out, and Green Orange trotted on short legs, coming in front of a martial artist, constantly smashing with his small fists. Green Orange, come back here. Put. Lying on the ground, Ling Xiaozi saw the scene and hurriedly shouted in panic. She struggled to get up, but a fishy sweetness dripped down her throat. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. If a little doll doesn't behave, Uncle will be angry. That martial artist sneered and grabbed a handful of Green Orange's head. The Green Orange was then grabbed up. The pain hit, and water vapor instantly spilled from Green Orange's eyes, but still several punches were thrown at the man's face. Little doll, you're tickling Uncle. Do you want Uncle to crush your little head? The man chuckled, a hint of blood hidden in his eyes. Let her go. It made Xiaozi scream. Noisy. A voice filled with coldness came out from within the room. The crowd looked shocked before they could react. The man carrying the Green Orange's expression suddenly froze. Stunned, he looked to his heart, where a bloodstain had appeared at some point. No way, he yelled, and the arm carrying the Green Orange suddenly went cold. It was cut off by a swordlight. Several cracks then appeared in his entire body. To everyone's shocked eyes, the man turned into a pile of broken pieces. Running over, Ling Xiaozi's complexion changed drastically, and she hurriedly blindfolded Qing Orange. Click! The man died instantly. The runic great formation in the sky dome suddenly became brightly colored. It seemed to have been aimed at Lin Tian's head, ready to fire. How could he be so powerful? How dare he kill someone outright? The crowd was shocked, not expecting Lin Tian to strike so viciously. At this moment, Duke Bai's face also turned extremely pale. It was obvious that Lin Tian's strength was even more terrifying than when he had seen it before. He then gritted his teeth and said to a few people behind him, Gentlemen, it's time for you to make your move, and I'll do what I have to do. The remaining 4 had complex faces, and for a moment they were all a bit at a loss for words. A bunch of pathetic griffins. Lin Tian's voice sounded once again. A green light suddenly appeared. The crowd was shocked. It was a sword. If the green dragon stalked within the courtyard, wherever the sword blade passed, the killing intent instantly stumbled. No good. Run. A Shen Dan Realm looked startled, and his entire body was like an enemy. But before he could escape, sharp pain came from his legs. It was actually directly chopped off his legs by the swordlight. Bai Hyun, you've harmed me. A man roared in anger, and both of his arms were chopped off. Don't kill me. The White Duke had been terrified to the extreme. His brain was blank. Only the obsession to escape remained. How could he not expect Lin Tian to be so powerful? Swish! A sword light wiped across his knees. He was running away when he stumbled instantly, dropping both of his short legs to the ground. Same as the White Duke. The remaining few were all wailing and collapsing on the ground, a patch of broken limbs beside them, producing a pool of blood. making Xiao Zi look at this scene in horror. Her delicate body trembled. She covered the green-orange's eyes and ears. It was as if, again, he recalled a dozen days ago, when Lin Tian had fought against several body-opening realms on his own. At that time, Lin Tian was so hideous and murderous. Nowadays, Lin Tian didn't even show up, closely relying on a sword. He decimated others to such an extent. Such strength is horrible. Could it be that Lin Tian had been hiding his strength the other day? Or was it that Lin Tian's strength came from these few days of cultivation? No, it made Xiao Zi not dare to think about it. Either way, it wasn't her place to speculate. You and others may leave, but clean this place up. Lin Tian's voice sounded once again, this time appearing much flatter. However, it contained an irresistible aura. The heavenly sword had flown into the house, except for a few people from the White Duke who were physically crippled, and the runic array that was poised to start but suddenly stopped. It's like everything never happened. The White Duke's few faces were pale, and their hearts were already in despair. Bloodtown was already extremely dangerous. Now they are physically crippled, and how will they survive in the future? A kind of sadness and remorse stirred in the hearts of several people. They gritted their teeth and gathered up the broken limbs on the ground. Half an incense stick later, the courtyard was once again quiet. An elixir flew out from Lin Tian's house. The cause of this matter lies with me, but you have suffered an undeserved disaster. This is a body healing pill. You will be fine after taking it. Thank you, sir. Ling Xiaozi received the elixir, her eyes filled with complexity. Sister, are you okay? Qing Orange asked worriedly, and saw Ling Xiaozi shaking her head and entering the house herself in a well-behaved manner. She is still young though, but after seeing the large bloodstains in the courtyard, he also understood what had happened. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a trace of awe towards Lin Tian. Chapter 27, I'm Ziwei's little brother. Inside the room, Lin Tian withdrew his breath. The heavenly sword was suspended a meter around its circumference. Having cultivated to the Xiandan realm, Lin Tian's perception had become much stronger. Just as he killed the first one, then he easily sensed the dangerous intent coming from the runic grand formation above the Blood Town. He was certain that it would only take one more kill. This rune formation will bring down a direct punishment. During these 10 days, Lin Tian had continuously absorbed the energy within the Kuei Nyo essence spirit. Nowadays, the strength of the physique was no longer comparable to what it was before. Thanks to the essence of the Kuei, Lin Tian vaguely felt that he was close to breaking through to the second layer of the sword heart-body refining technique. Broken sword. By that time, Lin Tian's body should be able to resist a strike from the formation. Lin Tian wasn't sure if he could carry it now, but always make sure you don't die crazy, provided the benefits can be gained. Instead of brute force, your cultivation level is raised to the 8th level of Xiandan, and your sword sharpens itself, increasing its toughness by 10%. In Lin Tian's mind, the voice sounded once again, the essence of a Kuei bull, so that he can be within 10 days, up 2 more realms. In the meantime, the heavenly sword is also being enhanced in every way. Even, Lin Tian could see the faint shadow of a Kuei from the body of the heavenly sword. As Lin Tian absorbed more energy from the Kuei Nyo essence spirit, Lin Tian then realized that the shadow of the Kuei Nyo on top of the heavenly sword would become 1 point more obvious. And, the greatest benefit that the Kuei Nyo essence spirit brought to Lin Tian was never the realm. Rather, the physique in the soon-to-be formed Kuei Dharma. Once Lin Tian could execute the Kuei Nyo Dharma phase, then, he would be able to execute the Kuei's innate divine ability. That would only be a qualitative increase for Lin Tian's strength. And that's when it happened. A mask flickered in Lin Tian's field of vision. Over here is the Mako mask. This mask was turned on for communication after his first mission ended. Violet is his only good friend. Through Ziwei's introduction, Lin Tian had already grasped the way to conceal the true martial mask in the void. In the future, it can be called out again when needed. And a dialogue box appeared in Lin Tian's mind. Instead, conversations with friends in the extreme realm can be carried out in the mind through the true martial mask. Violet, Biggie, how are you considering that one? I'm down to my last few days now and I'm a little scared. Ziwei's voice appeared in Lin Tian's thoughts. Lin Tian skimmed his mouth and said back, Jinwu, didn't I already inform you that I'm already in seclusion now? So don't make noise. Lin Tian realized that Ziwei was a chatterbox. Basically, after a while, you message him. Previously, Lin Tian had already warned Ziwei. The other party subsided a bit, but started messaging again today. Ziwei, Jinwu, I don't mean it. The key in a few days I'm going to participate in the Extreme Realm mission again. The first mission, I'm relying on Big Brother Qingdi to lie down and win. The second time, it's relying on you. Ah, I'm just you two close friends. There's no way. Lin Tian bristled. He knew what Ziwei meant. Zwei's combat form approximated the ad from those versus games in his previous life. That is, The body is brittle. Going on a mission alone is very dangerous indeed. Jinwoo, isn't there still a Qingdi? Qingdi, Jinwoo. It's like this. 2 Kueyu appeared in Jandu. 200,000 people in Jandu died at the hands of the Kueyu. The immortal dynasty is enraged, and will be sending troops to crusade against the barbarians in the near future. It's a matter of national destiny, so I have to go. It was also at this moment that Qingdi's message suddenly appeared. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. He didn't seem to have any close friends of the Green Emperor. Ziwei, I pulled Qingdi big brother. To the group chat. Zhenwu see. I have no choice. Lin Tian stared, then carefully examined the dialogue box in his mind. Qingdi, Zhenwu, and Ziwei. Sure enough, the headlines have changed. Violet's desire to survive is really strong. The words are filled with humility. Qingdi, Zhenwu. Actually helping Ziwei is also very good. Think about it. You have an extra task out of thin air. This is all extremely beneficial to your cultivation. Also Ziwei, since you chose to let brother Zhenwu help, you have to show sincerity. Ziwei, yes. Zhenwu big guy. You and I are different. I am worried about whether I will die on my mission, while you are worried about whether you have killed enough. As long as you help me, I am willing to take out a cave void Dan. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. The reason he had refused before was actually because he was uncertain about the time he would absorb the Kueyu essence spirit. At the time, he thought he would need at least a month. After all, the energy of the Kueyu essence blood at that time was simply too massive. As a result, when Lin Tian ran the heavenly sword body refining decree, the speed is greatly increased. Lin Tian estimated that he had almost 5 more days before he could absorb it all. It's been dragging Violet along. In fact, like seeing if the other side will up the ante. Jinwoo, I don't need the cave pill. Are there any pills that can strengthen the physique? Violet was delighted and hurriedly returned. Ziwei, a cloud god pill. Although not as good as the cave void pill, the temptation is greater than the cave void pill for body refining martial artists. Ha, Jinwoo, aren't you a sword cultivator? What's the point of wanting a pill that strengthens your physique? Qingdi, for all martial artists, the stronger the physique, the greater the benefits. Ziwei, you must also refine your body appropriately. You can't always rely on others. Ziwei, it's not that I don't want to refine my body. It's just that the technique I practice has limitations in that area. A hint of a smile floated up at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Jinwoo, 1 is not enough. 4 is about right. Zwei, Jinwoo. You're a bully. 4 pieces is too many. Qingdi, yes. Jinwoo. The cloud god pill is not an ordinary elixir. Lin Tian didn't say anything. All at once, the group went quiet. After a while, Ziwei, Jinwoo Daolu, do me a favor. An incense stick passed and still no one spoke. Zwei, true martial artist. I really did take out a maximum of 2. Makoto, deal. Qingdi. In the meantime, Heavenly Sword City, Lin Mansion. Outside the courtyard, the pink wall is surrounded by green willows. The flower tower was 4 stories high and towered over the mansion, visible from a distance. All 4 sides of the walls are open, a gap under the wall. Clear springs to forgive each other. A Jiayuan was richer than any villa Lin Tian had ever seen in his previous life. Outside the Lin Mansion, on the street, the merchants are all enviously looking at the vermilion wall and the jade tree tower poking out of the wall. The world. The difference between a cultivator and a mortal was like a cloud of mud. Mortals could only envy the homes of cultivators when they saw them. However, today, the Lin house is a sound of mourning. The front door was plastered with mourning white couplets. Many of the guests who came to offer condolences were also dressed in plain clothes. The youngest member of the Lin family is dead, died under the hooves of the beasts that surrounded Kendo. This was a major event for the entire Heavenly Sword City. At that moment the courtyard gate was wide open. Outside the door, skinny children who licked rocks and starved, sniffled and shivered their fingers. They looked within the Lin mansion. You can see the winding corridors, and the stones under the steps are diffused into a canal. Servants in mourning clothes passed back and forth with jade trays of delicacies. The person is dead, but the banquet still needs to be organized, and the house and the condolence guests still need to eat. These kids who can only watch when they see the food. After clearly asking about the wafting aroma, he shivered his fingers more vigorously, as if they ate it too. Get out of my way, all of you. A cold shout came from within the compound. It's a young man in mourning clothes, and how can you let this garbage dirty your eyes now when it's time to grieve? Big brother, we're just looking. A little boy with a dark face said boldly. They had been starving for days, and if they didn't eat something, they would probably really starve to death. Not listening to people, are you? The youth in the mourning clothes let out a cold cry and kicked the little boy in the stomach. Bang! The little boy flew out, spitting blood, his whole body dented in the chest, dying. Brother! Brother Chen Lian! A group of dirty children cried and chased after them. A child who had been starved for a long time and had long been powerless was probably going to die when he was kicked like that. Passing pedestrians were all a little trembling when they saw this scene. But no one dares to care. No one will care. Who dares to disobey the Lin family? It was also at that moment that a white light surfaced. It was an old man with an ordinary face who saw this scene with calm eyes, standing next to the dying child with one hand outstretched. The dense aura dipped into the other party's body. Click! The little boy's originally collapsed bones actually began to recover, and in a short while they were back to their original state. Chapter 28, Mr. Lin. Today, Li Musheng will come. Thank you, Immortal. Although the little boy was a little confused, he still knelt down towards the white-clothed old man in front of him. What's your name? Li Bai asked softly. My name is Chen Lian, the little boy said. Fine, Chen Lian. Wait for me for a while, even though I can't be your master. I'll let someone else take you as a disciple. Wait for me for a while, I'll go find my own disciple. Li Bai smiled, but the child named Chen Lian shook his head in a hurry. Immortal, I have younger siblings, I can't leave them. Li Bai was stunned and nodded. What a good boy. Then go along and get away from this filthy earth. Thanks, Immortal. Chen Lian knelt down again, and the few children beside him did not understand, but only rejoiced that their brother had come back to life. You guys wait for me, Li Bai said, walking towards the Lin mansion. The servant who had struck out earlier was looking at the scene in fear. With such a divine means, this old man in white must be a cultivator. For a moment, he was all rushed, but once he thought that behind him was the Lin mansion, he again strengthened his courage and said in a cold voice to Li Bai, Senior, do you have an invitation? Only. Li Bai didn't even look at him. The servant was a little annoyed and was about to open his mouth. Wow! The cracking sound came from within him, and he watched in horror as his body turned to powder from the bottom up. Save! The manservant roared in shock, and the next moment turned into a puddle of flying ash. In the distance, everyone looked stunned. As for Li Bai, he was just pacing, heading within the hall of the Lin mansion. Why? There is no aura of a sword cultivator? Li Bai frowned and stepped onto the tunnel. Within the lobby, Lin Luo and a group of Lin family elders dressed in white clothes arrived from within the lobby. Previously, what happened in front of the compound's gate was already known to them. Is Lin Tian available? Li Bai faintly said, his eyes somewhat cold. This time, the anger was naturally directed at the upper and lower levels of the Lin house. For the sake of that, it was the word contemptible that Li Shangjue had said. Although he was a powerful sword cultivator, he was also born in sludge. How the word contemptible came to be is obvious when you think about it. Plus, what happened before? To his great dissatisfaction, those who have a heavenly sword heart are good at seeing hearts. If this is not the family where his future disciple is from, most of the current Lin mansion would only be reduced to pieces. Lin Luo's few people looked at each other. They were somewhat appalled. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian had messed with such a terrifying person. The way Li Bai instantly killed the servant just now was simply too appalling. The strength was definitely far above Xiandan, even surpassing Cave Void. How did Lin Tian, an invalid, provoke such a strong enemy? Hatred flashed in Lin Luo's eyes as he thought for a long time and said to Li Bai, Senior, don't worry. Lin Tian is probably long dead at this point. This son's heart is not right. When he was in my Lin mansion he had a killing spree. My Lin mansion and Lin Tian are irreconcilable. After Lin Luo finished speaking, the clan elders behind him also instantly understood what the patriarch meant. Yes, Senior. My Lin family is also a victim. We disdain Lin Tian. I don't know where Lin Tian has provoked Senior. If I had known I would have killed Lin Tian that day. He's just an asshole. How dare he anger Senior? He's so bold. These people spoke, but gradually became speechless. One could only feel the pressure coming from all directions enveloping his body. Poof! Click! Under the terrifying pressure covering them, Lin Luo as well as these clan elders instantly felt like they were carrying 10,000 pounds of weight on their bodies. One by one, they knelt on the ground, and some of them even had their bones broken and blood bubbling out of their bodies. Senior, spare your life. Ah! Lin Luo's entire body fell to his knees and begged for mercy with difficulty. In the corners of the compound, the Lin family's servants, children, and guests watched the scene from afar, all of them weak in the knees and not daring to make a sound. When had they ever seen that the Lin mansion had encountered such a strong enemy? It's horrible. What kind of cultivation is this old man? Why the precipitous anger? Spare your life? Li Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, coldly penetrating to the extreme. You want to kill my disciple and you want me to let you go? After Li Bai finished speaking, Lin Luo as well as a group of clan elders' gazes froze and their brains went down. This old man with a terrifying cultivation was actually Lin Tian's master? How is this possible? They had thought that the old man was a strong member of the cheerful immortal sect. Lin Tian had angered him in the Huan Xian sect, and this person had come to take revenge. Turns out, at first glance, it wasn't. Lin Tian had been in the Lin mansion, and this time he left only to go to the Huan Xian sect to suffer death. How do you get such a powerful man to take you as a disciple? That asshole, that lowlife. How can you be so lucky? Senior, spare your life. I am Lin Tian's eldest uncle. What I just said was just self-defense. Lin Luo screamed miserably and spat out blood. You think I'm a cutie? Li Bai let out a cold snort as he stood quietly, his single finger reaching out to point at the heads of these people. A portrait then appeared in front of Li Bai's eyes. With a thought, he extracted their memories about Lin Tian. When he finished reading, monstrous anger surfaced on his ever-cold face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it! How dare you treat my disciple like this? As he spoke, the pressure overflowing from his body became more and more terrifying. I don't want to die. A clan elder roared in despair. In his heart, he regretted it to the extreme. Why couldn't they treat Lin Tian better in the first place? Next moment, boom boom boom, several explosive sounds rang out, and the bodies of several clan elders directly exploded. Blood and flesh splattered and blood mist stirred, but it was blocked by the invisible barrier in front of Li Bai. Filthy to the core, the immortal kingdom is always full of people who deserve to be killed. And so, the earth came to me, Li Bai murmured, but he looked toward the void, surprised to the core. A small smile then appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, everyone up and down the Lin mansion was terrified to the extreme, not daring to make a sound. His legs were weak, and his heart was stirred with a thick despair. In the past, the Lin Tian who had been hiding his clumsiness for more than 10 years and was despised by everyone, surprisingly, with such a horrible background. Senior, aren't you offending the cheerful immortal sect by killing me? Feeling his body about to disintegrate, the fear and remorse in Lin Luo's heart had reached its peak. Li Bai lightly swept a glance at Lin Luo. Offending the cheerful immortal sect for you, not to mention the fact that you have little value to the cheerful immortal sect, but just, Li Bai said, his voice growing colder. But as far as me slaughtering the entire cheerful immortal sect, so what? Wow! When Li Bai's words fell, not only Lin Luo, everyone in the Lin family was shocked beyond belief. Slaughtering the entire cheerful immortal sect. What kind of cultivation was the person who could say that? They were all pale to the extreme, all the looks on their faces replaced by fear. Lin family is finished. Lin Luo breathed hard, spilling blood words all over his body, and opened his mouth hard to breathe in fresh air. The past is all over the place. Regret and fear mingled with pain. Who would have thought? Who would have thought it would end this way? Lin Tian, why didn't you say earlier if you had such a backing? The next instant, bang! Lin Luo's body burst apart and died before the corpse of his son. Lin Ming, the cheerful immortal sect? Li Bai's face was calm, but his eyes were flooded with intense killing intent. I've waited for hundreds of years for an apprentice. How dare you make my apprentice go as a furnace? How dare you? The White Duke held a remnant of a body back within Han Yu's courtyard. But see, inside Han Yu's main room, the lights are on and the figures are reflected in the windows. It was a projection of red jade and another man. Where's Lin Tian? Han Yu's voice rang out within the room. The White Duke's face was pale, his legs were broken, and long trails of blood were pulled behind him. At that moment, he fell directly to his knees and screamed miserably. Lord Han Yu, you must do right by me. His voice was sad, and he fell to his knees. Some of the servants as well as Han Yu's acquaintances were startled to come within the courtyard, and inside the room, the two figures gave a start. Then the door to the room opened. It was an old man with one blind eye and Han Yu. The old man was plainly dressed, and over his right eye was a long scar that went all the way down below his neck. Lord Northblade. When the white male saw the old man, his body trembled slightly, and he immediately buried his head on the ground. North Sword was one of the 3 cave void realms in Bloodtown, powerful and acting strangely. Duke White also didn't expect to see Northblade here today. Shiro, who hurt you like this? Han Yu hurriedly ran to Duke Bai's body and bent down to caress his face and said, My lord. Duke Bai revealed a rueful smile, and then his eyes turned grim. It's Lin Tian. Lin Tian? Han Yu was startled, and then looked behind her at Bei Dao. He really does have a problem. Northblade grinned, his eyes blossoming into a fine light. Han Yu frowned, then stood up and looked down at Duke Bai in a cold voice. Tell me, how did Lin Tian injure you? Her voice suddenly turned cold, and all of a sudden the white male immediately despaired. It seemed, already, to have guessed what would happen afterward, only still, with a hopeful heart, to tell carefully what happened. After a long time, the White Duke finished speaking. At this moment, the courtyard was quiet. Han Yu looked at Bei Dao, and the two of them held an unknown meaning in their eyes. You, kill him. Hanyu said as she pointed at a slightly ordinary-looking manservant. All of a sudden, both Duke White and the manservant were shocked. My lord, the formation isn't stable right now. If I make a move, I'll definitely be sent down for punishment. The manservant begged for mercy. My lord, you can't do this to me. You can't. The White Duke's face turned white as he growled shrilly. At this point, the entire face became hideous. My lord, I've always had a bare heart for you. I'm wounded now, but I'm still useful. He kept wailing, only to see the disgust tinged in Red Jade's eyes as she looked down at him. Chapter 29. Afterwards, Hanyu said in a cold voice to the kneeling manservant, you know the consequences of refusing me. The manservant was startled, and his heart was apprehensive. He then stood up, his eyes filled with madness. Taking out a dagger from his waist, he came in front of Duke White. No, don't kill me, Duke White yelled in despair. The next moment, the dagger plunged straight into his right eye. Click! Beneath the dome, the runic array suddenly became violent. A drop of red thunder hung brightly above the manservant's head. The manservant slumped to the floor in fear, his hands covering his face. The heart began to pray. Rumble! The thunder diminishes. Though red thunder had leapt out, he no longer made any kind of movement. Phew! The manservant breathed a slow sigh of relief. Next moment, click! A drop of red thunder dripped down, striking out instantly like a blood snake. Are you sure he's been advancing? Inside the room, Hangyu's red lips were dainty as she sipped a mouthful of tea and said, when he first came, I scanned his cultivation, but it was only the peak body opening realm. But as you heard just now, a single sword can instantly kill Xian Dan. North Sword opened his mouth with a cold smile. Within Blood Town, anyone who took the Moon God Pill would have an extremely slow cultivation. The longer it takes, the more the Dan poison corrodes the body. Strength will also be greatly reduced. For example, Bei Dao was originally a martial artist of the 8th level of Cave Void. Nowadays, the strength of the body was dropped to around the 5th level of Cave Void. However, Lin Tian was an accident. That's all there is in Blood Town. When Lin Tian was too adventurous, he would naturally enter the sights of others. What do you want to do? Hanyu lightly skimmed the North Blade. North Blade's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat in his chair. Lin Tian, advancing so quickly. There are only two possibilities. The first is that he didn't take the Moon God Pill from the start. As for how he fooled Li Mushang, that I'm not sure, he said, directly snatching the teacup from Hanyu's hand. Ignoring the disgust in Hanyu's eyes, pour it down hard. The second possibility. Hanyu's eyes narrowed slightly and her breathing became rapid. That means Lin Tian has a method to erase the Moon God Pill's poison, Hanyu said. A hint of drunken red surfaced on her cheeks, but she opened her mouth with a cold smile. It's just that. How is this matter going to go? In case Lin Tian is fundamentally Li Mushing's person. In case we really obtain the method to obliterate the Lunar God Pill from Lin Tian, and then obliterate it, Li Mushing definitely won't be unable to discover it. The North Sword was silent, then coldly spoke out. If we don't go for everything, then we will definitely not succeed. If we continue to stay in Blood Town, we will only die. In a few days, Li Mushang will come here to distribute the Zidane. So we'll see how he treats Lin Tian then and decide whether or not to make a move. If there's no difference, then force Lin Tian to hand over the technique on his body. Hongyu let out a light laugh, but there was some more unknown meaning in her beautiful eyes. The red lips said softly, when the time comes, if Lin Tian doesn't want to tell us, don't make it miserable for him. But I've been waiting for my Lin Lang. Bei Dao glanced at Hongyu, his eyes filled with disdain. All of you from the cheerful immortal sect are perverts. He then simply left the room. Time flows like water. All at once it came to 5 days later. Your realm has reached the 9th level of Xiandan, and your sword is not willing to lag behind, sharpening itself with sword chi to increase its sharpness by 10%. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. In front of him, the heavenly sword hovered. The body of the sword was like a green dragon, and the wisps of sword chi appeared to be thousands of green-colored might surrounding the sword. Buzz! The blade of the sword passed like it could cut through everything. The cold light was overflowing. These past few days, it didn't matter if it was Lin Tian or Heavenly Sword, the lifts are all fast as hell. Throughout the ages, sword cultivators pursue the way of the sword, and the way of the sword is inherently solitary. Anyone who wants a sword of their own. This was perhaps what countless sword cultivators desired in their hearts. However, Lin Tian was different. From the very beginning, he had possessed the Heavenly Sword, a sword that truly belongs to you. How is this not one of life's great blessings? At this point, outside the house, Ling Qiuzi had already eaten with Qing Orange. She's always frowning today. Every time he looked at the Lin Tian house he acted with care. Big sister, did I do something wrong to upset you? On the side, Green Orange asked cautiously. It made Qiuzi look like this. In fact, It had been like this since the other day. Cyan didn't know why this was happening. She had been warned not to go out by Rinky Az since she arrived here. However, Ching Orange still clearly felt the difference between this place and where she was before. Nothing. Making Cho Z laugh bitterly, he pinched Chang Orange's cheeks. Then, standing up and looking towards the sky. Today is the day that Li Muxing arrives. If, however, the people living in the middle of Bloodtown didn't get Zidane, then the night will induce an eruption of dandruff. When the time comes, I don't know how many people will not be able to resist the Dan poison. Originally, Lin Tian had promised her that he would fight for her against Ching Orange for the Zidan today. However, ever since half a month ago, Lin Tian had begun his seclusion. It has never come out. If he suddenly interrupted Lin Tian's seclusion, Rangqiu Z doesn't have that kind of guts yet. But this made Rachel Z wonder even more. Was Lin Tian really not worried about the outbreak of the Moon God Pill's poison? Thinking for a long time, he made Qiu Z get up. He saluted Lin Tian's house. Mr. Lin. Today, Li Muxing will come. Her voice was soft and somewhat cautious. Inside the room, Lin Tian, whose eyes were originally closed tightly, frowned slightly. It was followed by a slow stretch. Indeed, today, Li Muxing came forward to distribute Zidane. He had kind of forgotten about it if Rangqiu Z hadn't mentioned it. If anything, he's not going to grab the Zidane. Well, it's bound to make people suspicious. He decimated Duke White and the others with one sword that day. It must have been noticed. According to his strength, he was qualified to compete for the Zidane. If not going would only be more suspicious. Lin Tian was silent for a while before he softly said, "Wait a little longer. There's only one last hour left until the end of my seclusion." When Lin Tian finished speaking, it caused Qiu Z to look somewhat bitter. After all, no one could be sure of the time when Li Mu came to life. If, within the hour, Li Muxing came before, those cultivators will surely go crazy. The Zidan was the chance to renew their lives, and they would definitely swallow it at the first opportunity. An hour is a bit dangerous. If you miss it, she was already at the peak of the Qi refining realm because of that. The probability is that it can be resisted tonight, but the next time it will be certain death. But Green Orange will definitely die. Slowly, it made Qiu Zi's expression sad. Attached, he glanced at his side. The uninitiated Green Orange. A feeling of desolation lingered. Swish! A crack appeared in the door of the room. A sword appeared in front of Ling Qiuji's body, slowly floating. It caused Qiu Zi's beautiful eyes to flash slightly. Somewhat surprised. Gongzi, you are. Inside the house, Lin Tian's voice was heard. I once promised you that I would fight for 2 Zidane for you, and since the words have been spoken, it is impossible to go back on my word. This is my sword. It can strike when you go to fight for the Zidane. Thank you, sir. Her bright eyes looked at the sword floating in front of her, her red lips slightly open. She had seen this sword many times. It was almost like being inseparable from Lin Tian. It used to be a sideways glance of attention. Today, for the first time, it's being faced squarely. It made Jin Qiu Z shudder in her heart. The sword's scabbard was rough, carved out of random wood. The scabbard is stained with blood and is in the wood. An aura of bloodshed instantly hit his face. How many living beings would have to be killed to bring her such a feeling? And, without the sword ever being drawn, it gave Ring Qiu Z an even more dangerous feeling. It was as if the sense of severity, even if it was not chopped out, made people feel fear. Ling Qiuji stretched out her slender hand and gripped it towards the heavenly sword. Snap, making Qiu Z withdraw her hand in a hurry. Just now, heavenly sword had hit her hand with its scabbard. This sword has a spirit, making Qiu Zi's beautiful eyes widen. She naturally knew what this meant. And, the heavenly sword floated gently. It seemed to look condescendingly at Ring Qiu Z, as if to say, "Who are you to use me?" Making Qiu Z stare for a moment, she then went into the house and took out a plain white piece of cloth. Elder sword, I won't touch you. This cloth is clean. Can you please wrap yourself in it? The heavenly sword hesitated for a moment, then slowly floated above the cloth, making Qiu Zi's eyes slightly happy. She then gently wrapped the heavenly sword in the cloth. She then brought a backpack. He himself naturally did not dare to touch the heavenly sword easily. One could only place the heavenly sword within the back basket. Then, he took out his own sword from within the room. Now with Lin Tian's sword, she didn't know if it would work, but at least there was some chance of success. Green Orange, I'm going out. Just wait in the courtyard and don't wander off. Ling Qiuzi smiled at Qing Orange who was beside her. Big sister, you'll be back, right? Cyan said boyishly. A pair of thin, long, willowy eyebrows grew on her fleshy little face. Under the eyebrows were large, watery, luscious eyes. If you look closely, the green and orange had a spiritual rhythm not shared with Bloodtown. This was also the reason why Ling Qiuzi had saved the other party at that time. I'll be back. Ling Xiaozi said with a smile and couldn't help but pinch Chang Orange's little cheeks once again. Afterwards, he took a deep look at the house where Lin Tian was. Mr. Lin, I wonder if I'll ever see you again. Her willow brows sank slightly, and her eyes seemed to be hiding some reluctance and determination. Then, step out into the courtyard. Just entered within the alleyway, ordered Xiaozi. A cold woman's voice sounded behind Ling Xiaozi, making Xiaozi frown. She then looked behind her. It was an average-looking woman. Lu Xiao, what do you want? Her eyes were full of caution. Oh, now that's quite an innocent act. Lu Xiao's face was filled with disdain, his eyes glancing back and forth at Ling Xiaozi's body. In the past, when Li Ju pursued you, you were so innocent and kept refusing. Now that there's a handsome-looking one, you didn't reject it at all. Lu Xiao's words were filled with mockery. It made Xiaozi's expression turn cold. Nothing happened between me and the male. Oh, you think I'm a cutie? Ah, Lu Xiao sneered. A lone man and woman living together. Can nothing happen at all? I used to hear that you were very noble, but now it seems that you are just a master of looking at faces. Making Xiaozi frown. She was tempted to say something, but held back. Arguing with someone like Lu Xiao was simply not worth it in her opinion. This person had once shown affection for senior Brotherly, but was taunted by him as a pig because his looks were too ordinary. After that, Brotherly began to pursue Ling Xiaozi again. This made Lu Xiao jealous of Ling Xiaozi for a long time. Yo, angry. Today, why isn't that concubine of yours here? It seems like it's been a long time since I've been around. Have you been sucking too much? Lu Xiao kept sneering. Shut up, making Xiaozi stop walking. He drank in a cold voice. Yo, angry. Lu Xiao was about to speak, but suddenly stopped his mouth. Just a moment ago, an extremely ghastly sword aura overflowed from Ling Xiaozi's body. No, it should be spilling out of the backpack behind Ling Xiaozi. Survival is telling Lu Xiao, if she dared to say another word, definitely get killed. When did you get so strong? Chapter 30, that's what you're talking about. Lu Xiao was so shocked that he paused in place, his legs weakening. She was tempted to find out for herself what was in Akazi's backpack, but she didn't dare at all. Unable to help it, Lu Xiao's face overflowed with a layer of cold sweat. Ahead. Ling Xiaozi's heart was relieved when she saw that Lu Xiao was no longer pestering her. Many thanks to Elder Sword for making a move, she whispered, but received no response from Heavenly Sword. Phew. Inside the house, Lin Tian stretched out his arms, then pressed them down in front of his chest. The Heavenly Sword shared a heart with him. In other words, the Heavenly Sword was like another Lin Tian. Lin Tian was naturally aware of what had just happened to Ling Xiaozi. That sword chi, naturally, was also sent out by Lin Tian's control. Now, the essence spirit of the Kuei Niu had been completely absorbed by him. What remained was to absorb the ancient aura within the Kuei Niu essence spirit. Today, the last of it is left. Nowadays, he was already at the 9th level of Xiandan, highly skilled with a sword. Add to that the one sword heavenly that has been raised for a whole month. A sword thrust was bound to be extremely terrifying in its power. With Xiandan you can cut through cave void. Outside the house, a thin figure sat on the stone steps. The little face stared openly at the sky. From time to time, look behind you to the closed door of the room. Outside the courtyard, hurried footsteps sounded. There were cultivators with powerful auras constantly appearing within the alleyway. They're heading in a surprisingly consistent direction. In the meantime, the exit of Blood Town. A man dressed in white clothes fell from the sky above. He has a handsome face, but the bridge of his nose is too flat, resulting in a look that somewhat spoils the beauty of his face. Above the white coat was a pattern of flying cranes on mountains and rivers, and his long hair was tied into a bun, inserted a feathered crown of a pale golden color. It was certainly Li Musheng. His eyes looked away, as if he had already seen the Bloodtown martial artists swarming around. An unspecified smile played at the corner of his mouth. On the street, a few martial artists with low cultivation instantly noticed Li Musheng's arrival. The god got excited all of a sudden. They knelt down in front of Li Musheng's body as if they had gone mad. Only the reason for the rune formation. Fear flickered in their eyes, and they were a meter away from Li Musheng. My lord, please give me a potion. My lord, if my child doesn't take the Zidane, he will surely die today. Immortal Li, I don't want to die. Please spare me and let me out. They kept wailing, and suddenly there was a cacophony of voices behind them. Hundreds of figures rushed in from all over the sky. Li Musheng laughed softly, seemingly searching for something in these crowds. Senior brother, it's been a long time since I've seen you. My slave misses you a lot. Hong Yu was wearing the red luo long sleeves of the past, which could only vaguely cover the delicacy of her figure, seemingly revealing. Quietly, he walked over to Li Musheng's body. A pair of white jade feet stepped on the dirty ground, but they did not stain a single speck of dust. Across the light red runic array, Hong Yu's pair of eyebrows were as if they were a pool of clear water. Implicitly, he looked at Li Musheng. Li Musheng laughed softly. Senior sister has not seen for many days, but she is even more charming. I'm afraid that she has already been manhandled in the Blood Town and sucked the essence of many cultivators. Hong Yu delicately glanced at Li Musheng and waved her red sleeve. No way. Senior brother just knows how to make fun of people. Then, looking towards Li Musheng, tears emerged in his eyes, watering his eyes. Senior brother. At least I was once your personal Taoist couple, and I've been a furnace for you for so many years, so just let me out. Li Musheng slowly shook his head, then looked at those people behind Hong Yu. For a long time, frowning. I brought in a man last month and he's dead? Red Jade froze. In the middle of the crowd, Beidao's eyes sank and he let out a low curse in his heart. Li Musheng was concerned about Lin Tian. He just didn't know what kind of relationship Lin Tian had with Li Musheng. And, after all, Ling Qiuji, who was hidden within a store, also had her petite body shaken. Hong Yu smiled and said, that kid I do remember. Extremely outstanding in looks. I once invited him to double cultivation. He never agreed. Now I guess he doesn't dare to come. Li Musheng nodded, but he did not relent in his anger because his former Taoist partner had said these words to his face. Then, taking out a jade bottle, he said, there are 49 Zaiden in this jade bottle. He said, a hint of playfulness appearing in his eyes. Looking to a man beside Hong Yu, he said, here. The man looked overjoyed, and with his hands resting against the bottom, he looked at Li Musheng with a pleading look. Li Musheng gently threw it, and that jade bottle fell into the man's hands. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire Blood Town set off a gust of frenzy. Nearly hundreds of people came at the man. A glint of severity flashed in the man's eyes. Opening the jade bottle, he lifted it up and prepared to pour it into his mouth. Swish! It was Red Jade's sleeve robe that cut across his arm. Pust! A column of blood instantly spurted out from above the man's broken arm. Ah! The man shrieked as the two men beside him tore directly above his neck. Zidane isn't here with me, he shouted, pointing at Hong Yu who had already flown 100 meters away. Hong Yu, put down Zidane. Someone roared in anger and directly cast a white light pillion to slash at Hong Yu. Hong Yu was struck, and a bloodstain appeared on her back. Chun Yu, you really did it. Hong Yu roared with a grimace and slammed the jade bottle into the ground. In an instant, the man named Chen Yu who had just made a move rushed over and took the jade bottle. All of a sudden, the crowd, which had just been caught up in the frenzy, stopped. There were a few newly arrived open-body realm martial artists that didn't react. Instead, he grabbed frantically towards Chen Yu. Wow! Dao white light flashed, and the legs of those few people were all chopped off. Ah! As the screams rang out, Chen Yu coldly glanced at the crowd of onlookers. Opening the jade bottle, he took out a Zidan from it and threw it into his mouth. Afterwards, he took out another Zaiden and threw it to the northern blade who already had one hand on top of the hilt. Thanks. The north blade swallowed the Zidan into his stomach, and then he simply left. The remaining several hundred people looked at the northern sword like wolves, but none of them dared to make a move. Beidao sneered and directly smashed the jade bottle on the ground. In an instant, the jade bottle shattered. Dozens of Zidan splashed out. Some of it was like a pool of blood. Others flew into the crowd. Rob, get out of my way. All of you. I kill without blinking an eye. Get lost. Zidane is mine. They roared hideously, and one by one, they lunged at Zidane. In the crowd, causing Qiuzi's expression to be stunned, an elixir appeared in her palm. One of the subdanes that splashed just now happened to fly towards her. It's not enough. Ling Qiuzi bit her red lips, and her plain hand gripped the hilt of her sword. She needed a capsule, and Green Orange needed a capsule. Mr. Lin protected her for a whole month. It was only natural to fight for one for Mr. Lin. Thinking as she did, she drew her longsword and slashed at a cultivator who was running wildly. The cultivator had a bloodied Zidane in his hand and was desperately trying to escape at that moment. One side ran and was about to swallow 19 swords of autumn leaves. Ling Qiuji stabbed with his sword, and the long sword in his hand overflowed with a halo of light. The powerful sword she instantly caught the attention of the cultivator who was swallowing the Zidane. Little girl, you're greedy. The cultivator laughed and grabbed out with one hand, directly grabbing the tip of the sword that made Qiuzi stab out. A mere body-opening realm. You dare to take a shot at me? He sneered and pulled hard, making Qiuzi grit her teeth slightly. The sword in her hand embroidered a sword light and swirled to chop away. Fancy. The cultivator let out a disdainful cry and slapped a hand on Ling Qiuzi's shoulder. Pust. It caused Qiuzi to instantly fall back and spit out a mouthful of blood. The cultivator's expression was stern as he turned towards Ling Qiuzi while preparing to swallow the Zidan in his hand into his stomach. No good. It caused Qiuzi to be greatly shocked, and a path of wretchedness was born in his heart. Bang! A burly man grabbed the cultivator's arm, interrupting the other party's movements as he prepared to swallow the Zidane. Die for me, the cultivator roared, ready to strike. Wow! The burly man laughed hideously and tore the cultivator's arm that was holding Zidane alive. The large mouth opened, along with the palm of the cultivator's hand that was clutching the Zidane, swallowing the subdan. His mouth chewed on the blood of the overflowing cultivator, making Xiaozi look at this scene. Her face was scared white. And, not far away, Lu Xiao had just grabbed a Zidane, and before she could swallow it, it was snatched away by someone of great strength in a brutal manner. At this time, Lu Xiao's head was cloaked in hair and his face was full of hideousness. Suddenly I saw the voice that made Xiaozi. With a cold smile, he hissed as he pointed directly at Ling Xiaozi. Ling Xiaozi, that woman has Zidane in her hand, and she hasn't swallowed it yet, making Xiaozi startled. She looked at Lu Xiao. The other was giving her a sneer. Lu Xiao naturally did not know that there was Zidane in the hands of Ling Xiaozi. If it were true, she would definitely rush over and grab it at the first opportunity. Saying that, it's entirely about wanting to deal with Ling Xiaozi through others. Sure enough, when Lu Xiao shouted, a dozen or so people looked at Ling Xiaozi, their faces unkind. It caused Xiaozi to be shocked, and her small face instantly lost all blood color. Afterwards, it was ready to flee. Missy, that Zidane in your hand is an extra, right? A ghostly voice rang out behind Ling Xiaozi. To Xiaozi's great surprise, he turned around in a hurry. It was a little girl with an unusually cloudy face. Although he was a childish boy the size of green pheasant, the expression on his face was that of an adult. Feeling the strange smile on the other side, it caused alarm bells to go off in Xiaozi's heart. Immediately, without any hesitation, he prepared to vanish. Missy, where are you running to? The eerie voice sounded again. The girl's icy cold, piercing hand grasped onto Ring Xiaozi's wrist. Missy, where are you going? She smiled, showing a row of snow-white teeth. In an instant, the ice cold entered his body, causing Xiaozi to be about to strike his sword. Instead, he locked eyes with the other party's bizarre blood-red eyes, and all of a sudden his brain went down. I'm dying, making Xiaozi give a cry of despair. Her mind drifted to the past. The elder brother who had been waiting seemed to whisper in her ear. Only the figure of the senior brother gradually became blurred. An elongated figure replaced the senior brother who made Xiaozi think about him day and night. He held his sword, his face cold and stern. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, making Xiaozi murmur. A clear tear flowed from the corner of her eye as she waited for death. Buzz! A sound of a sword resounded. In an instant, a stern aura overflowed from within the back basket behind Ling Xiaozi. The aura was sharp and majestic, carrying a suffocating and dangerous intent. To his credit, the crowd that was grabbing the Zidane was instantly startled. They all looked over toward Ring Xiaozi. Only a sword light was seen, like the long flow of the Jiangjiang River. The radiant sword light flashed throughout Blood Town. You. The little girl's face was flooded with shock, and then she hastily let go of Ring Xiaozi's wrist. Pust! Only her arm had been severed. Blood instantly spurted out. Everyone was shocked. The vast majority of them didn't see what was really going on at the time. The creepy little girl then had her arm chopped off. All of a sudden, several hundred gazes looked at Ling Xiaozi. It made Xiaozi freeze. To be honest, she wasn't quite sure herself about what had just happened. But in a whirlwind, it made Xiaozi figure out why. All of a sudden, the heart was even more shocked. She had always known that Lin Tian was strong, but she didn't expect that Lin Tian's sword was also powerful to this extent. Not bad for a spirit sword. It was just a pity that the sword wasn't even hers to use. She wanted to compete for 2 more Zidane. I just don't know if the sword will help. Mr. Lin, you saved my life again, Ling Xiaozi whispered, her beautiful eyes flashing with all sorts of complexity. And, also just then, a silhouette appeared in front of Ling Xiaozi. Chapter 31 Destroying You. What's it to you? You took one? A clear voice rang out, causing Xiaozi to look at the person. Instantly God was relieved, and a sense of security came over her like never before. Aha! Making Xiaozi nod her head. Good. Lin Tian faintly spoke, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. He formed a sword with both fingers and looked at one person. Pace yourself. Give me your Zidane and I won't hurt you, Lin Tian said indifferently. It was a man with a scarred face who saw Lin Tian speaking to him. First he frowned, then he grinned. You're really looking for death. He laughed harshly, his fists glowing with a brilliant golden light. The entire person's aura skyrocketed, instantly shaking away the people in the surroundings. To dare to mess with Chen Bai, this kid is really looking for death. Ha ha. I've seen him before. He's been killing in the forest before, but it's died down in the last 10 days or so. This kid is so handsome. Isn't he the head of Han Yu's face? I heard it was the kid who refused. He, being valued by Han Yu even dared to refuse. The crowd watched from afar. and some of those who had already swallowed Zidane were happy to watch the show. Qianbai listened to the crowd and frowned. Afterwards, he sneered at Lin Tian. I'm not going to kill you, so get lost. Only, before he could finish speaking, Lin Tian directly struck out. Both fingers became swords, and in an instant, several sword lights were stabbed out. Qianbai let out a sardonic smile, and in the next moment, he was ready to strike. However, just as he was about to strike, his expression suddenly changed. Pust! Several columns of blood spurted out from his limbs and the crowd looked shocked and looked at Lin Tian with disbelief. Lin Tian's strikes were too fast, and the crowd only saw 4 sword lights. Qianbai's limbs were then chopped off by Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked towards Qianbai and picked up one of Qianbai's broken arms. Remove the Zidane and drop it again. You, asshole. Damn asshole. How dare you do this to me? On the ground, Qianbai hissed and looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of killing intent and violence. Lin Tian stopped and looked down on Qianbai on the ground. District grills, he said lightly, pointing out with both fingers. Swish, woo. Blood exploded from Qianbai's mouth as a sword light shot above his tongue. At this moment, the whole street was quiet. Quite a few martial artists who were still competing for the Zidane had their hearts pounding as they moved away from Lin Tian. As for those who have missed out on the Zidane, or those who have swallowed it, at this point, he stared blankly at the scene in front of him, in a trance, making Qiuzi's pair of beautiful eyes round. Her red lips lightly opened. Trying to say something, it stuck hard above his throat, unable to be said. Lin Tian was surprisingly so powerful. This time, it didn't even rely on his powerful sword. It would be able to lightly obliterate a Xiandan realm. Although Qianbai wasn't dead yet, she wouldn't be able to survive in Bloodtown for long at all in this condition. As for the others, they watched the scene in horror. There are 3 major powerhouses in Bloodtown: Hongyu, Bei Dao, and Chenyu. This was an existence they could not provoke. But today, there is clearly one more. Rin Tin. Some people deeply memorized Lin Tian in their hearts. Strike uninviting in your heart. Lin Tian's strike was too decisive. It was even a bit sharper than red jade. A pair of eyes calm from the beginning. They even guessed that without the constraints of the array, Lin Tian would probably kill everyone here without blinking an eye. These people naturally included Lu Xiao. She just felt like she was in a freezing cellar now. That day when Lin Tian alone fought several body-opening realms at the entrance of the courtyard, she knew about it. At that time, she just thought that Lin Tian was a martial artist who had just entered the Xiandan realm. But now, absolutely not. How could it be so powerful? What a blessing to have this. Ling Qiuzi. Lu Xiao stared at Ling Qiuzi in a sinister manner, his heart filled with jealousy. And, also just then, Lu Xiao was startled as she saw Lin Tian looking at her, and, slowly, extended both fingers toward her. You! Lu Xiao was shocked and turned around to flee. Swish! The sound of cutting rang out. Her limbs were severed in unison. Why would you want to harm me? She fell to the ground, struggling. Griffins are just ants. What's it to you to destroy you? Lin Tian faintly said words that caused endless chills to grow in everyone's hearts. It was Lin Tian's kind of indifference that was the most appalling. This man, too terrifying. Some people thought as such and unconsciously moved away from Lin Tian. Ling Qiuzi looked at Lin Tian's back and then at Lu Xiao, who had already been decapitated beyond recognition. The mind flickered with complexity. Could it be that Lin Tian knew about what had happened between himself and Lu Xiao? Must have known. Although Lin Tian was cold-blooded, he shouldn't be killing people for no reason. I guess so. Making Qiuzi think with some uncertainty. This demon that terrified everyone, but brought her a strong sense of security. On the other hand, Lin Tian's eyes were calm as he continued to search for his prey. Behind him, Qianbai, who had already had his limbs chopped off and couldn't even speak, had a scarred face that was already twisted. The eyes were filled with loathing, and lingering horror and despair. And, at that point, Lin Tian looked at a person on the other side. Give me your Zidane and I won't kill you. The man was first stunned, and the thought of wanting to swallow Zidane directly into his stomach flashed through his mind. But after he saw the already unrecognizable Qianbai, gritting his teeth, he threw the Zidane to Lin Tian. Very good, Lin Tian said indifferently, taking the Zidane and walking towards Ling Qiuzi. Go back. Making Qiuzi nod, she quietly followed behind Lin Tian. Go make something to eat. He hadn't eaten in 10 days and was already hungry. Walking down the street, Lin Tian spoke quietly. Good. Ling Qiuzi replied in a short and concise manner, glancing at the Zidane in his hand and swallowing it into his stomach. It's an extremely wonderful feeling. The feeling of haste and despair that had been weighing on her heart was swept away with the swallowing of Zidane. Plus this elongated back in front of him. It makes the feeling extremely complicated. Like something was stirring the heart. Unable to help it, An imperceptible smile surfaced on Chiu-Zi's face. The footsteps lurched and looked to an extremely cleanly cleaned courtyard beside him. There, a charming woman in red was leaning lazily against the doorframe. Melon face and a pair of fox-like enchanting eyes looked straight at Lin Tian. "It's been a long time, and you seem to have gotten even more handsome," the woman said, walking lightly to Lin Tian. "Sister," making Chiu-Zi's fists clench slightly and then stretch. Her body was trembling lightly. Hong Yu, however, didn't even look at Ling Chiu-Zi and just smiled at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he opened one hand. A sword flew into his hand from the basket of Ling Chiu-Zi. "Red jade," Lin Tian said indifferently, but the corner of his mouth was hooked into a smile. Hong Yu's willow brows knitted slightly. She had already felt the killing intent from Lin Tian. That kind of undisguised, yet extremely crazy killing intent. In a moment, Hong Yu's pretty face was like a shroud of frost. "I've waited for you for a month. I even prepared the zidane for you. And this is how you treat me?" Lin Tian drew his sword, but a cold smile appeared on his face. "I'm impressed, but I think I can get zidane on my own." Hong Yu's face became even colder, and a terrifying aura flared up around her. "You're rejecting me?" Lin Tian let out a light laugh. Swish! A brilliant sword light attacked and killed, stabbing at Hong Yu like a green dragon. Boom! Hong Yu's hands spread out, and a red light was instantly placed against her body. The sword light collided with the red light and exploded into countless red flames of light. Hong Yu was instantly startled and stepped backward. "Lin Tian, you've surprised me." Hong Yu's eyes narrowed as she said. At the same time, the two looked to the sky in unison. Rumble! A prolonged, rolling, long clap of thunder rang out. Above the large formation, a few drops of red thunder converged towards the mouth of the town. Click! A red thunderbolt struck. "No more fights. No more fights. No more fun." Hong Yu waved her sleeves and walked towards the courtyard she was in. Walking to the doorway, he turned to look at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, although I don't know how you cultivate, but if you double cultivate with me, I will help you further your cultivation." Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Hong Yu's words revealed many meanings. After all, the fact that one's cultivation had been growing was discovered. Jade knows. Does he know too? Lin Tian was silent. He could think of the implications. Perhaps after that, there will be a big battle. A Hong Yu, he might be able to barely fight against. But what if we add some more people? At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became cold, making Chiu-Zi also perceive something. She had been living with Lin Tian. It was something that had crossed her mind. In the past, it was just that Lin Tian's qualifications were powerful. But upon closer inspection, it seems like that's not the case at all. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flicker, and her breathing became rapid. Looking at Lin Tian's back, he was unable to speak, because Lin Tian's answer would be extremely important. Perhaps the man of great talent will die. Interesting. Lin Tian grinned a cruel smile. Hong Yu choked slightly and scrutinized Lin Tian, but he saw his eyes overflowing with disdain. "Can you give me 5 days? Hong Yu instantly shrugged her willow eyebrows, then asked, "Why not now?" Lin Tian let out a light laugh. "I have been in seclusion for a long time. If not for today's Zidane fight, I would not have come out of seclusion. Now forcibly breaking through the customs body breath is not very stable." Hong Yu's face soothed a bit, thinking to herself for a long time. It was followed by a playful smile. "Then Hong Yu will wait for Lin Lang." After that, Lin Tian looked at Ling Chiu-Zi and said, "Go back to dinner." It made Chui nod a little dumbfounded. Just a slight droop of the eyelids and no words. Lin Tian glanced at Hong Yu, who was waving at him, and the coldness in his eyes tightened. He had actually finished his retreat. The 5 days given to Hong Yu was, in fact, meant to be a delay. According to Zvi, the mission to the Extreme Realm was going to take place 2 days later. At that time, not to mention what the Extreme Realm would reward Lin Tian with, the 2 physique-enhancing cloud god pills alone would cause his strength to skyrocket. It's only when you fish out of water that you'll have a better chance of winning. It wasn't that Lin Tian was afraid of Hong Yu. Now that Lin Tian had all sorts of cards out, it wasn't hard to kill a cave void realm Hong Yu. However, the information revealed from Hong Yu's mouth was too important. Lin Tian was afraid that Hong Yu would not be the only one who would make a move against him at that time. It's when that happens that you fall into harm's way. Now, promise Red Jade dual cultivation. On the other hand, he could let Hong Yu help him block these people for 5 days first. That was what Lin Tian wanted. 1 hour later, wait until Bloodtown is quiet. A man appeared outside the large formation, his gaze far away. With a wave of his large hand, a curtain of light appeared, covering his figure. Then, walk into town. The man then walked into the first bakery. The bakery was extremely old, and the furniture inside was cluttered and broken. The man headed for the inner room. "Daddy!" A girl in a tattered red coat with a dirty face and red pupils ran out. One hugged the man. The man asked as he petted the girl's face. Nui Nui, have you been hungry lately? The girl buried her face deep in the man's abdomen and said with some aggression. Lately, I haven't been eating enough. The man frowned. Didn't they send another couple hundred at once last time? The girl beamed. Daddy's so stupid. They're still alive now. The man drifted off. Then said, tonight, then, Nui Nui can feast. The girl nodded. Full of good behavior. These are plentiful but average in flavor, and Nui Nui still prefers the kind that stays longer. The man touched the girl's head and the shroud of light on his face dispersed. Take your time, Li Mushang said with a smile. There is one person who is more special. The little girl suddenly spoke. What man? Li Mushang laughed. A man named Lin Tian. He juggles swords very well and his cultivation level has broken through extremely fast. Li Mushang frowned. At this point, he was expecting it. When he had met Lin Tian in the past, he had already seen that the other party was a good sword Dao heavenly pride. From Mu anxious evening, Li Mushang knew that Lin Tian was an innate Dao body. In a few more days, Lin Tian's name appeared on the green sword monument. Lin Tian's step-by-step changes were all astonishing to Li Mushang. In the past, such a heavenly pride would definitely be heavily utilized if he entered the cheerful immortal sect, but it's just partial. The sect master didn't want Lin Tian to appear in the cheerful immortal sect. As for Blood Town, it looks like Li Mushang is in charge. The one standing behind him was in fact his father. The sect leader may also be aware of the existence of this place. As for Lin Tian, although Li Mushang was surprised, he was only surprised. Pity, he said faintly. Any more heavenly pride? Within this Blood Town, there is only one way to die. Chapter 32, Crisis Lurks. Back to the residence. Ling Xiaozi handed a Zidan into Qing Orange's hand. Big sister. What is this? Cyan asked curiously. Sugar snap peas. Red Xiaozi said with a smile. For me? Of course it's for you. Thank you sister. Green Orange smiled sweetly and licked the Zidan first. Exulting. Sure is sweet eh? Her large eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight. Satisfied, he took Zidan in his mouth. The eyes as clear as blue waves, overflowing with this light warmth. Lin Tian looked at this scene indifferently before walking into the room. He took out the subdan in his hand, then crushed it into powder. Nowadays, the moon god pill's poison had long since been removed by him in its entirety. Taking Zidan again has no effect at all. Looking at Lin Tian's tightly closed room door made Xiaozi's beautiful eyes flicker with a strange light. Big sister, big brother seems to look better, Castle said with Zidan in his mouth. It caused Xiaozi to be slightly stunned. Thinking back to Lin Tian's appearance before, it does seem to be the case. Earlier, Hong Yu had said the same thing. In reality, it was because after taking the Kuei essence spirit, the outer skin on Lin Tian's body had all faded away, and his entire body was refreshed for the sake of it. Today, it's kind of the first time he's shown his new face. Sister go cook. Rinky Uzi stroked Green Orange's head, then walked into the kitchen. Before long, the rice was cooked. Lin Tian stepped out of the room, and an instant burst of fragrance hit his nose. On top of the stone table, there was a large pot of boiled devil pork and a few small cold dishes. The day before yesterday, I found a hive in the forest and picked up some honey. Make Xiaozi bring over a cup. Orange flowers and leaves floating in the water. Dense steam full of deep fragrance. I also found an osmanthus tree. This season's osmanthus flowers are perfect for making tea. Please try it. Sir. Lin Tian took the cup, sniffed the fragrance of dangue and glanced at Ling Xiaozi in surprise. The reason why he didn't kill Ling Xiaozi that day was because the other party could cook. But he didn't expect it, even in a place as harsh as Blood Town. It's amazing that the other side is having a good time. Some days ago, the meals were a little more monotonous. It wasn't because of Ling Xiaozi, but because the ingredients Lin Tian had brought back were a bit too monotonous, making Xiaozi's beautiful eyes flicker. She then picked up her own teacup, wanting to test the poison for Lin Tian first. However, when he saw that Lin Tian had already finished his drink, he was somewhat stunned. Good tea, Lin Tian praised. It wasn't that he was really relieved to make Xiaozi. Rather, his sword heart body refining determination had been cultivated to the point of grinding his sword to great completion. His own flesh was solid and already immune to most poisons. Indeed, good tea, Lin Tian praised once again. His predecessor had never had a good life in the Lin family, and he had no time to savor tea. As for the last life, it was a lot of enjoyment. But perhaps it was the world's abundance of auras. Whether it's magic pork or some wild greens or this cinnamon tea, all of them have a bit more spiritual flavor than the food in the previous life. Making Xiaozi see Lin Tian drink down the clear tea in one gulp. Her eyes were lowered, her long lashes fluttering gently. Afterward, he hurriedly poured another full for Lin Tian. So yummy day. Sister, it's so delicious today. Beside her, Green Orange nibbled on magic pork. his mouth covered in grease. Make sure Z add a bit of cold bok choy to the green orange. On the opposite side, Lin Tian had already eaten his fingers. In the meantime, within Hong Yu's room, Chun Yu, North Blade, and Hong Yu were all present. Are you saying that Lin Tian's revealed strength is already at the 9th level of Xiandan? North Blade said with a frown, his eyes filled with horror. Hong Yu nodded lightly and said, although, the feeling of his sword deliberately withdrawing its power, it can indeed threaten me. Chun Yu leaned against the door, his fingers resting on top of the hilt of his sword, the corners of his mouth always carrying a hint of a smile. So when do we do it? North Blade sneered, already somewhat pressed. It doesn't work, Hong Yu said faintly, not meaning to get up at all. What do you mean? Chun Yu and Bei Dao both looked at Hong Yu. Light appeared at first between the red jade, and a secret law appeared in her onion-white jade hand. Bei Dao and Shan Yu's gazes swept over the secret method, and they were both stunned. This is an evil technique of my cheerful immortal sect, the degree Yin-Yang technique. Hong Yu explained, taking back this gongfu. This is also a dual cultivation technique, but instead of sucking in other people's Yang Yuan or Yin Yuan, it takes over other people's bloodline physique. After Hong Yu finished speaking, the room suddenly fell silent. Bei Dao and Chun Yu looked at each other face to face, breathing a bit heavily. What did Li Woodson give you this for? North Blade asked. Poof. Hong Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous aura flickering in her eyes. Li Musheng gave this to me, naturally because Lin Tian's bloodline physique is special. I double cultivate with Lin Tian to absorb the physique, and he then double cultivates with me to absorb it. After Hong Yu finished speaking, both Bei Dao and Shen Yu were quiet. So, Lin Tian can still cultivate after swallowing the moon god pill because of his physique, North Blade said, rubbing his chin in some disappointment. He originally thought that Lin Tian could cultivate because Lin Tian was in possession of a special technique. If it was the reason for the gongfu, they would get it once they tortured it from Lin Tian. It's not impossible to break into Bleeding Town, but if it's just the physique, that's unlikely. What are your intentions? Chen Yu asked, leaning against the door as his body unconsciously straightened. What am I going to do? Hong Yu let out a bitter laugh and said, if I guessed correctly, once I inhale Lin Tian will definitely die, and in exchange, I will also die at the hands of Li Musheng. Li Musheng covets Lin Tian's physique, but he's not that impatient. If not, he wouldn't have let me make a move. Lin Tian's physique will always fall into his hands through the Blood Town. It's just a simple attempt for me to make a move or not. The more Hong Yu said, her voice was a little bleak, and her delicate face was covered in gloom. Hong Yu, you should still want to seize Lin Tian's physique, Chun Yu said as he looked at Hong Yu who had become vicious and venomous at this moment. Yes, Red Jade said heavily, suddenly laughing. Lin Tian promised me that he would double cultivate with me 5 days later. If he goes back on his word by then, I'd like to ask you two to help. I was originally at the 8th level of Cave Void, and after sucking up Lin Tian, I will break through to the Soul Palace realm within this month by double cultivating with 100 people. North Blade's brows furrowed in some dissatisfaction. Actually, there is another way we can go. Red Jade smiled disdainfully. You want to rely on Lin Tian? Do you think he'll cooperate with you? What kind of person is Lin Tian? Can't you sense that such a cold-blooded and tyrannical person? Do you think he'll cooperate with you? What can you give him when you work with him? Bei Dao was speechless, then looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu looked at Hong Yu, who had already gone a little crazy, and said, you mean that as long as you break through to the Soul Palace realm, you can break the Blood Town's formation? Red Jade nodded and smiled grimly. Naturally, if not, why would the strongest person in Blood Town only be at the Cave Void realm? Why don't you just do it today? North Blade asked, just how stupid are you? Do I have to watch the secret method while double cultivating with Lin Tian? Hong Yu grew more and more disdainful. Chapter 33, The Second Extreme Realm Mission. Back in the house, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the bed. He began to sit on the bed and cultivate the sword heart-body refining technique. He was now in the form of the Kuei-yu Dharma. A sound of thunder power was even transformed within the blood. Combined with the sword chi, it was a better way to hone one's fleshly body. He wanted to cultivate the sword heart-body refining technique to 2 levels of sword sharpening in 2 days. 2 days later, it's still a lot worse after all, Lin Tian said somewhat helplessly. The further the sword heart-body refining technique went, the slower the rate of growth would be. Nowadays, it has been less than the second stump of the sword. He simply didn't have the backbone to stand up to Blood Town's formation thunder. That red thunder, if it was really red thunder it would be fine. Lin Tian, who was equipped with thunder, did not feel a single trace of thunder in that red thunder. Rather, it gave Lin Tian an extremely familiar feeling. That day, when he first came to Blood Town, entered into a bakery. Inside that bakery, the scent on the little girl, almost identical to that red thunder, Previously, Lin Tian had also asked Chang Orange. Green Orange told him that the little girl didn't have a broken arm. That's even weirder. That little girl had clearly had one of her arms chopped off by Lin Tian. If one breaks off rebirth, what state must one be in? If the realm was really extremely high, why had it been trapped within Blood Town? And why he didn't kill Lin Tian that day? There must be something odd about little girls. This was something that Lin Tian had to pay attention to. And, at that point, inexplicable palpitations appeared. Zwei, Jinwu. It's time, can you come to the polar realm for a moment? Zwei, Jinwu. Jinwu Daigo? Lin Tian skimmed his lips and stretched out one hand. Long, slender fingers lightly clasped the void. A blood-red mask appeared in his hand. Subsequently, snapped to the face. Lin Tian only felt that the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. Once again, he was on top of a familiar lake. Jinwu, you're here. Dressed in purple and wearing a flame mask, Ziwei appeared beside Lin Tian. Stuff, Lin Tian said indifferently. Ziwei was first stunned, then took out a jade bottle and threw it out. Lin Tian received the jade bottle and opened the cork. A fragrance lingers in the nose. Inside the bottle are 2 pills emitting a light yellow light. This is the Cloud God pill? Lin Tian asked with a frown. It's the real deal. It's something I had a hard time collecting, Violet said in a rush. Aha. With a thought, Lin Tian's jade bottle was put into his spatial ring. This ring was rewarded to Lin Tian after his last mission. There were also some rewards in the form of dozens of extremely well-fitting clothes in the spatial ring. Jinwu, you're rich, wearing new clothes and a space ring, Ziwei said in surprise, like she was sizing up Lin Tian. From the extreme realm, Lin Tian said. Pust. Violet covered her stomach and laughed. It's too absolute. The first time I've seen the extreme realm rewarding clothes, it seems that the extreme realm can't stand to look at it anymore. Ha 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 ha. Violet laughed when she suddenly heard a clanging sound of a sword coming out. Then, in a hurry, shut up. The rewards of the extreme realm are all decided based on the needs of the members, and it's actually quite normal for the extreme realm to reward you with clothes, he said in a broken voice and watched Lin Tian put away his sword before he said nothing. Wow. The sound of water rang out and a water gate formed in front of Lin Tian and Ziwei. Ha ha, little master can't die. Are you guys angry? A fat figure scurried out from within the water gate. It was a fat man in a fancy dress who had collapsed in a sorry state on top of the lake. Lin Tian and Ziwei looked away, both silent. Yo, someone. The fatty noticed Lin Tian and Ziwei. Then he hurriedly stood up and waved his one hand, the stains on his clothes instantly disappearing. Ha ha, I'm sorry to make you two laugh, the fat man said with a smile. He was not tall and had a round stomach. The body's green coat was embroidered with gold text, and the face carried a mountain flower tattoo. First time meeting, I'm the Arctic Emperor. You must be Ziwei. I've heard Big Brother Qingdi talk about you. Fatty laughed at Violet. Hello, Brother Arctic. Violet smiled back. Afterwards, the great Arctic Emperor looked at Lin Tian and said, Jinwu, I didn't expect to see this mask again. The scenery of the past is still vivid in my mind. Lin Tian glanced at the Arctic Emperor in slight contemplation. He had heard the great name of the last Jinwu in the words of others more than once. But then again, that has nothing to do with him. This polar mask is all about intercepted chances. It seems that you have completely absorbed the Kuei-Nyo essence blood. Have you awakened the Dharma phase? Arctic continued. Ziwei was instantly startled and pointed at Lin Tian with some speechlessness. Jinwu, you really snatched the Kuei-Nyo essence blood? On that day, when he saw the second Kuei-Yu, he was directly scared and fled. Afterward, after sobering up, it felt like a missed opportunity. I just didn't expect Lin Tian to actually get it. It's harder to watch Senmu make a lot of money than it is for him to lose it. It hurts too much. Lin Tian swept a glance at the Arctic Emperor and was somewhat surprised. However, it wasn't like he had captured the Kuei-Yu essence blood without anyone seeing it. It's normal for the other side to know. How's it going there at Sword Capital? Lin Tian asked. The Arctic Emperor was first stunned. Then he once again sized up Lin Tian and extended his right hand. What do you mean? Violet wondered. Ahem. The Arctic Emperor squared his collar and said with a smile, to reintroduce me to you all, I sell information for a living. Everything under the sun. If you pay me I can find out for you. Of course, if you have any valuable information, I can pay for it. Insiders, at a discounted rate. Lin Tian frowned, then looked at Ziwei and asked, you know the situation in Kendo? Ziwei glanced at the Arctic Emperor and said with a sarcastic smile, no. Want money? Lin Tian continued to ask. No money. Ziwei gave the Arctic Emperor a somewhat embarrassed look. The Arctic Emperor froze for a moment and was about to speak. At the edge of the lake, a red light flashed. A magnificent voice rang out. Violet. The children of the head of the Liu Dusu family will take the world's youthful pride to break into the forbidden land of the fire underworld. And you're posing as a member of Kyoto's House of Wonders to join the Su family's children. The polar realm will send you. You now go quickly and live. That is success. Failure is both death. Time limit, 2 days. The voice of the extreme realm resounded. A water gate appeared above the lake. Wouldn't it be hard to survive, even if you succeeded? Violet said with some trepidation. Afterwards, he hastily took out a jade talisman from his spatial ring. Extreme realm, I have the group jade talisman. I'm applying to go with true martial. After he finished speaking, the great Arctic Emperor once again glanced at Lin Tian. Rubbing his chin, he didn't know what to think. Buzz, in Ziwei's hand, the jade talisman transformed into a green light and instantly disappeared. Jinwu, now Ziwei invites you to come along. Do you agree? Red light flickered on the shore, and the voice of the extreme realm sounded once again. Agreed, Lin Tian said indifferently, and Ziwei breathed a sigh of relief. The two then walked towards the water gate and disappeared above the lake. Chapter 34, The Extreme Realm of Misrule. Liudu is the only great city on earth that is pierced by the river Jiang. Night. The streets of Liudu were brightly lit. The night market is illuminated by thousands of lights, and there are a lot of customers with red sleeves on the high floors. In the middle of the city where people come and go. Everywhere you look, there are nightclubs with their fronts high up to attract traffic. On the brick and stone paved level street, the boy with the burden was hawking on his way home. Within the towering wooden building, from time to time came the sound of a long, lingering shout, with the dulcet tones of a woman warbling. I didn't realize that the polar realm had changed our faces. A man and a woman were standing quietly by the dock against the street. It was none other than Lin Tian and Ziwei. At this point, the masks on their faces had disappeared. Lin Tian's current appearance was completely different from his original appearance. It's clean cut, but it's not as handsome as the real face. And Violet was transformed into a woman. The extreme realm is so shameless to turn me into a woman. Violet skimmed her lips, helplessness and dissatisfaction written all over her face. Lin Tian glanced at her, lifting the sword in his hand. He spoke faintly. Actually, there's no difference between killing a woman or killing a man. Ziwei was horrified and looked at Lin Tian like he was looking at a ghost. Liu Du, above the balcony of a tall building. Su Nan, the son of the Su family, was sitting on top of a wheelchair, overlooking the lights of all the houses in Ryudu with a sad face. Grand Duke, Shi Lianqing of the cheerful immortal sect seeks an audience. The voice of the servant at the door rang out. Su Nan's expression was delighted, and he immediately maneuvered the wheelchair to turn. People of the cheerful immortal sect, you entertain Mr. Qi first. I'll be right there. Yes. The footsteps of a servant leaving sounded. And, at that point, two figures rose from the bottom of the building. It landed on top of the balcony where Su Nan was. You guys, who are you? Su Nan was startled and hastily maneuvered his wheelchair to take a step backward. Don't be so hasty. We're from the Wunrun clan, and we've come to Willow Capital naturally for the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land. Violet was the first to speak. Su Nan frowned and swept a glance at Lin Tian and Ziwei and said, The Kyoto Wunrun family, is it famous? Ah, this. Violet was a little tongue-tied. The Winners family was the identity given by the extreme realm, and to be honest she hadn't heard of it either. Just a small family, Lin Tian said with a smile. The vigilance on Su Nan's face slightly tightened. Then he asked, What realm are you all in? We're both Xanadu. Su Nan was slightly silent, then smiled somewhat apologetically. I'm sorry, you guys shouldn't have noticed. I can bring a limited number of places. The strength of the Xiandan realm is really a bit. Lin Tian nodded and asked, How many spots do you have in total? There are 8 of them now, and they all chose to stay after my layers of screening. Su Nan said, maneuvering his wheelchair to the table and pouring 2 cups of tea for Lin Tian and Ziwei. I appreciate the good intentions of the two of you, but the forbidden land of Fire Underworld is just too dangerous, and it would be difficult for Xiandan to survive. Ziwei's mouth was slightly open, and at this point, her heart was already cursing the extreme realm. It's hard for Xanadu to survive. Even though she was a celestial pride, she didn't use it like this. Inappropriate son of a man. Ziwei let out a low curse, then looked at Lin Tian, and Lin Tian continued to speak. How do you test strength? When Su Nan saw that Lin Tian was still not dead, he said with some impatience, There is a clan elder of the 9th level of Cave Void traveling with me. He is in charge of testing strength, and now that the clan elder has gone to sleep, he is next door. Su Nan said, pointing to the right. There was, naturally, a hint of warning in the words. Good. Lin Tian let out a light laugh. Clang. The crisp sound of sheathing rang through the room. Su Nan was shocked. Swish. 2 sword lights flashed, and the wall was directly chopped off by Lin Tian. He. Junior, you're a bit crazy. On the other side of the rising dust, a burly man's voice flickered out and said in a cold voice, as the heavenly sword pointed diagonally at the floor, Lin Tian said without any concern, "Fight me. I want to see what kind of strength the cave void realm is." The man on the other side continued to sneer. "So go out and fight? Good." Lin Tian and the man walked towards the balcony. "Uncle Jane, don't kill anyone, just teach them a lesson," Su Nan hastily reminded. "Don't worry, Grand Duke," Uncle Jane returned, jumping straight down the stairs. "What happened? Look guys, some cultivators are going to have a big battle. What a powerful aura. Everyone scatter." On the streets, passers-by looked at Lin Tian and Uncle Jin with curiosity. In this world, mortals predominate. The Xindan realm can suppress the family. The cave realm was even rarer. A battle on the Jiangjiang River, so as not to hurt the passers-by. Uncle Jen said to Lin Tian and flew directly towards the big river. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he closely followed Uncle Jin's figure. On top of the tall building, Su Nan frowned at this scene and said to Ziwei behind him, "Don't worry, Uncle Jane won't kill anyone from your clan." Zvi swept a glance at Sunan and jumped straight out of the window. A large runic disc was born under his feet and also flew towards the descending water. "Formation Master." Su Nan was surprised with a word, instantly regretting his previous words somewhat. Formationists are too rare. A Xindan realm formation master had a greater role in the team than the cave void realm. And, above the river, Lin Tian and Uncle Jian stood against each other. "Kid, it's not too late for you to regret this." Uncle Jane laughed softly as he stretched out one hand, and a dark golden sledgehammer engraved with dragon patterns appeared in his hand. The weight changed abruptly, and ripples instantly rippled beneath his feet. "I wanted to ask." Lin Tian opened his mouth. Uncle Jane frowned. "Where do you get the confidence?" In an instant, Lin Tian's aura skyrocketed. Heavenly sword until Uncle Jane. Buzz. The sound of the sword resounded above the Jiang River. Boom. An invisible and terrifying aura instantly erupted from Lin Tian's body in waves. His face was like a mirror, and a huge wave of 30 battles was instantly raised under his feet. Cyan. The greenish-colored light instantly dyed the giant waves, as if a large reservoir was draining. The surging sword power instantly struck out. Uncle Jane's pupils instantly shrunk. Feeling the solemnity that pierced straight to the bottom of his heart, he hastily raised his sledgehammer to resist. Wow! Huge waves crashed into him. Each drop of water flowed as if it was tainted with sword chi, stabbing through his circumference. Sword power! Sword power! Uncle Jane shrieked as his aura exploded out. A blue halo of light instantly covered his surroundings. Then, holding up the sledgehammer, he heaved it above the water. Boom! The water exploded and a huge crater appeared. Uncle Jane fights water with water. But still, he exploded backwards. And that's when it happened. A brilliant green light stabbed out from the roiling water curtain. Lin Tian killed. Bang! Uncle Jane held up his sledgehammer and slammed it on top of the tip of the sword. Sparks appeared between the clash of gold and iron. Click! The sound startled Uncle Jane, whose hammer had been pierced by a sword. "What kind of sharp sword is this?" "No way!" Uncle Jane exclaimed. With his left hand outstretched, he pointed both fingers at the air. Wow! Dawning blue light appeared to dip into the sledgehammer, and the light leaked out. Hurriedly, he drew back his sledgehammer and smashed at Lin Tian in a whirling throwing motion. An azure vapor instantly appeared. It was a sledgehammer, yet it was hundreds of times larger than this one in Uncle Jane's hand. Instantly, the entire Jiangjiang River was instantly illuminated by blue light. On the edge of the pier, onlookers watched in horror. They couldn't see Lin Tian and Uncle Jane, but you can see the soundscape. Boo! In the center of the Jiangjiang River, the sledgehammer's shadow struck the water, with Uncle Jian and Lin Tian as the center. A circle of water walls surged up, constantly spreading in all directions. Rumble! It was as if light thunder had suddenly risen from the sky, and a dragon's fury had risen above the great river. Run! Danger! The river Jiang is going to be chopped off. The spectators on the shore were already too frightened to do anything about it, and made a bird's eye view of it. Chapter 35, next time, be brave. I must be brave. Who the hell is fighting? Above the shore, a few men with extraordinary auras voiced out in surprise. This move should only be performed by the peak cave void realm. They kept talking about it. A man in a wheelchair maneuvered his way to the scene. Mr. Su is also here. Mr. Su. These few people hurriedly gestured toward Su Nan. Su Nan returned the salute one by one, looking at the river with a shock on his face for a long time. Mr. Su, do you know who is fighting with Uncle Jane? Someone asked toward Su Nan. Sunan was about to reply. Click! A rancorous thunder rang out instantly. He hastily looked toward the water. There several thick thunder snakes intertwined with each other, covering the man's circumference. The terrifying thunder net caused the Jiang River to condense out extended clear light. Instantly, He killed the other person on the opposite side of the room. Does this person possess a thunder spirit? The thunder spirit is the most precious treasure in heaven and earth. How could it be seen so ordinarily? Perhaps this person's special physique has awakened the thunder spiritual root? These few people hurriedly guessed, and were not surprised. No one noticed that Sunan had opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. He hadn't come to his senses until now. Breathing became rapid at the thought. Xin, what do you think of his sword posture? Sunan asked a man beside him who was holding his sword with his eyes closed, and the crowd looked at the man. They are all aware of its identity, because this person had left his name on the green sword tablet, being in the spirit of the sword. Not bad, much better than I used to be. Xin, the closed-eyed swordsman, said indifferently. It was self-inflicted, but it appeared unconcerned. When Xin finished speaking, the crowd was shocked. Then it was all smiles again. Brother Xin is still too modest. Yes, Brother Li has sword intent, so how can he look at sword power? Ha ha, Brother Li is the best womanizer and the most humble sword cultivator I've ever seen. That's true. Brother Li killed the 4 directions last night, fighting 10 by himself. I respect that. The closed-eyed sword cultivator frowned slightly, not bothering to explain. Only Sunan was shocked. Xin was his close friend and had known him for a long time. In his perception, Xin never lied. And, above the eaves of a house, along with Sunan, there was also Ziwei who was astonished. She stands all alone, as if she were the loneliest on earth. True Martial's thunder must have come from the Kueino essence blood. Ah, a great opportunity, and I wimped out. Why, she murmured and whispered, feeling the pain. Heartache. Next time, be brave. I'll be brave. Violet clenched her fists as if she had made a huge resolution. After a long time, within a room in the attic, true martial artist. You're awesome. Ziwei's face was filled with a fawning smile as she served tea and water to Lin Tian, who was sitting on a chair. Lin Tian took Ziwei's tea and gently took a sip. At that time, he had already exploded the power of thunder in his body, tangled up with Uncle Jane. As a result, the fight goes on. Uncle Jane doesn't fight. In the end it was just to test strength. There's no life and death feud. The other party is the 9th level of Cave Void. He's actually no match for Uncle Jane. It's just good to follow a true martial artist. Violet kept talking on the sidelines, all bragging between the lines. Duck duck duck. There was a knock on the door of the room, and Violet rushed to open it. Yo, isn't this Mr. Su? Violet said faintly. Sunan let out a bitter smile and maneuvered his wheelchair into the room. Turning to Lin Tian, he made a sincere bow. Just now it was Mr. Su who had no eyes. I hope you two won't take it to heart. It's fine. Now what do you think? Lin Tian said indifferently. The natural invitation is for the 2 of you to make the team. Sunan said in a hurry. Aha. Lin Tian nodded, not sad or happy. And seeing Lin Tian agreeing, Sunan was overjoyed and continued. Since the 2 of you agreed to join the team, I'll have to show my sincerity. Afterward, Sunan took out 2 small boxes and placed them on the table. Lin Tian opened the box and instantly the dense spiritual chi hit his nose. An earth-grade spirit medicine. I still hope that Prince Wenrun and Miss Wenrun will accept it. These 2 elixirs are both Xian spirit grasses. After taking them, they have the effect of growing one's mind and moisturizing one's body, no matter what one cultivates. Ziwei was still a bit dissatisfied, but when she saw Sunan take out the spirit grass, her dissatisfaction instantly dissipated. Lin Tian nodded. He was not humble on the surface. Both of you. Mr. Su has taken out his sincerity. Can both of you also see me in my true colors? Sunan continued at this moment, instantly causing Ziwei's face to be stifled. Sunan stared at Lin Tian and continued. Just now, I've asked people to check the Yinjing Winker's house, but the news I received is that there is indeed a Winker's house. Only that the Winker's house doesn't make good use of the Thunderbolt's people. Lin Tian frowned. It's not about the Polar Realm. The task of the Polar Realm was originally scheduled to be completed by Zwei alone, but the extra him led to a slip-up. At this moment, Zwei was also frowning, pondering how to answer. In that case, Lin Tian did not hesitate any longer. One hand clasped over his face and a red mask appeared. This is my true face. Is Mr. Su satisfied? Sunan's pupils shrunk, and his right hand on the wheelchair couldn't help but clench. So it's an extreme realm true martial. No wonder. With you guys helping me, I don't think there will be any problems. A smile appeared on Sunan's face as he said. Afterwards, the true martial mask on Lin Tian's face disappeared. Jinwu, you, Ziwei had been shocked, not expecting Lin Tian to reveal his identity just like that. Mr. Su, now that you know who I am, do you have to show your sincerity as well? Lin Tian said indifferently. Actually, it wasn't. He could feel that Su Ming didn't have any malicious intent. It has, perhaps, to do with the heart of the sword. Su Nan nodded, a trace of bitterness unconsciously surfacing on his face as he said, "This time, the battle for the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land is actually a battle for the head of my Su family. There were 4 people involved, and besides me it was my brother, and 2 other sisters. We'll each take 10 disciples into the middle of the Forbidden Land of Fire Underworld. The more disciples who end up surviving, whoever becomes the next Su family head." He opened his arms, somewhat helplessly. "As you can see, I'm a loser." Su Nan smiled bitterly and continued, "But I'm also not willing to miss out on the head of the family just like that." Finally, Su Nan bowed respectfully to Lin Tian and Ziwei. "Brother Jinwu, this, Violet. Emperor," Ziwei said. Violet bristled, the mask of flame on her face flickering for a moment. "Brother Ziwei, I, Su Nan, do not ask you to die for me, but if I become the head of the Su family, I will thank you heavily." Su Nan said heavily, his tone very sincere. Lin Tian nodded, but didn't say anything. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Nan's face as he bowed once again and immediately left the room. Lin Tian glanced at Ziwei and said indifferently, "Speak with me about kendo." Half an hour later, Violet left the room. Lin Tian sat on top of the bed and began to cultivate. As for kendo, it's basically ruined now. The 2 Kuei-nyo had severely injured Li Shangjue, and even directly destroyed Sword Capital's Green Sword Monument. To Lin Tian's surprise, the 2 Kuei-yu had actually left alive. A capital city of the Great Qin Immortal Kingdom. Surprisingly, no one left the Kuei-yu behind. It's not right how to think about this thing. A slight shake of the head. Lin Tian also stopped making other thoughts. Sitting cross-legged on top of the bed, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Yun Shindan. Afterwards, Lin Tian directly swallowed a grain into his stomach. Boom! The Cloud God pill instantly melted in his mouth, instantly transforming into a terrifying energy that merged into Lin Tian's limbs and bones. The energy rushed savagely into Lin Tian's limbs and bones, constantly rinsing through Lin Tian's dantian, meridians, flesh and bone marrow. The strength of Lin Tian's physical body was constantly being enriched from the inside out. Lin Tian's face changed slightly, and he indeed felt pain from all over his body. He sneered, "It doesn't hurt at all." Indeed, compared to swallowing the Kuei-yu essence spirit, the Cloud God pill had caused Lin Tian pain though, but nowhere near as scary as last time. Boom boom boom. Wild surges of breath continuously exploded from Lin Tian's circumference. Lin Tian didn't hesitate and swallowed another Cloud God pill into his stomach. Wow! The breath was constantly overflowing, causing ripples in the air. Lin Tian's physique continued to strengthen. There was already only one final layer of shackles left before breaking through the second layer of the sword heart body refining Resolve's broken sword. It's not enough. Lin Tian let out a low growl in his heart and took out the Xian spirit grass that Su Nan had gifted him earlier. A single finger pointed on top of the Xianling grass. The aura invaded the Xianling grass, forcing out the pure emerald green medicinal liquid from the Xianling grass. It was then taken into the mouth. Buzz! Lin Tian instantly revolved the sword heart body refining decree again, guiding the Cloud God pills and the Xianling grass's medicinal power into the entire body. Time passes by. A cyclone was born within the room where Lin Tian was. It wasn't an aura, but an air tremor caused by the vibrations of Lin Tian's body. The noise grew so loud that it gradually drew the attention of Violet next door. Time passes slowly. Violet had been completely unable to sleep. Her fists clenched as she listened intently to the sounds coming from next door. Her mind complex. Roar! A crisp dragon roar sounded from Lin Tian's room. Violet's eyes widened instantly. The power of a dragon. Impossible. Impossible. She murmured and whispered. A hint of pathos surfaced on her pretty cheeks. I purchased this Cloud God pill with 300 medium-grade spirit stones. Originally, I was going to use this money to buy spirit ink, which can be enough for me to use for a whole half year. Now it's a cheap shot at Jinwu. Asshole, she said, an endless sadness rising in her heart. Next time, we must slaughter some oil from Jinwu, but he seems to be poor. Damn it. Violet clenched her fists, feeling like she'd lost a lot of money. Jinwu, I heard everything. A message from Jinwu suddenly came to her mind, and Ziwei was shocked. It instantly felt like society died. Violet, haha, Zenmu. Just kidding. Violet snapped. Next door, Lin Tian was silent for a while, then spoke. Can I borrow some money tomorrow? Violet's brows furrowed, and she screamed in her heart that it was not good. But it's not good enough to refuse outright. After all, Jinwu was helping her now. Zwei, what are you borrowing money for? Zenmu? Shinobu, I would like to purchase a practical scabbard for my sword. Violet? You don't even have money for a scabbard? Makoto, are you borrowing it? Zwei, borrow. Of course I borrow. Ha ha, the one I admire the most is Jinwu Dilly. Chapter 36, My disciple Lin Tian, with a heavenly sword heart, is a sword god. Inside the room, Lin Tian closed his fist. Just now, he had indeed reached the second level of the sword heart body refining technique, broken sword. And, with that, the heavenly sword was upgraded, adding another 10% to its sharpness. The hint of sword chi unintentionally released earlier had directly destroyed the sword sheath that Lin Tian had carved for him. A moment ago, the heavenly sword was still suspended in the air, swaying from side to side. It didn't settle down until Lin Tian promised to buy it another scabbard. The second level of the sword heart body refining technique. There's a clear sign of that. A strong physique could withstand a powerful strike from the peak of the cave void realm. Self-power also reaches a watershed. The power of a dragon. In the world of physical training, the power of a dragon is likewise a huge dividing line. The power of a dragon is a huge force of 100,000 pounds. When a punch went down, just the airwaves generated could exterminate a body-opening realm. If a sword stance is chopped out under this kind of power, combined with the terrifying sharpness of the heavenly sword, that kind of killing power is just horrible. This is the terror of the sword cultivator. The sword is in the cutting. The stronger you make it, the sharper the blade, the more damage you do. This was simply not possible in Lin Tian's previous world. This is because the sharper the blade, the less strength the blade can withstand. But the world doesn't have to think about that. Some high-quality swords, because the materials used to forge them were simply not comparable to those of the previous life. So the upper limit of the swords a swordmaker could cast was also far higher than in the previous world. As for the heavenly sword, which was a sword that could be upgraded together with Lin Tian, there was even less need to talk about it. It's been a long time since I've slept, Lin Tian murmured in his heart. Previously, they were in a dangerous and desperate situation because they were outnumbered. Lin Tian killed during the day and cultivated the sword heart body refining technique at night. At a later stage, in order to devour the Kuei-Nyo essence spirit, another day and night of closed-door refining. Today, the body has actually reached a kind of limit. Without much thought, Lin Tian laid down on his bed and quietly fell asleep. All the way to the second day, the Great Qin immortal kingdom is vast. In addition to the great cities of the human race, there were many chaotic spaces and small worlds of the heavens. Outside the Great Qin Wudu, the immortal sea was boundless, and an immortal mountain rose from the bottom of the sea, straight into the clouds. At the top of the mountain is a new land. The cheerful immortal sect is located here. The sacred mountains are tall and the silver waterfalls are hanging. Aloft stands, shoulder to shoulder with the rising clouds. Within the main palace hall, Patriarch, the court's conquest of the barbarians this time is a battle of national fortunes. Should our Huanxian sect send some disciples as well? If a heavenly pride is able to capture the ancient ferocious beast's essence blood, this would undoubtedly be a blessing for my Huanxian sect. Within the great hall, there were two people. Sitting below, a white-haired old man with deep eyes spoke. The battle of national fortunes involves too much. My Huanxian sect has always been far away from the immortal kingdom. Participating in it would more or less involve a trace of karma. There's no need to mention this matter again. At the first place of the great hall, an imposing middle-aged man sat and said. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, there were wisps of golden light, and his aura was deep and bottomless, like an ancient deity that could not be looked at directly. This person was none other than the cheerful immortal sect patriarch, Yu Changcheng. Yu Changcheng's eyes were calm, as if he was traveling through millions of miles with a single glance, and he suddenly spoke. How is the matter of Bloodtown going? If you swallow the blood god pill, there will be another sea pioneer realm within the sect, the white-haired old man said with a smile spreading across his face. It will take a few more years. This matter is not urgent. The patriarch is now at the 9th level of the Pioneer Sea. Why hasn't he taken the sacred maiden's red pill? Li Changlin's face sank slightly. Then he regained his composure and said, if she doesn't want it, I won't force it. If I force her to take it, it would not be good for her to damage her own cultivation. The white-haired old man's eyes were slightly cold. This holy maiden is also too unintelligent. The patriarch has raised her for over 20 years. And now that it's just a one-time double cultivation, she even disagrees. Yu Changcheng sipped his tea with his eyes downcast and let out a light laugh. There's no need to be too hasty. As long as that innate Tao body dies, her heart will be dead, and it will not be up to her then. Suddenly thinking of something, Yu Changcheng asked the white-haired old man, that innate Tao body, what's its name? It seems to be called Lin Tian. I heard from Shenger that this person is also a sword Tao heavenly pride, using killing to prove the Tao, and in the middle of the blood town he even comprehended the sword heart and sword power. After saying this, even Yu Changcheng was a bit surprised. The sword Tao talent is surprisingly so stunning. It's a pity that he's an innate Tao body. It's cheaper for you. Ha ha, old me would also like to thank the patriarch for granting it. The white-haired old man laughed. In the meantime, after a sacred mountain, Arched bridges are situated with flowing water. Jade carved saddle, swimming and smelting to bring up the dense aura. The holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect, Mu anxious evening, quietly sat in meditation and cultivated. A long golden robe and a golden knight's hairpin on her head. A mat of hair was like flowing water, setting off a stunning beauty. Now that the Tao body has gone to the forbidden land of fire underworld with Shashan, if I can capture the vermilion bird's essence blood, I will be able to suppress this Tao wound for a long time. Her vermilion lips parted and she stood up. Light flickered between her veiled hands, and a veiled sword appeared. A swishy chop. Sunran sword she instantly surged. Nowadays, within this cheerful immortal sect, many people are pressuring me. And isn't it for one of my red pills? A huff grew in her eyes. I cultivate the dragon and phoenix immortal technique, not to become someone else's dowry, but to go alone to the end of the martial way. Even if the person who wants my red Dan is my master. The color of Mu Oi Evening's eyes grew colder and colder, and the sword technique she danced out became sharper and sharper. Absolutely beautiful body in this mountain and river background painting. The beaded tassel at the waist of the surplus girdle spins like a galaxy of change. The sword energy stirred, raising layers of lingering waves. The calm was full of cold and anger. Wow! Put away the sword. Mu Shinwei's body was bathed in spiritual light. I hope that the vermilion bird essence blood will be able to drag me to the day I find Lin Tian. She whispered, suddenly shaken. Look to the sky. There, a terrifying aura instantly appeared. Rumble. The heavenly dome trembled, and the layers of clouds were stirred and dispersed by the terrifying sword chi. Cheerful immortal sect. You and the others are bold and daring. Are you trying to exterminate the sect? An old voice rang out from all sides of the sky. It suddenly resounded in the ears of the entire Huan Xian sect, tens of thousands of living beings. Boom boom boom. It was accompanied by a gust of earth and sky trembling sounds. As everyone was horrified, they looked toward the heavens. The light of the sky was radiant, and the dome of the sky rippled like the surface of a dark lake. The whole world is dueling and shaking. Rumble. Deep within the sunken clouds, a shocking explosion exploded. Throughout the entire cheerful immortal sect, endless sword chi exploded from above the endless immortal sea. Immediately after, miles of sunken clouds, pierced by a gash broke in the sky, and the light in its midst shattered the darkness of the universe. A large sword flowing with terrifying sword intent poked out from between the clouds, across heaven and earth, straight into the sky, suppressing over the entire Huanshan sect. It was as if the entire world was enveloped in sword intent. The sword light was more terrifying than the brilliant sun. Within the cheerful immortal sect, the cultivators looked up in shock at the great sword above the dome of the sky, as if the presence of a true saint. They grew their mouths too big for words. Everyone looked towards the great sword that stretched across heaven and earth. On top of the great sword, an old man wearing white clothes with an ordinary face was leaning on the hilt and the sword. A pair of eyes were calm with a terrifying killing intent. Cheerful immortal sect, hand over my disciple Lin Tian, or else I, Li Bai, will destroy your entire sect even if I die today. The vicissitudes of the voice resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth in an instant. Above the entire cheerful immortal sect, endless passes were made, as if the god of murder was making his final judgment. My disciple Lin Tian, with a heavenly sword heart, is a sword god. To be suppressed by the likes of you is ridiculous. Li Bai's words fell one word at a time, chopping at everyone's heart like a sharp sword. After God's mountain, Mu Shanya looked up at Li Bai who was standing on top of the hilt of the sword. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, her heart filled with a strong shock. Li Bai, the world's #1 sword cultivator in the past. He's here to find Lin Tian? How is Lin Tian valued by him? She muttered. As a sword cultivator, the incredulity in her heart was even stronger than normal when she saw the scene. Above the cheerful immortal sect, on the other hand, many of the cultivators were scared and at a loss for words. What level of cultivation is this person? What a horrible sword intent. I feel that he wants to kill me only needs a look. Do I, my Huanshan sect want to be destroyed today? Lin Tian. Who the hell is he? They trembled lightly, a hint of despair arising in their hearts. An unknown powerful existence. They were afraid to the extreme just feeling a trace of it. How did the cheerful immortal sect provoke such a strong enemy? Among the many cultivators, Li Muxing's face was pale to the extreme. Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Why him? Why was he the disciple of someone so powerful? He himself had suppressed Lin Tian within the Blood Town. What will happen to him? His eyes widened at the thought and his body shivered. The usual cloudy demeanor was gone all of a sudden. He handed Hongyu the evil method once Hongyu forced Lin Tian to double cultivate. Lin Tian will die. If Lin Tian died, not only him, but the entire Huan Xian sect would be finished. Shang hurry to Blood Town and bring Lin Tian here. How long will this trip take? A familiar man's voice resounded in Li Muxing's mind. It was a transmission from his father. Father, even if I were to use an Earth-grade air shield cloud, a round trip would take 13 days. Li Muxing hurriedly transmitted his voice. Then when I stabilize this person with the patriarch, you should hurry. Li Muxing's father's voice came. Yes. Li Muxing nodded, but the look of fear on his face still did not disappear. 4. The matter of the evil law. His father didn't know. Li Muxing coveted Lin Tian's innate Dao body, because she was familiar with Hongyu. She expected that she would definitely double cultivate with Lin Tian. He couldn't be sure whether Lin Tian was alive or dead. However, it would be a dead end to flee. Someone as strong as that can hook up with karma. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, he has nothing to hide. Dead end. Layers of sweat appeared on Li Muxing's forehead. At this moment, one could only hope that Lin Tian was still alive. In the meantime, several figures flew out from within the various immortal mountains of the Huanxian sect. A dozen or so silhouettes stood in the dome of the sky, and the aura on each of them was extremely powerful. The first person in the lead was the Huanxian sect patriarch Yu Chongqing. Yu Chongqing, meet Senior Li. Yu Chongqing bowed respectfully, and his expression was somewhat unnatural. Just now, he had talked about Lin Tian and had thought that he was an unusual heavenly pride. I didn't realize that it had caused such a strong man to emerge. It is really too appalling. Li Bai lightly glanced at Yu Chongqing. Where is my disciple Lin Tian? Yu Chongqing bowed his head, his eyes flickering, and said in a hurry, naturally, it's safe and sound. Li Bai smiled disdainfully. Then bring my disciple here. And if I find my disciple missing a single cold hair, don't blame me for coming down hard. Li Bai spoke extremely lightly. However, the voice fell on the ears of Yu Chongqing and all the elders of the cheerful immortal sect like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Sword God Li, Lin Tian is not in the cheerful immortal sect. It's just that it's far away. I've already asked someone to go and invite him, so I need to wait for some more time. As his voice ended, Li Bai first narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, with one hand outstretched, the Dao sword chi instantly lingered beside the cheerful immortal sect patriarch. Immediately after that, the sword chi transformed into chains to tightly bind. In an instant, the cheerful immortal sect patriarch's face froze. Sword God Li, what are you doing? What for? Li Bai sneered. If you dare to swindle me, this sword god chain won't be able to kill you, but it can also make you fall in your realm. Yu Chongqing's face instantly became even worse, and, immediately following Li Bai's words, it made his heart tremble even more. Take me forward with you. I want to meet my apprentice in person. Wow. One sentence was like a thunderbolt from the ground, instantly making Yu Chongqing and one of the supreme elders behind him feel like they were in an ice cellar. Bottom. When Mu Xiangye saw the scene, her vermilion lips curled lightly. She knew that she was finally going to meet Lin Tian. It was just that it seemed like it was no longer possible to seize the spiritual rhythm of Lin Tian's innate Dao body. For a moment, the mind was complicated to the core. Chapter 37 I loathe the Huanxian sect. Lin Tian did not know about the Huanxian sect. Wake up early in the morning. Downstairs, new people have appeared on the streets. Looking down through the half-covered threshold window beside the bed, a stall selling Yangchun noodles has opened. The vendor was boiling hot water. A few straw-stained children hid in a corner shivering their fingers. Yudu is a big city, but it still has a barren color. It's like underneath the cracks of the opulent brick and mortar is the vast expanse of straw and also mud that never sees the light of day. In my dream last night, I saw Xiaolian again. This is the maid from the previous incarnation, who has died, or the obsession of his predecessor, which once again appeared in Lin Tian's mind. The Lin family always needs to be addressed. He murmured, if this karma is not cut off, perhaps the obsession with Xiaolian would always haunt him. At first, he only wanted to bury Xiaolian. Those high and mighty are unwilling to give even a little of their time. It's a bit of a shame to not kill. Really, with your own sword. There was a knock on the door of the room. It's Violet. Lin Tian and Ziwei had already had a showdown with Sunan though, but externally, he still claimed to be a member of the Wen family. Lin Tian is called Wenrinjin. Violet, on the other hand, is Winking Violet. This building is a famous restaurant in Ludu. Last night, Lin Tian had detected several extraordinary auras within this restaurant. Presumably, these people were all invited by Su Nan and used to compete for the position of family head. First, on the street, he purchased a scabbard for the heavenly sword. Lin Tian and Ziwei returned to the restaurant. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, he saw Uncle Jane, with whom he had fought yesterday, looking outside the door of the restaurant. After seeing Lin Tian, Uncle Jian hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Duke Wenrun, Miss Wenrun, you guys really gave me a good search. My Grand Duke is meeting guests. Please follow me. Compared to yesterday, today's Uncle Jane has a much better attitude. Su, Last night, Lin Tian's last sword had almost injured him. It was no longer possible for Uncle Jian to underestimate Lin Tian, a Xiandan realm heavenly pride. Lin Tian lightly glanced at Uncle Jian before following with Ziwei. Within a compartment, the table was laden with delicacies. In the midst of it, several figures were present, talking to each other and testing each other slightly. Sunan sat on his wheelchair and asked an old man behind him, "Has Qi Lianqing of the Cheerful Immortal sect not arrived yet? He asked me to go to the drunken immortal house yesterday, and I came back in the middle of the night and he stayed there." Closed-eyed sword cultivator Li Xin said, not caring at all about the other people's gazes. To him, the color was as important as the sword. Sunan frowned, and the rest of the people looked differently, some disdainful, some contemptuous. "What about the two from the Winkler's house?" Sunan continued to ask. "I've been up since this morning. Prince Wenrunjin said he was going to buy a practical scabbard for his sword, and housekeeper Jian has already gone to look for it." "Wen's house? Is it not the Wen's house in Kyoto?" Someone spoke softly, instantly drawing the attention of the others. The man who spoke was dressed in black armor, and behind him, a lance as tall as a man stood upright on the floor, exuding a solemn killing intent. He spoke with some disdain. When he saw the others casting inquiries at him, he spoke. "Kyoto Wen family? Too bad. I once fought with one of the strongest of the Wen family's younger generation, and one moved down. I chopped off both of his legs." The crowd listened to his words, and it dawned on them. Since the strongest one is nothing more than that, so how strong will the remaining ones in the Winkle's house be? All of a sudden, the crowd was not interested in Lin Tian and Ziwei. Only Sunan didn't say anything. "Mr. Su, you told us that there are only 10 places in total. Isn't it not too good to give 2 of them to people from the family of the famous?" A woman spoke up. Frowning, Sunan was about to open his mouth when the door to the compartment was opened. It was Lin Tian as well as Ziwei. "Please take your seats, both of you." Sunan laughed. Lin Tian nodded and sat in the corner with Ziwei. "You too, feel free to eat, and when everyone is here, I'll tell you something," Sunan said again, his tone polite. "Let me introduce to you all. These two are the 2 heavenly prides of the Wen family, Wen Rinjin and Wen Rinzi. And the one who fought with Uncle Jian on top of the Jianghao River last night is the son of Wenrun. Both are at the peak of Xiandan." When Sunan finished speaking, the crowd froze. "So that's how it is. No wonder it can be valued by Duke Su," someone said. Having comprehended the sword power, coupled with having thunder in his body, he was formidable. Granted, but a cultivation level of only Xiandan is still a bit poor. The man named Yu Hua, wearing armor, said, "That battle between Lin Tian and Uncle Jian last night was amazing though. But a realm is a realm." Even though Uncle Jian was at the 9th level of the Cave of the Void, he must have been suppressing it. The fluctuations from their battle with each other last night were actually okay. Who here is not the pride of heaven? Lin Tian and Uncle Jian were both seeing eye to eye and couldn't see much. Lin Tian lightly glanced at the crowd and didn't say anything. "Sit down and start eating as you go." Is really starting to eat. Lin Tian's eating wasn't very wretched, but the movements of his hands low were not slow at all. The stronger his physique became now, the greater his need for food would be. Plus the quality of the food on this table was excellent and very much to his liking. The crowd froze and all of them frowned at Lin Tian. On the contrary, Sunan gave a light laugh without caring. "Brother Wenrun, try this dish. It's Drunken Immortal Restaurant's specialty." Lin Tian nodded and stuffed a chopstick into his mouth. As for the others, they were a bit contemptuous, but they didn't say anything. "The people who come here are drunk." The meal was good, but it wasn't a big draw for everyone. Violet smirked and looked at the crowd, a little embarrassed. Afterwards, there was a mask in a hurry to inform Lin Tian. "Violet, Zenmu, everyone's looking at us." Lin Tian ignored it. "Brother Su, if you have something to say, just say it." Someone looked at Sunan and said with some impatience. Sunan choked and hesitated a bit, and that's when it happened. The door to the compartment was opened by a pale, unclothed man in a pink dress. "Eunuch Qi, you're finally here." Sunan let out a bitter smile and said to the visitor. The pink-clothed man glanced at Sunan and the people in the room with a smirk. The eyes shifted to the face of a delicate-looking woman in the room. The woman instantly frowned and turned her head away in some disgust. The man in pink didn't care, and then gave a sarcastic laugh. "I'm a bit tired from last night's nightly practice, so I'm sorry I'm late." Within the compartment, some people laughed disdainfully, while others were silent. Qi Liansheng was right to say so. Everyone knew that the cultivation of the Cheerful Immortal sect was dual cultivation. He gestured to the crowd and then introduced himself. "I am Qi Liansheng, an inner disciple of the Cheerful Immortal sect, the 3rd level of Cave Void." The eyes of the crowd narrowed slightly, and they all glanced at Qi Liansheng with some caution. Qi Liansheng then sought a seat and prepared to sit down. Some of the women in the audience all glanced at Qi Lianqing in an unfavorable manner. Qi Lianqing wasn't embarrassed and looked towards the closed-eyed sword amendment sitting beside Lin Tian. Brother Li Xin, we had similar interests last night. Li Xin frowned slightly and said faintly, "It's not the same, you're coveting, I'm admiring." Qi Lianqing let out a sarcastic laugh, not caring, and looked towards Lin Tian. "Can you give me a seat? I would like to talk with Brother Li Xin at length." The breath fluctuations on the others were all cave void. Only Lin Tian and Ziwei could not see it though. But before, Su Nan had said that it was only Shen Dan. The cultivator's perception was extremely strong, and Qi Lianqing naturally heard it. Xanadu gave Cave a seat, very much in tune with the moment. Lin Tian didn't say anything and just quietly ate his meal. "Stay away from me. I loathe the cheerful immortal sect," he said lightly, not even lifting his head. The crowd looked on in amazement. Lin Tian, a Shen Dan realm, dared to provoke Qi Lianqing. It was only at this moment that someone looked twice more at Lin Tian, who had been ignored. They didn't expect Lin Tian to dare to be so domineering towards Qi Lianqing. Qi Lianqing's body instantly choked, and he stood upright in a holler, looking at Lin Tian with a coldness in his eyes. "You loathe my Huan-Xian sect?" At today's banquet, all the people were invited by Su Nan. All of them are the proud generation of heaven. And although Qi Lianqing came from the disreputable Huan-Xian sect, he was also known far and wide as one of the heaven's pride. Someone else said something bad about their clan to their face. How is that not angry? Chapter 38, Someone disrespects Big Brother. Can I stand that? Lin Tian, a person with no name, dared to speak to Qi Lianqing in such a manner. It really didn't make the door think. Is it true that you're not afraid to die? And, in the face of Qi Lianqing's questioning, Lin Tian did not even look at him. Keep chucking the dish and keep stuffing it in your mouth. Directly ignoring Qi Lianqing. Hiss. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Wenren family junior was just too brave. That's what you're forcing me to do. Qi Lianqing let out a cold smile, and a chilly aura instantly erupted. True, Big Brother. Do it. Violet let out a low growl, her body ablaze with wildfire. Wow. A flame formation with a diameter of tens of feet suddenly appeared above the drunken immortal tower. It caused a shrieking gasp from the pedestrians coming and going on the street. Buzz! The entire drunken immortal building instantly scorched. The crowd was instantly shocked and looked at Violet with great horror. Qi Lianqing's eyes narrowed slightly and he paused for a moment. Everyone didn't expect that Ziwei, who had been silent all this time, was actually a formation master. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was giving a slight beat and was still eating his meal. It was as if what was happening here had nothing to do with him at all. Ahem. Su Nan hurriedly opened his mouth. A few of you, can you give Mr. Su a face? If what's going on here is known by my younger siblings, they'll probably die laughing. Qi Lianqing nodded, then bowed to Su Nan. Glancing again at Lin Tian, who had been eating, he let out a cold snort. Today, if Violet hadn't made a move, in his eyes, Lin Tian was already a corpse, and the rest of the room fell silent. Someone looked over to Violet, who had sat back down, and got up to start talking to her. Some people wanted to get acquainted with Lin Tian, but they saw that Lin Tian had been concentrating on eating. Had to stop. Bon appetit. A delicate-looking woman looked at Lin Tian and said, "Maybe it's a physical cultivator. Physical cultivators usually eat a lot." Someone speculated. He's obviously a sword cultivator. The sword cultivators in this world are all wildly out of control. Each and every one of them thinks highly of themselves. The delicate woman muttered and looked at Lin Tian frequently again. No wonder there are so few sword cultivators and their swords are all destroyed. Maybe that's why. Someone rubbed his chin and speculated. As for Qi Lianqing, he had already sat on the other side, looking at Lin Tian with a chill in his eyes. Seeing that the strife had subsided, Su Nan opened his mouth. All of you have come for the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land and are willing to help Mr. Su. Mr. Su can't thank you enough. I surrendered the list to the family as last night, and it won't change. In the afternoon, Mr. Su will take all of you to the Forbidden Land of Fire Underworld in Lu Du's immortal boat. As Su Nan spoke, the crowd choked in unison and looked at Su Nan with serious expressions. Su Nan continued. Here, Mr. Su still has to warn you all to be careful. The battle for the family head has actually begun today. Perhaps someone will make a move on you all later. Therefore, there is no need for us to start unnecessary disputes within ourselves. Su Nan let out a bitter smile, obviously afraid that Qi Lianqing would start another fight with Lin Tian. The crowd looked at each other, eyelids lowered, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. There's also the fact that there are many treasures in the Forbidden Land of Fire Underworld, so everyone can go and fight for them, but we must pay attention to safety. The battle for the head of the family is to see how many of my siblings and I survive in the end, and the one who survives the most will be the future head of the Su family. Sunan said, his eyes deep and his face calm as he raised a glass of wine. To all of you. To Mr. Su. The crowd raised their glasses, and Lin Tian took a bite of the dish and picked up the wine glass beside him and drank it all in one go. Ziwei, Jinwu. The polar realm has given me the task of staying alive. So why don't we just find a place to stay alive once we enter the forbidden land of the fire underworld? It's only been less than half a day, and Violet has already forgotten the promise she made last night. Lin Tian lightly glanced at Ziwei. Shinobu, where did your courage just now go? Violet gave a sarcastic laugh. Ziwei, it's not like I'm seeing someone disrespecting a big brother, which I can tolerate. If it wasn't for Sunan stopping it, I would have gone up and slapped him. In fact, Ziwei had dared to be so brave before just because Lin Tian was here. Although, Sunan had formed an alliance with 10 of them. But that's on the surface. These people were definitely not willing to die for Sunan. What they were truly willing to risk was still the treasure in the forbidden land of fire underworld. And the thank you gift after Sunan. And, she's not like Zenmu. Both of them were from the extreme realm and were on the same mission. The relationship is certainly not comparable to these people. The time went on until the afternoon. A flock of returning birds, only dark silhouettes in the slanting sun, flew low. A group of children were constantly playing with the shallow reeds by the Jiangjiang River, pointing at the spirit beasts or immortal boats that flew by from time to time in the sky. He revealed a yearning gaze. Breeze frolic. A view of the river on an autumn evening. An immortal boat that was completely obscured by a green-colored light shield appeared above the Jiang River. Passers-by on the road look on, and from time to time they can catch glimpses of figures hurrying past on the deck. At the stern of the ship, 3 green runes burned with dense aura. It formed 3 long tails that looked like fog. This is the spell formation that drives the immortal boat. A thick rope fell down from above the immortal boat and hitched straight in front of the drunken immortal building. Mr. Sunan Su, please bring your men aboard immediately. A high male voice came from above the immortal boat. Before the drunken immortal mansion, Sunan sat on top of his wheelchair and said to the several people behind him, Lin Tian, gentlemen, please follow me. Then, Uncle Jane held his wheelchair, jumped on top of the rope with one foot, and slowly walked towards the immortal boat. A smell of lipstick drifted past, and Qi Lianqing coldly grunted as he glanced at Lin Tian and stepped onto the immortal rope. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Qi Lianqing's back, and a cruel smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Then, without slowing down, he followed. Behind them, the voices of the remaining few came. Being targeted by Qi Lianqing. That sword cultivator is dead. I bet he dies today. It shouldn't be. Only today Sunan said not to start disputes within. The delicate woman said with a frown. Senior sister Xianshu, I'm afraid you don't know that the cheerful immortal sect is an immortal sect, deeper than the Su family, and that Qi Lianqing would care about Sunan's words? The gun-toting man in armor said. The woman named Han Xianshu was silent, then glanced at Lin Tian's back and whispered, it's just a pity that sword cultivators are getting rarer and rarer nowadays. What's the pity? Sword cultivators are also martial artists. It's not like they're superior. Some people were dismissive, listening to the crowd's conversation. Violet raised her eyebrows slightly. It felt like a mistake to ask Makoto to join her on the mission. Zwei, Jinwu, let's sleep in the same room. I have a feeling Qi Lianqing will take a shot at you tonight. Jinwu, do you know how you can block the messages coming from the extreme masks? Violet, stay in the arranged room. Lin Tian sat on top of the bed and began to cultivate. In this world, martial artists needed gong methods to cultivate. His sword heart body refining decree was a body refining technique. As for the cultivation growth technique, Lin Tian simply did not have it, nor do we need to. Because of the heavenly sword, Lin Tian only needed to kill to advance. In such a comparison, it seemed as if no matter what kind of feats were chicken, general matchmaking, Lin Tian was all about simple sword slashes against his enemies. The sword Dao comprehension he had gained was a process of simplifying complexity into simplicity. Sword stance, but it's just chopping, cutting, teasing, picking, hooking, stabbing, piercing, wiping, sweeping, pointing, crashing, hanging, cloud. Combine these movements at will, and you have a sword move. Nowadays, Lin Tian had already gained enough sword Dao comprehension. He made a random move, a sword strike. So, finding sword moves isn't that important. As for sword skills, unlike the sword move, sword techniques are true masterstrokes, not something that can be covered by a few moves. There were only 2 sword techniques that Lin Tian could take out today. One is that has been raised for over a month, a sword in the sky. The other is the Heaven and Earth Sword Calamity. The Heaven and Earth Sword Robbery was, surprisingly, a forbidden type sword skill. Use the sword to make a robbery. Control the enemy with sword intent. Only, Lin Tian hadn't comprehended sword intent yet. Can't use this trick yet. In that case, The only sword move Lin Tian could use was the one sword skyward, but it can only be used once. This was because after using this sword, Lin Tian's internal aura would be depleted to a great extent. Still have to kill. Most useful. Lin Tian murmured. Duck duck duck. There was a knock on the door. My lord, I've come to pour the water. A woman's voice came from the door. No need for to come in. As Lin Tian spoke, the door to the room was opened and a pretty-looking maid walked into the room, carrying the teapot. He poured a cup of tea for Lin Tian's cup, after which the maid was ready to leave. Wait a minute, Lin Tian said. The maid was stunned and hurriedly asked, is there anything else, my lord? Lin Tian let out a light laugh and said, drink this cup of tea. The maid's face stiffened and she hurriedly said, as a rule, we may not. Buzz, a sword sound rang out, directly interrupting the maid's words. Between drinking and dying, you choose. Lin Tian spoke out indifferently. Chapter 39 I really want to kill you. A trace of shock surfaced on the maid's face. An instant laugh followed. With a wave of one hand, a long blood-red whip instantly appeared and lashed towards Lin Tian. Bang! With a popping sound, the bed and couch instantly turned into a piece of wood shavings. A green light surfaced above the floor, resisting the maid's blow. The maid frowned, not expecting Lin Tian to dodge it. Where did it go? The maid's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the long whip in his hand swung. The scarlet long whip transformed into streaks of bloody light, instantly filling the entire room. Bang! 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 Countless whip shadows flashed by, and the furniture and vases within the entire room instantly turned into annihilation. Rather because the walls as well as the deck above were protected by a light shield. The room is untouched. Snap! All the red light disappeared abruptly, and the maid was alarmed. The other side of the long whip had been grabbed by Lin Tian. The long whip was covered with spikes, but none of the spikes pierced Lin Tian's palm. Physical training. The maid was alarmed and was about to run away. It's been a long time since I've killed anyone. A chilling manly voice resounded. Lin Tian murmured under his breath as he waved his long sword in his hand. Buzz! The maid only felt a green light flashing in front of her eyes. A hint of coolness appeared at the base of his neck. No. Why? The maid covered her white neck somewhat incredulously as she looked towards Lin Tian. It then collapsed on top of the floor. What happened? Wenjin, what's wrong? Outside the house, a figure appeared. It's Violet as well as Sunan. Kilianching was among them. Their pupils shrank as they looked at the maid who had collapsed on the deck. I didn't expect to do it so soon. Sunan entered the room with a grave expression and came in front of the maid. She's disguised, Sunan said in a low voice, one hand reaching out, his 5 fingers floating in a silky halo, pressed against the attendant's face. A mask of human skin was torn off by him. A stunningly beautiful woman's face was revealed. I can't believe it's her. Seeing the real face, Sunan's voice trembled a little. Explanation followed. This is my second brother's Taoist partner. I didn't expect my second brother to let her Taoist partner personally make a move. Qi Lianqing arrived in front of the woman and instantly exclaimed, such a face, to be killed, he said regretfully, then looked at Lin Tian. Why not you go to hell? Lin Tian frowned slightly before a sardonic smile surfaced. Wait, Sunan was saying. Swish, a sword roar instantly resounded. Qi Lianqing was shocked and hurriedly burst backward. You want to fight me? Lin Tian's eyes instantly displayed biting killing intent and grinned. I really want to kill you. Buzz. The prolonged sword sound instantly resounded throughout the immortal boat. Brilliant sword light lingered around Lin Tian. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Tian to erupt with such an appalling killing intent. Really think I don't have a fire? Qi Lianqing gritted his teeth and slammed his fist towards Lin Tian through the air. Instantly, space trembled. A golden fist instantly struck out. Stop! Uncle Jane's voice rang out, and he directly shot out to grab this fist, then stood among the two. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat disappointed. Hey! Sunan sighed lightly, sitting on top of his wheelchair somewhat helplessly. After a long time, Sunan looked at Qi Lianqing. Sir Qi, you don't need to go on this trip to the forbidden land of fire underworld, and I still hope that you'll leave directly. Qi Lianqing was stunned, then looked at Sunan incredulously. At this point, it wasn't just Qi Lianqing. Almost everyone was incredulous in general. Their gazes swept over Lin Tian, surprised to the extreme. Lin Tian and Qi Lianqing don't get along. If it were them, they would also be like Sunan and give up one person. However, they didn't expect that it would be Qi Lianqing that Sunan shed. Could it be that Lin Tian's strength was not simple? Han Xianchu's pair of beautiful eyes looked straight at Lin Tian, not knowing what she was thinking. You chose him between me and him? Qi Lianqing questioned in a cold voice. Yes. Sunan nodded, then pointed at Lin Tian and then Ziwei. If I give up one Run Zhengongzi, the other one from Wenrun's family will also go, and now that time is running out. I don't have time to find another heavenly pride. After Su Nan finished speaking, the crowd drifted off. As expected, Su Nan thought a bit more comprehensively. Ziwei smiled in her heart. Su Nan was still very understanding. Humph. Su Nan, you're good. Qi Lianqing sneered out. But you're wrong. The two of them combined can't beat me, he said and left the place directly. Lin Tian looked through the window and saw Qi Lianqing jumping directly off the top of the immortal boat. He was about to go after them, but he was stopped by Su Nan. Lord Wenrun, the cheerful immortal sect is a great sect, he gave a reminder. The implication in the words was for Lin Tian not to misbehave for the sake of Qi Lianqing, because he was aware that Lin Tian was an extreme realm true martial. In the understanding of the others, it turned into Su Nan reminding Lin Tian not to seek death. Afterwards, the employees of the immortal boat arrived and found another room for Lin Tian. The congregation continues to rest in peace. It's a bit of a shame, Lin Tian whispered. He killed that peak Xian Dan maid. No, I should say after Sunan's younger siblings. No promotion. If we kill Qi Lianqing, there might be some hope. Only, it was called off by Sunan. If it was a true cavernous void triple, Lin Tian might still have some trouble. However, Qi Lianqing was good with women and was from the cheerful immortal sect. Breath is weak. It's still easy to kill. Little by little, time passed. The sounds of battle resounded one after another within the immortal boat. Unusual passengers on a ferry boat. It's almost audacious to a point. The Liudu Su family is a great family in the immortal kingdom. Some of the major powers were aware of this battle for the family head. Naturally, he would not board the immortal boat, but some with low status are naturally unaware of it. So, it's just a matter of holding back. According to Sunan, follow the house rules. These people who struck out were, in fact, the ones chosen by his siblings. As for Uncle Jane, besides protecting Sunan, is not going to take a shot at these. Sunan didn't get everyone together. It's actually about uncovering these killers. This did not cause any objections from Han Xianxu and the others. After all, there were very few places in the fire underworld forbidden land. Another forbidden place that belongs to the Su family alone. Their entry into it is itself costly. The battle went on into the night. 3 of the 10 people chosen by Sunan died, together with Qi Lianqing, who had left earlier. Sunan here is then already down to 4. Within the opulent room, Sunan plays chess with Uncle Jane. These younger siblings of mine are really taking care of me. Sunan sighed. Before that, the Grand Duke should have sent a few people to them to probe the air as well. Uncle Jane said. The pieces under Sunan's hand were slightly stifled, and he let out a bitter smile. As you know, Uncle Jane, I never wanted to compete for this family head position from the very beginning. If you don't fight it, that's not what others think. Sunan sighed and said, it was my father who forced me to do it. A tiger's venom is not enough, and there's no need to be so absolute about some things. The male is still too kind-hearted. Uncle Jane whispered and continued to ask, what do you think of those 2 youngsters from the Wen family? Your Excellency? Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. 1 can't beat Qi Lianqing. 2 is still good. Sunan said, knocking over the chessboard with one hand. My lord, no more? Uncle Jane's expression did not change, and he looked at Sunan with some confusion. Sunan coldly looked at Uncle Jane. Uncle Jane has become extremely weak from the feeling he gave me the day before yesterday. Is this a self-degradation of cultivation? Yesterday, in the battle with Wen Rinjin, it seems that he used the secret technique of skyrocketing cultivation to barely reach the 9th level of Cave Void. Uncle Jane froze slightly, his eyes full of surprise. This was followed by a slow release. It can't be helped. The family head stipulates that for the battle of the family head, the highest cultivation level can only be the 3rd level of Cave Void. Sunan let out a sigh, his eyes filled with sadness. Uncle Jane reached out with one hand and a sledgehammer appeared in his hand. It's the Grand Duke who amazes me. Everyone says you're an invalid, yet you can clearly detect the changes in my cultivation. Uncle Jane kept pacing, scrutinizing the wheelchair-bound Sunan full of caution. Uncle Jane, now that you know, come back to me again. The sadness in Sunan's eyes disappeared and a hint of hope appeared. Continue to follow the path. Mother used to say that I could only trust you when the entire Su family couldn't be relied upon. Uncle Jane sneered, nodding his head and casting a scornful look at Sunan. If you are so kind-hearted, how can you be the head of the Su family? And what is my way out if I follow you? Is that so? Sunan murmured, his voice trailing off. Then, he extended his right hand to Uncle Jane and stretched it slightly. Humph, what are you playing at? Today, not only will you die, but those you choose will also die, Uncle Jane said in a dismissive tone. Suddenly, the pupils shrank. A ghostly light appeared around Sunan, and the entire room instantly darkened. A sense of dazzle stabbed into his brain. And Uncle Jane just felt like it was all tumbling through the world. A terrifying aura instantly attacked Uncle Jane's circumference. Hey, I didn't realize that the last person I could trust was gone. Uncle Jane, I've given you many chances along the way. Sunan spoke quietly, full of sorrow. Thick panic surfaced on Uncle Jane's face. Chapter 40, what's the point of pretending to be a villain in front of me? Zwei, Jinwu Daji. I want to stay in your room. We can protect each other if we stay together. Shinobu, I refuse. Lin Tian was a bit worried. There seemed to be no way to cancel this extreme realm message at all. Find a chance and make sure you drag Violet around and beat her up, always annoying him. Lin Tian looked out the window and there was a rustling sound. With a flash of sword light, Lin Tian flew out of the window. The sounds of battle rang out from all directions. Zwei, Jinwu. Come save me. I've met a master. In his mind, Violet's message came again. Lin Tian's eyes were slightly glazed as he rushed towards Ziwei's side. Jie Jie. A gloomy voice resounded from behind Lin Tian. A black mist appeared behind Lin Tian. The aura from the cave realm was suffocating. Such fresh flesh. The eerie voice rang out. In the black mist, his eyes looked like two bloody holes. The two chains contained black chi coming towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian clawed with one hand and directly grabbed on top of the chain. Snicker. A sizzling sensation came as the black chi began to corrode Lin Tian's palm. The man in the black mist was startled. Don't you hurt? Lin Tian grinned and laughed sardonically. What a villain to play in front of me. He pulled hard. Roar. The dragon's voice chanted softly. Under the pull of 100,000 pounds of huge force, a dry and thin silhouette was ripped out by Lin Tian. No, no. The dry, thin woman whistled shrilly, her bloodshot eyes full of fear. Swish. A sword light flashed and her head was directly chopped off by Lin Tian. Why is it always the mole that disturbs me? Lin Tian sneered and directly stepped over the woman's body. Ziwei, Jinwu Daigo. I'm losing my man. Violet sent another message. As Lin Tian walked on the deck, the sounds of battle arose from several houses beside him. I'm not going to fight anymore. I'm quitting. Sunan, you take care of yourself. A man's voice resounded, and one of Sunan's chosen people jumped directly out of the window. After glancing at Lin Tian, his teeth clenched as he jumped off the gangplank of the immortal boat. The entire person disappeared within the sea of clouds. Humph. No fun. Inside the house, a man's cold drink came out. He jumped out the window and looked to walk to the side of the gangplank. It was a man in black. He grasped a jade talisman with one printed on it in his hand, then crushed it. Suddenly, the man in black looked at Lin Tian, who was standing by the side. With a start. Wen Renjin, you seem to be from Sunan as well, the man in black said. The corners of his eyes filled with disdainful coldness. One hand grasped toward the room. Bang! 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 Several black shuttles flew out from within the house, stabbing towards Lin Tian. Instantly a fierce killing intent crashed onto Lin Tian. The black shuttle turned into a black shadow, but the next moment it stabbed empty. Fancy. Lin Tian gave an indifferent cry and stabbed out with his sword. Terrifyingly powerful, the sword merely pierced the air. The entire space produced a slight tremor. Boom! The man in black was startled, and his clothes unfolded on his body. In an instant, a dozen black shuttles soared out from within his sleeves. One by one, the black shuttles were related to each other in terms of aura. A basilisk shield was formed. Bang! The terrifying sword chi slammed into the metaphysical formation, creating a terrifying popping sound. How? The man was alarmed. This was clearly just a random sword chi chopped out by the other party. Why is it so powerful? Shadow formation. The man in black stared straight, no longer daring to underestimate Lin Tian. With one hand forming a seal, the several black shuttles that were originally stabbing the air formed a spell formation and stabbed towards the various death points around Lin Tian's body. Go to hell! The man in black sneered, his eyes filled with venom. Black aura instantly erupted on the black shuttle. Pressure was directed towards Lin Tian from all sides. On the other side, Lin Tian was slightly surprised. A backhanded tease and a left swinging chop. Cross left click. Wing right click. Dawning green-colored sword blossoms bloomed in his hands, accompanied by a loud and clear sword roar. The entire person stabbed out a dozen or so sword moves in an instant. Bang! 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 The sound of gold and iron clashing resounded on the deck. The black-clad man's legs were weakening as he watched. His black shuttle, whose hardness was comparable to an Earth-grade lower-grade spiritual artifact, was unexpectedly chopped into pieces by the other party. Escape! He let out a low growl and thought nothing of it. 10 black shuttles instantly struck all parts of his body. Lifting his body up, he flew towards the outside of the immortal boat. Now that you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. A cold, penetrating voice resounded below the man in black. A shock went through his mind. It only felt an incomparable sense of frenzy arising from below. Looking downward, His pupils instantly crinkled. Only Lin Tian's body flashed with terrifying thunder. The entire deck instantly spread a grid made up of thunder snakes. In the next moment, Lin Tian launched his sword. Rumble! The peak sword power suddenly struck out, accompanied by intertwining and tearing thunder snakes. It instantly chopped at the man's body. Bang! The sword was accompanied by thunder, and blue rancorous thunder emerged from the clouds. The entire night sky was instantly illuminated. The man's body instantly turned into a mist of blood. He didn't even react. He was dead. Pity! Lin Tian murmured. He had now killed 2 people consecutively, and he still hadn't gotten the chance to advance. This battle Lin Tian had also discovered his shortcomings. That's just too clumsy. He didn't have a martial art that could instantly boost his speed. If he had, he could have killed the enemy in an instant just now. Such a radiant sword move, but unable to kill in one blow because of itself. This must be noted. Later, if there is an opportunity, must capture a body martial art. Otherwise, Lin Tian would basically become a target when he fought. At this time, the sounds of the battle around them had faded away. While Lin Tian was fighting, the battles in various parts of the immortal boat had also reached their most intense. After all, it was a raid. The opponent must be trying to end the fight in a very short time. Walked to the door of the room where Violet was. All the rooms used in the ferry boat were casket windows. The casket, though made of unearthly wood, was so ornamental that it could not stand much impact. Instead, protective runes were etched above the wall decks. It is guaranteed that even in the event of a battle, the hull will not be damaged. Lin Tian looked through the window towards the house. Violet was sitting on the floor against the wall with a lifeless look on her face. Within the entire room, the furniture and decorations were burned to ashes. A man's body has been burned black all over. There were also trails of blood on Zwei's body. Seeing Lin Tian come over, Ziwei gave a breathless greeting. True, big brother. I was almost taken by this guy just now. Lin Tian lightly glanced at Ziwei. Violet stammered with a big feeling in her heart. Just now, it was just a bit of a rush. Ha ha, don't mind. Lin Tian didn't say anything, the contempt in his heart growing stronger. And that's when, on the deck, several figures appeared. 3 people. A swordsman who kept his eyes closed and held his sword in his arms. A man in armor with a long spear on his back. Another was Han Xianshu. These were the gatekeepers that Sunan had hired. The original 10. Now with Ziwei and Lin Tian, there were only 5 people left. The 2 of you from the house of Wen. You guys are really something. Han Xianshu looked at Lin Tian and Ziwei and said with a smile. Seems to have a hidden meaning in the words. As for the armored man, he looked deeply at Lin Tian. The closed-eyed swordsman, on the other hand, bowed slightly to Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the closed-eyed sword cultivator, pondering. Earlier, Lin Tian felt a homologous and even more profound mood. It was overflowing from this swordsman's room, though it was only a blip, a momentary outburst. But again, as a sword cultivator, Lin Tian still felt it meticulously. Sword intent. The sword intent that he had never realized. This closed-eye sword cultivation intention comprehended. And the cultivation level of the other party, although Lin Tian did not perceive it in much detail, but it should be the 3rd level of the cave realm. If you really want to fight with this closed-eyed swordsman, Lin Tian was not vain. He's on the bottom of the deck right now. There's a sword in the sky. The other is the Kuei Dharma. These 2 were both truly capable of helping Lin Tian leap realms to decimate. Now that the matter is settled, Mr. Su has something to discuss with you all in detail. Please go upstairs. Sunan's voice rang out from the 3rd floor. On deck, a dozen attendants appeared. They bypassed Lin Tian's few people. Like there was no expression at all, he began to clean up the room with the bodies. Together, they came to the front of Sunan's room. 2 attendants were carrying out Uncle Jane's body. I'll go. Violet was startled. This mission was really treacherous. Extreme realm, inappropriate son of man. Violet mentally cursed. The 3 of them, Han Xianshu, didn't have much of a reaction. Uncle Jane was killed by me. And if my guess is right, Uncle Jane has long since defected to that brother of mine. Inside the room, came Sunan's bitter voice. You actually have a cultivation? You hide it so well. Violet exclaimed. You didn't ask me either. Sunan shook his head. Chapter 41. How can I turn into a shadow and run away? What I want is to kill all my enemies. The 5 entered the house and took their seats. Sunan raised one hand. Silky aura overflowed from his fingertips. The glazed teapot floated up and filled the 5 people with tea one after another. Sniffing the aroma of the tea, Lin Tian gently took a sip. Introduce everyone. Sunan smiled and opened his mouth. This is my Taoist couple, Han Xianshu. Han Xianshu smiled as she walked up to Sunan and smiled at the crowd. Suddenly, the armored man named Yu Hua's complexion was stunned. It was a long time before a soft sigh escaped. Tricked. Han Xianxu bowed towards Yu Huo with some apologies. Elder brother Yu, I have no choice. This family head battle is too dangerous. If I don't use myself as a guide, elder brother won't go down the mountain. Yu Huo nodded, only with a somewhat bitter expression. Su Nan was silent and kept looking at Yu Huo. After a long time, Yu Huo let out a sigh before saying, forget it, come what may. The forbidden land of fire underworld is just as attractive to me. Senior brother Yu is generous. Mr. Su is grateful. Su Nan let out a light laugh and bowed to Yu Huo. Then looking at the closed-eyed swordsman he continued, this is the 87th in the green sword ranking. Li Xin, also a close friend of mine. The closed-eyed swordsman said with a faint smile, the green sword tablet is all gone. Lin Tian gazed slightly at Li Xin. The predecessor of the green sword list knew some of it. It had always been the dream of all young sword cultivators to be on the green sword ranking. Previously, Lin Tian had also hoped that he could enter the green sword monument. Only now that the green sword tablet had been destroyed by the Kuei-yu, it was already known that it was hopeless. He looked at Li Xin, only to find that the other party still had a light tan red lip mark on his face. I should have been preparing for a big fight just now, but it turned out to be a really big fight. When Su Nan saw Lin Tian looking at Li Xin, he said with a smile, yesterday, I spoke with Li Xin, who said that Brother Wenran's swordsmanship is more perfect than his. Li Xin is certain that Brother Wenran will, in the future, be a sword cultivator on par with either Gu Changqing or Mu Shangyan. After Su Nan finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at Lin Tian, full of incredulity. Gu Changqing is known as the Great Qin Immortal Kingdom's #1 sword Dao heavenly pride for 10,000 years. Even the holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect has to admit this. Yu Huo frowned and continued. What kind of characters are Gu Changqing and Mu Shangye? Brother Li's praise is a bit excessive. Su Nan was about to say something. Li Xin was the first to speak. I was making it up before. Never mind. Pust. Violet had just sipped a cup of tea and sprayed it straight out. Only then did Yu Huo nod. His brows filled with pride. Who is Gu Changqing to you that you worship him so much? Violet asked. Yu Huo's expression choked, and he immediately said, I simply honor him. Violet pursed her lips and said no more. And at that moment, light overflowed between Su Nan's fingers. Buzz. Several brilliant flames of light instantly appeared within the room, and a simple and ancient aura instantly filled the entire room. Soul Palace Pill. Ziwei's eyes instantly widened as she looked at Su Nan incredulously. This is a small token of appreciation from Mr. Su. I hope you will not be polite. At this moment, even Li Xin and Yu Huo looked at Su Nan in shock. 5 pills were instantly flown towards the 5 people. I don't want it. Han Xianxu spoke faintly. Su Nan frowned and directly clutched the Soul Palace pill and stuffed it into Han Xianxu's hand. Consider it part of the bride price, he said with a smile. Han Xianxu's red lips pursed slightly. Then she gently nodded. Ahem. Bitterness flooded Yu Huo's face as he covered his chest and coughed for half a day. Su Nan and Han Xianxu's faces changed slightly. Then they hastily collected themselves. Jinwu, this Soul Palace pill is worth a lot of money? Ziwei's complexion shifted and she glanced at Lin Tian incredulously. Ziwei, the Soul Palace Dan can increase a cultivator's probability of advancing to the Soul Palace by more than 20%, and is worth an amount equal to 5 Cloud God Dawn. Lin Tian nodded. The trip to the forbidden land of fire underworld concerns the position of the future Su family head. I didn't want to fight for it, but now that everyone has seen it, there's no way around it. Now that we are all on our own, Mr. Su will not begrudge you all. This time, it's Mr. Su who's requesting everyone. Su Nan was helped up by Han Xianxu and bowed deeply to the Lin Tian few before sitting down. Then why didn't you give it before? Violet spoke out of turn. Su Nan was instantly embarrassed and said with a bitter smile, I only have 5 in total. Besides, as you all can see, 2 people directly abandoned Mr. Su before, and they are not worthy of me gifting this Soul Palace pill. Ziwei nodded and happily took the Soul Palace Dan. Violet, Zenmu, that's a good one. Ziwei happily sent a message to Lin Tian. Jinwu, I'm thinking about how to kill you to take the Dan. Violet's smile disappeared instantly, and pleading tears overflowed from her eyes. If this elixir is exchanged for a body martial skill, what level can it be exchanged for? The crowd froze and all of them looked at Lin Tian in astonishment. Su Nan was first slightly surprised, then said with a smile, 1 Soul Palace pill is worth 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and at this price, you can purchase a mid-grade earth-grade body technique martial skill. Alright, who would like to switch with me? Lin Tian said with a faint smile. Yu Huo frowned, sizing up Lin Tian for a long time. That's right, you're only at the Xian Dan realm. The Soul Palace Dan is a bit distant for you. Then, light emerged from his hand and a secret book appeared. I got this on a mission once. Middle grade of the earth grade. Do you trade or not? Lin Tian nodded and directly threw the Soul Palace pill to Yu Xiao. Ouch. Yu Hua praised and threw the gongfu to Lin Tian. Wind blast 10,000 shadows. Violet exclaimed. Surprisingly, it's this technique. Sun An was also slightly surprised, then said, this technique? I remember it was created when the previous generation of Blade Frenzy was young. Only, Senior Blade Frenzy died at the hands of the current immortal emperor, and I heard that the mountains and rivers shifted in that battle, shocking the heavens and the earth. Wind blast 10,000 shadows is also famous because of knife madness, except that knife madness because of refining the wind spirit of heaven and earth. So this book in the hands of knife madness is the top grade of the heavenly rank, and if it is cultivated by a cultivator who does not have the wind spirit, it is only the middle grade of the earthly rank, which is rather similar to the price of the Soul Palace Dan. Lin Tian casually flipped through a few pages of the wind difficulty 10,000 shadows before putting it into his spatial ring. Several people then returned to their respective houses. Just got back to the house. Lin Tian realized that his house, which had originally been destroyed all over, was now as good as new. Nothing has changed except for a few signs of movement. Sitting on the bed, Lin Tian opened the Wind Blast 10,000 shadows, then began to study it in detail. Clang! The heavenly sword was sheathed and stood straight up against the window, as if it had begun to view the scene. 10,000 shadows. Lin Tian recited silently. A figure came to mind. In an instant, the silhouette struck, transforming into a shadow, and in an instant it was already 1,000 miles away. So 10,000 shadows doesn't mean transforming into 10,000 figures. Rather, the shadow stays 10,000 miles behind. Lin Tian praised. This body martial art was simply too suitable for him. He was, coincidentally, unable to blitz the enemy. Turn to page 2. In the header, however, there are 3 more lines in red. Hate, 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 hate not being able to kill enough. How can I turn into a shadow and flee? What I want is to kill all enemies. Never retreat. These 3 lines of red characters, one stroke and one stroke, were all filled with the meaning of killing. The words are filled with the desire to kill the enemy. Lin Tian's eyes flickered slightly. These lines were definitely not written by Yu Hu. Although Yu Hua used spear techniques, the aura on his body wasn't even as stern as Lin Tian's. These lines were most likely written by that Blade Frenzy. Earlier Sun An had said, Blade Frenzy has lived a life of bravado and uninhibited behavior, killing countless people. Such a mood is worthy of supporting the word madness. In an instant, Lin Tian felt that he had found his confidant. Chapter 42, Your Wife Kills with a Nice Touch. The Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows is divided into the levels of 10 steps, 100 steps, 1,000 steps and 10,000 steps. Very graphic. A small success is an instantaneous 10 steps. Within 10 steps of a surprise attack to kill. After familiarizing himself with the Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows and mastering it, Lin Tian walked out of the room. Seeing that the others on top of the immortal boat were leaving. These people should have been arranged by Sun An before. Lin Tian didn't care too much about why Sun An did what he did. Just ran into a passing waiter. On your ship, do you have a training room? The waiter glanced at Lin Tian in awe and hurriedly said, Yes, sir, please follow me. All the way down to the other deck. There was an extremely empty cabin. So Lin Tian began to cultivate the Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows. Hoo. Within the cabin, Lin Tian's figure flickered into a shadow. No, although I am extremely powerful and can flash out shadows in an instantaneous burst, it's simply not the same thing as the Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows. Lin Tian pondered as he did so, then opened Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows and started pondering. I see. The emphasis is on the word wind. Lin Tian laughed out loud, stood up and then began to cultivate. Little by little, time passed. Until the next day, the attendant spoke out cautiously from outside the hatch. Mr. Onrun, Mr. Su asked me to find you. Good. Lin Tian shook his body. Under a violent vibration, the sweat on his body dissipated instantly. Walking out of the hatch, Sun An as well as a few people from Ziwei were already at the very front of the deck. Brother Onrun is indeed hardworking. Sun An gave a praise. Yu Hua as well as Li Xin. On the other hand, intentionally or unintentionally looked at Lin Tian for a moment. Zwei, Jinwu. Are you a sword cultivator or a body cultivator? A message from Violet came from inside her head. Shinobu, what's wrong with that? Violet frowned and hurriedly returned. Ziwei, of course there is There are many cultivation systems, but if we say that under the Soul Palace realm one can cultivate regardless of the day and night, only the physical cultivator. The rest, such as the sword cultivator, warlock, array master, although the strength of the body is very strong, but the body is ultimately limited. No day and night to cultivate. It really will be sudden death. Of course, being strong enough to reach the Soul Palace realm, then you don't need to worry about that. Lin Tian instantly drifted off. Why is it that every day you can hear the snorting sounds coming from Ringqiu as she sleeps? At the time, he was still wondering why he had made Xiu sit around so much. Turns out, He's the only one that's that weird. Ziwei continued when she saw that Lin Tian didn't reply. Ziwei, and formation masters like me don't have a strong constitution, very reliant on sleeping, as sleeping is the cheapest way to regain energy. Like warlocks, they're almost more reliant on it than we are. And it's strange to say that sword cultivators generally don't have a strong physique. Lin Tian asked with a flutter in his heart. Jinwu, then why is it like the warlocks and all that? Refining their bodies while practicing their own techniques? A helpless smile appeared on Ziwei's face and she gave Lin Tian a very strange look. Ziwei, Jinwu, you are a sword cultivator. You should know the sword road for all eternity without end. A sword cultivator wants to achieve the peak in the sword road. Can only specialize in one door? If you also cultivate refining the body, the vast majority of them are in the middle of the road demise. Ziwei looked towards Lin Tian and grinned, spitting out her tongue in a deadpan gesture. Is that so? Lin Tian was aghast in his heart. He has no master, and his cultivation relies solely on killing. There is no knowledge of these things. Arrived. Sunan's ghostly voice rang out. The crowd looked away. Far away, within thousands of miles, 3 differently shaped immortal boats stopped together. Above ground, it is off land. An immortal mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A bright haze rose from above the immortal mountain. As far as the naked eye could see, there were golden texts hidden around the immortal mountain in all directions. It is so complicated that it does not resemble the words used in the immortal kingdom. And it should be an ancient sacred text. The immortal boat kept getting closer and closer to the other 3 immortal boats. The crowd could see towering figures standing in the prow of each immortal boat. Brother! A woman dressed in a white palace dress, graceful and elegant, with a playful appearance greeted Sunan with her hands in the air. The remaining 1 man and 1 woman glanced faintly at Sunan. Little sister. Sunan smiled at the delicate woman and greeted her. And he introduced himself to Lin Tian's few people. Standing at the front of each bow is my younger sibling. The one who greets me is my little sister. Su Ro. The breeze rustled. Lin Tian was dressed in white. His stance subdued. Although the face is not as handsome as the original, the breadth of the body is still outstanding. His eyes looked away from the other 3 immortal boats. Behind the remaining 3 people from the Su family, there were almost 7 or 8 people. Only Sunan, who had already lost 5 spots at the start. Among them, behind the Su family's eldest lady, Lin Tian saw a familiar figure, Qi Liancheng. At this moment, Qi Liancheng was saying something to the Su family's eldest miss. The Su family's eldest miss looked towards Lin Tian, her eyes calm. It was just a faint glance and moved away without a care in the world. Her red dress covered her body. Under her slender jade neck, hidden round in snow-white place, half covered. If it was based on looks alone, the Su family's eldest miss was indeed ravishingly beautiful. And, beside the Miss Su family, Qi Liancheng laughed fiercely and made a neck-wiping motion at Lin Tian. Su Ro's gaze swept over the several people in Lin Tian's body, her eyes fixed on the heavenly sword in Lin Tian's hand. Hey, sell me your sword. I'm just short of a burning stick. Lin Tian lightly glanced at Su Ro and didn't say anything. Su Ro's phoenix eyes narrowed, but she let out a cold smile and said to the few people behind her, if you kill him, remember to leave his sword with me. Behind Su Ro, several people nodded. Regarding what Su Ro said, they didn't find it so strange. After all, it's only killing 1 person. Su Ro looked at Lin Tian condescendingly, then her gaze moved to Sunan. It's this hypocrite again. I'm disgusted when I see you. I'm going to personally remove your head as soon as I enter the forbidden land of fire underworld. Violet's mouth dropped open at the sight. What kind of freaks are here that your family is thinking of killing each other? Sunan let out a bitter laugh. They do get out of their minds sometimes. The conversation between Sunan and Ziwei was not loud, but the surrounding area was full of martial artists with extremely strong 5 senses. Su Ro's few people were all looking at Sunan in an unkind manner. Sunan, do you still want to be hypocritical even now? The Su family's eldest miss, Su Jiashan, faintly opened her mouth. And, the second son of the Su family looked at Sunan Dao in a sinister manner. Sunan, where is my wife? Sunan's face choked as he unleashed his intention and the corpse of a stunningly beautiful woman appeared. My younger sibling changed her face. I didn't recognize her at the time, or I definitely wouldn't have killed her. As Sunan spoke, the second son of the Su family's face instantly turned gloomy. His face became hideous, the veins on his neck bulging, and he almost squeezed a few words out of his teeth. Who killed him? Sunan frowned and threw the body of the stunningly beautiful woman to his brother with a wave of one hand. I killed it. Sunan whispered. You're dead. Second Duke Su laughed sarcastically as he hugged his wife's corpse. Ha ha. A feminine laugh resounded. Sunan, your cultivation is not good. This ability to buy people's hearts is good, but is it useful? You only have 5 people in total. Qi Liancheng smiled grimly and pointed at Lin Tian. Sir Su Ming, That white-clothed sword cultivator is the one who killed your wife. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Lin Tian. It's you? An unstoppable rage flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Like a raging beast, his body was ablaze with wild aura fluctuations, and his entire body was full of killing intent. Lin Tian lightly glanced at Su Ming, his clothes flipping as the breeze blew. It's true, I didn't know she was your wife at the time. Lin Tian was affected. His eyelids lowered. Che, another wimp. Su Ro looked at Lin Tian with contempt. But Lin Tian looked towards Su Ming, an extremely cruel smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Your wife kills it with a nice touch. Wow. Lin Tian's words stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone looked at him in shock. I'm going to break you into pieces. Su Ming's eyes looked at Lin Tian with a fierce expression. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su Ming, add me. Qi Lianqing said with a cold smile. Chapter 43, the previous generation of Jinwu, killed the late emperor. Hey. Su Nan sighed and glanced at Lin Tian with some complexity. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. Zvi, Jinwu Daji. After entering the Forbidden Land, let's split up. Ha ha. She smiled in a harmless manner, breaking her footsteps and unconsciously moving away from Lin Tian. And, at that point, on top of the immortal boat where the Su family's eldest Miss Su Zhashan was, a silhouette appeared. When this person arrived, he instantly caught everyone's attention. It was a man dressed in white with a sword in his hand. But what was most noticeable was the fact that the man was wearing a mask. Seeing this one mask, Lin Tian also almost didn't react. Extreme Realm True Marshal. The Su family's eldest miss has actually invited someone from the Extreme Realm. The Extreme Realm True Marshal seems to have appeared when Sword Capital City was broken. And I heard that the strikes were brutal to the extreme. He's a second-generation true martial artist. And all of being so famous relies on the reputation laid down by the previous generation of true martial artists. So I'm not afraid. The crowd kept talking, and their gazes went to the man wearing a blood-red mask from time to time. Extreme Realm True Marshal. Yu Hua murmured and looked at the masked man, his eyes burning with battle intent. Rather, I didn't think it would be. Su Nan frowned and murmured, inadvertently sweeping over Lin Tian beside him. Violet, big brother. I can't believe someone is impersonating you. Why don't we just get him as soon as we get in there? Ziwei transmitted a message to Lin Tian through the Extreme Realm mask. Makoto, I thought you said you were going to split up once you got in? Violet looked toward the sky as if nothing had happened. Zwei, haha, Jinwu Daigo was right to remind me. I almost forgot. Ha ha. Across the room, Fake Jinwu and Su Zhashan discussed in low voices. It caught everyone's attention. Good luck to her, Han Xianshu said with a frown on her willow brows. Somewhat impatient. We're actually not that bad. Su Nan gave a comforting cry. Don't worry, senior sister. The reason why everyone is paying so much attention to Jinwu is still because the previous generation of Jinwu's reputation is too big. Yu Hua said with a faint smile. Not caring. Lin Tian asked with a flicker in his eyes. What did the last generation of Makoto do? You don't even know this? Yu Hua frowned and looked at Lin Tian incredulously. As for Su Nan, he was even more surprised. The last generation of Jinwu killed the late emperor. Su Nan said indifferently. Lin Tian's pupils shrunk slightly and his heart skipped a beat. Your own last one. So great? The emperor of the immortal kingdom was cultivated by a country's resources and qi. The last generation of Jinwu actually killed the late emperor. What kind of cultivation would that be? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed and he fell into deep thought. Granted, he was now a second-generation true martial artist. But it's just a mask, so I don't think it will share the karma of the previous generation's true warrior. Boom! And that's when it happened. Endless light bloomed above the cloudy sky. The clouds ruptured, and 10,000 rays of divine light were projected down from the depths of the dome. Like a great sun, it pushed down horizontally towards the ground. A man in purple clothes appeared steeply in the air. He stood in the void, his eyes deep in vicissitudes. The golden light in his eyes was hidden, and his body's aura was vast, casting a terrifying aura of suppression towards the crowd. It was like a holy father who had come from the desolate ancient times. Father, above the wheelchair. Su Nan spoke respectfully. Above the other immortal boats, a few people from the Su family also hurriedly opened their mouths respectfully. Father, this person, then, was the head of the Liudu Su family, Great Qin Immortal Kingdom, outer surname Jinshan King, Su Wushu. Su Wushu's eyes were deep as he swept a glance at his several children and slowly opened his mouth. My Su family has been passed down for thousands of years, and after 2 generations of Immortal Kingdom is still standing today, and the battle for the family head is the most important factor. Although it's cruel, it also ensures that every head of my Su family can take on a great responsibility. Sunan. Su Wushu opened his mouth, but at this moment, he was looking at Su Nan on top of the wheelchair. Su Nan's expression was stunned as he looked toward Su Wushu. By now, can you understand? Sunan's fists were clenched tightly, his robes fluttered, and his expression was somewhat pained, but he still opened his mouth. The child understands. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Wuji's face, then he reached out with one hand and pressed down in the air. Buzz off! A basaltic color pelion seems to shoot straight from the 9 heavens as if above the immortal island on the surface of the sea. In a moment, the pike smashed on top of the light curtain that shrouded the immortal island, instantly provoking thousands of flashes of golden light. Now that the battle for the head of the family is being fought, all of you have come from afar, and my Su family will not be stingy, Su Ruyan said indifferently, and a red light mass containing a blazing storm appeared in front of him. When this ball of light appeared, everyone was shocked. This. Yu Xiu had frozen in place, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Tian beside him. This is the blood spirit wind that ranks 101 on the heaven and earth spirit item list, Su Nan explained, then intentionally looked at Lin Tian. Only yesterday, he had said that the earth grade mid-grade martial skill that Lin Tian had obtained, the Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows, was a heaven grade upper grade if it was combined with a wind spirit. Unexpectedly, today, his own father took out a wind spirit with his own hands, and that's when, boom, in the red light mass, a horrible storm instantly attacked, sweeping and killing. Sinner, Su Ruyan faintly spoke, her palm slightly pressing down. The blood spirit wind instantly became quiet. Click! A shocking loud sound instantly spread up from top to bottom. As the crowd looked, the golden text light shield that had originally shrouded the entire immortal mountain instantly broke through an opening. Almost instantly, endless haze wrapped in a rich ancient aura scurried out from the crack, filling the entire heaven and earth. The fire underworld sanctuary is open. Su Wushu's voice came out once again as he waved one hand. The red light mass encasing the blood spirit wind transformed into a stream of light and shot within the immortal island, instantly disappearing from the crowd's view. When Renjin, I've also practiced Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows, Yu Hua said faintly, his meaning obvious. Even if they were on the same side, this wind spirit was still within his capture list. Lin Tian didn't say anything. The fire underworld Forbidden Land doesn't have the same flow of time as the outside world. A month inside is just a day outside. 1 day later, the forbidden time ends. Su Wushu spoke indifferently. All of you celestial pride, you may enter. Su Rui's voice ended, and that's when it happened. Su Rui suddenly looked toward the sky with a start. Li Bai has come out? It seems to be holding someone from the cheerful immortal sect hostage. I can't believe it's so overbearing, he said, flying that way. In the meantime, the Su clan's eldest daughter and the false true martial art also looked that way. They didn't have Su Rui's cultivation and perception, so it was logical that they wouldn't be able to detect it. Although the crowd was surprised, no one made a sound. The 2 daughters of the Su family instantly flew into the Forbidden Land with the people behind them. For the rest, the 2 parties, Sunan and Su Ming, did not move. Lin Tian looked over and Su Ming was looking at him like he was a raging ferocious beast. Su Nan sighed lightly and said to Lin Tian, Brother Wenrun, it seems that my second brother can't wait to kill you. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he glanced above the sky. Su Rui's figure had already disappeared. After entering, capture him, I will refine him into a soul bead and make his life worse than death. Su Ming said coldly, his eyes filled with a hideous light. Ha ha ha, it's just a little thing. Afterwards, Su Ming looked at Lin Tian fiercely and rushed inside the Forbidden Land. Chapter 44, You a sword cultivator refining body? Let's go in. If we don't, the formation of the fire underworld Forbidden Land is going to close, Su Nan immediately said. Indeed, the golden character scripture formation on top of the immortal island below was already on the verge of recovery. Lin Tian's few people nodded, then directly leapt down. In an instant, several figures turned into streams of light, traversing the gaps above the formation. Buzz! Lin Tian only felt a blur, as if he had fallen into a time-space turbulence. The scenery around them changed dramatically in an instant. Beside him, Su Nan as well as Ziwei's figures were violently cut apart by the turbulence, getting farther and farther away from Lin Tian. Boom! A hot stream rushed above Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian stood on top of a mountain. The surrounding forest was vast and endless, and the sky was dark and glowing with a slight reddish light. The stars were brilliant, like they were set in a dead lake. Above several lakes, unseen withered fowl flew by. In the distance, next to a large mountain, a human skeleton as tall as a mountain sat against it. As if it had experienced millions of years of history, the bones had irregular cracks appearing due to the erosion of the wind. Above the dark zenith, a steep, sword-like peak stabbed down from above, straight into the skeleton's chest within. Such a shocking sight caused Lin Tian to stand still for a long time. There are giants in this world? Lin Tian murmured. All around, there were bursts of animal roars resounding. At the top of the trees, a line of powerful birds of prey with unseen golden beaks flew by, Fourth order ferocious beasts. Feeling the breath overflowing from this flying bird, Lin Tian could almost make a judgment. Second-ranked ferocious beasts were compared to the human race's open-body realm. The fourth rank was enough to compare to the cave realm. The strength of this line of flying birds alone was already the strength of everyone on top of an immortal boat. It's a bit appalling, Lin Tian thought as he did. Just now this flying bird had noticed him but did not attack. If they attacked, it might be a bloodbath. In the meantime, a beastly roar resounded. Lin Tian searched for the sound and probed. A burst of battle sounds appeared ahead. Lin Tian walked away. A man with radiant flames on his body was battling a bear-like beast. Dude, come help me. The man's blood rushed wildly as he punched down, knocking that one ferocious beast a dozen meters away. The fight between the people of their Su family has nothing to do with us. Brother, I've known you since we first met. Aren't you surnamed One Run? My old ancestor's surname is also One Run. We might be brothers of the same clan. Brother, this ferocious beast is almost at the 6th stage of cave void. Let's two join hands and kill it. There must be treasures in the cave where this ferocious beast lives, the man said, once again battling the ferocious beast. Lin Tian looked at the other party and then remembered that the other party was the person of Su Rou, the second youngest lady of the Su family. Good. Lin Tian drew his sword with a faint smile and chopped towards the ferocious beast. Wow. The sword blade chopped at the ferocious beast. Swish, instantly chopping out a splash of blood. The heavenly sword rested against the ferocious beast's shoulder blade, unable to press down any further. Brother, that's a nice sword you have. The man marveled, then rushed towards the ferocious beast, his fists glowing red. Bang, 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 blasted like crazy. The red fist images were raining down on the ferocious beasts, and the ferocious beasts instantly became more manic. A slap on top of the man's chest. Bang. This slap set off a terrifying wave of air, and ripples were sent through the air. The man was sent flying straight away. The entire person was like a stone, crashing through a row of giant trees in the sky in a row. The whole forest set off a chirping sound. Then came the boom. The man's body smashed directly within a small mountain, sinking deeply. Hey, heck, this thing has thick skin. In the deep pit, the man let out a low curse. Dude, hang in there, I'll be right back. The man roared at Lin Tian from 1,000 meters away. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and let out a cold smile. At this point in time, it's straightforward to give up the ferocious beasts. The entire person turned into a white light and killed towards the man who was smashed within the mountain. All the way up to 100 meters of the mountain. Boom! A red light instantly rushed towards Lin Tian. It was a violent surge of divine power, accompanied by the sound of hot blood churning. A huge fist smashed towards Lin Tian. Dude, you're not easy to fool. The man sneered and growled low, and the red light above his fist became even more lush. For a moment it was as if the surroundings were darkened. The only thing left in Lin Tian's field of vision was this one fist. I have no quarrel with you, and you take me for a cutie. Lin Tian let out a sardonic laugh. The sword shadow in his hand swung back. In an instant, a dozen green-colored sword shadows were chopped out. The sword lights intertwined and chopped above the man's fist. Bang, bang, bang. A few lines of blood spattered out and the man roared in pain. Brother, this sword of yours is not simple. You cheated with it. The man smiled coldly. This punch being parried by Lin Tian was a bit out of his expectation. Lin Tian frowned. It was the first time he had seen someone whose flesh could block the sharp edge of a heavenly sword. Go on. But Su Rou said she wants your sword. The man laughed coldly. His arms instantly rippled with veins, and a wild surge of strength surged into his fists. Next moment. Roar. A crisp dragon's roar resounded. Lin Tian's pupils shrunk. The power of a dragon. As expected, the people invited by the Su family are not simple. Brother, please die for the master. The man laughed out loud. Then, both fists came down in unison, swinging at Lin Tian like he was crazy. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 10, 100, or 1,000 fist shadows smashed towards Lin Tian in an overwhelming manner. Kind of. A cruel smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. The sword light in his hand was waved, and countless sword lights chopped at the fist shadow. Boom boom boom. The shadow of the fist and the light of the sword collided with each other. Instantly, they struck a burst of chi explosions, and green and red light flames intertwined with each other, producing countless extended bursts of air. Go on. Lin Tian let out a low chant. All the strength against the right hand. Roar. Another dragon roar. You a sword cultivator refining your body? The man was instantly startled. Swish of the sword. Blood marks then appeared on his body. After Lin Tian increased his strength, he's obviously resisting a bit. Brother, no more fighting. We're all blood brothers. It's against human decency to fight. The man's eyes flickered and he chose to flee at the first opportunity. Swish of the sword. Lin Tian chopped at his body with his sword. instantly cutting out blood and flesh, revealing the white bones. The man let out a low growl or chose to flee. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't let the other party escape. You were so brave earlier. What are you wimping out now? Lin Tian sneered and instantly executed the wind blast 10,000 shadows. After a night's cultivation, he was unable to realize 10 steps in one instant though, but 5 steps in one instant was still barely enough. The entire person transformed into a shadow and rushed behind the physically cultivated man. Swish! A green light instantly stabbed out, and the man who was still fleeing instantly paused. A sword was thrust straight through the back of his head, and the sword chi instantly twisted his head into mush. If you hadn't fled, you might have lasted a little longer. Lin Tian removed the other party's spatial ring then turned to leave. Subsequently, Lin Tian arrived in front of that bear-like ferocious beast cave. Roar! A roar came from inside the cave. The ferocious beast crawled out of the hole once again. Surprisingly, he didn't run away. There's a reason why the human race is the leader of the 100 spirits. Lin Tian let out a low chant, and with his sword in hand, he fought with the ferocious beast. Earlier, the man had fought the ferocious beast soundly. It's actually been suppressed. The ferocious beasts had many injuries on their bodies. Lin Tian estimated that the other party was unwilling to leave because the treasure within this cave was something it was willing to guard with its life. Bang! A popping sound. It was the ferocious beast that made the first move. A palm went down to directly shoot the air. The airwave brought up was the one that turned a huge tree in the distance into powder. Tisk! Lin Tian leapt up with a praise. Adjusting his stance in mid-air, he stabbed towards the ferocious beast above the ground. The brilliant green light stabbed down with a sword, and matched the fierce beast's palm. Bang! A sound of gold and iron actually rang out. The tip of the sword pierced the skin of the bear's paw and rested against the bone. Does it hurt? Lin Tian said with a smile. Immediately, several more sword lights chopped down. Bang! 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 The bear's paw struck the astral wind against the sword chi. Pieces of blood splashed out. It's getting darker and darker. A green light surfaced and cut off the entire piece of flesh and blood. The ferocious beast's arms were chopped off by Lin Tian. Swish! A sword to the heart. Finally dead. Lin Tian said indifferently. And that's when it happened. You killed a cave void realm powerhouse and a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. Your sword gains 10% sharpness, and you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. Buzz! The sound of a sword chiming resounded. Feeling the memories of the sword Dao that had reappeared in his mind, Lin Tian sighed lightly. Can't say joy. This year's sword Dao comprehension could not allow his sword momentum to break through to sword intent. Now, his realm had reached the peak of the 9th level of Xiandan. If it rewards cultivation, that is the cave realm. But it's been a long time. Still unreachable. This made it a bit difficult for Lin Tian. In the past, others had cultivation feats. It was only with this gong method that one could raise one's cultivation level by operating the aura in one's body. But Lin Tian didn't. Chapter 45 Dragon Swimming Flower. Adding another dragon's power. Walk inside the cave. A smoky odor of the beast's feces was instantly induced. Lin Tian waved his one hand and struck out a wave of air. Break up the odor. Continuing toward the inside, a glittering, precious light came into view. Only within a small pool of water stood a flower emitting golden light. Roar! A crisp dragon's roar resounded. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked closely. Instead, a tiny dragon's shadow was seen wandering above the petals. Dragon swimming flowers. Lin Tian recognized the name of this flower. A spirit herb of the lower grade of the heavenly rank. It can raise one's blood chi after taking it. The reason why it is called the dragon swimming flower is that if a physical cultivator takes this flower, it will directly raise the power of a dragon. That is, 100,000 pounds of enormous force. Absolute body refining treasure. Only looking at the dragon shadow above the dragon swimming flower was slightly thin. This strain of dragon traveling flower has not yet completely matured. This might be the reason why the ferocious beast at the entrance had never taken this spirit herb. Lin Tian didn't know if he would skyrocket a dragon's power if he took it. But now that it's all come across, Lin Tian plucked off the dragon traveling flower as soon as he could. Finding a clean rock on the edge of the water hole, he plopped down. Feeling the rich aura overflowing above the dragon traveling flower, Lin Tian directly swallowed it in one mouthful. Roar! A crisp dragon roar resounded within Lin Tian's body. One moment, the clothes on Lin Tian's body blew and swung, steeply rising in extremely majestic aura. Brilliant golden light erupted from Lin Tian's body from the inside out. The whistling sound suddenly stormed up. Incomparably pure energy traveled down Lin Tian's blood and converged into his limbs and bones. And, also just then, Zvi, Jinwu, the reason is this. When I saw this fake Jinwu, I was extremely upset and I just had to teach him a lesson. Zvi, but I can't beat it. Big brother, for the sake of my willingness to be your little brother, come and save me. Zvi, Jinwu. I'm actually a female. I'm a thief. You know, come and save me. Zwei, Jinwoo. My life is over. Ziwei's message continuously surfaced in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, could not help but frown. His cultivation was almost interrupted by Zwei. If it was interrupted, the energy of this dragon swimming flower was going to explode inside the body. Killing intent was born in Lin Tian's heart. In the meantime, within a forest 100 miles away, Zwei was surrounded by red formations. The entire person transformed into a ball of red shadow speeding within the forest. I didn't mess with you guys, Violet shouted, sweat beading on her forehead, and behind her, the two figures kept pursuing. It was none other than the Su family's eldest miss, and the man with the true martial mask. What's there to mess with or not to mess with? If you come to the forbidden land of fire underworld, you have to be prepared to be killed. The Su family's eldest Miss Su Jiashan said coldly. Her eyes were streaming with light, black and white, swirling with coldness. The extreme realm true martial artist beside her, on the other hand, didn't say a word. In an instant, a terrifying speed erupted, turning into a long white rainbow. The sword chopped at the flame formation above Ziwei's head. Click! For a moment, Violet was alarmed. The surrounding formation shattered into pieces. Sword intent. You can actually cut through my formation. Zwei fell to the ground, without the protection of the formation, and instantly became alone. And Jinwoo paced towards her. Ziwei's pupils shrank and she hurriedly continued to send a message to Lin Tian. Zwei, big brother. I'm going to die. Remember to kill the fake Jinwoo to avenge me. She was provoking Lin Tian to reply. But to Ziwei's disappointment, Lin Tian still didn't say a word. Awkward. Ziwei bristled, then looked at the Jinwoo in front of her. Jinwoo, it doesn't make sense for you to kill me. Jinwoo gave a soft eep and paused for a moment. With a thought, a flame mask appeared above Ziwei's face. Extreme Realm Violet? The Su family's eldest Miss Su Jiashan said with a frown, and that fake true martial art was obviously startled by this scene, and suddenly his figure choked. And, also just then, Zwei slapped one hand on top of the ground. Instantly, a large four-sided formation appeared above the ground. Four sides of fire strength instantly sprang out from the ground, surrounding Su Jiashan in true martial. Ha ha, you guys fell for it. Ziwei laughed out loud, and then a flaming disc rose out from under his feet. The entire person transformed into a ray of fire and fled in an instant. Within the four walls of fire, True Martial held his sword in one hand, and several sword rays chopped down, chopping this one flame formation to pieces. Holy Maiden, continue the chase? Suzanne whispered. Jinwoo pondered for a moment and then whirled around. No more chasing, now that's something. Su Jiashan's willow brows slightly knitted, somewhat puzzled, and Jinwoo continued. I posed as Jinwoo today and originally thought it was foolproof. But I didn't expect the rightful owner to be there. Su Jiashan's pupils shrunk slightly. She was dressed in a red robe. Her hair danced lightly with the wind, but at this time, her eyelids were lowered. It dawned on me after a long time. One Ren Z is Ziwei, and that one Rinjin is Jinwoo? Jinwoo nodded, meaning to say, as far as I know, that Jinwoo's cultivation is average. His strength is almost around the first or second level of Cave Void, and above Ziwei, it's a bit of a problem. After all, this is only a cavernous void third-degree Dao body of mine. Su Jiashan was a little surprised and looked at the fake Jinwoo beside her. Although the Holy Maiden is only a Dao body, even with all her strength she is the best of her peers, so why would she need to be afraid of a Xin Dan realm true martial? Fake Jinwoo skimmed Su Jiashan and said, all the people of the extreme realm are rare celestial pride in heaven and earth. Didn't the Holy Maiden just press that Violet to fight? Su Jiashan said in disbelief, feeling that the one beside her was a bit too modest. The extreme realm mask can confuse other people's perceptions, and according to the news, that Ziwei is actually only at the 4th level of Xindan. I was watching that she would use the formation again and fled directly upon seeing us. I should have thought of that. Fake Jinwoo murmured. Ziwei's goatish to the sky character was unknown to others, but he still knew it. This fire underworld forbidden land may be a wonderland for others seeking treasures. For Ziwei, who was only at the 4th level of Xindan, it was a complete Jedi. Rather you. Fake Senmo said. Suddenly, he reached out and placed a finger against Suzanne's chin, bending closer to the other. He seemed to scrutinize Su Jiashan. Holy Virgin! Su Jiashan looked at the other party, her pretty face flushed and her voice rushed. I have not been able to find an innate Dao body, and I came here to look for Phoenix Essence blood to suppress my Dao injuries. What exactly do you think about the position of the head of the family? After all, you 4 siblings, surely only one of you can live. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. A hint of scarlet surfaced on Su Jiashan's delicate face, but it quickly became complicated down. I don't know. I just want to see what Sunan is going to do. Besides, Su Jiashan looked at fake true martial arts. Lin Tian is Li Baiyi's disciple. The holy maiden won't be able to obtain the spiritual rhythm of the innate Dao body. Fake Xinwu retracted his fingers and sighed softly. Lin Tian's background is so powerful. This is something I didn't expect. If I can't, I'll find another way. 3 hours passed. Inside the cave, Lin Tian stood up. Chapter 46, The Siege. He was covered in golden light, illuminating the entire cave like a brilliant sun. Behind him, 2 golden dragon's shadows emerged, as if they were traveling around the Xiandi. Afterwards, it quickly concealed itself into Lin Tian's body. As Lin Tian's mind moved, he threw out a punch. Boom! This punch was so powerful that layers of fist shadows tumbled out. It smashed out as a wave of air, creating a vacuum of light and flames rippling in its path. Boom! The shadow of the fist hit the stone wall. Instantly, the stone wall was smashed into a sky of debris. Immediately after that, Lin Tian collected his breath. The dazzling light faded out. It has been tightened up though. However, the richness of his blood qi still reached an unprecedented level, because he hadn't yet adapted. His body was permeated with blazing, churning blood. Am I a sword cultivator now, or a body cultivator? Lin Tian murmured softly and walked out of the cave. Shinobu, still alive? He sent a message to Zwei. Zwei, did you just do that on purpose? Big brother, my heart is going cold. Wow. Xinwu, it seems that you're still alive. You just sent messages indiscriminately. My cultivation was almost interrupted by you and I exploded to death. How do you think this matter should be resolved? Violet, I'm really miserable. Not only being hunted by outsiders, but also being exploited to death by those on the inside. Lin Tian didn't say anything, and at that moment, Violet sent another message. Ziwei, big brother. I ran into Qi Liancheng. He's leading a siege to kill Yu Huo and Li Xin. I'm lying behind the stone wall and don't dare to make a sound. Lin Tian's heart fluttered. Makoto, where are you? Violet, Biggie, can you see that giant human skeleton? They are 1,000 meters in front of the human skeleton. Lin Tian frowned as he looked. The heavenly skeleton sat against the mountain, almost dozens of miles away from him. It's not far. Hopefully, there are enough people. Lin Tian murmured and rushed towards that direction, like a white light, generally rampant. After taking the swimming dragon flower, Lin Tian himself didn't expect it. Maybe there was enough accumulation before. His power now reached the power of 2 dragons, plus a horrible defense. It almost ignores the average tree. As he sprinted, he executed Wind Blast 10,000 shadows. Martial skills like these actually become more skillful the more you use them. Nowadays, although Lin Tian was already able to take 5 steps in an instant, but 10 steps away from the first level of the Wind Blast's 10,000 shadows. Not even close. This kind of martial arts, all of them become more difficult the further you go. In the meantime, dozens of miles away, Qi Liancheng smiled sardonically as he looked at Yu Huo and Li Xin who were surrounded in the center. There were 8 of them. Other than him, the rest of the people were all second Miss Su's people. The second Miss of the Su family stood playfully on top of a rock wall, watching this scene with interest. Li Xin, holding his sword in one hand and with multiple wounds on his body, spoke faintly. Gentlemen, spare us and I'll help you find Sunan later. Li Xin opened his mouth, and everyone was stunned. Qi Liancheng said disdainfully, aren't you a sword cultivator? Why are you so spineless? Li Xin let out a light laugh. What the hell is a backbone? I've always looked down on those sword cultivators whose heads can't turn. They're the ones who have corrupted my reputation. When Li Xin finished, the crowd was silent. Suddenly it makes so much sense. Just kill. Li Xin. You're a wimp. Yu Huo let out a low curse, and there was mockery between the lines. Li Xin was busy saying, as you can see, this man is not my friend at all. I'm not with him. Qi Liancheng's few people looked at each other, somewhat unsure of what to do. Kill them all. Su Rou lightly opened her mouth, breaking the hesitation of the crowd at once. He's building up momentum. Are you all blind? Su Rou continued, and Qi Liancheng's few people were suddenly stunned, looking toward Li Xin. If you look closely, sure enough, he noticed that the aura on Li Xion's sword was getting more and more biting. Damn, tricking me. Qi Liancheng let out a low curse as a wine gourd appeared in his hand. Let's see if I don't drown you. He smiled sardonically, and a cloud of pink aura instantly surged out from within the mouth of the bottle. The pink aura instantly surrounded Li Xin and Yu Xiao. A stunningly beautiful woman in revealing, warbling clothes fantasized about appearing within the pink gas. The scent of rouge, powder with psychedelic effects, and the woman's ethereal body odor instantly surrounded the two of them. Sir, do you want a slave? Husband, slave will eat you today. Lang, you're so majestic today. A woman's soft voice emerged. They removed their clothes, revealing their round, snow-white bodies. Everyone, take this pill. Qi Lianqing threw pills towards the rest of the people. Those people glanced scornfully at Qi Lianqing, and all of them did not take it. Qi Lianqing, you're a weird thing. If you want to kill, you go kill yourself. Humph. In case you're drunk, won't we be poisoned by you? Humph. The cheerful immortal sect's insidiousness and viciousness really lives up to its name. Why would you think we'd fall for your tricks? Why don't we work together to kill Qi Lianqing first? Qi Lianqing is the only one in this place who is Miss Su's family. Brother, what you said is extremely reasonable. I agree with it. Each of the 7 cultivators covered their crotches and exploded backward. Qi Lianqing, in that case, you're on your own. On the rock wall, Su Ro, the second miss of the Su family, said coldly, it would have been simple as hell for a few people to surround the Li Xian duo. As a result of Qi Lianqing's mess, no one else dared to go on. Good. Qi Lianqing's face was shadowy and said grimly. In his hand, he changed a bone whip similar to a human spine to charge within the pink gas. And, within the fan gas, Yu Huo and Li Xian were already misty-eyed. Even Yu Huo had taken off his own top. In the distance, behind a rocky outcrop, Violet watched in awe. Ziwei, big brother. Big deal. This Qi Lianqing thing is not a good son. He's playing tricks. And that's when it happened. Qi Lianqing rushed towards Yu Xiao, who was the most severely affected. With his bone whip, buzz, a sword sound rang out. Humph, with my mesmerizing bone powder, your strength is 1 in 10. Qi Lianqing smiled faintly as his bone whip rested against one of Li Xian's swords. Li Xian opened his eyes filled with fear. Stop, he growled lowly, but he saw that Qi Lianqing had already cupped one hand on Yu Huo's head. Stop, how do you expect me to stop? Qi Lianqing sneered and squeezed hard with his big hand. Click, click, click. Red and white sticky liquid soared out of Yu Huo's head. Qi Lianqing, Li Xian roared lowly and chopped out a sword shadow. Bang, bang, bang. Qi Lianqing concentrated on using his bone spike to fend it off. The other hand slammed hard. Click. Yu Huo's head instantly exploded and his entire body fell to the ground. You're kind of funny. Qi Lianqing laughed harshly and fought with Li Xian in the pink gas. This bone enchanting powder of mine was given to me by my master. And it's only you sword cultivators who are a bit more resolute in your mind and can still resist. But that's all. You can't even try out your sword intent now that your intent is corrupted. Qi Lianqing sneered as his bone spikes kept chopping out. Li Xian struggled to fend off the fight, getting knocked back step by step. Gritting his teeth, he chopped out a sword slash. Spring rain 13 swords. Li Xian let out a low cry, and the sword chi passed by like dense raindrops. The powerful sword chi kept chopping. The 13 swords of spring rain. Isn't this the 13 swords of the shrinking man? Qi Lianqing sneered and kept striking. Chapter 47, how can you call this a Dharma phase? Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a flaming array disc appeared above the heads of the two. Violet stood on her own, her hands forming seals. Boom boom boom. Several fireballs condensed out on the formation and shot toward Qi Lianqing below. Kill that ugly woman. When Su Ro saw Ziwei appear, she directly ordered, call me ugly? You're ugly as hell. Violet cursed and was instantly startled when she saw 7 silhouettes rushing towards her. Violet, big brother. Big brother. I didn't hold back my shot. This is really going to be a loss. She summoned to in a hurry. Kind of. A man's sardonic laugh came from the distance. The crowd looks on. Several green-colored sword lights instantly chopped at him. The visitor was dressed in white with a blood-red mask on his face. Extreme Realm True Martial. Why did you come? Asshole. Jinwu seems to have heard that it's extremely powerful. Awesome my ass. That time in Sword Capital, he was only rounding up grade 2 Thunder Bulls. How powerful can he be? Kill him. When the 7 people saw the arrival of the Extreme Realm True Martial Artists, 3 of them instantly rushed towards Lin Tian. The remaining 5 still killed Zvi. Why am I being treated this way? Violet was alarmed and did not make any hesitation at this time. Maneuvering the flame array disc under his feet, he flew towards Lin Tian. Poof. Lin Tian let out a sardonic laugh and crashed straight into a person. Daring to get tough with a body cultivator. You're really looking for death. As the man was speaking, he suddenly changed his expression. In the next instant, Lin Tian rushed out, carrying a dead head in his hand. Kill Jinwu first. Su Ro on the rock wall was instantly startled and hastily exclaimed out in shock. She had never underestimated anyone from the extreme realm, not to mention the extreme realm true martial. It is the 2nd generation to be given this mask. Then it already shows how powerful this generation of true martial arts is. Yeah. Lin Tian smiled coldly as a brilliant sword flower instantly chopped out. Buzz! The heavenly sword roared, and sword power like the waves of a river gushed out. Wow! It instantly crashed into the other 2. Not good. This is sword power. Someone let out a low growl. An all-white light instantly emerged from their fingertips. Dragon destroying finger. He let out a low roar and a tiny pillar of light struck Lin Tian. No pain, no gain. Lin Tian's chest exploded with blood and flesh, and his entire body was still charging towards the man. Triple destroyer of God. The man was greatly alarmed, and his right palm instantly erupted with brilliant golden light as a terrifying aura erupted out. Only, the next instant, swish, a green light chopped down from his palm, cutting straight down along his arm. Instantly blood, flesh foam and bone marrow spewed out. Ah! The man cried out in shock as the sharp pain hit his heart. Swish! A bolt of blue light stabbed through his neck and he was instantly silent. Noisy, Lin Tian let out an indifferent cry, and in the next instant his right palm stretched out. Bang! The other man's fist hit his palm. Lin Tian tightened his grip, amidst his terrified gaze. With a sardonic smile, he stabbed his sword into his eye. Weak to the core, Lin Tian said, his mind moving. The heavenly sword came off and began to strangle. Ah! The man screamed miserably as his hands grabbed at the heavenly sword that pierced into his eyes despite the pain. In an instant, both hands were wounded by the sword chi, splattering a patch of blood. It's vicious. Violet had looked dumbfounded, her mouth hanging open and the fear in her eyes growing stronger. She questioned it a bit, with the man who was trying to kill her on one side and Zenmu on the other. Neither party seems like good people. The Extreme Realm True Martial is vicious to the core. Kill him first. All don't hide. Strike together to kill him. Killing a person of the Extreme Realm is not bad. The faces of the 5 people who were originally chasing Ziwei became gloomy. After seeing Jinwu's strength, he instantly gave up chasing after Ziwei. Killing towards Lin Tian. Bifa Xiang. A man dressed in black rushed to 100 meters in front of Lin Tian. Nu Bi. A ferocious beast's chirping sound resounded. The man in black's aura instantly became manic. The space behind him began to be illusory. The greenish-red flames appeared instantly, as if heaven and earth had been transformed into an oven. The shadow of a mountainous beast with a crane-like body, covered in green feathers and dotted with red flames, and with only 1 foot appeared, as if the ancient divine beasts that stood between heaven and earth were coming in person. Between heaven and earth, I am the only one, the man in black shouted coldly. Behind him, Bai Fangfa Xiang's fiery red beast pupils stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's pupils shrank and he instantly felt the scorching aura that hit his face. Vaulting arrow. Another low growl. A metaphysical colored stream of light shot towards Lin Tian. At the same time, the remaining 3 people each displayed their skills, their auras instantly skyrocketing. Jie Jie. An old woman laughed out chillingly. A small streamer engraved with countless black figures appeared in his withered hand. She swung towards Lin Tian. Fizzle. Black chi like a sea rushed out towards Lin Tian. Amidst the black gas, all sorts of broken limbs and arms scurried out, and ghosts cried out. San Lian Shenpom. A woman sprinted towards Lin Tian, her robes blowing and her veiled hand pressing down towards the ground. At the same time, rumble, the celestial clouds tore apart, and a giant hand with waves of golden light struck towards Lin Tian. Beside her, a blindfolded man plays the piano. The fingers crossed the strings of the zither, and a green-colored sharp blade instantly lunged towards Lin Tian. A certain death. Above the rock wall, Su Ro, the second young miss of the Su family, saw this scene. A sweet smile surfaced on her stunning face. It's over. Violet instantly despaired a bit when she saw this scene. It turned out that those people chasing after her just now hadn't made any real moves at all. Once Jinwu came, these people were trying to pit Jinwu to death in a breath of time. Boom boom boom. Same time, ghost chi, giant palms, swords, sharp arrows, and the Bai Fang divine flame came at Lin Tian. In an instant, light flames shot out in all directions in dazzling rays of light sword. A murderous aura shook the entire space at once. Those who could fire underworld forbidden land were all great and small heavenly prides. At the same time, it was the cave realm. This instantaneous attack could exterminate a heavenly pride at the 5th level of cave void, an absolute dead zone. The crowd had already seen what would happen to Lin Tian the next moment when he turned into flying dust. You call this worthy of being called a phallic? Lin Tian laughed out loud, his voice boisterous as if he was looking out of the world. The crowd was slightly startled. Moo! A beast roar instantly chirped out. Like a landslide, like a tidal wave, like a blast of thunder squeezed through the cracks of a cloud. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth trembled. Endless thunder exploded around Lin Tian. All over his body, power grids invaded from the inside out in an instant. Click! The thick thunder turned into an ocean, and as if actual, breath exploded and supreme ferocious might poured out. The Kuei-Yu silhouette appeared, as tall as a mountain. His body was radiant with golden light, just like the second brilliant sun coming down to Lin Tian. The golden light accompanied the thunder, transforming into a pillar of gold and blue thunder that charged towards the Bai Fang divine flame that came first. The thunder pillars struck swiftly, instantly annihilating the divine fire. How? The eyes of the man who summoned by Fong's shadow widened as he watched the scene, eyes full of jealousy. The ferocious beast phantom that Lin Tian had summoned was even more condensed and terrifying than he was. Such a phallic appearance would not be achieved by swallowing essence blood. Chapter 48, Kuei Nyo's appearance. The law of heaven and earth. If it's not due to the bloodline, then it must be due to taking essence spirit, he murmured, his breath catching. Boom! The Kuei moved first. Top heaven and earth. Hard against that huge palm that fell from the sky. Moo! A hiss. Thunder like blood exploded from the Kuei shadow. A sharp arrow had pierced into it. As for the old woman who had released the ghostly chi before, she had actually disappeared. Got away. She directly retracted her ghost energy the moment she saw the Kuei essence blood. At this time, he was already standing by Su Ro's side. Miss, my ghost chi is most afraid of thunder against it, or else, I will surely die. The old woman said to the grim-faced Su Ro. We'd better go. If we forcefully kill him now, the loss will be even worse. A handsome-looking man carrying a man with a blood-stained face behind him. The handsome man was the one who had just shot out a sword, while the one with a face full of blood was the one who had his eyes directly poked out by Lin Tian. Miss, he summoned the Kuei Nyo Dharma phase, so he must not be killed by force at this time. A woman at the bottom of the hill said. Withdraw. The man who summoned the Bifa phase also made a decision at the same time. Remove where to go. A chilling voice rang out abruptly. Lin Tian's body bloomed with thunder, his right hand holding a sword as he directly killed towards him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man was startled, instantly sensing by Fong spewing out roaring flames towards Lin Tian. Rumble. Thunderous sounds exploded out from Lin Tian's body. The silhouette of a Kuei ox blooming with golden light and thunder appeared behind Lin Tian. In an instant, the thunder transformed into an immortal disc and blocked Lin Tian's head. Boom boom boom. Flames and lightning intertwined. It instantly swept across all directions, and the surrounding trees were instantly burned. This is the strength of an extreme realm true martial. The pupils of Qi Liancheng, who was fighting with Li Xin, shrunk, and no longer hesitated to flee in a hurry. Lin Tian stabbed his sword at the person in front of him and shouted at Ziwei. If you really have nothing better to do, go and pester Qi Liancheng to me. Ziwei, who had already looked dumbfounded, was awakened by Lin Tian's cry. Yes, I'll be right there, she hurriedly replied back, operating the fire disc under her feet to chase after Qi Liancheng. As the Kuei Nyo's thunder burst out, the waist of the small mountain where Su Ro's few people were instantly turned into rubble. The mountains collapsed like a scene of doom. The sun and moon divine light on the Kuei's body dispersed the darkness in a radius of thousands of meters. Like a great sun rushing across the sky, the entire heaven and earth were illuminated. Su Ro several people looked at this scene in shock. Subsequently, there was no longer any hesitation to vanish directly. You've been abandoned by your own people. Lin Tian spoke out indifferently to the person in front of him. The sword light accompanied by thunder chopped down. Thunder was like a mountain, and the sword ripped through the sky. No, don't kill me, the man roared out, his body flames erupting at this moment. Wow, the sword blade chopped down, destroying and cutting everything. Boom, directly slicing the opponent from top to bottom. Newbie, a mournful Bai Fong chirping whistle resounded. At the moment of the man's death, Bai Fong's shadow disappeared. Lin Tian glanced at the top of his head. The golden light of the Kuei was still great. The appearance of the shadow of the Kuei Nyo every moment was consuming Lin Tian's aura and blood chi. If he dispersed, Lin Tian would be even more exhausted than he was at that time when he cut out a sword of heaven. And it can't be summoned for a short time. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his face. He knew that if he were to withdraw the Kuei void now, the few who had fled would then come over and surround him again. Lin Tian maintained the Kuei Nyo Dharma phase while doing so, while taking the dead man's spatial ring away. When Qi Liancheng left earlier, he had already retrieved the pink gas he had summoned. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. Yu Huo was already dead, and Li Xin, the closed-eyed swordsman, was half kneeling on the ground. Blood continued to trickle down his jaw. You're dying. Lin Tian came to Li Xion's side and took Yu Huo's gun and spatial ring. This is mine. Li Xion's breath shriveled as he took off his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Tian. My sword can, or not leave me. Within this space ring, there is my sense of sword intent. In fact, nothing, if you do not want, just give it away. Lin Tian was a bit surprised, but he still took the spatial ring from the other party. Jin Wu, who the hell are you? Li Xion's face was a bloody mess, but he still looked at Lin Tian with difficulty. Lin Tian was slightly silent, and with a thought, the mask disappeared in an instant and quickly appeared again. Li Xian was visibly startled, first stunned, then puzzled, and finally becoming relieved. How can there be two true martial forces? Forget it, don't want to think about it. The earth is not interesting. Cough. He laughed miserably and coughed up blood. I'm too ashamed of the sword cultivator. If I don't get close to women, this red gas will be of no use to me at all, Li Xin said, his voice getting smaller and smaller, and finally collapsed on the ground. Lin Tian was silent and directly left. After taking a few steps, Lin Tian paused. The sword blossom stabbed out, instantly cutting a deep pit above the ground. Throw Li Xin and his sword into the pit. Subsequently, cover with soil. Miles away, Su Ro's few people looked at the Kuei-nyo Dharma phase that was emitting radiant golden light from afar. Go, Su Ro said coldly. The rest of us don't understand. Miss Su Ro, if this extreme realm isn't killed, it's a great enemy. As long as we wait for him to retrieve the Kuei-nyo Dharma phase, he'll fall into a period of weakness. The man with the bow and arrows behind him made a neck-wiping motion. It's stupid. Su Ro skimmed him and continued. Do you think he'll still be there if we go over there now? The rest of them were stunned, and on closer reflection came to a realization. I didn't expect to see such a heavenly pride today. It's too bad that I can't kill it. A person of the extreme realm. I've always wanted to fight with a heavenly pride of the extreme realm in the past, but when I saw it today, I almost had my Tao damaged. The previous generation of extreme realm true martials was too fierce, and this generation feels fierce as well. The old woman with the ghost streamer in her hand said with a frown, the Kuei-nyo Dharma phase. It really is related to the extreme realm true martial. The man whose eyes had been stabbed down by Lin Tian said viciously. That day when the Kuei bull surprised the sword capital, the fourth in the green sword ranking, Li Shangjue, beheaded the Kuei bull, and at that time, many people were going to grab the Kuei bull's essence blood, but they were stopped by Li Shangjue. Later, an inner disciple of the Green Cloud sect saw that it was the extreme realm true martial who snatched those drops of Kuei essence blood. The man carrying a bow and arrow said with a frown. A few drops of Kuei-nyo's essence blood and you can mold a Dharma phase? The crowd fell silent. With Xinwu being so strong, it'll be difficult to deal with afterward, the old woman said in a hoarse voice. Su Ro was dressed in pink, revealing an indescribable sense of bewitchment. The green silk was draped down, which was very beautiful, and the phoenix eyes were brimming. She frowned, much flashing through her eyes. Obscure. Su Ro's red lips lightly opened. Not expecting today to turn out like this. The original 10. Two people had fallen to assassinate her big sister, Su Jiashan and Su Nan. 8 people killed a Xinwu today, but it was directly killed through by one Runjini. 4 of the 8 are dead. Afterwards, Su Ro cursed lowly and walked off to the side. What is it going to be now, miss? The man with the bow and arrow asked. Go to Sumin. Su Ro was shocked and looked at each other in disbelief. Get him to join forces and kill Su Jiashan and that Xinwu together first. If I tell them what happened today, I don't think he'll refuse. A hint of a smile surfaced on Su Ro's stunningly beautiful cheeks. I'm really confused. This Xinwu came here obviously to save Li Xin and the others. The old woman frowned. But aren't Xinwu and Qi Lianqing Su Jiashan's people? Is there a disagreement within Su Jiashan? The rest of them had a headache. Before Qi Lianqing found them, it's almost as if they're going to join forces. But now Xinwu appeared and everything was disrupted. Chapter 49, Harvest. Holy Maiden. Was that the Kuei-nyo Dharma phase just now? Su Jiashan looked at the golden light of the great sun 100 miles away and was somewhat speechless. Earlier, the sudden appearance of a Bifa phase between heaven and earth had already shocked her. As a result, an even more terrifying Kuei-nyo Dharma phase appeared. It is rumored that the Li family in Xinwang City has an ancient Baifeng, and the person who summoned the Baifeng phase should be a member of the Li family. The fake Xinwu with the Zhenwu mask whispered. Yes, according to what the information has found, there is a member of the Xinwangcheng Li family in Su Ro's team. Su Jiashan hurriedly returned. In that case, Su Ro's team should have collided with the extreme realm true martial. Fake Zenmo said with a coquettish smile. Su Jiashan instantly widened her beautiful eyes. Holy Maiden, are you saying that Kuei-nyo phantom was summoned by Xinwu? Well, I know that Xinwu obtained the Kuei-nyo essence blood, but looking at the appearance of this Dharma phase, Xinwu should have used some means to refine the Kuei-nyo essence blood into the Kuei-nyo essence spirit. Fake Zenmo rubbed his chin and pondered. There are still treasures in this world that refine essence blood into essence? Su Jiashan was shocked, her beautiful eyes flashing. Just because it's not in the world doesn't mean it's not in the extreme realm. Fake Zenmu said with a light laugh. In that case, this extreme realm true martial artist posing as Wenrinjin is our #1 enemy. Su Jiashan said heavily, keeping Xinwu in his mind. It should be. This person has a cold personality. It's worth being on guard. Fake Zenmu said, feeling a bit of a headache. Then, a feather glowing with divine light appeared in his hand. The senses are getting stronger. The phoenix essence blood should be nearby, he murmured, his tone a little pleased. In the meantime, the phantom of the Kuei-nyo gradually dispersed. Lin Tian, who was 10 miles away, felt his body's chi and blood emptying and almost staggered and fell. Take out an elixir that grows aura and take it. Lin Tian then sat down on a tree and began to recuperate. A battle here and there. It actually made Lin Tian a little disappointed. The Kuei Nyo Dharma phase appeared in the world, and those people actually didn't want anything to directly flee. This made Lin Tian feel like he had hit a heavy punch on top of cotton. It took a big battle to kill 4 people. It was far from enough to advance to Cave Void. Subsequently, Lin Tian's mind moved slightly. 10 spatial rings appeared in his hands. Now the owner of the space ring is dead. These space rings fell into disuse. Lin Tian tried probing into a spatial ring with his mind. Several bottles of pills appeared in Lin Tian's hands. Rejuvenation pill? Aphrodisiac pill? Lin Tian looked at the markings on top of the 2 jade bottles and directly threw them away. The remaining ones were used as elixirs for restoring the body's aura and blood chi, as well as for healing wounds. Without thinking about it, Lin Tian swallowed an elixir that restored his blood chi. The appearance of the last bottle caused Lin Tian to look slightly happy. Cloud God Pill. Opening the jade bottle, a Cloud God Pill was placed inside. The Cloud God Pill was used to strengthen the body, and before that, he had taken the 2 Cloud God Pills given by Ziwei, and a low-grade spirit herb. Lin Tian's power broke through to the power of a dragon. Placing these remaining bottles of pills back into his spatial ring, Lin Tian began to check again. Rejuvenation pill, Jade Fragrance Spring Palace Atlas. Lin Tian frowned. This ring belonged to Li Xin. Lin Tian somewhat understood why Li Xin was bothered by those pink gases. Throw the bottle of elixir away with the atlas. Lin Tian continued to investigate. A Soul Palace pill, which should have been given by Su Nan. A sword box containing a dozen or so swords. 4 bottles of elixir for healing, and a bead the size of a fist. Lin Tian picked up the bead and placed it in front of his eyes. A momentary bafflement. Images suddenly appeared within the beads. It's a man and a woman fighting hard. It's a long time coming. It's amazing that this world has such a thing. A dozen or so spirit stones that emitted spiritual chi, which was a necessity for other cultivators, were of little use to Lin Tian. A dozen bottles of wine. Lin Tian didn't drink much on weekdays. The last one is a book. The True Solution to Sword Intent. Lin Tian's pupils shrunk as he flipped through the book. The first page is just one sentence. By Li Xin. Swordsman. Lin Tian was a little disappointed, then turned the next page. And only one sentence. Sword will is sword power. Page 2. Sword momentum has a direction. It becomes sword intent. Page 3. I watched the rain all night after a night of spring wind and realized the spring rain sword intent. After that, it's all blank. When sword momentum has a direction, it becomes sword intent. Lin Tian chewed on these words and had some thoughts. Afterwards, Lin Tian opened all the other several space rings. 2 more Soul Palace pills were found. A low-grade palm technique martial art. 3 low-level weapon martial arts. Some clothes, food and water. A number of Chungong Atlas and Chungong novels. Wildlife masterpieces. Hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. All of this was useless to Lin Tian, but it can be used to change money. Useful to Lin Tian. 3 Cloud God pills. A top-grade spirit medicine of the earth rank. There was also a whole bunch of pills for healing. 4 elixirs for cultivation growth. When Lin Tian opened the last space ring, that is, when the space ring of the person who summoned the Baifeng essence blood, in an instant, precious light overflowed, and an ancient aura instantly rushed through his nose. It was a drop of essence, rhyming with flames within the essence of blood. Baifeng Jing blood. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Last time, a dozen drops of Kuei essence blood advanced into Kuei essence vitality only after the effect of 3 advancement jade talismans. It's just a mere drop here. How many jade talismans would it take to advance into a Baifeng essence spirit? Lin Tian dismissed the idea of bringing back this drop of essence blood. A drop of Baifeng essence blood was actually of little use. However, like the Kuei Nyo essence blood, it can rise one's strength as well as one's blood. It can also bring some of the characteristics of the ferocious beast itself. Something is better than nothing. Lin Tian chanted lowly and searched through the last space ring again. 2 Cloud God pills. Lin Tian's pupils shrunk. I didn't realize the guy ended up being a dirtbag. But just what's the point of keeping these elixirs? Isn't it better after taking it? Lin Tian suddenly thought of the words of that body cultivator from earlier. If you kill one person for Su Ro, you can obtain 2 Cloud God pills. It looks like the dirtbag is sozo. Include these things within the spatial ring. Lin Tian changed his clothes. Prepare to go find a more secluded place to practice. Big brother. Ziwei's voice rang out and Lin Tian looked over. Ziwei flew towards him on a flaming array disc. Glancing at Ziwei, Lin Tian also didn't even think that the other party could successfully block Qi Liansheng. With regards to this teammate of his, Lin Tian felt that he was simply unable to evaluate it. I'm going to find a place to practice, Lin Tian said indifferently. Ziwei smiled sarcastically and came to Lin Tian's side. Yeah, I'll guard the big guy. Lin Tian gave a slight beat and said softly. One thing I'm not quite sure about is what the term bigot really means. Violet was stunned and said in a hurry. It's a word that's been around for a long time, and I've heard it from my family as a term of respect for the strong. Lin Tian nodded and said as he glanced at the other party, a woman whose looks were not too outstanding. You said you were female? Violet blushed, then nodded. I've always disguised myself as a male, but this time the mission Extreme Realm directly disguised both of me, but didn't change my gender, which I think you should have guessed at the time. Ziwei withdrew the fire disc and walked shoulder to shoulder with Lin Tian. I did not guess it at the time, Lin Tian said indifferently, and Ziwei instantly smiled awkwardly. She wanted to say that Lin Tian's character wasn't that he hadn't guessed, but that he simply didn't care. Thinking about the strength Lin Tian had erupted with earlier, Violet still felt palpitations. If it wasn't for the fact that Jinwoo was her teammate, Violet is now frantically looking for a place to hide. It's horrible. The last time she was in Sword Capital, Jinwoo gave her the feeling that he was only able to resist and fight. But, today it was a direct and complete shock to Violet. Chapter 53 Dragons. 300,000 pounds of giant strength. Find a cave. Zvi wrote a dense few lines of runes at the entrance of the cave. An oil lamp was then removed. Lin Tian flattened a huge boulder with his sword. Then he sat down, taking out a jade bottle. A drop of essence blood floated in the air. By Fong Jing blood. Violet's eyes widened at the scene. Then with his eyes wide open, he saw Lin Tian's fingertip point on top of the essence blood. Boom! The essence blood instantly turned into a fiery light and disappeared into Lin Tian's body. Endless pure flame energy flowed down Lin Tian's bloodline and surged into all parts of Lin Tian's circumference. Snicker! Like water vapor meeting fire. Steam rose around Lin Tian. Hiss! Violet grimaced as she watched, feeling like she was aching all over. Subsequently, he also stopped paying attention to Lin Tian. From within the spatial ring, he took out an exquisite wooden box. A roasted chicken wrapped in lotus leaves emitting an aroma. Uncover the wooden box. Inside the base of the exquisite style of desserts. Smells great. Violet took a gentle bite of the dessert with a happy smile. Looking towards Lin Tian, he realized that the firelight around Lin Tian had dissipated. Could it be that the drop of Bai Fan's essence blood had already been absorbed by Jinwoo? Violet's eyes widened at the scene. It feels like my worldview is being turned upside down. And she continued to look. However, he saw Lin Tian take out several Cloud God pills at once. It was then swallowed in one gulp. Ziwei's heart and soul trembled, having never seen such a crude cultivation method. Boom! A popping sound was instantly generated around Lin Tian. A mere tremor of his body drove up a terrifyingly strong wind. Violet hurriedly closed the wooden box in front of her. The body and the bitten treat in his hand were already dusty. Violet's mouth dropped. Then she stood straight up. A bit of fire emerged from his fingertips, and he began to carve runes on the ground. A wall of flame then appeared out of nowhere. Out of sight, out of mind. Ziwei said indifferently and took out a soft wooden bed from within her spatial ring. A brocade quilt embroidered with a phoenix was folded over the bed. Aura overflowed from Zvi's body, shaking away all the dust that had stained her body. Took off his shoes and lay right down with the roast chicken and wooden box in his arms. Practice is practice and life is life, Violet said lazily, chewing on a honey crisp. Then, his face sank with a huff and a low curse came out. The pole realm was not the son of a man and had to pick me. If it wasn't for the pole realm I'd still be in bed. Why bother to mention it? Glanced out at the blackened cave. Zvi frowned and took out another screen tattooed with a green bird from her spatial ring and blocked it in front of her. Jinwoo looks like a cultivation maniac, not enjoying himself at all. Suddenly, Violet's face changed dramatically, slapping his head. He remembered that Makoto was on the other side of the wall of fire. Muttering to himself about the other side, Jinwoo should be able to hear him, watching vigilantly. It was a relief to see no movement, and that's when it happened. A sword light traveled through the wall of fire. A green-colored sword was stuck at the entrance of the cave. Violet's eyes widened for a split second and her silver teeth chattered. Lin Tian had cast his heavenly sword at the entrance of the cave naturally as a precaution. If someone was checking out the cave, he would be the first to react. He took all 5 Cloud God pills. A wild torrent of energy had been generated within the body, constantly striking the barriers in all parts of the body. Lin Tian revolved the sword heart body refining determination and introduced this torrent of energy into all parts of his body, as if taking a swimmer's flower. The frenzy of this energy reached a terrifying level. Lin Tian's body overflowed with a brilliant light around him, and his entire aura instantly increased. Time passes slowly. It was a long night. Roar! A crisp dragon's roar rang out. 5 Cloud God pills, plus a drop of Bai Fang's essence blood. Let Lin Tian reach the power of 3 dragons. 3 dragons. 300. 000 pounds of enormous power. Lin Tian stood up and saw the burning wall of fire in front of him. One hand probed and felt the sizzling heat. With 2 fingers forming a sword light chopped down. Boom! The flame formation was instantly extinguished by Lin Tian's station. See the scene in front of you. Lin Tian frowned. A room of ancient women's boudoir beds came into view. Violet huffed and puffed, her white arms bare. Lin Tian looked at it faintly. Then he walked past it. Stand all the way to the mouth of the cave and look out. Bang! 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 The noisy sounds of battle came from dozens of kilometers away. Buzz! The heavenly sword let out a chirp, as if it had sensed something. From afar, under the gloomy sky, Dao's sharp sword chi overflowed in all directions. Ghost chi, sharp swords, and a large palm of golden light falling from the sky intertwined. Someone's fighting. It's the same group from yesterday again. Who are they fighting? At the 9th level of Xiandan, one possessed excellent eyesight. He looked closer. It was a white man dressed in white with a red mask. Fake real martial arts. Su Ro's group of people aimed their spears at the false true martial arts today. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. His white clothes were snowy as he descended the mountain step by step. Jinwu, you're awake. Violet's voice rang out from within the cave. Lin Tian paused and turned back to look at the sleepy Ziwei and said, I got you too, Cloud God Dawn. Entered this place. Saved you once yesterday, and by all accounts, it has already been paid back. And on account of the fact that you are in the same extreme realm as I am, I can save you once more in the future. Lin Tian said, and Ziwei's complexion slightly slumped, but she still nodded. After all, Lin Tian had indeed already saved her once. 2 Cloud God pills and 1 life was already a good deal. Then we have a deal. And I'll have to call you if I'm in trouble. Violet jumped to her feet and said, if I can make it, I will come. Lin Tian said indifferently and stopped speaking. It's not one thing for Violet to keep pestering him. It's actually quite simple to fix this. That would be killing Violet. But on the one hand, Lin Tian struck out to kill only his enemies. The second aspect is that they are all people of the extreme realm. Make it clear to Violet that there is only one chance. Instead, the other person will cherish this opportunity even more and will not forget it at will. In the meantime, above a dead lake, fake Zenmu stands with Su Jiashan. Behind them were a total of 7 people including a few of Qi Lianqing's disciples. On the opposite side, there were Su Ro and Su Ming, adding up to a total of 13 people. It's all been said that the one who summoned the Kuei Dharma phase wasn't me. Fake Xinwu's body was overflowing with powerful sword chi, which was as bright and dim as streams of light. Just now, they had just found their gatekeepers and ended up being attacked. The previous battle came in an extreme hurry. If he hadn't exerted his sword intent, he might have been injured or even fallen. Humph. Who cares if you're a true martial? It's better to kill than not. Su Ming let out a low laugh, completely unconcerned. On the other hand, Su Ro's side frowned. This Zenmo scene today is indeed a bit out of step with the one from yesterday. Even though they were also using swords, this one today was able to cut out sword intent. The killing methods are not as crazy as the one from yesterday. Who the hell are you? Su Ro coldly looked at fake Xinwu and let out a cold smile. Who he is none of your business. Surrounding us now will only cheapen Sunan. Su Jiashan whispered, her clothes fluttering. Poof. Su Ming let out a light laugh and sneered. Big sister, you are afraid. All explanations come from fear. Now 2 against 1. How can we say anything without doing something? As Su Ming said that, he pinched out a seal with one hand, and his body instantly bloomed with golden light, as if he was a great Buddha, with the sound of Brahma rising in all directions. Kill first. Then, he laughed fiercely and instantly killed with a palm. Su Ming is right. It's always right to kill first. Su Ro whispered to the few people behind her and also struck out in unison. Bang! Su Ming's palm was terrifyingly incomparable, like a godly Buddha in the world. A palm was slapped out with a great deal of radiance and Buddha's light, like a volcano erupting. Go! The few people behind Su Ming, when they saw Su Ming striking, they did not hold back. One moment. Buddha light, sword shadows, fist seals, and ghost chi smashed into the fake Xinwu and his party in an overwhelming manner. Damn! Fake Xinwu let out a low curse. Originally, I thought I was on the up and up by posing as Xinwu. Now it seems to be a case of getting yourself into trouble. With a wave of his one hand, the sword light transformed into several paths, encircling his circumference to become a sword formation. The countless sword lights turned into an ocean of sword lights. Fight and flight. He let out a low gulp. A sword stabbed out, terrifying sword light, and instantly smashed away. Boom boom boom. The light flames collided. A terrifying tremor that rippled through the space. You all strike together. Su Jiashan's face was grim as he said to the Qi Lianqing few people behind him. Good. Qi Lianqing glanced at fake Xinwu's back and clenched his teeth and growled lowly. 6 against 13. There's not even the slightest chance. If it were normal, Qi Lianqing would have fled long ago. However, knowing the identity of the false true martial art, he did not have the guts to escape in half. It can only be fought to the death. Together, Qi Lianqing let out a low roar as a gourd appeared, scrambling into the air. The mouth of the bottle went down, and everywhere it was like a river of pink gas. The others struck at the same time. The light flashed and the wind whistled in gusts. The two parties killed each other like colliding mountains. It was extremely splendid as it stirred up bursts of terrifying fluctuations. Chapter 51, When My Sword Intent Comes Out. All the sword intent in the world will have to lower their eyebrows. That's kind of funny. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile as he walked through the ancient forest and listened to the sounds of battle. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of Xiandan. It's stuck. He needed to kill now, or come across other wonders. Otherwise, the cultivation stagnates at Xiandan. Against the caverns, it was ultimately a disadvantage. As for the battle for the head of the Su family, before, Su Nan had made it very clear. Whoever ends up surviving has the most gatekeepers. Who will be the future head of the Su family? Now it seemed that only Han Xianxu as well as Lin Tian Ziwei were left in Su Nan. It fell into a downward spiral a long time ago. And the other three Su family males and females. It looks like more than anything, it wants to kill the other guy. It's comforting to see such friendliness and harmony. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Tian. He came here to practice, walking all the time. Lin Tian looked around for the ferocious beasts. Only killing can make him stronger. In the meantime, the southern part of the fire underworld Forbidden Land. Su Nan sat in his wheelchair and pinched his finger with one hand. Golden light words continuously overflowed above the fingertips, which then did not enter the ground. Husband, they're fighting again. Han Xianxu said softly as she looked at the flames of battle light that continued to erupt in the distance. Well, my younger brother and two sisters are extremely attached to the battle for the head of the family. Su Nan said indifferently, with no sadness or joy on his face. What about you? Han Xianxu asked as she looked toward the calm-faced Su Nan. Me? Su Nan was stunned, then laughed. Naturally, I also value it extremely highly, or else I wouldn't have set this up. A trace of pity flashed through Han Xianxu's beautiful eyes. But you used to say that you never cared about the position of family head, and that you would join me in the Upper Yin Academy in the future. The Upper Yin Academy palace is not that easy to enter, Su Nan said without any good humor, then knitted his brows. If I were to go, I would have to sever my chi connection with this world. There are some things I simply cannot escape, he murmured, his tone helpless, as if he had accepted reality. What about those disciples you invited? You just gave them the Soul Palace pills and didn't ask them for anything. Calling them is of no use at all. Han Xianxu spat out. After all, Yu Hua was her senior brother, and agreeing to come here was already a great honor. However, as soon as we entered the forbidden land of the fire underworld, Su Nan then threw away his gatekeeper. Su Nan stopped the movements of his men and looked at Han Xianxu. In fact, the battle for the head of the family has always been fought by the four of us, and bringing our own protégés is really all just icing on the cake. Han Xianxu was non-committal, and suddenly thought of something, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. You mean, yes, only one of the four of us can leave alive from the start, Su Nan whispered, somewhat despondently. This is the destiny of my Su family, brothers killing brothers, generation after generation. As for those of my protégés, as Su Nan spoke, a trace of apology flashed in his eyes. They only existed to draw attention to me, and I'm guessing they're pretty much dead by now, he said, looking away and bowing slightly. How could you? Yu Hua is my senior brother. Han Xianxu's voice went cold as her smile slowly disappeared from her cheeks and her silver teeth clenched. Hey, there are some things that I can't stop, Su Nan said, his face filled with complexity. In the meantime, Lin Tian had already walked out on the other side of a withered forest. Along the way, there were a few scattered fourth-ranked ferocious beasts that died under Lin Tian's sword. The further in you go, the more sounds of ferocious beasts there are. His black hair was as dark as ink, and thunder light flowed around him, lingering on top of the green sword, like a god of thunder. It made people not dare to look directly at it. Thunder is the might of the vast heavens. Destroy the evil spirits, break the evil spirits, kill the ghosts, and silence the living world. The sword is the king of all weapons. Thunder merged with the sword, a domineering and invincible force in the world. It cuts through everything and destroys everything. Above the heavenly sword, blue thunder flashed. Being held in Lin Tian's hands was as if he was holding divine punishment. The majesty of heaven and earth is the nemesis of Yin and Yi. Almost close, I feel. A murmur. Thunderlight flickered around Lin Tian's body, leaving a few flashes of lightning in the air. The entire person appeared 10 meters away. The next instant, click, thunder exploded in the middle of the forest. And a fourth-ranked wolf that was hiding in the pitch blackness and wanted to attack Lin Tian whimpered. The huge body was instantly decimated by the lightning. The combination of wind blast 10,000 shadows and my sword is rather unexpected. A hint of a smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. With constant practice, he had already reached the realm of 10 steps in an instant. Not even close. A hint of thunderlight overflowed from Lin Tian's eyes as he once again executed Wind Blast 10,000 shadows. The next instant was 10 paces away. Dozens of kilometers away, the sounds of battle intensified. It seems to have reached a white-hot point. It's just someone else's game. What are you guys playing for keeps? Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he looked deeper into the forest. All the way down. Like a sea of thunder cleansing the living. Roar! The roar of the beast crescendoed. Lin Tian felt more and more ferocious beast auras. The more the merrier. Killing all the time. It was 3 hours later. Along the way, Lin Tian killed at least dozens of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. The third-ranked ferocious beasts were even more numerous. Aside from a few that could not be defeated, Lin Tian chose to simply flee. At that moment, the sounds of the battle in the distance faded away. It should have been hit already. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. You kill without fail, and your sword feels the effort of its master. Your sword increases in sharpness by 20%, and you gain 2 years of sword Dao comprehension. Buzz! A hint of sword light surfaced above the heavenly sword. Lin Tian was silent. Still no reward for cultivation. Memories surfaced in his mind, filling Lin Tian's mind. The sword Dao comprehension that was rewarded now was no longer at the same level as before. Each sword Dao comprehension evolved based on Lin Tian's existing comprehension. That is, the comprehension above the peak sword power. Lin Tian took a deep breath. He sensed in his meditation that his sword power was about to break through, reach a whole new level never seen before. Sword intent. In the memory of these 2 years of sword comprehension, Lin Tian was unfolding his evolution based on that book of Li Xin. Sword intent is sword power? People are all different, and so is the way of the sword. Lin Tian said, bending his legs slightly and jumping on top of the trunk of a tree, then plopped down. Sword intent is sword intent. How can it be sword momentum? He murmured. The meditation perceived that Li Xion's comprehension was wrong. But, since it's wrong, and why was he able to comprehend sword intent? That, naturally, has merit. As Lin Tian was heading towards it, electric light overflowed around his body, mixing with the Dao sword chi. A large net was instantly formed, firmly protecting Lin Tian's circumference. My sword, to be domineering, to instantly destroy with invincibility, like a river or an ocean, waves of 10,000 hectares, pushing across heaven and earth all enemies, one way or another. Since the battle is on, there is no retreat, Lin Tian murmured, and a wild surge of sword power instantly erupted. As always, it was harsh and overbearing. It was like a rushing river, killing the surrounding area of 100 meters. Boom boom boom. The sword hissed with fury, raging without equal, and wherever it passed, not an inch of grass could be found. Roar! Here and there, the roar of the beast resounded. The shadows of the beasts in the forest shrugged as they were startled by the fierce sword, trying to escape. Up! Lin Tian let out a low roar. Boom boom boom. The sword power spreading above the ground. It instantly rolled backward, like a long hanging river of stars, instantly lifting up countless pieces of ground. The entire forest shook, and the overflowing silk sword power passed by. It was a splattering of debris and wood chips. Rumble! The sword was like a river. It's supposed to be formless, but it's metamorphosing. A potential. Evolution is. Context. Sword intent. The world has 1,000 strange comprehensions of sword intent. When my sword intent comes out, all the world's sword intents will have to lower their eyebrows. This is my Lin Tian sword intent, which I named. Lin Tian said, his eyes blossoming with radiant essence. Heavenly river sword intent. Rumble. The long river of sword intent shot straight up into the sky, shattering the dull layers of clouds in the sky. It rushed into the clouds and struck deep into the agitated sky. Chapter 52 Great River Sword Intent Amazing. Wind Spirit appears. Whose sword intent is this? What a powerful aura. Such overbearing sword intent. It reminds me of Sword Maniac. No, it's not the same as Sword Frenzy. This person's sword intent is much more pure and overbearing. The huge skeleton sitting against the mountain, above that black hole in the eye socket. Su Ming, who was originally sensing the bizarre runes above the skeleton's bones, suddenly sensed something, looking towards the long river of sword intent that was charging straight into the sky. Who could it be? This kind of sword intent is definitely a great enemy, Su Ming said, scorn flashing in his eyes. Sir Su, a mere sword intent makes you so worried? A man's voice rang out. It's one of Su Ming's protégés. At that time, they had teamed up with Su Rou, and as a result, The man on the other side who wore a true martial mask was too powerful. It was actually one person against 4 or 5 without falling into a disadvantage. The sword intent is also different. Su Ming lightly glanced at his protege. Then he looked at that great river of sword intent and said, "This person's sword intent is too pure, and his aura is extremely overbearing. With this kind of sword intent, even the 3 Lixians combined wouldn't be able to defeat him." The gatekeeper was startled and said in a hurry, "Wouldn't we, then, be at a disadvantage if we ran into him?" Su Ming's eyes sank as he said, "Now within the entire fire underworld forbidden land, those who count as enemies, those 3 elder siblings of mine count. The 2 true martial arts that have appeared now count. And as for this person, who emits the sword intent, he also counts," he murmured, a few figures coming to mind. 2 true martials, a bit of a headache. Besides this one today, who could the other one be? Can't it be that this sword intent was also emitted by that other true martial? A voice rang out from the depths of the skull's eye socket. "I don't know." Su Ming gave a bland cry and continued. "First, record the runes above this skeleton. I have a feeling that this rune might be an ancient treasure art," Su Ming said, his eyes turning cold. "When I find one Renjin, I will definitely kill him. Perhaps one Renjin is another Jinwu." Someone made a sound. Su Ming was slightly stunned, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Before an ancient temple, a line of 3. Apart from fake Jinwu and Su Jiashan, it is Qi Liansheng. Earlier in the great battle, 3 more people died on Su Jiashan's side. Qi Liansheng was also seriously injured. A sudden rush of sword intent caught the attention of the 3. "This is the first time I've seen such a powerful sword intent." Su Jiashan followed the voice and her petite body froze. "It's him." Fake Xinwu gave a low chant and already guessed who it was. Su Jiashan's pupils shrunk, somewhat incredulous. Qi Liansheng fell back and grimaced. "Holy maiden, is that person really an extreme realm true martial?" Fake Xinwu skimmed Qi Liansheng and nodded. "I suppose so. I don't know who else but him. I've only seen it once before and didn't care too much about it at the time. But now I didn't expect this person to be so stunning." Qi Liansheng heaved a bit. "I've crossed paths with him, and according to his character, he would have killed me." Fake Xinwu and Su Jiashan were both stunned and looked at Qi Liansheng. "What the hell is going on?" Fake Zenmo asked. Qi Liansheng said with an ugly face. "I don't know why. He seems to be extremely displeased with our Huanxian sect, and the first time I met him, he was about to make a move against me." After Qi Liansheng finished speaking, Su Jiashan and Fake True Martial were both somewhat dumbfounded. "Displeased with my cheerful immortal sect? Could it be someone from the Qinyan sect?" Suzanne murmured, her eyelids lowered. "There's no need to think too much about this matter. He's no longer powerful, but he's only just comprehended sword intent. The Kuei-Nyo Dharma phase has already been used. It's probably hard to summon it again in a short period of time. It's not considered to be too much of a threat," Fake Xinwu said, taking a step out to walk within the ancient temple. "I have a feeling that the vermilion bird's essence blood is in it, and this Dao body of mine will increase in strength by a lot once I fuse the essence blood." After Fake True Martial finished speaking, joy surfaced on the faces of Qi Liansheng and Su Jiashan. "Jiashan, aren't you going to fight for that blood spirit wind? I already have some perception. It should be the piece where Jinwu is located. You are afraid that you will go against Jinwu this time," Fake Xinwu said, his eyes lowered under the mask, then looked at Qi Liansheng. "You go with Shazam. If anything happens to Shazam, I will kill you." Qi Liansheng's face deteriorated and he made a bow. "Yes, holy maiden." The long river of sword intent was merely an instant. Lin Tian's breath collected and he quickly regained his composure. Looked to the sky, where the layers of clouds have been broken. Deep within the dome was endless darkness. "Zwei, Jinwu, did you emanate that sword intent?" Within the consciousness, a message came from Violet. Lin Tian returned. "Shinobu, I don't know." "Zwei, haha, Jinwu Daigo, you're so bad at lying." Lin Tian's eyes were pale as he leapt down from the top of the tree trunk. Finally comprehending the sword intent, a smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Nowadays, the body is equipped with sword intent. Lin Tian's strength had increased by at least 50%. More critical, when Lin Tian reached Xiandan, he had already obtained his second innate sword skill. Heaven and Earth Sword Robbery. Heaven and Earth Sword Robbery, a forbidden sword skill. Use the sword to make a robbery. Control the enemy with sword intent. Previously, Lin Tian had never comprehended sword intent. This move could not be performed. Today it is possible. The power of the Heaven and Earth Sword Heist was closely related to the quality of the caster's own sword intent. It was meant to be a forbidden type of sword skill. And Lin Tian's Great River Sword intent. It is also characterized by being harsh and surly. The combination of the two is incredibly powerful. Heading deeper into the forest, it had been walking for about 10 miles, and there was still no sign of any ferocious beasts. It should be the same sword intent from earlier. Let the ferocious beasts in the forest be afraid. Roar! The roar of a sudden one rang out. Lin Tian's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked into the shadows. Suddenly, there were many more breaths in the darkness. Phew! A powerful coldness rushed straight towards Lin Tian's front. Flying gray sand interspersed with leaves. The gusts of wind carried the general red color of blood. The further we went that way, the more the wind became more and more rampant and unbridled. The momentum is as vast as 1,000 armies, tore the whole forest apart. Meanwhile, the roar of the beasts was yet more noisy. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he walked towards the depths. About a mile away, Lin Tian finally saw the full picture. 10 kilometers of forest in a radius were destroyed. The dense roots of the tree looked as if they had been torn and broken off alive. The earth is a mess. Look again at the sky. The red tornado that came down from the sky sounded like a continuous explosion, destroying everything in its path. The earth exploded and layers of ground were swept up. Trees were snapped. It covered the sky and vastly impacted everything. Above the sky, hundreds of huge avian ferocious beasts with terrifying breaths hissed and continuously pounded towards the interior of the dragon scroll. Above the ground, there were also all sorts of ferocious beasts roaring and constantly charging towards its interior. Bang! 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 There was a tiger-like ferocious beast the size of a small mountain that directly stormed up and slammed into it. Click! Thunder flashed as a thunder snake, its body filled with thunder, emitted a thunderous roar that resounded through the sky. Wagging head and tail, hideous and ferocious, the thick snake body of about 100 feet or more rose up into the sky, rolling on top of the tornado, spitting out scarlet letters. It tore towards a brilliant red light in the middle of the tornado. Phew! 110 ferocious beasts attacked together. The sound of a storm roaring wildly suddenly resounded. In the middle of the tornado, the light cluster that looked like a red gem instantly blossomed with a brilliant red light. The light was so bright that the entire heaven and earth turned blood red. Lin Tian, who was standing in the distance, instantly felt the wind grow even stronger. Bang! 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 The endless gale, the power of which had increased greatly, rumbled and ran. A ferocious beast of huge size wailed and was sent flying out. A moment of chaos. The massive voice of the beast whistled and scattered all over the place. A line of blood was strewn across the sky. One more chapter to go. Bye. Chapter 53, When You Covet My Sword, You Deserve to Die. Lin Tian's black hair and clothes were blown apart. He squinted his eyes at the flash of red light inside the tornado. The red light overflowed a lot after that one just now. Obviously it's been drained a lot. Bang! A huge figure smashed on top of the ground beside Lin Tian. The entire earth was smashed and shook. Lin Tian looked over and it was the thunder snake that was 100 feet long. Hiss! Scarlet snake letters gulped. The thunder snake also noticed Lin Tian, and a pair of huge eyes glowed with thunder. Click! A pillar of thunder instantly erupted from the thunder snake. It impacted towards Lin Tian. Boom! The thunder pillar crashed into Lin Tian's body, instantly exploding into countless thunderflakes. Hiss! A trace of humanized horror condensed in the thunder snake's huge beast eyes. On the other side, Lin Tian held his sword against him. The terrifying pillar of thunder struck above the tip of the heavenly sword and was cut into countless streaks of lightning. Prickly! Lin Tian's eyes were bland, and his eyes were like electricity. His clothes were hunting, and he exuded an out-of-this-world momentum, allowing the thunder from the thunder snake to rush into his body. No pain, no gain. Lin Tian let out a light laugh as he refined the Kuei-Nyo essence spirit within him, combined with the thunder belonging to the Kuei-Yu. The thunder cast by this thunder snake was effective against others, but for Lin Tian, it had no effect at all. The tips of the swords were facing each other, instantly striking out. 10 steps in one instant. The sword light came rushing in like a long river. Thumbs up. It instantly disappeared within the thunder snake's head. Snicker. Invisible to the naked eye. When Lin Tian killed the thunder snake, inside his body, that surge of thunder power was even stronger by a hair. This was from the heavenly sword's second innate divine ability, devouring. Lin Tian could devour enemy traits by killing them while devouring them. Thunder snakes were rare ferocious beasts with thunder characteristics. Slaying the thunder snake would naturally grow the power of thunder within Lin Tian's body. Boom boom boom. The red dragon scroll in the distance continuously knocked down the ferocious beasts that rushed towards it. In addition to the thunder snake, there were several other huge-sized ferocious beasts that were smashed to the ground. These ferocious beasts, most of them were of the 4th rank. Some of them, covered in blood chi whistling, were the size of small hills. The breath had reached the peak of the 4th rank. A peak 4th ranked ferocious beast with strength comparable to a peak cave void. It was enough to exceed Lin Tian by an entire large realm. Earlier, when Lin Tian was killing, when they encountered a peak 4th stage ferocious beast, they usually chose to avoid the fight. There was a time when he was chased by a peak 4th stage rock. Can't fight it. But now these ferocious beasts were more or less seriously injured in order to fight for that blood spirit wind that was at the center of the dragon scroll. The ferocious beast has a spirit. A wind spirit of heaven and earth. Enough for them to grab it with their lives. If a ferocious beast was able to devour the wind spirit, its strength would definitely grow by a large margin. Rumble. The blood-colored tornado continued to wreak havoc above the ground. Across the heavens and earth. It swept over all things. A shocking roaring sound constantly erupted, sweeping over rivers and mountains. It created a scene that overturned heaven and earth. Appalling indeed. Lin Tian looked above the dragon scroll. It was wrapped in the corpses of many ferocious beasts, broken branches and leaves. The hills above the earth are smoothed out. Such a sight must have been noticed by the others. The lure of the wind spirit was even more powerful than a single Kuei essence spirit. Lin Tian knew that there would be other cultivators arriving in no time, ready to fish for their own profit. Click. Lin Tian stood on the ground, his body blossoming with lightning. Although he coveted wind spirit, Lin Tian's focus was not on wind spirit right now. Swish! A thunderbolt flashed. Lin Tian executed Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows. This time, it was actually rushing out 11 steps. Roar! A ferocious beast that was the size of a small two-story building, covered in spikes and resembling a lion, hissed at Lin Tian, who suddenly attacked. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This one ferocious beast should be in the middle of the fourth stage. Swish! He swept out his sword, and the rushing great river sword intent interspersed with azure thunder roared and killed. Roar! The lion-shaped ferocious beast roared, and a terrifying pressure instantly descended from the sky. Within 100-meter radius, the earth instantly trembled. A tremendous amount of pressure poured down. Gravity! Lin Tian frowned, not too concerned. Boom! The great river sword intent wreaked havoc and killed, instantly chopping at the ferocious beast. Wow! Like chopping on top of a pool of water. In an instant, blood and flesh gradually rose. A long river of sword intent poured out. It seemed like it could break everything. Roar! The ferocious beast wailed as its huge body was directly chopped in half. Buzz! A strange feeling was born in Lin Tian's heart. He pressed with one hand, and a particle above the ground instantly invaded the ground a little. After killing this one ferocious beast, Lin Tian gained the ability to slightly control gravity. Only, after all, it was only one kill. Lin Tian's ability to control gravity wasn't very strong. Count on it. Either locking onto an object gives the opponent a sudden tenfold increase in gravity, or create a 10-meter square area that reaches 2 times gravity. Roar! A wail rang out. Lin Tian looked over and it was another lion-type ferocious beast hissing at him. Only, the other party had been seriously injured. The top of his huge body was covered in bloody wounds. It's just too much of a coincidence. Lin Tian let out a light laugh and charged towards his opponent. Half an hour later, several silhouettes appeared to emerge from within the forest. They first noticed the tornado that had dulled considerably, as well as a field of corpses of ferocious beasts. Hello again. A cold man's voice rang out, and several people's eyes slightly condensed. Following the source of the sound, several people's eyes stared. The man held a sword, his straight figure, and his eyes radiated an oozing coldness. He was bathed in lightning light, like a deity from the distant past. That sword. He's the true martial artist. Su Ro's eyes flashed slightly, instantly understanding Lin Tian's identity. The first time they met was on a ferry boat. Su Yu saw the uniqueness of the heavenly sword at a glance. Only then the heavenly sword was wrapped within its scabbard. It's not real to see. Together with this one, Su Yu had already met it for the third time. The dumbest person can confirm that. When Rinjin was a true extreme realm true martial artist, it's this little kid. He has thunder on him. He's the true martial artist. He's that one Rinjin that Sunan hired. What now? If we withdraw, the blood spirit wind is just surrendered. The three people behind Su Ro were instantly startled. They had previously teamed up with Su Ming to kill Su Zhashan and Jinwu. But then, at that time, they had noticed it then. The Jinwu besides Su Zhashan was a different person. People who have actually killed with them. Right in front of them. Su Ro's silver teeth clenched as she looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Before, that sword intent was performed by you?" Lin Tian looked at Su Ro and the others, his eyes calm, the thunder on his body gradually converging, and smiled. "You guess." As soon as the words fell, Lin Tian's aura instantly skyrocketed. Flowing thunder, biting killing intent instantly erupted. "Buzz, you deserve to die when you coveted my sword," Lin Tian said, his killing intent steeply erupting out. Su Ro was shocked and only felt that her body was much heavier. Breathing became difficult, almost 20 times the gravity. Not horrible, but it distracted Su for a moment. "Do it! Protect the lady!" A few people behind Su Ro cried out in shock. They didn't expect that it would be Lin Tian who made the current move. "Go to hell!" The one who spoke was the man with the large bow behind him. He had previously shot arrows and sneaked up on Lin Tian. At that time, it was blocked by Lin Tian summoning the Kuei-nyo Dharma phase. This time, draw your bow and shoot. Roar! It was as if a flooded elephant roared out in a low voice. The great bow is drawn to its deepest point. Tao of arcane light, spinning and converging on the tip of the arrow. Swish! A white light flashed. It was like white light breaking through the air and piercing the void. Chapter 54, The Heaven and Earth Sword Revenge. The old woman and the woman beside Su Ro also shot out in unison. In an instant, the ghostly energy turned into a long river. The skeletons and ghosts were wrapped in the long black river and rushed towards Lin Tian. Rumble! Above the agitated sky, a golden finger with knuckles encircling a great disk of light and flame. Stabbing towards Lin Tian. 3 divine powers and illuminate the sky. Splendor with rolling killing intent. These guys, when they strike, it's a masterstroke. Since he already knew Lin Tian's strength, he didn't hide it, preparing to exterminate Lin Tian in an instant. It's kind of funny. Lin Tian laughed lightly, his black hair like ink. Though lull. Lightning flashed, his long hair exploded, and his aura burst out abruptly. A single finger point. Buzz. Su Ro instantly felt her entire body lighten. Gravity control shifted with Lin Tian's intention to the one sharp arrow that was shot at him. It's only 20 times the gravity suppression though. It still deflected the arrow by a hair. Snap. A clear voice. When the tip of the arrow was only an inch away from Lin Tian, the arrow body was held by Lin Tian. Roar. A long roar of a flooded giant elephant resounded from the tip of the arrow. Instantly a ray of light shot out from the tip of the arrow. It killed straight towards Lin Tian's head. Bang. 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 As the huge force struck, Lin Tian only felt his brain trembling. In the meantime, bang! The huge finger that fell from the sky pointed at the top of Lin Tian's head. Boom boom boom! With Lin Tian as the center, the ground was sunken in a 100-mile radius. The earth trembled and raised countless dust. The ground ruptured, spreading out several cracks that ran horizontally, extending up to 1,000 meters away. Everything shook. The ghostly chi then transformed into an ocean to form a third attack, drowning towards Lin Tian. He should be dead. When Su Ro saw the scene in front of her, a smile finally surfaced on her delicate face. It's hard not to die after taking the strongest strike from the 3 of us, old woman Jia said, wrinkles squeezing together on her face. For a while, all 4 of Su Ro were much more relaxed. Still dare to make an enemy of us. Really looking for death. Meteor Southwind. Never thought that I would be able to kill an Extreme Realm member one day. The man put his bow away, his face full of frustration. Are you guys rejoicing too soon? A cold voice sounded again. The 3 of them, Su Ro, were instantly startled and looked ahead in disbelief. There was dust in the sky, and in the center of the huge pit, there was all-embracing lightning flashing. No good. Su Ro was startled, and her slender fingers pointed out. Write a few words on the void. Suppresses, crushes, seizes. Her fingers overflowed with a faint golden light with every word she wrote. Su Ro's face then became much more haggard. What are you doing? A cold voice resounded. Boom boom boom. Terrifying thunder instantly erupted, radiant to the extreme. The dust was drowned by the thunder. A topless man came into view. The color of his eyes was cold, and every inch of his body was filled with lightning. Crystal bright. The lightning around him turned into an ocean, and the divine radiance shone brightly. Boom! A thunderbolt flashed. The whole world went dark. Su Ro's few people were shocked, and the only thing left in their eyes was that terrifying thunderbolt. Shun. Su Ro panicked with a word. And the Yijin character in front of her instantly pressed towards Lin Tian. You can call this a control martial art? Feeling the suppressive intent that rushed into his heart, Lin Tian laughed viciously. Hijack. Lin Tian let out a low chant. Buzz. The heavenly sword chimed as waves of sword intent instantly swept out. An ocean of sword intent swept through. It makes shocking waves. Boom boom boom. The earth churned, and the overriding aura instantly stirred within a 1,000-mile radius. The great river sword intent instantly condensed into tens of thousands of long swords. Bang! 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 The long sword fell from the sky, flooded with boundless killing intent, stabbing into the surroundings of Su Ro's 4 people. Buzz! In a 1,000-meter radius, a long sword made of sword intent pierced into the ground, forming a large disk of formations. Each sword acted as the eye of the formation, controlling the mountains and rivers. Roar! Hundreds of beast roars resounded. Even that one terrifying red dragon scroll was wrapped in this sword formation. Boom boom boom. The red dragon scroll whistled away from Lin Tian, leaving the range of the heaven and earth sword tribulation's suppression. The heaven and earth sword calamity descended upon the earth. It simply became a spectacle that turned the imagination upside down. Within the entire fire underworld Forbidden Land, there were people who saw this scene from afar, already frozen in place. Too horrible, Too horrible. The extreme realm is not a son of man. Violet watched the commotion from 100 miles away, and the man was stunned. She was grateful. When he saw Blood Rincewind appear, his own first reaction was to hide. Otherwise, this sword formation descends. She, a Xiandan realm, was greatly injured even if she didn't die. No, Xiandan will surely die. Terrifying in the extreme. Why did you make me come here to do a quest? And how am I going to go about my life in the future? Violet can't speak well, already worrying about the Polar Realm mission ahead. She had been known as a formation heavenly pride since birth, but it's been following his old asshole brother around for a while. There was a lot of blame in the family, but her mother's favor still kept Violet from being pressured too much. But now, Violet felt the pressure big time. If you don't work hard enough, you're bound to die on the next extreme realm mission. The Polar Realm is not fit for a son, she chanted lowly, looking into the middle of a shadowy cavern. Here, something was calling her. What is it? Su Ro's face was ugly. She was trembling. She only felt the sword intent attacking her heart, and she couldn't exert any strength at all. The few words that had been laboriously written earlier were also completely suppressed. How is it possible? What realm are you in? Feeling the terrifying power of suppression, the old woman's voice hissed shrilly, her cloudy eyes looking toward the man who kept coming toward them. Lin Tian's eyes were calm as he paced. The heavenly sword pointed diagonally at the ground, emitting a faint killing intent. Swish! A sword light swung away. The old woman's head was instantly chopped off. Brother, there's something to be said for that. The man clutching a bow and arrow in his hand spoke out with difficulty. He was now running his gong method to break through the suppression of this place's formations on him. Lin Tian lightly laughed and once again a sword light chopped away. A crack appeared above the man's neck and his entire body stuttered. One last little bit closer to unzipping the suppression. He struggled to speak and fell to the ground. Now only Su Ro and the other woman remained, their faces pale and a strong fear rising in their hearts. Jin Wu, don't kill me. I can give you everything. Su Ro begged out for mercy, and her delicate body softened and fell directly to the ground. Lin Tian shook his head slightly. I don't believe it, he said, having already arrived in front of Su Ro. Bang! The woman beside Su Ro's eyes blossomed with coldness, and her hands blossomed with golden light as she slapped towards Lin Tian. Recovered? Lin Tian frowned and stabbed with his sword, the great river sword intent instantly pointing over. Swish! Su Ro and the woman were instantly chopped off their bodies. You broke the game with your sword intent, and your sword plunged into your senses is experiencing a second advancement. Your sword increases the damage of your sword out by 10%, and your cultivation reaches the cave realm. A familiar voice rang out. Your sword is upgraded to a heaven-grade spiritual artifact, and your sword gains the third innate divine ability, universal transformation. Manifestation, you can change the shape of you and the sword as you wish. Your cultivation breaks through to the cave void realm, and you gain 10 years of sword Dao comprehension. You obtain the third innate sword skill, the time sword tire. End of sound. Lin Tian's body instantly blossomed with radiant splendor around him. The aura of the entire person steeply became terrifying. The cave realm. Lin Tian's heart was relieved. Finally the cave realm. At the same time, the heavenly sword obtained its third innate divine ability. Lin Tian obtained his third innate sword skill. This one was at least twice as strong. It is not to be called horrible. And that's when it happened. Buzz! Lin Tian frowned and looked at the already dead body of Su Ro beside him. A green light emerged. It was a disembodied silhouette, and it was none other than Su Ro. Only this Su Ro had a dull expression and her eyes were lifeless. Lin Tian chopped away with his sword. This time it actually chopped empty. Under Lin Tian's astonished gaze, Su Ro's silhouette slowly rose. It eventually turned into a green light suspended above the agitated sky. It's been a long time coming. In the meantime, the three remaining children of the Su family all looked toward the green light in the sky, the borders of the forbidden land of the fire underworld. Su Nan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the green light and his eyes flooded with sorrow. Zoe is dead, he murmured, a glimmer of moisture rising in his eyes. Afterwards, the formation was written with one hand. Soon, the Su family's destiny of the last 1,000 years will cease to exist in my generation. What is it? Lin Tian murmured with a frown. He felt unprecedented palpitations in that green light just now. And, one can't go for destruction. Lin Tian shook his head slightly, ignoring the green light for now. Now, he had obtained his third innate sword skill, time sword tire. Saying it's a sword tire is actually more like a compulsion. Lin Tian could bury the time sword tire inside a person without them realizing it. The longer it took, the stronger the degree of control the time sword tire had over that person. At first glance, it seemed as if it was compared to the one sword skyward in the heaven and earth sword heist. The time sword tire isn't very strong, but the time sword tire is controlling hearts and minds. Moreover, it can be shielded from the perception of others. although Lin Tian wasn't quite sure at the moment. This shielding can do that kind of thing, but the meditation can be perceived as transgressive. If you can't cross the border, it's too chicken. How could it become Lin Tian's third innate sword skill? Looked at the sky. The red tornado formed by the blood spirit wind appeared 10 miles away. Previously, Lin Tian had executed the heaven and earth sword heist. It should have startled the blood rincewind. It's the other side that flees. Took a look at the bodies all over the floor. Lin Tian took Su Ro's several people's spatial rings and weapons, and then rushed towards blood spirit wind. Previously, Lin Tian was at the Xiandan realm and didn't make a move against blood spirit wind, but now it's the cave realm. There was also a fight for the power of the blood rincewind, a heaven and earth wind spirit. No one would be unmoved. Furthermore, Lin Tian's wind difficulty 10,000 shadows was extremely compatible with the wind spirit. Chapter 55, This man is crazy. Boom! A thunderbolt flashed. Lin Tian's figure streaked across the earth. After reaching cavernous void, Lin Tian was already able to feel a hint of recluse. At the realm of cave void, it was indeed possible to vanish into thin air. However, Lin Tian had just entered the cave void realm and still needed to learn. In the meantime, several auras suddenly appeared around them. Lin Tian looked over and two figures above the sky had caught up with him. It's Su Jiashan and Qi Liancheng. As for that fake Zenmu, it's not there. At this moment, Su Jiashan also noticed Lin Tian. One Renjin. Su Jiashan's voice sounded from the sky, and Lin Tian's eyes slightly condensed. Stopped. Su Jiashan was dressed in red, her temples hanging low. A jasper zon is placed diagonally in the hairbun, long and slender with a touch of sultriness. She landed in front of Lin Tian and her beautiful eyes looked at him. Su Ro died at your hands? Lin Tian stroked one hand on top of the hilt of his sword, his eyes faintly saying, Are you going to avenge your sister? Lin Tian said, looking towards Qi Liancheng behind Su Zaisan, revealing an oozing smile. Qi Liancheng was given such a look by Lin Tian. Involuntarily, he took a step back, somewhat frightened. He now knew Lin Tian's identity and had also learned about Lin Tian's strength, and how not to be afraid. In his heart, he regretted why he had contradicted Lin Tian that day. Su Jiashan shook her head slightly and looked at Lin Tian. Don't misunderstand me, although Su Ro and I are relatives. In reality, I was sent to the Cheerful Immortal sect from a young age to be the sword attendant of the current holy maiden of the Cheerful Immortal sect, and I have very shallow feelings with the Su family. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he waited for Su Jiashan's next sentence. Join forces, Wen Renjin. Perhaps I should call you the Extreme Realm True Marshal. Afterwards, Su Jiashan's pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Tian, waiting for Lin Tian's reply. So it's the scum of the Cheerful Immortal sect. If you guys continue to block me, don't blame me for taking action. Lin Tian's eyes glowed with playfulness. It was as if Qi Liancheng and Su Jiashan were prey to be killed whenever he wanted to in his eyes. Su Jiashan and Qi Liancheng's breath caught. Qi Liancheng's face clouded over, and Su Jiashan's face didn't look too good either. She had wanted to join forces with a true extreme realm true martial artist. I didn't expect this person to be so weird. It's true as Qi Liancheng said. The extreme realm true martial artists loathe the Cheerful Immortal sect to the extreme. When did the Cheerful Immortal sect mess with him? Get out of the way. Lin Tian spoke indifferently, and Su Jiashan and Qi Liancheng couldn't help but make a path. Boom! Thunder light flashed, and in the next instant Lin Tian appeared 100 meters away as thunder. Bastard! If we don't kill him, it will be a hidden danger sooner or later, Qi Liancheng said grimly. Su Jiashan's willow brows slightly knitted. Suddenly her beautiful eyes rounded. I haven't gotten far. Lin Tian's voice came out. Boom! A sword light came from a distance. Space trembled as the brilliant sword light wrapped in thunder killed towards Qi Liancheng. Get out of the way. Su Jiashan hastily reminded out. The next instant. Swish! Lines of blood splashed up as Qi Liancheng's right arm holding the gourd was severed by the sword light. He had not yet roared out in pain. A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. In Qi Liancheng's frightened eyes, Lin Tian slapped Qi Liancheng's face. Roar! A soft keening sound resounded. The power of the three dragons. Su Jiashan uttered a shocked voice, but she saw that Qi Liancheng's face had already been slapped by Lin Tian in a bloody mess. Swish! Lin Tian flicked his backhand and the heavenly sword stabbed from the bottom up. It enters through Qi Liancheng's jaw and jabs out the top of his head. I've been wanting to kill you for a long time, Lin Tian said indifferently, removing the ring from Qi Liancheng's finger. You don't mind if I kill him? Lin Tian's eyes were calm as he looked towards Su Jiashan, his heavenly sword buzzing as if he was hungry to kill. Su Jiashan's delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but take a step backwards. She looked at the madman in front of her in horror. Just now, this person was clearly going to kill Qi Liancheng from the start. Why did you leave first before? Create some fun for the kill? Su Jiashan's heart trembled tremendously, and chills were born all over her body. She feels maybe in the next instant, the other party would come out with a sword and kill himself. Don't mind. I'm within the clan with Qi Liancheng. The relationship is average. He once asked me to double cultivate with him. If it wasn't for the Holy Maiden, my Red Dan would have been lost a long time ago. Su Zhishan was afraid that Lin Tian wouldn't believe her and added the causes and consequences. That's right. Lin Tian murmured and took the heavenly sword back into its scabbard. He didn't care at all about Su Zhishan's feud with Qi Liancheng. Why were you so fast when you vanished before? Suzanne said with a sigh of relief. I used this, the transported cloud. It's an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Once used it will be quite a bit faster than an ordinary transported flight. Su Zhishan took out and removed a metaphysical jade talisman from her surplus waist and said. Suddenly, when he saw Lin Tian looking at the transported cloud, he hurriedly said, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Lin Tian shook his head and said indifferently, can you give me a ride? It wasn't that Lin Tian didn't want it. Rather, Lin Tian would not. The wind spirit was extremely fast, and he relied on his legs alone to chase after it. Sooner or later, we'll lose them. Su Zhishan strongly resisted in her heart, but she saw Lin Tian's clear and cold eyes, not daring to say his refusal out loud. Good. Su Zhanshan folded her slender waist to take a slight step, slightly hesitating or standing beside Lin Tian. Vermilion lips parted in silence. In the next moment, Lin Tian and Su Zhishan flew into the air. Lin Tian only felt a softness under his feet as the ground scenery suddenly turned into a stream of light. Remembering, when Li Musheng brought him forward to Blood Town that day, it was the same kind of tactic. I heard that your Huanxian sect's holy maiden once had a male son from the Lin family of Heavenly Sword City go forward to be a furnace? Lin Tian faintly asked. Su Zhishan's delicate body trembled slightly, carefully glancing at Lin Tian beside her nodded. The holy maiden has always cultivated the sword, and has never sought a Taoist couple, that Lin family male. On the contrary, was the first time that the holy maiden opened her mouth. It's just a pity that the man disappeared. Lin Tian's eyes flickered slightly as he continued. The cheerful immortal sect is good at the way of dual cultivation. Yet you tell me that your holy maiden has never had a Taoist couple. Do you take me for a little cutie? Lin Tian's voice teased with a hint of coldness. Su Zhishan couldn't help but tremble slightly as she hurriedly said. Shade San wouldn't dare. I'm speaking in all honesty. The cheerful immortal sect is actually divided into two factions. One that emphasizes dual cultivation, and one that emphasizes cultivation. The holy maiden and I happen to be the one that recultivates. The gong method practiced by the holy maiden is that on the day of adulthood, a dual cultivation with a person can turn into a phoenix. Only that the Tao couple needed is extremely special. This matter is only known to me and the sacred maiden's master, the current head of the cheerful immortal sect. Lin Tian's pupils shrunk slightly, also not expecting it to be like this. That Lin family's son, he's someone special? Is he special because of the sword? Lin Tian looked towards the heavenly sword. If so, Li Musheng threw himself into Blood Town. That would be spoiling the good deed of the holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect? Yes, except, I don't know where he's special. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, holding the heavenly sword behind his back as he looked towards the distant sky and asked, has that holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect ever sought out that Lin family's son? A trace of disgust surfaced in Su Zhishan's eyes and said, at that time, the holy maiden had wanted to go by herself to seek out the Lin family's son, but at that time, she was stopped by the sect leader on the grounds that she was preaching a sermon, so she sent Li Musheng, the son of the supreme elder, to go. After losing it, the holy maiden had impeached the sect leader, and Li Musheng only received some minor punishment because of his special status. The holy maiden has searched many times, only it has never been found. It should be. Su Zhishan was suddenly startled and knew she had said too much. Should what? Lin Tian asked. Su Zhishan sighed softly inwardly. It's not really a secret. It should be the sect leader who's in on it. Why? The sect master wants to double cultivate with the holy maiden. Lin Tian was silent for a long time and continued to ask, what realm is Li Musheng in? Su Zhanshan's eyes flashed with surprise and said, Soul Palace Triple. Lin Tian nodded, stroking the heavenly sword and asked, what do you think are my chances of winning if I were to face Li Musheng? Su Zhishan's beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Tian's back. Her heart flashed with multiple questions, but she still returned. Li Musheng is at the Soul Palace realm. Suzanne re-emphasized one side, although it was known that Jinwu was strong. But the Soul Palace realm is the Soul Palace realm. A big realm out there. How to overcome? Same realm crossing and greater realm crossing decimation. There is a difference. Lin Tian glanced at Su Zhishan and let out a light laugh. If you had just said that I could be defeated, you would already be dead. Su Zhishan was shocked, and the sliver of trust in Jinwu that he had just built up instantly dissipated. This man is insane. This man is insane. Su Zhishan mentally mumbled a few words, The vigilance towards Lin Tian reached an unprecedented level. At the same time, Su Zhashan couldn't tell if Lin Tian was a foe or a friend at all. Presumably, an enemy. After all, before, Lin Tian's words were filled with disgust towards the cheerful immortal sect. Chapter 56. I'll cross over with my sword intent. Who dares to take the chance with me? The wind was picking up. There was only the last 1,000 meters left before the dragon scroll formed by the blood spirit wind. The tornado ravaged everything in its path. The plots are destroyed. Around the dragon tornado, dozens of flying ferocious beasts continuously shrilled and charged within the storm. These ferocious beasts, there were already many that were at the peak of the 4th rank. One of them was covered in green feathers. The rock with its wings spread out like the size of a small hill already had the aura of a 5th order ferocious beast. The 5th rank was the counterpoint to the Soul Palace realm of the human race, crossing over Lin Tian by an entire large realm. At this moment, the green feathered rock kept rushing within the dragon scroll and was repelled out by the gale. The massive body was already bloodied, extremely miserable. However, despite this, he still charged towards the blood spirit wind in the middle of the dragon scroll. And, under the constant onslaught of these ferocious beasts, the light flame of the blood spirit wind gradually became dim. The tornado that formed was also much smaller. Wind spirit of heaven and earth. The temptation is too great for all living beings. Go down, Lin Tian said indifferently, his eyes glancing into the distance. There were many ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows. On top of that, there were 2 or 3 other figures. They all waited for the wind spirit's breath to drop and prepared to strike. With a thought, Su Zhashan maneuvered the recluse cloud to land. They're on guard. All of them are Su Ming's protégés, Suzanne murmured. Apparently, 4 wind spirits. Suzanne also cares. Glancing at Lin Tian beside her, Su Zhashan felt deeply pressured. At this point there was actually a retreat. In the end, it was an option to stay. Little by little, time passed. Under the constant attack of the ferocious beasts, the storm disappeared and a reddish glowing ball of light appeared within everyone's view. Roar! Newbie! In an instant, hundreds of beast roars resounded. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Everything trembled in the depths of the clouds and beneath the earth. Rumble! A hill bursts open and out springs a giant bear sleeping hidden beneath it. Deep in the layers of clouds, flying birds that covered the sky rushed towards the wind spirit. Go! Strike together! A few of the cultivators who had been waiting before also struck out together. Dao's brilliant light flame flickered up. Someone rushed towards wind spirit like a sharp arrow. Someone offered dozens of golden divine chains. Boom! Heaven and earth roared. A spiritual chi eruption that was like destroying the sky and destroying the sun instantly dispersed out from all sides. It doesn't matter if it's a ferocious beast, or a cultivator. All of them executed their own strange moves, strangling towards the wind spirit from all directions. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed and instantly a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Beside him, Su Zhashan, who was in the process of sacrificing his spirit weapon, was startled and instantly retreated. But he saw Lin Tian draw his sword. The monstrous sword intent instantly chopped out, like the great river going east, rushing for thousands of miles, sweeping across the ground, like the Milky Way flying upside down straight up to the 9 heavens, the sword cutting through the stars. In an instant, all living beings were shocked by this long river of sword intent. The terrifying sword intent astonished the living beings. It's really you. Such a terrifying sword intent. I really don't understand how you practiced it. Su Zhashan let out a bitter smile and looked at the elongated figure. It was a moment that would be remembered in her heart for a long time to come. Even though she was the sword servant of the holy maiden Mu Anxious Evening. Even though she had often seen the sword intent that Mu Xianya had executed. However, seeing Lin Tian's sword intent with her own eyes today still amazed her. Who's that? What a terrifying sword intent. This person is Wenrenjin. No, he's the Extreme Realm True Marshal. It's the first time I've seen a sword intent with such a majestic aura. At this moment, those cultivators who had made a move to snatch the wind spirit were also astonished. I'll cross over with my own sword intent. Who dares to take the chance with me? Lin Tian's voice resounded in the heavens and earth, domineering. In the midst of an unbelieving gaze, all pairs of eyes watched as that majestic long river of radiant sword intent rose up from the ground and rushed towards blood spirit wind. This long river of sword intent appeared in suppressed living beings. The silhouette stepped on the long river and sped past. Fresh! A roar from a 5th-ranked ferocious beast suddenly erupted. Above the void, claws that covered the sky grabbed towards Lin Tian. Roar! Hundreds of beast roars also erupted at the same time. Countless ferocious beasts regarded Lin Tian as their number one enemy in this instant. He's dying. Above the ground, Su Zhashan, who had already lost the intention to grab it, muttered. The beautiful eyes looked at the elongated back. Somehow a little complicated. Someone so amazing is going to die. Everyone thought it was a shame. Still, it's just a shame. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh resounded. All come to kill me. Can you kill me? A bunch of mole crickets. Several cultivators who had grabbed the wind spirit clenched their teeth when they saw this. He's crazy. Arrogant man. I'm afraid this wind spirit has no chance with us. Fate my ass. You didn't see the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts appear. They roared lowly, although they were extremely fanatical about wind spirit in their hearts. But now, go grab it again. Isn't that a death wish? The moment the 5th-ranked ferocious beast appeared, they were actually beating a retreat. And just then too, Lin Tian held his green sword and stepped on top of the long river of sword chi. Wind spirit was only the last few hundred meters away from him. In all directions, countless ferocious beasts came at him. Just what kind of a picture? Su Jiashan's beautiful eyes opened roundly and her breathing became rapid. Above the rushing river, a green-colored sword light, pointing towards the sky. Click! Thunder stormed up, and countless raging thunderbolts exploded on the man's body. The wrapped sword intent was radiant and incomparable. The greenish-blue light flame instantly transformed into thousands of sharp swords. I'll cut down all of you with my sword intent. Lin Tian roared lowly as the heavenly sword in his hand slashed diagonally. Up! That word fell. Rumble! A long river of sword chi swept to protect Lin Tian's surroundings. Instantly, Lin Tian was isolated from the other ferocious beasts. It was as if within the long river of sword intent, a world of its own was created. Only Lin Tian and Blood Rincewind in general, to form a boundary with sword energy. Hundreds of ferocious beasts hissed and rushed towards the long river of sword intent. Wow! In an instant, there were dozens of ferocious beasts that flew in blood and flesh the moment they came into contact with the long river of sword intent. The next instant, the figure appeared next to the red-lit blood spirit wind. One hand reached out and held on tight. Swish! The wind spirit let out a shrill whistle. The terrifying blade stabbed through Lin Tian's palm. Swish! The blood and flesh of Lin Tian's palms flopped around, revealing white bones. It doesn't hurt at all. Lin Tian laughed fiercely, then maneuvered the long river of sword chi to vanish into the distance. He really did it. Su Jiashan's petite body trembled lightly as she looked at the scene in front of her. A huge tremor ran through her heart. To be able to cultivate the way of the sword to such a level, perhaps it can be compared to the Holy Maiden. Her vermilion lips murmured, her eyes flashing with complexity. No, the Holy Maiden is amazingly talented. Besides Gu Changqing, who can compare? Suzanne shook her head, feeling something she had always believed in change with a bang. At this moment, the remaining 3 or 4 cultivators were also watching this scene with their mouths wide open. Newbie, the green-feathered rock chirped, its claws grasping on top of the long river of sword chi. The beast's eyes glowed with green light, and a hard tear was made. At this same time, Lin Tian's head was above his head. The even more gigantic claws of the beast grabbed on top of the long river of sword chi. A terrifying aura continuously pressed towards Lin Tian. Above ground. Roar! The giant bear that came out of the crumbling hill exploded into a roar. A single leap was thousands of meters, like a small mountain rushing towards the long river of sword intent wrapped around Lin Tian. Plus, the rest of the 4th order ferocious beasts. As if treating the blood spirit wind from before, it impacted the long river of sword intent. It came from all directions and kept pressing horizontally. Sinner! Lin Tian let out a low roar as a sword light chopped away, clipped with thunder. The Dao sword light flashed. Swish! The result of the sword's light lifted up blood and water. Only, Lin Tian was still troubled. Above the ground, Su Jiashan's expression became complicated. Although he has overwhelming strength, he still loses in the realm. Anyone with eyes can see that. Lin Tian was now casting a long river of sword chi that surrounded himself though, but he was already surrounded by ferocious beasts. A few of these ferocious beasts were even higher than Lin Tian by an entire realm. Even if Lin Tian was even more stunning, it would probably be difficult to survive. And, within the forest in the distance, the few cultivators who were watching were pretty much thinking similarly to Su Jiashan. Lin Tian would definitely die. Jiashan, I originally wanted to come here to help you fight for the wind spirit, but now it seems like it's a bit unlikely. A Huan spring-like, refreshing woman's voice came from behind Su Jiashan. It was the fake Zenmu who had been wearing a Zenmu mask. When Su Jiashan saw the visitor, her beautiful eyes lit up. Holy Maiden, vermilion bird essence blood, have you already sought it out? The fake true martial eye swept over the long river of sword chi above the sky dome and said, it has been sought, and that man is Jinwu? Su Jiashan's expression was delighted. Then her beautiful eyes also looked towards where Lin Tian was, her vermilion lips lightly opening. As expected of someone from the extreme realm, his sword Dao attainments are indeed stunning. Fake true martial was silent. He was also shocked as he sensed that aura within Lin Tian's sword intent through his mask. It's also the first time I've seen that someone who first comprehended sword intent can exert it to such an extent. Su Jiashan's eyes flashed as she lightly opened her red lips, her heart rippling. The reason why she was shocked was because she understood how much content the holy maiden had in uttering those words. Immediately, Su Zhashan slightly said with some regret, "Only, he's now 9 deaths away, so I guess he won't be able to survive." The fake Shenwu's gaze was fixed above the long river of sword chi in the dome of the sky, and he did not speak. It seemed to have acquiesced to Suzanne's statement. Chapter 57, This is the end of the world with a sword. If the holy maiden doesn't make a move to save him once, it's not bad to get the gratitude of a person of the extreme realm. Seeing that fake Shenwu didn't say anything, Su Zhashan offered to speak up. Fake Shenwu's body stiffened slightly, and he let out a bitter smile. "Zai-san, do you think that according to the strength of this Dao body of mine, it's useful to make a move?" A trace of bewilderment surfaced on Su Zhanshan's cheeks, and then she also shook her head slightly. "I almost forgot. The holy maiden only detached a Dao body of the 3rd level of Cave Void. Indeed, although this Dao body combines all the comprehensions of the main body, but the strength, in fact, couldn't compare to those 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. That would be a bit of a shame." Su Zhashan's forehead carried a hint of regret between her eyebrows. Beside him, fake Shenwu glanced at the woman beside him in surprise. "You're interested in him?" Su Zhashan's small face slightly reddened as she hurriedly explained. "The holy maiden made fun of me. I just feel a little sorry for the fall of the heavenly pride." Halfway through her words, when Su Zhashan's eyes once again glanced above Cheong Tian, her small mouth slightly opened. Swish! A sword light rose from the river of sword intent. Lin Tian, who was within the long river of sword chi, was surrounded by ferocious beasts. His eyes were calm as he stood above the long river of sword intent and sank to a standing position. Steeply, a sword pointed towards the end of the sky. "Now that I have comprehended the sword intent, and I have been raising my sword for more than a month at the end of the sky, will I be able to unravel this desperate situation if I cast it out?" he murmured. His sword light instantly majestic, vibrating within the entire heaven and earth. He even has a bottom card. At this time, not only is Su Zai-san shocked, false true martial arts is also a heart tremor. Underneath the mask, fake Shenwu's pair of bright eyes bloomed with a strange light. "But see!" Lin Tian held his sword in one hand. Buzz! A resounding sword roar resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. A sword in the sky. Boom! The terrifying green light instantly stretched across heaven and earth. The sky is covered by the sun, and it amazes the eyes of the world. The green-colored heavenly sword that stood horizontally in the void. In a flash, an endless chill erupted. Sword power like a torrent instantly poured out from above the blade, sweeping across the entire cloudy sky. It was only a matter of moments. Everyone was stunned, whether it's Su Zhashan or fake Shenwu, or, perhaps, the rest of the lurking monks. Their eyes instantly froze at the sight of this sword light. The monstrous general sword intent kept spreading out from the inside out. Lin Tian's eyes were calm. A cold killing intent mixed in with his indifference. As the aura of the sword light reached its peak, chop, boom, infinite sword intent was pushed out horizontally. Like a mountain of mountains, it erupted with an endless solemn killing intent. The air was distorting, and a sheet of layered clouds instantly receded. Roar! The ferocious beasts that were originally still surrounding Lin Tian. In an instant, dozens of 4th rank were chopped into pieces the moment they came into contact with this sword light. A huge figure burst through the air. More ferocious beasts began to flee. Even the 5th order ferocious beasts let out a wailing hiss. They were of the 5th rank, but they were still suppressed when they touched the sword skill. Feathers scattered above the massive bodies of the green feathered rock and the giant bird ferocious beast above the sky. The beast's blood spilled down like it was splashing the sky. What kind of sword skill is this? In the middle of the forest, the cultivators who had already decided that Lin Tian would surely die sighed out in astonishment, not daring to believe in general. Such a sword skill is just too appalling. Fake Shenwu murmured, and under the mask, his absolutely beautiful face revealed a smile. "I didn't expect to meet someone who can bring pressure on me above the sword path again today." Although Lin Tian's power shocked him, it caused him to develop a hint of wariness even more. Kendo was originally alone. With pressure, better. As for the side of the fake true martial, Su Zhashan's pair of beautiful eyes had already looked dumbfounded. After spending less than an hour with Lin Tian, this person was already constantly shocking her. In the meantime, the prime beast kept falling from the sky. Those few 5th-ranked ferocious beasts were also seriously injured. They were mostly broken on top of their massive bodies, like the green feathered rock. One of the beast's claws had been broken, and the injuries all over his body were extremely miserable. Newbie! With a hiss, the green feathered rock flew off into the distance. Fierce beasts have spirits. It knows that any more scrambling, although he could kill Lin Tian, he himself would definitely be seriously injured. At that time, it was normal to become the dinner of other ferocious beasts. As for the giant bird and beast hidden above the agitated sky, they also revealed their true forms. It was a mountain-sized, Vulture. This is a fifth-order fire vulture beast. The fire vulture beast's feathers had been chopped off by Lin Tian, and there were large and small sword marks all over its body. The power of this sword is a bit out of my expectation, Lin Tian murmured and looked straight up into the sky above. Looking straight at the enormous flaming beast pupils of the fire vulture beast, a sardonic smile appeared on his face. You're still not leaving. Do you think my sword isn't painful enough? Lin Tian's eyes bloomed with radiant killing intent. The entire person's aura stacked up once again, the air around them slightly distorting. Countless particles began to tremble as if they were erupting into an even more powerful sword technique. Newbie. Fear surfaced in the huge eyes of the fire vulture beast, and its huge wings stirred up a wildstorm just by flapping, as if sensing something and trying to escape. Above the sky dome, Lin Tian also stiffened. His left hand, which was holding the blood spirit wind, was already covered in blood. This time it was driven by the blood spirit wind to sway at a high frequency. No good. Above the earth, Fake Xinwu gave a shocked cry. One hand grabbed Su Jiashan and exploded backwards. Holy maiden. What's wrong? Su Jiashan didn't react and asked in a hurry. Hurry. Something even more terrifying is about to appear. With a sharp cry, the fake true martial art performed a martial art and brought Su Jiashan with him to instantly burst back 1,000 meters away. And, in the meantime, rumble. The earth began to tremble for tens of miles around. Roar. Countless ferocious beasts hissed and began to flee in all directions. Even the fire vulture beasts above the Qiongtian fled with a shrill whine. Danger! A wild sense of crisis erupted in Lin Tian's heart. This sense of crisis made his heart palpitate to the extreme. He had never felt such a terrifying pressure before. Swish! A sword chop was swung out, and a long river of sword intent leading to the sky was derived from under Lin Tian's feet. The entire person scrambled across, as fast as a meteor. In a split second, the entire fire underworld Forbidden Land began to tremble tremendously. The fear in the hearts of all living beings erupted at the same time this aura appeared. In an instant, everything began to shake. The mountains are crumbling. The rivers are breaking up. The first to bear the brunt was the earth beneath where Lin Tian was. Under the tremor, the earth and mountains shattered and countless dust spilled up. Terror from the ground actually continued to vibrate out in a burst of roaring sounds. Searing flaming lava spewed from beneath the ground. Chapter 58, Little Fish. Are you coming to kill me? Searing flaming lava spewed from beneath the ground. It swept out like a tsunami wave, spreading over 100 miles. The corrosive sound of molten lava resounded within the entire Forbidden Land like a raging storm. All the ferocious beasts or cultivators were scared silly. It was the breath that pressed across the crowd. This is the pressure from a 7th-ranked ferocious beast. Above the celestial dome, the fake true martial arts said to Su Jiashan. They flew dozens of miles at a time. However, the cracks above the earth spread faster than they could escape. How is it possible? Could it be that the fire underworld divine sculptor has revived? Su Jiashan said in a difficult tone. Her beautiful eyes rounded looking at the flaming lava rushing up behind her. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be plunged into doom. What the hell is going on? Fake Xinwu's tone was a bit sharp as he questioned. The reason why the fire underworld Forbidden Land is called this name is that there is a fire underworld divine sculptor imprisoned under the fire underworld Forbidden Land. It's just that I've never heard of the fire underworld divine sculptor reviving before. Su Jiashan said. A cold sweat seeping out of her forehead. Roar! A fierce, ferocious beast roar rose up to the sky. Fake Xinwu and Su Jiashan looked away. A huge red shadow slowly rose from within the magma, slowly pulling up as high as prime. Like a giant pillar of flame, it penetrated deep into the other side of the Qiong heaven from the ground. The red scales around his body bloomed with bright fire, and in an instant, the searing aura wildly pressed everything. It was extremely dazzling as it enveloped each and every one of them. The flaming scales were intertwined, and magma continuously flowed down from the crevices of the scales. The whole world seemed to have turned into a fire domain. A huge voice appeared within the vision of all the cultivators in the fire underworld Forbidden Land. They looked in shock at the prime fire beast, a godlike flood giant. Intense fear was born in the hearts of one and all. The fire underworld god Jiao has actually revived. Suming stood on top of the giant skeleton and muttered something full of incredulity as he looked away from the sky at the divine Jiao roaming into the clouds above. The fire underworld divine sculptor has appeared. Father really did want to do that. Su Nan murmured, a trace of coldness finally surfacing in his eyes. Husband, we will. In the future. Behind him, Han Xianxu pushed her wheelchair, and her eyes were also born with intense fear. Guilt surfaced in Su Nan's eyes, and he stroked one hand on top of Han Xianxu's plain hand. Sen Shu, I'm sorry for getting you involved in this. Han Xianxu froze slightly, and then a relieved smile appeared on her face. I'll be wherever you are. Roar! A grandiose roar resounded within the entire heaven and earth in an instant, echoing in everyone's heart. Lin Tian crossed over with a long river of sword intent while looking behind him. Suddenly, the pupils shrank. A flaming vertical pupil as big as a small two-story building was already looking at him. The face of an ogre as large as a small mountain. Flames burned on the two long, thick dragon whiskers. A long body that falls from the sky and reaches the ground. Every piece of his body was covered in fiery red scales. A serrated dorsal fin arranged longitudinally on the back. Each one was the size of a heavenly tree, glowing with a red glaze-like light. The wildly surging flame breath crushed towards Lin Tian. The first time this divine augur appeared, it noticed Lin Tian. To be precise, it was looking at the blood spirit wind in Lin Tian's hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Tian let out a low curse, and in his heart, he had almost guessed that this flame god Jiao was attracted to revive by the blood spirit wind. And this blood spirit wind was thrown by the Su family head. Everything, it's someone else's handiwork. Lin Tian's heart was flooded with intense killing intent. All the cultivators here have been counted. Get out! Lin Tian hissed and threw the blood spirit wind towards the fire underworld divine Jiao. This thing, he doesn't want it. Roar! After Lin Tian threw the blood spirit wind at the fire underworld divine sculptor, the fire underworld god Jiao steeply as a roar. The flame giant pupil violently round, opened the bloody mouth to devour the blood spirit wind. This roar instantly spread several flames. It cuts through the sky in an instant. In an instant, the entire Cheongtian was scorched by lines of fire. The clouds were scorched away. Fizzle! The blood spirit wind that was originally thrown out by Lin Tian was trembling violently. It stayed a kilometer away from the fire underworld god Jiao's large mouth, trembling violently. The next moment, it actually stopped its own trend. Towards Lin Tian, he burst back. Blood spirit wind was resisting the fire underworld divine scroll. Lin Tian, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief, instantly shrunk his pupils. This wind spirit wants to harm him. Get out! Lin Tian roared, and the ever-river sword intent rose, chopping towards the blood spirit wind. Wow! Space erupted into a wild storm. The blood spirit wind, however, turned into a raging wind that passed through the river of sword intent and once again condensed into a red light that rushed towards Lin Tian. This is trouble. Lin Tian's face was livid. He didn't expect to be counted by a wind spirit. Roar! The fire underworld god Jiao once again burst out with a roar, and the molten plasma blood chi instantly crushed towards Lin Tian in an overwhelming manner. The rolling flames poured down as if they were going to burn the entire fire underworld Forbidden Land. Finally something. Looking toward the approaching, flaming, bloody maw, Lin Tian let out a sardonic laugh. All the cells in his body were excited. Stay with me and be devoured. He grabbed Blood Rincewind, who was about to flee far away, with his eyes rounded, with one hand waving out. A long river of sword intent spread out, wrapping him tightly. I bet I don't die. He grinned jauntily, as if he didn't have an ounce of fear. For the rest, there is only madness. In the next moment, along with the blood spirit wind, it was devoured by the fire underworld divine scroll. He was devoured. In the distant sky, Su Xiaoshan and fake True Marshal were also stunned when they saw this scene. Pity, fake Makoto murmured, not knowing what to think. He was so stunning that he would die like this. Su Xiaoshan was still in shock, her red lips murmuring as if she was having a hard time accepting the situation. Fake Shenwu glanced at the woman beside him and sighed slightly in his heart. It was the blood spirit wind that killed him. This thing was taken out by your father. You should think about what your father is trying to do. Su Xiaoshan's beautiful eyes sank, and her complexion suddenly became extremely complicated. And, also just then, the fire underworld divine Jiao that had devoured Lin Tian and blood spirit wind suddenly shifted its direction. The huge pupils of the beast looked to the other side. There, a massive skeleton sat leaning against the mountain. The peak that fell from the vault of the sky stabbed into the giant skeleton's chest. The bones are looming and full of cracks. I wonder how many years it took to bring such marks to this skeleton. Buzz off. A slight halo of light floated above the skeleton. It was as if it had sensed the revival of the fire underworld divine scroll and reacted. No good. Run. Su Ming, who was recording runes while standing on the skeleton, was startled, feeling the overwhelming pressure coming from all directions. The first time he flew out from above the skeleton. My lord, help me. Deep within the skeleton, one of Su Ming's disciples screamed miserably and tried to escape. Instead, they were suddenly crushed into bloody pieces and didn't have time to escape. Buzz. The moment Su Ming fled, the originally dusty skeleton spread radiant golden light around its body. Dense runes shone. The golden light turns into skin, flesh and blood. Though illusory, it brought the giant skeleton a hint of a human figure. The huge head slowly twisted and looked towards the fire underworld divine scroll hundreds of miles away. Empty eye sockets were born and flickered with a ghostly light. Little fish, are you coming to kill me? This one voice seemed to come from eternity, and the giant skeleton began to shake. Chapter 59, Devouring the Blood Spirit Wind. Fish, are you coming to kill me? This one voice seemed to come from eternity, and the giant skeleton began to shake. Behind him, rocks rolled down and grass broke. Rumble. The mountain peak that had originally fallen from the dome of the sky and stabbed into the skeleton's chest began to break. Countless debris fell from the sky. Suming looked at this scene in fear and vanished far away. All of a sudden, the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll revived along with this unknown giant skeleton. Compared to the two, they, the cultivators of the Cave Void Realm, were like ants, the only thing to be thankful for. It looked as if this giant skeleton was an enemy with the Fire Underworld Divine Sculptor. In the meantime, inside the Fire Underworld God Xiao, Lin Tian was wrapped up in the long river of sword intent and kept going deeper and deeper. The fire god's Jiao seems to have created a world of its own. The scorching flame breath continuously eroded towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian only felt that he himself was being roasted all over. Snicker! The long river of sword intent was scorched by the searing heat and was gradually consumed. Around them, a fire. Wrapped by the river of sword intent, Lin Tian quickly fell within a piece of magma. The riotous molten magma pressed on and on. Even with the protection of the river of sword intent, Lin Tian's body was still experiencing heavy discomfort. Thunder! Lin Tian murmured out. Click! The blue thunder spread out instantly. It turned into a power grid floating beyond the long river of sword intent, isolating the molten magma. Phew! Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the sweat that was seeping out of his forehead. He felt himself still falling, though reluctant. But the aura from within the fire underworld god Jiao was crushing Lin Tian. He couldn't impede it and could only allow himself to keep falling. When the time comes, the more you drop an inch, the breath of flame from beside him became 1 point stronger. It was estimated that in the end, even the long river of thunder in sword intent would be consumed. At that time, all that was left for Lin Tian was to die. I don't know if it will work, Lin Tian murmured and extended his right hand. A small sword glowing with azure color floated in the palm of his hand. This was the third innate sword skill he had acquired. Time Sword Tire. For capturing hearts and minds. I just don't know if it's useful for the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of dangerous coldness flaring up. With a thought of his mind, the Time Sword Tire, which was glowing with specks of light, scurried out from the river of sword intent and the thunder net. Lin Tian sat down and a heart seemed to become quiet, manipulating the Time Sword Tire to swim away from the magma. Keep sailing forward. Gradually, a barrier was touched. The glimmering barrier didn't look like flesh under the firelight, and more like stone walls. As far as the eye could see, the steep, jagged stone walls were as uneven as flaming glass. Lin Tian manipulated the Time Sword Tire and slowly stabbed down. Didn't enter. Buzz. The Time Sword Tire transformed into threads of azure light and merged into it. Dissipate at any time. However, every ounce of the Time Sword Tire's energy was within Lin Tian's intent to manipulate. Along the flame-blazed divine scaly muscle, it spread upwards. Roar! A roar rang out. Lin Tian's eyes trembled as the Time Sword Tire was shocked. Discovered? Lin Tian frowned slightly, then once again manipulated the Time Sword Tire to spread upwards. This time, it didn't seem to be blocked. False alarm. Lin Tian whispered. What he doesn't know is this. Now outside, the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll had already fought with the giant skeleton. The entire heaven and earth of the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land was constantly being destroyed due to the battle between the two. All the cultivators could only watch from afar. If they were involved in the battle between these two monarchs, they would be dead. Above the jonquil sky, Zvi maneuvered the flaming great disc to keep flying away. Looking at the doomsday scene that turned the world upside down at his feet, he had come to cry without tears. I'm only in the Xin Dan realm. Extreme realm? What do you mean by asking me to participate in this kind of mission? Inappropriate son of a man. She wailed. Behind them, the great mountains crumbled into pieces one by one. The flaming lava gradually covered the entire land. Endless golden light was struck out by the skeleton giant and collided with the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll. The roar went on and on. The entire Fire Underworld Forbidden Land was undergoing heaven and earth changes. Inside the Fire Underworld god Jiao, the river of sword intent and the thunder net that Lin Tian had exerted around his body were constantly being eroded. Lin Tian was using two things at once, constantly activating his sword intent and thunder. At the same time, it manipulated the Time Sword Tire to keep spreading upwards to invade the Divine Scroll's brain. A hint of desiccation appeared on his face. Although it blocked the magma, the searing heat from the magma was unstoppable. During this period of time, Lin Tian's body was scorched all over. Most of the water vapor in the body was baked out. Not even a sliver. He murmured, but his face was calm. The more you get to these times, the more you have to calm down. 4. Impatience is useless. A clamor resounded in Lin Tian's mind. The time sword fetus finally didn't enter within the brain of the fire underworld divine scroll. Within the sea of consciousness of the fire underworld god Zhao, filaments of azure-colored energy began to converge, slowly forming a small cyan-colored sword. Lin Tian slightly twisted his neck as the thunder and magma around him touched. The blue points of light that rose up quickly dissipated like fireflies, looking magnificent and beautiful within the world of flames. Fizzle! A few slight sounds resounded. As Lin Tian gazed, it seemed like there were ferocious beasts in this world of molten lava as well. The fire underworld god Zhao's body formed a world of its own. Having other ferocious beasts wasn't too strange. One could only hope that these ferocious beasts would not attack the current Lin Tian. Click! A shuddering sound came from underneath itself. It seems to have bottomed out. Lin Tian murmured out and looked down towards his body. Still ablaze. But what was certain was that the temperature around them had reached an appalling level. The magma's rate of depletion on the thunder web and the river of sword intent was even more rapid. The only thing I can say with relief is that this speed is no longer increasing. It will take some time for the time sword tire to control it. Hopefully it will be quicker. Lin Tian murmured, his face already somewhat pale. He stretched out his right hand, and a blood-colored ball of light was buzzing and quivering. No matter what you do, you still can't escape being devoured. Lin Tian spoke indifferently, his eyes filled with coldness. Suddenly, the heavenly sword attached itself to Blood Rincewind's side. Silky sword intent wrapped Blood Rincewind tightly, preventing it from escaping. Snicker! The blood spirit wind continuously chirped and trembled, wanting to escape. Refine me! Lin Tian pointed out with one hand and his sword intent pierced into the blood spirit wind. Start devouring. Fizzle! It was as if countless small snakes were hissing. The threads of red wind intertwined into tiny little snakes that generally did not enter Lin Tian's body. In an instant, agitation rushed haphazardly within Lin Tian's limbs and bones. Press me! Lin Tian let out a low roar and began to revolve the sword heart-body refining technique. Countless sword chi appeared in Lin Tian's body like particles. The sword chi suppressed the energies of the blood spirit wind, pushing these energies into every ounce of Lin Tian's muscles to begin melting. Refining in this manner would definitely erase Blood Rincewind's own spiritual awareness. Let the blood gale become Lin Tian's own thing. All of a sudden, the blood spirit wind in front of Lin Tian resisted even more severely, constantly stirring in the encirclement formed by the long river of sword intent. Sinner! Lin Tian murmured and pointed out with a single finger. Wisps of sword intent shot out once again, controlling blood spirit wind from all sides. His eyes were subdued as he continuously seized the energy and attributes within the blood spirit wind. Chapter 60. Obviously they are both people of the extreme realm. Why is there such a huge gap? Time passes by. It is just one day. In the outside world, the fire underworld divine sculptor and the giant skeleton were fighting in full swing. Boom boom boom. A piece of the earth shattered. Ziwei and the other group of cultivators had already fled hundreds of miles away. They looked at this heaven and earth from afar, and their hearts were shaken. Zwei, Jinwu, where are you? Ziwei sent a message to Lin Tian, but never received a reply. Is it already dead? Violet frowned, her face devoid of the jumpiness it had before. Jinwu used to not reply to messages a lot, so it's normal, Zwei said resentfully, but she did not think poorly of Jinwu's situation. After all, that was how Lin Tian's character was. At the same time, two silhouettes flew in from the distance. Violet's eyes widened, instantly as if she were a foe. A glimmer of light flooded her one hand, and several pieces of talisman paper appeared in her hand. At the same time, he struck a knot and prepared to flee. Extreme Realm Violet Emperor, I won't kill you. The fake Jinwu wearing a Jinwu mask said lightly. Breezing. You think I'm a cutie? Ziwei shouted coldly, and the flame runes were born under her feet, instantly forming a large plate of formation, fleeing away as a ray of fire. Obviously they are both people of the extreme realm. Why is the gap so wide? Su Zhashan's willow brows seemed to knit, looking at this scene with some amusement. Then, looking to the fake Jinwu beside him, he asked, Holy Maiden, still chasing? Underneath the fake Jinwu mask, his eyes were calm. There's no need. Jinwu is dead. The rest of them are not a threat, he said, with a sudden lurch, looking towards the two huge figures that were fighting in the distant heaven and earth. Perhaps we were wrong from the start, and now that these two terrifying existences have revived, everything is undetermined. And how do you explain that one? False Zenmo points to a flash of green light at the place of Joan of Arc. That was formed by Lin Tian killing Su Ro before. The cultivator's perception was extremely strong. 100 miles away, everyone could see Su Ro's figure emerging from that flash of green light. Only, the figure didn't seem to be the least bit angry. Completely frozen and motionless, Su Zhanshan looked away, and her beautiful eyes also surfaced with complexity. I don't know, and the family has never spoken to me about these things. Fake Shinwu sighed softly and looked towards Su Shan and said softly, "Your Su family's family head competition is too cruel. I have checked the information. Every session of the Su family's family head competition, only one can survive at the end, and the location has always been the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land. As for those cultivators who were involved in the family head contest, they have been tight-lipped regarding what happened within the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land." Fake Shinwu said, the hint of caution in his tone growing stronger. Su Shan's face was also getting ugly. These things, she knew, only it wasn't thought of as serious at the time. She had been sent to the cheerful immortal sect since she was a child and became Mu Xiangya's sword attendant, not very familiar with family matters. Now that I look at it, there are many crises and doubts. You stay close to me, and as long as I'm around, you won't die. Fake Shinwu's tone became a bit softer. Yes, holy maiden. Su Shan first froze for a moment, then a trace of happiness appeared on her face. She didn't trust anyone, except the one in front of her. So much time has slipped by. Inside the Fire Underworld God Jiao, it is 5 days. Underneath the lava, the barrier formed by the thunder net and the river of sword intent that Lin Tian had unleashed became shallower and shallower. A white-clothed young man sitting quietly within the barrier could be faintly seen. Fizzle. Low roars from ferocious beasts kept surfacing. As early as a long time ago, within this lava, many ferocious beasts had noticed this youth. They are mostly fourth order. Despite the desire to devour, nature told them that this youth was not to be messed with. But today, all the ferocious beasts could feel that youth's aura getting weaker and weaker. Squeak. Fizzle. There was a loud popping sound. The barrier formed by the river of sword intent and the thunder net ruptured. The perfect body with its clothes scorched away was exposed to the eyes of all the molten ferocious beasts. Just, somehow, even though the youth's torso had been completely exposed within the molten lava, he still hadn't been roasted to a crisp by the molten lava. Only now these molten murderers can't wait. One by one, they wandered into the molten lava and tore towards Lin Tian. One by one, they all coveted that flesh for a long time, wanting to devour it. Hiss! A red ferocious beast that was almost a dozen meters or so, with a head that looked like a scaly dragon, but its body size was like that of a carp tore towards Lin Tian. It couldn't wait to open its bloody mouth, and its fine, blood-red sharp teeth were exposed. However, he saw that Lin Tian's eyes were calm and he gently waved his one hand. A sword light stabbed out. The murderer's body shattered and spiraled into a sheet of fire and disappeared. A trace of flame power was hidden inside Lin Tian's body. This was Heavenly Sword's second innate divine ability, Devouring. Until now, the Heavenly Sword had awakened 3 innate divine abilities. They are, Tyranny, Devouring and Universalization. Among them, Devouring was the one that gained Lin Tian the most. As long as Lin Tian killed, then he could obtain the characteristics of the person he killed. For example, by killing the Thunder Bull, Lin Tian gained the power of thunder. Previously, Lin Tian had also gained the ability to control gravity through devouring. There aren't many ferocious beasts that possess traits, but within this magma, Lin Tian could clearly detect that these ferocious beasts were all characterized by flames. With that, Lin Tian killed the first ferocious beast. The burning sensation of this lava on him was also a touch lighter. Unable to help it, a smile spread across the corners of Lin Tian's mouth. The reason he could be completely exposed to the magma was because he had refined the blood spirit wind. A shallow layer of protective wind was born outside the body. The blood spirit wind was, after all, a spirit of heaven and earth, and Lin Tian had devoured it. It's definitely a great creation. But even so, the wind layer formed by the blood spirit wind still had the day when it would be dissolved by the molten lava. The heaven and earth sword tire had already taken root within the sea of consciousness of the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll. However, if they were to say that they would make the Fire Underworld Divine Jiao completely obey Lin Tian's orders, it would still take some time. Now, Lin Tian was the one who had found a new way out. Killing, through the Heavenly Sword's devouring flame trait. As long as when he killed to a certain extent, then this piece of magma would no longer pose any threat to him. Roar! In the distance of the lava, there was a cacophony of animal roars. Previously, Lin Tian instantly killed the ferocious beasts in seconds seemed to have been noticed by them. And these ferocious beasts that originally wanted to devour Lin Tian had a slight hesitation. If you're here, why should you leave? Lin Tian laughed softly in a low voice as the heavenly sword swept. Click! Thunder mixed with fierce wind instantly swept up layers of magma waves. The entire person crushed over. Boom boom boom. Flames of blue interspersed with blood-red light bloomed in the magma world. A sword light flashed as it continuously chopped. Each chop was the death of a fourth-ranked flame ferocious beast. They are born in magma. And when they die, their bodies are broken and melted into the magma. Nowadays, there is the additional power of the blood spirit wind. Lin Tian's sword strokes slashed out, and the damage had increased by an unknown amount. Killing it was a snap. And, after every kill, the flame power generated within Lin Tian's body also became more and more majestic. Chapter 61, A New Path of Sword Intent. Reproducing the Dragon Swimming Flower. Gradually, the pressure that this magma world brought to Lin Tian was no longer so terrifying. Buzz! A sword sound rang out. The sharpness of the heavenly sword is strengthened by 10%. Lin Tian's cultivation broke through to the second level of Cave Void. Lin Tian had a feeling. That is, with every kill, the heavenly sword is absorbing energy. When this energy reached a certain level, it would allow Lin Tian to realize a leap in cultivation. As for sword Dao comprehension, it should be that every time Lin Tian made a sword strike, he was honing his sword Dao in battle. The heavenly sword's function was to make these sword Dao comprehensions more pure, turning them into memory fragments to feed back to himself. Boom boom boom. As far as the eye could see, a ferocious beast figure was completely decimated by Lin Tian. It's like the butcher entering the sheepfold. Lin Tian kept on killing. Each move drove wild winds and thunder, and rolled up layers of magma. It was a long kill. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Tian's cultivation reached the third level of Cave Void, gained 3 years of sword comprehension. The heavenly sword's toughness increased by 10%, and its sharpness increased by 20%. His strength had once again reached a new peak, and under his sword, it had already killed thousands of fourth-ranked flame-fierce beasts. One man had clearly become the overlord of this magma world. Every time he made a sword strike, Lin Tian's use of wind spirit and thunder became more profound. A single move could already instantly kill an average fourth-ranked ferocious beast. Fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, corresponding to the human race's Cave Void realm. In other words, Lin Tian's current strength could instantly kill an average beginning stage Cave Void realm. The non-stop killing caused Lin Tian's sword Dao to become even more pure. The more terrifying the power of the chopped strikes became. I have a feeling that sword intent has a realm. Lin Tian murmured and slashed out with his sword. This sword did not carry a gale or thunder. It's just a long river of faint sword intent. Only, this current move of sword intent long river, it was already much more terrifying than when Lin Tian had just comprehended sword intent. I don't have a teacher and don't know much above the realm. Lin Tian laughed lightly. There was no teacher, but he clearly perceived it. He himself had a bottleneck above his sword intent. Once that bottleneck is broken, the power of his great river sword intent would increase several times. If other sword cultivators knew Lin Tian's current state, they would definitely be shocked. Because the current Lin Tian's perceived bottleneck of sword intent, its second-grade sword intent, where the most crucial problem lay was that it had only been a short while since Lin Tian had comprehended sword intent. The higher the grade of the sword intent, the more troublesome it would only be to raise it. But in Lin Tian's case, it didn't seem to be the same thing. Plus, the average cave realm martial artist, killing up fourth-ranked ferocious beasts wouldn't be at all like what Lin Tian was doing, slaughtering them at will. Even a Cave Void high-ranked martial artist was not so exaggerated. It's not that they're not strong enough. Moreover, Lin Tian's bonus for a sword going down was really a bit scary. Thunder from the Kueyu, sword intent, and blood spirit wind. Moreover, the flame power within Lin Tian's body right now had actually become a climate. The reason why it wasn't used was because the flames weren't very effective against the magma ferocious beasts. However, if Lin Tian were to fight against a ferocious beast or martial artist with a non-flame attribute, then the power will go up a notch. Roar! A mournful beastly roar rang out. Within the molten world, hundreds of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts were constantly fleeing. Humph! Lin Tian hummed lightly, his eyes calm to the extreme. He withdrew the layer of wind that surrounded him. He was naked in contact with the searing lava. Phew! Lin Tian twisted his neck, and the magma that was originally extremely threatening, now that it touched his skin, it was like a breeze that was not a threat. He stabbed out with his sword. Wow! Thunder and wind instantly swept out, wrapped in waves of great river sword intent. The lava that swept in front of him continued to spread deeper and deeper. A vacuum was struck directly in front of Lin Tian. Rivers of red and blue swords scurried out in the midst of the fiery red world. It instantly chopped on dozens of flame ferocious beasts, setting off layers of scorching heat. You keep killing fire attribute ferocious beasts, your sword increases its outgoing damage by 10%, and you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. A buzzing sound seemed to resound in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian froze for an instant. Once again, you get a bonus to out of sword damage. It's not easy anymore. What made Lin Tian even more surprised was the 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. This time sword realization was also precious. Nowadays, Lin Tian's sword Dao had reached a kind of bottleneck. This pure comprehension of the sword Dao made his attainments above the sword Dao even more terrifying. Nowadays, a breakthrough in my sword intent grade is difficult to achieve, but it seems like there is another path to take. Lin Tian murmured, walking on the chopped out vacuum. The magma opened the way for him, like a god. His eyes were deep, and his face was disfigured though he had gone through the extreme realm. But that unmistakable aura could not be hidden. Meticulously covered, every inch of his body shimmered with brilliant light. The muscles are perfect to a fault. Lin Tian let go of the heavenly sword, this time manipulating it with his mind to instantly travel 1,000 meters. Every time the sword flashed, it cut through the magma and extinguished life. I comprehend the great river sword intent. In fact, it is only a direction of the sword intent, rolling the great river, spreading the sky and rushing for thousands of miles. The intention is to wave and surge. Its brawn is unparalleled can be when. Even the starry sky of 10,000 miles also open and close under the power of my sword intent. Lin Tian whispered, digesting the sword Dao comprehension, his mind ascending. Sword intent is a cup of water. What kind of sword intent is actually like a cup? The shape of the water depends on the cup. Lin Tian faintly murmured, walking within a piece of molten lava. His comprehension had reached an extreme point, both in length and width. It looks like a shoot that wants to break out of the ground. The ferocious beasts here are no longer enough for me to advance. Lin Tian realized that the ferocious beasts in this molten world were mostly of the 4th rank. After all, it was the body of a 7th-order fire underworld divine sculptor. Evolving these 4th-ranked ferocious beasts was already peculiar enough. If he wanted to advance further, Lin Tian would have to kill thousands to get enough. Lin Tian sat down on a plate. There was no hurry now, and one hand drew. A blood-colored gale appeared around him. Gradually, a blood-colored sphere formed, isolating the magma around Lin Tian. With a thought, several space rings appeared in Lin Tian's hands. This was Su Ro's several people's space rings. Back then, just after entering the fire underworld Forbidden Land, Lin Tian had met one of Su Ro's disciples. That person was a physical cultivator who had said that Su Ro had taken the Cloud God Pill as a reward. In that case, it was highly likely that Su Ro's few hands contained a large amount of Cloud God Pills. A hint of hope flared in Lin Tian's eyes. The mind pushed on and began to look for it. Sure enough there is. Lin Tian took out all of these people's pills at once. With a slight count, Su Ro alone had 10 Cloud God Pills. As for the remaining few, they add up to 6. This is roar. A crisp dragon roar sounded. Lin Tian's pupils stared slightly. It was a flower. This flower had once brought Lin Tian the power of a dragon at once. The dragon swims in flowers. Chapter 62, a series of visions. It was precisely from Su Ro's spatial ring. It also looks like the swimmer's flower is only slightly dried out. It should have been obtained from the fire underworld Forbidden Land. As for some other items, mostly healing elixirs, there are a couple more. But Song refining God Palm Earth grade martial skill. 1 arrow of heaven and earth. Earth grade lower grade. This is Qi Lianqing's space ring. Lin Tian frowned. Within Qi Lianqing's spatial ring, there were more than a few filthy things. There are even stumps and broken arms of women, mostly of the lower body. Useful stuff too. Lin Tian flipped over a few bottles of healing elixirs, and a few cultivation elixirs. This is. Lin Tian grasped an unimpressive gourd bottle in his hand. It was the gourd bottle that Qi Lianqing fought with that day. The pink gas exhaled from it can make a martial artist sink. It doesn't match my sword path, so I can keep it. Lin Tian was a sword cultivator. What is the need to resort to other things to kill and kill decisively with a single sword? This ghost streamer deserves some attention as well. Lin Tian looked at the small triangular flag in his hand. That was the spirit weapon used by that old woman beside Su Ro. From within this small streamer you can invoke ghostly energy. However, this ghost chi was not very harmful to Lin Tian. He only needed to cast thunder, and it would be very difficult for this ghostly chi to get close to him. Above the small streamers were densely painted countless human faces, all of which had wide open mouths. As if they were in an infernal hell, they were wailing as if they were in eternal torment. Lin Tian's thoughts probed within the small streamer. Let me go. Let me go. It hurts. Ghost woman. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Jie jie. Jie jie. Lin Tian frowned. Within this small streamer, Lin Tian saw a pool of blood which was boundless in general, constantly seething. A world of Shura. Within this pool of blood, silhouettes scurried about. All of them are the souls of the virtualization of the figure, and there are almost 10,000 or more at a slight count. For these souls, this blood pool is like a frying pan, suffering from time to time. Too weak. Lin Tian gave a disdainful cry. It was the first time he had seen the tactics of this old woman. Only the killing of tens of thousands of people and the cultivation of ghostly energy, but he could not get close to him. Such painstaking efforts to boil down ghost chi, but the power is so low and shallow. It's really a bit of a step down. Lin Tian didn't have the heart to cultivate ghost chi. He put the small streamer into his spatial ring and stopped paying attention to it. Nowadays, It was the 16 Cloud God Pills and the Dragon Swimming Flower that were the most capable of helping Lin Tian enhance his strength. Lin Tian approximately knew that although physical cultivators belonged to the category of martial artists, however, the realm division of body cultivators was not like that of martial artists. Physical cultivation looks entirely at the body's physique and strength. Something like a physical cultivator with the power of a dragon could fight against an early-stage cave realm, a force of 10. Physical cultivation is about pushing everything across the board with strength. Once again, he perceived the time sword tire that existed within the sea of consciousness of the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll. Lin Tian was inside the Fire Underworld God Zhao. The perception of time in the outside world is not clear, but it probably felt like almost 20 days had passed. After a long period of refining and erosion, the Fire Underworld God Zhao being controlled by Lin Tian wasn't that far off. It was estimated that in a few more days, the Fire Underworld God Zhao would become Lin Tian's slave. A 7th-ranked ferocious beast became his puppet. This was perhaps Lin Tian's biggest gain from coming to the Forbidden Land of Fire Underworld. This world cultivation is divided into Qi Training, Body Opening, Xian Dan, Cave Void, Soul Palace, Spirit Sea, Sea Opening, 8 Wastes, Great Power, and Void God. 7th-ranked ferocious beasts versus a standardized Sea Pioneer Realm powerhouse. The one dignity opens up the sea. In a nutshell, it is the ability to open up a large spiritual sea and create a small world. This was the reason why within the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll, a small world was born, because it is said from above the law, a strong person of the 7th rank, or the Sea Rescue Realm, can really sense space. As for the realm above, that would be too far away. However, it was certain that the previous generation of true martial artists were definitely above the Sea Pioneer realm. Otherwise, how can we go about killing the late emperor? An existence of that kind of strength would probably already be able to travel the world. This also from illustrated the terror of the extreme realm. Originally, the true martial mask landed from the sky. It was given to make Xiuji. On that day, Lin Tian and Chang Orange couldn't see the mask at all. It was only because the heavenly sword had sensed it that Lin Genius had sensed the appearance of the mask. Lin Tian was looking forward to the end of this mission. What the Pole Realm will reward. Zwei, Jinwu, are you still alive? Zwei, big brother, if you're still alive, reply. Now the Forbidden Land is going to turn over. I'm panicking inside. Within her consciousness, Ziwei continuously sent messages to Lin Tian. Only, Lin Tian had been too busy cultivating and killing to bother replying. Jinwu, I'm in seclusion right now. Don't disturb me for nothing. This message from Lin Tian had just been sent out. It was immediately answered by Violet. Zwei, Nyoa, I knew you wouldn't die. Big brother is mighty. Big brother's magic power is boundless. Lin Tian skimmed his lips. Shinobu, I said, if it's okay, don't call me Ziwei. How can it be fine? The Fire Underworld Forbidden Land is almost destroyed. Where are you in seclusion? Big brother, I came to look for you, and I haven't seen a single intact place. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. What had happened in the outside world? Why? In Violet's mouth, does it seem like it's almost destroyed? I think it's because of the Fire Underworld God Sculptor. The destructive power of a 7th-ranked ferocious beast was terrifying to think about. Jinwu, I'm in the body of the Fire Underworld Divine Sculptor. If you miss me, come in and look for me. Zwei, Jinwu, you're so funny. Violet gave a sarcastic laugh, and her original sad face instantly disappeared. It was definitely good for her that Makoto was still alive. After all, the entire Fire Underworld Forbidden Land, the only person Zwei could trust was Jinwu. Rumble. Bursts of sound continuously resounded from the sky. The earth cracked, revealing the blazing ocean of magma within. The entire Fire Underworld Forbidden Land was now truly going to become a world of molten lava. The two terrifying existences fought continuously, and every move they made could shake the entire Fire Underworld Forbidden Land. The massive pressure constantly stirred in the air, setting off waves of heat. The flames intertwined into a large, vast web that was constantly being spewed out of the mouth by the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll. Fishy, you're going to die. Countless shadows were intertwined on the giant corpse's body as it punched towards the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll. The golden light was brightly saved and gathered, and there was a rapid explosion, turning into a ray of light flames. It continuously slapped at the body of the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll. Roar! The dragon's roar continuously resounded as the layers of clouds exploded. It's like the sky is falling apart. Wounds constantly appeared on top of the Fire Underworld God Skull's huge body. A trail of blood overflowed as glazed lava, flowing down through the cracks in the scales. Feeling the fluctuations that erupted from the two terrifying existences, Ziwei, who was hundreds of miles away, stood alone on top of the fireplate watching in awe. The Fire Underworld Divine Sculptor is going to lose. If he fails, This giant corpse will presumably have no one to check him. Will he strike at us? Violet said, looking away. There were a few figures there standing on their own. Su Ming, Su Xiaoshan in fake true martial arts, and Su Nan and Han Xianshu. The appearance of the fire underworld divine Zhao and the giant corpse suddenly made the Su family's battle for the family head suddenly no longer tense. The men were each standing far away from each other, but none of them made a move against each other. Although she was Su Nan's disciple, she did not walk towards him at this time. Naturally, it's because it can't be trusted. That's the way to go. Why kill each other? Violet said with a smile. And, also just then, seek death. Su Ming roared, and his body blossomed with golden light. A vast Buddha light instantly flickered around him. The false true martial art not far away from him unexpectedly suddenly stormed up and killed towards him. Swish! In Violet's afterglow, a sword light flashed. The next moment, her eyes widened, seeing that Su Ming's head had been chopped off by the fake true martial art. I didn't expect to be hit in the face the next instant. The previous peaceful scene was completely faked. Fake Makoto had been waiting for this moment for a long time, I guess. Hey, why bother? Not far away. Watching Su Ming's head fall to the ground, sitting in his wheelchair, Sunan sighed. Above the sky, the false true martial art lifted Su Ming's head and looked toward Su Nan. When he saw that Su Nan's face was only sad, but he didn't have the slightest intention of striking out or fleeing, the expression under the mask became extraordinarily grave. And, also just then, a golden light overflowed from the already severed head of Su Ming and slowly floated towards Chongtian. With the death of Su Ro that day, in general, the golden mass of light floated next to the green mass of light generated by Su Ro. The Su Ming silhouette within the light mass was stagnant, without a trace of life. The previous step-by-step dressing is about to explode. Looking for some good reviews, hypes, and comments thanks. Chapter 63 Irresistible, Irrefutable, Irrefutable. Sunan, what the hell do you know? Standing on top of the Chongtian, Su Xiaoshan looked at Su Nan and asked. Su Nan looked toward Su Xiaoshan and shook his head slightly. Sister, do you still blame me now? Su Xiaoshan's willow brows knitted up as she faintly said. What do I blame you for? You and I have only been fighting for life and death since the beginning. Su Nan sighed softly. We, the Su family, have never had any kindred spirits, but bloodlines don't change, Su Nan said, reaching out to hold Han Xianshu's hand as she held onto the wheelchair. Shazam is my real sister. We were both born from the same mother, and Su Ming and Su Ro are my youngest mom's children. Han Xianshu's face was serene as she gently nodded. Only her eyes were filled with sadness. Fake Xinwu returned to Su Xiaoshan's side, and his gaze crossed over Ziwei, who was miles away, instantly causing Ziwei to instantly set up a formation of knotted seals. Shazam, do you want me to help you kill him? Fake True Martial asked, the tip of his sword pointing diagonally at Su Nan's body above the ground. Su Xiaoshan exhaled deeply, her chest instantly becoming a bit more surcharged, and she glanced at Su Nan with complicated eyes. Let's wait a little longer. I don't care about the position of Su family head anyway. Fake Xinwu withdrew his sword as he shook his head slightly. One of them must die between Sunan and Su Xiaoshan. This is the fate of the Su family. Can't unravel it. The Lu Du Su family was a great clan of the Great Qin Immortal Kingdom, but the choice of this family head is so otherworldly. It does seem a lot bloodier to a lot of people. Only, De Qin is still a martial artist. With the rule of law, the people are tough, so the family is also in line with the current situation. Above the ground, Sunan looked at Su Xiaoshan with some surprise floating in his eyes, and then he laughed out loud. My sister still cares for me. Cut. Su Xiaoshan spat lightly, looking at Su Nan with extreme disdain. And, inside the fire underworld divine sculptor, within the barrier formed by the blood spirit wind, Lin Tian took a dozen cloud god pills one after another. Sitting cross-legged, between his legs was the dragon swimming flower. It was the first time he had taken so many body refining pills and elixirs. Lin Tian's physical body faintly appeared slightly unstable. If it hadn't been strengthened by the sword heart body refining technique, if Lin Tian refined his body with sword chi, there was a high probability that he would explode and die today. Buzz off! Buzzing sounds constantly resounded within Lin Tian's body. The terrifying medicinal power was constantly stirring within Lin Tian's body. Wild and stormy. Boom! Lin Tian immediately revolved the sword heart body refining decree. Sword chi like a monstrous river stirred and filled his bloodline. It began to incorporate this medicinal power into Lin Tian's limbs and bones, flushing through every one of Lin Tian's orifices. The roar was long and humming. A burst of invisible power pressure spread out crazily from Lin Tian as the center. A long, blood-colored scar appeared on his skin around his body. It seemed like it was about to burst, and a head of dark hair billowed up one by one. The roots crystallized. Hiss! Lin Tian showed his teeth and a cruel smile surfaced. Previously, Taking several cloud god pills at once had already caused him more than just pain. But this time, that's what really hurt. Lin Tian's power had been scrubbed by the dragon swimming flower and the cloud god pill and had become several times stronger. However, Lin Tian's power did not increase. Physical cultivation, not only practicing strength, but also refining the body. Lin Tian's current physique was about to reach the critical mass that could take on this amount of power. Go on. Lin Tian let out a low roar. The sword chi alchemy decision is about breaking and then standing. Refining the body with sword chi was fundamentally actually causing damage to the body. Like a sword-like refining. Physique, how can you be reborn without breaking? Soon, Lin Tian's body was covered in blood. Even so, his blood aura was becoming thicker. It keeps getting more majestic and mysterious. The entire human body evolves in this moment. Buzz off. Seemingly sensing the torment that his master was going through, the heavenly sword wandered around Lin Tian's circumference, constantly buzzing. Time passes slowly. The fire underworld god sculptor's body does not distinguish between day and night. It was like another day or two had passed in a trance. Roar! A crisp dragon roar resounded around Lin Tian. The silhouettes of 4 small golden dragons surfaced behind Lin Tian. The power of the 4 dragons. Lin Tian roared lowly, his face filled with excitement. Not enough. Not enough. The remaining medicinal power of the cloud god pill in his body was almost at the end. With this cloud god pill thing, the more it was absorbed, the less effective it would be. However, the dragon swimming flower was a tangible treasure. No matter what realm you are in, just by taking it, you can give birth to the power of a dragon. 1 dragon. 100,000 pounds of enormous power. Breaking my body once has strengthened my physique quite a bit. If I continue to hone it, will I be able to carry a Soul Palace realm strike with my physical body? Lin Tian laughed maniacally. The paroxysm of pain in his body was far less than that time he devoured the Kueino essence spirit. In this way, Lin Tian was not too worried. Pressing down with one hand, the silk sword chi stirred above the dragon swimming flower. Roar! The dragon's roar instantly resounded in Lin Tian's ears. Incomparably pure energy began to be extracted by Lin Tian and entered his body. I can't believe it's you. It was also at this moment that a human voice rang in Lin Tian's ears. Lin Tian stopped cultivating and stood up. However, he saw that it was a charming woman in a red robe, who was currently looking at him with a chilling expression. It was discovered after all. Lin Tian let out a faint smile. This woman was none other than the divine soul of the fire underworld divine scroll. Lin Tian didn't know what was happening in the outside world. However, he could feel the divine soul of the fire underworld divine scroll continuously weakening. This in turn gave the time sword tire a chance to control the other side. Under the constant seizure of the time swordborn for more than 20 long days, Lin Tian could sense that the fire underworld god Jia was no longer a threat to him. Not only did you not die, but you also devoured the blood spirit wind. Not only that, but you also tried to control me, looking for death. In front of him, the woman with a beautiful face was coldly looking at Lin Tian. The disdainful and awe-inspiring eyes rhymed with frost, and the red lips quivered slightly. There was a hint of smirking sarcasm on her face. It was as if in her eyes, Lin Tian was just an ant at the cave void realm after all. Such a griffin would even try to get his hands on her and control her. Lin Tian let out a light laugh as he moved his mind and fitted white clothes appeared on his body. In his perception, the time sword tire had almost taken control of the fire underworld divine scroll now. Although, the divine soul of the fire underworld divine scroll now appeared to be hostile to him. In fact, it should be impossible to make a move. The coldness of the present was nothing more than a forced composure. On your knees, Lin Tian said indifferently, his eyes narrowing. 2 simple words seemed to carry endless pressure. Human, you seek death. The face of the fire underworld divine Jiao divine spirit instantly exploded like an ice lotus as she extended her single finger, aiming it at Lin Tian. Suddenly, rumble. The entire magma world shook as malice from with the entire world pressed horizontally towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned slightly as he moved his mind. I said, get on your knees. Lin Tian quietly looked at the fire underworld divine Jiao in front of him as if he was a god king. 4 simple words. Irresistible, irrefutable, irrefutable. Seek death. The fire underworld god Jiao divine spirit's vermilion lips trembled lightly. Even she didn't expect a district mole cricket to dare to speak to her like this. The king will kill you, she growled out in a low voice, killing intent overflowing above her delicate features. Rumble. In the magma world, a terrifying pressure instantly suppressed towards Lin Tian. Ah! With a miserable scream, terrifying sword light exploded above the delicate body of the fire underworld divine scroll. A sword tire silhouette surfaced on her body, the sword energy slashing to tear her apart. Ah! Griffin! How dare you treat this king like that? Go to hell! The fire underworld god Jiao screamed miserably. In the meantime, outside, roar! The fire underworld divine scroll raised a miserable cry from the sky. The massive body coiled above the earth and scurried toward the clouds. Battle with the giant corpse for more than 20 days. For the first time, he hissed out, "Fishy, go, die." The giant corpse glowing with golden light runes seemed to have noticed the abnormality of the fire underworld divine scroll. He swung his fist. Boom boom boom. The golden light in the sky transformed into fist seals and crashed into the sky above the body of the fire underworld divine scroll. Roar! The fire underworld god Jiao once again screamed out miserably as golden light exploded from its body, and its blood turned into magma and continuously splashed out. Same time, the physical body and divine soul were hit hard. It caused the fire underworld divine scroll to suffer to the extreme. Chapter 64, Chaotic Battle. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded. The fire underworld divine Jiao scurried towards the depths of the Cheong heaven. The huge body brushed over one of the mountain peaks, emitting a sound of gold and iron. In the midst of the forbidden land of the fire underworld, Zhong's sky was deep. The fire underworld god Jiao was perched above the sky, flames transforming into fur, and glazed blood constantly overflowing from its scales. It looked down at the giant corpse of golden light that was above the ground, stretching across the sky and the earth. Roar! Once again, the dragon roared, and the sound of the dragon's roar contained a general power to deter all beings. The body was broken and the blood that flowed down was like the sky raining down fire. Red flames flew all the way to the deep southern sky, as if fire had burned the sky. Above the earth, the burning heat instantly lessened a bit. Fishy, where are you going? To run to? The giant corpse roared lowly, and golden light flashed within its empty eye sockets. Then, it was a slow walk towards that side. He took one step at a time, and each time he stepped down, a huge deep crater formed. It was as if there was a 1,000-year-old hatred between the fire underworld divine sculptor and the giant corpse. The two are immortal. Gone? Violet watched what was happening in the distance and breathed a small sigh of relief. If the fire underworld divine sculptor continued to fight with the giant corpse, the entire fire underworld forbidden land might actually be about to collapse. She glanced away. Su Jiashan and Sunan both seemed to be pulling away. Two of them, one more dead. The whole trial should be coming to an end. Hey! Ziwei sighed softly and asked over toward Sunan. Sunan, do you want to help? She had wanted to just run away, but once he thought that he was still Sunan's protege, he asked. In the distance, Sunan waved his hand and laughed. Nothing will happen. Ziwei buddy, you'd better go and flee. Even if we add you, we can't beat the Xinwu brother. Sunan pointed at the fake Xinwu who was wearing a Xinwu mask. The opponent stood above the void, his 3-foot-long sword pointing diagonally at Sunan on the ground. With a slight sideways glance, she looked to Violet. With a slight shock in her heart, Ziwei placed one hand against her chest in a sealing formation. Off you go. Extreme Realm Violet. Fake True Marshal said indifferently, then looked at Sunan on the ground. It's too much of a downer. Violet's heart was full of joy, but her mouth was full of disbelief. He was at least a person of the Extreme Realm, but he had been so belittled. Wait until Xinwu comes. You imposter. She murmured, but then she saw fake Zenmo look over at her. Ha ha, your old man is willing to borrow Xinwu's identity. This is Xinwu's blessing. Violet smiled sarcastically, unconsciously moving much further away. Fake Zenmu froze slightly, not knowing what expression was underneath his mask. Although the Extreme Realm True Marshal in your mouth is dead, isn't it a bit of a problem for someone of the same Extreme Realm to belittle one of their own in such a manner? Violet froze. When did Xinwu die? A hint of incredulity, and a faintly detectable sadness, came to her eyes. It was clear that he had only just communicated with Xinwu himself, still looking forward to meeting up. I didn't expect to die. Nope. She had been observing the few Sunan people who hadn't left. If they don't know themselves, when did they know? It's like this. Ziwei brother. Miss, the True Marshal who came with you was devoured by the fire underworld god Jiao more than 20 days ago. Sunan said with full of apologies, as if he was a bit sorry. If brother Xinwu was still around, we might have been able to see a battle between two true martial artists, one true and one false. Su Jiashan stood in the void, and a hint of complexity also surfaced in her eyes at this time. Violet opened her mouth and barely looked back. She remembered that Xinwu had previously said that she was inside the fire underworld divine scroll. Himself thought at the time that Xinwu was joking. I didn't realize that it was true. Xinwu is actually really inside the fire underworld divine scroll. And, look at Zenmu's tone when he replied. It doesn't seem so bad. Cow. Violet wanted to give Zenith a thumbs up, glanced at the four men in the distance. She bristled, having no intention of telling them that Makoto was still alive. There is no need to reveal information about yourself when you are an enemy, not a friend. Fake Zenmu skimmed a glance at Zwei, then stopped hesitating. Just let me end this. As he spoke, The slightest hint of stern sword intent surfaced above his long sword. Wait. Su Zhashan's face was complex as she softly exited. If you are merciful, this matter will never be resolved. Su Zhashan gave a slight lurch, then glanced at Su Nan in a complex to the extreme. No more voices. Husband, she doesn't deserve you. I'm going to make a move. Above the ground. Han Xianxu coldly looked at Fake Xinwu. She reached out with one hand, several charms lingering on her body. Su Nan frowned slightly and let out a light sigh. In that case, he stroked his hands on top of his wheelchair and slowly stood up. A white man with a long and happy figure. Su Nan, you really are the most hypocritical one. Su Zhashan's willow brows furrowed as she let out a low curse. Am I hypocritical? Su Nan muttered. With one hand outstretched, the channel of flashy light surfaced in the palm of his hand. Seek death. Fake Xinwu let out a low chant, and the sword light in his hand flashed as he stabbed toward the ground Su Nan. One sword light transformed into thousands, tens of thousands. A large net was instantly formed and pounced toward Su Nan. Look out! Han Xianxu exclaimed. Su Nan waved his sleeve, and the clear light on his hand became clearer and clearer. Here, no sword intent may be used. Swish! The sound gusts actually formed a breath that was visible to the naked eye as it lunged towards those several sword lights. In the next moment, these sword lights were much less powerful all of a sudden. Hiss! A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Su Nan's mouth. Set! Han Xianxu's eyes slightly condensed, and a golden light talisman paper struck away. It collided with the sword light. In the next moment, the talisman paper annihilated and the sword light disappeared. Confucianism, the word follows the law. The fake true martial art that stood in Xiangtian instantly exclaimed in shock, his expression underneath the mask full of incredulity. Yes. Su Nan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded. Then, with a startled look, he continued, Thou, who art a million miles away. As his voice exited, a clear water-like light flame emerged and suppressed towards the fake true martial. Humph. The immortal emperor still seems to have killed too few Confucians. Fake Xinwu grunted coldly. I'll suppress it with my sword Dao. Wow. He stabbed out with his sword, and a sword light filled with a solemn killing intent stabbed out from above the Qiangtian. Wow! The sword light transformed into thousands of raindrops that shimmered. The solemn killing intent among them was palpable. Boom! The sword light descended to resist the clear light. Hiss! Su Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed a single finger in the void and continued. Here, no sword power may be used. This place, sword cultivators stay away. I have the great Tao Confucian light to protect me. All of a sudden, the 10,000 sword lights were once again weakened quite a bit. A green light surfaced on Su Nan's body, forming a light shield in an instant and resisting these sword lights, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Su Nan's mouth. Sunan! A dainty voice came out as Su Zhashan killed towards Su Nan with her sword. Your opponent is me. Han Xianxu surrounded her body with talismans and killed with Su Zhashan. Far away in the sky, Violet watched the scene in shock. It was only now that she realized. It turns out that he really is the weakest one. Chapter 65, The Last Man. The flow of time within the forbidden land of Fire Underworld was different from the outside world. A month within the Fire Underworld forbidden land was only a day in the outside world. That is to say, this lasted a month. Su family head of the election. In the outside world is actually only a day. In the meantime, above a sea of immortals, an immortal boat crossed the sky like a stream of light. At the bow of the ship, Li Bai sat on top of the gangplank with his legs hanging down. Looking down from above the immortal boat was a blue-colored ocean. Behind Li Bai, the head of the cheerful immortal sect, Yu Chongqing, as well as several elders stood respectfully. They were anxious in their minds. Now all the people of the Huanqian sect on top of this immortal boat are being held hostage by Li Bai alone. The reason is Lin Tian. A junior that they had ignored would actually be Li Bai's disciple. Now Lin Tian was being held by them within Blood Town. Whether they live or die, they don't know. If Lin Tian died, then wouldn't their cheerful immortal sect be in danger? Sword God Li, I wonder when you'll take Lin Tian as your disciple. Yu Chongqing waited for a long time, and at this time made a bow and asked. Li Bai lightly skinned Yu Chongqing, his eyes narrowing. What's it to you? This. Yu Chongqing's few people looked at each other with a cold color hidden in their eyes. Only, they were in front of Li Bai, not an enemy after all. All of them together, they probably couldn't beat it. Li Bai had once fallen off the realm, and today's realm was only Pioneer Sea. But everyone knew that even the Sea Rescue realm had strengths and weaknesses. Li Bai's strongest was the way of the sword. Senior Sword God, long time no see. A soft manly voice sounded from the sky. The crowd lurched and looked toward the spot. The clouds broke, and 10,000 divine lights pushed across from over the sea horizon, like a great sun. In the next instant, a man dressed in purple appeared on top of the immortal boat. There was a smile on his face, and his eyes inadvertently swept over Evergreen's body. king of Jinshan. This person was none other than the Lu Dusu family's family head, Su Wushu. Yu Changqing as well as the elders of the Huanxian sect bowed to the visitor. Gentlemen, what's going on? Su Wushu's eyes were deep as he looked at the prohibition on Yu Changqing's body. That was the sword god chain that Li Baiyi had performed. Yu Changqing let out a bitter smile as his gaze was directed. That is, it is the Jinshan king Su Wushu who came and still didn't pay any attention to Li Baiyi. Sect Master Yu, how did you guys mess with Senior Li? Yu Changqing smiled bitterly and then revealed the matter about Lin Tian. After a long time, Su Wushu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that Junior called Lin Tian to be favored by Senior Li. Li Baiyi lightly glanced at Su Wushu and gave a light hum. His eyes looked away, and a hint of sarcasm emerged from the corner of his mouth. It seems like this place is not far from the fire underworld Forbidden Land. And your Su family is choosing a family head again? Yes. Su Wushu nodded with calm eyes. Li Baiyi's eyes narrowed as he shot another glance at Su Wuji without speaking. Elder Li, my eldest daughter, Shazan, is the sword attendant of the holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect, Mua Nuan, so can Elder remove this sword god chain for my sake? As Su Wushu spoke, a joyful color appeared on Yu Changqing's face. Li Baiyi frowned and jumped down from the gangplank. Looking towards Su Wushu, he said indifferently, a bunch of mess in your own house and you're meddling in mine? Nothing dare. Su Wushu hurriedly made a bow, very respectful. Someone sent you? Li Baiyi asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. No. Su Wushu shook his head, his eyes looking towards the sky as he continued. They have nothing to do with me. I'm only here for the sake of an sect leader Yu. Li Baiyi nodded and said with a light smile. Then get lost. Su Wushu gave a start and then frowned. In the entire Great Qin Immortal Kingdom, very few people spoke to him like this. A hint of anger surfaced in his eyes for the first time, but it was quickly hidden. Then, looking at Yu Changqing, he said, Sect leader Yu, I can't sort of help you in this matter. Yu Changqing let out a bitter smile and could only nod his head. Afterwards, Su Wuji's figure dissipated. And, also just then, Li Baiyi looked toward the sky. A few of the sensed there were no weaker than his. As soon as he left the mountain, someone followed him. Li Baiyi, after all, was an extremely special name in the Great Qin Immortal Kingdom. His eyes narrowed, and the slightest hint of coldness surfaced in his eyes. They all think I'm too old to kill people. He spoke to himself, instantly causing several people from the cheerful immortal sect to look at each other in disbelief, all seeing the horror in each other's eyes. The immortal boat passed in an instant. Su Wuji, dressed in purple, stood at the edge of the sky, his eyes turning from calm to violent. His face turned red, and a vein rippled on his neck. Soon, calm was restored. His eyes were deep and he was once again far away, all the way to the top of the fire underworld Forbidden Land. Mingle and Zoe are dead, Su Wuji murmured. There was no sadness in his eyes, but only indifference. It's as if this situation was expected from the beginning. The fire underworld god Jiao is now greatly injured, so I can go in. In his eyes, the things within the fire underworld Forbidden Land were changing at a speed of 30 times. Su Nan fought the man with the extreme realm true martial mask. Step by step, fake real Takeshi pushed fake real Takeshi back. Su Zhanshan and Han Xianshu fought each other and also gradually fell into a disadvantage. Within the Forbidden Land of fire underworld, Su Nan's body was dyed in blood. It looked woeful, but it was able to force fake Shenwu back every time. Su Nan, I underestimated you. Fake Shenwu flew from the sky and swung his sword for a moment. Wow! The endless rain of swords arrived instantly with a terrifying sharpness. It blasted at Su Nan's body. Only, there was a light shield in front of Su Nan that absorbed these sword rains. You've been cut down by my sword intent and momentum, and you can have such strength with every swing of the sword, worthy of being the second most powerful heavenly pride on the green sword ranking. Su Nan admires it. Fake Shenwu choked, and the color of his eyes under the mask became even colder. With a wave of her one hand, the true martial mask clasped to her face instantly shattered. It was a delicate and stunningly beautiful face. It was none other than the holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect, Mu Anxious Evening. To be precise, it should be a Dao body of Mu Shangye. Su Nan has met the holy maiden. Su Nan made a slight bow and said with a respectful expression, I had previously heard that the Su family's son, Su Nan, was just a wastrel, but now that I've seen him, I'm amazed. Mu Shenwei's vermilion lips lightly opened, but the coldness in her eyes became more and more obvious. Holy maiden. Su Zhashan's sword cut through Han Xianshu to come to Mu Shangyan's side. Mu Shangye gave Su Zhashan a reassuring light smile. Then, looking towards Su Nan, he said, I still have one last sword, and with this sword, I will definitely kill you. Su Nan believes. Su Nan smiled faintly, then looked at Su Zhashan and said, I have a piece of my sister's soul in my hand. Mu Xingyan's willow brows furrowed as she said in a cold voice, What do you mean? Suddenly, her beautiful eyes opened roundly and her body erupted with killing intent. You seek death. Beside her, Su Jiashan's entire body stuttered, her eyes lax and her body went limp. And there was an additional shadow in Su Nan's hand. I crushed one of my sister's souls. He clenched his fists gently. Brother! A mournful woman's scream rang out. This shadow was instantly crushed by Su Nan. The author overestimates himself. I'll be sure to add more tomorrow. Chapter 66, You're good. Mu Xiangye wrapped her arms around Su Jiashan, who had gone limp beside her. The absolutely beautiful face was filled with incredulity and pathos. Shazam! She stood in the void, her shoulders constantly shrugging as a hint of vapor rose in her beautiful eyes. A red light surfaced between the foreheads of Su Jiashan's jade-white light masses. Mu Xianjian reached out her plain hand to grab it, but she actually grabbed it in vain. The mass of light rose and eventually met up with the mass of light formed by Su Ro and Su Ming. Would you believe me if I said I had no choice? Above the ground, Su Nan said in a calm tone. He looked weak, and there was not a hint of joy in his eyes. There was just a faint sadness. You seek death. Above the sky, Mu Xiangye said with her silver teeth clenched. Her hair flew, her sleeves fluttered, and her face was as stained by ice flames. The slightest killing intent under her eyes gradually erupted out. All of a sudden, Han Xianxu was like an enemy, vigilantly looking at Mu Xiangye, who was about to explode. It's nice for my sister to have a friend like you, Su Nan said indifferently, stretching out his right hand. The sword of points above the void. The clear light in the depths was like flowing water. However, the holy maiden is only a Dao body after all, so what threat can she pose to me? As Su Nan spoke, a line formed. Now I'm giving up my flesh and blood. Sad, sad, sad. This line of words was formed for just a split second before it transformed into a chain heading towards Mu Xiangye. You killed your own sister with your own hands and you call yourself sad? Hypocritical to the core. Su Nan, no one can save you today. Thick hatred surfaced in Mu Xiangye's eyes as a sword light chopped out. Only, the next moment, the sword light became sheepish. This is the text of the heart's blood. The more genuine the feeling, the more powerful it is. All that I write is what is in my own heart. Su Nan said, a line of tears flowing from his eyes. The chains formed by the words gradually trapped Mu Xiangye. He stretched out one hand and a white light emerged from his forehead. The whole person vanished into the air. In the next moment, those three light clusters also flew towards him as if they had been summoned. Slowly, it came close to Su Nan in midair, turned into one, and Su Nan's aura grew deeper and deeper. Shazam! Mu Xiangye was trapped by the chains and struggled to death, but she was powerless. In her arms, Su Jiashan's body no longer had a trace of life in this moment. Truly away from her, sadness, hatred, as well as helplessness surrounded Mu Xiangye's heart. Two lines of tears flowed down and dripped onto the face of the woman in his arms. Su Nan, you did a great job. A calm voice resounded from heaven and earth. In the depths of the Qiong heaven, the figure of Su Wushu appeared at an unknown time. He had a smile on his face as he crossed over from the depths of the other side. It kept crossing over, staying beside Su Nan. Su Wushu's eyes were deep, and his face carried a hint of a smile as he surveyed Su Nan. It's also hard on you, child. 20 years of hiding your clumsiness, but today it's this stunning. Su Nan's eyes were calm as he bowed to Su Wushu. It seems the child has lived up to his father's hopes. I'm satisfied. Su Wuji nodded, his eyes sweeping over the trapped Mu Xiangye and Ziwei who was hiding behind a mountain. I didn't expect it to be Her Highness, the holy daughter of the cheerful immortal sect, as well as a person from the extreme realm. My Su family's battle for the head of the family this time seems to be very exciting. Mu Xianjian coldly looked at Su Wuji without saying anything. Instead, dozens of miles away, Violet saw that she had been discovered and instantly moved far away. Ziwei, Jinwu. The Su family is all dead except for Su Nan. And now Su Wushu, the head of the Su family, is here. She hurriedly sent a message to Lin Tian. As she ran, Violet turned back. Then, a startled look. However, he saw that Su Wushu grabbed Su Nan's head with one hand. Su Nan's face was horrified as he struggled and screamed miserably. Taking over, Violet looked stunned. She could probably guess what Su Wushu was doing, but she couldn't figure it out. What the hell is the Su family doing in the battle for the head of the family? Must flee. Violet growled out low. This might be a secret of the people of the Su family, which she now knew. Then it will definitely be killed by Su Wucai. In the meantime, the fire underworld god Jiao had already burrowed into the ground. It had been born in the underground world, and now its soul and flesh were under double attack. At this point, in order to avoid the giant corpse's attack, one could only flee. And the moment the fire underworld divine scroll entered the underground, the giant corpse that was still attacking continuously stopped all of its movements at once. It just stood there, frozen, straddling heaven and earth. Inside the fire underworld god Xiao, Lin Tian was slightly surprised when he received Ziwei's message. Thief, how dare you? Ah! In front of Lin Tian, the divine soul of the fire underworld god Xiao hissed continuously. The entire stunningly beautiful face became hideous. Her delicate body trembled continuously, her silver teeth clenching to resist the cuts from within her divine soul. This was the role of the time sword tire, slowly eroding the souls of others. By the time the man realized it, the time sword tire had taken root. If you resist, it's worse than death. A cruel smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. He walked over to the fire underworld god Xiao divine soul's body and stretched out his fingers against the other party's snow-white jaw. Your will rather amazes me. Under Lin Tian's control, the sword chi from the time sword tire was continuously cutting up and down the divine soul. That's the pain of the soul. It was many times more painful than Lin Tian devouring the Kueino essence spirit. But even so, this fire underworld divine scroll remained unyielding. Thief, how dare you slight this king? The fire underworld god Xiao roared lowly, its eyes filled with killing intent. Her delicate body trembled as sweat continued to overflow, even as clear tears slid down her face. It looked churlish and sad, but the killing intent in his eyes was chilling. This is the embodiment of the pain of the soul of God. Roar! In the underground magma world, the enormous body of the fire underworld divine Xiao struggled continuously. It caused the entire fire underworld forbidden land to tremble. I'm a thief? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and killing intent surfaced in his eyes as well. Ah! The woman in front of her screamed again. The time sword tire stabbed out sword chi even more viciously under Lin Tian's control. Since it refuses to submit, then destruction is the way to go, Lin Tian said and turned around. He wasn't going to hold back this time. Behind him, the divine soul of the fire underworld divine scroll collapsed to the ground, its delicate body constantly twisting. Thief, thief, she hissed as the slightest crack appeared in her divine soul body. Ah, kill this king still will not yield. Thief, I won't let you go. Thief, son. Time passes slowly. Countless cracks appeared on the fire underworld divine scroll's divine soul. She lay dying on the ground, her eyes as haggard as the color of brimming water, slowly shedding 2 lines of tears. The king submits. Spare me. I don't want to die, she sobbed, her hair sticking to her face, already on the verge of breaking. Until now, her condescension disappeared, only the last vestiges of her desire to survive. Lin Tian turned around and crouched down, caressing the face of the divine soul of the fire underworld god Xiao. A hint of a smile emerged in his eyes. You're good. Chapter 67, The Truth. Honestly, if the fire underworld divine sculptor directly submitted, Lin Tian would be a bit more satisfied though, but the heart more or less despises it. A will such as this one was quite satisfactory to Lin Tian. With a thought, he manipulated the time sword tire to stop tormenting the fire underworld divine scroll. Silky sword chi traveled within the divine soul of the fire underworld divine scroll, but this time it was like a needle and thread that began to sew. Visible to the naked eye, the cracks above the fire underworld god Xiao's divine soul began to disappear. On the original despairing face, there was actually an extra trace of dullness. What kind of martial art is this? She murmured softly with her vermilion lips and stood up with difficulty. Her long black hair was draped casually over her shoulders. Long and icy calves were hidden under the red robe. Born with a pair of red pupils like glazed emeralds, that condescension in his bones remains. Even now that he has submitted, Lin Tian still carries a few moments of clear coldness. There was an air of refusal and indifference. Of course, there was also a hint of murderous intent that was superbly concealed. You still want to kill me so badly in your heart, Lin Tian murmured, no coldness on his face. The time sword tire controls the divine soul, and at this time, what kind of thoughts the fire underworld divine Xiao had about him Lin Tian knew very well. The fire underworld divine scroll froze slightly, her vermilion lips trembling lightly as her eyes filled with complexity. What you have done to this king today, this king will not forget. The fire underworld god Xiao raised its lofty head, its voice cold. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as they overflowed with a hint of danger. A trace of fear instantly surfaced on the fire underworld divine scroll's complexion. The pain from before was clearly fresh in my mind. You devoured me and you won't let me have my revenge? Lin Tian laughed lightly as the time sword tire once again spilled out a trace of sword chi and began to cut. Hiss! Fear flooded across the fire underworld divine scroll's face, and her white, rounded legs couldn't help but start trembling. On your knees, Lin Tian coldly opened his mouth. A hint of killing intent flared up in the eyes of the fire underworld divine scroll, a feeling of humiliation as if she had been defiled. It's just that the thought of that previous ordeal. She slowly knelt down, her high and proud head lowered at this moment. That's the way to be good. Lin Tian laughed lightly. Since you're my servant, my name is Lin Tian. And you'll be called Lin Hong from now on. After Lin Tian finished speaking, the corner of the fire underworld god Zhao's mouth involuntarily skimmed. I have a name. And it's Amazing Cultivation. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, then nodded. I'm going out. Lin Tian said indifferently. He had wanted to continue cultivating within this magma world, but now it seemed that there was no chance. From Ziwei's mouth, he learned that the battle for the head of the Su family had now reached its end. There would be no point in continuing to stay in this fire underworld forbidden land. On. Amazingly fascinating and hard to exit. As if it took all his strength to say those 2 words. Shameful to the extreme. Just call me Lin Tian. Get up. Amazing Cultivation was stunned and stood up a little unnaturally. Lin Tian, now that Su Jellyfish has come out, I am afraid it is not good for us to go out like this. A trace of fear surfaced in Amazing Cultivation's eyes and said, Who is Su Jellyfish? Lin Tian frowned. He only knew from Ziwei's mouth that Su Wushu, the head of the Su family, had appeared, but he hadn't heard of someone named Su Jellyfish. Su Sting. A cold hint of present hatred surfaced in the eyes of Amazing Cultivation. Su Jellyfish is the current Su family's family head. Su Wushu, or rather, Su Jellyfish is the Su family's oldest ancestor. Lin Tian was stunned and just looked at Amazing Cultivation. Su Jellyfish was only an ordinary cultivator 1,000 years ago, but he found a secret method in a secret realm. That is to let one's own flesh and bones learn that secret technique from a young age, up to 4 flesh and bones, until the time is ripe to infuse the spirit energy formed by these several flesh and bones cultivating the technique into one of them. Amazing Cultivation said, the hatred in his eyes becoming more and more obvious. In the end, Su Jellyfish will then seize the last person, and his cultivation can be inherited from the main body, and the talents of those children can be continuously stacked, from generation to generation, constantly strengthening, or for 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, Su Jellyfish will become the most gifted person in the entire immortal kingdom, and is expected to impact the supreme realm. The amazing cultivator kept talking, and as hatred surfaced in his eyes, there was also a hint of sadness. Lin Tian looked at the other party's expression and was silent for a long time. You're also the flesh and blood of Su Sting, aren't you? Amazingly fascinating. He didn't say anything. Ha ha. Lin Tian laughed a few times in a low voice, causing Amazing Cultivation to furrow his brows. It's been a long time, Lin Tian said. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so perverted. I really like this world. He couldn't help but let out a sardonic laugh as a hint of madness erupted in his eyes. You. Amazing Goldmine was speechless for a split second, unconsciously moving away from Lin Tian. Although this person's realm was lower than hers, but now it is in the hands of her life and death. Lin Tian laughed lowly and was suddenly struck by surprise. A shake of the head followed. His eyes became clear. Then he looked at the Amazing Cultivation beside him, was about to say something. However, he saw Amazing Cultivation's expression become tense. What's wrong? Su Sting is calling me. A drop of sweat seeped out of Amazing Beauty's delicate face, and the fear in her eyes became more and more obvious. In the meantime, outside, Su Nan stood quietly above the void. He looked towards the ground. A hint of coldness surfaced at the corner of his mouth, and a single hand reached out with the light of the Tao overflowing. Rumble! The ground began to shake as a hissing roar from the fire underworld divine scroll came out. Beside Su Nan, the eyes of Su Wushu, the head of the Su family, had become lax, as if it were a walking corpse. With a thought, Su Nan collected this corpse within his storage space, above the ground. Han Xianshu saw this scene. No hissing, no fear. Her petite body trembled lightly. Her eyes were red, and she kept sobbing as bean-sized tears slipped from her eyes. It was as if he had already known about this scene. His own beloved Taoist was dying a long time ago. In the distance, Mu Xiangye suddenly felt a sense of relief in her body. The original shackles from Su Nan lost their effect. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked incredulously at the Su Nan at this moment, and then narrowed. Su family master Su Wushu, you let your own children kill each other, and at the end of the day, you took away the last survivor. You have a cruel heart. Aren't you afraid I'm going to spill the beans on this? Su Wushu looked at Mu Xuanyan, a trace of indifference surfacing in his eyes. I'll just kill all the people here. Won't I? Mu Xiangye gave a cold laugh. This is only one of my Tao bodies. Once the Tao body dies, my main body will know what happened here. Su Wushu was stunned for a moment, then laughed out softly. Then wouldn't it be fine if I imprison this Tao body of yours forever? Mu Xiangye's face stiffened as he tightly hugged the woman's corpse in his arms and fled towards deep space. Although the Holy Maiden is a celestial pride, what is here is just a Tao body. Su Wushu said indifferently, and a silk thread sprang out from his hand. Hundreds and thousands of silk threads transformed into a great net of heaven and earth, fastening the fleeing Muo late in deep space. At the same time, his eyes looked away. The sight seemed to travel 100 miles. Reaching over with one hand, the space became creased. With Su Wushu as the center, all the scenery began to change. The mountains folded and the earth shrank. A figure 100 miles away kept approaching him. Asshole, you cheated, Violet exclaimed in fear. Chapter 68, The Adversary. Violet didn't even run away that fast. The entire person's body exploded back in the sky uncontrollably. Polar Realm, you've harmed me, she kept growling out, sending messages to Jinwoo. Zwei, big brother, I'm dying. You'd better not save me. You're no match for him. Zwei, Jinwoo, it was a pleasure working with you. In the next moment, Ziwei's neck was pinched in Su Wuji's hand. Little friend of the extreme realm, I once fought with the previous generation of Ziwei, and seeing you again today complicates my heart. Su Nan, to be precise, should be Su Wushu. At this moment, he spoke faintly, his eyes filled with indifference as he looked at Ziwei. Ha ha, senior, it's fate. If you let me go, I won't say anything about today's matter, Violet said with a sarcastic smile, but under her hands she was pinching knots. Little friend, you are only at the Xiandan realm. How can you pose a threat to me? Su Wushu said indifferently, not caring at all about the small tactics that Ziwei had played. Violet froze, then despair surfaced in her eyes. What Su Wushu said made quite a bit of sense. It didn't seem like there was much use in her struggling at all right now. To be able to be lowered to the purple-violet mask, my little friend should be a member of the Imperial clan. I wonder which one. Maybe Su even knows you. Su Wushu didn't kill Ziwei in the first place, but instead asked about Ziwei's identity. Violet's eyes flickered. Then she said with a disdainful light laugh, I am the 7th prince of the current immortal kingdom. Zhao, if you kill me, father will definitely find out about you. Su Wushu frowned, then let out a light laugh. So it's His Royal Highness the 7th prince. This king remembers well that His Royal Highness had demanded a fire underworld divine Zhao from this king. Does the prince still remember? Violet's brows furrowed, and her eyes glittered with incredulity. Then she smiled faintly. Su Wushu, the matters of your family this prince does not worry about. This divine augur this prince also do not want. You and let go of me first. When Zwei finished, Su Wuji laughed. That kind of laugh was like seeing something ridiculous. You swindled me? Violet let out a low curse. What do you say? Su Wushu smiled faintly. Immortal emperors have many imperial sons. Killing one should not be a big deal. Su Wuji murmured as if he was giving and taking. Senior Jin Shan Wang, you don't know. I've always worshipped you. Ah, and my love for you. My fists and my heart. Heaven and earth can tell. Senior, there's no benefit for you to kill me. Violet kept shouting. An extra trace of annoyance appeared in Su Wushu's eyes, and his killing intent intensified. Violet didn't dare say anything. And, also just then, roar! A dragon's roar came out of the ground. Above the ground, the earth cracked and magma boiled. A large flaming dragon head sprang out. The bloody mouth aimed at Su Wuji and bit straight down. Fish, I haven't seen you in years, and this is how you welcome me? Su Wushu said indifferently, one hand outstretched. The mountains shifted and the earth tumbled. Above the dome of the sky, a mountain peak fell down, piercing through the layers of clouds. Rumble! A horrible, terrifying aura from the underworld pressed down. It was imprisoned like a cage on top of the fire underworld divine sculptor's huge dragon body. Mu Shangyan above the sky or Han Xianshu above the ground were all terrified to the extreme when they saw the scene. Violet watched the scene in shock, breathing heavily. What kind of tactics are you? You? Su Wushu skimmed Ziwei and said faintly. I refined the entire fire underworld Forbidden Land. Su Wushu said indifferently, suddenly struck with a smile. Look, I'm going to tell you about this one too. Violet blushed and hastily shook her head. I'm deaf. I can't hear you. Roar! Imprisoned by the mountains. The fire underworld divine scroll roared out in anger. The figure of Su Nan was reflected above the huge beast pupil, but with a hint of humanized hatred. Boom boom boom. Flames continuously burst out from the body of the fire underworld god Zhao. It was poured on top of the mountain peak that imprisoned the body of the fire underworld divine scroll. The mountains stabbing down from above the cloudy sky appeared to collapse. The flames on the fire underworld god Zhao's body were round as one, and its scales were like crystal clear red gems. Between the dragon's breaths, the air currents in the circumference of several kilometers trembled and continuously burned. Golem! Within the huge dragon's mouth, it seemed as if magma was rolling over. If it splashed out, it would be as powerful as destroying the sky and the earth. Little fish, your breath is low nowadays. You're not my opponent anymore, Su Wushu said, a hint of teasing surfacing in his eyes. He reached out with one hand. Boom boom boom. Tens of kilometers apart, deep space above, dozens more peaks sprang out from between the clouds. An aura of suppression was vast. The large fire underworld Forbidden Land was roaring and trembling. The earth cracked and the heavenly river broke. It was a scene of general destruction. The swarm of mountains suppressed above the body of the fire underworld divine scroll. Roar! The dragon's roar gurgled, full of resignation. Little fish, you're almost 600 years old now, and the essence spirit in your body is enough for me to break through to the sea pioneer realm. Su Wushu said indifferently, a hint of joy surfacing in his eyes. The fire underworld divine Jiao was a 7th-ranked ferocious beast that was originally aligned with the human race's sea pioneer realm. However, at this time, the fire underworld divine scroll was seriously injured. Plus this side of the world was refined by Su Wushu. It's what led to Su Wushu being able to defeat it. Seeing this scene, Ziwei's heart was instantly sad and cold. Su Wushu refined the entire fire underworld Forbidden Land. This world is his spiritual vessel. It wasn't the sea pioneer realm, but it was able to exert the strength of the sea pioneer realm. She might actually die here. Extreme realm, inappropriate son. Ziwei's heart was grieving, and she hated the extreme realm at this time. She had taken on a total of 3 missions in the polar realm. For the first time, he was taken flying by the Green Emperor. For the second time, he was taken flying by Jinwu. For the third time, using Xian Dan against Pai Hai, Jinwu is useless too. Thinking about this, Violet's heart grew sadder and sadder. She looked towards the fire underworld divine scroll trapped within the mountains and was slightly stunned. It was as if Jinwu was inside the fire underworld divine scroll. It seems even more hopeless, and the sky was pretty much in the same mood as Muora. She would be ready to put Su Jiashan's corpse within her spatial ring, but it was found that it could not be collected at all. Normally, space rings only repel living beings. However, Su Jiashan is clearly dead. Mu Aoyao's beautiful eyes flickered, not knowing what she was thinking, and that's when it happened. Father! Su Nan's voice sounded in the sky. The voice was flat, as if it came from all directions, and suddenly resounded in the ears of the crowd. A strange power surfaced. The entire fire underworld Forbidden Land was surrounded by a faint clear light, like a fresh breeze over the hearts of all. Husband! Above the ground, Han Xianxu fell to her knees, already weeping tears. Xianxu, don't cry. A shadow appeared beside Han Xianxu. He gave a white voice, like a soft scholar. The tenderness in his eyes seemed to flow like spring water. I'll always be there for you from now on, Su Nan said, stroking Han Xianxu's face. Good. Han Xianxu nodded. The sadness in her eyes lessened. Instead, Su Nan's silhouette was looking towards the sky frowning at itself. Su Nan, you're not dead? Su Wushu asked coldly. Father, I am dead. Su Nan shook his head, then pointed toward the sky. This silhouette is my Ru Dao incarnation. In the sky, Su Wuji's frown tightened. This was followed by a wave of one hand. A white light stabbed toward Su Nan's silhouette. Su Nan's eyes were calm, and he just said lightly, here, no one can hurt me. Wow! The white light instantly dissipated. At the same time, Su Wushu's heart fluttered with a start. This is the backlash of Confucianism's words. Now it acted on Su Nan's body. Rebel son! He stormed out, his veins flaring. Chapter 69, Sunan, ask father to leave the earth. Su Nan let out a light laugh, his eyes looking toward the Ziwei carried in Su Wushu's hands as he faintly said, Zwei, retreat 10 miles away. Asshole. Feeling the trembling in his heart, Su Wushu let out a low roar. Big hands cupped Zwei and flung him toward the ground. Ah! Ziwei screamed in fear, but the next moment was when she appeared on top of a tree trunk 10 miles away. She let out a cry of surprise, and then looked at Su Nan, who was 10 miles away, in a daze, and let out a loud cry of praise. Wonderful! To be able to break the game by such means alone. Everyone has underestimated you. She couldn't stop the praise in her mind. Adverse son, what the hell are you doing? Su Wushu roared angrily as his aura exploded. Su Nan bowed slightly to Su Wushu. Su Nan read 10,000 volumes of books, and should have promoted Confucianism and Taoism, but if you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world? As a Confucian, I can do no more good. Su Nan, ask father to leave the earth. He was plain looking, but his eyes were clear. This moment was filled with righteousness, breaking the game in death. Afterward, Su Nan looked toward Mu anxious evening above the void. To be precise, it was Su Jiashan that Mu Xiangye was holding in her arms. Mu Xiangye looked at Su Nan in a dazed, lips slightly opened. She had only heard Su Jiashan say that she had a hypocritical older brother who only knew how to read books. Su Nan's name had not appeared among the Immortal Kingdom's heavenly pride either. However, today, Su Nan had completely and utterly shocked her, wrestling the Pioneer Sea with the Cave Void Realm. This is, like, never before in history. Today, it was evolving in front of her. Sun Shu, he murmured. Han Xianxu took out a talisman, and on it actually floated one of Su Jiashan's souls. My sister Su Jiashan was resurrected here, he murmured. Wow, The one soul and one spirit in Han Xianxu's hand flew towards Su Zhaoshan within her own body. Su Nan, you seek death. Above the Qiong heaven, Su Wushu let out a low roar. His body overflowed with gorgeous light, and his entire spiritual energy rippled. A red ball of light emerged from within him, hooked up with the one soul inside Su Zhaoshan. Today, no one can break my kung fu. Su Wushu burst out. Pust. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and his body was unsteady. This is the backlash of the word. Using Su Nan's Ru Dao incarnation as a guide, it backfired onto Su Nan's body. But now, Su Nan's body was the one that he had taken over. This backlash was backfiring on him. Su Wushu, adverse son, I'll kill you. Su Wushu threw a punch. Boom! A fist seal smashed toward Su Nan's silhouette. I told you, no one here can hurt me, Su Nan said indifferently. Put. This fist shadow turned into nothingness. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Wushu, and his body's qi and blood fell to the bottom all of a sudden. Father, what is most forbidden in Confucianism, when words are spoken, is to contradict oneself, Su Nan said, but his body became illusory for a moment. This glimmer was clearly detected by Mu Xiangye and Han Xianxu. It's not invincible. Su Nan's Ru Dao incarnation is only manifested by the cave void realm after all. Mu Xiangyan thought in her heart, and the light in her eyes that she looked at Su Nan became extremely complicated. St. Woman. A woman's voice rang out from her arms. Su Zhaoshan rubbed her forehead and opened her eyes with a pale face. You're awake. Mu Aoi Evening's eyes glowed with joy. Aha. Su Zhaoshan nodded, then turned toward the Su Nan silhouette on the ground. All at once, tears flooded his eyes. Brother. Su Nan's expression was stunned as he looked towards the awakened Su Zhaoshan. Shazam. Brother once said that he would protect you for the rest of your life. Su Zhaoshan looked at Su Nan with tears streaming down her face. Su Nan, unlock the restraints and I'll wrestle with you. Mu Xiangye exited in a low voice. Su Nan nodded, a hint of eagerness and unease surfacing in his eyes. No one binds Mu anxious night. This place is not under the control of Su Wushu. Su Wushu's realm has fallen. The voice fell. The large net around Mu Xiangye suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Su Wushu once again spat out a mouthful of blood. His realm suddenly lowered from the Sea of Souls to the Palace of Souls. Adverse son, I'll kill you. Su Wushu's aura was unstable, and his entire body fell into a frenzy, charging toward Su Nan's silhouette. Click! A bone-cracking sound rang out. Su Wushu's arm was actually directly broken. Su Nan's silhouette suddenly became as thin as a cicada wing, as if a gust of wind would blow it away. Go to hell! A trace of urgency also surfaced between Mu Xinwei's willow eyebrows as she operated her sword light to kill Su Wushu, who had temporarily fallen in the realm. The moment she waved her sleeve, an endless rain of swords bombarded Su Wushu. Even if I fall in realm, I'm still at the Soul Palace realm. Su Wushu roared, his body overflowing with blood light. A fist blasted out, transforming into a great disk of blood intent. This large plate was rich in blood, as if it had been poured out of blood plasma. It instantly collided with the rain of swords. Boom boom boom. It's like tofu hitting an egg. The blood intent great plate instantly formed a crushing momentum, suppressing from top to bottom. No good. Mu Aoi Evening was startled, waving her sword with her plain hand, and a powerful sword intent slashed out. It was just that it was impossible to repel this blood disk. A Dao body of the cave void realm also presumes to rival me? Su Wushu laughed out in a sardonic manner. This move is useless. Su Nan let out a low growl. Put. Su Wushu once again spat out blood, his entire face pale to the extreme, and this big blood-colored disc instantly disappeared. At the same time, Su Nan's silhouette directly became transparent. Ha ha ha. Su Wushu burst out laughing when he saw the scene. Adversary, you're nearing the end of your rope. 2. In the next moment, the entire person disappeared into the void. Go to hell. His voice appeared behind Mu Xiangye. Mu Xiangye was instantly startled, as he prepared to swing his sword. Bang! Su Wushu slammed his fist onto Mu Xiangye's waist. The moment the fist made contact with the body, one side dented. In the next moment, it directly exploded and turned into a rain of blood. Mu Xiangye's entire body slammed to the ground. Only his upper body remained, a bloody mess below the waist. Holy maiden! Su Zhaoshan exclaimed in shock and flew off in a hurry. It's over. 10 miles away, the heart of Ziwei, who was still excited to watch the battle, trembled tremendously. So it seemed that Su Nan's appearance still couldn't change the situation. It's going to end just the same. Violet pursed her lips in some desperation. Su Nan frowned as he looked at Han Xianxu behind him, his eyes becoming sad. Maybe, is going to go back on his word, he whispered, his eyes clearing. Husband. Han Xianxu covered her red lips. She knew that she couldn't stop Su Nan. Su Nan's last word. It's going to be used on Su Wushu eventually. He was saying. Jie. A sardonic laugh resounded from the depths of the mountains. Wow! The depths of the mountains that originally imprisoned the fire underworld divine scroll. A sword light flashed up. Everyone was stunned, only to hear a loud and clear sound of a sword. Boom! Above the mountains, rolling rocks splashed down. A long sword that emitted endless coldness was the first to burst out from the shadows. Rumble! The mountain peaks collapsed, and sword lights exploded along with thunder. With an unspeakable speed, he rushed towards Su Wushu. Chapter 70 Extreme Realm True Martial. The gap blocked by the mountains suddenly erupted with 10,000 lights. Wherever the sword light went, there was thunder. Almost in an instant, this sword light chopped towards Su Wushu. Su Wushu's brows furrowed, and an invisible shroud of light surrounded his body as his hands were directed. Wow! The sword light slashed at the light shield like a rushing river. Su Wushu let out a low grunt as his blood and chi rolled around like pulp. The invisible shroud of light solidified more and more. Next moment, click, 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 shattering sounds rang out. Boom boom boom. The river of sword intent shattered the light shield and struck Su Wushu's body, chopping Su Wushu's entire body out. It crashed on top of a large mountain 1,000 meters away. It happened in just a moment. Su Nan, Su Jiashan, or Muay Night. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They couldn't make a single sound, and their expressions froze as they looked over toward the fire underworld divine scroll that was imprisoned by the mountains. Next to the huge dragon head of the fire underworld god skull, a white-clothed figure stood alone in the void, grasping at the void with one hand. Buzz! The sword sounded. The heavenly sword returned to his hand. I'm going to kill your father first, then I'll get you out. Lin Tian smiled faintly and looked at the fire underworld divine Zhao beside him. The huge ruby-like pupils reflected his figure. The hair was black as ink and stayed perched on his shoulders. The body is elongated, with basilisk cloud sleeves, angular lines, but with a hint of madness in his eyes. There was restlessness hidden in the calmness, and an aura that made people extremely tremble surfaced on his face. Roar! A soft dragon's breath. The fire underworld divine scroll gazed at the man beside him. Just know that this person is the villain who took advantage of the opportunity to control her. Appeared this scene, but left the amazing fascinating more than a surprise and a kind of complexity. It's been a while since I've killed anyone, so you've probably gotten a little frustrated with me. Lin Tian stroked the heavenly sword in his hand, and a trace of apology surfaced in his eyes. Buzz! The heavenly sword once again chimed out. He traveled through the gaps in the mountains and appeared in the sight of the crowd. Xunwu! Mu Xianye fell to the ground, staring blankly at the man in the sky. Su Jiashan hugged the remains of her body, her eyes dumbfounded. Brother Winker. Su Nan, who already had a tendency to disperse, was also staring at the scene in stupefaction. Lin Tian glanced at Su Nan, his eyes calm. Afterwards, he looked at Su Wuji in the distance. As for Mu Xianye and Su Jianshan, they were ignored by him. Who are you? Thousands of meters away, Su Wushu came out of the cave. He stared at Lin Tian with an ugly face, a hint of surprise in his eyes. What kind of sword intent did you just display? So domineering. Among the great Qin celestial pride, there should be a name for you. Su Wushu shook his head, the amazement in his eyes intensifying. Your blood qi is so vigorous. You should be a physical cultivator. Could it be that you are a sword and body dual cultivator? Afterward, Su Wushu looked at Su Nan and said, is he also a part of your design? Lowering my cultivation to the soul palace so that he can strike to kill me? Su Nan was slightly stunned and laughed out bitterly. Father, you have wronged me, my child, who was trying to descend to the last true word and perish with his father. Su Wushu's eyes narrowed slightly, but he laughed out coldly. So what if you lower my cultivation? How many celestial pride in this world can battle the soul palace with cave void? I'll kill him, and then I'll kill your rebellious son. A blood-red light flickered in Su Wushu's pupils, intensifying all over his body. Suddenly, boom! A wind-breaking sound rang out, and a thunderous light cut through space towards Su Wushu to kill him. Take the opportunity to recover from your injuries. Do you think I'm a cutie? Su Wushu just now because of the backlash of his words. Serious injuries were inflicted both inside and outside the body, although he was now suppressed in the Soul Palace realm. However, the strength that could be exerted was at most 2 or 3 times that of the Soul Palace. Lin Tian smiled sarcastically. Under the enhancement of the Blood Spirit Wind, performing the Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows was simply upgraded by an unknown number of notches. Originally, it was only a few dozen meters in one cast. Now, it was an instantaneous rush of hundreds of meters. He held the heavenly sword high, and accompanied by the lightning, he slashed out. Rumble! Thunder flashed, and the great river of sword intent rolled on, as if drowning Su Wushu. Junior, you're too arrogant! Su Wushu roared out in a low voice. The palm sword condensed terrifying arcane light, and the light around it contracted. Exterminating palm! He roared lowly, and an arcane light palm seal instantly struck out. Rumble. It was as if the sky and earth were instantly suppressing the great river sword intent, suppressing it towards Lin Tian. Die. Su Wushu sneered. He could foresee that this palm could instantly destroy Lin Tian. Not good. This is a heaven rank martial skill. Su Nan's eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. Finish the bird. A female voice rang out beside him. It was Violet, who had arrived in a hurry. And what the crowd saw. The smile on Su Wushu's face gradually froze, facing the great metaphysical palm that suppressed from above. Lin Tian bowed slightly, storing up his concentration. His sword cut out as if it were sheathed. A resounding sound of a sword, like thunder from the ground. Light. The terrifying sword light chopped out in this instant. Across on that day, it transformed into a heavenly river, cutting across heaven and earth. A sword. The end of days. Boom. In an instant, sword light flashed throughout the entire fire underworld Forbidden Land. The green light that ran through heaven and earth trailed across the sky below. From the top down, it seemed to be chopping off the entire dome of the sky. In the next moment, it collided with the huge metaphysical palm. Boom boom boom. The two colors of green and ink instantly intertwined and collided. A roaring sound resounded within the entire heaven and earth. It's that sword again. Mu Xiangye looked at the scene with blood spitting out of her mouth. Her heart shaken. It seems to be even stronger than last time. Su Jiashan's cherry lips were slightly open, her face full of stupefaction. It's not just them. Su Nan, Han Xianxu, Ziwei, and the fire underworld god Zhao also froze. Who the hell are you? Su Wushu let out a low growl, and a gravity that had never existed before appeared on his face. He who kills you. The extreme realm true martial. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as he executed the wind difficulty 10,000 shadows and rushed straight towards Su Wushu. His mind moved. This time, blood and chi tumbled out all over his body. Roar! A brilliant might erupted from Lin Tian's body. Behind Lin Tian, a golden light bloomed like a flower. It keeps getting bigger and bigger. The aura from eternity spread out instantly. Under the terrifying flashes of golden light, the silhouette of the Kueino appeared behind Lin Tian. Kill! Lin Tian chortled coldly. Roar! The Kueino's silhouette roared into the sky, accompanied by thunder as it blasted hundreds of thunderbolts towards Su Wuji. Each thunderbolt was transformed into a pillar of thunder, smashing continuously. Even the large mountain behind Su Wushu was smashed into pieces. Boom boom boom. Under the bombardment of countless lightning lights, the earth broke and a deep pit appeared. The magma was smashed out. Xunwu. Su Wushu roared as he was slammed into the lava, blasting his fists from the bottom up. The terrifying arcane light fist seals transformed into 1,000 or 10,000 paths that continuously bombarded. Chop! Lin Tian shouted lowly and chopped out a sword like that. 10,000 feet of sword-ons fell from the sky and clashed with the fist prints against each other. Boom boom boom. An earth-shattering explosion sounded out. Even the resulting airwaves were transformed into terrifying waves that spread out in all directions. Chapter 71, My sword and I are the plunder of heaven and earth. The wind and waves kept sweeping in. A circle of battle aura spread out continuously. Hit the crowd. Holy! Zvi stared at the scene in stupefaction, and her complexion became agitated. Immediately afterward, there was another pang of regret. On that day, if I hadn't backed down, this Kuei Oxessence blood would have been mine. Seeing Jinwu so powerful is harder than even my falling realm. On the side, Sunan and Han Xianxu looked at Ziwei with strange expressions. Miss Ziwei, if this Kuei Dharma phase is given to you, you probably won't be able to exert this kind of power. Sunan smiled faintly, his pupils still shrinking as he looked toward the distant battle. No. Violet snapped and stopped talking. Perhaps Gu Changqing has an opponent in the future. Mu Xiangye murmured, and her eyes also flashed with shock. Sword intent is divided into many kinds, but Jinwu's sword intent brought a deep shock to Mu Xiangye every time he performed it. In general, most sword cultivators regarded sword intent as a type of sword power. That is, sword intent is sword power. The significance of sword intent is to give a direction to the sword momentum. On the green sword tablet, the sword intent cultivated by many sword Dao Celestials was in this direction, but another. Then it's a whole new way of shaping the sword's intent. Sword intent was a state of mind, separate from chi, but superior to sword power. This kind of sword cultivator cultivates sword intent. In fact, it was more like practicing the sword momentum again from the beginning, sublimating the sword. Such a sword cultivator generally had an extremely high level of sword Dao comprehension. They live on for a long time, or in their middle age, or in their twilight years before they cultivate sword intent. Such people are mostly late bloomers. They also referred to the first type of sword intent as pseudo-sword intent. On the other hand, Mu Xiaoye was the one who cultivated the second sword intent after cultivating the first one. This, in fact, was the choice of most of the celestial pride. With the first path paved, the second path won't be very hard to follow. However, Lin Tian was completely different. As an extreme realm Shiha, Mu Xinwei knew from Ziwei's mouth that Lin Tian would only be able to execute sword power during his first mission, the line of the fire underworld Forbidden Land. Lin Tian was comprehending sword intent for the first time. It was only the first time, but it was a direct comprehension of true sword intent. Such a sword Dao talent was truly terrifying. Lin Tian stood in the Chong heaven, constantly suppressing Su Wushu with his sword intent and Kuei-Yu thunder. The great Qin Jinshan king, who was originally at the Sea Pioneer realm, was now being killed by a descendant at the Cave Void realm. Extreme realm true martial. Why is it true martial again? Su Wushu clearly had some scruples against the previous generation of true martial artists in the extreme realm. After Lin Tian said that he was a true martial artist, a trace of fear surfaced in his eyes. He blasted out with one fist, and the blood chi in his body continued to roll around. The space ring flickered. A flashy light emerged. Each flash of light carried a terrifying pressure. Thunder, wind and rain, fire and pagodas. A spiritual weapon surfaced around him. Junior, how can the depths of the spirit sea realm be something you can imagine? Su Wushu let out a low roar and urged these spirit weapons to smash towards Lin Tian. At the same time, a terrifying pressure erupted from these spirit weapons. 10,000 feet of colored light. Ripples in the air. The few people present felt that breathing became extremely difficult in an instant. The pressure overflowing from these spirit weapons made them all feel horrible. Su Zhashan's complexion changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted, Jinwu, run away. You won't be able to block the strike. If such a large number of spirit weapons erupt, this place will be destroyed. Su Zhashan's silver teeth clenched as she picked up Mu Xiangwan, who was already extremely injured, and began to flee. Brother, Violet, run away. Ziwei and Han Xianshu also changed color. Flee into the distance. They could sense that there were many frightening auras in these spirit weapons. Su Wushu had been the king of the Jin Mountain for so many years, and his collection of underpinnings could only be described as terrifying. Now, in order to deal with the extreme realm true martial arts offered it all at once, the power that can be generated is scary to think about. It's over. Jinwu is going to be finished. Ziwei's face turned pale as she cast out a flame array disc while shouting at Jinwu. Jinwu, get out of the way. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded, and the fire underworld divine Jiao that was suppressed by the mountains also roared out in a low voice at this time. She had a feeling that if Lin Tian died, being under the control of the sword tire of time, she would also die. For a moment, all living beings felt terrified. Only, Lin Tian stood in the void, his eyes coldly penetrating. Even if you have 1,000 spiritual weapons, I can suppress them with just my sword. Even if this heaven and earth have to submit under my sword. Lin Tian spoke softly. The terrifying light underneath his body came towards him to suppress him, and still appeared to be flat to the extreme. The heavenly sword rested against his chest. The slightest hint of sword-light reflected in his eyes. His eyes were tightly closed. The handsome face was obscured by the heavenly sword. One bright and one dark. The whole world went quiet. All the fleeing crowds were also breathing heavily. They turned around and looked at Lin Tian. Forget about words. Forget about breathing. Only the sword light was seen to appear. The whole world seemed to dim. Only the man and the sword stood there. I and my sword are the calamity of this heaven and earth. Buzz off! The heavenly sword seemed to have sensed its master's invincible battle intent. It shook violently at that moment. The resulting shadow transformed into thousands of green swords. Hijack! Lin Tian let out a low roar and stretched out his arms. The whole thing seemed to embrace the whole world. Unfolding for a moment, thousands of sword lights instantly spread out. In the next instant, the smile of Su Wushu, who was laughing, froze. He saw. Everyone saw it. 10,000 sword lights fell from the agitated sky. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a cage. That white-clothed figure was the Lord. The gray, fire-plagued Forbidden Land. The earth is broken and the blazing sun has not yet appeared. The whole world, suddenly, quieted down at this moment. In the eyes of all, Dao pressure fell from the body of the white-clothed sword cultivator. He still stands. It's like it never changes. The Kuei-no Dharma image behind him was as dazzling as a brilliant sun, but still not 1% as good as him. Such a dazzling sword cultivator caused Mu Xiangye to quiet down. It was as if, never able to forget this scene, Lin Tian single-handedly suppressed towards the void below. Underneath his body, one sword transformed into millions of swords. The Dao is as infinite as a stunning green dragon, covering the sky like a torrential downpour. It instantly collided with the spirit weapon offered by Su Wuji. Boom boom boom. Terrifying bursts of sound. A ray of light exploded above the agitated sky. The entire aftermath stirred between heaven and earth. Suppress me, Lin Tian recited lowly, his eyes calm to the extreme. Next moment, wow! The sword formation fell. carrying a great river of sword intent that covered everything, chopping on top of the earth. In the blink of an eye, 100 feet in circumference was stuffed with the light of the green sword. It actually formed a piece of a pale desert stuck with sword lights. Ah! Su Wushu screamed out miserably as blood spilled out of his body. The suppressive intent from this piece of heaven and earth terrified him to the extreme. What kind of sword skill is that? He howled miserably, his eyes streaming bloody tears. Extremely hideous. Chapter 72 Silence. Su Wushu knelt on the ground, multiple bone fractures on the body. A martial artist who also practiced body refining was now so miserable. Lin Tian slowly descended from above the dome of the sky and landed in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the sword intent in his mind. That was the second type of sword intent he felt within the Fire Underworld Divine Scroll. It wasn't perfect yet, but the killing power was even more terrifying than the Great River Sword intent. Great River Sword intent, rushing like a dragon, pounced with vastness, and Lin Tian's second sword intent. It was something that Lin Tian had realized after killing. An outburst of sword intent gathered in a single point. The heavenly sword pointed at Su Wushi's head. Extreme terror erupted at the tip of Lin Tian's sword. No, don't kill me, Su Wushu hissed in fear. His body's chi and blood surged once again, wanting to explode his cultivation once more. Put! Several columns of blood soared out from his body. The killing intent of the heaven and earth sword scourge was once again present in his heart. Lin Tian's eyes were cold to the extreme. The heaven and earth sword robbery was transformed by sword intent. Use the sword as the eye of the formation to suppress the cultivators. Now, Lin Tian's sword intent was on another level. The heaven and earth sword tribulation was also becoming more and more terrifying. But, after all, Su Wushu after all, the redescension realm was the soul palace realm. The heaven and earth sword robbery could not be controlled all the time. He wouldn't give Su Wushu a single chance to escape. I'll give you whatever Sunan gave you. Xunwu! Xunwu! Su Wushu roared furiously, his face grim. Lin Tian's eyes were faint, and a new sword intent instantly iterated out. Silence, he murmured, and an unnoticeable point of light disappeared into Su Wushi's brain. The other party's eyes widened as they looked at Lin Tian incredulously. The pupils then quickly laxed. I am the king of Daqingjinshan. How dare you? Su Wushu's eyes flashed with extreme viciousness before he collapsed within the magma. Lin Tian took the opportunity and took his spatial ring. The first time you killed a peak spirit sea realm powerhouse, your sword was incomparably flinty. Your sword increases the damage of your sword out by 10%. And you gain the 4th level of Cave Void Cultivation. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. Buzz! Inside Lin Tian's body, a huge energy surged steeply. It was then dispersed within his limbs and bones. At the same time, his aura surged once again. Caveat emptor 4. Gobble gobble. Su Wushi's corpse didn't fall within the magma, bubbling up. Lin Tian's mind moved and a scabbard appeared in his hand. Click! The heavenly sword was put into its scabbard. Lin Tian turned to look, and several people from Sunan were walking towards him. Rumble! A popping sound resounded from above the agitated sky. The originally gray sky was actually shattering like jade at this moment. Dao cracks spread out instantly. A brilliant sunlight overflowed from these cracks and showered on Lin Tian. My father has died, and now the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land is ownerless, so the prohibition has broken open. Sunan rushed over and said, his figure now as if he was nothing. If Lin Tian didn't show up, he would perish with Su Wushu with his last word. Lin Tian nodded, his eyes suddenly condensing slightly. Roar! Newbie! Moo! The roars of the beasts suddenly resounded. He saw that within the entire Fire Underworld Forbidden Land, a single ferocious beast rushed out as if it didn't want to die. Now the ban is gone. They naturally want to travel to the outside world. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. It's the Fire Underworld god's Jiao. At this point, it was still struggling. Only the mountains were suppressing it and it couldn't escape. The huge beast's pupils stared blankly at the azure sky that had never been seen before, and a trace of humanized yearning appeared. Jinwu, you're awesome. Ziwei stepped on the fire disk and flew from the distance. Her eyes seemed to have starlight in them. It was as if they were extremely admiring Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at Ziwei and sneered. If you keep pretending, I might as well chop you up together. Violet blushed, took a step back, and laughed resentfully. Ha ha, Jinwu, we are all extreme realm people. Don't move to talk about killing or anything. When Su Nan saw this scene, he also smiled helplessly. Afterwards, he looked towards Lin Tian and made a bow. Brother Jinwu, without you, I might have to be ashamed of Xianshu. Mr. Su will never forget Brother Jinwu's great kindness, he said, bowing a little lower. Beside him, Han Xianshu also looked at Lin Tian gratefully and owed her body. Aren't you dead? Lin Tian frowned. Yes and no. Su Nan laughed. I have one last chance to use my words, which is what I originally promised Xianshu. In the distance, Su Zhishan came to Sunan's side. Brother, can you come back to life? Sunan looked to Su Zhishan and looked behind him, where it was already empty. Is the Holy Virgin gone already? Well, the Holy Maiden is now greatly damaged in her Dao body, and does not want to see you all in her current form. Lin Tian frowned. It was only then that he realized that the anxious evening just now was the Holy Maiden Dao body of the cheerful immortal sect. Su Zhishan nodded, her eyes eventually staying on Lin Tian. Thank you, Makoto. You must be thanked. In the future, Chasen, you will be the head of the Su family. You must remember Brother Jinwu's kindness, Sunan said. Su Zhishan was slightly stunned and looked at Sunan in confusion. Brother, the head of the family should be you. Sunan shook his head with a faint smile. It is impossible for me to be resurrected now that all 7 souls and 6 spirits have been absorbed by my father. Su Zhishan's breath caught in her throat, and then tears surfaced in her eyes. Before that, Sunan first drew out one of her souls. It was only with this one soul and spirit as a guide that she was finally brought back to life. However, Sunan himself was completely taken over by Su Wushu. Brother, I've been wrong about you. Su Zhishan left 2 lines of tears on her face, full of reluctance. Sunan looked at Su Zhishan favorably. Sister, from now on, the Su family will rely on you to take care of them. I made a vow to Xianshu, and now my brother is going to fulfill it. As Sunan spoke, he looked at the Taoist beside him, his eyes filled with divine emotion. Scholar Sunan, in this life, will be with Fairy Han Xianshu, never to be separated. The last word descends. Sunan's figure completely dissipated. Han Xianshu's eyes glistened with tears as she stretched out her white, plain hand. A white light appeared in her hand. Husband, Xianshu's luckiest thing in this life is that she met you. She held this white light tightly as if she was holding the entire world. Her long eyelashes were beaded with teardrops, and clear tears crossed her face. On the side, Su Zhishan was already sobbing uncontrollably. It was Sunan who drove her to the cheerful immortal sect and became the Holy Maiden sword servant. Su Zhishan never understood in her mind. Now it is useless to understand everything. Ooh, so touching. Miles away, Violet wiped tears from her eyes as she watched the scene behind her. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Tian beside him. Jinwu, don't you feel bad? Sunan died. Lin Tian sped through the air, his eyes clear and cold. He gave a slight lurch, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, looking to Violet, I saved your life. It's about time you did something for me. Roar! A faint dragon's roar came from within the mountains. Violet was surprised. What is it? Move these mountains away, Lin Tian said. Ziwei was shocked. If she released the fire underworld divine sculptor, wouldn't they all die? She was about to say something. Clang! A sound of sheathing. Violet shut up instantly and faced the mountains directly in front of her. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. She roared lowly and sealed with one hand a formation of fire and light formed, ready to attack the mountains. Lin Tian sneered and flew in through the gap in the mountains. It came all the way to the head of the fire underworld divine scroll. The ruby-like eyes of the beast were actually glistening with tears. Chapter 73, Return to the Extreme Realm. Hoo! The fire underworld god Zhao gasped, each dragon breath bringing scorching heat. The large, red-colored pupils gazed at Lin Tian at this moment. I don't know what I'm thinking. The entire fire underworld forbidden land of Tian tore apart. The infinite blue of the true heaven and earth was revealed, and a single cloud of the mountains slowly drifted by. It's like an absolutely beautiful picture of a clear sky. Roar! The fire underworld god Zhao roared lowly, its breathing becoming a bit disorganized. Want to get out? Lin Tian asked with a faint smile, his head full of black hair flying, and the green-colored heavenly sword in his hand contained a terrifying destructive intent. Hoo! A dragon's breath came from the fire underworld divine sculptor. The lofty head lowered once more, and a trace of a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. He turned around, and in the next moment the heavenly sword in his hand chopped out. Boom! The great river sword intent accompanied by vast thunder chopped atop the mountains. A mountain peak shattered, and the sword intent shattered wherever it passed. Jinwu is coming for real. Beyond the mountains, Ziwei's eyes widened as she looked at this scene with disbelief. She bit her silver teeth on top of her vermilion lip. Jinwu, Ziwei, you have completed your mission this time. The magnificent voice resounded in both Ziwei and Lin Tian's minds at the same time. Wonderful! Violet laughed out loud, her previous trepidation no longer present. Once the mission was completed, she could return to the Pole Realm at any random time within an hour. That way, there would be no false fire underworld divine scrolls to strike at her at all. So Violet was no longer concerned. Her hands continued to form seals, and a large circular flame disk of more than 10 feet appeared in front of her. Out! Ziwei let out a low chant, and a fireball soared out from the array plate. Boom! The flames smashed against the mountains, shattering pieces of boulders. The damage was really limited compared to the sword intent that Lin Tian had exerted. Violet was speechless. So what was I worrying about just now? She laughed softly and continued to form her seals. Fireball smashed down like rain. Violet, what are you doing? A red dress appeared. It was Su Jiashan. Before that, Han Xianxu had left. The world was a big place, and she didn't believe that there wasn't a way to resurrect Su Nan. Jinwu, to save the fire underworld divine scroll. Violet glanced at Su Jiashan and said with a bitter smile, Zenith. Su Jiashan's pupils shrunk slightly, and her silver teeth clenched lightly. A long sword appeared in her hand, and the sword light chopped down. Aren't you afraid? Violet asked in disbelief. Su Jiashan gave a slight lurch and slowly shook her head. Just, no talking. About half an hour later. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded within the entire fire underworld Forbidden Land. Above the earth, the magma raised a wave as if it was cheering. Above the dome, lightning danced wildly, like silver snakes exploding. A vast dragon might instantly filled the entire fire underworld Forbidden Land. The huge flaming dragon body continued to climb, eventually rising above the dome. Immediately afterward, a pair of large, bright red dragon eyes poked out from between the clouds, looking directly at the three Lin Tian people in midair. Holy! Ziwei shrieked in shock and scurried directly behind Lin Tian. Jinwu, what the hell are you trying to do? Su Jiashan was also nervous, her petite body trembling lightly as she looked at Lin Tian beside her. Come here. A light smile appeared on Lin Tian's face as he said to the fire underworld divine Zhao. At the same time, the head of the dragon perched in the middle of the sky slowly poked downwards. Jinwu, it's coming. Zwei's heart trembled while she wanted to go straight back to the extreme realm. On the one hand, he also felt that both the fire underworld divine Zhao and Lin Tian were a bit different and were a bit curious. As the fire underworld divine Zhao continued to approach, the vastness of the dragons might overflowed around the three Su Jiashan at once. Under this pressure, Su Jiashan and Ziwei were both nervous to the extreme, only to feel that they were viciously pinched by a large hand on their necks. Seventh order, Su Jiashan murmured, and her plain hand couldn't help but grip the hilt of her sword tightly, until Lin Tian slowly reached out his hand and stroked above the forehead of the fire underworld god Zhao. Phew! A faint dragon's breath resounded. The fire underworld god Zhao actually did not resist at the first time, and a trace of humanized resistance and scorn actually surfaced in his eyes. I will depart, and you and I will sense each other, and go to me, Lin Tian said indifferently, withdrawing his hand. Phew! The fire underworld divine Zhao let out a low cry, and immediately flew towards the outside world without any more lingering. And Su Jiashan and Ziwei had been stunned. Big brother, that's a 7th-ranked ferocious beast, Violet said with a trembling voice, looking at the white man beside her as if she had seen a ghost. Lin Tian lightly glanced at Ziwei and Su Jiashan and didn't say anything. Jinwu, you really let me. Su Jiashan's vermilion lips lightly opened and suddenly changed the topic, owing her body to Lin Tian. Jinwu, now that you have saved me and my elder brother, if there is any need please come to the Liu Su family to seek me out. Zhao Shan shall do her best. Su Jiashan was talking, but Lin Tian was faintly speaking. Gone. In the next moment, his figure disappeared and left the fire underworld Forbidden Land. Jinwu, wait for me, Ziwei exclaimed, suddenly looking at Su Jiashan, whose eyes were dull beside her, and said, don't mind me. Jinwu is that kind of person. If you really want to return the favor, you can look for me. I was hurt in the fire underworld Forbidden Land. Su Jiashan glanced at Ziwei in surprise and didn't say anything. Violet let out a sarcastic laugh, feeling the atmosphere suddenly awkward. I'm leaving too. With a low thought in her mind, she returned to the polar realm. Within the large fire underworld Forbidden Land, only Su Jiashan remained. Brother, true marshal, she chanted softly, her eyes flashing, and then she took a deep breath and flew toward Jean Bleu. In the meantime, Lin Tian returned within his exclusive room in the extreme realm. On the floor, a half-man-high hourglass was reset, and the fine golden sand flowed from top to bottom. Jinwu, congratulations on completing your mission. In light of the increased difficulty of this mission, the polar realm is recalculating the rewards you will receive. Because you have already participated in one mission this month, your mission for this month is postponed until half a month from now. Or you can simply decline this month's mission. Rating, a top. Rewards are being awarded based on your needs. Therefore issued. 1. 2 Physique Advancement Jade Talismans, issued due to the detection that your physique is about to be unable to take on your power, and can therefore strengthen your physique in terms of toughness and strength. 2. A high-quality scabbard, issued because it is detected that you change scabbards often. Excellent quality and child-friendly. 3. 4 Jade Talismans of Advancement, can be applied to items such as elixirs and precious pills to advance them and produce greater effects. 4. Kingslayer Armor Scales, the first generation of true martial arts armor. A total of 33,000 scales. A single scale is also a heavenly treasure. Can be communicated with the idea of killing the enemy, and each piece of scale can be sensed each other. Hint, the Jade Talisman may not be taken out of the extreme realm, but it may be stored here. The magnificent voice resounded within the room. 6 Jade Talismans appeared out of thin air on top of the wooden table in front of Lin Tian. Among them, 4 were Jade Talismans of Advancement, and 2 were Jade Talismans of Physique Advancement, together with the Healing Jade Talisman and Quest Jade Talisman that Lin Tian didn't use last time. On the table, there were a total of 8 Jade Talismans now. Chapter 74, Metamorphosis. There were 2 of the 8 Jade Talismans Lin Tian couldn't use for the time being. Then it would still be the same Healing and Quest Jade Talisman that was rewarded last time. The Quest Jade Talisman offsets one quest and gets half the quest reward. This one is extremely critical. As for the Healing Jade Talisman, Lin Tian couldn't afford to use it yet. For minor injuries, a little elixir will do. As for the Advancement Jade Talisman, it was definitely considered a supreme treasure. Last time, just 3 of them evolved the Kuei Essence Blood into Essence Spirit. This time, however, it was rewarded with 4 pieces. Afterwards, Lin Tian didn't think of anything else and directly sat on top of the void. Pick up those 2 Physique Advancement Jade Talismans. This was something that could directly enhance Lin Tian's physique, and it was estimated that the value of a single one was stronger than the swimming dragon flower. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He took out an Advancement Jade Talisman against the Physique Jade Talisman. It's useless. Lin Tian was a little disappointed. It seems that Jade Talismans must not fail to interact with each other. Afterwards, Lin Tian began to refine the Physique Jade symbol. There was a crash, as if a watery birth had risen. A red light instantly did not enter Lin Tian's body. No? Lin Tian was stunned and looked at the palm towards him, which was already empty. A supreme treasure was so simply absorbed by him? And that's when it happened. Boom! Lin Tian steeply felt like there were countless volcanoes erupting within him. His body's chi and blood instantly skyrocketed. Click! Lin Tian's body glowed with golden light around him and flashed within the room in an instant. The strength of the body was soaring at an unprecedented rate. A mass of black particles overflowed from Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian only felt that his entire body was thrown into a hot spring, which was very comfortable. The tightness of his body was tangible to him. The golden light kept spreading out. Lin Tian's flesh and blood around his body were constantly being pulled, his body's strength boiling up at this moment. Nice! Lin Tian let out a low growl, very satisfied. About half an incense stick of time passed before the feeling slowly disappeared. Now that his physique had become stronger and stronger, Lin Tian even wanted to stand still and let a cave void 8th level beat him up. It was probably hard to break through his defense. Lin Tian looked towards the Jade Talisman of Advancement on the table. His eyes narrowed, and an extra spatial ring appeared in his hand. This is Su Wushu's space ring. Su Wushu was originally a Spirit Sea Realm powerhouse, and was even the king of Daqin's mountain town. There must be quite a few supreme treasures. Lin Tian's thoughts probed into it. In an instant, he was shocked by the brilliance within the spatial ring. The 10,000 generations of Raiders of the Lost Souls Sutra. Lin Tian saw a gongfu. This should be the gongfu that Su Wushu used to devour his children. As for the rest, instead, it was a pile of elixirs about half a man high. Among them, many of them were earth-grade elixirs. There were also some elixirs, healing elixirs mostly. Some of these elixirs are used for cultivation realms. Lin Tian couldn't even use it for the time being. However, all of these pills were of high value, plus some of the pills that Lin Tian had obtained earlier. It's already a huge amount of money. Lin Tian planned to go straight to the auction later, exchange it for some body-refining treasures. Lin Tian's mind looked inward at the entire spatial ring, finally stopping for a split second on a jade bottle. Inferno Dragon Marrow. Lin Tian's breath sank slightly as he took this jade bottle out of his spatial ring. Uncorking the bottle, a blazing aroma hit his nose. Just by smelling it, Lin Tian could feel his body's chi and blood churning. What a powerful supreme treasure. Rao Lin Tian already had the power of flames within his body, but feeling the scent of the flames within it would still be something to look forward to. This Inferno Dragon Marrow was quite a bit more precious than the swimming dragon flower. What might bring Lin Tian was a double leap in physical strength. He reached out with one hand, and 4 Jade Talismans of Advancement flew into his hand. Advance! Lin Tian had acted on the Inferno Dragon Marrow this time with a brainwave of Advancement Jade Talismans. Wow! The emerald green light instantly disappeared into the jade bottle. Click! The jade bottle shattered and a glazed red liquid emerged in front of Lin Tian's body. And over time, the red light in the liquid became more and more brilliant. and the overflowing pressure became more and more terrifying. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. Lin Tian saw in his eyes that the Inferno Dragon Marrow had unexpectedly changed into a small flaming dragon that swayed and hissed in front of him. The effect of the advancement Jade Talisman has ended, and the Inferno Dragon Marrow has advanced to the Divine Grade Supreme Treasure Inferno Dragon Divine Marrow. The voice of the Extreme Realm resounded in Lin Tian's ears. Lin Tian's entire body was slightly stunned. In this world, the grades of martial arts, spirit weapons, and spirit medicine were all the same. They are divided into Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, God, Zun, and Emperor. Emperor above all else. The Emperor is the king of all. Heaven can only be under the Emperor. The same is true of God. It was the first time he had seen a God-level supreme treasure. It had always been. No matter how powerful he was when he met people, even the Spirit Sea Realm's Su Wushu, the spiritual weapons that were sacrificed were, at most, heaven grade. However, today, this massive liquid was a solid divine grade supreme treasure, terrifying in the extreme. Lin Tian didn't dare to imagine that if he refined this Inferno Dragon Divine Marrow, what a boost will be gained. Either way, that will be a metamorphosis. A true metamorphosis. If my physique hadn't already been strengthened, I really wouldn't have dared to just take it straight away, Lin Tian said in a low voice. Looking at the Inferno Dragon Divine Marrow in front of him, his breathing gradually became heavy. That sentence just now was actually comforting. Would a god-level supreme treasure explode if it was devoured in such a manner? Lin Tian was in a state of hesitation, and that's when it happened. Ziwei, thanks to Jinwu Daolu, took me flying once again. Ziwei feels admiration for Jinwu Daolu from the inside out, and the admiration is even more like a torrential river. If it is not Daolu, Ziwei may have to die in the fire underworld forbidden ground. Whoopee! Violet's message arrives like a new employee of a company in a previous life balking at tying up the leader. Lin Tian's eyes became cold. The more this urgent the moment, the more Violet's words annoyed him. Shinobu, wait for me at the lake. Zwei, what's Big Brother looking for me for? Do you want to praise me in person? Hey, no need. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth turned away. Jinwu, wash up a bit and I'll leave you a whole body. Then there was no message. Lin Tian's eyes sank, and without Ziwei's chatter, his expression focused on the supreme treasure in front of him. Jie, I still have the healing jade talisman. He let out a sardonic laugh, a hint of madness flooding his eyes. Spell it out. Lin Tian let out a low roar as his fingertips rested against the Inferno Dragon Divine Essence. Boom! Explosive sounds rang out as the little flame dragon bit down on top of Lin Tian's fingertips. Afterwards, it directly rushed into Lin Tian's body and began to rampage up. Put! Lin Tian directly spat out a mouthful of blood. From the arms, and even the whole body, it looked as if it had been roasted by flames. Lin Tian's eyes glowed with a hint of cold thoroughness as he directly began to operate the Sword Heart Body Refining Decree. Thousands of sword chi rushed into the body and began to strangle the flame little dragon. Immediately afterward, energy that was like magma rushed through Lin Tian's limbs and bones. Manic to the core. New book tender. The author conceived a new topic. The structure has never been seen. Written with fear. Unsurprisingly, the debut was decidedly a bit bleak. Tough. Still don't want to follow the trend. Please don't feed the book. Click on the hypes and more positive comments. Bye bye. Yesterday's volume of 4,000 was met with 1,000 urges. So it seems people are enjoying it. Chapter 75 Wind and Rain. Goo! Lin Tian's eyes widened, and his body was actually ablaze with flames. His body had only been destroyed over and over again after devouring the Kueyu Essence Spirit and Blood Spirit Wind. But today is really going to be the critical mass. Soon, cracks appeared around Lin Tian's body. The blood dries up when it doesn't. Time passes by. While Lin Tian's blood chi was skyrocketing, the aura on his body was becoming low. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. The power of the 5 dragons. Half an incense stick later, the 6th golden dragon silhouette appeared behind Lin Tian. At the same time, Lin Tian's breath was low to the extreme. Blood and flesh exploded, revealing a white bone ablaze with flames. Hey! Lin Tian lowered his head and smiled vaguely and lowly. It doesn't hurt at all. As he said that, he reached out his hand for a while and grabbed the healing jade talisman in his hand. Use the healing jade talisman. Wow! Silky green light surrounded Lin Tian's body and began to heal his body. Where the blood and flesh were blurred, they began to heal as if visible to the naked eye. Woo! Lin Tian let out a chirping whistle that was comfortable. It also raised the dead. Roar! Another keening sound. The power of the 7 dragons. This time, the Inferno Dragon Divine Marrow had merely refined less than half of it. It was actually directly increasing Lin Tian's power by 3 dragons. And it's not just a power increase. What the Inferno Dragon Divine Essence granted Lin Tian was a strengthening in the 3 areas of strength, physique, and flames. Even a trace of divinity was given to Lin Tian. Simply by looking at Lin Tian's face, he was already exceptionally handsome. In addition to being handsome, it was the kind of divinity that was there if nothing else. As long as Lin Tian stood there, that aura made people feel extraordinary. In the meantime, above a blue ocean, a silhouette stood above the void. The hem of her red robe swayed in the void. The appearance of the delicate, just like a high and proud but not profane red lotus. Those clear red eyes seemed to unite the world's condescension and absolute beauty. The open figure was exquisite, with a tantalizingly buoyant curve. It was the amazing cultivator in human form. Within the fire underworld Forbidden Land, Su Wushu suppressed her with the Kunshin plus formation. It made it impossible for her to take form and escape. Now coming out of this fire underworld Forbidden Land that had trapped her for over 600 years, the first thing the fire underworld divine scroll did was to take the form of a human. A 7th-ranked ferocious beast would be more or less coveted if it was exposed to the human world. At this moment, amazing cultivation gold stood silently above the void. Above her beautiful red pupils, there was not only confusion, but also shock that surfaced. What the hell is he going through? Amazing cultivation muttered to himself, his voice clear but a bit ruffled. She was connected to Lin Tian with a time sword tire. The kind of near-death crisis Lin Tian had earlier was tangibly felt by amazing cultivation. A moment ago, amazing cultivation had sadly thought that he was going to die along with Lin Tian. However, what made amazing cultivation feel intensely surprised was, Lin Tian's heart was however flooded with madness and excitement. Why are you so excited when you're obviously going to die? It wasn't until a split second ago that the sense of crisis disappeared, much to the relief of amazing cultivation. The rest, it's just confusing, because amazing fascinating has no idea where to go. Lin Tian told her to go find herself. However, just before Lin Tian's location, the amazing cultivator could barely be sensed by the amazing cultivator. There was something that blocked her senses. I shouldn't say blocked. Amazing Goldmine could faintly detect it, but not clearly because her own cultivation level was too low. She, the amazing cultivator, and the fire Stygian god sculptor, against the human pioneer sea realm. It was considered a top-notch powerhouse, but it seemed to remain weak in front of that barrier. This shook the amazing cultivator's heart. Where the hell did Lin Tian go? At this moment, amazing cultivation looked around. The turquoise blue sea, soft as silk, rippled slightly. From high above, the smoky waters are endless. The light blue sky was like a clean velvet. The breeze ruffled her red robe, and a trace of ecstasy surfaced on Amazing Beauty's stunningly beautiful face. Unable to help but stretch out his arms, his white jade feet stepped in the void pacing aimlessly. In the meantime, thousands of miles away, above the deck of an immortal boat. How much farther? Li Baiyi spoke faintly. At this rate, it'll be about 2 days. Sect Master Yu Changqing of the Cheerful Immortal Sect said respectfully. His eyes were calm with a hint of fear hidden in them. It would have taken 7 days to travel, but Li Baiyi had taken out this special immortal boat of the previous Sword Sect Patriarch, so fast that it cuts the time down a lot. 2 days? Li Baiyi murmured, his eyes looking towards the distant sky. It was suddenly cold. Count your ass, he cursed, and with one large hand grabbed something in the void in front of him and yanked it hard. Behind them, the pupils of Yu Changqing and the elders of the Cheerful Immortal Sect shrunk. Among them, Yu Changqing was at the Sea Pioneer realm. Can see a hint of it, but not really. That's a chirographic statement, shaped like nothingness. The Sea Rescue realm could only feel a trace of it, and could not interfere with it. But just now, in Yu Changqing's eyes, Li Baiyi's pulling and tugging clearly drove a change in chi. How is this possible? He said in shock, unable to believe the scene that was happening in front of him. Li Baiyi's fallen realm to the Pioneer Sea was well known in the Great Qin Immortal Kingdom. But how does opening up the sea affect chi? Is the God of Swords still the same God of Swords? What kind of terror is this? What kind of bad luck did they have in the Cheerful Immortal Sect to suppress Li Baiyi's disciple? In an instant, Yu Changqing's heart went half cold. Great Qin Immortal Kingdom. Yan'an. Within a tall building, a white-haired old man wearing a wide-sleeved official robe was playing against a gold-robed youth. The lol. Pust. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and plopped down on top of the chessboard. Suzu. The gold-robed youth opposite him was shocked and hastily stood up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The white-haired old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a bitter smile. The youth was instrumental, but his eyes were thick with worry. Master Zhongzheng, what's going on? The white-haired old man gave a slight lurch and looked through the window at the endless stream of pedestrians on the street. Li Baiyi has come out of the mountain, saying that he has found his disciple. The gold-robed youth froze, and his eyes went a shade colder. Zhongzheng, you divined Li Baiyi when you played against me just now? The old man shook his head. What I divined was Li Baiyi's disciple. After all, Li Baiyi's lineage was too special. and as a result was discovered by Li Bai. The youth's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold thoroughness permeated his body. Li Bai, he's so bold. How dare he strike at you? Patriarch. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The white-haired old man waved his hand. Then a pair of cloudy eyes looked at the youth. The seventh prince once traveled far away from the sword sect in order to worship Li Bai as his teacher. He didn't accept, so I guess he's always been angry in his heart. The gold-robed youth was stunned, then shook his head slightly. Can't talk about being angry. After all, Gu Changcheng, didn't he, Li Bai, not look at it back then? Walking over to the paperwork, the youth continued with a slight lurch. Just a depressed sword cultivator who was suppressed by the court. The gold-robed youth said carelessly, pouring a cup of tea for the white-haired old man. As the old man looked at the other party's back, his original smile instantly tightened and became grave, waiting for the youth to turn into a light smile once again. Chapter 76 A Million Pounds of Strength. Gu Changcheng. In the meantime, Great Qin Immortal Kingdom. Sword Sect Third Peak. The cloudy sky was vast, and the head of the third peak was hidden above the layers of clouds. Halfway up the mountainside silver waterfall 3,000 feet. From time to time flashed a few imperial sword figure. What? Your young master has found a disciple? A resounding old man's voice instantly resounded, instantly setting off 1,000 feet of cloudy waves. Inside the great hall, Li Shangjue stood frozen, not knowing what to say. In front of him, the master, who had been idly lying on the ground resting, suddenly exploded and jumped up. An old man with a big belly and messy hair was currently staring at Li Shangjue with eyes wide open. Your junior master's lineage requires the heart of the sword to be heavenly. You know? I know. Senior uncle has been asking me to keep an eye on this for the past few years. I saw that name on the green sword tablet. I can't be wrong. Li Shangjue said with a smile. The old man's expression became grave, and he suddenly stared angrily at Li Shangjue. Adversary, why are you telling me now about such a big event? Li Shangjue was startled for a moment, then helplessly said, Master, you've been sleeping for the past few days since I came back. I didn't want to disturb you. The old man frowned, suddenly feeling justified, and thought of something to ask. Have you ever told the rest of our sword sect about this matter of Li Bai finding his disciple? Li Shangjue rubbed his chin and let out a faint smile. Pretty much know it all. What? The old man was shocked. The fourth peak, and the fifth peak are known as well? Naturally, I know. When Li Shangjue saw this expression on his master's face, he also stared. It's like things aren't what he thought they would be. The old man's eyes opened wide, only to feel a coolness running straight into the sky, and hurriedly walked out within the hall. Where is my sword? He stretched his large hand toward the void. A long sword fell from above the agitated sky, instantly tearing through the 9 heavens and falling into his hands. Master, what are you doing? Li Shangjue was shocked and asked in a hurry. You're in big trouble. You know that? The old man let out a loud curse and pointed a single finger above the void, and wisps of invisible karmic threads surfaced in front of him. His eyes gazed up and he began to comb through it. Lin Tian, cheerful immortal sect. It's actually so choppy. He frowned and stepped out. A sunken cloud exploded, and an avenue appeared in the middle of the vast sea of clouds. Each step taken was a span of more than 1,000 feet, disappearing above the third peak. Great Qin Immortal Kingdom. Luoxian Holy Land. Xianxian Mountain. Before the sword tomb, an upright figure stood against the wind, his white clothes hunting and his black hair fluttering in the wind. He was a handsome man, and even his black clothes could not hide his outstanding and heroic appearance. The most peculiar thing was that there was a long sword hidden in the center of this person's brow. The long sword was like an eye, as if it could survey the great momentum of heaven and earth. Holy Son, there is something that needs to be reported to you. A soft woman's voice rang out from the sky. Say, the man's eyes were not slanted as he was evolving the great Tao sword intent within his pupils. Sword Sect's Li Bai seems to have found a disciple. The woman's voice in the sky was a little slow. The man froze slightly, then his eyes became calm once more. Isn't the Holy Son going to take a look at it? The handsome man laughed softly, not caring. The condescension in his eyes never changed depending on the person. If I, Gu Changcheng, am here, then all the 10,000 sword cultivators in this world can only rank second. Even if it's him, Li Bai. So what? 1,000 miles away, within a gazebo, a playful and peerless figure in white stood silently, her robes tumbling in the wind. Her eyes were slightly lost in thought, and then her admiration for the man increased. Originally, I thought that Li Bai refused to preach for the Holy Son back then, and that the Holy Son had much dissatisfaction in his heart towards Li Bai. I didn't realize that in the eyes of today's Saint Son, even the sword god of the past is nothing more than a future loser under the sword. The woman murmured, and suddenly saw a jade scroll flying in the sky. This is written by the Holy Son? The woman was amazed. It's natural to congratulate Sword Godly for finding his inheritance. So let's say this piece of writing is what I give to that disciple of Sword Godly. Gu Changqing's voice drifted in from afar, still uneven and unhappy. Yes. The woman gave a respectful cry and looked at the jade scroll in her hand, her beautiful eyes shrinking slightly. Just by holding it, I can feel the majestic and irresistible sword intent within this jade shaft. Is the Saint Sun trying to suppress that person? She was surprised in her heart, and a trace of compassion grew in her heart for Li Baiyi's disciple. At the same time, there is shock. This jade scroll was not only a suppression of Li Baiyi's disciple, there's also a declaration of war against Whitey Li. The number one person in the younger generation's sword Dao was finally going to declare war on that legend. The woman's delicate face flushed with a scarlet smile that was associated with honor. In the meantime, the extreme realm. Roar! Dawning dragon roars resounded. 10 dragon shadows wandered behind Lin Tian. The power of 10 dragons. 1,000,000 pounds of enormous strength. An inferno dragon divine marrow, worthy of being a divine grade treasure, directly gave Lin Tian the power of 5 dragons. As for the rest of the 1 dragon power, from long year Bayan flowers, now it was also absorbed by Lin Tian. And that wasn't all of Lin Tian's gains. Lin Tian's power had risen greatly after his trip to the forbidden land of Fire Underworld. However, the physique was much weaker due to the inability to follow up on cultivating the sword heart-body refining decree. Back before the extreme realm, Lin Tian's physique couldn't even withstand his own strength anymore. But after using the physique advancement jade talisman and the swimming dragon flower, Lin Tian's physique had finally caught up. This didn't mean that Lin Tian had become thick-skinned. On the contrary, because of the Inferno Dragon Divine Marrow, Lin Tian's skin had become extremely delicate. The whole person was different because of his possession of divinity. Sideburns like a knife, eyebrows like ink, truly like an immortal on earth. Afterwards, Lin Tian looked at the other things on the wooden table, a blood-colored red scale, and a scabbard engraved with a green dragon. Polaris couldn't look away. While in Blood Town, Lin Tian had made a simple wooden scabbard for the heavenly sword, but it would often be cut to pieces by the sword energy of the heavenly sword. When he was in Willow Capital, Lin Tian borrowed a little money from Ziwei to buy a nice-looking scabbard. However, the scabbard had developed sword marks after just a few uses. It was wounded by the sword's energy. Lin Tian himself could feel that the heavenly sword was unhappy with the scabbard. Afterwards, Lin Tian inserted the heavenly sword into its new scabbard. Buzz! A sound of a sword rang out. Your sword is extremely pleased with the new scabbard. The sharpness of the sword is increased by 10%, and you gain 1 year of sword comprehension. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian was slightly surprised, and a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, Lin Tian picked up the red scale on the table. The red scales flickered with bloodlight, and just the size of the scales between his fingers gave Lin Tian an extremely sharp feeling. It was a piece above the first generation of Extreme Realm True Martial Armor. One piece was a heavenly grade supreme treasure, and it was hard to imagine what grade the entire armor would be. Lin Tian's thoughts probed within the scales. Then frowning, he couldn't even probe into it. Jinwu, this scale requires a drop of blood to recognize its owner. A magnificent voice resounded through the room. This voice was of the extreme realm. Lin Tian sneered and put the scales into his spatial ring. Pole realm, I'm leaving. Chapter 77. I know. Lin Tian finished the sentence. The whole sight changed. In the next instant, he appeared within a dilapidated room. The wooden door was locked and the girl's childish voice was coming from outside the house. Sister, wouldn't brother Lin Tian be bored with his daily seclusion? No way. Mr. Lin is practicing. The gentle woman's voice was slightly distant, accompanied by the sound of chopping vegetables. These days, Lin Tian had spent 30 days within the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land though. But within the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land, a month is only a day in the outside world. A small world that changed time in such a way was extremely magical. Previously, Lin Tian had promised that after 5 days, he would double cultivate with Hong Yu. Counting the real time, there should be one more day. That is, tomorrow, when everything is due to be cleared. Blood Town trapped Lin Tian for more than a month. However, Lin Tian didn't want to simply leave. He had to wait for someone. Li Mu Shang, get off the bed. Lin Tian stretched and removed the clothes from his body. In the spatial ring, he randomly picked a clean black dress to put on. Ink-colored, straight-laced robes with excellent draping of the garment, embroidered with an imperceptible silver-trimmed running cloud pattern. The waistband also has a wide belt with a moon-white auspicious cloud pattern. Such clothes came from the extreme realm, and the quality was excellent. Lin Tian's eyes were pale, but his senses overflowed from within the room. 1, 2, 3, dozens of scents were locked onto him. 2 of them are from the cave realm. The rest, 2, were Xian Dan realm cultivators. They lived sporadically, but they surrounded the courtyard where Lin Tian was. Lin Tian was a little surprised as to why the matter of dual cultivation between himself and Hong Yu had attracted the attention of so many people. And what did Hong Yu promise them? It's what makes them so. Within the entire Blood Town, there were only 3 people at the Cave Void realm. Hong Yu, a cavernous void, has mobilized half of the battle force of the entire Blood Town to monitor herself. That's how much you think of yourself? A cruel smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. With a creak, Lin Tian pushed open the door to his room. Big brother, you're out. Chang Orange, who was sweeping the floor, was the first to notice Lin Tian, revealing 2 small dimples. Lin Tian just glanced at Chang Orange without saying anything and walked down the steps. Mr. Lin, making Xiao Zi from the kitchen. Her sleeves were rolled up, and there was a hint of water stains on top of her plain hands. At this moment, there was still a trace of obvious joy and worry on her pretty face. Only, the next moment, making Xiao Zi's eyes look straight at Lin Tian, she was actually looking a little lost in thought. Lin Tian's appearance hadn't changed much. However, that touch of divine intent and temperament made Ling Xiao Zi unable to move her eyes away. In the next moment, causing Xiao Zi to lower her head, her face was as if it was dyed with red makeup. Hurriedly, he ran into the kitchen. Your Excellency should be hungry. The meal will be ready soon. Lin Tian nodded and sat on the stone chair in the courtyard. Indeed. Except for a month ago when Sunan treated him to a big meal. It's been a month since Lin Tan has eaten. Eating is optional for monks. After all, aura was easier for cultivators to obtain energy than food. However, the weight of the physical practice of eating is going to be greater. Chang Orange didn't care when he saw Lin Tian ignoring himself. After all this time Lin Tian had never spoken to her at all. Children initially find it aggravating and then get used to it, and just don't care. She stepped within the kitchen and began to help Rinky Uzi cook along with her. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, so he directly sat down on the stone chair and began to cultivate the sword heart-body refining technique. Today, he has 1,000,000 pounds of enormous strength. I had thought that this should be enough to get through the second stumped sword of the sword heart refining body resolve. As it turned out, surprisingly, no. It seemed that Lin Tian still needed to cultivate. In the 3rd level of the sword heart body refining determination, the sword fullness was far higher than the 2nd level. Once you break through to the 3rd level, Lin Tian could then condense a layer of sword chi spells outside his body. Reaching the real 10,000 can't be close. If it is the 4th layer, it is unimaginable. A powerful physical cultivator once said, "Where I am invincible within 1 foot." Though that person ended up having his throat chopped off by a sword cultivator himself. But that's really what most body workers are looking for. Lin Tian was not considered a physical cultivator, but he also wanted to seek true power. My lord, the meal is ready. The voice of the order Xiao Zi rang out. She walked out of the kitchen with a pot of cooked magic pork. Behind him, Green Orange tiptoed around holding a bowl of rice. Soon, the stone table was filled with delicacies. Yesterday, I found some wild vegetables and fruit in the forest. The fruit was soaked in honey overnight, and it's just right to take today. Ling Xiaozhi sat across from Lin Tian and spoke as she gave Lin Tian some food. Lin Tian nodded and picked up a piece of yellow fruit and ate it. Sweet and savory with a honeyed aroma. Not bad. He gave a cry of appreciation. Then, it was time to feast. It was 2 or 3 courtyards away from where Lin Tian was. Grr, he's enjoying himself so much. North Blade took a hard nibble of a charred devil pork. On the opposite side, the swordsman Chen Yu was also a bit envious. If I had known, I would have tied that Rinky Azi up to cook for me before. I've never had a good meal in this hole. They had agreed with Hong Yu 5 days ago to spy on Lin Tian. The 2 great cave virtual powerhouses within the Blood Town were more or less too big to monitor a Xiandan realm. However, Hong Yu and the 2 of them held Lin Tian in extremely high regard. After all, Lin Tian was concerned with whether or not they would be able to escape this place. Even more than half of the Xiandan realm within the entire Blood Town had been ordered by them in the past few days to pay more attention to Lin Tian's movements. What do you say? If Hong Yu sucks up Lin Tian's innate Dao body, should I double cultivate and suck up with Hong Yu again? North Blade said as he chewed on the unpalatable magic pork. Chen Yu was first stunned. Then he snorted. After Hong Yu absorbs the innate Dao body, she will double cultivate with 100 people within this month before she can break through to the Soul Palace realm. Tell me what you took to break through to the Soul Palace realm? North Blade frowned in contemplation. It seems like it's really fine-tuned. I shouldn't be able to. I'm only at the 5th level of Cave Void today, and I don't know the method of dual cultivation, so it's difficult even with an innate Dao body, he said, his eyes full of pity. That's an innate Dao body. Ah, the legendary false saint body, and it was so cheap for Hong Yu. Chen Yu's eyes flickered. No one would not covet an innate Dao body. In particular, it was already known that there was a technique that could suck the physique through dual cultivation. Whatever. When we get out, I'll tie up that Rinky Azee and make her cook for me every day. North Blade let out a low growl. Since the beginning, Lin Tian had been a dead man in the eyes of all those in the know. The only reason they were accommodating Lin Tian was because they were afraid that Lin Tian would commit suicide. In the meantime, within the small courtyard, a trace of sadness surfaced in her beautiful eyes as she made Shozi look at Lin Tian. The onion-white jade finger tapped into the soup in front of himself and gently wrote a word on top of the stone table. Fleeing, Lin Tian glanced at Ling Xiuzi in surprise and continued eating his meal without caring. It made Xiuzi's heart rush, and he continued to write. There are a lot of people watching Gongzi. The matter of dual cultivation is not simple. She had long ago noticed something unusual about the last few days. Don't want to see it, don't want to think about it. Just staring at Lin Tian in a daze, hoping that this person would leave without a care in the world. But Woods thought, this blood town was originally a prison, so where could Lin Tian escape to? She was in a hurry in her heart, and a hint of vapor rose in her beautiful eyes. Sadness actually surfaced in his heart. I know, Lin Tian said indifferently, his eyes glowing with a hint of coldness. It caused Xiuzi to be stunned and frozen in place. The man acted so strong at all times. Chapter 78. What are my generation of sword cultivators afraid of? Lin Tian's eyes were clear and cold, and his perception was only spread out for an instant. Then he already knew the other party's battle strength. No need to worry. It was just a simple meal. There's no rush, he said lightly and went straight back within the room. Now the heavenly sword body refining technique was in the middle stage of the broken sword. Lin Tian vaguely felt it. If one wanted to break through, one needed to possess the power of the 33 dragons. Most of his current strength came from absorbing pills and elixirs. Simply put, it's just too easy. The body strength was much strengthened, but there were still many hidden diseases. Many of the medicinal effects of the pills and the Inferno Dragon Divine Marrow were not thoroughly absorbed. Without doing anything else, Lin Tian began to continue cultivating. Silky sword chi appeared from within his body, looking inward at his entire torso under Lin Tian's intention. Wherever you go, come and sharpen your body. Time passes by. Soon it was evening. Moon star, within the blood town. But because of the existence of the spell formation to bring a light red color to the moon, Ling Xiuzi stood in front of Lin Tian's room door. She pinched her plain hands together, extremely hesitant. A bright yellow light elegant long dress, ink hair side draped like a waterfall. A plain, elegant face with a touch of sadness. What I wore today was a new outfit that existed within the space ring that had never been worn before. The lips were dotted with light vermilion, and the brow was less austere than it often was. More than a hint of immortality. What's up? Inside the house, Lin Tian's voice came out. No, it's fine. It made Xiuzi suddenly anxious, and she had paced like that a few days before. But there wasn't a single movement in Lin Tian's house, although he could sense Lin Tian's presence. However, it made Xiuzi guess that it was probably a secret method that confused the cultivator's perception. Today, Lin Tian was the one who appeared again, while causing Xiuzi to rejoice. Worry surfaced in her heart. Gritting her teeth, Ren Xiuzi asked as she lightly clicked on the door of the room. Sir Lin, Xiuzi has something to say to you. The house was silent for a few moments. Come in. Making Xiuzi's heart tremble slightly, she pushed open the door of the room. She cautiously closed the door to her room and looked over at the man sitting cross-legged on the bed. Incredibly handsome. Xiuzi knows Gongzi's character and will not stoop below Hongyu. Ling Xiuzi whispered, gazing at Lin Tian. Tomorrow the prince may have a battle, and according to his strength, there are many risks. Lin Tian's eyes were calm and he did not say anything. In the corner of the room, a sword was hidden in the darkness. Gongzi, Autumn Z and the cheerful immortal sect practiced dual cultivation method 4, is to retain the red dan, with others to do the wedding garment, was originally I4, others to cultivate, making Xiuzi's petite body lean tightly against the door. The light red moonlight passed through the cracks of the broken door. A glimmer of light spilled over her cheeks in a reddish color. But, this life of Xiuzi is saved by Gongzi. Xiuzi does not want to see Gongzi die like that. Ling Xiuzi said, her cheeks getting more and more scarlet. You go out, Lin Tian said indifferently. Gongzi? Ren Xiuzi was a bit stunned. Lin Tian stood up and looked at the corner of his mouth as he walked up to Ling Xiuzi, a hint of a smile spreading out. I only saved you because I needed someone to cook. That's all. It caused Xiuzi to faintly stare, and then lowered her head. Autumn Z knows. Her voice was slightly bitter as she walked out of the room. Phew, making Xiuzi take a deep breath and look towards the moonlight in the sky. Duke Lin, her vermilion lips murmured. The moment a mixed bag of flavors. Getting along for many days made Xiuzi wonder what kind of thoughts she had about Lin Tian. The previous words were not really something she had thought of ahead of time. It's just, on impulse. Why the urge? Making Xiuzi shake her head. She looked to the moonlight. The mind boggles. In a sudden flash, a white light flew toward her from above the sky. It was a mask. White mask. Before that, Ling Xiaozi had seen it before. The one mask she had was exchanged by Lin Tian in exchange for a single strike. Today, it is a reappearance. The mask fell into Ling Xiaozi's hands, and her eyes flickered, looking towards Lin Tian's house. Originally, he wanted to give this mask to Lin Tian, but when she thought about what had just happened, she couldn't help but blush. Afterwards, he placed the inconspicuous mask within his spatial ring. The next day, above the cloudy sky, an immortal boat arrived. Above the deck, Li Bai looked toward the ground through 100 miles of clouds. There, it's a rundown rim mountain town. Above the town was a thin layer of formations. Seeing this, Li Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. You guys, is this how you treat my disciples? He spoke one word at a time, as if it was like a sword cutting into the hearts of the people of the cheerful immortal sect. Buzz. As the terrifying pressure descended, Yu Changqing and the group of Huan Xian sect elders' faces changed drastically. The sword god rests his anger. There's nothing we can do in the cheerful immortal sect. Other sects have such formations as well. Feeling the gusts of killing intent coming from his body, Yu Changqing hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Yo, isn't this Bai Yi? Why did he suddenly come out of the mountain? A soft woman's voice suddenly resounded. A beautiful woman dressed in purple appeared in the sky, and beside her stood a young female sword cultivator with a pretty appearance. Li Bai looked over faintly and smiled disdainfully. Fifth senior sister, it's tiring to follow all the way, isn't it? The wrinkles on your face seem to have increased again. Yu Changqing's few people were slightly shocked and looked toward the beautiful woman. This world could be called by Li Bai as the fifth senior sister. It can only be the fifth peak master of the sword sect, Yi Yan Ho. As for the one standing beside that Yi Yan Ho, it was probably her personal disciple. 25th on the green sword list, Ziyu. The beautiful woman suddenly froze, then coldly looked at Li Bai. Senior brother has been searching for hundreds of years and finally found an inheritance. Being a senior sister, no matter how tired I am, I still have to come and take a look. Li Bai's eyes narrowed, then he looked to the other side. Fourth peak master, you're here too. Why don't you show yourself? As Li Bai looked at it, there was nothing outside of a cloudy sky over there. And, also just then, a vicissitude of a man's voice came. Bai, how did you fall in the realm back then? Have you forgotten? It's not a good thing that your seventh peak has an inheritance. It's a bad thing. This voice was slightly bitter and echoed between heaven and earth for a long time. Yu Changqing and the other people of the cheerful immortal sect narrowed their eyes. They either learned some of the fortunate secrets of that event back then. Poof. Li Bai lightly grunted. This time anger iterated. You, all of you, are a bunch of goons. I've been searching for hundreds of years to get a disciple. Do you want my seventh peak to break its legacy? What is my generation of sword cultivators afraid of? Those who stand in my way. I will cut down all of them even if they are extremely sublimated. Li Bai's voice was guttural and domineering. All of a sudden, fifth peak master Yi Renho's beautiful eyes stared up. They didn't expect that the obsession in Li Bai's heart was so strong, which is extremely sublimated. The former number one of the sword sect, sword god Li Bai was extremely sublimated, even if he was about to stab the sky. For chapters guaranteed from now on, depending on catch-ups and other data added. 15,000 a day at the most. Chapter 79, Wanhua. Li Bai was dressed in white, and his hair was no longer filled as greenish-gray. The figure was no longer as imposing as it had been back then, and was even slightly stooped. But where the cloudy sky is, everyone present did not dare to underestimate this person. The former god of swords. Even if you are dying, even if you are like a candle in the wind, still the sword god. The sword Tao comprehension has long shaken the ancient world. Whitey, are you serious? The fifth peak master Yi Ren Chang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Li Bai incredulously. Next to Yi Ren Ho, the former 25th sword Tao heavenly pride of the green sword tablet, Ziyu also looked deeply at the senior uncle whom she admired to the utmost. A trace of jealousy could not help but grow in his heart. There weren't many people who could make Li Bai treat them like that. Today, perhaps not at all. That unknown person named Lin Tian was able to make his senior uncle think so highly of him. What kind of blessing did you have in your last life? Hey! A sigh resounded. It was the fourth peak master. The light in the sky changed, and a one-armed old man dressed in red appeared beside Li Bai. Beside the old man was an ordinary-looking man. Uncle Shifu. The man bowed to Li Bai. Aha! Li Bai's face cleared up slightly, ignoring the fourth peak master, but alone gesturing slightly at this ordinary youth. Chen Fan. The fourth peak grand disciple. The unnamed sword Tao heavenly pride. Such a name is too otherworldly. All because although Chen Fan is unique in the way of the sword, he never goes out of the mountain. Before the green sword monument was broken, Chen Fan was the seventh in the green sword ranking. It's a bit lower than that of Li Sangjak, but no one dares to despise him, simply because this man had only begun to raise his sword 3 years ago. The fourth peak master sighed slightly in his heart when he saw that Li Bai had ignored him and was even unwilling to call him senior brother. White Clothes, since you want to accept a disciple, this is a big event for my sword clan. I know that I can't stop you, but at least I want to see that disciple of yours. Li Bai's face suddenly turned vicious. What's it to you if my disciple is good enough? His indifferent black and white eyes looked at the fourth peak master with coldness. The fourth peak master choked slightly, then shook his head. His gaze traveled downward. Within Blood Town, in a small courtyard, a handsome young man dressed in black walked out of the room. Early morning, clusters of golden arrow-like haze burst out of the clouds. The handful that was high above the courtyard wall spilled over the youth's body. It made the youth's circumference bright and dark. That handsome face that made Izzy Chang slightly stunned, but it was full of divinity and cold thoroughness. Who is this youth? Such divinity is definitely not mortal. The fifth peak master, Iran Ho, noticed the youth going out, and her vermilion lips lightly opened. At this moment, everyone looked towards the Blood Town below because of Iran Ho's question. Who is he? The group of elders from the cheerful immortal sect were unaware of this, and only felt that this youth was divine and quite extraordinary. People of this caliber are slightly stunning just to get a first look at them. Some of the cheerful immortal sect elders looked unkindly at an aged Taishan elder. Blood Town, established by this very person, his son, Li Mushang, maintained the number of living beings within Blood Town. But why use such an uncomplicated-looking youth as a blood meal? Maybe it's just handsome, the supreme elder muttered, somewhat powerless. Then he looked at Li Mushang, who had been trembling behind the crowd. Li Mushang walked before the crowd with a flutter in his heart, edging the side of the ship to look down. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk and his breathing became rapid. He is Lin Tian. Wow! One word stirs up 1,000 waves. All of a sudden, the crowd was instantly shocked. Speak of the devil. This handsome man was Lin Tian. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Li Bai. However, he saw that Li Bai was looking at the youth below with dead eyes. Well, he shouted 3 times, his mind making big waves. This is my Li Bai's disciple. Just by looking at it alone he is already astonishing. My 7th peak has a legacy. I, Li Bai, have finally lived up to my master, he murmured, his aura surging as he was about to go down. Bai, why don't you wait a bit and see how your disciple's character is first? The 4th peak master pressed one hand on Li Bai's shoulder. Li Bai was slightly stunned and frowned. He glanced disdainfully at the 4th peak master. But it's true that there's no more action. Indeed, sword cultivators valued character. Li Bai also wanted to see what kind of person this disciple of his was. If there were any discrepancies, he could correct them later. Can't make the same mistakes he's made before. In the meantime, Li Mushang breathed a sigh of relief, his heart beating violently. Lin Tian is still alive. What he was most worried about before was Red Jade striking early to devour Lin Tian's physique. That way, once Lin Tian died, he's definitely dying. In the meantime, within Blood Town, the heavenly sword in Lin Tian's hand, which was still in its scabbard, slightly trembled lightly for an instant. Do you sense it too? Lin Tian murmured, his eyes looking upwards. A pair of ink-colored eyes were as if they had traveled millions of miles. Above the immortal boat, everyone was startled. What realm was my disciple in when he entered Blood Town? Li Bai's eyes widened incredulously as he asked. I remember. It was the early stage of the body opening realm. Li Mushang said hurriedly with a tremble in his body. It's just the body opening realm. The 4th peak master's brows furrowed. Just now, all of them saw Lin Tian look their way for a split second. Is it a meditative perception? By the way, this person Lin Tian was a heavenly sword heart. At this moment, everyone thought of sword heart heavenly success. Otherwise it can't be explained. How could the open body realm perceive them? Still so far away. Humph. It's somewhat qualified, but the realm is too poor. The 5th peak master Irenho said with a light hum. Not caring. If it wasn't for Li Bai, she wouldn't have minded incorporating Lin Tian into her 5th peak. Even if you're not gifted, it's good to feed your eyes. But since he was already Li Bai's disciple, there was no need for compliments. Zu, what level of cultivation do you have now? Irenho tilted her haughty and beautiful head and asked the disciple beside her. Zu? Irenho's willow brows furrowed slightly. Ah! Ziyu gave a confused cry before she shifted her vision from Lin Tian's body and slowly said, Master, disciple is now at the 3rd level of the Soul Palace. Irenho nodded gently, her eyes involuntarily looking downward, but he saw Li Bai simply ignoring it. With a cold snort, he continued to look downward. Within the small courtyard, is it an illusion? Lin Tian murmured, then shook his head. In all things, there is no room for carelessness. He has, today, killed the king of Jinshan of Great Qin. The name of the extreme realm true martial artist might have already been memorized by some people. The behemoth that was the Great Qin immortal kingdom was something that the current Lin Tian needed to avoid for the time being. The mind sank. Could it be that someone has already traced it here? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he held the heavenly sword in his hand. With a thought, he directly used the third talent of the heavenly sword. Wanhua. Buzz. With a soft chime, the green-colored heavenly sword changed to ink within the scabbard. Chapter 80. Can I only be given a hint of peace by decapitating them all? Extreme realm true martial arts. With a mask to hide it. Even in the line of the fire underworld forbidden land, Lin Tian's appearance had been changed by the extreme realm. The one most likely to have problems is the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword is too special. Above the immortal boat, it was already coveted by Su Ro. All those who were acquainted with the extreme realm true martial arts knew that. The one used by the extreme realm true martial artist was a green-colored sword. Those who wanted to know about the true martial arts because Jinshan Wang Su was killed without incident were the ones who cared even more. In this way, the manifestation comes into play. Lin Tian slowly walked down the steps and sat on a stone chair in the courtyard. The sky was getting cooler, and the clothes on green-orange were a layer thicker than usual. Looking at the material, it was altered by making Chiozi use her own clothes. At the moment, it is sweeping the floor in a well-behaved manner. My lord, the meal is ready. Ling Chiozi walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of porridge. Place it on top of the stone table. Good, Lin Tian whispered softly, picking up the bowl and drinking some delicately. Gongzi. Today, Ling Chiozi stood quietly beside Lin Tian's body, her eyes flickering and watery. She knew that today would probably be the last time she would see Lin Tian. A hint of bitterness surfaced in his heart. So far, Lin Tian had not looked at him squarely. How could such a proud man be so depressed? Making Chiozi collect her bitterness, she walked into the house and took out a long sword. Your Excellency, today Chiozi would like to join you. Lin Tian was slightly stunned and looked at Ling Chiozi. His eyes were deep with a hint of obvious surprise. I, for one, have always thought that you were jealous of me, Lin Tian said. Ling Chiozi nodded, seemingly extremely concerned about Lin Tian's gaze this time. Green-orange stood off to the side with his broom, his big eyes blinking as if he had discovered a new world. Duck duck duck. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Tian, the time you agreed with Lord Hong Yu has arrived. Come with us now. Outside the courtyard gate, there were a dozen Xiandan realms standing. Each of them sneered and held their weapons. In the courtyard, no one answered. Ling Chiozi's pair of beautiful eyes looked straight at Lin Tian and softly whispered, Mr. Lin, there are so many things I can't say. She pulled back the hair that was caressing the top of her cheeks. Ever since the day you saved Chiozi under seniorly, Chiozi has been unable to forget you. On the stone chair, Lin Tian's brows gently furrowed and had a stretch open. Like I said, I only saved you because I needed someone to cook for. I know. Making Chiozi nod, a trace of determination surfaced on her delicate cheeks. She stood under the morning sun, the slightest hint of haze coloring her a light red. Her skin was as white as jade, and she wore an egg-yellow dress with a swaying skirt. Duck duck duck. Lin Tian, are you going to back out? Outside the courtyard gate, a Shendan realm wielding a large sword roared angrily. Behind him, several Shendan's eyes also became cold. They could feel Lin Tian's aura. It was also known that Lin Tian was just stalling for time right now. If Lin Tian didn't open the door again, they would force their way in. Just the courtyard. Except for a somewhat frightened green-orange, Lin Tian and Ling Chiozi both ignored the noises. Mr. Lin. He had also taken the Zaidan for me. If it wasn't for Mr. Lin, Qing Orange and I would have died a few days ago. Ren Chiozi continued, her chest rising and falling gently. Lin Tian said with a light laugh, that would be nothing more than, well, an exchange with you. Making Chiozi lightly bite her red lips, she lowered her head as she softly recited, I know, but no matter what, Mr. Lin saved me twice, and Chiozi is not willing to see Mr. Lin die in front of me. At least I have to die. Ling Chiozi said softly, her voice getting smaller and smaller, as if clear water was flowing slowly. It was as if he wasn't speaking to Lin Tian, but to himself. Above the cloudy sky, Li Baiyi and the rest of his party quietly watched this scene. Immortals do not pay attention to the feelings of mortals, but this time, everyone noticed the woman named Ling Chiozi. So sincere were the sentiments that some were silenced. My disciple, Lin Tian, why is he in crisis? Li Baiyi asked coldly, keeping his gaze on the small courtyard above the ground. The hearts of the people of the cheerful immortal sect were aghast, and they all looked at each other. Sword God, where there are people, there is a Jiang Hu. The cheerful immortal sect patriarch Yu Changqing face hurriedly explained. Humph. Li Baiyi gave a cold shout. Now that he was there, no one could hurt Lin Tian, but he made no move. He wants to see it. Let's see what choice this disciple of his will make. How will it break? If the enemy is not, as long as the heart is firm, as he Li Bai also want to appreciate. If his heart is not strong, Li Bai will spend the rest of his life telling him so, what a swordsman should go for. Beside Li Bai, the 4th and 5th peak masters also coincidentally did not speak. The 7th peak's legacy held a great deal of weight in the entire sword sect. The entire immortal kingdom will care. The court will care more. In their hearts, they were willing to see Lin Tian be unbearable. If it is unbearable, others are naturally at ease. They are more or less disappointed. In the meantime, within Blood Town, duck duck duck, a rough knock on the door resounded. Outside the courtyard, the dozen or so Xin Dan realms were already a bit impatient. The knife-wielding Gendan snapped heavily on the wooden door. Lin Tian, I hope you don't know any better. He let out a low growl, a hint of coldness spilling out of his eyes. In the past, Lin Tian killed Xian Dan with a single finger. However, today they are a dozen. Even more than that. There's more Xanadu on the watch. The 3 great cave realms were also staring at this place. Lin Tian today. There was only one way to die. Within the gates of the courtyard, Ling Xiuzi said her monologue and quietly looked at Lin Tian. Feeling the other's attention for the first time, a blush rose more and more to her face. Probably, it was due to the fact that this morning's sun was too hot. Facing Ling Xiuzi, Lin Tian quietly finished the thin rice on top of the stone table. Tastes good. He stood up. The figure was elongated and dressed in black, rhyming with coldness and lightness. Ha! Making Xiuzi not react. Her vermilion lips lightly opened. I said it tastes good, Lin Tian said indifferently, making Xiuzi look stunned. She lowered her head, a hint of moisture flooding her eyes. She didn't expect Lin Tian to answer her like that. Just a little bitter. Above the cloudy sky, the 5th peak master skimmed his lips. What a nerd! She spat out, her eyes involuntarily crossing over Li Bai. In the courtyard, Lin Tian stood quietly. He carried the sword in his hand, his arms slightly stretched out. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword coming out. The ink-colored sword appeared in his hand, and the silk sword chi lingered around the ink sword, like 1,000 repeated winds. It surrounds, agitates, and depresses. Duck duck duck. There was another sharp knock on the door. Duke! Ling Xiuzi turned around nervously, and Cheng Orange's large eyes flickered with a hint of fear as she hid behind Ling Xiuzi. Ha ha ha! Lin Tian let out a light laugh and stroked one hand over his face. The silky black hair swept out from between his fingers. It's too noisy. Can I only be given a shred of quiet by decimating them all? He murmured, and a brilliant sword might erupted from his body. Woo! Causing Xiuzi's beautiful eyes to widen. Her heart trembled tremendously as she felt this hint of palpitating sword pressure. Above the cloudy sky, Li Bai, who was ready to strike, was suddenly stunned. Immediately afterward, eyes flooded with ecstasy. Chapter 81, Where I Am. There is silence. This is sword intent. My disciple has already comprehended sword intent without being a teacher. His eyes burned and he smiled broadly, satisfied. Moreover, looking at this kind of sword intent, it is by no means pseudo-sword intent. The grade is not low. Li Bai's breathing became rapid. Sword intent is too special. Most sword cultivators spent their entire lives unable to comprehend it. One could only helplessly comprehend pseudo-sword intent. That is, to give the sword momentum a direction. The true heavenly prides all disdain pseudo-sword intent. But, how hard can it be? What was even more shocking was that Lin Tian didn't have a master. This sword intent is untaught. Long ago it was not a diamond in the rough, but real jade. Poof. Izzy hummed lowly, though she was also a bit surprised. But it just doesn't look good to see Li Bai springing into action. That's true. It's a bit surprising. The 4th peak master with the broken arm murmured, a hint of astonishment flooding his eyes. He thought about it much more and always had a sad look on his face. As for the crowd of the cheerful immortal sect, they were deeply shocked. If it wasn't for Li Bai, most of them wouldn't have known that there would be such a heavenly pride being suppressed by his cheerful immortal sect. Sword intent. Real sword intent. If they were to place such a proud swordsman within the Huanxian sect, it would be the existence of the attention of all people. Not to mention, this person is the heaven-defined sword god's disciple. Li Muxing's eyes trembled as he watched this scene. His shock came a little more than everyone else's, because, a month or so ago, he was the one who personally brought Lin Tian out of the Lin family. At that time, Lin Tian had just like a heavenly pride, but at that time, he didn't even know how to do sword momentum and was only a cultivator who had just broken through the body opening realm. Now, what the hell is this sword intent? More than a month, cultivating from nothing to this? He had never seen it, never heard of it. Today, it was with my own eyes. All of a sudden, Li Musheng's legs were trembling. It was surprising that he had such a great enemy without even realizing it. And, In the middle of the compound, Lin Tian paced towards the front of the courtyard gate. Crunch! He opened the courtyard gate. Lin Tian, you finally came out. The sword-wielding Xian Dan sneered and suddenly frowned. It was because he realized that Lin Tian had his sword raised in his hand. What are you doing? His eyes narrowed as he gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist. This place, dozens of Xian Dan. You want to fish to death? Got your head slammed in a door. Truly arrogant to the extreme. Ha ha, he's not really going to make a move. The dozen or so Xian Dan realms laughed coldly. To them, Lin Tian's current appearance was like an animal that was unwilling to be slaughtered. Resisting, unwilling to accept the bloody reality. No one cares about the feelings of a man who must die. At best, it will be the talk of their tea time. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and penetrating to the extreme. But between him lifting his hand, it was light and breezy. Griffins, none of them are worthy of letting me use my sword. He spoke faintly, and the crowd caught their breath. Some people's eyes narrowed, since they disliked Lin Tian's indifference at this moment. In the next moment, they saw Lin Tian pressing down with one hand. Boom! A terrifying sword pressure surged out instantly. It's a state of mind at this point. Death in general. These Xian Dan realm cultivators were instantly startled, and one by one, they looked at Lin Tian incredulously. Buzz off! The buzzing sound instantly resounded, with Lin Tian as the center. Within 10 meters, the world even became blurred, and fiercely the Dao sword chi killed each other across the board. What? The sword-wielding cultivator half-crouched beside Lin Tian's body, his hands trembling with fear, unable to even pull out the sword in his hand. Lin Tian indifferently looked at the person in front of him. Where I am, there is silence. He uttered one word at a time. Boom! A splash of blood rose, and the sword-wielding cultivator's arms were directly severed. The faces of a dozen cultivators changed drastically, and a sense of crisis that they had never felt before arose from their hearts. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly as they struggled to resist the bleak and solemn mood. Sword! Intent! This is sword intent! A cultivator roared out madly, every pore of his body being squeezed with blood, soaking his clothes. Within the nearby courtyard, those Xian Dan realms that were spying on Lin Tian were alarmed as they sensed it. Swish swish swish! A figure rushed out of the compound, either standing on top of the wall or at the corner of the eaves. Everyone's eyes were locked onto Lin Tian. Good, Lin Tian, we all underestimated you, a Xian Dan 9 said coldly. Even if you have comprehended the sword intent, so what? Can you defeat all of us? Someone chortled, his voice tinged with shock. Lin Tian, don't get excited. Han Yu just wants to double cultivate with you. A silhouette appeared in the air, gazing deeply at Lin Tian, lingering in the air, representing the cave. This person was none other than the North Blade, one of the 3 great cave realms of Bloodtown. He looked at Lin Tian with a face full of shock, and was pacifying him at this moment. However, he saw that Lin Tian just laughed coldly. Under the silent sword intent, his black hair danced wildly, like a party master, dominating and overpowering. You take me for a cutie. Lin Tian let out a fierce laugh. With a thought, the terrifying sword intent fell with a roar. Around him, the space rippled and fell out continuously. The majestic and invisible death sword intent instantly pressed down. Lin Tian, what are you doing? A mournful woman's voice instantly resounded. It was Red Jade's voice. At this moment, they flew out from within a courtyard and looked at Lin Tian in shock. She was worried about Lin Tian killing someone, because once you kill someone, Red Thunder will fall on Bloodtown. Once the Red Thunder fell, Lin Tian would surely die. Then all things must come to an end. Lin Tian, it's against the rules to kill people in Bloodtown. Bei Dao was also alarmed. However, their words were completely useless. My rules, our rules, Lin Tian murmured. Beneath his body, the silent sword intent locked down again and again, screaming miserably. This is the crushing above the realm of intent, completely opposite of the great river sword intent, another even more terrifying sword intent. Swish swish swish. He paced forward silently as the cultivators beside him who were suppressed by the sword intent exploded in blood and flesh one by one. They shrieked and struggled. Completely useless. The aura of silence instantly extinguished them. In the meantime, above the heads of the crowd, the originally stable Bloodtown formation suddenly became manic. The aura of destroying everything kept surging wildly. A red thunderbolt manifested above Lin Tian's head. A drop of red liquid that was thick to the extreme hung above Lin Tian's head about to fall. You brought this on yourself. Hong Yu hissed, her delicate face becoming sinister to the extreme at this moment. No one can save you after killing so many people. The Northern Blade let out a low roar. They didn't expect Lin Tian to be so determined. He's dead and it's all over. The last cave void realm, Chan Yu, appeared and also said helplessly, Lin Tian would rather be broken than shattered. So much for seeking your own death. All their machinations were lost. Above the sky, Li Bai was also shocked. He knew some of the fortunate secrets of Blood Town. Now, unable to wait any longer, he wanted to rush into Blood Town. Chapter 82. Only an ant would presume to judge the life and death of a strong man. Whitey, wait, the fourth peak master said in a hurry. He was a broken arm and wore a red coat. A hand rested on the shoulder of the nervous Li Bai, with quite a hint of redness. Jane Candlewick, what are you doing? Li Bai snorted angrily, his eyes cold. Bai, don't be so hasty. Lin Tian seems to have a backstroke, the fourth peak master said, a pair of eyes looking straight at Lin Tian, also with shock. In just a few short breaths of time, Lin Tian had already given him enough shock. However, what surprised the fourth peak master even more was, he could sense from Lin Tian that there was still a backhand. His instincts had always been spot on. This then really shocked him. It's hard to believe that the new generation of the seventh peak is going to produce dragons again. Li Bai suddenly frowned and calmed down as well. Caring is messy. Although he was standing on top of the cloudy sky, it would only be a matter of an instant if he were to say that he would behead this Blood Town. With him around, Lin Tian would be fine. And, above the cloudy sky, Yirenho also had her small mouth slightly open. She only felt a bit dazed. That moment just now, she actually saw the shadow of the former sword god of the sword sect, Li Bai, in Lin Tian. In the past, Li Bai was a man with a sword, exclusively dominate the world and proudly look down on all enemies. That kind of elegance was actually seen again today on the body of a junior. Or ridiculous, or an illusion. Izzy shook her head, only thinking that she had thought wrong. There could not be another Li Bai in the world. And, next to Izzy Ho, Ziyu's beautiful eyes were also locked onto Lin Tian's body. Seeing that his admired junior uncle cared so much about Lin Tian, the more complicated his heart became to the extreme. He's going to be hurt by Red Thunder, Ziyu said softly. Such an overbearing Red Thunder was not to be faced directly even by the Soul Palace realm. What's more, Lin Tian was only a body-opening realm. And, within Blood Town, everyone expected Lin Tian to die for sure. Hong Yu's face became hideous as he kept hissing. Lin Tian, if you're going to die, you should die underneath me. Where did you get the guts to do this? Asterisk 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 asterisk. She fell into a frenzy, her clothes fluttering, her breath constantly exploding, like a maddened shrew screaming and cursing shrilly. Rumble. Above the large formation, the aura of Red Thunder became more and more pervasive, carrying the aura of death, suppressing the top of everyone's head. The entire Blood Town was filled with the color of blood, and everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Mr. Lin. Ling Xiuzi stood behind the door of the compound and looked at Lin Tian's back, only to feel that her body was devoid of strength. Even she did not expect Lin Tian to break the game with this. It's really a fish out of water. Xing Orange stood underneath Ling Xiuzi's body, also covering her small mouth as she watched this scene. Lin Tian looked around as his eyes turned cold. He sensed the terrifying Red Thunder above his head and just walked slowly. Only a mole would presume to judge the life and death of a strong man, Lin Tian said indifferently, stepping out with one foot. This time it was in the air. It was as if a trail of steps had been born from the soles of his feet. His eyes were indifferent, hidden with a hint of killing intent. Just one step at a time, he ascended into the void. In the meantime, all those who saw this scene had their pupils suddenly shrunk. None of them had any idea of what Lingkong stood for. Caveat emptor. Cave realm. The one they've been watching and thought must die. It's the cave realm. Of the entire Blood Town, the fourth hole in the wall. And comprehending sword intent, he was probably the strongest one. A true absolute powerhouse. Impossible. Isn't he a Xiandan? Why is he at the cave void realm? How old is he? Why can he cultivate to cave void in the middle of this Blood Town? He's actually the legendary Heaven's Pride. There's no harm in it. He's bound to die. There's no need for us to be afraid. Everyone cried out in shock, looking at this scene with disbelief. Even Hong Yu, who had been fuming and cursing angrily, was breathing heavily, her eyes trembling in disbelief at this scene. Suddenly, Hong Yu looked startled, and the pupils in her eyes suddenly shrunk. Lin Tian, she hissed out and was about to flee, but it's already too late. In the next moment, a black-clothed voice appeared beside Hong Yu. Did you enjoy cursing just now? Lin Tian said indifferently, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With a flash of sword light in his hand, silent sword intent stabbed out fiercely. Click. In an instant, Hong Yu's expression choked, and the color of blood instantly filled her eyes. No! She screamed and hissed, not reacting at all. The silent sword intent traveled directly down her brain, instantly destroying everything. The next moment, the fragrance died. She did not see the Red Thunder fall, but died before it did. All those who saw the scene had palpitations in their hearts. They didn't expect that Hong Yu would die. I didn't expect Hongyu to die so quickly. That's the red jade of the three great powerhouses of Bloodtown. It was actually so unbeatable under Lin Tian. You don't have to worry, because you'll be just like Ruby. Lin Tian faintly spoke as he stood above the void, ignoring the red thunder that was about to fall above his head. The eyes locked onto all the people just now. He stood with his sword in his hand and his mind moved. Boom! Terrifying flames spread out from the palm of his hand. In the next instant, swing your sword. Boom! In an instant, flames accompanied the terrifying silent sword intent to press down towards the ground. The blazing flames transformed into a fire dragon that opened up against the wind. The entire Bloodtown was instantly transformed into an ocean of flames. Ah! Help me! What is this and why is he so powerful? Isn't he afraid to die? The more he kills, the more terrifying red thunder will only become. These cultivators instantly screamed in fear as they were pounced upon by the flames before they could escape. This was the flame that Lin Tian had sucked from within the 7th-ranked ferocious beast, the fire underworld divine Jiao, with the heaven-ranked supreme treasure, the inferno dragon divine marrow. It was not something that these Xiandan realm cultivators could resist. Boom boom boom. The flames did not produce the imagined burn. Rather, it is destruction. With such flames, the cultivators basically just died at the touch of a button, instantly reduced to pieces. Even Bei Dao and Shenyu, the 2K Void Realm cultivators, were exerting their martial arts skills to resist with difficulty. Lin Tian, the more you kill, the more powerful this red thunder will become. The North Blade's eye socket was extremely close to collapsing as he was jealous. A patch of charred blackness appeared all over his body. The shock of not caring at all at this point. He wants to live. Everyone didn't expect Lin Tian to be so terrifying. Whether I will die or not is not for you and others to worry about, Lin Tian said indifferently, his sword chi under his hands continuously killing each other across the board. In the meantime, above the formation, red thunder rolled around, nearly a sea of blood, above Lin Tian's head. The pressure in that drop of red thunder was terrifying to the extreme. The next instant, click, falling, ha ha, Lin Tian, you will die for sure. Bei Dao let out a fierce laugh. Is that so? Lin Tian sneered. The ink hair was wildly open, and all over his body. A terrifying aura exploded one by one. Roar! Several crisp dragon roars resounded. Behind Lin Tian, a golden light instantly leaked out at first glance. 10 small golden dragon shadows emerged, as if they were traveling around the Xindi. The terrifying power pressure sank and surged, forming a layer of terrifyingly distorted space with Lin Tian as the center. The vastness of the suppression came out. Within Bloodtown, all those who wished for Lin Tian's tragic death lost their souls. 10 dragons, 1,000,000 pounds of enormous strength. Lin Tian was actually a physical cultivator. It's all about S12 today, and JDG surprisingly lost a game. Always analyzing. Ask for some good reviews and hyped up thanks. The author will try to add more tomorrow. Chapter 83, my wish is fulfilled if I get Lin Tian today. Within the town, Lin Tian's arms stretched out and his aura instantly skyrocketed. Flames, sword intent, and blood chi stacked dangled out in layers. A vast sea of fire, with a heavy iteration of might, erupted. It instantly transformed into a heavy obstruction around him. Shasta, the entire sky of Bloodtown was dyed red. Everyone looked at this scene in fear and only felt suffocated. Big Brother is awesome. Qing Orange's little head was shrunk underneath Ling Qiuzi's body. Looking up at the scene, her little face read, I was not expecting this either. Ling Qiuzi's voice was soft, but at this moment, it carried a hint of excitement and joy. Nowadays, Lin Tian was truly like a god. One cannot look directly at it, but only fear it. Lin Tian stood in Xiong Tian. His fitted black clothes fluttered, and the slightest sense of solemnity blasted out. Go! He let out a low shout and slashed out with his sword. With a sea of churning fire, a sword light stabbed towards the falling red thunder. Boom boom boom. The sword light cut through the void and collided with the red thunder, its might exploding in a flash. The vast color of blood instantly spread out and enveloped within Bloodtown. Shocking bursts and roars echoed within the entire Bloodtown. He, surprisingly, really blocked it. Chun Yu, one of the 3 great cave void, looked at this scene in shock. It was impossible to imagine what kind of power was contained within that sword of Lin Tian's. Rumble. Above Bloodtown, the blood-colored array suddenly burst into flames. After Lin Tian blocked that drop of red thunder, the terrifying pressure grew thicker. Ha ha, if he resists once, the grand formation will only condense even more terrifying red thunder. He will surely die. Seeing this scene, the Northern Sword, whose body was cauterized, said with a sardonic smile. In his eyes, Lin Tian was stunning enough. However, Bloodtown was not an unusual formation. If Lin Tian was like this, he was just being negative. Sooner or later, he'll die. Twitter. Lin Tian's eyes slightly condensed as he looked towards the northern blade above the ground. In the next instant, the figure flashed. With the addition of 1,000,000 pounds of huge strength, he didn't even need to execute Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows. A single foot in the void could cause a storm. Boom! Lin Tian appeared behind Bei Dao. What do you want? The north blade only felt a chill run through his body, and before he could turn around, he sensed the descent of great terror. You're too loud. Lin Tian let out a low murmur, grabbed one hand on top of the northern blade's neck, and threw it with a big hand, directly throwing the northern blade towards the Scarlet Great Formation. Lin Tian. The northern blade roared in fear and crashed straight into the large formation. Click! With a thunderous sound, North Blade's body was instantly blown into a roiling bloody froth. Within Blood Town, the survivors who were not involved in this incident watched this scene from afar, their hearts pounding. Previously, Lin Tian had hardened himself against that red thunderbolt. Everyone thought it was because red thunder wasn't strong enough for the cave realm, but now the North Sword is dying such a miserable death. This made everyone even more shocked by Lin Tian's strength. It turned out that it wasn't Cave Void that was special, but rather Lin Tian. And at this moment, Lin Tian stood in the middle of the sea of fire. His eyes looked toward Chen Yu, who was not far away. Surprisingly, you're still alive, Lin Tian murmured as a swordlight slashed out. Chen Yu was startled, and the long sword in his hand chopped out a swordlight. Summer Thunder Sword Technique, he growled lowly, and channels of angry thunder surfaced above the blade of his sword. After a sword chopped out, it collided with this swordlight from Lin Tian. Swish! One of Chen Yu's arms was chopped off and blood spurted out. Ah! Lin Tian! Chen Yu roared angrily and directly fled. He wouldn't clamor like the Northern Sword. He knew deep down that Lin Tian would surely die. Then there was no need to tangle with Lin Tian. Escaped? How do you deserve to be called a sword cultivator? Lin Tian let out a cold smile, and this time, he no longer hid his clumsiness. The silent sword intent instantly erupted, locking onto Chen Yu the moment he struck the sword. Swish! A white light flashed. Chen Yu's body lurched as millions of sharp blades steeply appeared all over his body to cut and destroy. Ah! He screamed miserably and instantly died violently with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. The power of 10 dragons. How did he cultivate it? Above the cloudy sky, Ziyu let out a delicate cry, unable to believe the scene she was seeing. In such a large formation, no one should be able to cultivate. How did he cultivate from the body opening realm to cave void, and also possess the power of 10 dragons? The fourth peak, Jane Candle Huang, also said incredulously, not to mention the fact that there was a blood town. Even if it was an ordinary heavenly pride, cultivating from the body opening realm to cave void in a month or so would already be incredible. At this moment, someone noticed Li Musheng behind the crowd. Most people felt that Li Musheng should have misremembered Lin Tian's cultivation level. Li Musheng was watched by everyone, and all of a sudden, he looked nervous. When I brought Lin Tian to Blood Town that day, he was at the early stage of the body opening realm. Li Musheng trembled and said, many people present in the room, pressure suffocated him. Even his father could not save him. Then how can he cultivate? Yi Yanho's voice was clear and cold, with a hint of persecution. Her beautiful eyes looked straight at Li Musheng, and a silky pressure descended. All of a sudden, Li Musheng's heart trembled tremendously and his legs went weak. No one in the room was a cutie. Lin Tian definitely had secrets. This secret was perhaps known to Li Musheng, or perhaps the patriarch of the cheerful immortal sect. Being looked straight at by Yi Renho, Li Musheng was simply unable to appreciate the other party's beauty. His legs were shaking so much that he couldn't stand, and he was breathing hard with his mouth open. Lin Tian's secret was only known to him and his father, as well as the patriarch. If this was said, it would definitely offend the patriarch. What to do? Li Musheng's gaze had lost its focus. Being stared at by Izzy, he felt like he would die the next moment. Either way, you're dead. One sooner or later. Li Musheng couldn't care too much and said with trepidation, Junior guesses that it has something to do with Lin Tian being an innate Dao body. Wow! Li Musheng's words stirred up 1,000 waves. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked once again. Some of the elders of the cheerful immortal sect knew about the matter between the patriarch and the Holy Maiden. It was also known that the Holy Maiden needed an innate Dao body to heal her Dao injuries. It turned out that Lin Tian was that innate Dao body. In that case, Patriarch Yu Changqing had lowered Lin Tian within the Blood Town in order to force the Holy Maiden to dual cultivate with him. Yu Changqing was gazed at by the others, and then just lightly glanced at Li Musheng. All of a sudden, it made Li Musheng feel like falling into an ice cellar. Child, you should go to the front of the Blood Town. If Lin Tian is unable to resist the Red Thunder, you should shut down the Grand Formation at the first opportunity. Li Musheng's father said faintly to Li Musheng, seeking a glimmer of life for his child at this time. Child, understands. Li Musheng, covered in sweat, nodded nervously and flew directly off the immortal boat. My disciple. It's actually an innate Tao body. Li Baiyi's eyes burned, and his heart was naturally filled with joy. Nowadays, Lin Tian's killing decisiveness and comprehension qualifications all satisfied his heart. Unexpectedly, it was still an innate Tao body. Ha ha ha, Li Baiyi laughed out loud, his laughter stirring between the clouds and the sky. Since I had no hope of greatness 300 years ago, I have searched the world for a heavenly pride of the sword Tao, and would like to pass on what I have practiced in my life, to renew the legacy of my way, to continue the great learning for the way of my master. After hundreds of years of searching for a brilliant world, there is no one with a heavenly sword heart, he said, laughing loudly. This is a scruffy person, suddenly the rich and handsome, just a twinkle of excitement and joy in his eyes, more like a sprightly old man. Now that I have obtained Lin Tian, I have gotten my wish. Above the cloudy sky, Yiren Ho Ho saw the scene. Vermilion lips trembled lightly, not speaking. Chapter 84, break the formation here today, and you will never be bound again. Finally, silence, Lin Tian murmured, his entire body walking alone in the air, step by step, step by step, step up to the top. His eyes looked beyond Blood Town. This place has trapped me for more than a month. Others hold me in contempt and treat me like an ant, all because I am weak and powerless, he murmured, his voice flat, but it suddenly resounded above the entire Blood Town. The residents of Blood Town who hadn't participated in the siege of Lin Tian, such as Qiu Zi, Chang Orange, and the others, were stunned as they looked at Lin Tian above the sky. Even the people above the cloudy sky were quietly watching this person. He's going to break the game. Chen Fan, the fourth peak's eldest disciple who had never spoken or stood out, opened his mouth for the first time. His eyes had always been as flat as water, but at this moment, they displayed a hint of essence. It would be great if my sword sect could have such a person. As Chen Fan continued to speak, the master beside him, Jian Candle Huang, frowned slightly. His own disciple was actually advising him. What the hell is he doing? Does he want to chop through this grand formation? Ziyu murmured softly, frowning, her eyes flashing with a strange color. Impossible. He's only caveman. He's only caveman. Ziyu spoke softly and delicately, unwilling to think in that direction. If Lin Tian could really chop away, didn't that mean that Lin Tian's attainments in the Tao of the sword were even deeper than hers? As for, Li Baiyi's eyes were gazing deftly at the youth murmuring within the Blood Town, his breathing becoming rapid. As for, the cheerful immortal sect patriarch's heart tightened. Today, Lin Tian is still alive. Then their cheerful immortal sect was largely worry-free. Li Baiyi won't go through with it. But, Lin Tian, Lin Genius was the focus, and there were some clans in the Great Qin Immortal Kingdom that existed similar spell formations. Make a blood elixir by feeding on human blood. However, no one had ever been able to break out of the Blood Town. No one has ever been that amazing. But if Lin Tian really rushed out, then even if there was no Li Baiyi, Lin Tian was originally a heavenly pride that could shake the world. Such a heavenly pride had become the enemy of their cheerful immortal sect. What happens then? Yu Changqing's brows furrowed as a trace of coldness surfaced in his heart. Yu Changqing was not the only one who thought like this. And then there's Li Woodson. He fell from the cloudy sky and looked at Lin Tian. The shock in his heart was enough to turn the waves of the day. That lowly person that he had taken out of the Lin family had grown to such a level in just a month? Terrible. Cynical. Hateful. Seeing Lin Tian's desire to cut through the Blood Town, Li Muxing's eyes narrowed and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a large formation would be difficult to break at the early stage of the Soul Palace. How does a caveman go about chopping? Such a mind is too brash. There were too many examples of this kind of look-alike sword Tao heavenly pride falling. How could he, Li Mushang, be afraid? It's nothing but a dumbass. Li Mushang, you're here. A cold voice came from within Blood Town. Lin Tian stood in the void, looking at Li Mushang, who was slowly falling from above the cloudy sky. His mind moved. The feeling of palpitations when he went out before was from Li Mushang? Lin Tian. Li Mushing's pupils shrunk, still feeling some palpitations as he pronounced the name. In the past 2 days, this mole from the past had turned out to be his nightmare. How ridiculous. Just lucky to have a good master. Now that you're here, wait for me. Lin Tian continued to speak, a hint of murderous intent glowing in his eyes, which quickly disappeared again. Waiting for you? Li Mushang frowned. Right, Lin Tian said, raising the heavenly sword in his hand that was dyed in ink color. The body was slightly curved above mid-air, and the heavenly sword was as it was when it was sheathed. Buzz off! A manic to the extreme sword sound resounded steeply. Around Lin Tian's body, space gradually distorted and rippled, making everything not so real to see. Wait for me, come out and chop you up. As Lin Tian's words fell, flames of light flooded around him. Boom boom boom. The wildly surging silent sword intent was instantly stacked like mountains. Li Muxing's pupils instantly shrunk, and his breathing became extremely slow. Everything in the world twisted and changed in his vision. Only, a blanket of sword light rose up. Today, no one can confine me anymore, Lin Tian slowly said. Shasta. A trace of the morose sword intent that cut through everything skyrocketed from the sword in Lin Tian's hand. This sword intent climbed high to the extreme. Lin Tian's entire body was wrapped in white light. Let him be as the great sun and as bright as the stars. The mighty pressure scattered, causing those watching the battle above the cloudy sky to no longer be able to remain calm. It made Yu Chongqing and the other group of powerful people from the cheerful immortal sect, for the first time, raise scorn in their hearts towards a junior, making Li Mushang, who was sneering in his heart, unconsciously move away from Bloodtown with his soul palace realm body. It made Li Baiyi's eyes burn as if he had been revitalized. Mr. Lin is a rare and strange man in the world, Ling Qiuzi's vermilion lips murmured, and a hint of a silent smile like spring rain surfaced on her face. Next moment, between Lin Tian's eyes opening and closing, the sword light was brilliant and clear. With a wave of his right hand, the heavenly sword pointed out. Boom! The light of the sword was soaring up into the sky. The sky is the limit. A single sword cut can destroy. A sword in the sky, Lin Tian murmured, his black clothes fluttering, when he was truly like a supreme sword immortal. In the next instant, accompanied by the sound of clanging swords, the red light above the large formation receded. A crack appeared, spreading out like a spider web. The light of the truly great sun spread out from the gap. Everyone within Bloodtown watched this scene in a trance. There was the sound of adults crying and children cheering. The silhouettes scurried about, staring blankly at the elongated figure. Ha ha ha, a clear laugh rang out. Lin Tian's arms stretched out as his figure slowly flew upwards. He waited until he actually flew out of Bloodtown before slowly standing in the void. I would have been a bird in a cage and a fish in a net. He smiled broadly, feeling the world around him in this moment. True freedom that belongs to him. Break the formation here today, and you will never be bound again, Lin Tian said, his hair flying above his cheeks. His dark eyes were blocked by his hair, making his whole person dashing. The sword cultivator here was so handsome that all the women were stunned for a moment. You, Li Mushang looked at Lin Tian, who had broken out of the formation, and for the first time, his eyes showed fear towards Lin Tian. Immortal Li. Lin Tian lowered his head and spoke, his hair wildly caressing before his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Li Mushang frowned, his eyes filled with scorn. Lin Tian, however, paced above the void and said to himself, I have made a vow since you imprisoned me in Bloodtown. I want to chop the flesh and blood off of you and ask you a question. Li Muxing's brows furrowed even more as a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. However, he saw Lin Tian looking at him, smiling fiercely, his eyes filled with madness. On your knees, Lin Tian spoke indifferently, and as soon as the words fell, it was as if an emperor had sent down a decree that could not be disobeyed. Li Muxing's face rhymed with anger as he wanted to explode and kill Lin Tian with a punch. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Just don't dare. Today's comments section. Very quiet. The author's heart. Wow. Chapter 85. You guys, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Li Muxing's eyes narrowed slightly, but cold sweat was seeping from his face. Right now, Lin Tian's master was watching from the sky. He really didn't dare to do anything to Lin Tian. At this time, within the town, when these Bloodtown residents saw that Lin Tian had chopped through the formation, they naturally wanted to rush straight out. However, when they saw Li Muxing appear, the hearts were all flooded with a trace of sadness. Li Muxing was at the Soul Palace realm. It's a presence they can't hope for. Although they hated Li Muxing to death, they didn't dare to flee from this. A finger or a look from the other side could exterminate them, making Qiuzi stand above the door bar. Seeing this scene was also bitter in his heart. It's so hard for Mr. Lin to escape. Why? Why did Li Muxing come? How was she going to watch Lin Tian fall before her eyes? God has made a mess. What the hell is he going to do? He really wants to battle the Soul Palace with the cave void? Ziyu frowned her willow eyebrows and said, very puzzled by Lin Tian's behavior at this moment. She had already been shocked by Lin Tian time and time again, but Lin Tian's every understanding was incomprehensible to her. A little too brash after all. Izzy gave a salty comment. What this person, Lin Tian, had done seemed amazing to her, but underneath the awesomeness, it's tyrannical and murderous and too high profile. Granted, most of the sword cultivators are like that. However, Lin Tian was much more high profile than an unusual sword cultivator. Just like the Li Baiyi of that year, truly thinking that he was invincible and that no one in the sword Dao could checkmate him, then run to the Imperial Palace. The only ones in this world who could defeat immortal emperors were the previous generation's extreme realm true martial artists. Li Baiyi was also low for centuries because of his arrogance. Yi Rinho looked at Li Bai on top of the immortal boat. After seeing an appreciative smile emerge from the corner of Li Bai's mouth, his heart was even more annoyed. Sword God. If not, let's go down. The Wanxian sect patriarch Yu Changqing smiled sarcastically at Li Bai. No matter what, Lin Tian couldn't get entangled with their cheerful immortal sect anymore. It's only going to get more and more troublesome if this continues. There's no rush. Li Bai coldly glanced at Yu Changqing, faintly whispered. The hearts of the crowd from the cheerful immortal sect chilled. Li Bai's attitude was too obvious. This was to use Li Mushing to test Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian was definitely no match for the Soul Palace realm. What Li Bai wanted was to see Lin Tian's limits. If Lin Tian was in danger, he would be the first to step in and kill Li Mushing. Among the people of the cheerful immortal sect, a supreme elder's face became chilly, but he was helpless. His son, finally, is going to die. In the meantime, outside of Blood Town, on top of a large mountain, the two figures stood silently. A man and a woman, both wearing masks. These two people Lin Tian had also seen before. One was the Extreme Realm Zixihe and the other was the Extreme Realm Qingdi. Shiha. Let's just forget it. We're robbing people under the Sword God. In the future, I guess I definitely won't be able to survive in the future. The Qing Emperor murmured as he used a secret method to transmit his voice. And his expression underneath his mask was also a bit rattled. After all, the sky's the limit. It's the God of Swords. The Sword God who once reigned over the entire immortal kingdom. He nodded faintly and looked towards the Qing Emperor. Xing Di, go back. I'm already grateful to you for informing me of how to capture Lin Tian to the Extreme Realm. The Green Emperor was stunned, but still persuaded. Shiha. The method of dealing with Dao injuries doesn't have to be the only way to deal with the spiritual rhythm of the innate Dao body. Shiha shook her head slightly, her meaning firm. You. A trace of bitterness flooded the Qing Emperor's heart. Who wouldn't be moved by a strange woman like Shiha? What made it even more difficult for him was that the method of seizing the innate Dao body's spiritual rhythm was still something he had informed Shiha about. You, take care, Qing Di murmured and disappeared into the void. Leaving Shihi alone, he silently gazed at Lin Tian who was confronting Li Mushing in the void. The future path of my Muaoi evening depends on today, Cici murmured, her red lips slightly opening. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the figure through the mask. She had planned to directly break through the Blood Town just now to grab Lin Tian and enter the Extreme Realm. But even she did not expect Lin Tian to be so stunning. Breaking the formation with a hole in the ground. That gave her a better chance. With such amazing talent, Mu Xiangye easily recalled another sword cultivator, Zhenmu. Only, there was still a huge difference between Lin Tian and true martial. In terms of physical cultivation, Lin Tian of the 10 Dragons' strength was superior to Jinwu. However, in terms of means, true martial was superior to Lin Tian. The Kuei-yu Dharma, Thunder, and Wind Spirit were all shocking means. Lin Tian, however, was just a flame. If he wasn't trapped by the Blood Town, Lin Tian should be even more powerful than a true martial. Mu Xiangye's beautiful eyes reflected that elongated figure. When she thought about what she was going to do with Lin Tian afterward, a hint of redness surfaced on Mu Xiangye's face. An untouched woman. At the thought of still forcing herself on others. And it's even more shameful. I'm only taking his spiritual rhythm. It won't hurt the fundamentals. And afterward, I'll give him a nourishing spiritual treasure to awaken his innate Dao body. It's not excessive. Mu Yoyo evening exhaled like a fragrance, and her stunningly beautiful cheeks only felt hotter and hotter. It should be him who takes advantage of the situation. And if he can also become my Daoist. Mu Ao Wei said, breathing slightly. Buzz. It turned into a shadow of light and rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who had been coldly watching Li Mushing, was suddenly startled and looked to his right. There a silhouette with a moonlight mask was coming at him. Saiwa? He frowned, not expecting to meet someone unexpected here. Want to kill me? Lin Tian's eyes were flooded with killing intent. Bold. At the same time, a grand old voice fell from the cloudy sky. Boom! A brilliant sword might that shone in the ancient and modern future, and whose light shook heaven and earth, fell from above the Qiong heaven. There's someone else. Lin Tian's heart palpitated. Such a sword Dao made the flesh and blood all over his body alert. Lin Tian. Feeling the pressure from the sword god above the Qiong heaven, he let out a cry of shock. The entire person instantly crossed the void and arrived beside Lin Tian in the next instant. She stretched out her veiled hand and grabbed towards Lin Tian. Li Mushing, who was in front of Lin Tian, also had goosebumps all over his body, followed by a cold laugh. In such a situation, the sword god was too late. Lin Tian would surely die. Underneath the mask of Shihi, a pair of beautiful eyes also surfaced with excitement. Finally, it was time to get Lin Tian. There is no one in the world who can bind her. And, also just then, a ray of light flashed from in front of Shiha's body. as if a great sun was rising. Everyone's breath caught. "You guys, do you really think I'm a bully?" A cold voice spat out from Lin Tian's mouth. "Die for me." Lin Tian let out a low roar. Boom boom boom. Terrifying might exploded on him. Flames, horrifying flames erupted vigorously. It was as if it was going to scorch the whole world. Buzz. A sword sound resounded steeply. 10,000 stern and silent intentions. The sword light covered the 19 states. 10,000 sword rainbows appeared within 100 meters of Lin Tian's circumference. Suppress. Lin Tian let out a low gulp. Thousands of swords stabbed down from Qiongtian. Underneath the mask of Shi-He, a pair of beautiful eyes widened abruptly. Chapter 86, I never wanted to kill you. This. Shi-He was shocked, only feeling that his body was locked by an extremely terrifying sword intent. Every trace of sword intent carried an aura of destruction, desire to destroy her. Such a palpitating sword intent could even be compared to a true martial. Lin Tian. She let out a delicate cry, and a Dao of sword intent also surfaced around her body. Fighting sword intent. With such a critical situation, she only had a breath of time. If it was an instant later, the sword god's sword intent would have fallen. If she didn't return to the extreme realm, she would definitely be decapitated. Humph. Lin Tian snorted coldly and moved his mind. The heaven and earth sword heist fell. The sword intent was different, and the situation of the heaven and earth sword heist changed drastically. All are suppressed though. However, the destructive aura within the silent sword intent was even more frightening than the great river sword intent. The next instant, in everyone's field of vision, this zone of suppression formed by sword intent was filled with terrifying sword light. Sword chi killed each other across the board. Lin Tian's surroundings seemed to have changed into a barren zone. Dao chaos sword light fell towards the bodies of Shi-He and Li Musheng. Boom boom boom. It was like thousands of stumped swords chopping on the ground. The earth instantly exploded and collapsed down. The explosions were horrifying to the extreme, and a circle of smoke and boulders splattered away, stirring up the surrounding mountains. Some of the boulders that fell within Blood Town would instantly destroy the houses and streets. Everything is silent. Damned. Daddy. A little girl with red pupils hissed as she seemed to have sensed Li Musheng's abnormality. Rushed out of the bakery at the entrance to the town of Blood Town. All of a sudden, he fell within the range of Lin Tian's sword calamity and was instantly suppressed. Why? Feeling the terrifying power of suppression, Shi's prime hand grabbed towards Lin Tian. Only the last inch remains. Lin Tian's brows furrowed and his pupils suddenly shrunk. This person could navigate through the heaven and earth sword heist with ease. The powerful heaven and earth sword tribulation only caused the movements of the extreme realm Zixi to miss by a breath. Extreme realm Shiha was powerful to the extreme. At the same time, above Shiha's head, a sword intent that was even more terrifying than the heaven and earth sword tribulation that Lin Tian had executed fell. In the next instant, it was about to chop on top of Shiha's delicate body. Predictably, Shiha is going to be exterminated. It's down to the wire. Cici, he said in a daze, looking at Lin Tian who was close at hand. Tears surfaced between her beautiful eyes. I didn't try to kill you. As she spoke, space rippled and her figure disappeared in front of Lin Tian. The next instant. Wow! The terrifying sword intent of the Great Dao separated the sun and the moon and landed at the place where Shiha was originally located. Only, it was chopped short, falling on top of the earth. Rumble! Lin Tian looked towards the ground in fear. There, the earth crumbled apart inch by inch, and the sword pressure went until the depths of the earth, with no end in sight. Boom! A sudden popping sound was transmitted above the earth. Stretching on and on, the entire earth began to tremble. Several cracks appeared in the earth, extending endlessly. It was more than 100 miles long and extended to the place where the great mountains crumbled and countless soils were destroyed. Even within the entire town, a deep gully appeared. The residents within the town shrieked and began to flee. A sword pressure was truly like destroying the sky and the earth. What kind of sword path is this? Lin Tian murmured, shock surfacing in his eyes. Want to learn? I'll teach you. A laughing old man's voice fell from the agitated sky above. Lin Tian looked over and his eyes narrowed. According to his line of sight, there was no one there. Friend or foe? Lin Tian's heart tightened. The probability of being an enemy is higher. After all, he was still very self-conscious about how he conducted himself. The other party's tone was teasing, and the odds were that he was treated as a playable and killable ant. At this time, it was most likely a great power among the Huanxian sect that had stepped forward. It's just that sword just now was helping itself. What happened here suddenly became confusing. Lin Tian didn't believe in the so-called good things. Looking at Li Musheng beside him, his body was now overflowing with blood. His appearance was tragic. I let you kneel down just now. Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile. I wanted to torture my opponent, but now it seems there's no time for that. He pointed out his sword. aiming it at Li Musheng's head. Gluttony. The little girl in red who had rushed out because of Li Musheng's suffering hissed. Lin Tian remembered her. This girl had had one of her arms chopped off by him. Today it appears to be restored. Something else is fishy. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint sword aura stabbed out from the tip of his sword. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Li Musheng let out a cry of fear, hissing with all the particles in his body. He doesn't want to die. What for? To kill you. Naturally. Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile as a sword blade stabbed out. Wow. The sword fell within Li Musheng's head and instantly wreaked havoc. You didn't think that it would be me who would kill you, either. Lin Tian said indifferently, looking once again at the sky. His heart fluttered and he said directly inwardly. Extreme realm. I want, the lol. Snap. A large hand slapped on top of Lin Tian's shoulder, and in an instant a magical power appeared within Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian's originally surging qi and blood quieted down in this instant. Lin Tian was alert and his eyes widened. A white-clothed old man appeared beside him at some point. His face was plain and unassuming, with a smile on his face and a white suit, or because he was slightly stooped, he had to be a bit lower than Lin Tian. Did you cut that sword just now? Lin Tian asked, but a chill was born in his heart. It was as if his mind couldn't stop it for a moment, couldn't go and calmly communicate with the extreme realm. What power this is. What is this old man's realm? Ha ha, that sword just now wasn't bad, right? Go back with me and I'll teach you. Li Baiyi's gaze was always on Lin Tian, as if he was massing everything about him. The more this happened, the more the smile on his face became more pronounced. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Like, not the enemy. Going back with you. Where to? Lin Tian asked. Li Baiyi gave a slight beat and let out a faint smile. No introductions yet. I'm Li Baiyi. Whitey Li. Lin Tian chewed on the name as if his predecessor had heard it at some point, but extremely distant. His eyes were pale and he didn't speak. Li Baiyi's face stiffened as he looked at Lin Tian as if he had seen a ghost. You haven't heard of my name, Li Baiyi? Lin Tian remained silent. Then you should have heard of the great Qin immortal emperor. I, Li Baiyi, fought the immortal emperor 300 years ago. Battled the immortal emperor. Lin Tian's eyes were slightly condensed as he looked closely at the old man in front of him. I heard that the extreme realm true marshal had killed the last immortal emperor. Li Baiyi's complexion stiffened, and his entire body was bad. What are you bringing him up for? Li Baiyi turned around, waving his sleeve in disdain. Both of us fought against the immortal emperor, and while he died, I'm still alive, so you can understand my power now. Lin Tian nodded. Such a strong person was indeed powerful. This person was eccentric, and Lin Tian couldn't fight him for the time being. Then he followed the other's lead and continued to ask. So Senior killed the immortal emperor? Li Baiyi was stunned, and his entire body paused in place, then smirked and turned around. Lin Tian don't go too far. Quickly worship the master. In the future, if you want to battle immortal emperors, you have to learn the skills as well, don't you? I'll teach you. Li Baiyi smiled, pointing at himself, standing upright in an immortal stance. A smile filled the room. Chapter 87, in this vast land, besides me, you're the only one with a heavenly sword heart. Lin Tian's eyes stared slightly, not expecting things to go this way. The urgency in his heart dropped slightly by 1 point. Is Senior serious? Lin Tian asked. Naturally, I'm serious. I've been looking for you from Heavenly Sword City all the way to the cheerful immortal sect for more than 20 days. How can I not be serious? Li Baiyi's eyes glistened with essence and said with a smile. Is that so? Lin Tian's eyelids sank slightly before he said. I had my own master long ago. Li Baiyi's eyes instantly trembled, and his entire body froze in place, not knowing how to speak. Above the cloudy sky, the crowd also did not expect things to go this way. Lin Tian shocked the people over and over again. Break open the Blood Town with your own power. Even more so with the cave of the soul-killing palace. Facing the former sword god Li Baiyi, the performance was uneven. It was hard to imagine that this would just be a junior in the cave realm. Indeed, it's impossible for such a heavenly pride to not have a master. Fifth Peak Master Renho said with a light smile, looking at the stagnant Li Baiyi above the ground with a hint of regret in his eyes. He had a master a long time ago. Why is he trapped in Blood Town? Does his master want to use this to refine him? The Fifth Peak Master, Jian Candle Huang, also frowned. The hearts of all the people of the cheerful immortal sect trembled. It was surprising that they had invariably gained another powerful enemy. This Blood Town must not remain, one of the elders said painfully, his eyes filled with fear. Now that we have offended a young heavenly pride, and the forces behind him are this unfathomable, what should we do? There was an aged supreme elder who narrowed his eyes at Yu Changqing. The meaning was clear. To incriminate the patriarch. This seat. I did not expect it to be like this. Yu Changqing's breathing became much more rapid and his heart trembled tremendously. It's amazing that he made such a big enemy. What if it's later? Lin Tian didn't know that his words had caused waves of shock to rise in the hearts of these people with terrifying strength. He held up his sword. In fact, to say that his master was the sword in his hand. But such words must not be stated. Lin Tian was merely stating a meaning. A terrifying existence became his master. His secrets will also be poked out by the other side like thin paper. This can only be a hidden danger. As for Lin Tian's opposite side, Li Bai came back to his senses after a brief moment of stupefaction. He blew out his beard and let out a loud laugh. In this world, who is more suitable to be your master than I? Li Bai? Your sword heart is heavenly, and those who can have a heavenly sword heart in this world are just the two of us. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. He does possess a sword heart. After all, the premise of the sword heart body refining technique was the sword heart. Only, was this the reason why Li Bai insisted on taking him as his disciple? Lin Tian frowned as his eyes swept over the surroundings. However, he saw below. The people of the town were looking at Li Bai with a gaze of fear and admiration having. I refuse. Lin Tian turned around indifferently. Lin Tian, you. Li Bai slightly tilted his head sideways and skimmed Lin Tian with his afterglow. This son was suppressed and relied on himself to break out of the formation. The sword intent exerted was also devoid of other people's shadows. Lin Tian could fool everyone else, but he alone could not fool the second sword heart heavenly success in the world. Since you are unwilling to worship me as your master, are you interested in walking up to my sword sect? Li Bai directly chose to beg for second best this time. His eyes burned as he looked at Lin Tian. Those deep eyes filled with anticipation. It was impossible to let Lin Tian reject it like that. As for the master-disciple talk, that can also be put off for later. A generation of sword god, once an absolute powerhouse. Speaking to a junior like this was enough to shock everyone's jaws. Lin Tian was surprised a few times in his heart, as if he had felt Li Bai's blazing passion. However, he remains unwilling to live under a human being. When he was about to say it, Li Bai spoke up first. Lin Tian, the sword intent you displayed before was powerful, but there were still some mistakes. Lin Tian frowned and looked at Li Bai, but he saw Li Bai continue. Your sword Dao is flawless, but when your sword intent is cast out, it is mixed with other flavors. Li Bai opened his mouth quietly and pointed out his index finger. A trace of chaotic light was pointed out from between his fingers. You have the sword heart, but you don't know how to use it at all so far. You have a natural advantage, but you don't know how to control it, Li Bai said, his eyes suddenly becoming cold and stern. He pointed a finger above the void, and that chaotic sword intent continued to rise in Lin Tian's eyes, rising and compressed. Rise again, compress again. In the vision of others, it was clear that it was only Li Bai who was exerting a hint of sword intent. In Lin Tian's eyes, however, he saw a pale avenue. The whole world darkened. The only thing was the cluster of chaotic sword light between Li Bai's fingers. This chaotic sword intent can move mountains, cut down demons, and create the world. It amazed the ancient and modern great worlds, causing Lin Tian's heart to shake tremendously. Silence. That was Lin Tian's silent sword intent. Yet, it was cast by Li Bai with just a glance. No, it's not silence. Silence was Lin Tian's own Dao. But Li Bai had already surpassed Lin Tian by merely imitating. Context has nothing to do with realms. The sword intent above Li Bai's fingertips should have just been comprehended. However, it gave Lin Tian the feeling that he could cut through the sea with a single hint. How did you do it? Lin Tian's eyes glowed with a cold light and his breathing became rapid. Li Bai let out a light laugh, suddenly seeing hope in general. Lend me your fire. Li Bai slapped one hand on Lin Tian's shoulder, originally wanting to extract a trace of Lin Tian's flame power, but he was suddenly struck dumb. Thunder, Qiu, Bifeng, gravity, wind spirit, and flame. Heavy oddity. You brat. Li Bai's eyes trembled. Without realizing it, he knew some of Lin Tian's secrets, and Lin Tian's heart trembled tremendously as a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was well hidden, but he was still discovered by Li Bai. Don't worry. Li Bai let out a light laugh. Since you were invited as a guest, how could you not show something? Li Bai laughed out loud and looked between heaven and earth and said, I, Li Bai, swear by the sword Dao to point to the heavens and protect Lin Tianzhuan. Li Bai's voice was not big or small, but it resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. A sword rainbow ran through heaven and earth, isolating the sun, moon, and stars. Suddenly the sudden radiance opened up. Everyone, including Lin Tian, was shocked. It was impossible to open one's eyes under this sword light. It was as if all the ages of the ages were amazed by it. Ha ha, can you feel relieved now? Li Bai laughed. The creases on his face piled up as he looked towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian squinted his eyes at the sword light in the sky, and his heart was flooded with monstrous waves. "And why are you doing this?" Li Bai smiled indifferently and said, "Because, in this vast land, besides me, you're the only one whose sword heart is heavenly," Li Bai said. Lin Tian frowned and looked at the other party. This person, being an absolute powerhouse, had managed to achieve such a level just by meeting. Chapter 88, Guests. "In that case," Lin Tian murmured and said as he looked at Li Bai, "I have said since I left the town that I would not want to be held back in this life." He looked over at Li Bai, and the other man was staring at him dead in the face. "I won't be Senior's disciple, but I can be invited by Senior to go to the sword sect as a guest." Only after Lin Tian said the last sentence did Li Bai slowly exhale the turbid breath stuck in his throat. "It's good enough to be a guest. Ha ha ha." He laughed out loud at heaven and earth, the weathered wrinkles on his face stretching out all at once. In fact, after he saw that Lin Tian was able to rush out of Blood Town on his own, it was already clear that this time, accepting a disciple wouldn't be easy. That's why it's crucial to stabilize Lin Genius first. Above the cloudy sky, the crowd's hearts palpitated in unison when they saw this scene. What kind of person is the sword god? Not to mention taking on an apprentice. Just saying a few pointers would make the junior grateful. Even the sword intent that Li Bai had just displayed, it already made Ziyu's eyes as well as Chen Fan's eyes widen, calling out that they were lucky. But what? This person, Lin Tian, however, did not want to be Li Bai's disciple at all. Even Li Bai's swearing by the sword Dao only made him agree to be a guest. "Humph. I really don't understand what's in this Lin Tian's head." Ziyu let out a light hum, pouting her small mouth with cherry lips, very dissatisfied with Lin Tian's attitude, rather more conceited than when Li Bai was young. Izzy murmured softly as she furrowed her nice faraway mountain brows. What Li Bai had in mind was naturally clear to her, but according to Lin Tian's qualifications and character, it might be even more terrifying in the future. "It's a little better if you're just a guest." Fourth Peak Master Jane Candle Huang sighed softly. At least this news spread out. It was much better than Li Bai accepting an apprentice. Afterward, Jane Candlewick looked at Chen Fan beside him and asked, "Apprentice, how does this Lin Tian look to you?" Chen Fan stood quietly beside Jane Candle Huang, occasionally making points, but not many. The aura on his body was also as calm as water, making it difficult to compare him to a sword Dao heavenly pride. Chen Fan quietly gazed at Lin Tian above the ground and said with a slight sigh, "In terms of qualifications, Lin Tian is a bit stronger than me." When Chen Fan finished speaking, Jane Candlewick laughed out loud. "Worthy of my apprentice." Since Chen Fan entered the sect, he had been unassuming, but it was Jane Candlewick who caught a glimpse of it. The reason for this was Chen Fan's heart of gold, cultivating for more than 10 years, chopping wood and boiling water for cooking every day. Everyone thought that Chen Fan was immortal after all. Yet, the moment Chen Fan raised his sword for the first time, he comprehended the sword momentum. This is what makes Chen Fan different. The people of the cheerful immortal sect looked at each other, while some of them looked at Jin Candle Huang and Chen Fan. Their Huan Xian sect's heavenly pride generation was only the holy maiden Mu Anxious Evening alone. The 7 peaks of the sword sect, however, were full of heavenly pride, which was truly enviable. Only at this point, it is no longer a time for envy either. The cheerful immortal sect patriarch Yu Changqing looked at Jin Candle Huang and smiled sarcastically. "Senior Jane, now that the sword god has obtained Lin Tian, and there is no longer any business of my cheerful immortal sect here, why don? Chi Yu." He took out a spatial ring and handed it out, which was filled with supreme treasures. There was even a god-level supreme treasure. Jin Candle Huang lightly glanced at Yu Changqing and said with a slight shake of his head, "In that case, you and the others should go back. Lin Tian is unwilling to form a bond with my sword sect. Let your Huan Xian sect's matters with him be dealt with later." Jin Candle Huang let the people of the cheerful immortal sect leave, but he did not take the spatial ring either. The meaning is simple: unwillingness to meddle with karma. Now that they were allowed to leave, it was probably an unauthorized decision for Li Bai, not allowing Li Bai to become entangled in karma with Lin Tian. Yu Changqing let out a bitter smile, then looked at Lin Tian above the ground and his eyes turned grim. With the blessing of the sword god, it was naturally difficult for them to strike at Lin Tian, but how would an immortal sect go about watching a hostile heavenly pride grow up? Underestimate? To allow such a talent the possibility of growth? How is that possible? If you can't do it yourself, there's always someone who can. The court, the Holy Land, and even the gang of lunatics in the extreme realm. Which one doesn't work? As Yu Changqing was calculating in his mind, Jane Candle Huang beside him suddenly snorted coldly. He was so shocked that he made a quick bow and fled. Some elders also followed Yu Changqing in succession. Only Li Muxing's father lamented, tears glistening in his eyes. His son, a heavenly pride of the Soul Palace realm. In this so-called sword god's acceptance of disciples, it became a mole cricket that no one would care about even if it died. That's his son. He trembled. not even daring to go near to collect his son's body at this point. You're not leaving yet? Jin Candlehuan lightly glanced at the white-haired old man. Yes. The old man gave a respectful cry and disappeared into the void. Go down. Jane Candlehuan spoke faintly as her figure disappeared above the immortal boat. The remaining Irenho and Ziyu followed suit. By the town of blood. Lin Tian's gaze finally looked at the little girl with red pupils who was kneeling on the ground. Before Li Musheng was killed, this girl rushed out from the middle of Blood Town. But he was trapped by the Heaven and Earth Sword Scourge. This is the Blood Soul. This formation uses the moon god Dan as a guide to raise blood parasites with the human body. The longer the time, the more powerful the blood parasites become. Until the cultivator who swallowed the moon god Dan dies. The blood soul sucks the blood parasites from the deceased's body and continues to grow stronger. And then the cultivator refines the blood soul. 100 years of time can raise a pioneer sea realm, Li Bai said indifferently, pointing out with a single finger. A sword light pierced within the head of the little girl with red pupils. Gluttony. With a screaming hiss, the little girl's body suddenly burst apart and turned into a mist of blood. This thing is hurtful and tainted with karma. Only those who have no hope of opening up the sea realm in this life will refine it. If the heavenly pride generation is tainted with it, the karmic entanglements afterward will block the qualifications, Li Bai explained. And with a wave of his big hand, he scattered light into the Blood Town. In the middle of Blood Town, those cultivators who had swallowed the lunar god pill suddenly felt a lightness in their bodies. The moon god pill completely disappeared within their bodies. Thank you, Sword God. We are saved. The Sword God's favor. I will never forget it in this life. Within Blood Town, those cultivators who were still cowering originally fell to their knees in gratitude. A line of tears also fell as he made Xiao Zi feel the clearing of his body. Her gaze kept looking straight at Lin Tian, as if she had 1,000 words to say, and as if she had no words at all. All she knew was that Mr. Lin seemed to be much farther away from her again. All of you leave. No one will shackle you and the others in the future. Li Bai let out a faint smile. Thank you, Sword God. Within Blood Town, those cultivators rushed out one by one, leaving in all directions. This matter is also over. It's better to hurry back to the sect. A cold voice came out. Lin Tian frowned as he looked over. The two women were standing high above the void more than 100 meters away from them looking down at them. Not far away, there were also two more men, one old and one young. One of them wore a red robe and was a broken arm. The other was dressed in gray, like an ordinary person. There was not even a sound of their arrival. Every single one of them was in a stronger realm than him. These two chapters are kind of the start of a new storyline that's coming soon. Seems like it's Monday, so a lot of bookworms are off to school. Chapter 89, Forgetting Each Other in the Lake. Don't be nervous, they are also from the Sword Sect. Li Bai lightly glanced at Jane Candle Huang and Ren Ho. Lin Tian nodded, his gaze heading towards a silhouette not far away. Mr. Lin, you saved me twice. Xiao Zi won't forget it. Ling Xiaozi led Chang Orange to Lin Tian's side. The crowd looked at Ling Xiaozi, a delicate-looking woman. I can't say it's a stunning color, but the temperament is unique. However, every time he looked at Lin Tian, that gaze carried deep affection, as if born with a hint of gentle flavor. The eyes are like autumn water rippling. What happened before was also seen by all. Knowing how Ling Xiaozi treats Lin Tian looked at Ling Xiaozi and said with a light smile, I've explained why. No need to thank me. Lin Tian's eyes were always bland, and this time, he also did not let Qing Xiaozi see the hint of meaning that he wanted to see. A feeling of sadness and bitterness flooded her heart, and she suddenly looked stubbornly at Li Bai and said, Sword God Senior may need a cook. Xiaozi is not talented and is good at cooking. Li Bai's brows stretched as he looked at Lin Tian beside him. Yet, he saw that Lin Tian did not show a single trace of abnormality. The heart sighed slightly. No need. The bitterness that made Xiaozi's heart extend into her cheeks. Then she looked at the rest of the people. All the people in this place were existences that she looked up to. According to her heart, it was definitely the right thing to stay away from. At this time, a hint of stubbornness was born in his heart. Above the void, Ziyu's cherry lips slightly opened, wanting to say something but not saying it. When the spring dries up, the fish are on land with each other, choking and wetting each other, and it is better to forget each other in the river and lake. An old voice rang out, and the person who spoke was the fourth peak master, Jian Candle Huang. This sound completely cut off what Ling Xiaozi was thinking in her mind. That girl child, would you like to be my teacher? Ren Ho was the one who suddenly opened her mouth. Her gaze not on Ling Xiaozi, but it was on the green orange. Green orange fluttered her large eyes and shook her head. Big brother is too tired to cultivate in seclusion every day. Shing Orange doesn't want to go cultivate. Shing Orange wants to accompany sister to cook. Ren Ho was slightly surprised, but she smiled once again. Then do you want to see your big brother again in the future? You won't be able to see your big brother if you become immortal. Green-orange shook his head once more and said aloud, I actually prefer Akiza-san de. Jin Qiuzi was slightly stunned, then hurriedly held Qing Orange's hand and said to Yi Ren-ho, Immortal, Qing Orange doesn't know any better. I'll promise for her. Then, turning to Green Orange, he said, Qing Orange listen, Lin, Gonzi and I are all cultivators. If you can't be a cultivator, you won't see anyone in the future. Green Orange's small body stiffened slightly and raised his head to look at Reng Qiuzi Dao. So will I be able to see my sister more often from now on? Of course, Reng Qiuzi smiled and nodded, a hint of moisture flooding her eyes. Alright then, Qing Chang said as she reluctantly pulled on the corner of Ling Qiuzi's coat. A shimmering light then surfaced around Qing Orange, pulling her into the void. See you later, Sister Akizi. Castle waved his arm at Ring Qiuzi. A smile also emerged on the face of Qiuzi. She was alone after all. His eyes once again looked at Lin Tian, but he realized that Lin Tian had already turned around. She owed a slight bow to those present and walked off into the distance, or no purpose. Keeping his head down, he looked towards the still unfamiliar mountains and breathed deeply, somewhat aimless. Sister Qiuzi, be sure to visit me often. Green Orange's voice rang out, making Qiuzi laugh softly. He did not turn back. It wasn't until 1,000 miles away that the head slowly went. There was still no sign of Lin Tian's eyes. Suddenly an odd thought rose. Or, what about life in the middle of Bloodtown? Her vermilion lips murmured softly, remembering that there was still a mask in her spatial ring that she had not handed over to Lin Tian. A slight shake of the head. Mr. Lin doesn't want to see me again. By and large, she only felt that she could not get a single look from that person even if she was humbled into the dirt. Forgetting each other? How am I going to get over him? Ling Qiuzi said, and only slightly shed a line of clear tears after walking all the way to a cliff. For some reason, the one mask was taken out of the space ring. It's good to have it as a reminder. At least I also used to have the same items as Mr. Lin. She smiled a little bitterly and snapped the mask over her face. Yay! There's a newcomer. A joyful youthful voice rang out. Where is this? Ling Qiuzi asked. Somewhat dumbfounded, the ice suddenly changed into a lake with water and sky. A dense mist rose up from the edge of the lake and drifted above it. Makes everything seem not so real up. This is the extreme realm. First of all, let me introduce myself as the Violet Emperor. Since you are a newcomer, call me Big Brother Violet. The man with the flaming mask on his face said with a laugh. Hello, Violet Emperor. Making Qiuzi still in a bit of a trance. Eyes circled around Violet, and there were 3 more in the distance. One of the silhouettes she had only seen before. It was the Extreme Realm Shiha who had attacked and killed Lord Lin. A man dressed in green and wearing a green mask walked towards her. Surprisingly, it's Bixia Yuanjuan's mask. The newcomers of the Extreme Realm are getting more and more terrifying. It made Qiuzi's heart puzzled, and only in his heart did he feel hostility towards that Extreme Realm CCE. It's not going to be another Zenmu, my ass, Violet exclaimed, suddenly feeling that the Extreme Realm was all bigots except for herself. Zenmu? Ling Qiuzi was slightly surprised to speak, remembering that Lin Tian had once said these 2 words before. Yeah, Jinwu is the last newcomer, a real big shot, only entered the Extreme Realm a month ago, and has already taken me flying twice. Violet held up 2 fingers, full of awe. Please Grandpa Extreme Realm, give me the grouping Jade Talisman once more. I still want to be taken flying by the true martial big guy. Qing Di glanced at Ziwei and said helplessly. You'd better hurry up and cultivate. Jinwu has taken you twice. It's already meaningful enough. Although he was speaking to Ziwei, his eyes were still involuntarily looking at the Extreme Realm Shiha behind him. Violet snapped. But I don't know. The opposite side of the heart to make the Autumn Z flooded with waves of shock. And I asked the Violet Emperor, when did that Jinwu enter the Extreme Realm? She asked, her tone a little eager. Jinwu, it was about a month ago. I think it was one night. Why do you ask? Violet said as she tapped her finger on her chin in thought. On the opposite side, causing Qiuzi's eyes to tremble lightly as a nice smile surfaced beneath her mask. In the meantime, outside of Bloodtown, that waif has a thing for you, Li Bai said to Lin Tian as he looked in the direction that made Qiuzi leave. Lin Tian shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. In his previous life, he had seen too many women, making Qiuzi by no means counts as an oddity. One more chapter. In fact, with 8,000 catch-ups and dozens of gifts yesterday, there's definitely a need for more. Results, I laid down again today. I owe a chapter, so I'll pay it back tomorrow. 10,000 words tomorrow without more talk. Didn't pay it back. Please spray me thanks. Don't be light. Do a good job on the fine outline tonight. There's another shift. It's about 11 o'clock. So get some sleep. Chapter 90. There is great Qin in the dynasty, and a sword god's ear in 10,000 generations. In the middle of Bloodtown, Lin Tian's various things with Ling Qiuji were considered transactions. Lin Tian consciously owed nothing. Following a choking sound, Lin Tian looked towards the void above. It was Chang Orange, who was looking at Lin Tian full of grievances. Huge crystalline teardrops flowing out from above her eyes. Big brother, Sister Qiu Zi especially likes you la. Chang Orange sobbed. Even though she was a child, she felt that Lin Tian was a bit too desperate. Even though Qingqiu Zi had been smiling, the loneliness and loss made a girl like Qingqiu feel sad. Lin Tian frowned slightly before stretching. Standing in the void, Zi dotingly touched Chang Orange's head and looked down at Lin Tian, her vermilion lips lightly opening. Some people, they're just a little too cool to kill. Beside her, Irenho also looked at Lin Tian and Li Bai. Only no words were spoken. Lin Tian's brows furrowed once again and there was a slight coldness in his eyes as he looked at Ziyu. Ziyu was slightly startled, seemingly a little dissatisfied and surprised. She was a noble sword Dao Heaven's pride, and no one had ever dared to look at her like this. As soon as she thought that Lin Tian had refused to worship the sword god as his master, Ziyu felt that it should be like this again. It's just that it's so strange to see a man like that. Hey, female doll, what love. Not much fun. Lin Tian. For the teacher. I support you. Li Bai smiled broadly and patted Lin Tian's shoulder without a care in the world. Lin Tian nodded. Then go. Li Bai laughed softly, blew out his beard, and said with a big smile, how can the second sword heart Tiancheng in this world take the unusual path if he wants to be a guest at the sword sect? With a big wave of his hand, a wooden sword appeared in his hand. Silk of the most mysterious sword Dao aura surfaced around Li Bai. Bai, what are you doing? Irenho instantly said in disbelief as her beautiful eyes widened. Do what? Li Bai let out a light laugh. A sword swung down. Naturally, I will meet you with my sword path. Boom, boom, boom. Deep within the mountains, endless booming sounds suddenly resounded. It was accompanied by a divine light of the sword Dao that shook the earth. A ray of light rose from above the blood town, like a great Dao of heaven and earth, stretching endlessly and shaking the land of 1,000 miles in a radius. Subsequently, the radiant light of the great Dao crossed the mountains and rivers and the vast oceans, shining above the endless void. The heavens and the earth trembled and the sea roared. In the depths of the Qiong heaven, a golden lotus of the great Dao emerged. Endless blazing Dao light diffused out. In the midst of everyone's shocked vision, a sword Dao bridge, spanning more than 10,000 miles, steeply formed between heaven and earth. As the great sun patrols the sky, as the stars are sorted, from Blood Town, it led straight to the sword sect. In the great Qin immortal kingdom, countless cultivators were shocked beyond belief when they saw this scene. This of the divine avenue. Just by giving one a glance, it was as if one had glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the majestic sword Dao, profound to the core. The weak do not dare to look for fear of being burned by the light of the great way. The powerful will be more and more frightened and excited by the knowledge of its depths. What is this? Why do I feel my sword chirping and trembling? Such a great Dao of the sword is a chance. A great chance. If I can comprehend a trace of it, I will do all things. Which mighty senior's sword Dao is this? Why is it so majestic and grandiose? I can't help but kneel already just by looking at it. Sword God. This is definitely the divine ability of the sword god Li Bai. I have seen this sword light with 100 years ago. The sword god has not lowered himself. He has not died. He still survives in the world today. There is a great Qin in the dynasty, and a sword god's ear for 10,000 generations. What is the sword god doing by casting this avenue of the sword? And who is able to stand on this avenue? And who is worthy of standing on it? Even if it's Gu Changcheng, in the hearts of our older generation, it's not 1/10 as good as the God of Swords. This avenue, could it be that the God of Swords has found a disciple? The Sword God has found a disciple. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The Sword God, his old man, finally has a disciple. If it wasn't for a disciple, it's impossible to have this kind of treatment. Within the major coastal cities of the Great Qin Immortal Kingdom such as Sword Capital, Willow Capital, and Wudu Capital, countless cultivators saw this scene and remembered Sword God Li Bai. A former follower watched and wept. There is a new generation of cultivators who are deeply shocked. There are enemies to fear and friends to rejoice. Most people guess. This avenue was cut out by the sword god for his disciples. They wanted to see who in this world could be Li Bai's disciple. Who is worthy to go and be a disciple of Li Bai. In an instant, the entire immortal kingdom shook. The imperial palace was instantly winded. Terrifying rays of light turned into clouds, and a golden dragon of light rose into the air. A streak of immortal light suddenly rose out. A tangle of light and flames spreading throughout the depths of the entire imperial palace. Go and see. Go and ask. What does that Li Bai want? A serious and deep man's voice resounded steeply. Immortal Emperor has a show. Go and see. Go and ask. What does that Li Bai want? Immortal Emperor has a show. Go and see. Go and ask. What does that Li Bai want? A voice passes on. The deep imperial palace suddenly shook. Nah. Streams of light flew out from within the emperor's palace and flew towards that avenue of swordlight. Within the Holy Land, the absolute man with a sword on his brow suddenly frowned. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, his vision traveled through millions of miles of emptiness. Li Bai, you are the sword god after all, he murmured, but his eyes were overflowing with battle intent. But, so what? The future era is mine. Gu Chongqing, he murmured out, and his hands, which had been steady, suddenly trembled lightly. The sword seal in the center of his brow flickered and bloomed with light. Then, astonishment surfaced in the ancient eyes. He closed his eyes as the dawning light coalesced, and a small smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Interesting, this sword Dao is interesting. I can't even break through it. Good for you Li Bai. I've been unrivaled in the sword Dao of my generation for a long time. So after all, only the older generation can bring me Gu Chongqing a hint of interest? He whispered softly, stretching one hand slightly. Several kilometers away, a snowy mountain suddenly collapsed and destroyed. Above the vast sea of immortals, a delightful red robe of a beautiful woman standing in the void, looking toward that extends between heaven and earth. The swordlight avenue suddenly cannot walk. She could feel it, even though she was a pioneer sea. But if she were to approach this avenue, such a sword path might actually have to exterminate her. However, the location sense from the time sword tire told her. Lin Tian was right there. How's this, Lin Tian? What the hell are you doing? First, they are dying in the place where they are located cannot be sensed. And now this, there could be several terrifying existences there. She is an invincible queen in the magma world. But in the outside world, it's been rocked time and time again. The amazing gold mine stood quietly above the azure sponge, blooming like a flower. Her vermilion lips pursed lightly. Then she once again turned into a stream of light and flew towards Lin Tian's side. Chapter 91, Enrolling on the Great Tao. Suing the Immortal Kingdom. Senior, what are you? Lin Tian collected the shock in his eyes and looked at Li Bai. The other side's hospitality was a bit much. With the sword path becoming a path, one would definitely gain a lot if he stepped on it. Definitely more than just a lot of gains. Such a sword path was placing comprehension in front of Lin Tian for him to pick up. It's not much different than being enlightened. Bai Yi, your swordsmanship. Above the void, Yiren Chang looked at Li Bai with her bright red full lips slightly open, incomprehension surfacing in her eyes. Chen Fan and Ziyu from the younger generation were both looking at Lin Tian with jealousy. Chen Fan was good. It was only for a moment. And then he adjusted his mindset, not being humble. However, it was Ziyu who looked deeply at Lin Tian, her eyes flickering, her heart flooding with huge waves. She knew in her heart that Lin Tian was extremely important to the sword god. But I didn't realize it was this important, making it hard not to be jealous. That's her little uncle. For her, Lin Tian was just a stranger after all. What? Afraid to go up? Li Bai looked at Lin Tian with a smile. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. He had a feeling. He was set up by Li Bai himself. Absolutely. Even Li Bai's smile seemed slightly obscene to Lin Tian. Buzz. A sword chime sounded in his heart. Lin Tian looked towards the heavenly sword in his hand. It was actually agitating. Such a sword path caused the heavenly sword to be excited to the extreme as well. It's as if it's a well-traveled road. Don't dare? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. What I wouldn't dare. Under the attention of the crowd, Lin Tian stepped on top of that avenue. Buzz. In just a moment of standing, a dense to the extreme Dao energy instantly spread around Lin Tian. Silky sword light glazed like a stream of water. And all sorts of sword Dao comprehension stirred within Lin Tian's body. Little friend Lin Tian, this is my sword Dao. Behind him, Li Bai's light voice came. Li Bai also stepped on the avenue. Today, I will tell you what a sword cultivator is. With a low murmur, he extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. Crisp and clear. Swish. Lin Tian looked at his feet. The bridge behind him had disappeared. And he and Li Bai always stood at the end of the avenue. In a flash, it was more than 1,000 miles. The few people behind them had long since disappeared from their view. Lin Tian looked around. The spring water drones. The breeze is like water. The white clouds are dotted. And the blue sky is clear. Or the clouds and the sea. Or the mountains and the sea. A great city of people. Streets. Marketplaces. Countryside. Deserted. All the scenery flashed by in front of Lin Tian like streams of light. The people above the ground looked toward him. The look was one of awe. Of extremity. Of shock. One strong man cast his gaze. They looked at Li Bai and Lin Tian above the avenue. Each of them shocked and lost their minds. Shadow of the forest sky. In this, for the company of the god of swords entered into the eyes of all. Who is that youth and why have I never seen him before? Looking at his appearance, He can be astonishingly heavenly, but I've never seen him before, nor have I seen him in the ranks of the heavenly pride. To be chosen by the sword god is truly enviable. Who is he? I envy him, but I don't agree with him. The sword god is my faith, and he's not as stunning as I thought he would be. It's much worse than Gu Changqing. The sword god rejected Gu Changqing in the past but chose him, most likely because this person also has something extraordinary. Lin Tian's eyes were haunted, not having gazed at those people. What he felt at this moment was a change in the mood. At the time of the Fire Underworld Forbidden Land, he had felt the second realm of sword intent, sword power, sword intent, sword domain. These three realms are sublimated in this way. Above sword intent, it should be sword domain. However, what Lin Tian had comprehended at this moment was not the sword domain. To form a domain with a sword, its profundity makes the heart tremble. The bottleneck that Lin Tian felt, what used to be unknown is now becoming clear. The second grade of sword intent. He closed his eyes and realized the Tao in his mind, and that feeling became more and more condensed. Wow! A sword light flowed down from Lin Tian's circumference. Great River Sword Intent. Second grade. Lin Tian stood on top of the avenue of swords, his hands hanging low, sword light flashing all around him. Instantly, there was the sound of the great Tao resounding. The whole person's aura instantly skyrocketed for a split second. Oh, Li Bai glanced at Lin Tian in surprise, and the pleased smile on his face became more and more obvious. Not bad, truly a unicorn child too. He marveled in his heart at comprehending the second grade sword intent so quickly. It was hard for him to do it even back then. Suddenly, he sighed a little. Back then, his own master had welcomed him into the sword sect with the great Tao of the sword in this manner. It's been hundreds of years. It was only then that the current great Qin sword god came into being. The two of them were 1,000 meters away in a flash. Passing through Heavenly Sword City, sword capital, came to Yudu, King Jinshan's mansion. Inside the large Jinshan king's mansion, there was a wailing sound. Dressed in mourning clothes, Su Jason dodged the guests who had come to offer their condolences. An appointment with someone in a side hall. Sighing in my heart. Now that Su Wushu is dead, the position of Jinshan king is not hereditary. The large Jinshan Wanfu was about to fall into the family way. Looking at the radiantly booming and large avenue of swords in the sky, Su Jiashan's eyelids lowered and no longer gazed at it. The sword god is such a character. Although she is a cultivator can only look up to it. Besides, Su Jiashan was a young man with a majestic figure. What came before was to propose marriage. The youth was also a heavenly pride, being the top scorer of this great Qin martial examination. Qianan. The Derichen family is also a big family in Ludu. Now King Jinshan is dead. The Chen family's offer of a marriage was really for the secret of Su Wuji. Mr. Chen, you'd better go back. Zaisan won't agree. Su Jiashan took a deep breath and said, it's not that hard to carry a Su family. She still had the holy maiden, who would surely be willing to help her. It was just that what surprised Su Zaisan was. Instead, Chenin stared at the Imperial Emperor Avenue with a deadly stare. His eyes narrowed and his breathing became rapid. Impossible. Why would the sword god accept a nobody as his disciple? He murmured, his eyes turning bitter. Suddenly, Chenan's body bloomed with blazing light around him as he flew toward the sky. Wu Du Chen family. Chenin meets the sword god. His voice resounded over the entire Willow capital, and a blazing light flowed around him. The blood qi was incomparably exuberant like mercury, and the pressure overflowed as the air around them became scorched. He stood in the void, and his entire person seemed to occupy a small world. Standing on the path that Lin Tian and Li Bai must take, he respectfully bowed. What an exuberant blood qi! This son's martial Tao pressure is terrifying. He is a generation of heavenly pride. I know him. This person is the third son of the great Sun Chen family. Shannon, this year's top scorer in the martial arts examination. The heavenly pride of the world as well. Chen Ri, I remember when I was young. I want to practice the sword. Was taken to the sword clan by the people at home want to worship Li Bai. Was Li Bai a mouthful of vetoes after the turn of the sword refining the body, but also became a supreme pride of the heavens? Some people recognized Chen An's identity and expressed their understanding of Chen An's current actions. After all, back in the day, a toddler had abandoned his sword for good because of the sword god's denial. Now, seeing the sword god accepting disciples with his own eyes, the sound was great. The Taoist mind won't even be stabilized if you don't do something about it. It's so bright today. There hasn't been much to look at all day. The catch-up shift is down to 7,800, but the promised 5 shifts today will not be reduced. Chapter 92. At the edge of the sky, Lin Tian and Li Bai stepped across on the sword path. Lin Tian was dressed in black, sword light flowing around him, and his eyes were closed tightly, obviously in an epiphany. When Chenin saw this scene, the jealousy in his heart grew a shade more. Only, at that moment, it was bowing its head and clasping its fists in greeting. It's well disguised. Li Bai let out a light laugh, as if he had already expected someone to stop him. So it's the Chen family's little Wei Fa. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You've raised this blood well. I wasn't wrong back then. You're not suitable for the sword. Li Bai spoke lightly, stroking his beard. Chenin gave a slight lurch. His breathing cluttered for a moment. That year, he was blocked from the mountain by the sword god. The reason why? Abandoning the sword and refining the body. For the sake of not this sentence. Rather, he wanted to tell everyone that he, Chenin, was still a heavenly pride even if he didn't practice the sword. How is it that in Li Bai's case, it has become the other side pointing out the way? Chenin couldn't help but feel a hint of stern evil in his heart. What Elder said is very true. Chenin made his bow even more so, then looked at Lin Tian who had been staring with his eyes closed. Today, upon seeing senior sword god take on a disciple, the latecomer's heart was filled with emotion. So he came here to congratulate him, Chenin said, his tone sinking slightly as he whispered, by the way, Chenin wants to try out the strength of the sword god's disciple. Compared to the sword god's disciple, the natural talent should be the only one on earth. Under Chenin's words, the light around his body instantly and proudly grew large, the blazing light like a monstrous momentum, the blood chi rolled over like an ocean, and it was finally like the oath he had taken as a child. Amazing to the world. Li Bai waved his hand indifferently and praised. Not bad, not bad. You Chenin are considered a heavenly pride. Only this little friend beside me is still in seclusion. Chenin frowned, feeling that Li Bai's name for Lin Tian was a bit strange, but at this point the disbelief in his heart took over. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian opened his eyes and looked faintly at Chenin and said, You've got the wrong person. I'm not Senior Li's disciple. I was just invited by the sword god to come as a guest. With Lin Tian's words, Chenin didn't come back to his senses for half a day. He then looked at Li Bai, but he saw a trace of regret emerge on the other party's face. All of a sudden, a huge wave rose in his heart. You are not the disciple of the sword god's predecessor. How can the sword god welcome you with this path? Chenin's breathing became rapid. Once he remembered the despondency of his early childhood, seeing Lin Tian's treatment again, all of a sudden, a monstrous anger arose in his heart. Indeed, Li Bai glanced at Lin Tian and sighed in his heart. How is this possible? Chenin's eyes widened. His heart flooded with heavy complexity. It is he who is unwilling to be my disciple. Li Bai once again spoke. Originally, casting the great Tao of the sword was considered a form of coercion against Lin Tian. There was some intent in the previous vague answer. But I didn't expect this kid Lin Tian to be unforgiving. This, Chen Fan was breathing heavily. He only felt that his Tao heart was becoming unstable. I treasure it, but I can't get it. I am cynical about it. Others see it as nothing. He, Chenin, had not been lowly to that extent. No, how can the god of swords be like nothing? Fight me. Chenin let out a low roar, and his blood chi around his body exploded. Roar! Dragon roars resounded through the heavens and earth, and 9 golden divine dragon silhouettes emerged behind him. A lofty and peerless, wildly surging aura shook the heavens and earth. I, Chenin, Great Qin's top ranker, 18 years old at the 4th level of Cave Void. Am I enough to be your enemy? Chenin raised his head high and looked proudly at Lin Tian. The battle intent in his eyes was boundless. His voice resounded over the Willow capital. All of a sudden, the entire people of Lu Du were completely excited. Chenin was the pride of their Lu Du. The Chen clan's heavenly pride was now going to battle the sword god's disciples. A battle of such amazing talent is something that cannot be seen for many years. Chenin really wants to fight. He had humiliated the sword god in the past, and today he wants to earn it back from the sword god's apprentice. Not good. Chenin is now afraid of offending the sword god. There's no need to rush. The battle of the juniors. The sword god won't care. Inside the Jinshan king's mansion, Su Zhashan was also watching what was happening in the sky from afar. Nowadays, it's rather a generation of heavenly pride, and I'm afraid that the sword god's disciples are also the ones who can stir up the wind in clouds, she murmured, suddenly remembering the man, the vast sword cultivator who saved her from fire and water by using the Cave Void Battle Soul Palace. If Xinwu was around, this Chenin is probably only a slightly stronger enemy. Su Zhashan these days searched the Great Qin Immortal Kingdom among the famous sword Dao Heavenly Pride, trying to find Jinwu from it, but, much to her dismay, surprisingly, none of them resembled Jinwu. On the contrary, within the court, because of the death of King Jinshan, Jinwu was set up as a wanted criminal. They might be aware of some of the secrets of the king of Jinshan, but they care. It was the court that had lost a powerful person of the Spirit Sea realm. The people of the Extreme Realm were unable to reach a settlement with the court. Above the void, Lin Tian's brows furrowed as he felt more and more that he was being counted on when he was invited by Li Bai. Since you already know that I'm not his disciple, you want to fight me as well? Lin Tian faintly asked. Chen An's eyes narrowed as he simply said, "Just say if you dare to fight me. Is that so?" Lin Tian murmured and nodded, then steeply transformed into a black shadow and crashed away, blasting his fist at Chen An. "Really give you face." Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile as his aura instantly erupted. Boom! A terrifying popping sound rang out, and the terrifying flames transformed into a sea of fire that instantly spread above the Cheong heaven. Waves of sizzling breath tumbled out, instantly flourishing with immeasurable light. Roar! Another dragon's roar resounded. 10 golden dragon silhouettes floated around and across the void. Chen An was instantly startled. Before, Lin Tian's aura was smooth, without a hint of danger. But just for a moment, it was surprisingly steep. The terrifying coldness made his heart tremble. "You're also a body refiner." He let out a low roar and instantly adjusted his state, instantly drumming up the blood chi around him. Boom boom boom. Several explosions resounded within Chen An's body, as if a great mountain had collapsed, and a red light emerged above both fists. It was as if it was an ancient ferocious beast that wanted to subdue heaven and earth. Chen An is about to get serious. This is the Chen clan's best technique, the battering mountain divine fist. The sword god's disciple isn't simple either. The power of the 10 dragons, the body born of flames. It's really wonderful and worth watching. Why doesn't the sword god's disciple come out with his sword? Is he trying to defeat Chen An with his fists? Too arrogant. It's hard to say. I don't quite understand why the sword god would take a body cultivator as his disciple. Many Liudu people were also surprised to see this scene and were ready to feast their eyes on it. However, many people were at a loss as to why the sword god's disciple wanted to fight Chen An with his fists. It is puzzling to attack the enemy's strengths with one's own shortcomings. Only, while everyone was amazed, Lin Tian had already blasted Chen An with a punch. Intermingled with endless flames, a shocking sea of fire immediately exploded above Chen An's torso. The power of the 10 dragons was added to the flames, and Lin Tian also applied gravity control to Chen An. It slowed Chen An's punch down a touch. It's also the glimmer. Lin Tian once again blasted his fist, striking above Chen An's right arm. The endless flames transformed into a giant wave, instantly sweeping and wrapping the two of them. Chapter 93, within the same generation. Except for me, they are all heavenly prides? In the sky, pieces of layered clouds were scorched by flames and turned into vapor. It kicked up a gale and swept in gusts. With Lin Tian's punches, a stream of flames overflowed and filled the air in all directions, wreaking havoc. Lin Tian possessed the power of 10 dragons, and his power was already higher than Chen An. Being so forced, it was even more so that Chen An was not allowed a single chance to throw a punch. Why don't you use your sword? Chen An spat out blood from his mouth and roared as he also threw a punch under Lin Tian's wild blast. Boom boom boom. As if a great mountain had crumbled, each of Chen An's punches came out with a blazing fist wind. She swallowed all the elephants as it suppressed towards Lin Tian. Because, you don't deserve it yet. Lin Tian let out an indifferent cry as a trace of blood spirit wind power condensed between his fists. Accompanied by flames, a monstrous sea of fire was instantly formed. A fist blasted out with great force, and the 10 golden dragons roared out a dragon's roar, filled with the intention of going forward. It instantly crashed on top of Chen An's chest. Pust! Chen An let out a muffled grunt and directly spat out blood. Immediately after, click! A snapping sound rang out, and Chen An was roasted on the outside of his body. Above the earth, a sea of beings watched. Most of them were mortals, and their expressions were filled with awe when they saw this scene. Just think of it as seeing a celestial battle. It was also at this time that a flaming silhouette flew backwards out from under the sea of fire. It fell straight down, forming a line of fire in the middle of the sky. It then crashed down within a man-made lake. Wow! The water of the lake was gradually raised by 100 feet of waves, spilling over the nearby courtyards and streets. Snicker! The roaring flames steamed the clouds, and half of the lake's water was roasted dry. A cloud rose from above Liudu, pulling up from the ground. The Liudu people who saw this scene tuned in unison. Everyone was stunned by the shocking scene. They didn't expect it to end this way. The sword god's disciple didn't use his sword, but just suppressed it with his 2 fists and flames. Then he defeated Chen An. This is this year's Great Qin top ranker. Why was such a person unknown and unheard of in the past? The sword god met him with his sword path, but his opponent only threw punches. It means so much. Is he proving to everyone that he is still a pride even if he is not discipled by the sword god? Above the agitated sky, the sea of fire faded away. An elongated figure appeared within the crowd's line of sight. Fluttering gentleman, as dazzling as the jade among men. Young man, what is your name? An old man asked a question out loud in Liudu. The handsome youth was slightly stunned and did not speak as he walked up the avenue of swords alone. The crowd sighed, not realizing that this youth didn't have the slightest intention of manifesting himself in front of people. Defeating Chen An was entirely at Chen An's own expense. Go! Li Bai looked at Lin Tian with a smile. Lin Tian nodded, then closed his eyes. Sword God, what is that youth's name? Within the Willow capital, there was another inquiry. He doesn't want to say, Li Bai said back. And then he and Lin Tian transformed into two shadows and disappeared between heaven and earth. Within the Jinshan king's mansion, Su Jiashan's beautiful eyes stared up. His name is Lin Tian. He's Lin Tian. It was only at this point that Su Jiashan thought about the identity of that youth. It wasn't precisely Lin Tian, whom the holy maiden had been searching for to no avail. Now, surprisingly, he had become the sword god's disciple. Moreover, the strength was surprisingly so high. Su Jiashan's heart trembled tremendously as she took out the transmission note from her spatial ring. Holy maiden, Lin Tian has already found it. He has become the disciple of the sword god Li Bai. Su Jiashan's fingers died with a faint halo sent the wordline message, looking longingly at the already empty sky. In the meantime, within the Extreme Realm Lake, Extreme Realm Shiha choked slightly. A tremor ran through his heart as he felt the throbbing of the transmission note, but at this point, it was impossible to remove it. After all, it was the Extreme Realm, and one must not reveal one's identity. Something's wrong, guys. Above the lake, space rippled. A fat man in fancy clothes and a mountain mask appeared. Arctic Emperor Big Brother, what brings you here? Violet asked in disbelief. The previous newcomer, Bixia Yuan Jun, had left for her first Polar Realm mission. There was also a 5-square Thunder King before that had also left. At this time, above the lake, just Ziwei, Qingdi and Shiha. Yo, Qingdi, didn't you go to the barbarian wasteland to help the immortal kingdom? How come the battle is so easy and you still have time to come to the extreme realm? The Arctic Emperor looked at the Qing Emperor in the first instance and laughed unkindly. AI, the Qing Emperor said with a light sigh. The immortal kingdom has suffered a great defeat up front. Hundreds of thousands of warriors have died and are now retreating. I am powerless on my own. The Qing Emperor's complexion lowered all of a sudden, and there was sadness and powerlessness in his tone. Losing, didn't we say Jet? The Arctic Emperor let out a surprised cry, somewhat incredulous. A loss is a loss, and all of Great Qin knows about the great victory within the country, but only the court knows about the loss. The military division Zhao Chuanting mutinied and joined forces with the barbarian Emperor Skypit to kill hundreds of thousands of compatriots. Ah, the Qing Emperor said, a trace of coldness overflowing from his body. Isn't Zhao Chuanting a member of the imperial family? Why would he defect? The Arctic Emperor asked with a frown. Don't mention it, but let's talk about the big thing you're talking about. The Qing Emperor waved his hand, clearly unwilling to mention it again. Okay. The Arctic Emperor gave a helpless cry and asked again. How much is this message? How can a matter of state be discussed in terms of money? The Qing Emperor let out a low curse and ignored it. The Arctic Emperor shrugged and took out a crystal ball. A light shadow then appeared within the crowd sight. An avenue of sword light stretched for 10,000 miles. Radiant and brilliant. Two figures crossed the sky. Asterisk. This dude is so handsome. A demented youthful voice rang out. The crowd looked and it was Violet. All of a sudden, the way several people looked at Zwei became strange. Ziwei, what does this mean? Qingdi asked with a frown. Violet said with a slight shock. The clan elders at home often say those two words, which probably means awesome. Yes? The Qing Emperor choked slightly, non-committal, and suddenly looked toward the old man on that light shadow. The sword god has actually come out of the mountain. While he acted surprised, his tone was not shocked. It just looked to Shiha, who was not far away. The sword god has taken in a disciple. I just don't know what his name is. He's probably a future powerhouse as well, the Arctic Emperor said, looking to his side and getting surprised. It didn't seem to be what he thought it was. Aside from Ziwei, Shiha and Qingdi behaved slightly flatly. And, also just then, on the light, Channan's figure appeared. Lin Tian's fist glowed brightly as flames exploded above Cheong Tian, suppressing Channan. Holy, this dude is powerful. Ziwei shocked speech. She was aware of Channan's identity, and had met him from afar in the past. And true martial arts general age. Although worse, but Ran is also this stunning. Is it within the same generation? In addition to me our heavenly pride? Violet murmured, feeling a little hard inside. Chapter 94, Silent Sword Intent Upgraded. Unique martial technique emerges. You better hurry up and go cultivate. The next extreme realm quest will only be harder. Qingdi looked helplessly at Ziwei. Violet snapped, then said, wait, I'll see if the new Bixia Yuan Jun can come back alive. I reckon she's a big shot too. Hey. Qingdi let out a light sigh and took out a jade talisman from within his spatial ring. This is my group jade talisman. I'm giving it to you. I don't see much chance of you completing the quest next time. Violet instantly gave a start, her eyes glowing with joy. Thank you, Big Brother Qingdi. Big Brother Qingdi is unrivaled in the world. She gave the Qing Emperor a thumbs up and hastily collected the jade talisman, muttering, "If Zenmu, I guess I have to save up enough money to buy my way through, but it's so hard for me to see Zenmu making money, or should I wait for that newcomer?" Seeing Ziwei like this, Qing Di suddenly had some regrets. He seems to have done something wrong. In the meantime, on the Avenue of Swords, Lin Tian kept his eyes closed and concentrated. It was as if he had glimpsed an ocean formed by the Tao in his heart, so deep that he couldn't see the end of it. He had benefited from a mere glimpse. It's kendo, but not just kendo. Although Li Baiyi is known as the god of swords, he only knows how to use a sword? In this one path, it was the Qiangshuang Avenue that truly envisioned the rules of heaven and earth. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth flared up with a hint of a smile, and his body instantly overflowed with clear light. Infinite Tao energy rushed into the body. Tao and reason and intertwine. Law and art and merge. Sword, fire, thunder, wind. These were the most valuable kinds within Lin Tian's body. However, Lin Tian's use of nothing but swords was more than a refrain. The slip-up. The sword that destroys, that tears, that cuts through everything. And what about a few others? Lin Tian murmured at the corner of his mouth. A hint of flame emerged between his fingers, and then a silent sword intent lingered within the flame. They intertwine and mix. A red sword light then surfaced. On the side, Li Baiyi's eyes stared when he saw this scene. That fast? He let out a shocked cry, then hastily replied with a breezy voice. This is only one of the 10,000 avenues. Li Baiyi was saying that when he laughed lightly and looked at Lin Tian. He didn't believe that Lin Tian didn't want to learn, but in the very next instant, at Lin Tian's fingertips, the mixture of flames and silent sword intent crystallized. Li Baiyi was shocked. He stopped speaking for fear of disrupting Lin Tian's epiphany. Silence, Lin Tian murmured, and the flame crystals between his fingers became more and more translucent. A trace of silent terror began to condense and concentrate. With that, it changed into a rice grain of light. The silent sword intent has been upgraded. Similar to the Great River sword intent, Lin Tian's silent sword intent had also become a second-grade sword intent. On top of that, Lin Tian had created a martial art. For the first time, a martial art of your own creation. It was just a grain of fire-colored glaze, elfin and clear as small as a grain of rice. In this fire-colored glaze, Lin Tian's silent sword intent and flames were condensed. He placed the fire-colored glaze in the palm of his hand and moved his mind. The silent sword intent and flames overflowed once again. Then, 5 more fire-colored glazes appeared. A sense of withering emptiness surfaced within Lin Tian's body. Can't make too many more for now, Lin Tian murmured. He could feel the terrifying killing power contained in this fire-colored glaze. It's like holding a missile in your hand. Interesting. Li Baiyi gazed at the fire-colored glaze in Lin Tian's hand, his eyes glowing with essence. He was a sword god, so he could better appreciate what this glaze represented. Such a thing is similar to the Thunderstar Pavilion's thunderstorm spells, but the power of this grain is much more terrifying than those spells. Lin Tian asked with a thought. Then what grade of martial skill is this glaze probably? Li Baiyi gazed at Lin Tian and suddenly smiled. Just try it and see. As Lin Tian looked downwards, it was none other than an infinite sea. Now that we are far away from the immortal kingdom, it's a good idea to give it a try. With a thought, he threw a fire-colored glaze down towards the sea. In his perception, the flame blaze just fell into the sea like a grain of rice without making waves. Afterwards, Lin Tian murmured, "Blast!" The next instant, boom! An earth-shattering pop exploded from the sea level. The blazing fire spread instantly in the sea, sweeping and extending. The sea in a 10-mile radius was instantly blown up in layers of white steam. This side of the sea instantly collapsed, exploded, evaporated, and stretched out. The void began to distort, and hot waves of fire mixed with an even more terrifying silent sword intent struck out in all directions. What followed was a column of water 1,000 miles in circumference rising from the center of the explosion, straight up for 10 miles or so. At this moment, Li Baiyi gave a startled cry. Lin Tian was only at the cave void realm, and his sword intent was only at the second level. The power of the flames in his body looked perhaps terrifying in his generation, but in Li Baiyi's opinion, it's actually okay. It's not like it's a fire spirit of heaven and earth. However, today's power seems to be something terrifying. This is at least a middle-grade heaven stage martial skill. Li Baiyi praised and continued. The wind spirit in your body is a spirit of heaven and earth. If the wind spirit can also be combined with the sword intent, the power will only be more terrifying. Even your thunder will be more terrifying than this flame. Li Baiyi's eyes widened as he spoke cautiously. If thunder can be fused, it can probably reach the top grade of the heavenly rank. If the wind spirits can be combined as well, then they should be able to reach the divine lower grade. At this moment, even Li Baiyi felt a bit stunned. How terrifying and how much is a divine lower grade martial skill worth? It was actually created by this young man beside him. And, even more terrifying, Lin Tian's sword intent could be upgraded in grade, and could even be sublimated into a sword domain. Flames or thunder can also become more terrifying. If that was the case, the grade after this fire-colored glaze was unimaginable, absolutely unimaginable. If he, Li Bai, also had this move back then, wouldn't he be able to kill immortal emperors with his sword and step on true martial arts? Unbelievable, unbelievable. More than when I was young, is exactly the same as when I was young, he praised, his expression stretching up as he laughed up at the sky. On the side, a smile also appeared on Lin Tian's face. Name it, name it. Li Bai touched Lin Tian with his shoulder and said with a squeeze, good. Lin Tian took a deep breath, looking towards the fire-colored glaze in his palm. He said, let's call it Silent Fire Ryu. Li Bai gave a sarcastic laugh. This name, there's something wrong with it? Lin Tian frowned. No problem. Ha ha. Li Bai laughed. Lin Tian nodded and put the rest of the Silent Fire Ryuk within his spatial ring. There was his sword intent in the Silent Fire Ryu. It was being manipulated by Lin Tian's intention. Naturally, it could also explode under Lin Tian's control. It's nice to have such a backstop. Chapter 95, Jade Shaft. More to the point, it was actually what Li Bai had said. Inside Lin Tian's body, there were more than just flames. The most powerful, naturally, was still the blood spirit wind. This is a spirit of heaven and earth, and it is extremely powerful. Lin Tian refined it and mainly paired it with the use of Wind Blast 10,000 Shadows. But the appearance of the Silent Fire Ryu gave Lin Tian a possibility. That is to use the wind spirit for attacks. Sort of another means to an end. Senior, do you know where there are still supreme treasures within the spirits of heaven and earth? Lin Tian looked at Li Bai and said, the spirit of heaven and earth? Li Bai stroked his chin and said with some regret, originally I had refined a heaven and earth fire spirit and a heaven and earth spirit. Just, he said, his eyes becoming complicated. Then he laughed out loud. The heaven and earth spirit is a rare treasure in the world, but there is a heaven and earth fire spirit on the 3rd floor of my Sword Clan God King Tower. If you want it, I will steal it for you when I return to the clan. Lin Tian shook his head slightly and said with a faint smile, there's no need for Senior to make a move. If you want to ascend this tower, what requirements do you need? No request. Li Bai let out a faint smile and continued, although there is no requirement, but this tower has a total of 99 layers. Each layer has obstacles. Unusual Soul Palace disciples generally can only be folded in the first 30 layers. I was at the early stage of the Soul Palace, but climbed to the 3rd layer. Only then the reward was stolen. I did not get. There are still people stealing the Sword Sect's greatest treasures? Lin Tian asked with a frown. Yes, Li Bai nodded, his eyes glowing with a hint of lingering love. That person is the previous generation's Extreme Realm True Marshal. In the past, he and the 3 emperors of the Great Qin of that year were all close friends and were known as the 3 greatest generation Celestial Pride. Lin Tian frowned, although his predecessor had been in the deep courtyard of the Lin family. However, he had also heard that the current Great Qin Immortal Emperor was the 3rd prince back then. Li Bai, the last generation of Jinwu and the current Immortal Emperor are close friends. That relationship is messed up. The last generation of Jinwu killed the last generation of Immortal Emperors. Li Bai also went to battle against the Immortal Emperor, but it was not known whether he would battle against this generation or the previous generation. It's comforting to have such good friends. Do you want to know the story between us? Seeing Lin Tian contemplating, Li Bai squeezed his eyebrows and laughed. Don't want to. Lin Tian shook his head and closed his eyes. Li Bai coughed dryly, not expecting Lin Tian to react this way. However, you'd better be careful if you see someone from the Extreme Realm in the future. The Extreme Realm has existed in the world for too long, and very few people know their purpose. Li Bai gave a reminder, but he saw that Lin Tian did not respond. In the meantime, above the cloudy sky, Jane Candle Huang as well as Ren Ho several people stood on top of the immortal boat. Quietly, he looked at the people below him. That was a fast walk. Ziyu muttered and wrapped her veiled arms around Qing Orange. Just now, if Li Bai and Lin Tian hadn't stopped at Lu Du and stayed at the sea for a while, they really couldn't catch up with this duo. Senior uncle is really something, blowing up the sea for no reason and killing so many sea fish without picking them up. Ziyu said with a light smile. Li Bai's eccentricity at times is something the Sword Sect is familiar with. Perhaps, it is demonstrating the sword Dao to Lin Tian. Chen Fan said softly. He was always at peace with himself. I saw those dead fish floating in the sea before and was trying to pick up some to go back to stew, only to be pulled back by his own master. Jane Candlewick. Someone's coming. Yen Ho said indifferently, then looked towards the sky, a hint of cold color flaring in her beautiful eyes. Since you appeared, why don't you show yourself? Ren Ho said faintly. In the sky, A stream of light flashed by. A carriage pulled by a pure white divine beast similar to the white zephyr. The carriage was in the air, streaming with color, and the wheels were rising with aura. All over the light and flame runes flew apart. Greetings to the two honors of the sword sect. A white-clothed woman silhouette appeared in front of the carriage and owed a bow to Yi Renho and Jane Candle Wong, who were on top of the immortal boat. I wonder where the junior came from. So it's from the Luo Xian Holy Land. How rude. Yi Renho snorted softly, half-heartedly giving the woman a hint of a good look. Your Eminence, my daughter has only just arrived. The woman in white once again owed her body, not being humble. Luo Yushin, what are you doing here? Ziyu's beautiful eyes knitted up as she looked at the woman in white in front of the carriage. I'm just congratulating the sword god on his acceptance as a disciple on behalf of the holy son of Changqing and sending something. The woman named Luo Yushin said with a light smile. Ziyu shot a glance at Luo Yushin and laughed disdainfully. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. That Lin Tian at the bottom is merely a visitor to my sword sect, not having been accepted as a disciple by my senior uncle. Luo Yushin was slightly stunned, her eyes glancing toward the black figure below, a hint of playfulness surfacing in her eyes. In that case, the Jade God is leaving, she said, and was ready to leave. Since you're here, bring out the items. I also want to see what heart that junior Gu Changqing is resting on. Yi Renho suddenly spoke up and called out to Luo Yushin. Your Eminence, I'm afraid this is not good. Luo Yushin furrowed her nice and delicate brows and softly whispered. And, also just then, buzz, a white light flashed from the void in front of Luo Yushin. A man's voice came out steeply. Jade God, since Senior wants it, then it will be given to Senior. The voice came from within the glow in front of Luo Yushin. Yes, Holy Son. Luo Yushin was slightly startled and hurriedly responded. And, as that ball of light gradually dispersed, it was a jade scroll. As if it were something spiritual, it flew towards Luo Yushin. What a Gu Changqing, to be able to pen a living soul, having never spoken. The red-robed Jane Candle Huang praised, a hint of complexity surfacing in her eyes. The Sword Dao Heaven's pride #1 was not from their sword sect, more or less. It made the people of the sword sect of this generation feel depressed. What was even more absurd was that Gu Changqing had traveled thousands of miles to wish to worship Li Bai as his teacher, but it made Li Bai balk. That makes things even more dramatic. The hardest thing to bear is that this Sword Dao Heaven's pride second is not either. In the past few years, there were more or less some voices saying that the sword sect had fallen out of favor. Yi Renho took the jade scroll in her hands and was also stunned. What a Gu Changqing, with an evil heart and such viciousness. She let out a low curse, then looked at Luo Yushin and sneered. It seems that your family's holy son didn't even consider your life or death when he asked you to come. Luo Yushin choked slightly, then shook her head. Since the holy son is letting the Jade God die, the Jade God will just die. Ziyu smiled disdainfully. The 20th position on the green sword ranking. Yet you want to become someone else's slave. It's laughable to the extreme. The Jade God is willing, Luo Yushin said faintly, not happy or angry. This left Ziyu speechless. Senior Uncle Yi Run, I want to take a look at this jade scroll. A man's voice came at that moment. It was Chen Fan. His eyes were ancient and unperturbed as he walked towards Yi Renho. In an instant, everyone choked. Such a jade scroll was obviously made by Gu Changqing's intention to suppress Lin Tian. The first of the Sword Dao Heaven's pride was a little too much suppression for the same generation. Even Ziyu was deeply self-aware and would not look. However, Chen Fan, who had always been honest and unwilling to fight, was the one who was going to receive this jade scroll. It took everyone by surprise. Almost, about to reach a new climax. Chapter 96, I see cause and effect in a grain of sand. Chen Fan's eyes were calm as he walked over to Yi Renho and bowed slightly. Little Fan, what are you fooling around with? The red-clothed Jane Candle Wong angrily rebuked. Chen Fan had always refrained from competing with others, but now he was trying to compete with Gu Changqing, a little irrational. Since the people from the Holy Land are coming, my sword sect will always need someone to pick up some of them. And with senior sister Divine Phoenix and senior brother Shang Ju out of the picture, there's no reason why I, Chen Fan, shouldn't step in. Chen Fan spoke quietly, causing both Yi Renho and Jin Candle Wong to choke. Among the sword sect's heavenly pride, second peak eldest sister Divine Phoenix Spirit and third peak Li Shangju ranked third and fourth on the green sword ranking. As for Chen Fan, even though he was fifth, he was ranked seventh. However, within the sword sect, Chen Fan was indeed the third column of heavenly pride. It turned out that this time, Chen Fan had come forward, not for himself, but for the sword sect. When the sword god accepted his disciple, Gu Changqing sent a congratulatory gift. It's all about suppression. This breath, Chen Fan was going to take it out for the younger generation of the sword sect. This is true. Jane Candlewick sighed lightly. This disciple of his own knows a little too much. Not humble, willing to cut wood and boil water in the back of the mountain for more than 10 years without complaining a bit. Chen Fan's eyes were firm as he stretched out his hand. Rin-ho looked toward Jane Candlewick. Give it to him. My disciple is no longer a supreme person who will have the second grade of sword intent in 3 years. Alright, if anything goes wrong, I will make a timely move. Yen-ho-ho whispered softly. Thank you, senior uncle. Chen Fan took the jade scroll and slowly opened it. In the next instant, the entire group froze in place. Jane Candlewick looked at the jade scroll, which was a word. Sword. The strokes are majestic. The gestures are horizontal, and the words are used to form a sword, with a vast atmosphere. That Gu Changqing has actually grown to such an extent. Izzy gave a startled cry, her eyes narrowing. This junior, his mind has become a bit more poisonous. Jane Candle Huang snorted coldly and looked at Chen Fan, who was already in a daze. It was as if nothing had happened. Jane Candle Huang, however, knew that in Chen Fan's mind, he was rivaling that world's #1 sword Dao heavily pride with his sword Dao. Zi looked at this scene and also nervously squeezed her veiled hands. Her eyes looked downward. It was Lin Tian, who had closed his eyes and concentrated, and a trace of complexity rose in his heart. If Lin Tian had agreed to be the apprentice of his senior uncle, this word should be something that Lin Tian would have to bear. But with Uncle Shifu around, there won't be any problems. Gu Changqing is unique again. In the hearts of many people of the sword sect, was far from being able to become a second sword god. And, the next moment, pust, Chen Fan sprayed out a mouthful of blood and his complexion changed. I lost, he murmured, then closed his eyes and began to recuperate. Just one word made me lose so completely. He looked forlorn, and all of a sudden his breath was much more silent. Gu Changqing. Jian Candle Wang's expression snapped as he grabbed with one hand. Luo Yushin, who had a hint of a smile on her face, suddenly choked and her face flushed red. Luo Xian, are you guys trying to start a war? Jane Candlewick's voice was cold to the core. Master, there's no harm. Chen Fan hurriedly spoke out. Only then did Jane Candlewick let go of her hand. He also understood that he shouldn't intervene in the battle of the juniors. But how could one not be angry when one's disciple's moral heart was damaged? On the Avenue of Swords, Lin Tian gazed upwards with a slight frown. You felt it. That's my sword sect's immortal boat. It can conceal the vast majority of its aura. Li Bai explained, his eyes ghostly, already knowing what had happened before. With a single hand, a jade scroll appeared in his hand. It's a bit interesting. That junior named Gu Changqing is growing up quite quickly. Li Bai murmured and looked at Lin Tian beside him, suddenly stunned. Have you ever heard of Gu Changqing's name? No, Lin Tian faintly whispered. So he didn't care. No need to care. Just a person who has gone astray. Li Bai let out a faint smile and threw the jade scroll down from a high altitude. It was also at that moment that a flashy light appeared from above. Luo Yushin caught the jade scroll. A trace of displeasure surfaced on her face, but it was quickly hidden. Senior sword god. Luo Yushin bowed to Li Bai. Li Bai's eyes were flat and ignored it. Luo Yushin didn't care and asked directly. Senior sword god said earlier that the holy sun had gone astray, and the jade god doesn't know what he meant. A hint of stubbornness surfaced on her face, as if someone she admired was being disdained. More or less angry, Li Bai raised his eyebrows slightly, then looked at Lin Tian and asked, Lin Tian, what do you think is a sword cultivator? Lin Tian gave a slight lurch and frowned at Li Bai. This is a really sick question. It's like asking the man from a previous life what a gun is. I don't know and I don't want to know. Lin Tian faintly said back. Li Bai choked, barely slowing down. Luo Yushin's eyes flickered slightly as her sight looked squarely at Lin Tian for the first time. However, when he saw that the other party simply ignored him, his heart grew more and more disdainful. This man, except for his likeness, no matter what the place is, it's no match for the sons. Li Bai sighed softly and then said, it is better to take in the straight than to seek in the crooked. Born of the sword, die of the sword. Life is only about the sword. The sword is in the person. The sword is dead. He spoke quietly, keeping an eye on Lin Tian's expression. However, he didn't see a hint of difference emerge on Lin Tian's expression. On the contrary, on the opposite side, Luo Yushin's complexion was slightly stagnant as she fell into deep thought. Lin Tian, do you think that what I'm saying is a sword cultivator? Li Bai looked at Lin Tian and asked again. Lin Tian's eyes were slightly condensed, and he just faintly said, Elder, I have said that I do not wish to be bound again in this life, so why should Elder tell me all this in vain and add to my fatigue? The light around him dispersed, leaving him alone in black. Li Bai froze once again and gave a sarcastic laugh. It's just a chat. You child, why are you in a hurry? Li Bai patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said nothing more. On the contrary, on the opposite side, Luo Yushin's pair of beautiful eyes widened as she looked at this scene incredulously. It was as if, all along, she had thought wrong. It wasn't that Li Bai didn't want to take on a disciple, but that this person didn't want to be Li Bai's disciple. How in heaven's name can there be such a person? And, just as Luo Yushin's heart trembled, silky threads of colored light surfaced around Lin Tian, and in a trance, the Tao of biting sword intent shone above the entire Qiong heaven. In an instant, everyone's bodies stiffened. Snicker! Lin Tian slowly raised his hand, and there seemed to be nothing in his hand, but it also seemed to undertake something. The sword chi turned into streams of light, bearing down on this invisible object. The raging intent of the great Tao flowed down. Lin Tian, you, Li Bai let out a shocked cry, not knowing what to say. Is this karma? Lin Tian murmured, his eyes clearing as he looked along a cause and effect. It is Li Bai. A soft sigh. Senior, why are you doing this? Lin Tian was helpless in his heart. It's not good to go on about something. On top of the immortal boat, Jane Candle Huang and Yi Renho also looked at Lin Tian as if they had forgotten to breathe. It seems like he's only at the cave void realm, Yi Renho said in disbelief. He was only at the body opening realm over a month ago. Although it's only a touch of karma, it's already enough to shock the world, Jane Candlewick said, her eyes suddenly turning bitter. Lin Tian's comprehension ability was just a little too appalling. However, the causal sword was Li Bai's famous sword. There was indeed a hint of karmic aura in this Tao of the sword. This is, arguably, a 1 in a million chance. In a sea of ocean, Li Bai just put a grain of sand. But what they didn't expect was this. Lin Tian really found that grain of sand and saw the whole world with a grain of sand. Chapter 97. But I want to kill you more than anything. It's just a pity that it's not possible to create a new sword intent right now. Lin Tian let out a low murmur. And although he said that it was a pity, he acted extremely calmly. All dharmas are generated or destroyed according to the principle of cause and effect. Cause and effect is the true way of law. It's impossible for him to just comprehend it. However, now Lin Tian had felt a hint of it. That's what matters. Lin Tian could gain sword Tao comprehension through killing. It's an incremental process. Now Lin Tian had found a hint of the doorway of karma. Within the sword Tao comprehension gained in the future, there would be more comprehension of cause and effect. It's like a paycheck. This time the cause and effect is the fire of origin. A new avenue was unveiled to Lin Tian. And the source of this payload is Li Bai. Lin Tian said with a sigh in his heart. Elder now passes on the law of karma to me. Lin Tian was speaking, but Li Bai shook his head with a faint smile and said, there is no harm. This hint of karma is just a hint. I coincidentally put it down. To be able to seize this hint of opportunity and comprehend it is your own creation. Opposite the two, Luo Yushin had her cherry mouth open, no longer knowing what to say. She used to think that the most arrogant in the world. It's the holy son of Luo Xian, Gu Chongqing. However, this Lin Tian in front of her, it seems like it needs to be more arrogant. What's he got to do with it? The sword god met him with the great Tao of the sword and even passed on the law of causality. However, he remained unwilling to worship. What the sun could not have, he did not want. Is that a put down of the sun's? All of a sudden, Luo Yushin's eyes turned a little colder as she looked at Lin Tian, noticing the other party's coldness. Lin Tian looked towards Luo Yushin. You want to kill me? He sneered, his eyes glowing with specks of murderous intent. Luo Yushin was slightly stunned and glanced at Li Bai before nodding. Yes, but you will have an enemy. And that person is not me. Now that Li Bai was here, Luo Yushin didn't even need to lie. Because it doesn't work at all. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth flared with a cold arc. Luo Yushin raised the jade scroll in her hand and said, this is a book written by my family's saint son, and it contains a hint of the saint son's sword Tao aura. Do you dare to take it? Lin Tian let out a light laugh and directly stormed up in the next instant. But I want to kill you even more now. Lin Tian let out a fierce smile. Swish! An ink-colored longsword appeared in his hand. My sword. It's been a long time since I've killed anyone. Above the heavenly sword, a sword intent was aroused, and even Lin Tian's entire body erupted with a hint of blazing light. Didn't you just kill a lot of people? Ziyu's voice came from above the immortal boat, but it was ignored by Lin Tian. You! Luo Yushin was shocked, and then her complexion turned cold. With a wave of her plain hand, she was a long sword of clear water. You started it! She let out a low murmur as endless coldness erupted from above her long sword. Click! The extremely sharp sword chi was accompanied by a terrifying cold aura that instantly splattered and spread. The entire space became frozen. As a result of the sword light, a glacier smashed towards Lin Tian. Is this man crazy? Moving to kill. On top of the immortal boat, Ziyu let out a light hum, not expecting Lin Tian to suddenly strike at Luo Yushin. Sister Qiu Zi said that although Big Brother looks fierce, he won't do anything bad. And if Big Brother strikes out to kill someone, then someone must have messed with him. Green-Orange tiptoed over the side of the boat and peered down. It's justifiable for him to make a move. This Luo Yushin did show killing intent towards him before. Yen Ho said indifferently, actually not expecting Lin Tian to directly strike. There was no accommodation at all. But can he beat it? Luo Yushin is the 3rd in the Soul Palace and the 20th in the Green Sword Tablet. Ziyu's brows wrinkled. She really didn't believe that Lin Tian would win. She could still accept it if the Cave Void Realm killed a Soul Palace realm. However, it would be impossible for the Cave Void Realm to kill a Sword Dao Heavenly Pride of the Soul Palace realm. Let's see again. If Lin Tian can't beat him, your white-clothed senior uncle will step in, Jane Candlewick said, also with a hint of surprise. And above the Cheong Heaven, Lin Tian faced a glacier that was coming towards him. A sword thrust. In the next instant, a blazing sword light slashed out. With flames, it blasted on top of the glacier at once. Ice and fire collided, instantly exploding countless ice crystals. Lin Tian stepped on the void and directly executed the wind blast 10,000 shadows, crashing towards the iceberg. Boom boom boom. A popping sound. Wrapped in terrifying flames, Lin Tian killed his way out from 100 feet ice mountain. With an overpowering killing intent, it chopped towards Luo Yushin. Flames? No wonder I feel ill when I see you. Luo Yushin's pupils shrunk as he let out a low gulp. Then I'll roast you to death later. Lin Tian laughed and slashed out with his sword. Bastard! Luo Yushin was suddenly startled. It also stabbed out with a sword. Bang! 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 In an instant, the sound of gold and iron clashing resounded. Lin Tian and Luo Yushin were both condensing their sword intent into their swords, and every chopping and collision set off bursts of spatial tremors. Hey, Lin Tian brat, that Luo you goddess waif seems to still be the 11th on some beauty list. Don't you have a heartache? At the bottom, Li Bai shouted abruptly. Pretty. It's more enjoyable to kill. Lin Tian let out a low roar. Chop. Stab. Point. Tease. Crash. Cut. Wipe. Penetrate. A sword move was randomly combined and quickly chopped. The moves were deadly, and each sword was chopped towards Luo Yushin's death point. Roar! 10 golden dragons manifested. Each strike of Lin Tian's sword was mixed with millions of pounds of tremendous force. It was so powerful that each sword was like a great mountain crumbling. Luo Yushin clenched her silver teeth. Taking down even Lin Tian's sword made her arms feel sore and numb. Are you a sword cultivator or not? What kind of person makes a sword like you? Luo Yushin let out a low curse, and a coldness that froze the world overflowed above her petite body. If I can kill you, it's fine. Lin Tian laughed coldly and struck his sword again. Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Luo Yushin vanished into thin air and left, and the next time he appeared, he was already 1,000 meters away from Lin Tian. Luo Shun. 3,000 swords. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, and then a green light instantly appeared between heaven and earth. Extremely sharp and cold ice sword intent exploded out with a bang. A piece of space froze up and the void trembled. Underneath this sword was the world of cold ice. Fancy. Lin Tian snorted coldly as his entire body killed towards Luo Yushin. Flames were all over his body, like a branding iron crashing into a frozen lake, melting everything. How is that possible? Luo Yushin's willow brows knitted up, not wanting to entangle with Lin Tian anymore. In this place, there is Li Bai. She would not be able to kill Lin Tian no matter what. More importantly, the current her seemed to be unable to suppress this person at all for a moment. Looking at the other party's handsome face, Luo Yushin let out a low curse. The plain hand flipped out a jade scroll and opened it in front of Lin Tian. Above the jade scroll, there was only one word. Sword. Junior. You've gone too far. Li Bai's voice spiraled out, cold to the core. Luo Yushin's pupils suddenly shrunk, and with a low chant, a jade talisman appeared. 10,000 mile transportation charm. In the next moment, Luo Yushin's figure disappeared between heaven and earth, and Lin Tian stood frozen in the air, a head of black hair flying. No good, Ren Ho exclaimed, and Ziyu beside her also frowned. Luo Yushin is too shameless. Ziyu let out a low curse. Chapter 98, Not to live in a group, not to live in a herd, not to be dependent on others. Li Bai wanted to make a move to capture Luo Yushin, but the other party had cast the 10,000 mile transportation amulet. However, Lin Tian's situation was much more urgent. He frowned at Lin Tian and extended one hand in an attempt to break this trace of Guchangqing's sword Dao aura. The next moment, Li Bai stopped. It was because he saw a hint of a smile emerge from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Above the immortal boat, Ren Ho and the others quietly watched the scene. Lin Tian also faced that one word straight on. Ziyu's willow brows furrowed, knowing that Lin Tian was probably going to have his Dao heart damaged as well. Guchangqing was a true heavenly pride that had overwhelmed this generation of sword cultivators. Even Chen Fan couldn't resist. So what could Lin Tian do? Only the next instant, Ziyu's beautiful eyes widened as she looked incredulously at the scene below. Even Yi Rinho and Jane Candlewick felt it was fantastic. What is a sword cultivator? Lin Tian's eyes were tightly closed, but he was talking to himself. What does what you sword cultivators do have to do with me? I only took the sword because it's easier to kill with it. Why kill? It's just others trying to kill me. Lin Tian murmured, his body overflowing with silky sword chi, raging light flowing everywhere around him. In the next instant, he continued, I exist in the world without meeting out, grouping together, or relying on others. If you beckon me to mess with me, I will cut you down with my sword. And that's it. Lin Tian said as his eyes slowly opened. The bottom of his eyes was clear. He slowly reached out his hand, and an invisible thread of silk appeared in it. Since you have fled, I will cut off your karma. In the next instant, Lin Tian extended both of his fingers and chopped down. Wow! A clear voice. In the shaking, it seemed as if something had been chopped off by Lin Tian. Miles away, above a lake, Luo Yushin suddenly spat out blood from his mouth, and his eyes also shed tears of blood. It looked miserable as hell. Lin Tian, she hissed, shuddering as she felt the paroxysm of pain coming from her brain. She couldn't believe that that person would have walked away from the Saint Sunsword path so quickly. Even less so, that person was already able to apply karma after first comprehending it. The sword Dao Heaven's pride was only Gu Changqing alone. Ah! With blood spilling out of her body, Luo Yushin's delicate face became distorted. The next instant, fell within the lake. In the meantime, Lin Tian rejoined the avenue of swords with some regret. It only severed the karma, but didn't kill her completely. He murmured, looking at the heavenly sword in his hand. The heavenly sword was then placed within the spatial ring. You, Li Bai stared at Lin Tian in a daze, not slowing down. Elder, keep going, Lin Tian said. Good, good, good. Li Bai laughed out loud. Afterwards, he and Lin Tian transformed into two shadows, 1,000 meters away in an instant. Left alone, above the ferry boat, the crowd was still in shock. Do not meddle, do not swarm, do not rely on others. Ziyu murmured the words Lin Tian had said, unable to let go of them. The thing that had caused her to avoid the front line for the time being and caused Chen Fan to be suppressed as well, was something that was so easily uncovered by Lin Tian. This kid, his qualifications are amazing. Just by comprehending a trace of the power of causality, he can utilize it. That Luo Yushin is afraid that Lin Tian is going to have his Dao broken. Yi Rinho's beautiful eyes looked towards the two who appeared in the sky and murmured. He never considered himself a sword cultivator, and the only reason he cultivated swords was because it was faster to kill with them? Jane Candlewick frowned, a pair of eyes looking through the miles and sighed softly. Where is this a sword cultivator? Clearly a killing star. In the meantime, Luoxian Holy Land, behind the snowy mountains, the youth in white clothes with snow slowly opened his eyes. His body was filled with Dao rules, and his haze and rays were intertwined. At this time, it was steeply opened his eyes. His eyes were deep, as if he had explored the void. Lin Tian, how dare you? His tone was cold to the core, but not a trace of anger was visible on his face. Chu Shengming, Gu Changqing murmured. Holy Sun, a magnificent man's voice came from the sky. Go fetch the jade god back, Gu Changqing said indifferently. With a slight beat, Gu Changqing continued. Go to the cheerful immortal sect and invite sacred maiden Mu Anxious Evening to come to the Holy Land as a guest. Yes. A red shadow flew out of the sky all of a sudden, carrying an extremely dense blood aura and disappearing. Buzz. A buzzing sound resounded within Gu Changqing's body. Feeling the majestic and stirring chi within her body, a hint of a smile spread across the corners of Gu Changqing's mouth. Once again the spirit sea is up. He let out a low murmur and pressed down with one hand. The divine light in his eyes intertwined, containing endless mysteries. Instead, his breath descended from above the spirit sea realm. Soul Palace 9. Soul Palace 8th level. Soul Palace triple. Until finally, his realm stabilized above the first level of Soul Palace. Even so, the aura on Gu Changqing's body became more and more majestic. He doesn't lose strength with each fall in his realm. Instead, with each ascension of his realm, his strength would be even more terrifying than the last. How many people in the world spend their lives with no hope of a hole in the ground? Gu Changqing, however, was able to sublimate the realm in such a compressed manner. It's just appalling. Among the same generation, there are only those few who can fight me, and above the sword path, I am still invincible. Gu Changqing said indifferently. There are 100 avenues in this world. Cultivation systems also vary. The true pride of heaven is to compete for the laws of the great Tao, and it would not be like a physical cultivator who fought with flesh and blood. Among other things, Kendo. Gu Changqing is the only one. That Lin Tian, in my opinion, came out with a much coarser sword. Gu Changqing said indifferently and stood up. Li Bai, is he the one you picked? rather disappointing in the extreme. He stood on top of the mountain, his robes blowing fiercely. Essence suddenly flashed in his eyes, and rich sword intent emanated from his body, just like a unique heavenly pride in the world. All through the night, Lin Tian and Li Bai arrived within a cloud. In this place, the clouds are vaporizing. The hazy distant mountains are covered with a light veil of shadows. In the misty clouds, it is far away and close, as if it were not there at all. At a simple count, there are 7. Each one is strangely amazing, unbelievably large. The top of the mountain platform was half the size of Heavenly Sword City. Above these peaks, there were sometimes cultivators flying with their swords. They were all shocked when they saw Lin Tian and Li Bai figures appear. They saw that beside Li Bai, a young man stood quietly, his appearance handsome to the extreme, just casually standing there, with that kind of overpowering Daoyin all over his body. Extremely extraordinary. That's Little Master. Little Master is back. Is that youth the disciple that Junior Uncle took in? First time I've seen him. It's so handsome. Sneak off to the 7th peak later to take a look. Unusual temperament. By all rights it should be a long-established genius, but this is the first time I've seen it. I was already jealous of him, and once I saw how handsome he looked, I was even more jealous. All the people of the mountain peaks were quietly discussing. Chapter 99, the 7th peak. They were either male or female, and their attention was on Lin Tian at this moment. Lin Tian looked at them one by one, then looked at a man on top of the 3rd peak, his eyes slightly condensed. That person was Li Shangjue. He had seen the other party when he carried out the first mission of the Polar Realm. This person had fought 2 Kueyu alone at that time, and surprisingly, he was still alive today. Lin Tian recalled that day. He himself was only Xian Dan, and the other party's realm was unfathomable. See you again a short month later. It doesn't seem to be as scary as it used to be. Li Shangjue noticed Lin Tian's eyes looking at him and smiled at him in a gesture. We're good here, aren't we? There's plenty of aura in the air, Li Bai said as he looked towards Lin Tian, directly addressing Li Shangjue above the 3rd peak. Little Li, go get me some good wine and food. Okay. Li Shangjue waved his hand, then turned into a stream of light and rushed into another mountain peak. At the 1st peak, some disciples were instantly startled. Quickly, hide all the good wine and food. Senior brother Li never pays. Forget it, today is a great day for Junior Master to take on an apprentice. This Li Shangjue is outrageous. Next time I'm going to set up a 7 slaying sword formation near the kitchen and see if he still comes to steal. It's just for today. The next time I see it again, I'll go ask Divine Phoenix Spirit's senior sister to take action to suppress this fang. They grunted in anger as they watched Li Shangjue's blatant robbery. I'm angry, but I'll put up with it today. Coming through. Yo, isn't this Master Wang? Why are you so enthusiastic? All put down your weapons. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it's a great day for Junior Master to take in a disciple. Li Shangjue smiled and chuckled, but the movements under his hands were not small. The 7 peaks of the Sword Sect. His master only had 1 disciple because he was lazy. 7th peak. And because of Li Bai's strange personality, he didn't receive disciples either. Other than these 2, the rest of the peaks were wide open to disciples. All kinds of facilities are available. Normally, Li Sangjak dabbled in food and drink. Years down the line, it's tiresome. As for Lin Tian and Li Bai, they had already arrived within a mountain peak at this time. This place is in a beautiful setting. The mountains are filled with a dense aura. The hazy fog was like a magnificent mantle over a green. The arched bridges are crisscrossed with flowing water. There were many houses cast in bamboo, only they were empty and unoccupied. A beautiful setting within a mountain stream. Our 7th peak does have a cook, but it's been in seclusion right now, so there's no way to come out and cook. Li Bai brought Lin Tian to stand in front of a bamboo house at the top of the mountain. After this, it will be your house. The environment is very good, and it is the gathering place of this aura. Easy to cultivate. Lin Tian looked at the bamboo house in front of him and a hint of a smile also surfaced. Such a place does suit him. Elder, can there be ferocious beasts and such here? My sword path lies in killing. Lin Tian bluntly asked directly. Li Bai nodded and patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said, see, your sword path is indeed all good at killing. After the 7th peak is the boundless immortal sea. There are many sea beasts. There are also some 7th order ferocious beasts. And there are also 8th order however. They are afraid of me, so they will not make a move. Li Bai said, taking out 2 chicken legs from within his spatial ring, and handing one to Lin Tian. Lin Tian also gladly accepted and took a big bite. Li Bai continued, there was once a void god battle on top of that immortal sea, and the blood of the void god dissolved in it, causing the immortal sea to be extremely resistant, and it's hard for the average cave void realm to stick around for more than an incense burner when they enter it, but the extreme workout of the physique suits you just fine. Lin Tian's eyes were slightly condensed. It does suit him. He was now a dual cultivator of sword and body, so the immortal sea was quite appealing to him. Ziwei, Zhenwu Dailu. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish you a happy holiday and a happy family. And Ziwei Shobia sends you his sincere blessings. At this moment, a message from Ziwei came from within Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. There is a mid-autumn in this world. He also didn't expect time to pass so quickly all of a sudden. Violet's blessing, and it's like a group message. But there must be a reason. Lin Tian replied. Zhenwu, you have the group Jade Talisman again? Ziwei, Zhenwu Daigo Wise. Zhenwu, 20 Yun Shindan. Violet. No further replies followed. Lin Tian didn't exaggerate or anything. 20 Cloud God pills contained the same amount of gold compared to the current him as the previous two. Nowadays, the 2 Cloud God pills were of very little use to Lin Tian. Uncle Sherfu. A man's voice rang out from the woods. Lin Tian looked far away. It was Li Shangjue. Lin Tian, let's eat at your house today. And when the cook's retreat is over, you'll have chicken legs every day from now on. Li Bai laughed out loud and directly took out tables and chairs and benches from his spatial ring. Li Shangjue came and took out the delicacies within the spatial ring at the first opportunity. My name is Li Shangjue. I dare to ask the name of my senior brother. Li Shangjue looked at Lin Tian and laughed. He is unwilling to worship his master, so he can't be said to be your senior brother. On the side, Li Bai added as he looked at the table full of food with both eyes glowing. Straight away, Li Shangjue froze in place. After a while, Li Shangjue no longer resented it. Sitting beside Lin Tian, he began to eat. I have to say, it's still the first peak that tastes right. The second peak is too bland to drink rice porridge every day. And the fifth peak is not bad, but that chick Ziyu is just scolding me when she sees me, Li Sangjak said as he ate. Beside him, Lin Tian ate extremely fast, but his eating looked elegant. Under Li Shangjue's shocked gaze, Lin Tian finished half of the leg of lamb. Brother Lin Tian, what are your plans for tomorrow? Do you want to go with me to the hookah to listen to some ditties? Li Shangjue said with a smile. Tomorrow, I'm going to enter the immortal sea to cultivate, Lin Tian said as he drank a cup of wine. The immortal sea in the back of the mountain. Li Shangjue choked slightly. Then, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. That place doesn't play well. Lin Tian frowned slightly and put a honey date into his mouth. Li Shangjue explained. Senior sister Divine Phoenix of the second peak has been cultivating there with a lot of commotion, sometimes attracting 8th order sea beasts. It's very dangerous. Moreover, that immortal sea refines one's body. And senior sister Divine Phoenix, who was originally a unique beauty in the world, is now also big and bold. When Lin Tian heard this, he didn't care, so he continued to eat. Li Bai gazed at Lin Tian and Li Shangjue, but he didn't say anything, just laughing and drinking wine and extremely fond of the chicken legs on top of the table. And, Li Shangjue looked at Li Bai and said, Senior uncle, when you left, senior sister Han Xianshu of the 5th peak had sought you out. Han Xianshu? Li Bai raised an eyebrow and didn't speak. That little girl looked for me a few days ago. I know her situation. His Dao-mate situation is special. The method of breaking the situation is still in her Dao-mate themselves. If it is a success, the Confucian way win the great prosperity. Let's write about the daily routine in this chapter and slow down. Chapter 100, 4th grade Star Chopper General. Lin Tian quietly listened without saying anything. In the past, Su Nan's words had left an extremely profound impact on him. Only, words have a major downside. That's the backlash. Su Nan's body and soul were both devoured by Su Wushu. Afterward, he used his Rudra incarnation to cast his words and then acted on Su Wushu. Count on an extremely tricky approach, calculated so deeply. He ended up miserable himself. Only a glimmer of hope was left for the Dawnguard. Lin Tian had thought that Su Nan was already considered dead, but listening to what Li Bai said, there should still be hope. In this world, Confucianism is weak. Thousands of years ago, the immortal emperor burned books and killed almost all the Confucians. This generation of immortal emperors has amnestied the world's Confucians though, but Confucianism has broken its legacy and is already difficult to rise. In the meantime, a whistling sound resounded from the sky. The majestic blood chi stirred above the cloudy sky, and it was several men. The leader of the human form is extremely elongated, wearing a blue cloud soaring rune bat patterned power suit, with a rhinoceros horn belt tied around his waist. Behind them were several people, all sergeants in military uniforms. The leader of the group, a man with purple hair and blue eyes, looked at Li Bai above the ground and was suddenly startled, just about to come down. Humph! Li Bai snorted angrily and flicked his single finger as the figures crashed down. Boom! A large crater appeared in the middle of the forest, and the rest of the people fainted. Only the man with the purple hair and blue eyes stood up, shaking his head. Chopping Star meets the Sword God. The man bowed to Li Bai with a respectful appearance. I don't know. I don't allow people to fly in this 7th peak. Li Bai lightly glanced at Chopping Star, gnawing on his chicken leg. I didn't know about it, so please forgive me. Sword God. Chopper made even more of a bow and bowed his head. Li Shangjue glanced at Chopping Star and said quietly to Lin Tian, Lu Zhanqing, the great Qin martial scholar of 5 years ago, is now a 4th-ranked general of Zhongwu, and is a renowned celestial pride of the imperial court. Lin Tian nodded. He could feel the wild surge of blood qi from his opponent. Such a blood qi was more powerful than even his 10 golden dragons. Li Bai faintly glanced at General Zhanqing and said in a cold voice, What are the dogs of the court doing in my sword sect? Lu Zhanqing choked slightly, his gaze sweeping behind Li Bai. His eyes lingered on Lin Tian for a split second and said, The Extreme Realm Jinwu killed the Jinshan King Su Wufei, and the Immortal Emperor ordered me to capture Jinwu. Li Bai raised an eyebrow, and beside him, Li Shangjue hurriedly explained, The Extreme Realm's new generation of true martials has already appeared. I had seen it once that day in Sword Capital, but at that time, my strength was low. I didn't expect that in just a few days it would have grown to such an extent. Lin Tian's eyes slightly condensed, then turned clear. He knew the odds were that he would be targeted by the court, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. So be it. It would be a bit difficult to do. If he returned to the Polar Realm, he could stay there for a while, but after that, he would be teleported back to his original location. No, it shouldn't be going this fast. The moves and sword intent that he executed outwardly were not at all the same as an Extreme Realm true martial artist. As for Li Bai, after hearing Li Shangjue's reminder, he was also slightly stunned, and then fell back to looking at General Zhanqing without a care in the world. What? Do you guys doubt that I'm Jinwu? Lu Zhanqing hastily shook his head and let out a faint smile. And why would the sword god need to use the Extreme Realm to disguise himself? I didn't come to the 7th peak to catch Jinwu. But, as he spoke, his gaze once again rested on Lin Tian. I've heard that the sword god has taken in a new disciple, another heavenly pride that can crush this year's top rankers in my dynasty, and whose sword is also a precious sword. So Chopping Star would like to come and see it. Li Bai frowned and looked at Lin Tian, pointing at the Chopping Star. He is disturbing our dinner. Do you think this etc. should be killed? Before Lin Tian could say anything, Lu Zhanqing was first startled, then stood upright with a smile on his face. It was as if he was certain that the sword god wouldn't kill him. Lin Tian frowned slightly, but he saw Li Bai pressing down with one hand. Giving you face? Buzz. The terrifying sword pressure stirred on Lu Zhaoshir's body, and all of a sudden, Lu Zhaoshir's body overflowed with blood as he knelt on the ground. Sword god, spare your life. Lu Zhanqing let out a low growl and braced his hands on the ground. Lin Tian stood up, shaking his head slightly as he walked over to Lu Zhanqing. Do you want to see me? Or do you want to see my sword? Lu Zhanqing gasped for air, blood dripping from his forehead. Seeing Lin Tian stand up, Li Bai no longer suppressed himself and just quietly looked at Lin Tian. Thank you, sword god. Lu Zhanqing stood up with great difficulty, then looked at Lin Tian. The sword. Just needs to borrow your honor's sword for a look. Lin Tian nodded and an ink-colored longsword appeared in his hand. I can't lend it to you, but I can let you look at it. Sure enough, it's inky. Lu Zhanqing's brows furrowed and he was about to take a closer look when the sword was already retrieved by Lin Tian. Have you seen enough? Lin Tian said indifferently. Is this the sword your honor has been using? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Lu Zhanqing nodded slightly, then bowed to Lin Tian. Your excellency is not Jinwu. Afterwards, Lu Zhanqing walked towards the large pit behind him and woke up his men to leave the area. He kept flying out of the sword sect before one of the generals behind him said, General, this is even? Lu Zhanqing shook his head slightly, and between his roving eyes, he looked at the huge sword sect behind him. I can't tell if the sword god is there, so I can only wait until the next true marshal appears and capture him. The court won't allow a second true marshal to appear unless the true marshal is willing to submit to the court, he said, hesitating slightly. Eyes as cold as the sun and moon. That youth doesn't look simple, but the realm is too poor. It's hard to have him in the ranks of this generation's heavenly pride. Behind Lu Zhanqing, some of the soldiers looked at each other. Adults in 5 years has been ranked in the 4th grade, and is the past year's Denglong martial arts scholar. This world few heavenly pride can be compared with adults. Even Gu Changqing is afraid to be. Lu Zhanqing shook his head slightly, his eyes cold. I have long said that those who say I am evil are my teachers, and those who say I am good are my thieves. If you and others continue to flatter, you will not follow me next time. The generals behind him collected their looks and hastily stopped speaking. I heard that this generation's Extreme Realm true marshal is also a sword Dao heavenly pride. Only when Li Shangjue saw Lu Zhanqing leave did he slowly say, there are many sword Dao heavenly prides in the world, and there are only 2 with a heavenly sword heart. Li Bai said indifferently, pouring Lin Tian a glass of wine. Come on, Let's have a drink. Lin Tian laughed lightly and raised his glass as well. The liquor was moist across his throat and slowly wandered into his nose in inhalation. And Lin Tian liked it a bit. In my previous life, I rarely drank alcohol, mainly because it can be a mistake. It's not so much a nuisance, Li Bai asked as he sized up Lin Tian. Tomorrow, if you want to go to the immortal sea to cultivate, remember not to go deeper than 10 miles beyond the shore. Lin Tian nodded and continued eating. It was not until evening that Li Bai and Li Shangjue left. Lin Tian returned within the house and lay down quietly, now all in one piece. Unprecedented exhaustion pinned him. Tonight, count it as a break. And on the other side of the 7th peak, Li Bai said to Li Shangjue, in these few days, you go and fight against Lin Tian. Li Shangjue was puzzled. Li Bai said slowly, man's life is through failure. I observed him all day today. The boy is too invincible to win instead of true. He doesn't want me to teach, but I have a way. But senior uncle, there's a divine phoenix spirit in the back of the mountain. You're worried about Lin Tian, but not me? Li Shangjue wanted to cry. No worries, no worries. Li Bai patted Li Shangjue's shoulder and laughed out loud. But the chase is kinda steady. That's going to be a thank you to all of you. Chapter 101, Sea of Blood, Cold Ice Power. The next day, Lin Tian woke up, washed up a bit, then he went straight to the back of the mountain. Seeing along the way, Li Bai was still lying on the cooler huffing and puffing, so he didn't disturb. All the way over the mountain, he really saw a boundless sea of immortals. Only, the color of this immortal sea was a bit more peculiar. Looking from the beach toward the deep sea, the color changed from azure to crimson. It's as if there's something big and scary hidden in the deep sea. Where the shallow sea was, it was possible to see some sword sect disciples moving in and out. They are using this immortal sea to refine themselves. Some disciples were sitting on top of the beach and practicing. Among them, Lin Tian saw Qing Orange and Ziyu. Ziyu was supervising Qing Orange's cultivation. Only looking at Qing Orange's aggrieved look, it seemed like she didn't like it at all. Lin Tian leapt down from the tip of the mountain and quickly arrived on top of the beach as a black shadow. Big brother, a childish voice rang out from a distance. Green Orange is meditating on the beach in his bare feet, seemingly unwilling. Besides, Ziyu originally wanted to harshly say a few words. However, he followed Qing Orange's gaze to Lin Tian. Poof! Ziyu snorted lightly and turned her head away, unwilling to ignore Lin Tian. Big brother, do you eat crabs? The crabs in this sea smell good. Qing Orange stood up and was about to head towards Lin Tian's side. Sit still. Today is your first day of cultivation. You can't be distracted. Ziyu gave a cold cry, and Qing Orange instantly wilted. Lin Tian ignored Ziyu and walked towards the sea on his own. The rest of them also noticed Lin Tian. Look guys, isn't this the disciple that young master took in? Asterisk 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 still handsome. I wasn't jealous, but seeing as you all are, I have no choice but to be jealous. I heard that he didn't take on any disciples. Senior sister Ziyu said that it was because junior master was unwilling to accept him as a disciple. That's not right. I heard senior brother Li Shangjue say that it was. That Lin Tian himself didn't want to become senior uncle's disciple. You believe in Li Shangjue's words. This Fong is a great scourge to my sword sect. That's right. No one in this world doesn't want to be little master's disciple. As they debated, Lin Tian had already completely walked into the sea. All at once, the feeling of oppression came from all sides. Lin Tian frowned slightly. This immortal sea was indeed not quite right. Shallow sea areas alone. If it was an ordinary open body realm, it probably wouldn't even be able to hold on for more than 3 breaths. However, it was fine for Lin Tian. He swam all the way to the deep end. Some cultivators could already be seen sitting in meditation and cultivating deep under the sea, roughly sensing down. All of them were disciples of the cave void realm. It means that here, it is enough for them. Lin Tian continued to go deeper and soon came to a place 9 miles from the coast. Here, there is almost nothing left. Occasionally, when they sensed down, they were all cultivators at the early stages of the Soul Palace. The oppression from the sea was even more profound at this time. Lin Tian also felt a hint of discomfort. His eyes looked deeper, where sea beasts appeared. Most of them were of the 5th order, and there were some of the 6th order. The one closest to Lin Tian was of the 5th rank. The whole was stark black, like an hourglass, with 2 heads. On each head, a circle of sharp teeth. Only behind those teeth could a shadowy eye be seen. Lin Tian didn't think twice and directly drew out his heavenly sword, charged towards the sea beast over there. Woo! A profound sea beast chirped out. The sound carried within the seawater for a long time. Lin Tian swung out his sword and an arc of sword chi instantly cut out. Wow! The sword chi brought up waves of water and chopped away in a ring of stumbling. In the next moment, the chopping was done on the sea beast that was like a small 2-story building. Wow! The sea beast hissed as its body was chopped in 2. At the same time, Within Lin Tian's body, a trace of extremely slight cold ice power surfaced. Lin Tian's eyes were slightly condensed. This sea beast actually had cold ice in its body. His eyes narrowed as his senses penetrated. There are thousands more of these exact same ferocious beasts, mostly 5th order, and some 6th order. 6th order against the human soul palace realm. Lin Tian's mind sank as he killed from the edge of this beast tide. There were all 5th orders there, and it was extremely easy to kill them. In the meantime, a male disciple dressed in white scurried out from the bottom of the sea. Panting violently, he wanted to sit down and rest. Hello, a cold woman's voice came from Ziyu's. What does senior sister Ziyu want with me? The man asked. Have you seen Lin Tian? Did he sit in meditation at that location in the sea area? Ziyu asked. Senior brother Lin Tian, is he the disciple of junior uncle? The man laughed. He's not junior master's disciple. Ziyu snorted coldly. The man was slightly surprised, then returned. I was practicing at the bottom of the sea 7 miles off the coast and saw him swim past me. I think he was swimming deeper. 7 kilometers? Ziyu's willow brows furrowed, and she immediately let out a cold snort. The first time you come to the Sea of Blood, you dive 7 miles. How arrogant. On the side, the rest of the disciples were also shocked when they heard Ziyu's voice. That dude went straight into the 7 mile. Fierce. It's a bit hasty. Lin Tian only seems to be at the cave void realm. No way. How can the cave realm enter 7 miles off? The body will be crushed and crumble right. I bet he won't last more than half an incense stick before he has to come out. I'll bet on an incense burner. It's definitely not simple to be seen by little uncle. It's not like he's being looked up to. It's not like junior master has taken him on as a disciple. All of these disciples were already betting up at this point. Ziyu faintly glanced at them without saying anything. She knew that Lin Tian would definitely be able to last past the time it took to burn incense. After all, the other party was someone who had fought with the Soul Palace Realm's Luo Yushan, and a bodybuilder. However, entering the Sea of Blood for the first time into 7 miles was still too adventurous. In Ziyu's heart, she was certain that Lin Tian wouldn't last more than an hour. The Sea of Blood was a unique cultivation treasure of the Sword Sect, extremely special. Even if Lin Tian was more heavenly, he would still suffer. And, in the meantime, 9 miles along the Sea of Blood, the sea was filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts. Lin Tian had already killed nearly dozens of 5th-rank hourglass-like ferocious beasts. His movements were also discovered by the large force of ferocious beasts. Lin Tian could only execute Wind Blast 10,000 shadows to fight a guerrilla attack. Wow! A sword intent stabbed out, forming a terrifying sword net. Vast sword-ons continuously attacked and killed out. The silent sword intent of the 2nd grade was much more terrifying than the 1st grade. In an instant, it locked onto these dozens of hourglass sea beasts. The next instant, woo! Dozens of chirps. Those dozens of hourglass-like sea beasts were instantly chopped into pieces. You have killed so much that your sword is once again excited. Your sword gains 10% sharpness, and you reach the 5th level of Cave Void. A familiar voice resounded from within Lin Tian's mind. The breath within Lin Tian's body was all of a sudden more majestic than ever. Caveat emptor 5. Killing Soul Palace Realm's Li Musheng and so many people in the town. Until now, Lin Tian had finally killed enough. Chapter 102 Explosion is Art. Woo! A shocking sea beast chirp came out. A wave of water crashed towards Lin Tian, accompanied by, with Lin Tian as the center, 1 kilometer of the sea turned into ice crystals, instantly freezing Lin Tian. Wow! Flames arose in the ice crystals all of a sudden, and Lin Tian used the flames to melt the ice crystals to escape. Within this Sea of Blood, there is great resistance. Like the Wind Blast 10,000 shadows, Lin Tian could vanish in the air for more than 1,000 meters in an instant. But within this Sea of Blood, it was only a few dozen meters. This was probably because there was the blood of the Void God in this Sea of Blood. The Void God was the topmost realm in this world. A Void God could instantly raise his hand to destroy the stars, destroying heaven and earth. The Sea of Blood contained the blood of the Void God, which also made the ferocious beasts within it more and more terrifying as they evolved over the course of 10,000 years. Even if it's seawater, just 9 miles away from the shore, that sense of oppression could already be compared to Lin Tian's initial entry into the molten world within the fire underworld god Zhao. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he continuously performed the Wind Blast 10,000 shadows in the sea. The spiritual energy in his body was being consumed in waves. Behind him was a large swath of funnel sea beasts. 2 of them were of the 6th rank. Lin Tian clenched his teeth. Now the best direction to escape. It was swimming deeper into the Sea of Blood. Wow! Another burst of icy coldness came from behind him. Lin Tian looked behind him and surprisingly, the world behind him had been frozen into a world of cold ice. And those funnel sea animals can actually march through the ice. It seemed like it was going much faster than in the ocean. The nearest 6th rank sea beast was only 100 meters away from Lin Tian. Really think I'm a bully? Lin Tian let out a low roar, and with a wave of his long sleeve, a fire-colored glaze the size of a grain of rice appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Go! Lin Tian let out a low chant and the silent fire Ryu soared towards that 6th rank sea beast, creates a lagging trajectory through the water. In the next moment, the silent fire Ryu shot into the cold ice world to stay in front of that 6th rank sea beast. Woo! The spectral eyes of the funnel sea beast glittered within rows of rounded fangs. Suddenly, there was a chirp. It seemed to sense a hint of threat and wanted to retreat backwards. But, blast! Lin Tian let out a low roar. Next moment, boom boom boom, the silent fire Ryuk, which was the size of a grain of rice, instantly exploded. A wave of ferocious flames exploded within the seabed. Within 10 feet of the silent fire Ryu as the center, the annihilating flames engulfed everything, as if it was transformed into a world of flames. Lin Tian suddenly felt that the coldness around him was swept away and the temperature was soaring. As for that 6th rank sea beast, it had one side of its head blown off by the silent fire Ryuk, looking miserable to the extreme. It's a pity that there's too much suppression within this sea of blood, or else a silent fire Ryu couldn't have only such a small amount of power, Lin Tian said with some regret, which was normal. After all, these sea beasts had been growing within the blood sea, almost merging with this world. The resistance within this sea of blood was much less than him. Woo! A miserable chirping sound. Naturally, it was from the funnel sea beast that had half of its head blown off. As it hissed, Shasta, an icicle instantly attacked out, like a heavenly maiden attacking and killing towards Lin Tian. You'd better mind your own business. Lin Tian gave a faint cry, looking underneath the 6th rank sea beast, where he had long ago placed 2 silent fire Ryu. Blast! Lin Tian once again roared out in a low voice, and his eyes all turned crazy. The next instant, rumble, 2 silent fire Ryukas exploded at the same time. The flames eroded over with an even more terrifying silent sword intent. The brilliant might suppressed, and tens of feet of flames instantly opened their fangs and engulfed the 6th order sea beast. Like a huge fireball, it traversed and exploded. Woo! After the 6th rank sea beasts, those 5th rank sea beasts let out a low cry. Some that didn't have time to escape were instantly devoured. The rest, on the other hand, began to frantically retreat backward. At the same time, Lin Tian's body, a clearly visible force of cold ice appeared. It's coming from inside that 6th order sea beast. This force of cold ice topped Lin Tian, killing 105th rank sea beasts. It's really a bit rich. Explosions are art. Lin Tian was happy in his heart. If he continued to kill, to what extent would the cold ice power in his body grow in the end? Maybe it will overtake the flame. It became Lin Tian's 4th major ability after sword intent, wind spirit, and thunder. And, in the meantime, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw 2 more 6th ranked funnel sea beasts charging towards him. It's not good to fight anymore. Lin Tian's mind sank. His hands were tied within this sea of blood, and all of his means were suppressed. If we were to steal those 2 6th order and thousands of 5th order, probably going to die here. Lin Tian also stopped making other thoughts. There were also the last 3 silent fire Ryuks, which he then left behind wherever he passed. He himself swam towards the deeper depths, all the way to a place 10 miles from the coast. From behind Lin Tian came 3 terrifying bursts of flames. Those sea beasts were probably scared by the mess, so they stopped pursuing. Lin Tian let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart, feeling already twice as much pressure as before. He then sat down on the bottom of the sea. He first made 6 silent fire Ryu again and placed them 100 meters around himself. Just started practicing. Somehow, it was already the limit for Lin Tian to produce 6 of them. Inside his body, the power of the flame could regenerate. But the 6 silent fire Ryukas had drained the flame energy from Lin Tian's body and could not be regenerated. Lin Tian's eyes flickered slightly as he used thunder this time. 7 azure blue, cohesive grains of rice with terrifying thunder power appeared. For thunder, 7 is the limit. As for the wind spirit, Lin Tian was unable to craft it for the time being, and this was related to Lin Tian's lack of control over the power of wind. Without thinking about it, Lin Tian also placed these 7 silent thunder Ryuks 100 meters away from his circumference. Within this sea of blood, it was overflowing with the power of majestic blood chi. If it was absorbed in conjunction with the sword heart body refining technique, it was definitely a superior place for body refining. Bubbling, Lin Tian immediately revolved the sword heart body refining determination, and wisps of sword chi instantly stirred within his body. All over his body, his pores stretched open. The blood chi stored within the seawater around him surged towards Lin Tian, while sharpening Lin Tian's fleshly body. It began to enter Lin Tian's body to be absorbed by him. Little by little, time passed. It soon came to an hour later. Deep under the sea, Lin Tian closed his eyes, his brows deeply furrowed. He could feel himself reaching his limit. At this time all over his body was oppressed from all sides. It was like two huge mountains collided and Lin Tian was in the middle of both mountains. Even though Lin Tian's body had been transformed by the Inferno Dragon Divine Marrow and the Extreme Realms Physique Advancement Jade Talisman, still to the limit in general. But the more he did so, the more Lin Tian realized that the speed and quality of his blood chi absorption would soar. Chapter 103, then Lin Tian is most likely dead. Rather, pretty good. Lin Tian murmured and continued to insist. Click. A thunderous sound instantly resounded. 100 meters away from Lin Tian, a thunderstorm zone instantly exploded. The blue rancorous thunder transformed into a large net, fiercely illuminating the surrounding area within 1,000 meters. Electricity arcs exploded, and a ball of thunder swelled out as if it was divine punishment. A fifth rank, shark-like sea beast with a blood-red body was instantly blown into pieces of broken meat. Behind it, those sea beasts that had been eyeing Lin Tian before instantly fled in fear. Lin Tian looked away faintly and let out a light laugh. I am no more than food for you and others to covet. His face gradually became hideous, and a vein rippled on his neck. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded, and a golden light was blazing behind him. They were 10 golden dragon shadows. But if you look closely, beyond these 10 golden dragons, there was also a golden dragon silhouette that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. That was the 11th one that was inspired by the Sea of Blood. Only, it's premature. But as Lin Tian persisted every second, this golden dragon became more and more solid. And, on the coast, Ziyu's willow brows knit up once again, and her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but tremble lightly as she looked at the sea level. It's been an hour and a half now, and Lin Tian hasn't come out yet, so it's my win. A young man laughed and reached out to the others for money. Li Yu, this bet isn't fair. What should we do if Lin Tian hasn't been cultivating in the 7th mile? That's right, 7 miles away from the coast. Even the 9th level of Cave Void would have a hard time holding out for an hour. It's not a fair bet. We won't pay up. The other cultivators said with smiles and grins. A group of them made bets, and Liu was the only one who bet that Lin Tian could last for more than an hour. Now it's an hour and a half, and they've definitely lost. But, after all, there were a lot of people. It's just all about trying to play hard to get. You guys, Liu stood up and pointed at these people who were naturally furious. How can a sword cultivator of my generation cheat? He bellowed lowly, but the words were uttered without these people showing a hint of justification. My generation of sword cultivators must be curved and straight. That's right, my generation of sword cultivators should receive great benefits and not gamble. Some of the cultivators said with a snort, and one of them scowled towards Li Yu. There is strength in numbers. Li Yu naturally said no, and at that moment, a cultivator flew out from the bottom of the sea. After holding out for an hour in the 9th mile today, I have created a limit of my own. The cultivator had a smile on his face, and the red tide on his body had yet to dissipate. It's senior brotherly gang. To be able to hold on for an hour in the 9th mile, that's really good. Senior brotherly gang is at the 1st level of the Soul Palace realm, and to be able to do this at such a realm is considered powerful. Ha ha, senior brotherly gang looks like he's going to compete for the top 10 position of the 6th peak. The rest of the cultivators all looked at Li Gang, who had stepped out of the seabed, in awe. And, when Ziyu saw Li Gang, her vermilion lips lightly opened. Li Gang, have you seen Lin Tian? When Ziyu asked this, the other cultivators also looked towards Li Gang. They also wanted to know exactly which location Lin Tian was cultivating in. Lin Tian. A trace of anger surfaced on Li Gang's face. I almost got screwed by him just now. Li Gang cursed, instantly raising questions in everyone's minds. What the hell is going on? Ziyu asked. Li Gang said without a word of humor. I was originally cultivating properly in the 9th mile when Lin Tian had to fight a group of soul-devouring sea beasts, and a 6th-ranked soul-devouring sea beast even noticed me and almost tried to kill me. But fortunately Lin Tian was more seductive and attracted that soul-devouring sea beast over to him. Li Gang said, suddenly raising an eyebrow and looking toward the coast. Where's Lin Tian, man? I have to find him to reason with him. The young master uncle most likely didn't talk to him about not messing with sea beasts in the sea. Li Gang cursed and looked around, but he didn't see Lin Tian figure. Seeing the dumbfounded crowd again, he suddenly frowned. Only then did it occur to him that Ziyu was asking if he had seen Lin Tian. That meant Lin Tian hadn't come up at all. Not good, Lin Tian's life is in danger. Ziyu let out a low cry and rushed straight into the sea. There's no need to be too nervous. Li Gang gave a foxed cry. In his opinion, if Lin Tian could tangle with the soul-devouring sea beast so much, he must be strong. It's over. Lin Tian is 80% in trouble. A cultivator shouted out. What are you guys so nervous about? Lin Tian is Little Master's disciple and the Soul Palace. How could anything happen? Li Gang said with a frown. Those cultivators' eyes widened as they looked at Li Gang incredulously. Senior brother Li Gang, Don't you know that Lin Tian is only cave void? And he wasn't accepted as a disciple by Junior Master. Someone said, like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Lin Tian. Ever since Lin Tian came to the Sword Sect, it could be said that no one within the Sword Sect knew about it. There were many versions about Lin Tian that people passed on to each other. Some people said that Lin Tian was invincible at the Soul Palace realm, an absolute genius. Others said that Lin Tian was at the Cave Void realm, but could crush the Soul Palace. There were also people who said that Lin Tian was Li Baiyi's illegitimate son with average strength. Today, people realized through Ziyu, Lin Tian was just a slightly stronger early-stage Soul Palace. As for Li Shangjue's words, no one bothered to believe them. In the meantime, it's over. Li Gang, who understood everything, suddenly screamed. A look of regret then appeared on his face. That Lin Tian would most likely be dead if he was at the Cave Void realm. The rest of the cultivators frowned and waited for Li Gang's next words. I thought he was a Soul Palace heavenly pride, so I didn't bother. At that time, I saw 3 6th-ranked soul-devouring sea beasts chasing towards Lin Tian there. When Li just finished speaking, the crowd was shocked. That Lin Tian is gone. I won. I'm the only one of us who bet that Lin Tian would die. You guys pay up. You're unbelievable. And now you remember money. When it is true, how can the sword cultivator of my generation go to make money from the dead? The crowd spoke up. The only one who finally stood up was Green Orange, who hugged half a crab and began to nibble on it. Big brother is awesome D. I really don't know what you guys are talking about. In the meantime, 10 miles along the shore, Lin Tian was sitting alone, and although his eyes were closed, there was a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth. The thousands of strands of blood chi around him were swallowed into his body. He was within the limits almost all the time. There were a million thoughts in his mind that he wanted to leave, all of which were hardened and suppressed by him. The more critical the limit, the better the absorption will be. Being in the land of 10 miles, Lin Tian's strength, blood chi, and the toughness of his physique all skyrocketed. Grinding like this was much better than devouring the Cloud God pill alone. And behind Lin Tian, the golden dragon silhouette of the 11th one was also becoming more and more obvious. Finally, after half an incense stick of time, roar! A dragon's roar resounded. 11 dragon powers. 1,100,000 pounds of enormous force. Woo! Lin Tian stood up and couldn't help but let out a long whistle. Chapter 104, Don't you want to fight me? Soothing. Lin Tian sighed in admiration and reclaimed the silent rice grains that he had spilled beside him as he stood up and swam towards the shallow water. As Lin Tian moved, the pressure on his body decreased layer by layer. At the 9th mile, the pressure from the sea of blood was already a mere 70% of the 10 miles. Lin Tian's eyes looked away. Within a huge coral cluster, those funnel-like sea beasts were gathering together, eyeing Lin Tian intently. I'll let you off the hook for now, Lin Tian murmured, his body speeding up a little faster. He had just reached the limit of his body, and his battle power was severely lacking at this point. It's not that you can't beat them, it's just that it's a bit of a toady to fight any longer. Roar! Gusts of sea beasts' whistles stirred up at the bottom of the sea. A black shadow as huge as a mountain thrust horizontally towards Lin Tian's side. Another 6th-ranked sea beast. Behind the 6th-order sea beast, there were hundreds of 5th-order. Rather give you face. Lin Tian's eyes slightly condensed as he swam towards the shallow sea area while 3 silent fire ryukas appeared in his hands. He was confident that 3 silent flame ryuks could cause the 6th-ranked sea beast to explode and die. Lin Tian, retreat! A woman's voice came, and Lin Tian looked ahead. It was a woman dressed in purple. Her robes danced in the water, revealing her white and rounded jade legs. It was none other than Ziyu. When Ziyu saw Lin Tian being chased by so many sea beasts, she did not hesitate. A sword thrust. In a flash a purple arc of light chopped out, and flames of light appeared. A long vacuum was left in the sea of blood. Boom! The purple sword she chopped on that 6th-rank sea beast, instantly leaving a deep sword mark. Blood spilled out all at once, and that one 6th-ranked sea beast wailed. The speed of chasing Lin Tian slowed down a bit. Lin Tian, hurry up. The sea beasts in the blood sea are much more powerful than ordinary ferocious beasts. Ziyu came to Lin Tian's side and said eagerly. Lin Tian was slightly surprised in his heart and nodded as he directly crossed over to Ziyu. This man. Ziyu looked towards Lin Tian's back. The corner of her mouth slightly turned away. Followed closely thereafter. Lin Tian was able to hold on for an hour and a half in the sea 9 miles from the coast. It already seemed a bit unbelievable to Ziyu. Now, seeing that Lin Tian turned out to be being chased by a 6th-rank sea beast, Ziyu was even more alarmed. This was going to be a lot tougher than Temperance's cultivation within the sea. Lin Tian had once killed a soul palace in front of her. He was even able to battle Luo Yushin in a short period of time. It was shocking in itself. Now that she saw this scene, Ziyu was in a trance and felt that Junior Master was right in wanting to accept Lin Tian as his disciple. Lin Tian kicked him on top of the beach, and the pressure on his body immediately disappeared. An unprecedented sense of relief stirred in Lin Tian's heart. Nice, he murmured. Cultivating in the sea of blood was indeed extremely rewarding. This was the first time he hadn't relied on pills or elixirs to cultivate the power of a dragon. Relying on elixirs is always a no-no. Lin Tian operated the flame power in his body, and the water stains on his body quickly turned into water vapor and disappeared. His body's blood qi gradually converged, no longer surging like the blood qi at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, because of the seawater pressure caused by the body of the upper and lower countless skin cracks, it also began to slowly repair. Look everyone, Lin Tian is still alive. It's really strange. Lin Tian was chased by the soul-devouring sea beasts but nothing happened to him. Ha ha, I won. You all pay up. What are you talking about? When did we ever bet money? Those sword sect cultivators were all shocked to see Lin Tian come out. If what Li Gang said was true, then Lin Tian had indeed survived for an hour and a half under the pursuit of a 6th-rank sea beast. Some of the females were all looking at Lin Tian with a pair of bright eyes and white teeth. Hello, my name is Nanyu. This is the lotus seed kanji I boiled yesterday. Lin Tian, you're thirsty. A white-skirted woman walked towards Lin Tian. Her voice was crisp and sweet, and she was holding a bowl of clear porridge in her hand. And Nanyu's small face was red and petite. All of a sudden, a kind of cultivating male disciple on the beach looked at Lin Tian with jealousy in his eyes. At this time, it was early in the morning. A reddish sun half obscured on the sea level. 10,000 colorful sunsets rising floating in the middle of the sky. Wisps of fresh wind blew, brushing through Lin Tian's hair. Thanks. Lin Tian did not refuse and took the clear porridge from Nanyu's hand and drank it in one gulp. Feeling the warmth and sweetness in his body, Lin Tian's breath collected, returned the bowl to Nanyu, and directly sat down to rest. As for, Nanyu's eyes glowed with a hint of joy and he also sat down beside Lin Tian. Poof! A woman's voice as clear as the voice of an oriole rang out. Ziyu stepped out of the sea and looked down at Lin Tian. You really have some leisure time. I saved your life just now, and you didn't say anything? And Nanyu's small mouth opened slightly, but she saw that Lin Tian just said indifferently, I don't ever feel like you saved me. Ziyu's willow brows furrowed, obviously a little angry, and she just looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't bother to look at Ziyu anymore and directly closed his eyes to start cultivating. Ziyu's eyes narrowed and she took a deep breath, her chest looming much larger all of a sudden. Patience, 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 Ziyu spoke in her heart, and then no longer paid attention to Lin Tian as she walked towards the distance. Green-orange. Sit still. Cultivation is not only about cultivating your body but also your mind. Don't be like everyone else. Chang Orange, who was nibbling on a crab, beamed and hurriedly sat down. Above the peaks behind the beach, two men watched the scene. See, he's Lin Tian. Your task is to provoke him and defeat him, Li Shangju said with a faint smile. Isn't it bad for Senior to be like this? The man beside him frowned and continued. After all, it's someone that Junior Uncle values, and has a great future ahead of him. If I bully him now, I'm afraid that I'll be hated by him in the future. Li Shangju patted the man's shoulder and sneered. Yu Lian, if you don't harass him, I'll bully you now. Yu Lian's face choked, tempted to ask if Li Shangju was a dog. Senior brother Li has said that senior sister Divine Phoenix has been concentrating on her cultivation 20 miles out to sea in order to prepare for that battle with the Extreme Realms 5 Square Thunder King, and won't be hitching a ride with you. A hint of fear surfaced in Li Shangju's eyes. Fear not. Fear not. Yu Lian, you don't understand the horror of that tigress. Seeing Li Shangju like this, Yu Lian let out a light sigh. He stood up slightly straight, his body flowing with flamboyant colors. Then it would be better for me to go. After all, it's just bullying a cave void realm. Yu Lian sneered and turned into a stream of light as he rushed towards Lin Tian. Who is Lin Tian? Do you dare to fight me? So that I can know what kind of strength the person that Junior Uncle values is. His voice resounded above the beach, and the feeling of oppression from the Soul Palace's trio stirred down layer by layer. His body was filled with sword aura, just like a sword cultivator. Above the beach, Ziyu as well as the other cultivators all stood up. Lin Tian, you should go now. Yu Lian is a Soul Palace triple heavy, and he just likes to bully people on a regular basis. And Nanyu nervously opened her mouth and looked at Lin Tian worriedly. Above the beach, the rest of the people were all looking at Lin Tian. Ziyu first frowned, and when she saw that Lin Tian remained indifferent, she directly turned around. She was aware of some of Lin Tian's strength. A Soul Palace triple. It was hard to defeat Lin Tian. You're Lin Tian? Yu Lian looked condescendingly at Lin Tian, his aura rising. Boom! A raging aura rushed up from above the beach. The terrifying flames were cut out by that person's sword. It instantly reddened the entire beach. Yu Lian's eyes instantly widened as his body was scorched by flames. The next instant, a sword light slammed towards him. No good. Yu Lian was startled and hastily drew his sword to defend himself. Aren't you going to fight me? Lin Tian scurried out from the flames, and as Yu Lian pulled himself up, his large hand directly grabbed Yu Lian's face. Afterwards, it was thrown towards the distant immortal mountain. Boom! One moment. Yu Lian smashed into the mountain, gradually raising a piece of debris and dust. It was only after a long time that his figure stepped out of the pit, cloaked and disheveled. Blood spilled between his ears and nose. In just an instant, he was directly struck dumb by Lin Tian. Chapter 105. Could it be that the Soul Palace realm is already so unbearable now? Lin Tian gazed at the bleeding Yu Lian and stood in the void. On his body, a great ring of flame swept out. Do you still dare to fight me? His face was calm as ever, but it carried a sense of oppression. Bumped into a tough opponent. Yu Lian skimmed his lips and let out a light laugh as well. Rather let you underestimate me. He let out a low gulp. His entire body's hair wildly spread out, and his body's aura exploded out layer by layer. Too slow. A cold voice rang out from beside Yu Lian, instantly causing fear in Yu Lian's heart. Snap. You. His eyes widened incredulously as he looked at the man beside him. In just an instant, Lin Tian had actually arrived directly beside him. Could it be that the Soul Palace realm is already so unbearable now? Lin Tian murmured, and his body's aura erupted once again, like a monstrous wave leaking down. Surging blood chi, as thick as mercury, vigorously erupted in every inch of his circumference. Above the beach, everyone seems to see in their eyes. The light beside Lin Tian was collapsing, and a circle of suffocating blood chi formed a party of half a Zhangworld. Too underestimated. Yu Lian let out a low roar, his long sword stabbing towards Lin Tian's chin with a backhanded tease. Lin Tian's eyes were pale, and his heavenly sword rested against his jaw. The sword blocked that sword and then pressed down. Just by using 1,000,000 pounds of huge force, he blocked the sword. Yu Lian chopped again. Lin Tian used points against chops, to cloud against the piercing. The sword carried a huge force, completely suppressing Yu Lian. The tiger's mouth and arm cracked under the shock of the huge force. The blood kept spilling. Time sword intent. Yu Lian roared lowly as his majestic sword intent instantly erupted. I said it's too slow, Lin Tian said indifferently. The latter's pupils contracted violently, only to see a huge fist growing larger and larger in his field of vision. Boom! Yu Lian spat out blood, and his entire body smashed into the immortal mountain once again. This time, it's going to be a lot more tragic than the last time. I guess I won't be able to get out for a while. Lin Tian was left alone in the void. His eyes were deep and dark, his aura was vast, and a ring of blood chi began to collect. The whole space finally stopped becoming blurry. In this battle, Lin Tian didn't even use his sword intent. Just by crushing with power and speed, he had already caused a Soul Palace triple to be traumatized. This is the benefit of power. You have 1,000,000 pounds of huge force on your sword. It's just going to be more powerful than a light sword. Even if it was the Soul Palace realm and possessed sword intent, I pushed across with my power, and you couldn't even show your sword intent. One sword and your arm is shattered for you. Lin Tian slowly landed on top of the beach and sat down once again. At this time, the large beach was dead silent. Everyone didn't expect it to end like this. Did he really defeat the Soul Palace with the Cave Void realm? Some of the disciples who didn't think highly of Lin Tian before were also looking at each other and didn't dare to say anything. You laughed at him for only being at the cave realm, and he laughed at you for not being able to catch a single punch. At this moment, some of the disciples even felt endless pressure from Lin Tian's body in general. A trace of fear instinctively arose in his heart. How can someone who can be valued by little uncle be weak? I told you that big brother is very powerful, but you still don't believe me. Qingcheng curled her small mouth, and intoxicating dimples appeared on her small face. Keep practicing. Ziyu chortled, her mood a little irritated. You're awesome, and Nanyu said as she looked at Lin Tian beside her. However, he saw that Lin Tian was focused on his body's recovery and did not pay any attention to himself. Above the immortal mountain, Li Shangjue had looked dumbfounded. He suddenly understood at this time why Li Bai wanted him to go and battle Lin Tian. Because other people might not really be able to handle Lin Tian. It's hard to figure out how this demon appeared as if out of nowhere. Li Shangjue grimaced, remembering that he had only seen Lin Tian's name on the green sword ranking a month ago. At that time, it was like just over 1,000. Originally, I didn't think it was a big deal. How strong could 1,000th place on the green sword ranking be? Dare I say that people are majoring in body refining. A sword heart that is heavenly yet not properly cultivating the sword. What a waste of qualifications. Li Shangjue smacked his lips, full of regret. Let's call it a day. We'll talk about it tomorrow. And after a while, Lin Tian stood up. It was almost time for him to rest for half an hour. The strain had disappeared from various parts of his body and he headed for the sea. Lin Tian, the sea of blood is extremely damaging to the human body, so you can't enter it multiple times in a day. And Man Yu was startled and said in a hurry. Only, Lin Tian's figure had already disappeared from the crowd sight. Lin Tian went down again. Won't he get tired? This dude looks like a physical cultivator. You didn't see how he beat Yu Lian just now. I don't understand why a body cultivator would come to our sword sect. It's not like dual cultivation of sword and body is rare. Isn't the point of this sea of blood to allow us to strengthen our physique? Indeed. But it's hard to specialize in one discipline with dual cultivation of sword and body. The cultivator on the coast kept talking. Second entry into the sea. The pressure is obviously not as intense as it was the first time. Lin Tianyu traveled like the wind, weaving through the sea of blood, and soon arrived at the 9-mile mark. Here, there were much fewer cultivators sitting on the bottom of the sea to cultivate. Some cultivators were practicing their swords at the bottom of the sea, their breath calm and steady. However, most don't last more than an hour. Lin Tian didn't think of anything else and directly swam towards the soul-devouring sea beasts group. The depths of the sea of blood were bleak, and the color of the 9-mile sea was just the right turn of azure and blood red. Everywhere you look, there is an endless variety of coral bushes, like shells, jellyfish and the like in the middle of an ordinary sea, rarely seen within the sea of blood. Instead, it was filled with many blood-rich sea beasts. Lin Tian kept diving down, hiding behind a coral plant. 100 miles away from him were thousands of soul-devouring sea beasts that looked like funnels with a circle of fangs on their heads. Two of the soul-devouring sea beasts stuck together. From their cold and horrible bloody mouths came two black tongues, sucking on each other for something. A figure swam up from behind. A man. Brothers, hurry up and get out of the way. These two blood-soul sea beasts are reproducing. If they notice them, they'll be finished. The man reminded Lin Tian and frowned after seeing that Lin Tian still didn't move. Roar! Two eerie chirping sounds instantly stirred over, and those two 6th-ranked soul-devouring sea beasts had obviously discovered the two of Lin Tian. It's over. Go! The man was in tears and swam towards the shallow water. He was slightly surprised and looked towards the back, but he saw Lin Tian swimming towards the soul-devouring sea beast instead of fleeing. Damn! Don't want to die. The man gritted his teeth and didn't dare bother. He was only a soul palace 1st grade, so he simply couldn't face so many soul-devouring sea beasts at once. Escape! He let out a low roar and continued to flee. It was only necessary to flee the road 8 miles from the shore. The sea beasts, because of their fear of the sword sect, would not dive 8 miles no matter how powerful they were. And, just as the man fled, boom boom boom, a terrifying popping sound exploded from behind him. Chapter 106, I'll kill you again with karma. Lin Tian didn't hide at all in the first moment. All of the silent fire streams were used directly at once. The flame mass exploded, instantly killing a 6th rank as well as dozens of soul-devouring sea beasts. Feeling the surging cold ice power that suddenly appeared within his body, Lin Tian's expression was joyful, and with his sword in one hand, he went towards the group of soul-devouring sea beasts to kill them. Woo! The one surviving soul-devouring sea beast chirped, its voice full of poignancy. One end of it was aimed at Lin Tian, and its circling fangs were open. The body was as large as a small building. It was extremely visually stunning as opposed to Lin Tian. In the next instant, a brilliant river of ice erupted from the bloody mouth, crushing towards Lin Tian. It was a strike from a 6th-ranked ferocious beast. Such icy cold could instantly kill a cave 9. However, it was no longer of any use to Lin Tian. Facing the glacier, Lin Tian charged straight ahead. A sword cut out in a flash. Also an ice crystal flew out. The soles of his feet slammed down on the seawater, and a sheet of cold ice was born under his feet for no reason. Subsequently, it began to extend. Straight beneath Lin Tian's feet a cold ice avenue was born. Lin Tian laughed coldly as he stepped on the cold ice avenue and charged. Dao sword light chopped down, containing an aura of silence. All at once, blood stained the entire sea. No! The man who had been about to flee had looked dumbfounded. The scene in front of him caused his eyes to freeze and his expression to go into a trance. In his eyes, an explosive flame of light, epileptic killing. That one black-clad figure, with a sword in one hand, he was actually able to kill thousands of soul-devouring sea beasts. The aura of silence carried in the sword's light suffocated him as he watched from afar. The unusual 5th-ranked soul-devouring sea beasts had become targets to be harvested. Within the seawater was filled with a gusty and suffocating odor of blood, flames and cold ice. Such majestic attribute energies. The sword sect has produced another heavenly pride? The man murmured with palpitations. In this world, if a cultivator wants to give birth to attributes within his body, except for some of the proud sons of heaven who were born with attribute spiritual roots, other martial artists would take spiritual medicines. Sense the laws of heaven and earth. or devour heaven and earth spirits to obtain these, but attribute energies as majestic as the one Lin Tian had unleashed were too rare. What happened? Another cultivator sensed the wave of the battle and swam over. So, as frozen as the man. Shock and confusion were written all over his face. He's Lin Tian. He's actually this powerful, the man said, breathing heavily. Lin Tian kept killing with his sword, while his body resisted the cold ice with cold ice around him. The heavenly sword contained terrifying molten plasma. It is extremely efficient to kill with this strike. The seawater around him was already filled with the limbs and arms of sea beasts. You killed 300 5th-order soul-devouring sea beasts with 2 6th-order soul-devouring sea beasts. Your sword gains 10% sharpness, and you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. You killed 675th-order soul-devouring sea beasts. Your sword increases in toughness by 10%, and you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. A familiar voice resounded from Lin Tian's mind. All of a sudden, Lin Tian once again increased his sword Dao comprehension by 2 years. As expected of Lin Tian, these 2 years of sword Dao comprehension were mostly about the comprehension of the law of cause and effect. Lin Tian set a goal in his mind to cultivate the causal sword intent. Sure enough, it followed that direction. Lin Tian's eyes were happy. Cause and effect was a law of the great Tao. The depths are not visible. Even though it was 2 years of comprehending the laws of causality, it had already brought Lin Tian an increase in strength that was visible to the naked eye. The benefits are endless. Previously, Lin Tian had beheaded Luo Yushin's karma. It was a closed loop with Luo Yushin framing him as the cause and him killing Luo Yushin as the effect. With the great Tao of causality, he subdued Luo Yushin. However, that strike would at most cause Luo Yushin to fall in realm. It's hard to kill someone by cause and effect alone. After all, Luo Yushin was a heavenly pride of the world. All heavenly pride would be tied to the heaven and earth's fortune. Lin Tian was now able to gradually know some of the way of Qi fortune. However, this world's Qi is a brilliant path, and Lin Tian has only glimpsed the tip of its iceberg. If one continues to look at it, he or she will be tainted with more karma. Formation of Deadbolt. It's like Sunan, trying to kill his father. He must have studied many ways, but in the end, he had no choice but to die in exchange. Cause and effect, or a kind of helplessness. Only, Lin Tian could do a little better now. Lin Tian paced deeper with the seabed, and it was as if he was the only one left in the entire seabed. Silky threads imperceptible to the naked eye appeared in Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian picked and inspected. A couple of them caught his attention. Gu Changqing, Luo Yushin. Lin Tian murmured. Gu Changqing was a stranger to him, now rearranging the karma. It is to see the grudge between himself and him. Only, the one from Gu Changqing was hidden and extremely hooked. Even, with the current Lin Tian could not chop away. So, I've just bled the town, and I'm in again, Lin Tian murmured. Somewhat helpless. People are born into a situation, evenly Bai. Mutual checks and balances, mutual involvement. He was favored by his master, so he took on this karma of taking on a disciple. This or the helplessness of man. Lin Tian's eyes slightly condensed as he placed a thread of karma that was already extremely shallow in his hand. Unfortunately, this karma is about to be consumed, Lin Tian murmured in his heart. Then he sat down in the 10-mile sea. In the meantime, Luoxian Holy Land, Luo Yushin, who was dressed in white and as beautiful as heaven, stood quietly. In front of her was a man's back. Luo Yushin carried a hint of admiration whenever she looked at him. Luo Yushin thought in her heart. A handsome man dressed in black suddenly appeared in his mind, and a hint of killing intent flooded his eyes. Jade God. In your opinion, how is that Lin Tian? Gu Changqing's eyes closed tightly as he spoke faintly. It's just a madman. Such a person can't be compared to the Holy Sun. Luo Yushin smiled coquettishly and whispered. Is that so? Gu Changqing spoke indifferently. His surroundings filled with sword intent, and the Tao of immortal radiance flowed down. It is not an exiled immortal, but just like an immortal on earth. He once decimated your realm with karma. Do you ever have hatred in your heart for him? Gu Changqing turned to look at Luo Yushin. Luo Yushin choked in her heart and nodded. I wanted to kill him, but he was accompanied by the god of swords. Gu Changqing nodded slightly and smiled. That would be an aggravation for you. When I fight with Li Bai, I will have someone come out on that day. The light of his eyes was deep, as if he was looking through the endless void. I won't let you get hurt for nothing. Gu Changqing's pair of eyes looked at Luo Yushin with exceptional clarity. Thank you, Holy Sun. Luo Yushin hurriedly owed her body. That's when Gu Changqing's brows suddenly furrowed as he looked toward the place in the void. Ah! Luo Yushin hissed steeply, his face instantly turning white as he spat out blood from his mouth. Blood spilled above the entire delicate body. Lin Tian, on top of her petite body, a trail of blood emerged, and blood soaked out, staining her white clothes red, miserable as a moonflower with a broken branch. Chapter 107, as far as I can see, the world is full of ants. Lin Tian? Gu Changqing's brow furrowed, and a single finger crossed, a pale sword light. All of a sudden, Luo Yushin's body was light, but her delicate body was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. Son. Luo Yushin was lying on the ground. Sweat soaked his hair, and water vapor floated in his eyes. That Lin Tian. That surprised me for a moment. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he stretched out one hand, and a flashy light enveloped Luo Yushin's delicate body. Visible to the naked eye, the bloodstains on Luo Yushin's body disappeared. Thank you, Holy Sun. Luo Yushin stood up and saluted Gu Changqing. Only his face was miserable and his blood chi was low to the core. Lin Tian beheaded you with karma because you killed him that day and created karma. Gu Changqing said indifferently, her eyes clear and cold, but without a trace of anger. Luo Yushin's eyes flickered slightly as a trace of fear surfaced. That day, it was the Jade God who didn't suppress his killing intent. Gu Changqing nodded and once again scrutinized Luo Yushin. You're at the 9th level of the cave void now? Luo Yushin's face turned pale and she didn't say anything. Unable to defeat even a cave void, a mere hint of karma caused you to fall in your realm. You disappoint me. Gu Changqing's voice was clear, but it carried a hint of disdainful pressure. All of a sudden, a trace of trepidation clearly surfaced in Luo Yushin's eyes, and he hastily knelt down. Holy Sun, the Jade God knows his mistake. And Gu Changqing just turned around indifferently. I hope that the next time I see you, your cultivation has been restored. Luo Yushin's eyelids lowered and her face turned a little whiter as a gush of bitterness flooded her heart. Yes. She stood and left on light feet, flying all the way over the snowy mountains. Within the gazebo was a man dressed in red. Luo Yushin, you have disappointed the Holy Sun. The man looked faintly at Luo Yushin and hummed lightly. What does it have to do with you? Luo Yushin glanced at the other party and snorted coldly. Ha ha. The man laughed softly, then bowed to the snowy mountainside. Sacred Son, Zheng Huang is willing to go to the sword sect and fight Lin Tian to the death to raise the prestige of my sacred land. Zheng Huang shouted loudly as radiant killing intent emerged in his eyes. Luo Yushin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at this scene and sneered. You're at the 5th level of the Soul Palace, and Lin Tian is only at the Cave Void realm. How could the Saint's son agree to you bullying others with a higher realm? And, also just then, granted. Gu Changqing's voice came from the other side of the snowy mountain. Thank you, Holy Sun. Zheng Huang laughed out loud and looked at Luo Yushin in triumph as he left in a red light. Left alone, Luo Yushin's entire body was stunned in place. And the other side of the snowy mountains, Gu Changqing already had one person by his side. It was none other than Chu Shangming, who had previously been slapped by Gu Changqing to invite Mu Xianyet. Is what you said before true? Gu Changqing looked at Chu Shangming, and for the first time, her eyes blossomed with coldness. Chu Shangming was slightly startled in his heart and nodded his head in a hurry. What my subordinate said is true. Mu Aoyao Evening is unwilling to come, and Mu Aoyao Evening is suffering from Dao injuries, and needs the spiritual embodiment of Lin Tian's innate Dao body to suppress it. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed as his robe swam and a terrifying aura overflowed. Good for you Lin Tian, Gu Changqing said indifferently, then collected her anger. It's just a mole cricket, but it has repeatedly entered the middle of my vision. As he said that, sword intent stirred out of his body. Saint's son, if you really want to destroy Lin Tian, you might as well let your subordinates go ahead. Chu Shangming volunteered, his eyes glowing with killing intent. No need for you to go. It's just a caveman, Gu Changqing said indifferently, his eyes opening and closing as he peered into the great Tao of heaven and earth. My karma is still not strong enough, Lin Tian murmured with some regret. Originally, he used karma to suppress Luo Yushin. At this rate, the opponent's realm would at least be cut down to cave void by him. Even the qualifications will be greatly damaged. However, Gu Changqing completely cut away this trace of karma with just a single finger of sword intent. It made it impossible for Lin Tian to chop again. Extremely scary. The other party doesn't cultivate karma, but can cut away karma. Why on earth? Lin Tian murmured and continued to walk towards the depths of the seabed. He could feel a hint of a different and grandiose sword intent from Gu Changqing's sword. Perhaps it's not swordsmanship. Instead, it's a sword domain. Lin Tian was instantly stunned. Gu Changqing used the area around himself as a domain, so all kinds of sword intent could not enter. Not that karma is inferior to sword intent. Rather, Lin Tian was still unskilled in the use of cause and effect. Lin Tian's eyes were slightly condensed. He was only a second-grade sword intent now. It is not yet known where the way of the sword realm is. In that case, it can only kill more. He murmured and looked at the heavenly sword in his hand. Buzz! A clear buzzing sound resounded. As if sensing the strong battle intent in his master's heart, the heavenly sword was extremely excited. Ha ha ha! Lin Tian laughed out loud, his eyes brilliant. Heavenly sword! How fortunate I am to have you. Lin Tian murmured as intense madness blossomed in his entire eyes. I have my sword. That's all. In an instant, with Lin Tian as the center, a heavy sword intent stirred out. When I look at this world, all are ants. The entire bottom of the sea seemed to belong to him alone. In the meantime, around Lin Tian, several cultivators who were sitting on the seabed opened their eyes in surprise. Who is it that is so arrogant? Can't stand it. He even called me a mole. Such arrogance. It must be Li Shangjue. Today I'm going to add laxatives to the vegetables he's going to steal. No one can stop me. Brother, don't be like this. Li Shangjue is relying on the name of the little master uncle. Sometimes those meals the little master uncle also eat. Not good to mess. I have the most respect in my life as the little master uncle. This Fong is abominable. I heard that he was the one who forced Yu Lian to anger that Lin Tian, and now Yu Lian is still being resuscitated. Really? That Lin Tian is so powerful? Lin Tian went deeper all the way. It went all the way to the 11th mile. At this moment, he once again felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Some of the ferocious beasts in this place were also mostly of the 5th rank, but there were a lot more 6th rank ferocious beasts. Lin Tian didn't think of anything else. Naturally, he wanted to kill first. When he stabbed his sword, it was a killing zone. An unknown number of sea beasts perished under Lin Tian's sword. 5th order sea beasts are mostly grass, and a sword sweep down is a broken limb. Rather, it was the 6th rank sea beasts that could bring a trace of pressure to Lin Tian. Woo! A low sea beast whistling sound rang out. Lin Tian rushed out with a cloud of blood. In front of him was a black octopus as tall as a 3-story building. The skin of this octopus was scorched black and tattered, and wherever it passed, pieces of gray flakes flowed down. Below the huge body, however, were thousands of tentacles growing. Each tentacle was divided into densely packed suckers with sharp teeth. The cold ice breath condensed on top of these suckers. Extremely terrifying. Lin Tian held his sword in one hand as the power of the 11 giant dragons pressed down. If one looked closely, Lin Tian had the silhouette of the 12th golden dragon behind him. Naturally, it was because Lin Tian would also cultivate the sword heart-body refining decree in between battles, squeezing time to the max. Above the sword was the silent sword intent and flame compressed to the extreme. Each thrust streamed down the giant octopus's body in burnt sword marks. He and the water cast up the wind blast 10,000 shadows but became more and more skillful. I'm in a bit of a slump today, so I'll think about plot developments tomorrow. Aim for a daily 10,000 with the progress of serial sharpness. As far as taking on disciples or relationships and such, it's a step-by-step process, and the book is fast-paced, but the author puts full speed on that front. I wanted to write a fuller protagonist. These are the ones that need to grow. Chapter 108, Fighting does not stop. Killing does not stop. Originally, Lin Tian had performed Wind Blast 10,000 shadows in the air. At the time of the Great War, Su had nothing to do with it. It was because of the addition of the Blood Spirit Wind. Lin Tian directly soared from a dozen steps in an instant to 1,000 meters in an instant. Then, coming within the Sea of Blood. Because of the suppression of the Sea of Blood, it was dozens of times more difficult for Lin Tian's Wind Blast 10,000 shadows to be executed. But the more so, Lin Tian's control over the Blood Spirit Wind and the Wind Blast 10,000 shadows then grew deeper. In a turbid sea polluted by the color of blood, Lin Tian's black clothes floated. Every time the Chinese shadow flashed, it was 100 meters away. His sword rhymed with blazing fire, as if it had been burned red. A sword chopped down, and flames, sword intent, and enormous power were superimposed together. The surrounding waters were induced to tremble, and a circle of water waves overflowed. Every time it chopped down, it was cutting off one of the giant octopus's tentacles. Woo! Hundreds of tentacles were chopped off by Lin Tian, and green slime flowed down from the wound brakes of the giant octopus sea beast. As you are, I don't even have the desire to eat, Lin Tian indifferently said, facing the giant sea beast in front of him that was nearly 100 times larger than him, crushed by one man. Finally, after half an incense stick of time, Lin Tian chopped the giant sea beast's head off. Feeling the cold ice aura that appeared steeply within his body, Lin Tian hissed freely. Then, swim horizontally. Today, the pressure of the 11th mile of the sea was already much more terrifying than the 10th mile. For the time being, Lin Tian did not intend to directly go forward to the 12th mile. Instead, he wanted to start cultivating after slaughtering the sea beasts of this generation first. Wait until he's acclimated enough to the pressure of the 11th mile of ocean. Lin Tian would then head deeper. In the meantime, an hour had passed above the beach. He's not out yet? Ziyu murmured, her heart incomparably complicated. If it was about qualifications, Lin Tian was indeed stronger than her. Li Bai had chosen Lin Tian for a reason. Fifth Peak's senior brothers and sisters. Go back, Ziyu said faintly, her voice resounding above the beach. stretching 10 miles into the sea of blood. Today, she is leading the class. Let the senior brothers and sisters come here to practice. Now it's almost time. It's time to go back. It's so good. Finally, I don't have to sit in meditation. Green Orange stood up with a handful of foreheads. Ziyu faintly glanced at Qing Orange with a hint of pity. When you return, there will be other senior brothers to teach you sword practice. All of a sudden, Green Orange's little face collapsed and her head hung down. Once the disciples from the fifth peak left, half of the cultivators on top of the beach were missing. Immediately after that, the other cultivators also left one after another. They were all sword cultivators and had come to this immortal sea to cultivate their physiques. But most importantly, it was the way of the sword. Feather, it's time to go. A delicate girl with a double ponytail came to Nan Yu's side and said, but Lin Tian hasn't come out yet. And Nan Yu said, wanting to see Lin Tian come out. He's not out yet? The two-ponytailed girl froze outright, vaguely remembering, Lin Tian had entered the sea for a long time. It's been about 2 hours, and Nan Yu said with some uncertainty, but she still felt a throbbing sensation when she said the number. 2 hours? He really is a major in body refining. The double ponytailed girl let out a shocked cry, and then she laughed. Go back. The clean kill team is coming later. Tomorrow. Okay. Anan Yu gave a coquettish smile, nodded and then left. About another half hour passed. Lin Tian walked out from within the seabed. His muscles were trembling all over his body, and it was clear that once again he had held out in the limit for a long time. 12 dragons of strength now, but it's true that the cultivation level hasn't increased. He laughed softly and began to sit on top of the beach to recuperate. The body was being honed over and over again in the sea of blood, which was extremely useful to Lin Tian. More importantly, it's an increase in combat experience. Although Lin Tian was equipped with multiple attributes and his sword intent had reached 2, but using and owning are two different things. Lin Tian could now do multiple attributes stacking with each sword chop. The killing power is greatly increased. An ordinary early-stage soul palace would most likely not be able to withstand one of Lin Tian's swords. Hey, which peak are you from? A man's voice came from behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked. It was a dozen sword-wielding men dressed in white. Tied above their left arms were strips of cloth with clear killing printed on them. Anything? Lin Tian faintly whispered. Are you new here? A man at the head of the group frowned and continued. The sea of blood will only be open in the morning, and the rest of the time we need our clearing and killing teams to clear the sea beasts. The man was speaking when he was suddenly struck. You're Lin Tian? And behind the man, the other Clear Kills team members also locked their gazes on Lin Tian at once. It's Lin Tian. The sea of blood is the 7th peak's backyard. Right. Lin Tian isn't an ordinary disciple. It's not good for us to kick him out. Forget it. Senior Sister Divine Phoenix Spirit seems to have been cultivating in the Blood Sea. Senior Brother Yuanli. Forget it, let's just hurry and go in. They kept talking, and the man at the front named Yuanli also frowned. Are you guys still going to kick me out now? Lin Tian said indifferently. Yuanli's eyes narrowed as he walked directly past Lin Tian. The rest of the Clear Killers followed suit. It was only when he walked all the way into the sea of blood that Yuanli coldly hummed, said to the disciple behind him. You are responsible for the sea within the 10th mile. And I am responsible for the area from the 10th to the 15th mile. Yes, these disciples said respectfully. It was natural for them to join the Clear Kill team for the sake of clan merit. This is because there are often some high-ranking sea beasts rushing into the shallow sea area. This would cause harassment and even bring danger to the lives of some disciples practicing in the sea of blood. This led to the formation of the Clear Kill team. Of course, members of the kill team will also receive clan merit for killing sea beasts. The higher the level of the sea beasts, the more merits it would bring them. This was considered the sword sect's means of exercising its disciples, and many disciples were squeezing their throats to join the Clear Kill team. I'm so envious of senior brother Yuanli. He brings back thousands of clan merit every time, enough to exchange for a top-grade earth-grade spirit medicine. One of the disciples looked enviously at Yuanli's fading back. What are you envious of? Senior brother Yuanli is the 8th level of the Soul Palace. His strength is there. You'd better hurry up and work. Someone let out a low laugh and swam towards the deeper waters. And when Yuanli arrived at the 10th mile of the sea, he felt the blood chi that was even denser than usual. He couldn't help but frown. What's the situation? Blood chi is so thick. Why are there no sea beasts? I remember seeing a group of soul-devouring sea beasts swimming towards here from the deep sea yesterday. He was disappointed in his heart, but as he looked down towards the bottom of the sea, the scattered seabed, densely packed with countless sea beast limbs instantly entered Yuanli's field of vision. What's going on? The scene in front of me was too shocking. He came to a huge 6th-rank soul-devouring sea beast corpse and was half speechless. Who killed him? Yuanli murmured and took out a jade talisman from his spatial ring. A halo of light then entered the jade talisman from the body of the soul-devouring sea beast. I can't believe the marker wasn't taken. Yuan Li's eyes overflowed with excitement. Chapter 109, Can my sword cut through the ocean and split the stars? It doesn't look like it's the clean kill crew that's doing the killing. Yuan Li's breathing became rapid. Though, the sword sect stipulated that the clear kill crew could only collect the marks of the sea beasts they had killed themselves, but there will always be foul play, and it was also very counterintuitive. Normally disciples who killed sea beasts would cut off the marked places on those sea beasts, subsequently go to the clan and exchange it for merits. It's going to be less than what the clean kill crew gets, but mosquito meat is meat. No one would be so wasteful. Yulian's eyes burned. Looking at the thousands of sea beast limbs at the bottom of the sea, a smile appeared on his face. Absolutely rich. This place alone has at least 1,000 merits. He put away the markers here and then made his way to the 11th mile of ocean. To add to the shock, there are more sea beast corpses here. Moreover, there were more corpses of early 6th order sea beasts. It's definitely the god of heaven helping me. Yuan Li let out a low roar and finished collecting the markings from the sea beast's corpse. It's definitely going to be 3,000 merit badges, Yuan Li said incredulously, and all of a sudden his heartbeat sped up. If it is discovered that I have misappropriated merit, he frowned at the thought of a possibility, and a twinge of fear grew in his heart. What is it for a cultivator of my generation to be afraid of this and that? Yuan Li let out a sardonic smile and swam further into the depths, but when the time came, there were no longer any corpses of sea beasts there. Yuan Li was a little disappointed, so he killed an hour to hastily swim toward the shallow sea area. 1 day's earnings equals 3 days of mine. Not bad, he muttered. Having come to a shallow area, an hour has come and gone, so you and I will return with me. His voice carried within the waters, and soon a dozen clear killers swam over. AI, there are too few sea beasts in the shallow sea area. I've been busy for an hour and I've only harvested dozens of merits. I'm just under 100. My strength is too low, and I don't dare to go beyond the 10-mile sea. Hey, it's already very good. 100 merit badges can be exchanged for Xian grade elixirs. These clear kills members sighed with sighs, and then they all looked at Yuan Li. Senior brother Yuan, I'm afraid you've harvested thousands of merits again today, someone asked, looking at Yuan Li with admiration. Yuan Li's expression was slightly choked, then his smile unfolded and he took out the merit jade talisman. Today is considered a bumper harvest of 3,500 merit badges. After Yuan Li finished speaking, these clear killers were all startled. No way. More than 3,000 merit badges. Catching up with my harvest for a month. Elder brother Yuan is really mighty. So strong. Has senior brother Yuan increased his strength greatly recently? It feels like the aura on senior brother Yuan Li's body is much stronger. These people looked at Yuan Li in awe, and one by one, their words praised Yuan Li to the heavens. Yuan Li was all smiles, enjoying the compliments, and said with a light laugh, recently, I just happened to have cultivated an earth grade upper grade technique. As his words fell, the eyes of these clear kills members became more and more envious. And, also just then, a dark shadow dived into the depths of the sea and disappeared from the view of these clear killers. It's Lin Tian. What exactly is so peculiar about him that he can be valued by Junior Uncle? I heard that he can battle the Soul Palace with his cave void, and Yu Lian was knocked out by him. A few clear killers watched from afar, the jealousy in their eyes intensifying. Compared to Yuan Li, Lin Genius is the one who really makes them envious. There was only one sword god in the entire immortal kingdom. Poof, Yuan Li lightly hummed, the joy in his eyes disappearing. He's too weak after all. A Yu Lian, I can kill him with one sword. After Yuan Li finished speaking, the rest of the disciples nodded their heads. After all, Yuan Li was on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit Sea Realm. Spirit Sea Realm, within the immortal kingdom. At the very least, it was a powerful party, an existence that suppressed a large human city. On the contrary, in the Sword Sect, there were dozens of Spirit Sea disciples without 100. After all, it was a sect that had been passed down from the ancient times. Apart from the 4 holy lands that could be steadily pressed, they could basically look down on the other sects with pride. Of course, Yuan Li was a disciple of the older generation, already almost in his 30s. It wasn't a generation with people like Divine Phoenix Spirit and Li Shinjue. In a few years, one would have to consider whether to become an elder in the clan or leave the clan. In the afternoon, Lin Tian had gradually adapted to the pressure of the 11th mile. As for the sea beasts in this area of the sea, they had almost been killed by Lin Tian by more than 50%. These sea beast corpses will also become food for other sea beasts. With a foot out of the 10th mile, Lin Tian could no longer swim through the seawater with ease. He could only take one step on the bottom of the sea and move forward slowly. It had been almost another 700 meters or so. The pressure all of a sudden spiked again. sailing towards Lin Tian from all directions. It caused the flow of blood in Lin Tian's body to slow down a bit. Lin Tian twisted his neck and instantly erupted with the power of 10 dragons. All at once. Relax. He held 6 silent fire ryuks and 7 silent thunder ryuks in his hands. This was definitely one of Lin Tian's big cards now. Lin Tian had almost figured out that 3 silent fire ryukas would be almost enough to cause an early 6th stage sea beast to die violently. In exchange for the silent thunder ryuk, it would probably only take 2. Of course, the giant octopus that Lin Tian had killed earlier should have been in the mid-6th stage. It was possible that even 5 silent flame ryuks couldn't carry each other away. As Lin Tian walked, he was running the sword heart-body refining technique. Together with the pressure of the sea, his physique was improving all the time. As far as the eye could see, there was another swarm of sea beasts. About hundreds of them. They looked like shrimp, but each one is the size of a small 2-story building. It was pitch black, with a ghostly light glowing from its hard armor. 3 of them were clearly of the 6th rank. One of them was still a mid-6th order. You guys do look more appetizing to me than that octopus. Lin Tian let out a faint smile as his heavenly sword pointed diagonally, the ink-colored blade instantly turning red from the flames. Wind spirit, thunder, and silent sword intent covered it layer by layer. The waters around the heavenly sword were snorting as a wave of water shook out. In the next moment, Lin Tian charged out. For the rest of the time, Lin Tian was in the midst of killing. Wait until the kill is almost done. It was only then that he plopped down in the 12th mile of ocean. Though the oppressive feeling of the 12th mile sea was even more terrifying than the 10th. But, perhaps it was because Lin Tian had been pressed to his limits time and time again. This time, Lin Tian stayed in the sea for 3 hours before coming out. Roar! Dawning dragon roars resounded. Behind Lin Tian, 14 golden dragons appeared. Berserk power flowed through Lin Tian's body. Incomparably huge. Even more so, because of the constant refining. All of Lin Tian's skin became more crystalline, every inch of it shimmering with a brilliant halo of light. This is the feeling of being powerful. Lin Tian let out a low chant. At this point, the sun was setting. The bright stars are arranged in the cloudy sky, and the light of the moon is spread on the beach like a silver silk veil. Feel the light salty sea breeze coming from the sea. Lin Tian clenched his fist and threw a punch into the air. Boom! A blasting sound rang out, and a circle of air exploded. The 14 dragons were under the power of the 14 dragons. Space twisted for a moment, creating a ripple. Subsequently, this fist wind smashed within the sea. This punch was powerful and heavy, like a meteorite smashing down. In an instant, boom! The sea was blown out in a giant column of water, and the shallow sea surface shook violently. Just one punch. If it continues, will my sword be able to cut through the ocean and split the stars? Chapter 110. I have a sword that can destroy immortal emperors. Are you interested? Lin Tian's eyes glittered as he overflowed the vapor from his body. He felt that if he continued, he would have to adapt to the pressure in the waters. If the depths could not be adapted, it was possible to open a boundary with the wind spirit to let oneself rest. In that case, constant oppression and cultivation is the best means. Rather, I need to go back for a bit and talk to Li Bai. Lin Tian murmured. After all, you're a guest in someone else's place and you need to say something. And that's when it happened. A message came from Lin Tian's mind. Qingdi, Jinwu, can you come to the extreme realm for a moment? There are a few things I would like to discuss with you. It was a message from the Green Emperor. Lin Tian gave a slight lurch. He had not friended the other party. A look at the source. It's the group chat, Qingdi big brother, Jinwu big brother and Ziwei little brother. Previously, it was formed by Ziwei in order for Qingdi to convince Lin Tian to team up with her. Ziwei, good evening. Big brother Qingdi. Just a reminder. Big brother Jinwu doesn't like people sending him messages. Within the group chat, Violet posted first. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This person, the Qing Emperor, had met him once. It should be someone with extremely high strength. With a slight thought, he said inwardly, polarity, take me to the lake. Lin Tian, on the other hand, remained where he was when he finished. Jinwu, an extremely powerful aura has been detected around you. It's already locked onto you. You are temporarily unable to enter the extreme realm. The voice of the extreme realm rang out from Lin Tian, causing Lin Tian to be surprised in his heart. He didn't look around. He just sat down quietly. If his guess was correct, that aura should have come from Li Bai. Even the extreme realm was limited by Li Bai's presence. How powerful is the opponent? Shinobu, I can't leave for now. Lin Tian replied within the group chat. Zwei, wow. Jinwu Daji. It's been a long time. Zwei misses you more and more. Violet's message came through. Qingdi, ahem, Ziwei you pay some attention. Since that's the case, Jinwu, I'll be straightforward. Qingdi sighed in his heart when he saw that Lin Tian was unable to leave. Qingdi, it's like this. Because of the sword capital matter, my immortal kingdom's army crusade against the barbarians, but because of the defection of the military division Zhao Chuanting, hundreds of thousands of troops were pitted against each other. Qingdi, hundreds of thousands of This army is mostly Xiandan realm soldiers. Hundreds of thousands of Xiandan is the foundation of the immortal kingdom. He Zhao Chuanting even so. How dare he? Zhao Chuanting has harmed my immortal kingdom. So treacherous. The world is not proud of him. Lin Tian received the message, and he could feel the resentment and killing intent of the Qing Emperor at this moment. Lin Tian had a slight guess in his heart, from before when the Green Emperor said that he was heading to the Savage Helping Immortal Kingdom. It's almost possible to guess that the other party is a member of the court. Of course, it could be chivalrous. Only, as a traveler, Lin Tian was a stranger to the entire world. There wasn't much affection for the so-called Immortal Kingdom either. Ziwei, it's the first time I've seen Big Brother Qingdi so angry. Big Brother rest his anger. Violet hastened to persuade. Jinwu, Qingdi, what do you mean now? Lin Tian replied. Qingdi, it's like this. I've exchanged a self-created mission Jade Talisman with the Extreme Realm. I'm going to invite someone from the Extreme Realm to go with me to ambush the traitorous Zhao Chuanting. The Extreme Realm will determine the location. I'll play the main force. You guys will help me to press the line. And once I kill Zhao Chuanting, I'll immediately pass it back to the Extreme Realm. The arrival of the Qing Emperor's summons caused even Lin Tian to be slightly startled. Ziwei, Qingdi Big Brother. I'm only Xiandan I go there to estimate immediately nothing. Violet was instantly startled and smiled back. Qingdi, didn't say anything about you? I just wanted to invite Jinwu. Violet, Lin Tian frowned. He wasn't arrogant enough to have the confidence to go to other countries and ambush key figures. Qingdi, Jinwu, if you were able to kill Su Wishu, I knew that your strength was already comparable to that of the Soul Palace. You're definitely a big help. And since I submitted a Fierce Beast Essence and 2 Divine Grade Elixirs to the Extreme Realm as additional rewards for the quest, along with the rewards that the Extreme Realm comes with for this quest, you've definitely gained a lot. Possibly worried about True Marshal's refusal, the Qing Emperor continued his transmission. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. The Qing Emperor thought that this mission Soul Palace would be able to participate? However, Lin Tian was unwilling to believe the Green Emperor's side of the story. Shinobu, I'll ask you 3 questions first. The Qing Emperor's expression was averted. Qingdi, you say. Jinwu, what realm are you in? And what realm is that Zhao Chuanting in? And when are you going to make your move? The Green Emperor replied in a hurry. Qingdi, Zhao Chuanting is the 4th grade, and as the world knows, he is the 7th level of the Spirit Sea. And I am the 5th level of the Spirit Sea, but I am certain that I can kill him. The time to do it is half a month later. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Half a month's time. Rather enough for him to grow a lot. Jinwu, this matter will be discussed later. I need to deliberate. Qingdi, okay, I'll wait for your news. After that, there were no messages. Lin Tian's eyes cleared and he stood up, toward the back of the hill. You're a hard worker, kid. An old voice came, and from the darkness a white coat flew in. It was Li Bai, who was 1,000 meters away in one moment, but arrived beside Lin Tian in the next. Senior, Lin Tian smiled faintly. With this unique qualification and such hard work, you really deserve to be the person Li Bai, have my eye on. Li Bai's face wore a slightly satisfied smile. Having spent only 1 day together, the more he looked at Lin Tian, the more satisfied he was. Lin Tian's brows frowned slightly, then stretched. The other party wanted to take him as a disciple, and it would be better if he didn't agree. He didn't want any more karma, any more ties. Today, Li Shangjue fought you. How do you feel? Li Bai continued. Li Shangjue? Lin Tian frowned slightly. I have not seen him today. Li Bai's face choked. Then he let out a sarcastic laugh. Hungry? I brought you some food, he was saying. However, he saw Lin Tian's spatial ring flashing with light, and a shrimp leg as thick as a tree appeared on top of the beach. It's actually a 6th order ice Xian shrimp. Did you kill this? Li Bai asked with slightly trembling eyes. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and a firelight emerged from one finger, pointing on top of the shrimp's leg. Nowadays, Lin Tian's use of flames became more and more skillful, and he was able to control the flames to evenly melt into the shrimp leg. For seafood like this, white searing is the best way to ensure the original flavor. There are even some people who preferred raw drowning in sashimi in a previous life. Soon there was a burst of flavor coming from the top of the huge shrimp legs. When Li Bai saw Lin Tian using the flames so skillfully, he'd scared in his heart and the smile on his face grew a little more. Senior, please use it. Lin Tian pried open the shrimp shell with one finger and took out a handful of shrimp meat and placed it in his mouth, chewing it carefully. Sure enough, this ice Xian shrimp had an excellent taste. The meat is very firm, tough and moist, mouth-watering, fresh and sweet. You kid can eat, but you should have brought a whole ice Xian shrimp here. The yolk of this thing is the delicacy. Li Bai wasn't polite and sat directly on the beach. Taking out 2 small jars of wine from his spatial ring, he gave one to Lin Tian. Then I'll be polite. Li Bai poured a mouthful of wine, grabbed a handful of shrimp and began to nibble on it. Fragrance. I almost forgot that my own backyard is a seafood farm. Li Bai exclaimed in admiration. Lin Tian was stunned to hear that the other party had called this sea of blood a seafood farming area. But it does. After eating until midnight, Li Bai propped up his stomach and lay on the beach. The moonlight spilled over the blood sea, shimmering like countless jewels spread over the sea. Kid, I have a sword that can destroy immortal emperors. Are you interested? Li Bai said with some valor on his face as he glanced at Lin Tian. Lin Tian laughed lightly and stood up. He patted the sand on his body and walked towards the sea of blood. Elder, the immortal emperor has yet to mess with me. If he messes with me, I will come and learn. These few days, I guess I'll have to spend them in the sea of blood, so I hope Senior won't worry about it. Lin Tian leaped into the sea. Kid, by existing, he's just messing with us, Li Bai said, but he realized that Lin Tian's figure had already disappeared. Chapter 111, A God Helps Me. Going so fast. Li Bai shook his head slightly. He's deliberately distant nowadays. It's me who's a bit anxious, or no longer letting Shang Ju go to him. Li Bai kicked the corpse of the ice Xian shrimp into the sea and left alone. Next time, Lin Tian then entered into cultivation. He doesn't need to sail these days. After being tired, Lin Tian would choose to be in a quiet place for the sake of the sea beast infestation. Directly use the wind spirit to open a boundary. In this way, there is no danger to life. When you're hungry, you can also eat on the spot. On the one hand, one's constantly hovering at one's own limits, and such cultivation was the true joy in the midst of bitterness. Whenever Lin Tian had adapted to the pressure of a sea, he would continue to go deeper. Almost everywhere they went, they killed. On the second day, Lin Tian had already rushed to the 14th mile. The ferocious beasts in this place gradually had more mid-6th stage as well. Every encounter was a bunch of 5 or 6 of them piled up with a bunch of 5th-order minions. Lin Tian gradually felt the fatigue of battle. More often than not, the silent rice grain is used to ambush, and so it proceeded. Into the next night, Lin Tian's cultivation had reached the 6th level of Cave Void. Add 10% to the hardness and 10% to the toughness of the heavenly sword. Lin Tian's own power came to the power of 16 dragons. Physical fitness, combat experience soars, and it was 3 days later. For 3 whole days, Lin Tian only came out once during the night. The rest of the time, it's under the sea. By this point, Lin Tian stepped into the 15th mile of the sea. He wasted his sleep and food in cultivation, utilizing his potential to the extreme. Above the large sandy beach, one cultivator quietly sat in meditation. Many of them were trying to adjust to an excellent state before entering the sea of blood. The vast majority of people, basically, will only enter once a day. After all, they weren't physical cultivators. Sword sect cultivators, naturally, were there to cultivate swords. It hurts. Green Orange's bare feet had only stepped into the sea for a split second before he rushed out. A quick look at the foot shows a wound already. At once, tears glistened in his eyes. Hey, Ziyu sighed and shook her head, listening to his own master. Ren Ho, he said that Qing Orange's qualifications were excellent, and that he was a good seedling for practicing the sword. It's that this little waif isn't even interested in practicing. That day will be Izzy Hookie's low curses. As a result, this girl ran to the back kitchen and made a cup of chrysanthemum tea for Ren Ho. Izzy Chang was out of breath. Say, have you guys seen Lin Tian? Someone spoke up and asked. Yeah, I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. It seems like Lin Tian hasn't appeared for a long time. The crowd murmured for a while before realizing that Lin Tian hadn't appeared again except for once a few days ago. Couldn't be in seclusion already. The sweet-looking Nan sighed softly and looked toward the towering 7th peak behind her. Don't be discouraged. Beside her, the girl with the double ponytail comforted. But she knew that in Nan you would cook a bowl of clear porridge every day and wait for Lin Tian to arrive. As it turns out, it's been waiting empty. I want to visit the 7th peak, and Nan said softly. To the 7th peak? The twin ponytails gave a surprised cry. Hastily dissuaded. Don't go to the 7th peak. But Junior Master said that idle people shouldn't bother him. Anan sighed softly and got up to leave. Nor was he in the mood to enter the sea of blood again. Ziyu quietly looked at the crowd, her eyes flickering slightly. That Lin Tian, he's been missing all day. What the hell is he doing? She murmured, and saw Li Sangak yesterday. As a result, the other party said that Lin Tian wasn't at the 7th peak either. Junior Master didn't teach him. Did you guys know that the 6th peak has produced a heavenly pride? At this point someone said. Which heavenly pride? It's senior brother Yuanli. He's been working as a junior leader within the Clear Kill team. And every time he cleared the sea beasts these past few days, he's brought back huge amounts of merit value. Someone whose eyes bloomed with splendor said, "Yeah, I heard that senior brother Yuan Li's merits for killing sea beasts reached 10,000 in one day yesterday. 10,000. Don't scare me. 50,000 merit badges can be exchanged for a divine grade elixir, right? Yeah, that's awesome. The clear kill team is only on duty for an hour a day. So how many sea beasts do they have to kill?" The crowd spoke with shocked expressions. Yuan Li was originally a disciple of the older generation and had once been on the green sword ranking, only 1,000 names away. It had been silent, but now it was blossoming. Ziyu also furrowed her willow brows with a hint of shock. 10,000 merit value. Even she was greedy for it. However, she was at the limit of 10 miles. Not to mention hunting sea beasts, that would definitely put their lives in danger. 10,000 merit value. 5 days is one divine grade elixir. It's horrible. A divine grade elixir. How much should that enhance a cultivator? Ziyu was nobly the chief of the young generation of the 5th peak. It was just a matter of taking 5 or 6 divine grade elixirs within a year. This was still after she had cultivated to the 5th level of Cave Void. Most of them were still rewarded by her master, Iran Ho. But all of a sudden, someone was able to obtain a divine grade spirit medicine every few days by virtue of their clan merit. That's horrible too. Alright, the 5th peak's senior brothers and sisters go back, Ziyu said indifferently, leading most of the people away. 1 hour later, a white-robed man with a majestic aura and immortal radiance flowing around him arrived here. It was Yuan Li. Behind him, respectfully followed by a dozen or so clear killers. In these few days, these team members were even more respectful to Yuan Li. Yuan Li was a big celebrity within the sword sect recently. The breath has gotten even more terrifying in the last few days. Or because of the divine elixir. Yuan immediately made the appearance as not handsome. All took on a meditative air. The old rules, you are equal to hunting within 10 miles. 10 to 15 miles is fine by me alone, Yuan Li said lightly, his eyes becoming more and more condescending. What the crowd couldn't see was this. At this moment, Yuan Li's heart was more excited. 2 days ago, he was worried that someone would report him for misappropriating merit. As a result, after a long time, no one reported it. It was then that he thought that someone must be helping him in the underworld. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that Yuan Li saw a shocking battle in the area of the 17th mile, because in the 17th mile, the blood aura of the sea had already densified to a thick level, coupled with the extremely terrifying power of the battle, the light and splendor warred chaotically. Yuan Li couldn't see what the person looked like. He just saw a shocking battle scene. The sword light rained down and the seawater exploded. A ball of light flames exploded. That man was truly like a god, killing in a frenzy. And when the killing was over, the man noticed Yuan Li. At that time, Yuan Li's legs were softened by fear. As a result, the man left directly after noticing Yuan Li. Alone, he left behind a field of sea beast corpses, waiting for Yuan Li to harvest his merits. It was at that moment that Yuan Li realized that the man was secretly helping him. If not, why would there be batches of clan merits waiting for him to collect every day? And what a way to gain more each day than the day before. Together with some of his previous accumulations, Yuan Li exchanged it for a divine grade elixir yesterday. All night long, Yuan Li's strength increased greatly and he broke through to the 9th level of the Soul Palace. He even vaguely felt that he was about to break through from the 9th level of the Soul Palace to the Spirit Sea Realm. Spirit Sea Realm. That's a truly great realm. Originally, Yuan Li felt that the higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to break through. But I didn't think it would be so fast. This is my chance. Seeing the rest of the people disappear, Yuan Li said excitedly. If there are huge amounts of sea beast carcasses every day in the future, then he can basically lie down and practice. Each day's earnings are boosted tenfold. The rate of cultivation is about that same rate. Yuan Li dived into the depths of the Blood Sea. At this point it came all the way to the 19th mile. Originally, Yuan Li couldn't sneak in here. The pressure of the Sea of Blood here alone had already given him a general feeling of suffocation. If you come across a 6th order sea beast, Yuan Li is a dead end. But Yuan Li knew that a man of God had helped him. There is no need to worry at all. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, once again shocked, he forgot to breathe. The corpses of the sea beasts piled up like mountains, and several of the corpses were mid-6th rank. Limbs and fragments were even spread all over the seabed, like an infernal hell. More than yesterday, Yuan Li was excited to the core. Chapter 112 9 Levels of Cave Void, 26 Dragon Power. He took out the Merit Jade Talisman and took the markings inside these sea beasts. There's even an upper 6th rank sea beast. It's too terrifying. Yuan Li watched with trepidation. The merit of a 6th order upper grade sea beast was worth 3,000. Because, within the Sea of Blood, especially in these 19 miles of sea, like Yuan Li moving felt extremely difficult. He was able to barely hold on by exerting spiritual energy around his body and forming a protective barrier. Killing and all that? Not even close. That person was actually able to kill an upper 6th rank here. His strength was not even necessary to think about. The day before the battle, Yuan Li looked blurry. For a moment it was difficult to distinguish what kind of cultivation the other party was. Roughly guessing 2 possibilities. One type is an overwhelmingly strong physical cultivator. The other is a strong person of the spirit sea realm, who fights against the pressure in the sea with his own spiritual power. The first one was basically impossible. The number of strong sword sect physical cultivators was much smaller than in the spirit sea. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. There is such a senior willing to help me. Yuan Li breathed heavily and pocketed the markings of this place. I can't believe 15,000 merits. He laughed so loudly that his breath became unsteady. It used to take an hour just to kill. Today, he had been searching for the corpses of sea beasts for almost an hour alone. I reckon there are more corpses in the 20-mile sea, but I can't go there nowadays, Yuan Li said with some regret. Probably guessed that the man was supposed to be urging himself to get stronger. Intercepting the merits of others is a great taboo in the clan, and Yuan Li was still fearful a few days ago. But today, it is becoming a peace of mind. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he swam towards the shallow waters. Now, the 6th Peak Master has noticed me and admired me. If this continues, the 6th Peak Master will definitely tilt his resources towards me, Yuan Li whispered, a flushed flush of excitement rising on his face. In the meantime, 21 miles along the shore, Lin Tian stood deep under the sea. In front of him, a 6th-ranked top-grade sea beast with a carapace as big as a small 4-story building gradually died. It was a ferocious shark-like beast with 2 long tentacles on each side of its bloody mouth. The top and bottom of his body were also densely packed with millions of black scales. The defense was extremely powerful, and Lin Tian had been hit by one of its sweeping strikes earlier. By now my body was sore all over, or because of the immense pressure within the sea of blood. The sea animals in this area are all generally small in size. Lin Tian remembered that he used to be in the fire underworld Forbidden Land. The 6th-ranked ferocious beasts there were as big as small mountains, but the pressure and physique emanating from his body was inferior to the sea beasts in this blood sea. With the successive battles, Lin Tian had changed his clothes several times. At this time, a vermilion-colored straitjacket was worn. A gold silk spider belt of the same color was tied around her waist, and her black hair was tied up and secured with a turquoise gilt crown. Clothes fluttered, and the ends of his hair flared wildly in the seawater. The appearance is rich and handsome. A rich blood aura shimmered and glittered all over his body. This was the clothing that was rewarded to Lin Tian at the end of the Extreme Realm's first mission. Not only are there clothes, but there are matchable decorations as well. It's very conscientious, so to speak. Lin Tian sometimes even felt that wearing these types of clothes to fight would be a waste. However, there were a lot of them, enough for Lin Tian to waste. He held the heavenly sword and sliced off a piece of meat on the body of the shark sea beast. The wind spirit boundary was then opened, isolating the seawater around him, creating a small space for Lin Tian. He pinched the sea beast meat and melted the power of the flame into it. Soon the meat was cooked. Lin Tian took a taste. Yuck! Dry and faggy. Lin Tian threw the meat in his hand directly out of the boundary and took out a piece of crab leg from his spatial ring. Afterwards, sit up in your seat and start enjoying it. In a few days' time, Lin Tian's cultivation level came to the 9th level of Cave Void. Under the madness of killing, he finally reached this realm. The realm can only be considered part of the gain. Lin Tian's greatest gain was physical strength, with combat experience. After Lin Tian finished eating, he directly sat on the bottom of the sea and started cultivating. When the sword heart body refining technique was in operation, roar! Daoist golden light dragon shadows appeared behind Lin Tian. 26 dragons, 2,600,000 pounds of enormous force. The addition of the physique is huge. The damage inflicted on Lin Tian by the 6th rank lower grade sea beasts was no longer considered a threat. Instead, it was only the middle of the 6th rank that could loosen Lin Tian's muscles, and this, still within the sea of blood. Lin Tian was under tremendous pressure to fight. Here, ordinary Xian grade mad iron would even be instantly crushed into pieces. The other point was the power of cold ice. Within the blood sea, the vast majority of sea beasts had ice power condensed within their bodies. Lin Tian killed them one by one. Through the heavenly sword's innate divine ability, devouring, a wild surge of cold ice power had already accumulated within his body. It has even surpassed flames and thunder. It became an attribute power within Lin Tian's body, second only to the wind spirit. Extremely scary. After cultivating the sword heart body refining technique to the 3rd layer of sword fullness, I'll go out once, Lin Tian murmured, a hint of joy spreading across his face. Nowadays, The sword heart body refining technique was still the second layer of the broken sword, but it's getting closer and closer to consummation. Lin Tian could determine that it would almost have to be 33 dragon powers. The second layer will be complete. 7th peak, Li Baiyi's residence. Several figures sat quietly in the room. The imperial court is now losing big in the barbarians. And now that there's a military recruitment order, every clan needs to send some disciples to the battlefield. The 4th peak master, Jian Candle Huang, said with a bitter voice, ever since that incident with the white clothes, eldest brother has gone forward to serve as an official in the court for hundreds of years, serving for hundreds of years, and now they want to ask us for someone else. Outrageous. The 5th peak master, Ren Ho, snorted coldly, coldness written all over her delicate face. Throughout the room, 5 people sat. Li Baiyi, 3rd peak master Yu Huaxin, 4th peak master Jane Candle Huang, and 5th peak master Ren Ho. The last person was a short middle-aged man who was the 6th peak master. In the entire 7 peaks of the sword sect, this room constructed from green bamboo was filled with 5 people. Say, what are you guys doing here with me when you talk about this? A trace of apology surfaced in Li Baiyi's eyes when he heard the words senior brother. He then resumed his normal routine and lightly swept the crowd, sipping his own wine and crossing his legs. Li Baiyi, you naturally understand the reason why we are here. The 6th peak master skimmed at Li Baiyi. Or is it because of my acceptance of a disciple? Li Baiyi lazily glanced at the other party and took out another chicken leg from his spatial ring, not caring about his image. The 6th peak master was clearly angry. A plate of steaming delicacies appeared on the table beside him as a gorgeous light overflowed between his fingers. Afterwards, he sneered at Li Baiyi and ate by himself. When Li Baiyi saw this, his face instantly suffocated, and his eyes paused on those delicacies for a long time. It's just chaff, and you're eating it with such gusto. Even worse chaff. It's still my 6th peak's disciples honoring me. The 6th peak master sneered and ate even more deliciously. When the other peak masters saw this scene, each of their faces froze. More or less, I feel a little humiliated. The 6th peak and the 7th peak have always been at odds. By the generation of Li Baiyi and the 6th peak master, it intensified. Compare everything. It's that the tactic is rather childish. White, the 3rd peak master, Rain Transformation God, looked at Li Baiyi with a stern expression. I heard that the kid called Lin Tian doesn't want to worship you? Yes, Li Baiyi said indifferently. He's smart enough to know that he'll suffer karma for becoming your disciple. The 6th peak master sneered. Li Baiyi lightly glanced at the 6th peak master and continued. This brat Lin Tian. He actually doesn't know about my grudge against the immortal kingdom. He's never even heard of me. He just simply doesn't want to be subjected to any restraints. Li Baiyi sighed softly, also finding it a bit difficult to handle. This is a good thing, so as not to come under the attention of that person again. The 2 people that person is most wary of. One is Jinwu, and the other is Jane Candlewick looked at Li Baiyi. His expression tightened and he stopped speaking. Number 113. The arrival of the amazing cultivator. Fear, fear, fear. A trace of anger grew on Li Baiyi's face as he looked straight at Jian Candle Huang. The others in the room were also shocked, not expecting Li Baiyi to suddenly get angry. Sword cultivators of my generation practice an unrestrained heart. My master once said that there are heavenly and acquired sword hearts, but nowadays, look at how many other individuals in the entire sword sect have coalesced to sword heart. Li Baiyi swept his gaze over everyone within the room. The sword sect was also once a great sect that shook the entire immortal kingdom until Li Baiyi came out to bring the sword sect to its highest peak. White clothes, you say it lightly, where people are is the Jianghu. You were indeed powerful in the past, but the entire sword sect has been subjected to you. Ren Ho wanted to say something, and looked at the old man who was now no longer as elegant as he was back then, with a mournful look on his face. Hey, Jane Candlewick sighed softly, somewhat helplessly, wanting to change the topic. He looked at the 6th peak master. Ping Feng, I heard that a heavenly pride has recently appeared in your 6th peak? The 6th peak master laughed and said with a faint smile as he swept his gaze over Li Baiyi. It's a kid named Yuan Li, who used to be inconspicuous, but has recently become famous, and achieved 10,000 merit values in the Sea of Blood yesterday, the 6th peak master said, his voice a point higher, showing off to Li Baiyi. 10,000 merit badges, very strong indeed, Irinho said in surprise as well. I've seen that Yuan Li before. It seems like he's at the 8th level of the Soul Palace. I didn't expect that he'd become a great weapon late. 4th peak master Jane Candle Huang also said with a smile. He is the one who knows best about late bloomers. After all, this was the case with his disciple Chen Fan. In the Sea of Blood, the suppression is great. Killing there is quite restrictive to sword cultivators. Pingfeng has never had a closed disciple, but now there is an option. Iziho laughed at the 7 peaks of the sword sect. Apart from the most special 7th peak, the other several peaks were only the 6th peak with the weakest underpinnings. It's still being examined. Rather, we haven't tested his strength yet, the 6th peak master said with a smile on his face. Then, the gaze shifted to Li Bai once again. Li Bai, when I came to your 7th peak today, I didn't see that Lin Tian either. What is he doing? With the 6th peak master's words, the crowd's eyes also looked at Li Bai. Like Jane Candle Huang and Yi Run Ho had seen Lin Tian's strength. Knowing that Lin Tian was still an absolute genius, being watched by the crowd, Li Bai just said lightly, has been in the Blood Sea. That kid's physique is very powerful. The Blood Sea is a good place for him to cultivate, and hasn't come back for a long time. When Li Bai finished speaking, Jane Candle Huang and Yi Run Ho nodded their heads gently. Lin Tian's power was extremely strong. Sword and body dual cultivation, this was something they knew. The power alone was already a genius that was hard to see. Instead, the 6th peak master snorted. Our hallowed sword sect, and you want to accept a physical cultivator as a disciple? Snap! Li Bai slapped his hand on the table and looked viciously at the 6th peak master. What are you doing? The 6th peak master's voice trembled a little. Old me, I'm going to slap your mouth today. Li Bai bellowed and rushed towards the 6th peak master in an instant. Sword desolation. The 6th peak master bellowed as his entire body appeared above the cloudy sky. Snap! A big slap on the face of the 6th peak master instantly turned red. Asterisk 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 Q. The 6th peak master was also enraged. Suddenly, above the cloudy sky, the terrifying sword aura blazed like a great sun, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. The auras that were like a sea of ocean constantly crashed into each other, along with a burst of slapping sounds that rang out. Within the sword sect, all the disciples are looking up at the cloudy sky with palpitations. It just felt like the great powers were fighting and the sky was falling. Half an hour later, the 6th peak master covered his face and flew towards the 6th peak. Damn Li Bai! I will slap you to death one day. Light emerged from one of his hands, and under a layer of spiritual energy rhyming, it was finally no longer red and swollen. The 6th peak master looked to. Above the large 6th peak square, Yuan Li was being surrounded by a group of disciples, his face full of smiles. Yuan Li, come here. The 6th peak master's voice was loud and clear as it traveled down from above the cloudy sky. Yuan Li and the rest of the people who looked toward the heavens all hastened to respectfully rise up. Peak master. Yuan Li flew in front of the 6th peak master and hurriedly bowed. Although he cultivated in the 6th peak, he was not a disciple of the 6th peak master. Except for the 7th peak, the other peaks are the same. Most disciples are without a master. Some of the more outstanding ones would be taken in as disciples by the elders. As for the peak master's disciples, they are the ones with the greatest natural talent. The 6th peak master glanced at Yuan Li and faintly said, Today, how many merits have been gained within the Sea of Blood? Yuan Li's expression was delighted and he hurriedly returned. Disciple is untalented, acquiring 15,000 merits today. When Yuan Li finished speaking, the eyes of the 6th peak master flickered. Well, good, very good. He patted Yuan Li's shoulder in satisfaction. All of a sudden, Yuan Li was so flattered that his body was lightly trembling with excitement. Next time, if you meet that Lin Tian, remember to strike out and teach him a lesson. I'll back you up, the 6th peak master said with a cold smile, disappearing in front of Yuan Li in the next instant. Yes, Yuan Li bowed his head in obeisance, his eyes glowing with essence. It was 2 days later. Yuan Li had never found Lin Tian in the Sea of Blood. Even though he increased his chips and asked the other disciples to help him look for it, still didn't find it. That makes it hard for Yuan Li. This was a task given to him by the 6th peak master. If it's done, it'll definitely be taken seriously. The only thing that made Yuan Li happy was that he was gaining more and more within the Sea of Blood. At the end of the day, Yuan Li carried the Blood Sea pressure. 20,000 merit badges were found in the 23-mile sea. The 6th peak lord became more and more pleased. Yuan Li has also become a celebrity throughout the 6th peak. It was also famous in the entire sword sect. That's the same day. Yuan Li was invited by other disciples to come down the mountain after completing the clean kill mission. These disciples who had invited Yuan Li were all the heavenly prideful ones within the sword sect. In the past, they didn't pay much attention to Yuan Li. Now it is the invitation to Yuan Li. Naturally, Yuan Li's potential. Above a boundless sea of immortals. As the sun set, Yuan Li and a group of celestial pride rode their swords back to the clan. Brother Yuan, don't forget about us when you go back, a disciple said with a smile. That's natural. I, Yuan Li, and all of you are blood brothers from different fathers and mothers. Yuan Li's eyes were mesmerized, and there was still a hint of drunkenness on his face. The crowd looked and laughed with joy. And, also just then, Brother Yuan, and look, that woman is really extremely beautiful. Someone said, pointing to a red shadow 1,000 miles away. Hearing the words extremely beautiful, Yuan Li's complexion cleared instantly. There was indeed a stunning figure there. The woman was dressed in red and dimpled. The hem of the skirt a layer of light thin as glazed silk gauze. The waist is tied with a gold belt, which is noble and looks slender. It's the amazing cultivator. The next cool chapter is coming. Explain why some people think the protagonist suddenly had 26 dragon powers in the last chapter. The author has written in the previous article that it was several days after. The protagonist had spent several days in the Sea of Blood, and had been practicing at the limit. If the writing is not clear, then say it again. It's days and days. Chapter 114, Get Out. Amazing Cultivation stood 10 miles away from the sword sect, looking at the towering divine mountain in front of him. His eyes were cold. As the absolute king of the fire underworld Forbidden Land, when had she ever suffered this kind of anger? Because of the guidance of the time sword fetus, amazing fascination rushed to Blood Town from the fire underworld Forbidden Land. Then, after that, the avenue of swords that traversed the sky was seen. Lin Tian and Li Baiyi traveled across millions of miles at speeds that were difficult to surpass. That's good. Amazing Cultivation has been rushing for the past few days flat out. Lin Tian, amazingly fascinating voice was cold, but in his heart, he was unable to show a trace of hatred towards Lin Tian. This is what the time sword tire is for. The amazing cultivator had now completely recognized Lin Tian as his master. Only, at this point, there was some hesitation. It was because she simply didn't dare to enter the sword sect easily. She could easily sense that there were several terrifying auras within this sword sect. If she were to be destroyed, it might be a matter of a finger. Fairy, are you going to my sword sect? A man's voice rang out. It was Yuan Li. Amazing Cultivation lightly glanced at Yuan Li's few people, his eyes hidden with condescension and disdain. Such a little boy could not even look straight at her in Amazing Cultivation's mind. But nowadays, Amazing Cultivation holds back. I would like to go in, but I'm worried that my abrupt entry will cause hostility from the sword sect elders. Amazing Cultivation laughed softly, her red dress blown by the rustling breeze. All of a sudden, Yuan Li and the crowd of disciples looked dumbfounded. Yuan Li instantly blushed, and his entire body felt like it had entered the holy realm, floating all over. Disgusting, I'll kill you later. Amazing Cultivation laughed softly, the slightest bit of murderous intent flooding his heart. And, soon Yuan Li came to his senses and said with a faint smile, since the fairy wants to go in, just follow me straight in. Amazing Cultivation shook his head slightly, a little worried, but I don't want to draw attention to myself. Yuan Li was slightly stunned and thought for a moment, since fairy doesn't want to draw attention to herself, holding a jade talisman of my sword sect's disciple will do. Yuan Li looked at the group of sword sect disciples behind him, and the meaning was clear. One of them instantly understood Yuan Li's meaning and took out his clan jade talisman. Brother Yuan, it just so happens that I don't want to go back today, so I'll lend you this jade talisman. Yuan Li looked at the man with satisfaction before handing the jade talisman to Amazing Cultivation. Fairy, by holding this jade talisman, you will be automatically considered by the clan as a disciple of the sword sect. If you don't mind. The amazing goldmine's red pupils flashed with meaning splendor as she took the jade talisman away. Thanks a lot then. Yuan Li was instantly overjoyed and walked with Amazing Cultivation toward the sword sect. Fairy, I still don't know your name. Fragrant Yarn Ne. Amazing Cultivation said with a coquettish smile. Fairy Fragrance please. Yuan Li chewed on the name and just found it a bit strange. Behind them, a group of sword sect disciples were also looking at Yuan Li with envy. Now, you can only watch the beauty being picked up by Yuan Li. And, when they returned to the immortal sect, in the middle of the Sea of Blood, Lin Tian stood up abruptly, rather forgetting the amazing cultures. The sensation from the time sword tire came, and Lin Tian murmured. He craned his neck and was covered in blood. Nowadays, the cultivation level was generally the same as the last time, stuck at the 9th level of Cave Void. The more Lin Tian felt that the cultivation given by the heavenly sword, it was exchanged for the energy he had acquired after killing. Every time he made a breakthrough, the amount of energy Lin Tian needed was extremely high. That's why there's such a thing as being stuck. As for self-power, Lin Tian had reached 26 dragon powers a few days ago. The last 2 days have been a slowdown. Now it is the power of 30 dragons. Lin Tian felt that the 33 dragon power would be a bottleneck. Crossing the power of the 33 dragons, perhaps his power would lead to a truly drastic change. Go pick her up, or else she'll likely be cut down by the sword sect peak master. Lin Tian quietly walked out of the Sea of Blood. A man walking on top of a beach at sunset. The brilliant setting sun sprinkled around his body. His steps were floating, and an unending spiritual rhythm flowed around him. Lin Tian's blood chi around his body was gradually converging, and he was still not quite accustomed to the ease of the outside world when he raised his hands and feet. Just by walking, A single footstep sent out an explosion of air that blew up the beach. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tian's face as he gradually adapted. Nowadays, I don't need sword intent or attributes for my sword to be able to cut down an early-stage soul palace alive, right? Lin Tian murmured, and suddenly his eyes looked towards the sky. Rumble! A bright light flashed up in the void. The void opened wide, and an immortal boat shrouded in a brilliant immortal haze appeared in the crowd's view. Who is the visitor? A grand voice came out from the fourth peak. Lin Tian knew that this was the voice of the fifth peak master, Jane Candle Huang. On top of the immortal boat, several figures stood. One of them, dressed in black, had divine light intertwined around his body, and a dense Tao echoed like a haze. He stood on top of the immortal boat and made a bow. Zhang Huang of the Luoxian Holy Land. Meet the seniors of the sword sect, the man said with a light smile. His appearance was not outstanding, but his temperament was unique, giving people a feeling of transcendence. All of a sudden, it caused the sword sect's children to gasp in shock. It's Zhang Huang from the Luoxian Holy Land, a heavenly pride of the blade cultivator, who once fought with senior brother Chen Fan and was just a hair behind. I've heard that Zhang Huang was named the 7th of the 10 true legends by the Luoxian Holy Land, and his strength has improved tremendously this year. What is he doing in my sword sect? Is he going to challenge senior brother Chen Fan again? I guess it's hanging by a thread. Senior brother Chen Fan seems to have suffered a Dao injury and has been in seclusion for the past few days. The Great Qin Immortal Kingdom, the sword sect after producing a sword god. It became the #1 clan of old, but above all the clans, it is one of the 4 holy places. The depth of these holy places is often amazing. Many of the heavenly prides in the Holy Land were also awe-inspiring. Zhang Huang was also a generation of pride in the Luoxian Holy Land. Naturally, he was recognized by some of the disciples of the sword sect at first. Zhang Huang, what do you want from my sword sect? Fifth Peak Jane Candle Huang looked toward a wooden house with a closed wooden door in the back of the mountain and frowned and whispered. He wanted to slap Zhang Huang away with a single slap. However, he saw an old man beside Zhang Huang. That was Zhang Huang's master teacher and a supreme elder of the Luoxian Holy Land. Now that this person is also here, it is not good to kick them out at will. And, also just then, Zhang Huang stepped down from the immortal boat, Li Yu above the void, and bowed to the 7 immortal mountains. Lin Tian, who was a guest in your clan, had twice used karma to injure Luo Yushan, a disciple of my holy land, and Zhang Huang was so resentful in his heart that he only felt that Lin Tian had bullied too much, and wanted to fight him. Zhang Huang's voice was loud and resounded throughout the entire sword sect. All at once, the crowd was shocked. Who is Luo Yushan? The 20th on the former green sword list. It is an absolute heavenly pride. Although it is not as famous as this Zhang Huang, but it's still a heavenly pride. That Lin Tian was surprisingly so powerful. On the 5th peak, Jane Candlewick's brows furrowed. Lin Tian injured Luo Yushan twice with karma? Not once? Is it? All of a sudden, Jane Candlewick's eyes widened and waves of shock flooded his heart. And with Jane Candlewick's general thoughts, and then there's Whitey Lee. Good boy. It's only been a few days and he can already use karma like that. It's almost more than I. Look exactly like me when I was young. He murmured, and then his eyes looked above the cloudy sky. A faint cry. Get out. All of a sudden, a burst of pressure swept up. Space shook, and the void broke open. It crushed toward Zhang Huang. Chapter 115. Do you want me to exterminate the whole world? Li Bai's voice was flat, but it carried a heaven-shaking pressure. One layer agitated away. Zhang Huang's heart palpitated instantly above the void, and his entire heart beat wildly. Master, save me. He let out a low growl. His body had been unable to move around as if he were in an ice cellar. And just then, a hunched body appeared in front of Zhang Huang. A small tower overflowing with golden light appeared in the old man's one hand, holding back Li Bai's pressure. Li Bai, what are you doing between juniors? The old man's eyes narrowed as he looked toward Li Bai, who was sitting idly in a rocking chair on the 7th peak. What for? It's just dispersing the ants, Li Bai said indifferently, his eyes narrowing. The old man sneered, his voice hoarse. How many years have passed since I've seen you? And you're still this arrogant. The old man then turned around and said faintly, forget it, Huang, or go back. This sword sect doesn't dare to fight. Zhang Huang's expression was slightly stagnant, followed by a faint smile as well. And above the sword sect, those disciples who were watching this scene were all furious. What do you mean the sword sect doesn't dare to fight? It's too much of a bully. Wait, since you're here, don't be disappointed to go back. Fight me. On the 5th peak, a resounding voice resounded. Li Shangjue's sword light filled his body and his clothes fluttered as he looked faintly at Zhang Huang. Li Sangak. Zhang Huang's eyes narrowed. This Li Shangjue was ranked 2nd among the young heavenly pride disciples of the sword sect. The 3rd Qin Fan he could not yet defeat. He definitely couldn't beat this Li Shangjue either. And within the sword sect, the disciples were excited to see Li Shangjue about to strike. Ha ha, it's Li Shangjue. This Fong is pitiful, but his strength is formidable. With this bad fetus striking, that Zheng Huang is considered finished. After all those years of stealing my peak's food, I'm relieved that he's finally going to do something about it. It's up to Li Shangjue. I'm guessing that Zheng Huang will be carried 80% of the time. The several peak masters of the sword sect were also smiling faintly as they saw this scene. Li Bai laughed lightly and stopped bothering. With a sudden condensation, he sensed Lin Tian's aura appearing in the back of the mountain. His divine sense swept around Lin Tian. It was a big surprise. This kid merely stayed in the sea of blood for such a short time, and his blood chi is so dense. Could it really be that he is certifying the Tao by killing? Li Bai thought so when his breath caught. He is so much like me when I was young that he must be deliberately learning from me. No matter what, I'll make him worship his teacher even if I softly persuade him. I just don't believe it. His eyes flickered, and he was already thinking of a countermeasure. And above the void, the old man beside Zheng Huang also had his eyes narrowed when he looked at Li Shangjue. My disciple Zheng Huang is only the 7th of the Holy Land's heavenly pride, but you Li Shangjue is the 2nd of the sword sect's heavenly pride. Aren't you and the others deceiving others too much? If you don't let my Holy Land Saint Sun Gu Chongqing come to challenge your sword sect's heavenly pride 6th? The old man's voice was indifferent, but it carried a strong sneer. Zheng Huang's complexion lightened and all of a sudden, he also smiled. Damn, even dogs talk sense. Li Shangjue let out a low curse. The sword sect used to be comparable to the Holy Land. Junior Master's generation even directly crushed the Holy Land to death. But this generation, the sword sect had indeed fallen from grace. On the 5th peak, a sword training platform, Zi's beautiful eyes looked at Zheng Huang in the sky with dead eyes, exuding coldness all over her body. Nature is angry in her heart. What the hell did that Lin Tian go and do? Ziyu murmured, remembering Lin Tian. A snort followed. I'm confused. How would Lin Tian, a cave void, be a match for Zheng Huang? The rest of the disciples were also furious and each of them looked at Zheng Huang with dead eyes. Many people want to volunteer to fight, but it also knew that it was no match for Zheng Huang. If we follow what he said, we'll have to take out the 7th of the Heaven's Pride to fight him? Who is the 7th of the Heaven's Pride? I only know that senior brother Chen Fan is the 3rd of the young Heaven's Pride is just a hair stronger than him. Why don't we ask an elder to pretend to be a young Heavenly Pride and challenge him? That's a wonderful plan. Man, I was thinking the same thing. Forget it, shame on you. Don't we have senior brother Yuanli, who has only recently risen to prominence and is not yet among the Heaven's Pride? Yeah, senior brother Yuanli's merit badge today is going to be 15,000. On the 6th peak, all the disciples looked at Yuanli. The eyes burned. Senior brother Yuanli, make your move. Your words will definitely be able to cut down this Zheng Huang. Someone looked at Yuanli excitedly. Yuanli froze, feeling everyone's gazes. He shuddered in his mind. He knows himself, he is not that powerful. And, beside him, Amazing Cultivation also looked at Yuanli. Rather, I was a bit surprised. The opponent looked so obscene, but he was still a heavenly pride. According to the purpose of this Zheng Huang's visit and the reaction of these people from the sword sect, the thief who had taken control of her seemed to be much weaker than Yuanli. That thief. A hint of annoyance grew in Amazing Cultivation's heart. The other side controlled her, but brought her new life. Coupled with the time sword tire, she became more and more irritated when she thought of the thief. And at that moment, the 6th peak master appeared above Yuanli's head. Yuanli, are you sure? His voice came out, causing Yuanli to look stunned. The expectations of the peak master, the shock of the beauty, and the admiration of the senior brothers and sisters. Yes, Yuanli let out a low roar, and a fierce aura erupted around him. Good, very good. The 6th peak master gave a loud praise and looked towards the 7th peak with a hint of pride in his eyes. What he, Li Bai, dares not receive, I, 6th peak, receive. At the back of the 7th peak, Lin Tian's eyes looked at this scene with a ghostly coldness. Instead, we have another enemy, he murmured, a little annoyed. Why is someone always bothering me? Does? Lin Tian had a crazy smile on his lips. Am I going to have to exterminate the entire world? He laughed loudly as the heavenly sword appeared. And just then too, a figure flew towards the sky and stood straight beside Zheng Huang. Zheng Huang, today I, Yuanli, will fight you. Do you dare to take it? The voice rang in Lin Tian's ears. Lin Tian frowned. He had seen this person twice before. The first time I saw it, I didn't feel anything. The second time I saw it, a hint of something strange was born in my heart. Today, the anomaly is becoming more pronounced. Cause and effect. Lin Tian murmured as an invisible silk thread appeared in his hand. When it was sorted out, suddenly his eyes glazed over. A sneer followed. Boom boom boom. Lin Tian's breath slightly erupted for an instant. How dare you? Take my chance. He let out a sardonic laugh and flew towards Yuan Li. And above the void, Yuan Li said indifferently, a hint of wariness glowing in his eyes. Zheng Huang lightly glanced at Yuan Li. What realm are you in? Yuan Li choked for a moment, then returned with a light laugh. Soul Palace 9. But I'm only at the 5th level of the Soul Palace. Zheng Huang sneered. For a moment, Yuan Li frowned and then said, Don't dare? Yuan Li's heart was beating furiously. The reason why he dared to come up was because he knew that this Zheng Huang was only at the 5th level of the Soul Palace. He suppressed it with his realm to have a chance of defeating it. Why wouldn't I dare? Zheng Huang let out a sardonic smile as his spiritual energy surged. Ain't nobody, even if his realm is higher than mine. So what? Rumble. Zheng Huang's surroundings resounded with earth-shattering sounds and monstrous fury, causing the sea of clouds to tremble. I'll let you understand what it means to be a heavenly pride. With a low roar, he slashed down with a single palm, using his palm instead of a sword. In an instant, a voice like thunder resounded, instantly exploding in everyone's ears. The shocking blade light chopped down, wrapped in an unrivaled light, and chopped towards Yuan Li. With that, this blade light appeared. Yuan Li's entire body froze for a split second as a stern killing aura stirred in his body. His breath stopped. I'm begging for some hypes, good reviews, and comments. And thanks to Boss Joe who loves bok choy soup dumplings. This dude stayed with me from the last book to this one. Every time I vote for a gift, it also gives me a clear sense of his presence. That's very touching. And other siblings. You guys post comments and gifts. I actually read them. Focus on chatting about it some other time. Ha ha. Everyone's support is the author's motivation. Chapter 116. I worked hard to kill sea beasts, but you picked up the merits quite easily. It was difficult for Yuan Li to withstand such a sword's might. After enduring just a moment, Yuan Li was instantly terrified. His heart raced wildly, and his hands formed seals. Sanctuary sword technique. In an instant, Yuan Li's body diffused majestic sword chi around him, and a sword box appeared in front of him. Dao Dao sword light soared out from the sword box. Clang! The sound of the sword resounded, and in an instant, Yuan Li's body was surrounded by a haze of intertwined light, and a rich killing aura overflowed out. This is senior brother Yuan Li's masterstroke, the sacred domain sword technique, which is my 6th peak's Mahayana sword technique. It's true that if senior brother Yuan Li makes a move, it will never be weak. But why do I feel that Yuan Li's aura from this sword isn't very strong? Elder brother Yuan Li is a late bloomer, and it's natural for him to be much more restrained as his mind and body are tempered by the world. Many sword sect disciples were excited. After all, Yuan Li was the sword sect's most recent sensation. All the disciples felt that Yuan Li would win the move. And as the sword light collided with the blade's might, the sky exploded with a majestic splendor. A terrifying aura swept through, and the entire cloudy sky was blown apart. Just you deserve to fight me? A rampant voice resounded from the center of the explosion. In a flash, the crowd was terrified. Time seemed to stop in this instant, and the crowd saw a wretched figure scurrying out from the center of the explosion. The man was stained with blood and his arm was broken. The entire person looked at Zheng Huang in fear. So what if it's the 9th level of the Soul Palace? Weak strength is weak. As one of Zheng Huang's figures passed out, daggers cut out. The breath was so strong that it seemed to be cutting through heaven and earth. No good. Yuan Li's heart palpitated and he turned to flee. Just know how to escape? Zheng Huang let out a fierce smile and killed toward Yuan Li. This scene stunned everyone in the sword sect. Every single one of them widened their eyes, not expecting it to turn into such a scene. As the day goes by, Yuan Li, who is regarded by everyone as a new generation of heavenly pride, in just one move, he was defeated. Not only did they fall short, they chose to flee. This is so humiliating. Today's sword sect has disappointed me. Zheng Huang Sr. laughed softly. His voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone in the sword sect. All of a sudden, everyone was going to be pissed off. Yuan Li, you disappoint me. On the 6th peak, the 6th peak master's face was gloomy to the extreme. Unsightly. Spare him the thought that this would be the case, but can't figure it out. If Yuan Li was so weak, how could he have gained 15,000 merits in the Sea of Blood? Yuan Li, if you have a backhand, don't hide it. The 6th peak master shouted towards Yuan Li, who was fleeing between the heavens. A trace of fear surfaced on Yuan Li's face, but he was still fleeing. On the 5th peak, when Ziyu saw this scene, her eyes were also cold. Yuan Li, it's too much of a disgrace for my sword sect. She let out a low curse, but it was bitter in her heart. Even Luo Yushin she was no match for, so how could she defeat Zheng Huang? And, also just then, Ziyu's beautiful eyes widened as she looked incredulously above the cloudy sky. A red shadow appeared, carrying a furious surge of aura like a bloodshed god demon beside Yuan Li. Get out of the way. Yuan Li, who was about to flee, saw someone blocking in front of him and hurriedly chided. The next moment, it was speechless. Snap! The man in red grabbed onto Yuan Li's neck. How dare you! Lin Tian let out a caricatured smile, his eyes carrying a dense killing intent as he just stood above the cloudy sky. Zhang Huang, who was chasing Yuan Li, also frowned, obviously not clear about the situation. Yet he could feel it keenly. The handsome man dressed in red, his body condensed a vastness of blood chi like an ocean, and his blazing power could bring a sense of suffocation to the crowd even before it had a chance to converge. Powerful physical cultivation. Zhang Huang's pupils shrunk slightly as he stood above the cloudy sky, waiting for the aftermath. At this moment, even within the sword sect, all the disciple elders were stifled. In unison, they looked at the one red-robed man. That person's red clothes were like blood, and just standing there quietly gave people an absolute shock. Rare and extremely handsome, cold, arrogant and lonely but blooming. The strong force that emanates from his independence is that he is proud to look down on heaven and earth. Lin Tian. He's Lin Tian. It seems like his aura is getting more and more terrifying than when we saw him a few days ago. What is he up to? How did he start teaming up with Zhang Huang to deal with senior brother Yuan Li? With all due respect, it seems like there's no need to join forces at all when dealing with senior brother Yuan Li. Looking at Lin Tian, it seems as if senior brother Yuan Li seems to have offended him. The crowd murmured, all confused at the sight of this scene. On the sixth peak, Amazing Cultivation Gold looked at a scene in a daze, his heart flooding with monstrous waves. He seems to have gotten even stronger. Amazing Cultivation murmured, only to find it unbelievable. She had cultivated for 600 years within the fire underworld Forbidden Land, though to the outside world, it was only 20 years. However, the Amazing Cultivation Goldfish had literally cultivated for 600 years before reaching the Sea Rescue Realm. But Lin Tian, how old is he? 18? 19? Amazing Cultivation pursed her red lips, and her heart was suddenly complicated. And above the cloudy sky, Yuan Li looked like a chicken being kicked in Lin Tian's hands, his face flushed red. Lin Tian, what do you want? Yuan Li roared lowly in fear. At this moment, he was close enough to feel the blood chi on Lin Tian's body, instantly emboldened. In his eyes, Lin Tian was more like a flood beast with its fangs and bloody mouth open. He is Lin Tian? Zhang Huang also narrowed his eyes at this moment, looking at Lin Tian with a deadpan expression. I didn't expect Lin Tian to be a first-order body cultivator. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was coldly looking at Yuan Li, and a cruel smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. I've worked hard to kill sea beasts, but you're picking up the merits quite easily. After Lin Tian finished speaking, Yuan Li instantly blanched. All of a sudden, the entire clan was also silent. Is it hard to say that the huge credits that made Yuan Li famous were killed by Lin Tian? Is Yuan Li just a thief who steals credits? Intercepting other people's merits is a big taboo in the sect. Yuan Li's face turned white all of a sudden. What are you talking about? How can that godly man be you? Yuan Li's heart stopped beating when he finished, knowing that I'd blurted out. On the sixth peak master was already so angry that his face was red. The entire person looked at Yuan Li with a deadpan expression. Yuan Li, did you pick up your merit badge, or did you kill it yourself? His voice was loud and clear, and he carried it from the bottom up. Me. Yuan Li was speechless, all of a sudden indignant to the core. It was as if his clothes were being uncovered in front of so many people. So, Lin Genius is the one who killed 15,000 merit badges. Someone let out a trance. There are some problems with the plot. The author is genuinely having a hard time writing today. It's hard. Again, I ask you all to worship. The plot won't disappoint if the worship is done. This is cool writing, so please be assured that there will be no holding back. If you don't pay your respects, the author goes and writes a new outline, mostly because of the author's own problems. Let's wait for the author to think carefully about the plot afterward. Sorry to all the readers who are catching up. Everyone on their knees. 3 chapters are owed. Waiting for the author to get the plot right. Starting tomorrow day million. Chapter 117. Why do you dare to provoke me even though you are as weak as a mole cricket? Void. Yuan Li watched the scene with a mixture of sadness and joy. Your bull ****** ting me. The merits were clearly obtained from my own killing. He looked viciously at Lin Tian. His fists clenched tightly, and the spiritual energy from the 9th level of the Soul Palace poured down. It struck towards Lin Tian. Boom! This punch was lightly caught by Lin Tian. Yuan Li paused in place, as if he was being tackled by a huge force, and the other party's power seemed like an endless vast sea. Unable to resist, unable to dodge. At that moment, Yuan Li's heart flickered with thousands of shock as he looked into Lin Tian's eyes, deep and cold. indifferent as if he was looking at a mole cricket. In an instant, Yuan Li only felt icy water pouring down from the top of his head, and his entire body couldn't help but shiver. It's horrible. Is this Lin Tian? It was clearly only the cave void realm, but it gave him a feeling that he could not fight against it. Lin Tian's gaze moved away from Yuan Li's body and looked at Zheng Huang, who was not far away. There are times when a mole cricket's sophistry is of no use at all, Lin Tian said indifferently, and the strength in his hand increased by 1 point. In an instant, the sense of suffocation and fear pierced into Zheng Huang's body, making him terrified to the core. I'll clean you up later. Lin Tian laughed softly and pinched Yuan Li's neck and threw it fiercely towards the ground above. Ah! Yuan Li shrieked in shock as his entire body was flung towards the earth at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In a flash, the ground was smashed out of a huge crater. The earth cracked and a long crack spread out. Throughout the sword sect, the crowd of disciples looked on in fear. Yuan Li, who was at the 9th level of the Soul Palace, was truly like an irresistible chick in Lin Tian's hands. Debris flew and dust filled the air. A huge pit with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared within the sight of the crowd. Yuan Li's body was overflowing with blood, with multiple fractures, and his entire body was miserable. Those who saw the scene held their breath, being deeply shocked. That's Yuan Li, the 9th level of the Soul Palace. Even if it wasn't a heavenly pride, the realm would still have to be a large realm higher than Lin Tian. But now, everyone returned to their senses and looked toward the figure above the agitated sky. Just like the rumors, Lin Tian really is a body refiner. What a powerful force. Is he appearing now to deal with Zheng Huang? He is at the cave void realm, and Zheng Huang is also a strange genius. It's not good to say that Yuan Li is too much of a trash after all. It should be undefeated. After all, for a gap in realm is important between heavenly prides. Many people nervously looked at Lin Tian and Zheng Huang. They wanted to see just where Lin Tian's limits were. You're here to kill me. Lin Tian's eyes were clear and cold as he looked straight at Zheng Huang, making it impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Zheng Huang's eyes narrowed. He thought that he had restrained his killing intent very well. How on earth did Lin Tian discover it? I just want to learn about your strength. Lin Tian, you're not worth letting me kill yet. Zheng Huang laughed lightly and waved his hand, but his eyes widened in the next instant. However, he saw Lin Tian's palm of his hand transform in light, and a thread of silk that was not easily noticeable to the naked eye appeared in his hand. This is the thread of karma. Lin Tian murmured. Pick one out. This is Yuan Li's karma. He became the cause by stealing my chance, so I taught him a lesson. Behind Zheng Huang, the Supreme Elder from the Luoxian Holy Land narrowed his eyes. This Lin Tian truly is a wizard. Lin Tian stood quietly above the void, divine light intertwined in his hands, and the Tao filled the air. Wisps and strands of great Tao Qi were interlinked with each other in a divine and incomparable way. The entire sword sect looked shaken up. The cave realm is in charge of cause and effect, and this is treacherous. The crowd couldn't help but be flooded with fear. I secondly beheaded Luo Yushin simply because karma has already appeared. Lin Tian faintly swept a glance at Zheng Huang with a cold expression. This is yours. You came here to kill me for cause. A cruel smile spread across Lin Tian's face as he extracted a karma. Will be the result of my killing you? Zheng Huang's eyes instantly widened, followed by his body's aura being overpowering to the extreme, and the terrifying blade intent rushed over and over again. It made the entire heaven and earth depressing. Since it's all been made clear, do you want to fight me to the death? Zheng Huang let out a fierce smile. The words fell, and the room fell silent. Everyone revealed a look of surprise and shock. Lin Tian deduced with karma, and now Zheng Huang and Lin Tian were both figure poor. Everyone looked nervously at Lin Tian. However, when he saw Lin Tian just standing quietly, his body's killing intent suddenly attacked him. With a terrifying blood qi rolling and sweeping, it was like a shocking wave crushing towards Zheng Huang. I really do. He grinned, madness written all over his face. I want to kill you so bad. Such killing intent caused Zheng Huang to be shocked. Lin Tian actually wanted to kill him so badly. Just what I want. Zheng Huang let out a sardonic smile as his entire body became excited. Above the void, a brilliant blade might was instantly formed once again. It killed each other with Lin Tian's blood qi. Will your clan approve of the life and death battle between my disciple and Lin Tian? The Luoxian Holy Land's Supreme Elder said away faintly, his voice falling into the sword sect. No, no. Several voices rang out. It was the voices of Jane Candlewick and Yi Ren Ho. Granted. A light voice stirred up. It was Li Baiyi. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that in Li Baiyi's opinion, Lin Tian could defeat Zheng Huang? Slip of the tongue. However, since Li Baiyi had already spoken, the opinions of the rest were useless. Good. Then I'm allowed. Elder Luoxian let out a light laugh and retreated a few miles back. The next instant, swish, a sword light suddenly flashed. flames, huge power, and sword intent chopped down at once, just for a moment, as the light is generous and the laws are in chaos. In this instant of emptiness, another brilliant sun rose steeply. It blazed so brightly that one squinted and couldn't look directly at it. But in the next instant, it went out. The flames of light collapsed and everyone's vision darkened. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. It's Zhang Huang's. He remained where he had been, empty where his left arm had been, white bone and blood spewing out. Instead, he was accompanied by an additional figure. Lin Tian took his broken arm. You are weak enough for me to pity, he murmured, his eyes teasing. As the one-handed flame and sword intent eroded down, Zhang Huang's severed arm instantly turned into dust. You seek death, Zhang Huang hissed as his entire body became violent. In the next instant, his body's spiritual energy and blade intent erupted, like a volcano erupting and roaring into operation. A blade riding on the supreme blade might chopped towards Lin Tian's head. Clang! The sound of a blade of gold and iron clashing resounded. Lin Tian flicked his backhand, the ink-colored longsword against his body, his blood-chi sword intent condensing in phase. Zhang Huang could no longer cut down this blade. Why? You're as weak as a mole cricket, yet you dare to provoke me? Am I really that much of a bully? Lin Tian's complexion became hideous as he roared out in a violent rage. In the next instant, the blazing and dazzling silent sword intent iterated out, and the overpowering killing aura shook heaven and earth. Roar! Dawning golden dragons appeared, and 30 giant dragons floated behind him. The void was distorted, and infinite power merely diffused, just like the yellow sky and the great sun. 30 dragon power. Second grade sword intent. Some people's breaths became short as they looked at the person in the void incredulously. Chapter 118. Waves of shock rolled through the hearts of the crowd. They had conceptualized many possibilities in their minds, but hadn't expected this. Lin Tian's kind of aura of looking out of the corner of one's eye. It's mind-blowing, and all kinds of awe floods the mind. Buzz. The stern sword intent was accompanied by a terrifying power, chopping up everything in general and overflowing out from above the heavenly sword. In a flash, Zhang Huang also looked flustered for a moment. Subsequently, within his body, aura exploded. Behind him, great discs of light and flame surfaced one after another. You have 3 million pounds of tremendous strength, and I have the Divine Emperor Illumination ancient scripture. He let out a low growl, his face grimacing. The large sword was wrapped in terrifying spiritual energy, and its aura was instantly strong and unrivaled. Subsequently, the twofold blade intent chopped out one after another. In the next instant, the swords struck each other. Boom! Brilliant rays of light exploded. The void trembled, and a matchless pressure exploded. The space was showing signs of cracking. With this move, Zhang Huang had sort of blocked Lin Tian's attack. A mole is a mole. I really can't expect much from you. At the center of the explosion, Lin Tian's clear and cold voice came out. He chopped his sword on top of the large sword and then chopped again. Clang! Zhang Huang hurriedly resisted, and as the 3 million pounds of huge force slammed down, Zhang Huang could only feel a towering mountain of God slamming down on his sword. In the next instant, his tiger's mouth tore and blood spilled up. A Xian Dan realm and you dare to fight me in a life and death battle. How much are you looking down on me? Lin Tian continued coldly. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights smashed down, with the remaining momentum unabated. The sword light swept across Zhang Huang's body, spilling out pieces of blood. I am the 5th level of the Soul Palace. Zhang Huang hissed as the entire person felt that his own dignity had taken a huge hit. Griffin, how dare you lie to me? Lin Tian let out a low shout, and 3 million pounds of huge force chopped down in unison. With each sword chop, Zhang Huang crumbled in sections. A piece of heavenly cloud turned into a rain of flying ashen light and disappeared into the sky. Even the large discs of light flames behind Zhang Huang appeared to be obliterated and shattered. Apprentice, don't hide. A few miles away, the Holy Land's Supreme Elder also looked at this scene incredulously and roared in a hurry. Interfere with the battle of life and death again, and you shall be put to death. On the 7th peak, Li Bai's voice was faint, and the heavy pressure dispersed. It was locked onto the Holy Land Elder's body. All of a sudden, the Holy Land Elder's face was shocked and his heart was terrified. Lin Tian, you're bullying people too much. Zhang Huang roared explosively, his entire body shaking with rage. He was drenched in blood and made a huge retreat several miles away. Divine ability, Divine Emperor Heaven-splitting blade. Boom! Only Zhang Huang was seen levitating in the air, his entire body's aura exploding as wild surges of saber intent rushed up. The breath kept rising and rising. A brilliant shadow appeared behind Zhang Huang and stretched across the heaven and earth. The golden light was diffused, seemingly breaking through an invisible barrier. The mighty pressure pushed across hundreds of miles, wanting to destroy the world in general. Rather, it finally gave me a little interest. Lin Tian stood in the void, facing the annihilating pressure, not changing his coolness in the slightest. As his eyes opened and closed, a flicker of karmic light twisted, intersected, and checked. Seemingly, it has been hooked up to the river of time. Start gauging the power of this blade. You're too rampant. Lin Tian. When Zhang Huang saw that Lin Tian did not try to dodge, treating him as if he was nothing, his heart became even more bloated with anger. In the Holy Land, only Gu Chongqing could treat him like this. Go to hell. Zhang Huang's face grimaced as he slashed down. Behind him, the golden light shadow that stretched across heaven and earth also chopped down. This blade aura shook the ancient and modern world, like a great sun foresting the sky. It was as if he was carrying a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood as he chopped down towards Lin Tian. In a split second, a shocking popping sound resounded throughout the entire sword sect. It was the sound of tearing space. Ha ha ha, this is my disciple Zhang Huang. The sacred land elder laughed out loud and looked at Lin Tian as if he was seeing a corpse. It's over. What kind of martial skill is this? God level? It's terrifying. Why doesn't Lin Tian dodge? Does he really want to carry it off? Divine power. That must be a divine grade martial art. Zhang Huang has actually practiced divine grade martial arts. Zhang Huang was pushed by Lin Tian and didn't leave a backhand. With this blade, I reckon Lin Tian is really hanging. I guess the white-clothed senior uncle will make a move. This is a life and death battle of the younger generation. If the white-clothed senior uncle makes a move, he will be laughed at. In their opinion, Zhang Huang was, after all, a pride of the Holy Land. And it was the 5th level of the Soul Palace, the suppression of the realm itself. That's a big realm gap. It was mostly difficult for Lin Tian to resist. I should have overthought it. A mole cricket can't bring me any surprises after all. However, at that moment, Lin Tian whispered. In a flash of light, endless silent sword intent surged from his sword. It pressed horizontally before the eyes of the entire sword sect disciples. Majestic and sharp, inch by inch the air exploded and space twisted up. Countless dust, as if pulled by gravity. Slowly, they lifted up and lingered around Lin Tian, forming a large ring. Light, a sword light that stunned the entire sword sect emerged. The sword light raced and locked onto Zhang Huang above the cloudy sky. The mighty pressure was so great that it seemed to cut through all things and cross the great sun. A sword in the sky. Under the first grade sword intent, it was as powerful as it was. This time, it was a second grade sword intent. Overlay. The power of flames. The flames that burned everything pushed across the sky. Overlay. The power of the 30 dragons tickled the sword light and suppressed it. Restacking. 6 negligible and unnoticeable silent glazes were mixed into the sword light. Attack and kill. Chop. As that one word fell. Boom boom boom. The terrifying sword light wrapped with roiling flames chopped towards Zhang Huang above the cloudy sky. The great momentum fell and first collided with Zhang Huang's blade. Explosion. Obliterate. Space flooded as fire. And the sword intent rose again. This time, it chopped towards Zhang Huang. Ah! Zhang Huang's face changed drastically as a never-before-seen sense of crisis surfaced in his heart. He growled and released his spiritual energy. The great disk of light and flame behind him suddenly flickered, and the matchless light resisted in front of his body. Trying to resist, they were instantly obliterated. The next instant, boom! The sky turned into flames and the silent sword intent tumbled like a tidal wave attacking and killing Zhang Huang over and over again. The flames burned, and the silent fire ryuk exploded again. In an instant, it seemed like thousands of small fire-burning swords pierced into every pore around his body. The bright flame sword intent exploded with a heavy tremor. Space exploded and cracks appeared, splitting open like a spider web. Then, it appeared as if the mighty had struck. The shattered space healed instantly. Space is chopped up. Rinhoho's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the scene on the 5th peak. She had never imagined that such a terrifying martial skill would be executed by a young junior. In the meantime, within the entire sword sect, all of the disciples had their mouths wide open as they looked at this scene incredulously. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it to death. The trick would be to be performed by someone of the same generation. Not everyone is a holy son of the 4 holy lands. And, as time moves on, the horrific explosion went into a tailspin. A bloody stump entered the crowd's sight. That's Zhang Huang. All of his limbs were blown away, and a huge gap appeared in the center of his chest. The body was charred, not a single piece of skin intact. Chapter 119, I observe karma. To me, you are just an ant that can be killed or not. Put. Zhang Huang could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were blown out and he couldn't see. The feeling of crisis coming from all parts of his body warned him that he was going to die. But, no way. Lin Tian, he hissed, spilling blood all over his body. My disciple. Elder Zhao on the stage of the Luoxian Holy Land was also looking at his disciple with a face full of fear. Why would a supreme heavenly pride of the 5th level of the Soul Palace be injured like this by a cave void? Go! With a low chant, the Holy Land Elder instantly performed a spatial martial skill, trying to take Zheng Huang away. No good. On the 7th peak, Li Bai stood up. Earlier, he had greatly calculated karma and had not counted on this move. So, it didn't matter much at the time. Someone deliberately obscured karma to fool him. Bold! Li Bai let out a low roar, and the Dao Xianhuang sword light instantly hooked up the space and subdued this piece of heaven and earth. You! The Holy Land Elder's eyes instantly widened as he looked at Li Bai incredulously. You recovered from your injuries? No recovery, but you guys still underestimate me. Li Bai let out a faint smile and resumed his seat in the rocking chair. You must understand that no matter when, my sword sect is not to be bullied. His voice was flat, but it resounded in the ears of all the sword sect disciples. In the next instant, all the disciples were also high in color and blushing. My sword sect is not to be bullied. My sword sect is not to be bullied. My sword sect is not to be bullied. A voice resounded as all the disciples chanted. Just because. Cool. It's so cool. What about the pride of the Holy Land? He was still not beaten by Lin Tian as if he were an ant. What about the Holy Land? When Little Master became famous, he could be subverted with the flip of his hand. And, also just then, the Holy Land Elder, however, was startled as he looked toward Zheng Huang in the distance. One person there stood still. The eyes were solemn, ready to strike. Lin Tian, how dare you? The Sacred Land Elder exclaimed in shock, his heart shaking with anger. Kirikou, I'll even chop you up later. Lin Tian said indifferently and stabbed out with his sword. Buzz! A buzz resounded. A halo of light glowed in front of Zheng Huang's body as he resisted this sword from Lin Tian. The halo transformed into a young silhouette. He was dressed in white and stood in the void. And just a mere silhouette could transmit a vast and majestic aura to the outside world. He had a handsome appearance. His eyes were deep, and the Tao of divine light flowed as a dense mist. It was like an ancient deity. The sword seal in the center of his brow seemed to rhyme with the power of the exterminating god. It was none other than the first person of the Luoxian Holy Land's heavenly pride, Gu Changcheng. Lin Tian. Gu Changcheng's silhouette looked straight ahead indifferently. However, he did not look at Lin Tian. This place, the only thing that interested him, it was the Li Bai who was sitting on the rocking chair. Let Zheng Huang go and let today's matter as well as your harming of Luo Yushin be over. The silhouette's robes hunted, and his eyes contained a divine charm like the blazing sun between opening and closing. He is invincible where he is. Even just standing there was a weather that swallowed up all the air. The divine posture is supreme. Looking out of the corner of the eye. Holy Sun, the tattered Zheng Huang murmured softly, his tone still carrying great awe. The sun came to his rescue. Ha ha ha, the Holy Sun is here. I, Zheng Huang, won't die after all. Zheng Huang sprayed blood and burst out laughing. It was as if in his heart, the person he respected the most in this world was Gu Changcheng alone. Even if it was the Holy Land Elder who was confined by Li Bai. His eyes were overflowing with essence. Gu Changcheng was the only supreme celestial pride of the Holy Land for 10,000 years. Even his face as the Supreme Elder was not as good as his. As for, within the sword sect, it was instantly quiet. All the disciples didn't dare to speak, bearing the pressure that surged wildly in their hearts. Gu Changcheng was a hurdle in the hearts of the younger generation of Sword Dao cultivators. It horizontally suppressed all the Sword Dao heavenly pride of this generation. Let the number 1 position on the green sword ranking not belong to their sword sect. Many young disciples couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts just by looking at that one shadow. Unbeatable. Unbeatable. If we have my sword sect, why do we have Gu Changcheng? Even above the 3rd peak, Li Shangjue, whose mouth had grown wide with shock from Lin Tian. At this moment, seeing Gu Changcheng also narrowed her eyes. A sense of urgency was born in his heart, and his usual hangdog demeanor was converged. It became extremely serious. Just a mere shadow made his Dao heart nearly unstable. Gu Changcheng. Li Shangjue whispered the name for a long time, unable to recover. Only, the next moment, swish, a sword sound rang out. Gu Changcheng's silhouette choked slightly and looked at Lin Tian beside him. This was the first time he looked at Lin Tian. Red, cold and crazy. Zheng Huang, who was still laughing, had a pause in his expression as his head was pierced by a sword. What are you looking at? Wash up and wait for me to kill you myself. Lin Tian let out a sardonic laugh and just looked at Gu Changcheng this way. The scene shocked everyone. Countless people didn't know what to say about death and instantly froze. Shocker. Unparalleled shock. Up and down the sword sect, the disciples who saw this scene all sucked in a breath of cool air. Some people's hearts were flooded with huge waves, and some were trembling with nervousness. They felt incredible just watching. Lin Tian had killed Zheng Huang after all. What was even more frightening was that he said he was going to kill Gu Changcheng. In this world, 10,000 celestial pride. No one is this crazy. Lin Tian did it. Up and down the sword sect, these disciples were briefly alarmed. Feel the rollicking bravado from the depths of your heart. Tarzan crumbles in front of him without changing his color, and a moose rises on his left without flashing his eyes. Even Gu Changqing was just a lamb to the slaughter in that man's eyes? Under the brilliant world, there really is such an arrogant person. At this moment, even the major peak masters had their eyes widened, feeling their breathing become difficult. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed, and even he hadn't expected someone to treat him like this. When he rose to power, he was honored as the future saint. Even the supreme elder of the Holy Land treated him as a peer. The only time he was humiliated was by Li Bai. Today, once again, do you realize what you're saying? Gu Changqing's eyes became cold and penetrating, his eyes opening and closing to see his divine light generous. In the sight of the crowd, a terrifying golden light suddenly erupted. It took over the entire sword sect in an instant, like a great sun through the sky. What I do has a cause and effect. Kill as cause, kill as effect. Lin Tian looked straight into the eye-blazing sun, his breath high in the ocean. Above the Cheong heaven, flames filled out, forming a blazing fire domain, with the blazing sun occupying half the sky. I observe karma, and you are nothing more than a killable or unkillable enemy. Lin Tian stood in the void with an indifference that looked directly at ants. Afterwards, silent sword intent instantly erupted. The entire vault of heaven trembled. A shadow. How dare you pretend in front of me? Seek death. Boom boom boom. The silent sword intent instantly plummeted, wrapping up the flames and turning into a brilliant fire waterfall, pushing the golden light down horizontally layer by layer. Gu Changqing's silhouette was slowly damned in this instant. How dare you? Shocked anger surfaced on Gu Changqing's face, and he growled out in a low voice. In a month, prepare the coffin. Lin Tian roared out, his voice, stretching and rolling long, like angry thunder bursting, like the agitated sky splitting. It roared and resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if no one could stop it, as if he was the only one in the world. The moment, a red dress, wild black hair, and radiant eyes were seen by all. Never forget. Chapter 120, The Intent of Invincibility. This instant, silence, within the sword sect, quiet as a pin drop. All of their sword cultivators' hearts were pounding from this scene. Lin Tian. Someone suddenly shouted out, looking at Lin Tian with eyes filled with admiration. Lin Tian. Lin Tian. A loud cry resounded throughout the sword sect. Sword cultivators are uninhibited and fearless. This was what the people of the sword sect wanted to go for, but today someone finally presented it in front of them. Dare to kill and challenge the strongest. This is the sword cultivator. I even think he can defeat Gu Changqing. Others have been rumoring how invincible Junior Master was back then, but today I only see Lin Tian. It's just a pity that Lin Tian isn't a member of my sword sect. He's just here as a guest. I heard that it was Junior Master who wanted to take him as his disciple, but Lin Tian was unwilling. Really? I didn't believe it before, but now I do a little. The young master uncle greeted me with the great Tao of the sword. Indeed, he wanted to take on a disciple. That day it was Ziyu who told me that the young master uncle couldn't look at Lin Tian, and I thought it was strange at the time. If he couldn't look at him, then why did he greet him with the great Tao of the sword? Unfortunately, the person he is up against is Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing is too invincible. On the 7th peak, Li Bai looked at Lin Tian in a daze. After opening his mouth, he couldn't even say a word. Today's Lin Tian was too stunning. So stunning that Li Bai thought he saw the person he once was. Not good. I passed on a trace of the mysteries of cause and effect to him, and now that he has already comprehended it to such an extent, doesn't it mean that it's becoming more and more difficult to take on a disciple? Li Bai murmured, his eyes flickering with the Tao of causality. Begin to step on the long river of time and deduce. Then, the look became pleased in a hint of complexity. On the 3rd peak, Li Shanjue's expression was frozen. He knew that Lin Tian refined his body and his body was extremely powerful, but he didn't expect that the other party's sword Tao was even more powerful. That heart of invincibility. It was even harder not to make him jealous. How nice it would be if I said that. His face was full of pain and disgust. Then he was stunned. But I really can't beat Gu Changqing. The crowd kept on talking, looking at Lin Tian with eyes full of burning heat. Was he hiding that day? On the 6th peak, the amazing cultivator's eyes looked at Lin Tian in death. She had wondered when she would be able to break free from Lin Tian's grasp, but today it seems to be getting tougher and tougher. The pressure emanating from that Gu Changqing's shadow made her feel powerful, but it was just like that. It was still obliterated by Lin Tian. At the same time, an extremely wretched figure appeared on the 6th peak. It is Yuan Li, who is covered with injuries. He looked at Lin Tian above the cloudy sky in shock, knowing that he's in big trouble. The only one who could save him today was the sixth peak master. Fragrance Fairy. Yuanli saw amazing cultivation from afar and looked embarrassed. I wanted to strut my stuff in front of the beauty, but now it seems like the man is about to lose it all. He himself had stolen Lin Tian's chance and was suppressed by Zhang Huang. Sort of a rat in everyone's eye. The amazing cultivation fascist glanced lightly at Yuanli and ignored it. Yuanli's face instantly turned white. Now that the beauty was so indifferent to him, it must be because she had behaved poorly. All the flirtatious thoughts that had been going through his mind vanished all of a sudden. Yuanli, you really piss me off. An enraged voice came from the sixth peak master who had returned to his senses. He had always fought with the seventh peak, but today he was considered to have been disgraced by this Yuanli. Peak master, spare your life. Yuanli trembled and directly knelt on the ground. His arms were broken and his body was stained with blood. Lin Tian's throw almost directly killed Yuanli. And just then too, Lin Tian slowly fell down in the midst of the crowd's burning gazes, ignoring that gloomy-faced Holy Land elder. This time, it was straight down on the sixth peak. When the sixth peak master saw Lin Tian arrive, he also stopped his pace, wanting to see what exactly Lin Tian was going to do. Now that you're here, follow me in the future. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he looked towards the amazing cultivator. It was at this point that the crowd noticed amazing cultivation, a beautiful woman in red with a high temperament. All of a sudden, speculations began to rise about Lin Tian's story with this woman, and Yuanli was stunned when he saw this scene. He was saddened in his heart. So it turned out that Fairy Xiangsha and I had come to find Lin Tian. One has been a fool in the end. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, the amazing cultivator instinctively gave birth to a trace of alienation and condescension. But soon this trace of emotion was rubbed out by the time sword tire. Aha! She nodded softly. Like a red lotus, it releases its own elegance and nobility no matter when or where it is. In that case, Lin Tian looked at Yuanli, and in an instant, Yuanli's heart skipped a beat. Overwhelmingly terrifying. The thrill Lin Tian brought to Yuanli was completely no less than that of the sixth peak master. Lin Tian, Yuanli is a member of my sixth peak. If I want to deal with it, I should deal with it. At this moment, the sixth peak master said indifferently. His eyes sank and 2 jade bottles appeared in his hands. Yuanli stole your chance. I'll give you these 2 bottles of divine-grade medicinal fluid. Lin Tian was slightly surprised, then nodded. He was not a disciple of the sword sect, and he came to the sword sect only as a guest. If it was an ordinary person they might just think that Lin Tian didn't deserve the reward. However, Lin Tian palmed karma. See more clearly. Within karma, Yuanli did steal. He had taken on Li Baiyi's invitation and had endured enough karma, such as Luo Yuxin, such as Zhang Huang, such as Gu Changqing, even the courtside. Lin Tian had accepted Li Baiyi's invitation since the moment he did so. These karmic consequences that were originally Li Baiyi's came to him. That battle between him and Gu Changqing was not a given. Gu Changqing wanted to use Lin Tian sparing Zhang Huang as a result, but Lin Tian was unwilling. As for Yuanli's cause, he took these 2 bottles of divine-grade medicinal liquid as his effect. Instead, it forms a closed loop, so it will be understood. Lin Tian faintly spoke, preparing to directly leave the sixth peak. As for Yuanli's karma with the sword sect, it had nothing to do with him. The sixth peak master shook his head slightly as he looked at Lin Tian's back. Such a lofty and wondrous heavenly pride. He naturally wanted to take in as a disciple. It was just that Lin Tian was now going to fight Gu Changqing to the death. Now it seems unnecessary to take on an apprentice. Afterward, the sixth peak master looked towards Yuanli, who was kneeling and trembling in front of him, and grabbed the other party's head with one hand. Ah! A miserable hissing sound came out from the seventh peak. Insulting the name of my sword sect, Yuanli, this cultivation of yours, this peak master takes back as much as he can. The cold voice of the sixth peak master resounded from within the sword sect, flogged 100 times and expelled from the division. As soon as the words fell, Yuanli's expression rose in despair. These 100 lashes could kill him if he couldn't bear them. Peak master, spare me. Spare me. He begged for mercy and was dragged away by 2 disciples. Chapter 121, I, Lin Tian, on behalf of my master, Li Baiyi, ask the immortal emperor to die. Get your ass back in there. At the 7th peak, Li Baiyi looked faintly at the sacred land elder, a hint of teasing surfacing in his eyes. You and others. Bully. The sacred land elder's eyes looked towards the already disfigured corpse of Zhang Huang on top of the ground with grief. His body was trembling lightly, and he closed his eyes tightly, as if he did not wish to see again. Then he gritted his teeth and disappeared above the void. Lin Tian brought the amazing gold mine and flew above the 7th peak. The moment amazing cultivation saw Li Baiyi, his face changed drastically. She finally realized where the source of her fear of the sword sect came from. This old man with a full head of white flowers is where the great terror lies. All at once, All the nobility and arrogance transformed into fear. Don't be afraid, little girl. Li Bai laughed loudly and glanced at Amazing Cultivation without caring. The calmness of his eyes was what calmed Amazing Cultivation's mind. After that, Li Bai looked at Lin Tian. The color of satisfaction in his eyes was exceptionally obvious. Not bad, Lin Tian boy. Since you want to challenge Gu Changqing, then worship me and I'll teach you how to defeat him. Li Bai stroked his beard, his eyes overflowing with light as he sized up Lin Tian. Senpai. Lin Tian let out a light laugh and then continued. When Senior invited me to the sword sect that day, he did not say that it would bring me so much karma. He stretched out his hands, and in an instant the light and flame in front of him changed. Several invisible threads of the great Tao surfaced, and a dense Tao divine rhythm intertwined. The aura around him became supreme and arcane. Within his eyes, the light of the Tao of causality flickered without bounds. Amazingly beautiful eyes widened as she looked incredulously at Lin Tian's hands. There was clearly nothing there, but it gave her a feeling of having explored the great Tao. Li Bai did the same, cursing lowly in his heart. Had he known that Lin Tian's comprehension ability was so good, he shouldn't have given Lin Tian that hint of the law of karma that day. Today, Gu Changqing appeared, and the source of this karma is you, Senior, Lin Tian said, then scattered a trace of karma into the void. And all of this, all because of the seniors. Lin Tian's hands emerged with a superbly clear light, as if the Tao was cupped in his hands. As for this article, it's even more terrifying than Gu Changqing, and if I hadn't challenged Gu Changqing, the source of this course would have valued me even more, Lin Tian said, his eyes narrowing. In his eyes, purple energy comes from the east for 800 miles, the golden dragon circled the sky, and the emperor's might covered the world. When Li Bai heard Lin Tian utter these words, a trace of apology spread across his face. So you challenged Gu Changqing because of this, wanting him to see you go against the Holy Land? Lin Tian shook his head slightly and said indifferently, not really, I just don't want to do anything against my will. Lin Tian collected his karma and his eyes became clear and deepened down. Elder pushed me a lot step by step, and before I worshipped, I had already taken on karma. As he spoke quietly, the apology on Li Bai's face grew stronger. Do you blame me? Li Bai gazed at Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian shook his head slightly. I have not blamed Senior. Being born as a human being is within the big picture of heaven and earth. Even immortal emperors can't escape from it. Senior giving me the Tao of karma is already a great favor. After Lin Tian finished speaking, Li Bai's face looked much better. He looked at Lin Tian with the utmost satisfaction and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. Know this. I have deduced karma since the time I knew of your existence. Li Bai smiled and pointed a single finger in the void. In an instant, Lin Tian and Amazing Goldmine were stunned. One could only feel an even more intense aura of the Tao appearing, as if it was a true great Tao, reaching up to heaven. A picture appeared. Lin Tian watched what true karma is. Li Bai laughed out loud as the light flames between his fingers changed. A dense aura formed and a virtual shadow appeared. The great sun is red with blood and the earth is sad. The blood-stained golden dragon hovered above the imperial palace. A sea of corpses and blood. An unknown number of generals in armor fell, carved with dragons on a gold brick tunnel. A man wearing 33,000 bloodliner armor held a black sword in his hand. Walking alone, a head fell wherever he passed. Blood flowers exploded and the imperial palace was dyed red. Time and space are disturbed, yet reorganized. The man in the blood armor had a pair of eyes that shot cold stars, and two eyebrows that were as thick as brush paint. The killing intent around him was thick, and his blood intent was unrivaled. Have the power of a matchless warrior. Deep within the imperial palace, above the golden light throne, one man was sitting at the end of the table, his pitch-black robes embroidered with the design of the Tsunhai dragon. The corner of his robe had the shadow of a giant dragon, with his feet stepping on the 9 heavens. It was such a person who was coldly looking at the man at that moment. Lin Tian, what exactly are you doing? The emperor's might fell, and the malice of the entire immortal kingdom pounced on the silhouette. However, he saw the man slowly raise his ink-colored longsword and roared in shock and anger. I, Lin Tian, on behalf of my master, Li Bai, ask the immortal emperor to die. In an instant, 10,000 sword lights erupted. The entire immortal kingdom shook as billions of battles of the great Tao laws stirred the void. The screen appeared to be truncated and jammed at that moment. A blur. Just in the next instant, the man in the blood armor stood quietly, but with his head bowed. The blood fell drop by drop, turning into a sea of blood that flooded the entire imperial capital. He's dead, but not down. Afterwards, Li Bai withdrew his divine ability. Left alone, Lin Tian and Amazing Cultivation were still frozen in place in a daze. Li Bai looked forlornly. Of looking towards Lin Tian, there was complexity in his eyes, as well as relief. 'Cause an effect is time. Lin Tian, you see, In the future you will be my disciple. Lin Tian slightly righted himself, waking up from his trance. Intuition told him that Li Bai wouldn't lie. If this is the future, then he really became Li Bai's disciple. And having gathered all the scales from the previous generation of true martial armor, the sword pointed at the immortal emperor. The ending, however, was that he died. This ending, can it ever change? Lin Tian's breath came down sharply as he looked at Li Bai. Li Bai nodded slightly, then laughed. Nature changes, and that's as far as I can count. He stared slightly, then said, earlier, I stepped on the river of time with my karma and saw your defeat at the hands of Gu Changqing, and the karma of the future is broken, so it can't be counted. Li Bai looked at Lin Tian, but he laughed out. But you should not worry, this karma is not allowed. The so-called number of 50 of the Great Diffusion. It's use 49, don't believe it easily. He patted Lin Tian's shoulder and laughed. Still, it's useful, and many times, I've seen you become my apprentice. Lin Tian nodded, but smiled unconcernedly. In that case, let us see the future together. Li Bai blushed and laughed as well. Good thing too. You're hungry, come and eat. Li Bai said with a smile as a table appeared. Amazing Cultivation was left alone, still in shock and unable to come back to his senses. She looked at Lin Tian in a daze, her eyes shocked. Chapter 122, Rise of the People, Suffering of the People, Death of the People, Great Qin Immortal Kingdom, Imperial Capital. The white moon shines high, and the autumn wind is soughing. Great Qin good law, especially in the Imperial Capital. An inch of land is an inch of gold. Even the Marquis King's mansion was not as huge as the Heavenly Sword City Lord's mansion. But that deep heritage, as well as the small worlds that were hooked up to it, made these mansions look sacrosanct and not to be taken lightly. 30 miles away from the main gate of the Imperial Palace, a mansion stood on top of a long street. At the top of the main red vermilion lacquered gate hung a black giltwood plaque with 3 large gilt characters, Zongjing Mansion. The night color of the heavenly steps was like a dark silken veil over the dome. Within the mansion, red candles swayed in the windows. The servants on top of the corridor bridge passed back and forth with caution. They knew that a great man was coming again. Inside the room, the 7th prince, dressed in a dragon-tattooed black suit, sat on a chair. 7th prince, what can't you figure out today? Across from him, the gray-haired Zong was looking at the 7th prince with a smile on his face. Zong Zhen, I'm wondering if father isn't in a hurry. Now that the extreme realm has produced another true marshal, Li Bai also has a disciple, but father hasn't made any moves at all. Zongjing let out a light laugh and took a sip of the clear tea. Immortal Emperor isn't worried about Li Bai. Li Bai is still the same Li Bai from a few hundred years ago and won't be able to make waves. Emperor Li's pupils shrunk. There were too many meanings in those words. But, the latest news is that Lin Tian beheaded the 7th heavenly pride of the Holy Land, Zhang Huang, who was at the 5th level of the Soul Palace with the 9th level of Cave Void. As the 7th prince spoke, his heart was also flooded with shock. The 7th of the Sacred Land's heavenly pride. That was definitely the top of the heavenly pride. But that's it. There are still people who cross the border and kill. Tonight, the court hierarchy is talking about another Li Bai coming out of the woodwork. This man, if he is not imperialized, he will be given death. But there was a Li Bai across the room, so it was not good to start. Zongjing shook his head slightly and said with a faint smile, did you only notice the first message and not the second? Then Lin Tian challenged Gu Changqing? The 7th prince frowned. Suzu nodded and continued. Does the 7th prince think that Gu Changqing is the greater threat to the court, or is Lin Tian the greater threat to the court? After Zongjing finished speaking, the 7th prince froze for half a day. In everyone's eyes, Lin Tianding was inferior to Gu Changqing, but because Li Bai was there, they felt that Lin Tian would not die despite his defeat. After all, Li Bai would not watch Lin Tian die. Then it dawned on me. So father's intention is to make the Sword Sect and the Holy Land enemies. They hold each other back, and it's best if both are greatly injured. And my immortal kingdom sits back and reaps the benefits. Suzu didn't say anything, and the candlelight spilled over his face. One bright and one dark. The immortal kingdom has been established for a long time, and 1,000 years ago, it was held back by various forces, especially the 4 holy places. They have always been the heart of the immortal kingdom, busting up the outside world first to stabilize the inside. From the rise of Li Bai hundreds of years ago to now, the offense and defense have changed shape. After Zongjing finished speaking, the 7th prince slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that in father's eyes, whether it's Li Bai or the Holy Land, they're all just pawns. The night light was deep, and the subordinate brought 2 bowls of immortal porridge bubbling with dense spiritual qi. In my opinion, that Lin Tian hasn't accepted Li Bai so far, but this Li Bai has decided that Lin Tian must be his disciple. Zongjing said slowly, a hint of coldness suddenly blooming in his eyes. If that Lin Tian really died at the hands of Gu Chancheng, what do you think Li Bai would do? The seventh prince, who was about to drink his porridge, was suddenly stunned, and his entire body looked incredulously at Zhongzheng. We stop Li Bai from coming to his rescue, so that Li Bai can make a move against the Holy Land. The Holy Land will perish, and Li Bai will die, he said quietly, a smile spreading across his face. As for that Lin Tian, there was no need to bother with him. It's just a little piece that can lead to a bigger piece. The sovereign mansion, on top of a wigwam that had the general appearance of a two-story building, a vermilion gazebo was erected at the top of the hill. A young man dressed in white sat here, looking at the books in his hands. Brother, it's dark. Why are you still out reading? An Oriole-like clear voice of a woman rang out. A young girl in a yellow dress of about 17 or 18 years old. There's moonlight, the big sun is too bright, and the moonlight is clear and just right for reading. The man in white let out a light laugh, and the yellow-skirted girl skimmed her lips. The seventh prince has come again, and father has readily accepted it. So it seems father favors the seventh prince. The young girl smiled, but realized that her older brother was indifferent to the matter. Rise up the people and suffer. Die down the people. A hint of grief appeared on his face, as if he was extremely offended by such a thing. Elder brother, you have been suffering here and there all day long, and after taking the martial arts exam for several years, you have not been able to do so. The young girl wanted to talk back, but when she saw the flat color of the white man's eyes, she couldn't say anything. At the same time, the main hall door pushed open. The seventh prince and Zhongzheng walked out. The seventh prince, the yellow-skirted woman owed her body slightly, but as for the white-clothed man, he turned away without paying attention. A hint of sulkiness surfaced on Zhongzheng's face as he said to the seventh prince, the eldest son is foolish and does not understand etiquette. Please bear with the seventh prince. The seventh prince laughed and waved his hand. It's fine. In my opinion brother Shangjua is a generation of heavenly pride. The white-robed man's face was calm, but he didn't answer. The seventh prince is joking. Suzu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Waiting for a while, Zhongzheng sent the seventh prince away. When he came to the bottom of the wigwam, he saw his Dalong and tried to reprimand him. Father, does the court still want to attack the barbarians today? The man in white spoke abruptly. What are you asking for? Suzu frowned, but he saw the man in white standing up, with a proper appearance and a vast aura. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the barbarians. Hundreds of thousands of people died in Sword Capital. The court did not care, suppressed the news, hid it from the people, but now it's withdrawing its troops, not fighting. What do you want the people to think? Suzu froze for a moment, and his face turned cold. The court went to the major clans to edict the cultivators. It's been a long time coming and it's not set in stone yet. What do you say to the fight? Zhao Chuanting became a traitor, which no one expected. The man in white laughed softly, and sadness appeared on his face. There are great powers and aspirants in the court, so how come they can't fight? And it's really gotten to the point where they need an immortal sect in order to make a move? You guys just don't care. Zhongzheng's face turned ugly. Then he chortled. This is a matter of national importance. What's the use of just talking about it? If you're so good at talking about it, why don't you go and kill Zhao Chuanting? Suzu regretted it just as soon as he finished speaking. This eldest son of his had already suffered a lot, and it was not up to him alone to decide if his cultivation was not working. Shangjua, father can't help it. Zhongzheng was talking, but he saw that his eldest son had already walked down the wigwam and headed towards the inner room. Father, elder brother's character is obstinate, so he might really want to kill that Zhao Chuanting. The yellow-skirted girl was a bit stunned and said in a hurry, what's he going to kill with? Suzu shook his head and then said, the back kitchen has made immortal lotus porridge. Bring a bowl to your elder brother. Okay. The yellow-skirted girl gave a crisp cry and flew out from above the wigwam. This chapter is, in fact, quite important. Chapter 123, lift up your eyes and look around at the Qiankuan. The sun, moon and stars are mine to climb. For these few days, you will rest here. In the evening, Lin Tian brought the amazing cultivator to the place where he lived. It was a bamboo hut, and Lin Tian had only slept for one night. Previously, Lin Tian had asked Li Bai to resign, but it was stopped by Li Bai. At the first moment in Bleeding Town, Lin Tian was trying to return to Heavenly Sword City, but a person of unfathomable cultivation suddenly appears and invites you to be his guest. This matter has been put off again and again. I'm not sleeping here. The amazing cultivator glanced at the bamboo bed and then swept a glance at Lin Tian, slightly raising her head, revealing her white and delicate neck. It was as if she was saying to Lin Tian that she would not accept the other party's aggression. Since that's the case, you can just find a place to sleep, Lin Tian said indifferently, not paying any attention to the amazing cultivator. Good. Amazingly fascinating froze for a moment, then walked out of the room. Instead, he he didn't go far. Just constructed a house with flames not far from Lin Tian's house and lived in it himself. Inside the room, I'm vaguely observing karma, and I can't really see it. But at the end of this karma between me and Gu Changqing, it should be that I killed Gu Changqing. Lin Tian murmured, his eyes narrowing. Then why is it that Li Baiyi is the one who told me that I would lose in the future? He wouldn't lie. But he said himself that the karmic future is not accurate. Lin Tian's eyes were tightly closed, the aura of the Tao flowing around him, supreme laws rhyming in his body. It's a much clearer look this time. The end of karma is never felt again. All that remains is a chaos that cannot be surveyed. Suddenly, his brow furrowed and his complexion turned icy. Someone interfered with me, and he wanted me to propose a life and death battle against Gu Changqing. He's overthinking it, and even if I didn't vaguely feel it, I'd still make a move. Lin Tian muttered and suddenly opened his eyes, his expression becoming violent. They all think I'll lose. They all think I'll die at the hands of Gu Changqing. They all think I'll only cultivate for a few months and won't be able to catch up with that so-called first heavenly pride of the sword Tao. Lin Tian stood up, his expression turning from frantic to calm. A dense sword light filled his surroundings, gradually surfacing into an immortal haze. The radiant and blazing aura of the great Tao turned into something majestic and smoky that was visible to the naked eye. Surrounding Lin Tian's body, layer after layer agitated past. A sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. Do you think I'm going to lose? Lin Tian stroked one hand over the circumference of the heavenly sword, his eyes gentle. Buzz! A sword roar resounded as the heavenly sword broke away from Lin Tian's hand and began to sway. In the next instant, an invincible intent overflowed from above the heavenly sword. Straight to the sky, straight to the dome. Lin Tian walked out of the room and looked upwards. The Milky Way is smoky, and the twin stars of the participating merchants are shocking the stars at arm's length. He slowly opened his arms and took in the 9 heavens in a big way. An unprecedented sense of invincibility stirred in Lin Tian's heart. I and my sword will cut down everything. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The distress and urgency in his heart disappeared. Ask Li Baiyi if he ever counted on his sword. And have you ever counted the extremes? The extreme realm is unknowable, but Lin Tian's sword is a heavenly secret. Doesn't exist in this world. What he walks, what he does, not a dead-end road. Give me time, and I will outlast the whole world. Lin Tian murmured, the smile on his face becoming more and more obvious. Within the room forged by flames, the amazing cultivation fairy felt the grandeur in Lin Tian's heart through the time sword tire. Her stunning face was a bit stunned. Spinning around, the flames closed in. A red-robed beauty appeared in front of Lin Tian. I'm going to sleep in the bamboo hut. Afterwards, he walked past Lin Tian's body, inside another bamboo house. Li Baiyi was slightly stunned, then his eyes were flooded with thick horror. What has this boy done? And the future is not visible again. He squeezed the invisible thread in his hand, but smiled. In this world, the person who has the most control over karma, it is he, Li Baiyi. With one hand outstretched, he scrambled across the river of time again and again. Hide the one that belonged to Lin Tian. So much so that I cannot count and you cannot see. He became a karma, and he lost a karma. Even now, unwilling to believe in anything about karma. As for Lin Tian, he walked straight to the top of the mountain. Wants to travel to the Sea of Blood. As he passed by the place where Li Baiyi was. Lin Tian, remember that sword sect Divine King Tower I told you about? It's coming out in a few days. You need to go and try it out. You might be able to climb up to the 2nd level. It'll reward you with good things. Li Baiyi's lazy voice came out, and Lin Tian froze slightly. A nod followed. In the past, he had once heard Li Baiyi say that ascending to the 3rd floor of the God King Tower would reward a heaven and earth fire spirit. As for what the 2nd level is, he's not sure. But for now, anything that strengthens him, Lin Tian just wouldn't miss it. Looking towards the infinite immortal sea, Lin Tian logged into the Extreme Realm group chat and was about to send a message in the group chat of Qingdi Big Brother, True Martial Big Brother and Ziwei Little Brother. Ziwei, 2 big brothers. Something big happened. Lin Tian of the Sword Sect in Gu Changqing set up a life and death battle. That dude is a handsome thief, but not as handsome as the 2 big brothers. Qingdi, I've heard about it. The court is happy to see this scene. The snipers and the muscles. The Green Emperor seemed to have heard the news, but the starting point was the court. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that there was a high suspicion that the other party was a member of the imperial court. So, the message was sent. Jinwu, and what realm is Gu Changqing in? Strong? Qingdi and Ziwei visibly froze. Ziwei, Gu Changqing ah. It seems to be the cultivation of the Soul Palace realm, but it can cut through the sea of incipients. Don't you dare believe it. It seems like he has also comprehended the sword domain. Sword cultivators, physical cultivators, warlocks, Confucianism, array masters, and military families of these martial paths. The The sword path is the most murderous. And Gu Changqing is the #1 heavenly pride that has dominated the sword path for 10 years. The Green Emperor also replied. Qing Di, he is indeed very powerful. He once fought with Lu Zhanqing, the Denglong martial scholar 5 years ago, when he was only 18 years old, and Lu Zhanqing was already 21 years old, and fought to a draw. Lin Tian's eyes condensed slightly, and without asking any more questions, he only replied faintly, Jinwu, Qing Di, I agree with what you said last time. When Lin Tian finished his reply, the Green Emperor immediately replied, Qing Di, alright, Jinwu, in that case, there are 4 of us, you, me, Shiha, and the 5-faceted Thunder King, and we will set off together 7 days later. Ziwei, true martial master is mighty. Qing Di master is mighty. There were no messages after that. Lin Tian entered the Sea of Blood alone, that is, 23 miles from the shore. He opened his knot at the first opportunity. Sitting down inside, he took out 2 jade bottles. This was the divine-grade medicinal liquid that the 6th peak master had given Lin Tian as compensation. Lin Tian opened one of the bottles and a thunderous sound resounded. Chapter 124, Why bother to edict a person who was bound to die? Holy thunder-quenching liquid. Lin Tian murmured, his eyes glowing with a refined light. Surprisingly, it was a lightning-attributed divine-grade elixir that was specialized in quenching the body. He probably knew that the 6th peak master would give this to himself. If such a medicinal liquid was taken by an ordinary person, they would probably have to directly explode their bodies. Although the sword sect has the existence of a sea of blood, it is easy to refine the body. But the vast majority of these sword sect cultivators would not be distracted to cultivate another body refining technique. That's why the physique is extremely weak. Like last time, when Lin Tian first took the Inferno Dragon Divine Marrow, at that time, his strength and physique were already far higher than that of an ordinary sword cultivator. If he didn't have the healing jade talisman, Lin Tian really would have died that time. So this holy thunder body tempering liquid, the vast majority of the disciples of the sword sect couldn't use it at all. The 6th peak master had given this to Lin Tian, which was a double win. This sacred thunder quenching liquid was the same as the Inferno Dragon Divine Marrow that Lin Tian had taken before. It was a divine grade spirit medicine. When he remembered the benefits that the Yanlong Divine Marrow had brought him earlier, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a trace of excitement in his heart. Afterwards, Lin Tian took out a second jade bottle, Jade Dragon Marrow. If the guess was right, this should be an elixir to enhance one's qualifications. To Lin Tian, it wasn't as important as the holy thunder quenching liquid. Without thinking too much, he took the 2 bottles of medicinal liquid together. Boom! With a booming sound, the 2 divine-grade medicinal liquids instantly transformed into vast and infinite energies that were quickly absorbed by Lin Tian. All sorts of magical energies coiled within Lin Tian's body and began to crash around everywhere. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Tian's physique wasn't like it used to be nowadays, or else there would really be a possibility of his body exploding and dying. Boom boom boom. A thick strand of blood chi mixed with spiritual energy formed a vortex, and it actually directly passed through the wind-spirit boundary executed by Lin Tian. It came from all directions, madly surging into Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian was surprised to the extreme in his heart. It's a little too marvelous. At this moment, he hadn't even run the sword heart body refining technique yet, but he himself had already begun to absorb the blood chi. As for the aura, it was even more peculiar. This was because Lin Tian had never acquired a cultivation technique since he had been cultivating. All cultivation comes from killing. Now, his body was the one that started to automatically absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In the meantime, the underworld. Lin Tian felt that within his body, an innate shackle was quietly disappearing. Perhaps, this is the efficacy of the Jade Dragon Divine Marrow, Lin Tian murmured. Strength is soaring. Under the surge of the powerful divine grade medicinal liquid, behind Lin Tian, the 31st Golden Dragon appeared. 32. 33 articles. Finally 33 days of dragon power. Lin Tian's heart rejoiced as he himself frantically operated the sword heart body refining determination. The physique is evolving like crazy. More and more of the medicinal effects of the divine grade medicinal liquid were absorbed by Lin Tian. But the 33 dragons behind him stopped increasing. It was the same as what Lin Tian thought. 33 dragons was a huge bottleneck. In the meantime, the second level of the sword heart body refining technique's broken sword breakthrough, Lin Tian had finally cultivated to the 3rd level. Sword fullness. Silky sword chi surfaced around Lin Tian's body, and then it was hidden above Lin Tian's skin. A single arcane rune appeared and began to build, gradually spreading all around Lin Tian's body. The heavenly sword body refining technique uses a human sword to sharpen and hone. By the time he reached sword fullness, Lin Tian's entire physique was truly moving towards the sword. A true metamorphosis. If he surpassed this bottleneck, Lin Tian's strength would take a qualitative leap. Time passes by. Soon it was 2 days later. This day, above the cloudy sky of the sword sect, a cultivator with a superb aura appeared. They stepped through the void like heavenly soldiers descending. Neatly forming a queue, they respectfully moved out of the way. A young man in a golden robe stepped out from the middle of these cultivators. The gold-robed youth. His breath was majestic and incomparable, his body overflowing with a noble aura. Like an emperor himself, his eyes contained supreme Tao. The 13th prince of the great Qin immortal kingdom, disciple of the first peak master Tai San Yuan. Zhao Yu comes to see you. The youth stood in the void and bowed to the sword sect. As far as his gaze went, the first thing he saw was Li Bai on the 7th peak. Then, looked to the first peak, but it was a frown. What is the 13th prince's so-called business in coming to my sword sect? On the 5th peak, Jane Candlewick's voice came out. Meet senior sister Divine Phoenix Spirit and break into this clan's Divine King Tower. A light elegant smile appeared on Zhao Yu's face. At the same time, all the major peak masters of the sword sect frowned. This Zhao Yu should indeed be considered a sword sect disciple. After all, 300 years ago, Li Bai defeated the immortal emperor in battle. Tai San Yuan, the first peak master of the sword sect, was forced to go to the court as an official. This 13th prince was a well-known Tai San Yuan disciple. Above the sword sect, all the disciples were also surprised to see this scene. This 13th prince has come at a really good time. The sword sect Divine King Tower opened once last year, and has already come once, and then again this year. He's really going to mooch off of it. Isn't it said that the Imperial Palace is a supreme cultivation treasure? Why does he like coming to my sword sect so much? He was the 9th level of the Soul Palace last year. The Divine King Tower can only enter cultivators below the Spirit Sea. Could it be that he didn't cultivate within a year? It's possible. This Zhao Yu is powerful and the second pride of the Gundao, so I guess the leader will be his again this time. Isn't he a disciple of Grandmaster Uncle? How come he doesn't know how to use a sword but a gun? I heard it was that Grandmaster Uncle didn't want to teach him the sword. Not being able to break into the first 3 floors won't help him at all. He just folded at the 5th floor last year. Come in, Jane Candlewick said softly. Thank you, senior uncle. Zhao Yu lightly laughed and descended into the sword sect with the imperial soldiers behind him. It was, however, directly at the foot of the 7th peak. Junior master, I want to get acquainted with Lin Tian. Can I go up the mountain? Zhao Yu had just arrived, but his first objective was to get to know Lin Tian. That got everyone's attention. Lin Tian is busy. He's not available. Li Bai's light voice fell from above the 7th peak. In that case, forget it. Zhao Yu let out a light laugh and didn't see any exasperation as he turned around and left. Just, turn around for a moment. His eyes were more than a little cloudy. How has your master been lately? Li Bai's voice came again. It's fine. Master says he misses the various uncles. Zhao Yu returned to his senses with a big smile. Then, seeing that Li Bai stopped talking, he turned around and left. Your imperial son. The Holy Spirit has called you to imperialize Lin Tian, but now that Li Bai is straddling the middle, it's difficult to proceed. Beside Zhao Yu, a gold-armored general whispered. Zhao Yu lightly laughed and waved his hand carelessly and said, this is only on the surface. If I really edict in Lin Tian, Father would most likely not dare to use him lightly. Father is only giving me a cover to come and break into the God King Tower. The general was slightly surprised, not realizing that this sword sect's Divine King Pagoda was also extremely valued for immortal emperors. And Zhao Yu smiled, his eyes sneering. Besides, why bother to edict a man who must die? Chapter 125, Divine Phoenix Spirit. Zhao Yu said as he and the golden armored general directly ascended the first peak. On the first peak, when these sword cultivators saw Zhao Yu come, there was much displeasure in their eyes, but it's extremely well disguised. Ever since the first peak master left for the imperial capital, the entire first peak's legacy was broken. Only after begging the immortal emperor for 100 years did the first peak master return to the sword sect, preaching sword sect. Since then the first peak has renewed its legacy. After that, every 10 years, the first peak master would return, keeping the first peak's legacy alive. Until 20 years ago, the first peak master brought back a little girl child, also known as the Divine Phoenix Spirit. The Divine Phoenix Spirit's outstanding qualifications finally allowed the first peak to begin its rise. As for this Zhao Yu, it seemed to many people of the sword sect. In fact, it was the disciple that the first peak master had no choice but to take under the compulsion of the immortal emperor. Even if he takes on a disciple, he doesn't pass on his swordsmanship. The attitude speaks volumes. In the eyes of many first peak disciples, Zhao Yu was a stain, not worthy of being a member of the sword sect, not worthy of being a member of the first peak. But what everyone also had to admit was that this 13th prince did have outstanding qualifications. Cultivate the way of the gun, and the name of the gun. Among the immortal emperor's sons, they were considered famous. You come here. Walking on the square of the first peak, Zhao Yu's eyes faintly looked towards a female disciple. 13th Prince. The female disciple was slightly startled, a trace of fear surfacing on her face as she hurriedly saluted. Zhao Yu indifferently glanced at the other party and asked, "Where is my senior sister? The divine phoenix spirit?" The female disciple looked flustered, then shook her head. "I don't know." The female disciple looked flustered and said, her eyes averted, Zhao Yu frowned slightly as a faint pressure overflowed. All at once, he pressed down on the female disciple. In an instant, the female disciple's face turned pale, and it was difficult to resist this kind of pressure. Swish, swish, swish. When the surrounding sword sect disciples saw this scene, each of them had a cold expression. Some disciples had even drawn their swords against each other. Zhao Yu frowned and looked around, withdrawing the pressure that was exerted on the female disciples. The female disciple's face instantly lightened and she took 2 steps back in shock. "What are you guys doing?" Zhao Yu revealed a sad and bitter smile as he looked at the crowd. "I'm your fellow disciple. You're treating me like this. Master will be sad." A trace of tears surfaced in Zhao Yu's eyes, and his pathos was extreme. Then, looking at the female disciple, he continued to ask, "Senior sister, you know where Divine Phoenix senior sister is, right? Please, you must tell me." Zhao Yu approached the female disciple with a sincere expression, but his eyes were flashing with teasing killing intent. In the Sea of Blood. The female disciple panicked. The Sea of Blood, behind the 7th peak mountain? Zhao Yu's expression choked and his pupils shrunk slightly. Afterwards, he walked alone towards the mansion where the first peak itself was located. It seems that the only way to see senior sister Divine Phoenix is the day after tomorrow, when the Divine King Tower comes out. Zhao Yu spoke as he walked, and in the next instant his face changed drastically. Damn the sword sect. Damn them all. He lowered his head and laughed out, a hint of violence surfacing in his entire eyes. Behind him, these golden-armored generals didn't speak, as if they were already used to it. "Yo, isn't this the 13th prince? How come the sword sect should die?" A man's voice rang out, and Li Shangjue appeared from nowhere and was smiling as he flew towards Zhao Yu. All of a sudden, Zhao Yu's face changed drastically, and then a hint of a smile surfaced. "Senior Li, you've mostly misheard." Li Shangjue smiled carelessly and said, "AI, why does senior brother Zhao need to hide his heart? I also think that these people from the sword sect deserve to die." Zhao Yu narrowed his eyes, not knowing what Li Shangjue intended, but he saw Li Shangjue shouting, "Disciples of the sword sect, the 13th prince has said that you all deserve to die, and that's what I mean. Who put laxatives in the rice I took today? Don't let me catch you." Li Shangjue's voice was high-pitched and instantly resounded within the entire sword sect. Almost all the disciples heard it. Some disciples narrowed their eyes, while others burst out laughing. "This Fong Li Shangjue is not bad as a person. Just not as a person. This Xiao Yu seems to hold a grudge against my sword sect in his heart as well, but there's no way around it. I'm afraid that this year's Divine King Tower leader will be taken by him again. It's harder to see him win than it is for me to fall out of the realm. Senior Sister Divine Phoenix could have fought for it, but Senior Sister Divine Phoenix only ascended to the 7th floor last year." As for Zhao Yu, his face was gloomy. "Senior brother Zhao, why does your face look so ugly? Who messed with you? I'll go teach him a lesson." Li Shangjue asked with concern. It's okay. Zhao Yu whirled around and laughed. Within the Sea of Blood, 27 miles along the shore, Lin Tian paced. He had been killing for 2 days, but his cultivation level was still at the 9th level of Cave Void, or, realm advancement requires a state of mind. He murmured, and behind him a brilliant golden dragon roamed, illuminating 100 miles of land. This was the new realm after the power of the 33 dragons, the power of the divine dragon. One divine dragon, 3,300,000 pounds of enormous strength. Count on a new level of power. The next time he broke through again, it might be the power of 10 divine dragons. 33? Is that a rule? Lin Tian murmured. This feeling of being shackled made him very unhappy. The sea of blood around them had reached a sticky point. Even Lin Tian had trouble seeing things 10 meters away. It's always been touch and go. The pressure of this place has also come to the most horrible place. It was almost as if he was struggling to take a step. And even when Lin Tian executed the wind spirit boundary, he could only form a shallow layer on the skin level of his body. The reason why he could move forward was because of the new realm of the sword heart body refining technique. Sword full. The sword fullness granted Lin Tian with a sword pattern that could cover his entire body. Such a sword pattern greatly enhanced the resistance of Lin Tian's body. If we were to talk about the level of terror, it might be able to stand up to that one divine grade martial skill that Zheng Huang had performed earlier. You're Lin Tian. At this moment, a clear woman's voice came. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, but the woman was surprised out loud. You can actually resist the pressure of this place completely with your physical body. As Lin Tian saw it, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. A boundary surrounded him. Instant eyes 10 meters square. A woman dressed in valiant black appeared on the other side of the boundary. The woman's eyes are clear, embroidered eyebrows and nose, cheeks slightly unlike a woman's handsome harsh. It shouldn't be smiling, but it's flat out cold. It was the red hair that attracted the most attention. Like a flaming phoenix, it has its own elegant and noble temperament. As for the figure, it was shapely and slender. If his guess was right, this should be the big and bold divine phoenix spirit that Li Shangjue was talking about. Is this your sword domain? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. You haven't even comprehended the sword domain yet, and you're going to fight Gu Changqing to the death? The divine phoenix spirit's willow brows furrowed, even more surprised. However, this physique of yours is high. The world doesn't look favorably on you, and I also think you at least have a hope of winning, she said quietly, her beautiful eyes looking straight at Lin Tian. One more chapter. I only wrote one chapter the day before yesterday, and it seems to have had a huge impact on catching up on work. Chapter 126, I'm going to cry when I hit you with my sword. Lin Tian turned away, not wanting to talk to the divine phoenix spirit anymore. The sea beasts within this blood sea are afraid that you've killed almost all of them. The divine phoenix spirit spoke steeply. Instead of arousing her displeasure, Lin Tian's coldness aroused a hint of appreciation in her. If you go deeper, there won't be any more sea beasts within 10 miles, and when they reappear, they'll probably be of the 7th rank, and you most likely won't be able to handle them. The divine phoenix spirit said once again, calling out to Lin Tian. 7th order. Lin Tian murmured. He would like to try out the strength of a 7th ranked ferocious beast, but within this sea of blood, 10 miles further, I'm afraid. When the divine phoenix spirit saw Lin Tian stop, her pair swirls were shallow. Why don't you fight me here? I want to see what you really have to challenge Gu Changqing. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, then looked straight at the divine phoenix spirit and sneered. I'll go down with my sword, but I'll make you cry. The divine phoenix spirit was stunned for a moment, and her vermilion lips slightly opened. She didn't expect Lin Tian to say such a sentence. It was a long time before he slowed down and laughed softly. There is no harm in making progress with each other. Fighting in this place is good for the improvement of strength, and I have been worried about not having an opponent. Lin Tian nodded. In that case, his eyes were slightly glazed. The next instant, boom! The entire person transformed into streams of light that traveled through the void and appeared in front of the divine phoenix spirit. You! Before she could react, she saw a fist with terrifying power smashing towards her face. Don't you use a sword? The divine phoenix spirit let out a low roar as the sword Dao pressure fell. Wow! Lin Tian's punch had then landed in a round place. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, but his fist had already fallen. Boom! This punch directly smashed the divine phoenix spirit away. Even the sword domain that enveloped Lin Tian moved away with him. Fortunately, the sea of blood was extremely resistant. After just hitting and flying 100 meters away, the divine phoenix spirit had stopped. A trace of blood spilled above the corners of her mouth, and her expression was in a daze. If it wasn't for the sword domain plus, this punch could have half crippled her. You're good. The divine phoenix spirit stood up, a hint of wariness glowing in his eyes. She was bright-eyed and white-toothed, and there was not a trace of a woman's seductiveness between her looks, yet alone a hint of valor. It was as if he didn't care at all about the places Lin Tian had hit. Although you're powerful, you can't pose a threat to me with that, let alone Gu Changqing. She continued, as if she was really deliberating. I'm surprised you're not crying yet? A sardonic laugh came. The divine phoenix spirit's expression narrowed, and a sword light came from the other side of the sea of blood that was hard to see. It's you who should be crying. She let out a low gulp, a smirk appearing at the corners of her mouth. Boom boom boom. Muddy aura erupted from the divine phoenix spirit as the radiant sword domain steeply enveloped down. In an instant, it killed with this sword of Lin Tian's. It's not enough, Lin Tian. I have a sword domain, which in itself has to be stronger than you. The divine phoenix spirit laughed out loud. Within the sword domain, a terrifying aura swept through, and layers of killing intent crushed towards Lin Tian. Around the divine phoenix spirit, red light surrounded it, and the Dao energy rose. The slender body stood at the bottom of the sea, and the majestic and exquisite divine light continuously suppressed it. Lin Tian let out a low hum as his sword was actually stuck within the sword domain. The magnificent power of suppression stirred in his body layer by layer, as if 10,000 swords were stabbing down. These sword lights catalyzed the mountains and shook the stars. At this moment, it was chopping on Lin Tian. That hurts. Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile as the second-grade silent sword intent stirred out. Layer upon layer of resistance. The sword lights killed each other. Instant dazzle. The divine phoenix spirit stared slightly. Instead, she saw a bloody shadow rushing towards her. Roar! A divine dragon's power erupted. 3,300,000 pounds of huge force was added. Lin Tian's sword chopped down. Sword domain. The divine phoenix spirit droned as the sword domain stirred out, parried the sword, and, also just then, 3 grains of glazed rice that were extremely easy to miss with the naked eye appeared in front of her. No good. She let out a low growl. Only, the next instant, boom boom boom, a terrifying popping sound resounded. Like a volcano erupting, flames and sword intent rose. Explosion. The divine phoenix spirit was enveloped by the explosion and collapsed to the ground in the next instant. She's showing a lot out of the naked bit. You can vaguely see the roundness and whiteness. In the next instant, a new code appeared. Have you cried yet? Lin Tian let out a low laugh. No. The divine phoenix spirit's eyes blossomed with refined battle intent. The first time a man has gotten this close to me. You're very good. Lin Tian. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, and the light of the sword above her plain hand shone brightly. Fight me. Beat, cry me. Divine Phoenix Spirit smiled coquettishly, but the sword intent in her hand was blazing more and more. It's the first time I've heard such a strange request. Lin Tian let out a low laugh, and the battle intent in his eyes rose up. He kind of understood why Li Shangjue had said that the Divine Phoenix Spirit was 5 big ones. One day later, the Divine Phoenix Spirit, who was lying on the ground, stood up with slight difficulty, changing into a gossamer white dress. She looked straight at the man in front of her. I wanted to continue fighting with you, but the God King Tower is about to open and I need time to recover my strength. Opposite her, Lin Tian had also changed into a white outfit. Aha! Lin Tian nodded indifferently. Before fighting the Divine Phoenix Spirit, he had been killing sea beasts. Having mastered cause and effect, he was also aware that he should cut the mark. In exchange for merit, plus practice, a day is quite enough. This day of fighting with the Divine Phoenix Spirit had greatly improved Lin Tian. Unlike the Divine Phoenix Spirit, he had been relying on his physical body to harden against the pressure, especially when it came to fighting. This pressure was even more terrifying. The two fought from the 27th to the 30th mile. At the end of the day, it all seemed extremely tough, and Lin Tian was also refining his body while fighting. At this moment, around a divine dragon behind him, there were 4 more small golden light dragons. Counting up, Lin Tian was already 37 dragon powers at this point. As for the sword intent, it was even more terrifying. It was because the battle against the sword domain had inspired him greatly. Lin Tian had vaguely realized the shadow of the third silent sword intent. Come along. The Divine Phoenix Spirit came to Lin Tian's side and laughed. Her sword domain automatically enveloped Lin Tian, and all of a sudden, Lin Tian's body was light. Good. Lin Tian gave a faint cry. You've made a lot of progress. In the previous battle, you were actually able to suppress me. It's the first time I've seen someone resisting a sword domain with their sword intent. The Divine Phoenix Spirit spoke quietly, her eyes bright and brilliant. There was no hint of jealousy. There was just admiration and wonder. Have you ever seen Gu Changqing make a move? Lin Tian asked. Gu Changqing. The Divine Phoenix Spirit's eyes flickered slightly before she looked seriously at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, it's not enough. You need to become even stronger or else you will really lose. She paused, her expression becoming serious. If you lose, Junior Uncle will step in to save you, and at that time it will involve more, or it will turn into a disaster. I don't want you to lose either. I'm begging for a catch-up, and I hope you don't raise it. The author's stated promise to look at catch-ups as well as data additions remains in place. Number 127 Karma. Lin Tian, could you notice anything strange when you killed the sea beasts? The Divine Phoenix Spirit's eyes gazed at Lin Tian. Marker, you mean? Lin Tian asked. He cut off the markings of those sea beasts, but realized that the markings were a blood spot, the more powerful the sea beast. Well, this sea of blood was originally a boundless immortal sea, but it was stained by the blood of the Void God and became like this. These markings contain the will of the Void God, and are actually more valuable in themselves than merit, but ordinary disciples are unable to absorb and comprehend them before they go and exchange them for merit. Lin Tian was slightly surprised and nodded. Then it won't be replaced and can be researched. This sea of blood is huge, and at the other end is the northern Deming Immortal Kingdom. But because of the terrifying spatial turbulence that has formed in the center of the Sea of Blood, both sides can't come directly through the Sea of Blood. The Divine Phoenix Spirit continued, but said sardonically, I'm going to leave. Tomorrow is the day the Divine King Tower comes out. You must come. After that, it was transformed into a red stream of light. Lin Tian didn't think about it and went straight back to his place. You're back. It was sunset, and the reddish haze was falling from the cloudy sky and injecting itself into the turquoise woods. Clusters of dappled light filtered by the leaves fell on top of the slender, shapely figure. The amazing cultivator turned around to look at Lin Tian, with a hint less of his former nobility, but it is a touch of elegance. Everything in this place was a view she had never seen before. It was as if a different goal had been sought. Come help me look. Lin Tian walked inside the bamboo house alone. Amazing cultivation was slightly stunned, and then he walked into the bamboo house. Lin Tian handed the cut-off sea beast markings to Amazing Cultivation. This is... Amazing Cultivation murmured, and suddenly his pupils shrank. Can you absorb it? Lin Tian asked indifferently. I should be able to, Amazing Cultivation said, breathing a little harder. Here, Lin Tian threw out a spatial ring and handed it to Amazing Goldmine. There's almost 20,000 merit badges worth of sea beast markings in there. The Amazing Cultivator was a bit hesitant, but eventually took it. The Amazing Cultivator was a fire underworld divine Jiao of the sea rescue realm, which counted as a great help. According to the wonderful use of time sword tires, Lin Tian could go and take in other ferocious beasts through the Amazing Gold Cultivator. In this way, he could even establish a ferocious beast kingdom. This is something that needs to be done by the Amazing Cultivator. It's important to boost the strength of the Amazing Goldfish. Sitting cross-legged on top of the bed, the divine light of causality once again appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. It's still difficult to incorporate karma into sword intent today, he murmured, and thousands of threads of karma emerged from his eyes. The sword Dao comprehension gained from these days of killing had in turn deepened Lin Tian's grasp of cause and effect even more. His eyes were slightly condensed, but at this time, it was a lot more karma. This is the expectation. Lin Tian organized that the source of these karma came from the disciples within the sword sect. Because I want to battle Gu Changqing, my karma with the sword sect is deeper because of the arrival of one person, and they want me to go to the God King Tower. Lin Tian murmured as his eyes looked on. It was a golden-robed figure. Treasure crowns, beads and jewels, and elegance. He didn't really look at it, he just saw a path of divine light. The man paced quietly, golden dragons swimming in the sky wherever he passed. A powerful ferocious beast merely felt his aura and turned into pieces. Under the hunting sound of the robes, 10,000 brilliant breaths blossomed. The man was stunned, staring alone into the void. You're Lin Tian? Having been discovered, Lin Tian's eyes slightly condensed. It's me. The gold-robed man let out a light laugh and then said, can you come down the mountain for a moment? I am the 13th prince of the immortal kingdom. Lin Tian was slightly surprised and let out a light laugh. I refuse. He then blocked the thread of karma. At the back of the first peak, Zhao Yu was slightly stunned as a hint of violence flared in his eyes. How dare you reject this emperor? Veins appeared above his neck, instantly shaking with rage. Your imperial son. That Lin Tian would be an enemy to compete with you for the Divine King Tower. Behind Zhao Yu, a gold-armored general whispered. Just him? Zhao Yu laughed coldly as his golden robe shook and his terrifying aura climbed. I was originally at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea. For the sake of the Divine King Tower, Tai Fu suppressed my cultivation at the 9th level of the Soul Palace. Even though my cultivation has been lowered, my strength is there. How am I going to lose? The light of his eyes looked with an air of disdain. Your Majesty, this is the Divine King's order. The golden-armored general handed a token to Zhao Yu. Aha! Zhao Yu took the Divine King order away. The Divine King's pagoda was an extra heavenly treasure, and the aura within it was extremely suppressed. Anyone who broke through the barrier was required to wear this Divine King order. Otherwise, the entry of the extraterrestrial aura would bring an extremely strong suppressive force to the cultivator. If Zhao Yu didn't have the Divine King order, he might not make it to the 7th floor. Is the Divine Phoenix back? Zhao Yu's eyes steeply looked towards the first peak, where an aura was extremely powerful. Senior brother Zhao, you came over again. A clear and cold woman's voice came down from the mountain. A hint of a smile surfaced on Zhao Yu's face. Divine Phoenix, last year you promised to go to Kyoto with me if I won the championship. Is that still true? Above the mountaintop, the Divine Phoenix spirit had a head of red hair flying and bright eyes. It doesn't count anymore, and I won't be betting with you again this year. Her vermilion lips parted lightly, and there was no disgust or joy in her eyes. He just regarded Zhao Yu as a passerby. Zhao Yu's face stiffened. Then he laughed lightly. Divine Phoenix senior sister, it seems like you don't have much of a bottom to yourself this year. Could it be that you're burned out from this year of cultivation? The Divine Phoenix spirit's face was calm as it said lightly. Not burned out. Just don't think I can win. Then, it was off to the mansion alone. After the Divine Phoenix spirit left, Zhao Yu froze for a long time. Is she assuming that I'm the one who's going to win this year? He was a little disappointed and a little pleased. What should we do now, Prince? The gold-armored general behind him questioned. No how. I will prove myself strong to her. Zhao Yu laughed lightly, his eyes blossoming with a hint of refined light. Master once said that my heart is not suitable for sword training. But has he ever seen how far this great sword clan has fallen now? Zhao Yu said. Dazzled Huan charm rotten, his body breath unique. A pitch-black lance appeared in his hand. The lance coiled with dragons, stern and icy, sweeping down. A splendid Pelion blossomed out immediately. The void trembled as it pressed across. I can suppress the entire younger generation of the sword sect by practicing my gun. Master, seeing this scene, is your heart more disappointed or happy? Zhao Yu laughed lightly, his voice clear and domineering. The light of his eyes was even more invincible. Seventh peak. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and the divine light of cause and effect between opening and closing intensified. So much karma has a beginning and an end, he murmured, following the broken karma. The future cannot be seen, but it is possible to trace the source of time. In another part of the room, Amazing Cultivation's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Lin Tian incredulously. Only the light in his eyes changed. What you see is extremely blurry. Heavenly Sword City. Lin House. Young Master, I'm Xiaolian. I haven't seen you in January. And Xiaolian already remembers the young master. The youth in tattered clothing held the creased yellow paper in his hands, his eyes in a trance. The next instant, it was getting late. The youth stood in the pitch-black night and looked towards the Lin family elder who was not far away, as well as the dead head of the young girl. Can you give me a moment? I want to bury Xiaolian, he said, but he saw the clan elder of the Lin family stomping that one head apart. Chapter 128. So, there is me on earth. In the next instant, the light transformed. The youth held a sword in his hand. Since it's my unique sword, it might as well be called the heavenly sword. How about we cut off 100 things in this world together? He murmured, gripping his sword. Killed a lot of people, but it was taken away. They wouldn't even give him a moment to bury Xiaolian. All deserve to die. Brother, are you forgetting our agreement? A miserable cold man's voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. I am not forgetful, but only like a strand of floating weeds in a vast ocean. Unable to break the ice. Unable to truly give up cause and effect. Lin Tian murmured and continued to look along the line of cause and effect. A white shadow arrived in front of the Lin mansion. Ever since the moment that old man appeared, he had been looking extremely inaccurate. Sight is collapsing. Cause and effect are misplaced. Not good, Lin Tian murmured. At this moment, an old voice rang out. Filthy to the core. The immortal kingdom is always full of people who deserve to be killed. And so, the earth came to me. Listening to this one voice, the sense of crisis disappeared. The sight became clear once more. It was Li Bai, who was actually traveling through time to look at him at this time. And so, the earth came to me. Lin Tian spoke in a trance, a thunderclap resounding in his heart. Earthly, karma. His vision shifted again. Along the karma, the climb continues. 10 days passed. The back of the forest mansion. Bleak foothills, old and new intertwined forests, gazebos, luss, and half a lake. A faint shadow of a lonely and desolate mountain and a dangerous pavilion. A woman in a plain dress carrying a basket on her back came to a grave. Xiaolian, I came to see you. The woman sat on the land. On that day, Lin Tian and the courtyard killed the 4 directions and left a woman alone. That's her. The Lin mansion has been destroyed. Young Master Lin Tian's master has come and truly exterminated all the bad guys in the Lin mansion. The woman smiled, her eyes flowing as if remembering the past. Suddenly, a line of tears flowed. Little Lotus, you said how good it would be if you were still alive. Maybe you could continue to follow young Master Lin Tian. It was probably because of you that the young master didn't kill me that day. I missed you so much. The woman cried out, her figure fading. And that's when it happened. A white-clad figure invisible to the naked eye came to the woman's side. He looked quietly at the tombstone in front of him. In his eyes, a hint of karma was coming to an end. Xiaolian, I'm coming, he murmured softly. It's not Lin Tian, it's Lin Tian again. It was the predecessor that existed in Lin Tian's heart. With a smile on his face, he stroked over the headstone and then quietly disappeared. Is the wind picking up? The woman froze with a cry, a little confused. Inside the bamboo house, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. The halo disappeared and the whole thing fell into a calm. A reddish point of light floated between his fingers. Then, it faded away. What did you see? Amazingly fascinating, asked Lin Tian dully. It's just trivia from the past. Lin Tian stood up, his entire aura divine into the mortal again. It seemed a lot more serene, and a little more divine. It was actually hard for even amazing cultivation to see. You see the origin to advance to the Soul Palace realm. And your sword leaps beyond compare. Your sword is upgraded to a divine-grade spiritual artifact. And you gain the 4th innate divine ability, the Boundary Pupil. Boundary Pupil. When you utilize Boundary Pupil, your eyes can break down your opponent's weaknesses. And all movements will constantly become slower in your eyes. And when you are not with your sword will also inherit this divine ability. You have obtained the 4th innate sword skill, the Universal Sword Bone. 10,000 World Sword Bone, requires 3rd grade sword intent. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. Buzz. The sword light was instantly brilliant, and the aura on Lin Tian's body continued to skyrocket. Then, it gradually fell back. You've advanced to Soul Palace? Amazing Cultivation asked in astonishment. Aha. Lin Tian nodded. It was the first time he had ever not gone through with a kill. Rather, they comprehend and advance themselves. Both skills gained this time are amazing. One is the Boundary Pupil, which surveys the illusion. It's simply a combat god technique. The other is the Universal Sword Bone. This was a defense-type martial art. As for the prerequisite, it was the mastery of the 3rd grade sword intent. Lin Tian had previously chased the source with karma. The karma with Li Baiyi had become intertwined with each other. In a trance, Lin Tian sensed a certain future. The end of all this might stay tomorrow, within the God King's Tower. Inside the God King's Tower, there is a turning point. What Li Baiyi may be waiting for is also tomorrow. Senior, what's inside that God King Tower? Lin Tian asked through the air. A voice came from 1,000 meters away. Everything depends on whether or not you can enter the 1st floor of the Divine King Tower. If you do, you'll be in for a big surprise. Li Baiyi laughed lightly and then said, back then, the true marshal of the extreme realm was supposed to enter the 1st level, but he retreated, and I wanted to go in, but I couldn't. Lin Tian's eyes sank slightly. Senior, thank you for your teachings these past few days. Li Baiyi was slightly stunned, but he laughed out as he stood up, his expression serious for the first time. It was me who pushed you into the cause and effect. After all, I was the one who forced you, and I was the one who was selfish in this matter, he said, a slyness emerging from his eyes. Lin Tian, why don't we make a bet? If you can enter the first 3 floors tomorrow, I won't ask you to be my disciple in the future. Lin Tian choked slightly, and then he also laughed out valiantly. I'll take this bet. If I don't enter, I'll promise to be Senior's disciple and willingly bear the karma of it all. Li Baiyi stroked his beard and let out a faint smile. It was followed by a murmur. It seems that you do have anger in your heart, but you certainly won't be able to get on tomorrow. He waved his big hand and a karma was covered by it. It's done. Li Baiyi laughed out loud, took out a chicken leg from his spatial ring, and sniffed it fiercely. Damn, I'm resourceful. He patted himself on the head, his expression all agitated. The Divine King Tower and the Sword Sect were one. To enter the God King Tower, you need the God King Order. It's something the whole clan knows about. Otherwise, the aura of a great power from beyond the heavens would weaken the cultivator's strength a lot. On the contrary, it was only the first 3 floors of the Divine King's Tower that had the greatest treasures. Such treasures were taken from the outside world by the Divine King Tower's own spirit. So, there was the Divine King's Order. It can help a true celestial pride walk into the first 3 levels. Only for a few hundred years. Just 2 people have been up there. 2. And what Li Baiyi had done was to erase this one message about the Divine King's Order. In this way, Lin Tian should not say that he was entering the first 3 floors. Even the first 10 floors were extremely difficult. In a flash, it was the next day. This day, rumble. Within the Sword Sect, the roar resounded steeply, shaking the sky and the earth, and the dawn light shone up from the bottom up. It dyed the entire vault of the sky red, accompanied by a bright and brilliant light. A golden pagoda appeared out of nowhere above the Sword Sect, above Li Baiyi and the main character Ah. What the author is actually trying to write is not about worshipping or not worshipping. It's too one-sided and somewhat superficial. What the author wants to write is that Li Baiyi is the earthly sword god of this world, mastering cause and effect. The protagonist, on the other hand, is a stranger who doesn't want to be tied to this side of the world. Li Baiyi invites the protagonist into the game. In fact, it is to enter the earth. What the protagonist has to do is think. Whether or not you need to have a hold on the world. Whether or not you need to go and fit in here. That's the real thread. It's just that so many readers are extremely attached to the worship thing. The writer couldn't resist and just brought it up. As for those who abandoned the book because of the worship, it's hard, but I hope to forget about each other. Thank you. Chapter 129, The Divine King's Pagoda appears. The God King Tower is open. Great. Every time the Divine King's Tower has to ascend a floor, there will be a super high amount of clan merit. We've all earned it. AI. It's a pity that I can't climb the tower now that I'm at the first level of the Spirit Sea. I'm optimistic about Senior Sister Divine Phoenix Spirit this year. She'll definitely be able to ascend to the first 3 floors. I look favorably on anyone but Li Sangjak. All the disciples looked and saw the golden light divine tower that stood in the cloudy sky. 10,000 beams of haze rushed out from the Sword Sect, and the aura turned into a haze that enveloped everything. Next to the Divine King Tower, a middle-aged man with a broken arm appeared. It was the 4th Peak Master, Jian Candle Huang, who looked at the crowd at the bottom and shouted, "The Divine King's Tower is open. All disciples who have received the Divine King's order should go in. As his voice fell, a figure within the sword sect rushed towards the Divine King pagoda above the agitated sky on the light of a sword. The pride of the major peaks also had a trace of excitement emerge in their complexion. Senior Sister Divine Phoenix, go for it. Ziyu revealed a sweet smile to the Divine Phoenix Spirit and suddenly looked around. So Lin Tian isn't coming? The Divine Phoenix Spirit was also stunned, then looked toward the 7th peak. He was bright-eyed, his red hair flying. It's really like a flaming phoenix. I saw him yesterday. He should be going to break into the tower. Senior Sister Divine Phoenix has met Lin Tian? Ziyu's willow eyebrows rose slightly. Seen it before. It's strong. I'm high on him, the Divine Phoenix Spirit said, but flew towards the Divine King Tower. Senior Sister, wait for me. A clear, manly laugh resounded. It was none other than Zhao Yu, who was holding a pitch-black long spear and had a blood aura that was extremely dense. As expected, once this person arrived, the faces of many of the sword sect disciples present did not look too good. Senior brother Zhao, I don't really want to travel with you. The Divine Phoenix Spirit stood in the void, and the light in its eyes as it looked at Zhao Yu was flat to the extreme. Zhao Yu froze, and then a bitter smile surfaced. Senior Sister, Senior brother only sees you once a year, and for you to treat me like this makes Senior brother me very sad. The Divine Phoenix Spirit's eyes remained unchanged, her plain hand stretched out, but a sword light emerged. Senior brother Zhao, in your eyes, I only see desire, which is what I loathe the most. If you continue to block me, I am willing to fight you to the death here, the Divine Phoenix Spirit said, her body overflowing with brilliant sword intent, her majestic aura overflowing from above her petite body. All of a sudden, the entire sword sect's people were stunned, but the whirlwind was released. After all, it was Divine Phoenix Senior Sister. As always, I won't say anything more than a straight-up sword. As for Zhao Yu, after seeing this scene, he also smiled resentfully, collected his violence and flew towards the Divine King Tower. Very well, you are all very arrogant. Then I will properly make it clear to you today that your pride is worthless. His mind was agitated, churning like a shock wave. I was originally the 13th prince of the Immortal Kingdom, but I was humiliated at every turn when I came to your sword sect. How dare you? His eyes glowed with a silky black aura that intertwined and stirred. His face was low and his aura exploded out. At once, it shocked the sword sect disciples who were traveling with him. Worthy of being a Divine Phoenix Senior Sister. Awesome, awesome. A voice came from not far away. It was the Imperial Swordly Shangjue who was giving a thumbs up to the Divine Phoenix Spirit. The Divine Phoenix Spirit looked towards Li Shangjue and shook its head slightly before a hint of battle intent blossomed in its eyes. Senior brotherly, it's been a long time since we've fought. Why don't I make a move to test your strength after climbing the tower? As soon as the words fell, Li Shangjue's face instantly turned white as he directly rushed inside the God King Tower. Senior Sister Divine Phoenix, a clear man's voice rang out. Above the earth, Chen Fan, the #1 heavenly pride of the 5th peak, bowed respectfully to the Divine Phoenix Spirit. The Divine Phoenix Spirit let out a light laugh and nodded lightly, then stopped talking and rushed straight into the Divine King Tower. In the meantime, 7th peak, there's no rush, eat first. Li Bai added a chicken leg to Lin Tian and said with a smile. Lin Tian nodded, but his eyes were flooded with astonishment. Just now, when the voice of the 4th peak master, Jian Candle Huang, fell into his ears, Lin Tian was unable to hear some of it. Seems like a missed message. It was reasonable that he shouldn't be unable to hear at his realm. Eat more. Back in the day, I entered the God King Tower and rushed straight up to the 3rd floor just because I had a full meal before. Li Bai's voice resounded once again, stirring in Lin Tian's mind. But it was this glimpse of his mind that wore him down. What was I thinking? Lin Tian frowned and murmured, only thinking that it was an illusion. He picked up a glass of wine and downed it. He had been ready to leave just now, but was stopped hard by Li Bai. It said that, last night, Li Shangjue went out to the nearby big human city to buy good wine and food. With such a generous offer, Lin Tian did not refuse. Beside Lin Tian, the amazing cultivator was eating extremely fast. Vermilion lips parted and the dish went into her mouth. She chewed delicately, her light pink cheeks puffing out. No haste, more than a hint of elegance. She had survived within the fire underworld Forbidden Land for 600 years, so she should have rarely eaten this kind of earthly food. Li Bai gazed at Lin Tian, his eyes narrowed in ecstasy. If it was before, Lin Tian's suspicions would have been much higher, but after mastering karma, the boy was much less wary of him. That's why it fooled. In the meantime, the Divine King's Tower had a total of 99 floors. A total of hundreds of disciples entered this time. More disciples were watching from below. From the outside world, points of light flicker on each floor. These dots of light represent individual beings. There are 4 of them who are so fast. Someone exclaimed. as far as the crowd could see. The Divine King's Tower. The first layer was full of light clusters, and a small portion of the light spots had rushed into the second layer. Instead, there were 4 points of light that were the sole leaders of the group, and by now, they had arrived at the 5th floor in unison. As for the 4th level, there was also a point of light. The large 3rd floor was actually empty. This was the difference between a heavenly pride and an ordinary cultivator. Just a moment after entering, there was overtaking with an absolute lead. There's no need to think about it. Those 4 highest points of light are Senior Sister Divine Phoenix, Li Xiangjue, Chen Fan, and Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's existence is a disgrace to our sword sect. If we let him win the championship this year as well, I'll be hard to die straight away. Although I don't want to say anything, last year it was Zhao Yu who took the top spot. I hope Senior Sister Divine Phoenix can stop him this year. I hope it's Senior Brother Chen Fan. I'm optimistic about Lin Tian. This Lin Tian dude will definitely shock all of you. Say, where is Lin Tian? At the same time, a point of light flickered on the 5th floor. Afterward, a silhouette rushed out of the Divine King Tower in a sorry state. Son of a Zhao Yu. I'll remember you for the rest of my life. Li Xiangjue let out a low growl, rarely out of rage. The many disciples looked at Li Xiangjue in amazement, their eyes shocked. Shanjak, what are you doing out here? A cloaked, shy old man appeared beside Li Xiangjue and asked with a frown. Li Xiangjue looked at his master, Rain Transformation God. His eyelids lowered and he said somewhat apologetically, I met Zhao Yu and this man beat me out. After Li Xiangjue's words, all the disciples who heard them were enraged. This Zhao Yu is too much. It shouldn't be. The space within this Divine King Tower is extremely large. He's not in a hurry to ascend the stairs. It should take him a long time to find you. The Rain Transformation God frowned, and with a sudden start, grabbed at Li Xiangjue's left hand. A seal emerged. He marked you. How did you mess with him? Li Xiangjue let out a low curse and looked despondent. Chapter 130, I want to surpass. Where no one has gone before or since. It was probably just a few days ago, and he would have struck at that time, Li Xiangjue said, and all of a sudden the Rain Transformation God's face turned cold. I would have underestimated him. Then, the Rain Transformation God looked at Li Xiangjue and said seriously, you're the worst apprentice I've ever had. Li Xiangjue's face stiffened and he let out a sarcastic laugh. Master, I'm the only one you've taught. The Rain Transformation God's eyes narrowed. How dare you talk back? After that, it was to directly return to the 3rd peak by grabbing Li Xiangjue's ears. At the bottom, many disciples saw this scene, their eyes complex. Luckily, I never looked at him favorably. So did I. Li Sangjak didn't let me down. This Zhao Yu is also excessive. Really excessive. Does it mean that no one in our sword sect can really rule him? The most terrifying thing is that we thought Zhao Yu was breaking in, and he even had the leisure to kick out Li Xiangjue. It seems that we can only rely on Senior Sister Divine Phoenix and Senior Brother Chen Fan. Senior Sister Ziyu is too young to count on. Look, you guys, there's one person who's so fast. Someone let out a cry of alarm and pointed toward the Divine King Tower. However, there was a ball of light that rushed into the 6th layer at an extremely fast speed. Then there is the 7th floor, 8th floor. Of the few points of light left alone, only one was extremely fast, but it was always left behind by the first place. All of a sudden, the faces of the crowd became even more ugly. This point of light was originally very close to the point of light representing Li Xiangjue. It started to spike after Li Sangjak was hit out. It is not necessary to say who it is. All the sword sect disciples were suppressed by it. Among the crowd, Ananyu stood side by side with a girl with a double ponytail. If Lin Tian is here, he can definitely defeat Zhao Yu. And Nanyu's vermilion lips lightly opened, and a hint of redness rose on her small face. You're that optimistic about Lin Tian? The girl with a double ponytail ambiguously looked at Nanyu, and Nanyu was stared at by her companion beside her, and a hint of redness surfaced on her face. He was very strong when he defeated Zheng Huang that day. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and she was a little shy. Hey, you're afraid you'll be mesmerized by him? The double ponytail girl skimmed Nanyu and said somewhat breathlessly. You are the one who doesn't understand the heavenly pride. There are 3 heavenly prides in our sword sect that can defeat Zheng Huang. You didn't see Li Xiangjue who was able to exterminate Zheng Huang. He was directly beaten out by Zhao Yu, and Nanyu was slightly stunned and defended. After all, Li Sangjak's not in his right mind. That's what everyone says. The 2 ponytailed girl sighed softly, feeling that Ananyu was a bit incorrigible. And, also just then, and Nanyu's complexion froze, and he looked towards a figure above the cloudy sky in a daze. It's Lin Tian. Lin Tian has come out. Every time I see this dude, acid always comes to my mind. He is indeed very powerful, but he did set up a life and death battle with Gu Changqing, and I am in awe of him. I guess his strength is about the same as Li Xiangjue, but he's so much better looking than Li Xiangjue. AI. Lin Tian went for fear that he wouldn't be able to stop Zhao Yu. Lin Tian took a solo step into the sky and rushed directly into the Divine King Tower. Instantly, a light flashed around him. In the next instant, the sight changed. He came within a forest. The mountains are rolling, and the forests are reckless. Sourceless light poured down from overhead, illuminating this entire world. Is it a small world? Lin Tian murmured. This piece of the world appeared to have no visible head at all. At the same time, an extremely strange energy suppressed Lin Tian's heart. It wasn't a suppressive force similar to the one within the Sea of Blood. Rather, it's an exclusion. It was as if this world possessed a spirit and determined that Lin Tian was not a native of this world. There is something peculiar about it, Lin Tian murmured, his eyes looking deeper into the forest. There a breath emerged. About a count of hundreds of heads there. All ferocious beasts. Those who break through the barrier will be able to ascend to the second level by killing 50 early stage 5 ferocious beasts. A grand and vicissitudinous voice resounded from afar. 50 heads of early 5th order? Lin Tian murmured and his single finger flashed with sword light. The next instant, an overflowing sword light of Pelion chopped away. Woo! A ferocious beast's miserable scream resounded. Congratulations on the break-in. The voice sounded again and Lin Tian's vision changed. On the second level, the sun was blazing hot, and he appeared within a desert. His perception descended, instantly discovering the aura of a ferocious beast hidden within the desert. At the same time, the wave of repulsive intent was a touch stronger. Let me guess. Still killing. Lin Tian murmured and light flashed in his hands. An ink-colored long sword stabbed straight into the desert. At once, the rolling sword intent poured down. The desert wasteland within a 10-mile radius began to tremble, and a circle of yellow sand was swallowed down by the earth. The entire piece of yellow sand actually began to collapse. Trespassers, kill 60 heads. The break-in was successful. The voice from the God King Tower resounded once again, and in almost the blink of an eye Lin Tian directly ascended to the 3rd floor. And in the meantime, within the sword sect, what speed? It must be Lin Tian. It must be Lin Tian. He's actually faster than Zhao Yu. It's the 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, almost in the blink of an eye. What did he do? Why did he even go so fast? So strong? We all underestimated Lin Tian. Some of them said in hoarse voices, their tones full of incredulity. However, he saw that the point of light representing Lin Tian had actually rushed up to the 10th floor at an extremely fast speed, and above Lin Tian's, there were only 4 people taller than him, and the most recent one. The crowd guessed that it should be Ziyu. At this time, it had already ascended to the 12th floor. Over. Lin Tian has surpassed senior sister Ziyu. He's stronger than senior sister Ziyu, but this speed is indeed somewhat terrifying. On the 7th peak, a silhouette fell. The first thing she did was to look at Li Bai, who was shivering the chicken leg bone, and the corner of her mouth turned away. You've already begun to formally teach Lin Tian? Yi Renhou asked, looking towards the ball of light that had already rushed up to the 15th floor of the Divine King Tower. No, this kid's own qualifications are unique. Li Bai smashed his mouth and said. Yi Renhou's beautiful eyes shrank, somewhat incredulous. So, that kid was able to defeat Zhang Huang entirely on his own? It was a statement that made Izzy Chang feel ridiculous even as she said it herself, but that's just the way it is. Aha, Li Bai nodded, the smile in his eyes becoming more pronounced. I can't believe he's so amazing. Yi Renhou's voice was a bit hoarse. It was hard to accept this reality. Maybe, this time, he can surpass you. Li Bai laughed lightly and said carelessly. Impossible. He didn't bring the Divine King order. Yi Renhou was slightly stunned, and then stiffened directly afterward. He didn't bring the Divine King's order. Was it you who messed up? Seeing a smile appear on Li Bai's face, Yi Renhou's heart set off a monstrous boom. He did not bring the God King order, but he can also be so fast. I was reluctant to have him worship your door, but now it seems to be. Yi Renhou murmured, thinking of something. A trace of longing actually appeared on her face. And, within the God King Tower, Lin Tian had already rushed to the 20th floor. He carried his sword, blood dripping along it. Where exactly does this repulsion come from? He frowned whenever he rushed up a level. The sense of rejection from the God King Tower from the inside out was 1 point stronger. However, for Lin Tian, who had an extremely strong physique, there was no pressure right now. The break-in was successful. A voice came from the God King Tower. By now, the pressure brought to Lin Tian by this place was not very great. Time passes by. Soon it was evening. Hey, it's only rushed up to the 17th floor. It's so hard in my heart. I rushed up to the 23rd floor, which is quite a bit of growth from last year. I rushed up to the 35th floor, and although it's a good result, The thought of not being as good as that Li Shangzhue makes me feel bad all over. Batches of sword cultivators rushed out from the Divine King Tower. By the end of the night, nearly all of the 9th weight disciples were eliminated. Zhao Yu is already at the 89th floor, someone said in a bitter voice. As many disciples looked, there was only a single ball of light on the entire 89th floor of the Divine King Tower. They had been following Zhao Yu since Li Shangzhue was eliminated. Shocking. Zhao Yu's performance was even more amazing than last year. Then the one on the 87th floor is Senior Sister Divine Phoenix, right? On the 83rd floor, is Senior Brother Chen Fan? Someone followed the floors to confirm them one by one. It wasn't until the 79th floor that a ball of light surfaced again. That should be Lin Tian. His speed seems to be getting slower and slower. Someone pointed at the 79th floor and said with a somewhat complicated tone. No, that light mass I've been paying attention to. That's my 5th peak's #1 heavenly pride. Senior Sister Ziyu. That light mass on the 78th floor is Lin Tian. I can't figure out why. Except for the fact that he was extremely fast at the beginning and surpassed Senior Sister Ziyu. After that he was getting slower and slower, and was even overtaken by Senior Sister Ziyu. Hey, Lin Tian is going to challenge Gu Changcheng. At this level, I can't watch. For Lin Tian's accomplishments. Some were surprised, some questioned, some lamented. After all, it didn't matter if Lin Tian was at his first appearance in the Sword Sect or when he defeated Zhang Huang. All of them were stunning the entire Sword Sect. Many disciples even feared him and loved him for it. After all, the kind of invincibility that Lin Tian had dared to challenge Gu Changqing was unforgettable to everyone. Only, nowadays, the Dangshan Wang Tower is somewhat obliterated. It shouldn't be. Lin Tian's strength is definitely stronger than Ziyu. Beside in Nanyu, the double ponytail girl also let out a cry of surprise at this time. She didn't think highly of Lin Tian though, but in her expectations, Lin Tian's results wouldn't be this bad. He should have been something else. And Nanyu's small mouth opened slightly, and a determined light flooded her eyes. In her heart, she always believed in Lin Tian. He's ascended another floor. And Nanyu suddenly said excitedly, pointing at the 79th floor of the Divine King Tower and looking out. Sure enough, the crowd looked away. Lin Tian was once again on par with Ziyu. And, also just then, a sweaty Ziyu flew out from within the Divine King Tower. This year is the first time I've climbed the Divine King's Tower, and the 79th floor is in line with expectations. Ziyu wiped the sweat from her forehead to look toward the Divine King Tower behind her. I'll surpass you sooner or later. After all, I surpassed you once today as well, she murmured, a small smile on her lips. She had met Lin Tian at the 12th floor and was quickly surpassed by him, but after that, Ziyu inspired all her potential and surpassed Lin Tian once. Though the moment he exited the tower, he saw Lin Tian again, but having surpassed it, it had made Ziyu very satisfied. Witnessing Lin Tian's rise along the way had caused her Tao to be somewhat damaged. Today, it's much better. Ziyu, you came out. The beautiful woman Irenho arrived beside Ziyu and looked at her disciple with relief. Aha! Ziyu nodded obediently and then said, I saw Lin Tian at the Divine King Tower. He's nothing more than that. Irenho's smile tightened as she looked towards her favorite disciple. There was much pity in those beautiful eyes. And, inside the God King Tower, 79th floor, Lin Tian's aura shook as his eyes bloomed with endless battle intent. The power of draining the warehouse in this place is getting stronger instead, he murmured, but was not half as struck. He kills in the sea of blood. Self has long been accustomed to hovering in limits. This 79th floor had not yet reached Lin Tian's limit. This God King Tower, it didn't disappoint me too much. Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile. If it was too easy, it would make him feel uninspired. He came in for something other than the first 3 floors. Rather, it's truly, like no one before or since. Otherwise, it's all sorry for your sword. It's only 4 chapters, but the word count is still over 10,000 today. But each chapter has a little more word count than is unusual. Ask for a catch-up and for all the stats thanks. And then there's the fact that tomorrow's episode is definitely going to be something no one expects. Cool and unexpected. Chapter 131, so he's so heavenly. Time is passing like running water. Night. The stars were set above the deep sky, pouring out a million points of silver gray. The white moon is not as bright as the first sun. Shallow silver light shrouded down like a silken veil, a touch more tenderness. Above the boundless immortal sea, the light of the sword sect shone for 100 miles around, like a splendid great sun. The source of light came from the Divine King's Tower. Today, the sword sect was exceptionally lively, and all the cultivators forgot about their own cultivation and looked above the Divine King Tower. That Zhao Yu has already rushed to the 94th floor, tying his record from last year. Someone said with a frown, his mind complicated. Stigma. Absolute shame enveloped the hearts of all the sword sect disciples. Zhao Yu was originally the disciple that first peak master Tai Sanyuan was forced to take in by the immortal emperor. This was the resentment and anger that crossed the hearts of all the sword sect's children. On the contrary, this person who could only use a gun was already going to win the sword sect Divine King Tower twice in a row. How does that not piss people off? Don't panic. Senior Sister Divine Phoenix has rushed to the 93rd floor. Trust Senior Sister Divine Phoenix. Someone gave a comforting cry, and his heart was tense. If Zhao Yu really did win the championship again, it would make the other sects laugh their asses off. Senior brother Chen Fan is not bad either. He's already 91 layers. Someone noticed Chen Fan with a hint of excitement on his face. Compared to last year, Chen Fan's progress was not insignificant. That Lin Tian isn't bad either. Although his speed is slow, it's also very stable. He's already rushed up to the 87th floor now. Someone noticed the point of light representing Lin Tian and laughed as well. Yes, I did underestimate him before. After all, it was much stronger to defeat Zhang Huang. Yeah, no more than that Li Shangjue. Even though he's a bit slower, Lin Tian is definitely among the heavenly prides. Someone noticed Lin Tian and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Although Lin Tian had slowed down a lot before, and yet, he had been holding out within the Divine King's tower. It was not tight and did not disappoint those who adored him. On the 5th peak, Ziyu skimmed her lips when she saw Lin Tian rush up to the 87th floor. Senior Sister Ziyu, am I right? Brother Lin Tian is very powerful. Beside her, Qing Orange appeared at an unknown time and said in a well-behaved manner. Ziyu pursed her lips, then said faintly, but it's only the 87th floor. Senior brother Chen Fan is already at the 91st floor. Qing Orange's small head raised, his big eyes staring at Ziyu for a while before he said, Senior Sister Ziyu, are you jealous of brother Lin Tian? Ziyu's breath hitched, then she turned her head away and ignored it. On the side, Yi Renho saw the scene, and with a sigh in her heart, she said to Ziyu, Ziyu, in the future, remember that if you meet Lin Tian, communicating more with him will be good for your future path of sword Dao. Ziyu furrowed her nice distant mountain brows and looked at her master in disbelief. But, he's not as good as senior brother Chen Fan. Yi Renho shook her head slightly. This was Li Baiyi's matter after all. She would be able to hide it for a while. What was the concept of breaking onto the 87th floor of the Divine King Tower without a Divine King order? In Yi Renho's mind, Lin Tian's strength was probably even stronger than the Divine Phoenix spirit. This was to consider how many years Lin Tian had actually cultivated. He was treated poorly in the Heavenly Sword City's Lin Mansion, exploited for cultivation resources, and once he left the Lin Mansion and entered Blood Town, his life was considered extremely sad. Yi Renho continued, and Ziyu's face froze. That, in turn, was overlooked by her. Then how long has Lin Tian been truly cultivating? Yi Renho continued, her voice faint, but with some urgency. Ziyu's breath caught in her throat. It was really as Qing Orange had said. She was usually just jealous. It hadn't occurred to him how stunningly unique Lin Tian's true natural talent had to be. The heart is a million times more reluctant. Still, she had to admit that Lin Tian was indeed worthy of being Junior Master's disciple. In the meantime, outside the God King Tower, a figure emerged. Ordinary-looking young men dressed in gray appeared. It was Chen Fan. It's still a hair off. Chen Fan whispered. His eyes were calm. No joy or anger could be seen. Senior brother Chen Fan. Someone shouted from the bottom. Did you ever see Zhao Yu within the Divine King Tower? Chen Fan nodded, a trace of bitterness appearing on his face. Seen him once. He's extremely strong. Sure enough, under Chen Fan's words, the faces of the sword sect's children all turned ugly. Now, we can only rely on Senior Sister Divine Phoenix. I really hate myself for not having enough cultivation. Some of them scolded themselves with a low curse. And, also just then, someone suddenly shouted, Zhao Yu has ascended to the 95th floor. The crowd was startled and looked toward the Divine King Tower. Sure enough, a point of light appeared on the 95th floor. The 95th floor, that is, it has entered the first 5 floors. It was considered to be the best achievement of the sword sect in the past few decades. Just as well then, a couple hundred years ago, Li Baiyi ascended to the 98th floor, just 3 floors short. As for the Divine Phoenix spirit, at this time, it was still stagnant at the 92nd floor of the earth. Many disciples were a bit disheartened. And, inside the God King Tower, 87th floor, this place was a boundless void. Sourceless light came from all directions, coloring the entire heaven and earth blood red. Above the void, a layer of sweat seeped out from Lin Tian's forehead. The repulsion is getting stronger. He let out a low murmur, his chi and blood soaring. Behind them, a golden light divine dragon and 4 small dragons kept wandering. The light flames within 100 meters around him turned blurry with Lin Tian at the center. Since going up to the 80th floor, The force of suppression from the God King Pagoda grew stronger and stronger. It could already be compared to the 30th mile of the Sea of Blood. Here, if Lin Tian didn't exert the power of the 37 dragons all over his body, the body basically felt like it was stuck in space, unable to fight at all. Solely, Lin Tian was fighting while running the sword heart body, refining determination, cultivating with this earthly suppression as the root. It did give Lin Tian a hope that he could continue to ascend. Newbie. A hissing sound similar to that of a ferocious avian beast resounded. Lin Tian's line of sight, however, was devoid of anything. Instead, a woman with a fair body and no clothes had her hands on Lin Tian's shoulders. With that, the woman's eyes became violent. Her hand transformed into a blood-colored bone splinter and stabbed towards Lin Tian's shoulder. Click! The bone spikes stabbed down, but they did not pierce Lin Tian's skin at all. Compared to this repulsive force, you gatekeepers are extremely weak. Lin Tian let out a sardonic laugh and grabbed one hand on top of the woman's head. In the next instant, the heavenly sword stabbed in. Wow! It exploded into a puddle of black liquid. And the next instant, behind Lin Tian, a huge body steeply appeared. As the woman before, her body size was 10,000 times bigger. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with a hint of love and compassion in her eyes. Reaching out his hands, he hugged Lin Tian into his arms. At the same time, the skin that appeared on her body, on her arms, began to tear. A bone spur as thick as a large tree was exposed from it, stabbing towards Lin Tian. It's kind of fun. Ice flames surfaced all over Lin Tian's body, instantly freezing down. The sword light in his hand flashed, and a sword light chopped away. 10 roads, 100 roads, 1,000 roads, 10,000 roads. Pieces of flesh and blood were chopped off and turned into ice. You kill thousands of living beings and your sword is extremely excited. Your sword increases in sharpness by 10%. And you gain 1 year of sword cultivation. A familiar voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian let out a cry of surprise. He didn't realize that this massive thing he had killed was even a living being. Like the human race, the internal structure is indeed completely different from the human race. The fighting style is also bizarre. On the previous floor, Lin Tian had even seen even more treacherous ones. Chapter 132, Even if you subdue me with the world, I will not move. The break-in was successful. The voice of the God King Tower resounded. Lin Tian was however ascending another level. Buzz! Immediately, an even more powerful force of suppression crushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian was nearly unsteady on his feet, and it took a while for him to stabilize his form. He gritted his teeth and his eyes glazed over. I don't believe it. Others can ascend to the first floor, but I'm having such a hard time at the 89th floor. He let out a low roar, and a strong sense of weariness flooded his heart. All that doesn't defeat me only makes me stronger. Lin Tian murmured, his heart flooded with heavy resentment. Just the 88th floor alone. The suppressive force here was already enough for Lin Tian to drink a pot of water. What about further up? How could the previous generation of Extreme Realm true martial artists ascend to the second level? And how did Li Bai ascend to the second floor? Could it be that they were really better than him when they were young? I, Lin Tian, am not weaker than anyone else. Lin Tian roared furiously, his face becoming hideous. Inside his body, the sword heart body refining technique ran wildly. 37 dragon powers erupted. A golden sword pattern emerged from the skin around his body. Wind spirit, cold ice, thunder, and flame, various attribute energies filled his surroundings, coalescing, churning, and energizing. This place is a barren land. Scorched black. There was still smoke rising above the earth. Trespassers, hold on for half an hour to succeed. The voice of the God King Tower resounded. And, the next instant, a terrifying aura came from all directions. Above the scorched black earth, a miserable white and extremely sharp green-colored hand scurried out. The aura of each one was extremely powerful. Lin Tian frowned as he looked. Just see, above the earth, a dense patch of nearly hundreds of figures as large as humanoids, covered in iron and without clothing, crawled out of the ground. Each of them had a face with nothing but a big mouth overflowing with sharp teeth. Long tongues came out of their mouths. The aura on each being was already comparable to the upper grade of the Soul Palace. This kind of ferocious beast is not like this world's output. It's kind of funny. Lin Tian had always wanted to kill with a 6th rank upper grade ferocious beast to see what happened. Now, there is a chance. Only 100. Gluttony. A sharp hissing sound. A ferocious beast suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tian, its large mouth biting on top of Lin Tian's arm. Boom! The powerful force shook down. A row of teeth marks appeared above Lin Tian's arm. Gluttony. Suddenly, several more ferocious beasts bit into Lin Tian's body. One by one, it was like a small mountain suppression rushing towards Lin Tian. Still not exciting enough. Lin Tian let out a low roar, and within his pupils, light flames changed. It was like countless rays of light condensed within his eyes. Boundary pupil. Open. For a moment, time seemed to slow down. The movements on these ferocious beasts formed virtual shadows in Lin Tian's eyes. A track of action emerges. Like a law in motion. All parts of their bodies. All of them were seen through by Lin Tian. Kill. Lin Tian let out a low roar as the second-grade silent sword intent was added on top of the heavenly sword. A sword chopped down. The tip of the sword was like a pale dragon traveling around. A sword flower chopping down. Flame and ice come together. Intermixed with the sword intent. It formed a world where azure blue and fiery red stood in opposition to each other. Along with Lin Tian's sword, it fell again and again. Under each sword, the ground was filled with fresh corpses. Ha ha ha, it's only cool to kill like this. Lin Tian laughed out loud. Just like a life harvesting machine. However, he wasn't recklessly standing still and killing these bizarre ferocious beasts. Every time he makes a sword strike, he shifts a place. Beneath his feet, the wind blast 10,000 shadows had been honed to an extreme level of proficiency through the sea of blood. If not for the suppression of this place, Lin Tian could even instantly travel 10 miles at a time. This level was supposed to be a survival floor. The intruder needed to keep escaping under the siege of these ferocious beasts. But when it came to Lin Tian, it was a completely different story. It was as if these ferocious beasts were Lin Tian's lambs to the slaughter. This was all due to the cultivation within the sea of blood. Lin Tian was in the midst of his limits, constantly surpassing them. A level of combat that is not what it used to be. Plus, the addition of the boundary pupil. The operation of all things. Actions began to reveal their trajectories within Lin Tian's eyes. Wow! A sword fell. Mighty cold ice power overflowed from the tip of the sword, transforming into a splendid river of ice. Lin Tian stood above the glacier, truly like a killing god. Around him, flames overflowed. Circle by circle, ring by ring, it exploded. It was wrapped in a terrifying silent sword intent. The constant tussle went on. You killed 73 Zun rank upper grade ferocious beasts. And your sword felt the unyielding intent from deep within you. Your sword gains 10% toughness, and you gain 1 year of sword Dao comprehension. The familiar voice once again resounded in Lin Tian's mind. This time, Lin Tian was the one who paused in place. The eyes closed tightly, as if all breath was dying in his body. No longer exists. Sword intent. Sword intent. Sword intent. He chanted lowly, his dark hair flying up at the back of his head. Lin Tian stood holding his sword. Instead, a faint smile spread across his face. Layers and layers of veil-like light overflowed from Lin Tian's circumference. At this moment, he was calm but deep to the extreme. Gluttony. The ferocious beasts that were originally about to surround and kill Lin Tian all paused. As if sensing something, they began to panic. A sixth-order upper-grade fierce beast actually began to burst back. They were cringing, sensing the aura of danger in the man from the depths of their hearts. What do I kill when they're all gone? The man murmured softly. Heaven and earth sword robbery. In the next instant, in his hand, the heavenly sword buzzed gently, trembling and agitated. Buzz off. It was as if everything was trembling lightly within a radius of 100 miles. Countless particles began to vibrate and float. Next moment, boom! Terrifying sword intent erupted. 1 road, 10 roads, 100 roads. Countless sword shadows appeared. Endless, obscuring the great sun. With a hint of terrifying silence, it locked this aspect of heaven and earth. The infinite silent intent crushed down. It made these ferocious beasts that were still fleeing even more terrified. Buzz off! Endless sounds of sword sounds fell in a mooing manner. Wow! Accompanied by the monstrous killing intent, the bodies of the ferocious beasts were chopped up, crumbled, and turned into a sea of blood. You've killed 170 quasi-6th rank upper grade ferocious beasts, and your cultivation has reached the 2nd rank of the Soul Palace. Phew! Soul Palace 2nd grade now. Lin Tian exhaled a cloudy breath. It was difficult for the Heaven and Earth Sword Tribulation alone to possess this kind of killing power. The most crucial thing was that Lin Tian's sword intent had risen in grade. Silent sword intent. 3rd grade. In this way, it is possible to execute the 10,000 world sword bone. Lin Tian's eyes shot out a brilliant light. Layers of silent sword intent condensed within his body. Lin Tian looked inward, and within his body, his blood and bones were suddenly becoming stronger. A golden light surfaced within his limbs and bones. Boom boom! Vast auras coalesced within him, and golden light began to coalesce. Afterwards, the golden light was violently projected and instantly rushed into Lin Tian's brow. It turned into a mysterious rune and fell onto the flesh and bones. The power of his body boiled in this moment, transcending and ascending. Just for a moment, the pressure from the entire God King Tower was suddenly smaller. Suddenly, it could no longer bring pressure to Lin Tian. This is the universal sword bone. Even if you subdue me with the ages, I will not be moved. Chapter 133, I'm happy that he has good qualifications, but I didn't think he had such good qualifications. In the meantime, the 95th floor of the God King Tower, the divine phoenix spirit could no longer support herself, and a trace of guilt surfaced above her peerless features. Just ascended to the first 5 floors? Although it's stronger than last year, it's still much worse in the end. The sword sect disciples are afraid that they'll be disappointed in me. Her eyes flashed with resignation, but to no avail. Failed to break in. The voice of the divine king's tower rang from her ears. In the next instant, the voice of the divine phoenix spirit appeared outside the divine king tower. Senior sister divine phoenix has appeared. Senior sister divine phoenix broke through to the 95th floor this year. Already much stronger than last year. AI. It's not as good as Jiaoyu after all. What do you mean? You failed to ascend to the 30th floor yourself. Yet you are blaming Senior Sister Divine Phoenix for not being strong enough at this point. Senior Sister Divine Phoenix and Senior Brother Chen Fan are both good. If you want to count, go count Li Shangjue. The many sword sect disciples looked at the Divine Phoenix Spirit's figure with complicated eyes. They are naturally difficult. Ever since last year's win by Jiaoyu, it made all the sword sect disciples hold their breath in their hearts. They practiced hard for a whole year. As a result, this year, it was still to watch Jiaoyu win the championship. The Divine Phoenix Spirit quietly listened to the murmurs of the disciples below and looked toward the Divine King Tower behind him. At this time, the large Divine King Tower was on top. Already the last 2 clusters of light were left. One was on the 90th floor, while the other was on the 96th floor. Upon seeing the massive light on the 96th floor, the Divine Phoenix Spirit's eyes froze. Immediately, waves of guilt flooded his heart. Senior Sister Divine Phoenix. The moment Ziyu saw the Divine Phoenix Spirit appear, she flew towards her. Ziyu. Is it Senior Brother Li or Lin Tian on that 90th floor? The Divine Phoenix Spirit asked. It's Lin Tian. Ziyu's expression changed slightly, not expecting the Divine Phoenix Spirit to think so highly of Lin Tian. In her opinion, Lin Tian's ability to ascend to the 90th floor had already somewhat exceeded her expectations. Why? Was her master or the Divine Phoenix Spirit so optimistic about Lin Tian? Ziyu's heart was in a million different places. Is it Lin Tian? The Divine Phoenix Spirit murmured. A hint of a smile appearing on his face as he continued to ask, is he late in ascending the tower? It's not very late. Some of the senior sisters said that he ascended the tower half a moment after we did. Ziyu returned, with a hint of a smile. Half a moment? The Divine Phoenix Spirit's willow brows frowned slightly. Somewhat unexpectedly. Isn't that normal? He even passed me once originally and I ended up passing him again. He wasn't very fast and it looked pretty tough. Ziyu beamed. Unconcerned. It shouldn't. The Divine Phoenix Spirit shook its head and murmured. That shouldn't be his strength. Ziyu's beautiful eyes widened, feeling more and more that the Divine Phoenix Spirit's evaluation of Lin Tian was a little too high. And that's when it happened. Up there again. Lin Tian 92 levels up. It's not right. How come it's suddenly faster? Suddenly 92 layers? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Could it be that he was hiding before? So powerful. Worthy of being the one I favor. All the disciples were excited. Because they saw that Lin Tian's speed had suddenly increased. It seemed like after Lin Tian stepped onto the 90th floor, Lin Tian's speed suddenly skyrocketed. It's nearly a crushing situation to start ascending the tower. So fast. The Divine Phoenix Spirit's beautiful eyes looked straight at the ball of light that belonged to Lin Tian, and she was also slightly surprised. What the challenge of the 91st floor was, she knew very well. At that time, there was no way for her to ascend the tower so quickly like Lin Tian did. Impossible. Why is he so fast? He was clearly slow before. Ziyu was stunned by now, her eyes wide open, not daring to miss a single detail. Suddenly it seemed like he kind of understood what Master said earlier. He even deliberately hid his clumsiness before. Ziyu said with an angry grunt, but the shock in her eyes was completely deceiving. 93 floors up. Someone suddenly shrieked and opened their mouth wide. As for some of the female sword cultivators, they laughed out loud, their eyes glowing with anticipation. I knew it. He's strong. Among the many disciples, and Nanyu let out a coquettish laugh, her face filled with smiles. Indeed, it's strong. Beside her, the female disciple with a double ponytail swallowed hard. Even though she was already very high on Lin Tian, she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Tonight, only 3 people in total have ascended to the 93rd floor. That Jiaoyu doesn't count. If Lin Tian if he ascends to the 96th floor, he'll be my sword sect's #1 heavenly pride. Looking at Lin Tian's speed, it's very possible. But it seems like he's not from our sword sect yet. What's Junior Master doing? Hurry up and take on a disciple. I'm sure he can defeat Gu Chongqing. It's unlikely. No, it's simply impossible to defeat Gu Chongqing alright, but it's possible to play tricks My generation of sword cultivators have to be straight with a curve in it. On the 7th peak, the chicken leg bone in Li Baiyi's mouth fell straight to the ground. His entire mouth was wide open as he watched the scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. A hint of anxiety spread across Li Baiyi's face. Did I screw up? No. The gray-haired old man, at this point, could not drink the wine, and the chicken legs found it difficult to swallow. One scratched his hair with an oily hand, making it look disheveled. Ah, Baiyi, this Lin Tian you must take as your disciple. An obese figure came to the 7th peak. It was none other than the frankly breasted 3rd peak master. Rain transformation god. Shangju can't be counted on. Although you have many karmic consequences on you, I've thought about it for a while. This Lin Tian is uniquely qualified. He should be able to take it on. As for the matter of Gu Changqing, when the time comes, I'll lock Lin Tian up in the small world, and it'll be fine, so I'll be scolded. The rain transformation god came to Li Baiyi's side with a smile on his face and suddenly frowned. What are you doing? What's wrong? You're not happy that Lin Tian's qualifications are strong? Li Baiyi froze and smiled bitterly to himself. I'm glad. I just didn't realize he was overqualified. Asterisk 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 dot. Li Baiyi let out a low curse. This method was used on him by his master. Li Baiyi climbed the Divine King Tower for the first time because he didn't have the Divine King order with him. It was only to ascend to the 89th floor. However, it seemed that this method didn't work a bit here in Lin Tian. He was chagrined in his heart. He shouldn't have spoken so absolutely with Lin Tian at that time. Afterward, Li Baiyi slowed down under the strange gaze of the rain transformation god. I bet with Lin Tian on the first 3 layers, he's only at the 93rd layer. What am I panicking about? He whispered in his heart. After all, he was a sword god who had seen the storm. All at once, it all came together. Without the Divine King's order, how could he, Lin Tian, ascend to the 97th floor? It's fine. It's fine. I'll take this disciple. Li Baiyi laughed sardonically and patted the rain transformation god's shoulder carelessly. Good things come in small packages. The rain transformation god also laughed out loud. And, also just then, Li Baiyi's face froze once again. He suddenly saw that the ball of light representing Lin Tian had appeared on the 95th floor at some point. Chapter 134. 1 Lin Tian is worth 100 Li Shangjue. At this point, the 96th floor of the God King Tower, Zhao Yu stood with his gun, his breath constantly stirring out. And yet it's hard to go any further. I've been holding out at the 96th floor of the earth for a long time, and no one has ever come back up to this day. So it seems that this year's sword sect is still being suppressed by me alone. A hint of joy flashed across his face before it collected and turned bland. It's really like what father said. The whole sword sect has fallen. His tone was extremely disdainful, with a hint of disdain. Failed to break in. The voice of the Divine King Tower resounded, and Zhao Yu's figure appeared within the Divine King Tower. It's a bit of a pity. It's rumored that there are only supreme treasures on the first 3 floors of the Divine King's Tower, and even though I entered the first 3 floors, I didn't defeat the guards, but my merits can be exchanged for some spiritual objects. A trace of regret appeared on his face. Then he looked toward the sword sect disciples below. Soon, he found the divine phoenix spirit amongst a group of sword sect disciples. So it was eliminated out long ago. My good senior sister, after giving you a year to catch up, you still can't catch up with me. His eyes were pale, but a hint of disdain surfaced in his heart. He was above the heads of everyone in the sword sect, holding a gun. His body was ablaze with supreme Tao energy, and his blood chi flowed. Facing the unkind gazes of the people of the sword sect, Zhao Yu said indifferently, Master had said that I was not good at practicing swords, so I chose to practice guns. Nowadays, it does seem that practicing with a gun is a bit better. After Zhao Yu finished speaking, the sword sect disciples all narrowed their eyes. Damn, he's so rampant. I can't watch. Don't mind him. After all, he's the son of an immortal emperor. It's not good to mess with him. Keep your voice down. Lin Tian has ascended to the 97th floor. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Within the sword sect, there were instant cheers. 97. Lin Genius is the #1 heavenly pride of my sword sect. It's so awesome. Lin Tian deserves to be the one that junior uncle looks up to. Zhao Yu. Let's see. What were you pretending before? Zhao Yu seems to be already 278 this year. Lin Tian seems to be just out of his 20s. This comparison comes out. Hearing the crowd's cheers, Zhao Yu's face choked. In the next instant, he slowly turned around and looked toward the large God King Tower behind him. Instantly, the pupils shrank. Sure enough, a ball of light appeared above the 97th floor. No way. No way. Zhao Yu's eyes widened and he only felt a tidal wave in his heart. That Lin Tian was actually able to equal him. He was a supreme genius and had borrowed the country's chi to cultivate. How could more than 20 years be no match for a single Lin Tian? Is it? He's cheating? Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed as he first suppressed this conjecture of his. This was followed by a sneer. The level of the 97th floor is extremely difficult. It was easy for me to climb the 96th floor, but it was difficult to climb the 97th. His voice was calm, but it landed in the ears of every sword sect disciple. These sword sect disciples snorted coldly. Some scoffed, while others became worried. Zhao Yu was right. The first 3 floors of the God King Tower were extremely difficult. Just look at the rewards. The first 3 floors contained the supreme treasure of the Divine King's Tower. As for all the floors below, they are credited with clan merit. The disciple exchanges his merits to the clan for spiritual treasures. Back then, the sword god Li Bai had only ascended to the 98th floor, but he was unable to fight again after defeating the 2nd floor's guardian. On the 7th peak, it's over, Li Bai murmured, his face pale. How's it over? Beside him, the rain transformation god asked with a frown. It's okay. Li Bai waved his hand. He could have cheated. What he and Lin Tian were betting on was whether or not they could ascend to the first 3 floors. But it can be changed. It becomes whether or not it is possible to defeat the first 3 levels of the Keeper. Whitey, the recipient of the 97th floor should be your master's incarnation. The rain transformation god looked at Li Bai. Well, my master was the first person to defeat the recipient of the 97th floor, so the Divine King Tower recorded my master's strength at that time, Li Bai said with a smile. In the meantime, inside the Divine King's Tower, 97th floor, the evening wind is blowing and the sunset is bleak. The blue sky is now covered with a faint reddish haze. Above the boundless grasslands, the 2 men face off. Lad, you're strong. An old man in black looked at Lin Tian with glowing eyes. Dao sword marks appeared on his body, and his aura had slumped to the extreme. Opposite him, Lin Tian was also showing wounds all over his body. At the 97th floor, the repulsive force of the God King Tower had formed a law shackle. It would turn into a chain of laws to imprison Lin Tian. In the battle with this black-clothed old man, Lin Tian was fighting with him while carrying the chains of laws. What's your name? The old man's eyes were glowing with light as he looked towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Lin Tian. It's a good thing that he's related to my 7th peak. Is he a disciple of my 7th peak? The old man said smilingly, his figure fading away. Lin Tian shook his head slightly, and the old man was slightly stunned, but he laughed. No harm done. Why don't you join my 7th peak? Seeing that Lin Tian did not speak, the old man sighed in his heart and suddenly asked as his figure disappeared to the last moment. That sword of yours? What's its name? One sword skyward, Lin Tian said indifferently. A sword Tianya? I seem to have indeed seen Tianya at that time, but unfortunately, it was not my disciple. Of the 7th peak. Afterwards, his figure turned into pieces. Successful in breaking through, rewarding the 87th in the list of heaven and earth spirit objects. The White Lotus Immortal Flame. The voice of the God King Tower suddenly resounded. Lin Tian's gaze showed that a white lotus-like flame appeared in front of him. White Lotus Immortal Flame. A trace of essence glowed in Lin Tian's eyes, feeling the terrifying incandescence emanating from within this single flame. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wow! Seemingly hearing Lin Tian call his name, the White Lotus Immortal Flame shushed and turned. Suddenly, boom! The White Lotus Immortal Flame became extremely violent, accompanied by a demonic bloom of white flames. Above the grassland in a 10-mile radius, the white light was great. The weeds in the earth all vaporized and evaporated in an instant. Silky white fire snakes sprang out from it and came towards Lin Tian. Seek death. Lin Tian's eyes turned hard and his sword chi surged out. Boom! Intermingled with the 3rd-grade sword intent, the sword chi transformed into thousands of small swords hovering around the White Lotus Immortal Flame, like a heaven and earth cage locking the White Lotus Immortal Flame within it. Whoosh! Thousands of small swords of aura shot into it. Snicker! Like ice water poured onto a flame, the White Lotus Flame began to wail. Snicker! The White Lotus Immortal Flame continuously struggled, and a terrifying heat wave instantly erupted. Instead, it began to be gradually absorbed by Lin Tian. In the meantime, time passed by, and soon an hour had passed. He is indeed about to fail, as I am. Zhao Yu let out a faint smile. Within the sword sect, the rest of the disciples were unwilling though. However, he also decided that Lin Tian was mostly going to fail, though they don't like Zhao Yu. But nowadays, Lin Tian was on par with Zhao Yu. It made them feel much better in their hearts. Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed. Lin Tian being on par with him was insulting enough in his mind. He would not allow Lin Tian to surpass him. On the 2nd peak, the Divine Phoenix Spirit's pair of beautiful eyes gazed at the Divine King's Tower, devoid of sorrow or joy. I won't be far behind you, Lin Tian, she murmured softly, and just then too. No way. He must have cheated. Zhao Yu's explosive roar came out and resounded within the entire sword sect. The rest of the disciples also froze. One by one, their mouths opened wide as they saw the ball of light representing Lin Tian appear on the 98th floor. What does that mean? It means that another Li Bai has finally appeared in the sword sect. Ah, my sword sect will rise. Some elders of the older generation trembled and directly knelt on the ground. They're the ones who witnessed the sword sect go from strength to strength. They saw Li Bai rise to power and saw Li Bai lose the battle. Tai Sanwan is forced into the imperial capital. The heart has been holding back its frustration and displeasure for centuries. He is Lin Tian. My sword sect is going to surpass the Holy Land. This is my sword sect. We are never short of strange and proud celestials. Our sword sect, even if only one heavenly pride comes out in 1,000 years, it's still an existence that shocks the immortal kingdom. I want to witness him become a god. I want to witness him set his feet on holy ground. And I'm proud of the fact that I will witness his rise to power. Ha ha ha, cool. One Lin Tian topping 100 Li Shangzhue. Take a lie down today and write 1,000 words less. 6 more tomorrow. 12,000 to make up for it. By the way, for the data. Chapter 135, what the hell? The God King Pagoda is suppressing Lin Tian. Within the sword sect, the crowd was surging. All of the sword cultivators' children watched as Lin Tian really entered the 98th floor. Their hearts surging. They were thrilled beyond words. The major peak masters were also shocked. Over the centuries, those who could ascend to the 98th floor of this sword sect, there was none other than Li Bai and the Extreme Realm True Marshal. They had thought that it would be difficult to see such a heavenly pride that had amazed the world again. I didn't expect to see it again today. Instead, on the 7th peak, Li Bai's entire body froze. He turned around slowly, as if he had aged many years. No talking. No way. No way. How will he break through this? Zhao Yu looked hideous and kept whispering. These sword sect disciples just knew that breaking into the first 2 levels was awesome, but they haven't experienced it and don't understand. Only he, Zhao Yu, knew who the keeper of the 97th floor was. Only he knew how difficult it would be to break through. Him, Zhao Yu, son of the immortal emperor, disciple of Tai San Yuan. Heavenly talents are practiced according to the fate of the nation. It was even stronger to suppress the cultivation of the spirit sea realm to the soul palace level. A strength unchanged. Even so, he was still stuck at the 97th floor, unable to defeat that person. But why? Why can Lin Tian? It was just an ignorant person with no name who dared to challenge Gu Changqing. Why did he break through the Palace of Souls when he was only in it? No way. Zhao Yu hissed as his body's aura exploded, and his dense blood chi stirred out in an instant, and the space around him trembled. The light collapsed toward him in a square mile of emptiness. Instantly, it caught the attention of everyone in the sword sect. Even the divine phoenix spirit looked at him, his expression turning cold. Your sword sect, you must be unwilling to see me win the championship, so you helped Lin Tian cheat. Zhao Yu's voice shook with rage as a roar swept out, and terrifying power erupted layer by layer. I know that my presence makes you uncomfortable. I know you guys don't want me to win. So, you guys went out of your way to throw away your dignity and help Lin Tian suppress me. On his body, the blood-red light rose violently, as if plasma had been poured. Roar! A golden divine dragon appeared behind him, and a sound of a dragon's roar came from him. Apparently, he doesn't want to hide anything these days and pours out his grievances. Above the ground, all the sword sect disciples looked at this scene with disgust. What do you mean? In all the years that my sword sect has been established, there has never been a case of someone cheating. Does he, Zhao Yu, really think everyone is like him? That's disgusting. In a small way, I think he has some sense, but I loathe him. The many disciples were dissatisfied to the extreme, and some of them were already filled with anger. Zhao Yu, you're too rampant. A scolding voice resounded out. It was the 4th peak master, Jane Candle Huang. His eyes were cold, and he held out one hand. Layers and layers of sword light fell from above the agitated sky. It suppressed Zhao Yu's head from top to bottom. I will teach the disciples a lesson today. On behalf of senior brother Tai, he chortled. In an instant, the light of the sword manifested itself as a great world on earth, covering the heads of the people horizontally, splitting the sky. It was truly like a great human city suppressing. Within the great city, the streets, the stores, the families, lifelike, living activity. He was an 8 wastelands powerhouse. And the moment he made a move, it was absolute suppression. I'm not convinced. No. Zhao Yu looked hideous and hissed out. Fear flooded his eyes in the face of Jane Candlewick's suppression, but it quickly faded away. He was the son of an immortal emperor. That is, he was certain that the other party would definitely not kill him. Kill me if you can. You guys are just harboring Lin Tian. I just said it. He growled, his body spilling blood. Good. Very good. Jane Candlewick sneered. Even if my sword sect were to decline, It wouldn't be so bad as to do that kind of disgraceful thing. His suppression continued, but he knew that he couldn't just kill Zhao Yu. If he really killed it, it would probably create another tragedy like the one back then. You want to see it? His eyes looked straight at Zhao Yu, and his tone was morose. Want to see? Zhao Yu let out a low roar, hissing out all his indignation. Good. Very good. Jane Candle Huang sneered and said as she looked at all the sword sect disciples. Zhao Yu, then I'll show you that just because you can't is because you can't. It doesn't mean others can't. His voice fell, and he waved his big hand. In front of the Divine King's tower, a 1-mile square curtain of light appeared. It was above a clear blue sea. The two silhouettes faced each other. All of them are young men dressed in white. All are handsome men. Only one person was heckling and grabbing a chicken leg in his hand. The other person's eyes were deep, and his breath was majestic to the extreme. Handsome and cold. It was Li Bai and Lin Tian. Only, at this time, Li Bai is obviously the appearance of his youth. Although it is more handsome, but his hair is messy. Yo, you look as handsome as I do, so I won't hurt you. Go down yourself. Young Li Bai smiled at Lin Tian and said, I refuse. Lin Tian let out a faint cry, his heavenly sword pointing diagonally, his eyes blossoming with chaotic divine light as if he was evolving everything. Young Li Bai let out a soft eep, his eyesight towards Lin Tian becoming grave. In the meantime, outside the Divine King's tower, the sword sect's children were excited to see this scene. I didn't realize that the guardian of the second level was Junior Master. It's good to see. It's good to see. The old versus the new. I just don't know if the Junior Master from that time was powerful, or if the Lin Tian of this day is even more powerful. Everyone's eyes were drawn to what was on the screen. They were either shocked or expectant, staring dead on, not daring to miss a single scene. There were young disciples who wanted to see the elegance of the sword god Li Bai back then. There were people who admired Lin Tian and wanted to witness the new king take the throne. He will not overcome. Zhao Yu's eyes were wide open as he watched this scene, his heart roaring wildly. This is the incarnation of your young master's uncle when he broke into the Divine King's tower back then, and all of his strength is truly that of Li Bai back then. Jane Candle Wang's voice resounded in the ears of all the sword sect disciples. All of a sudden, the crowd became even more excited. The eyes of the major peak masters of the sword sect were also looking at Lin Tian within the light curtain. Rumble. Above the curtain of light, everything vibrated. It was as if the heavenly dome was collapsing, and the Tao was illuminating and beginning to materialize. It was actually slowly forming 8 chains of order crushing towards Lin Tian. It was as if a great power had struck and killed everything. What the hell is this? When young Li Bai saw this scene, he was startled and the chicken claw in his hand fell within the sea. See this scene. Not only the sword sect's children, Zhao Yu as well as the heads of the major peak masters all buzzed fiercely. What's this? They had never seen the order chains before. It was as if the God King Pagoda was suppressing Lin Tian. What had he done that would cause an anomaly in the Divine King Tower? Is it? Did. Chapter 136, Who can defeat me in this vast land? Rumble. 8 chains of order that had sprung out from the depths of the other side came crushing down towards Lin Tian. The breath of each one was powerful. The suppression is stronger. Lin Tian let out a low murmur and looked at these 8 chains of order with a glazed look in his eyes. On the previous level, it was just 4 chains of order. By the 98th floor, it was 8. He stood faintly above the boundless sea, stalwart, his eyes blossoming with infinite battle intent. You, actually don't have a God King order. Across from Lin Tian, young Li Bai said as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Tian frowned and looked at Li Bai. You don't know? Young Li Bai directly froze for a moment. Spin. Ha ha ha. He clutched his stomach and laughed. You've been punked. The Divine King Tower is extraterritorial and has a very strong suppression of outsiders. So you need a Divine King's order to enter the Divine King Tower before the Divine King Tower defaults to you being one of their own. He was on the verge of tears of laughter. It's so pitiful that your division leader didn't tell you. Ha ha ha, I can't even watch. Suddenly, he looked startled. This means, why does it give me a feeling of déjà vu? And, the next instant, Li Bai's pupils shrunk as he prepared to parry with his sword. Just then, too, a hand squeezed above his arm. Elder, so it's you who's playing me. Lin Tian let out a fierce laugh, and his entire complexion became hideous. Boom! Dawning dragon roars resounded. A golden divine dragon as well as 4 smaller dragons appeared. The divine dragon coiled behind him and extended, the supreme power bringing tremors in space with its mere spurt. Boom! Space exploded as the terrifying power merely poured down. The waves exploded. In an instant, terrifying blood chi flowed around Lin Tian's body as the sea shook wildly. Get up there for me. With a low roar, he directly grabbed Li Bai's shoulders and threw them toward the order chains above Cheong Tian. You! Young Li Bai let out a sharp whistle before he could react. The entire person was thrown out by Lin Tian like a cannonball. Boom boom boom. The air exploded, accompanied by Li Baiyi's figure moving at a rapid pace. A ripple of air waves exploded out, continuously stirring out towards the outside world. What's wrong with you, friend? Why this sudden anger? Originally like a cannonball, Li Baiyi's figure suddenly slowed down, appeared next to that chain of order. Lin Tian's eyes remained unchanged as his aura exploded once again. Awesome! Li Baiyi's eyes condensed slightly and he let out a faint smile. Without this order chain, you might be my opponent, but with this order chain, you're afraid you won't be able to defeat me. In the next moment, the 8 chains of order killed towards Lin Tian, outside the Divine King's tower. The disciples of the sword sect all had their mouths wide open as they looked at this scene incredulously. A gulp-like swallowing sound rang out. Some of them were originally really worried that Lin Tian was cheating as Zhao Yu had said. After all, breaking through to the 98th floor alone was very shocking. But today, when they saw the real situation, it was even harder to believe. Lin Tian, he actually doesn't wear the God King order. He is suppressed by the Divine King's tower at every level he breaks through, and his ascent is more difficult than any of us. You and the others. Why didn't you tell Lin Tian the news that he needed a Divine King's order to ascend the tower? It's hard for us to get in touch with Lin Tian. Besides, it's common sense. It's common sense, and he doesn't even know it. He was able to ascend to the 98th floor without a Divine King's order. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Everyone stared at Lin Tian within the light screen in death, feeling that breathing became extremely difficult. How is this possible? Zhao Yu, who was originally still sneering, had frozen in place. He had thought that Lin Tian's breakthrough would be different, but I didn't think it would be this different. 37 dragon powers. The art of body refining was actually more powerful than him. Why? Wasn't he a nobody? Why is it stronger than me? Merely entering the Soul Palace realm for the first time, yet he was trying to look down on him, the son of an immortal emperor. Zhao Yu's eyes were stagnant and his heart was flooded with confusion. The Taoist mind is going to collapse. What the hell is going on? What is this? On the 7th peak, the rain transformation god woke up from his trance and looked at Li Baiyi. All this must be related to Li Baiyi. Hey! Li Baiyi sighed, his heart extremely complicated. Everyone underestimated Lin Tian, including Whitey Li. I originally thought that Jinwu and I were the true pinnacle, and above the entire long river of time, we were also amazingly talented. He gave a slight lurch and looked at Lin Tian above the light screen. It turns out that either I or Jinwu was wrong. He lamented in his heart that he was the only one left of his 3 best friends back then, living in the world. Now it's a glimpse of a more glorious future. In the meantime, God King Tower, 98th floor. I don't want to hurt you, so you might as well give yourself up. Young Li Baiyi looked at Lin Tian above the sea and said seriously, the original frivolity in his tone gone. Do you really think I'll lose? Lin Tian stood with his sword. A sword stabbed out against the first order chain. Boom boom boom. Layers of power stirred out, like 10,000 feet of great mountains colliding. Monstrous power poured out, rushing and sweeping like a torrent of heaven and earth. The sea surface in a 10-mile radius collapsed and exploded. Drink! Lin Tian let out a low roar as his body blossomed with divine light. Silent sword intent, attacked out. The white lotus immortal flame erupted, spreading along the chains of order. One by one, the space was scorched and the light blurred. If I have never lost, no one can say that I have lost. A cold and disdainful voice smashed above everyone's hearts. The sound waves shook out in a circle, carrying a terrifying penetrating power. The sea exploded into 10,000 hectares of waves, like an angry dragon churning and rushing. The hearts and minds of Ziyu, Divine Phoenix Spirit, Chen Fan, and the rest of the sword sect disciples trembled violently. I have a sword that can open up the sky and cut down all enemies. May I ask, who can defeat me in this vast land? Lin Tian raised his mu to look at the dome. Boundary pupil. Open. The rules of all things appeared within his eyes. Sword in bone of the world. Open. Wanjuan's sword intent held up the clanking iron bones. His sword hummed and trembled lightly, and dashes of sword light splashed out. Layers of sword light killed the 8 chains of order. From the bottom up, it crushed away, inch by inch. Click. Young Li Baiyi's eyes stared deathly at that figure, seeing that the other party was charging towards him. Handsome figure, holding a sword gradually stood tall. Dao's sword light flowed, enveloping the divine radiance in general. It was as if they were the only gods in the world. Chapter 137. If you are of the same generation as me, then you and I are the only heroes of the world. So strong. Ziyu's silver teeth clenched, and half a day later, she just spat out these 2 words. Beside her, the divine phoenix spirit was also staring at that figure in death. He's trying to harden himself against the suppression of the divine king pagoda and fight against the young master back then. Her voice sighed a little, her mind a complicated piece. It always felt that Lin Tian had let her have that battle with her that day. He has invincibility in his heart, as he declared war on Gu Changqing that day. No, his invincibility is even stronger. Even the junior master back then was not invincible in his eyes. If this son enters my sword sect, he will be the one to erect a spine for my sword sect. He should be losing. The opponent is the young master from back then. Not to mention he has to deal with the suppression of this God King Tower. Many disciples had extremely complicated looks. They believed that if it wasn't for the suppression of this God King Tower, they would most likely be able to see a duel that would shock the world. Do you really want to fight? Young Li Bai looked toward the figure and bellowed. War! Lin Tian let out a low roar, his eyes seeming to see through everything. The stance is upright and full of a fighting spirit that goes on and on. Yes, Li Bai's eyes stared up as he let out a low gulp. If I were where my main body is, I wouldn't fight, but I'm just an avatar of this God King Tower. As he said that, a blazing sun-like sword intent blossomed around him, and his black hair tumbled. Then let you lose more thoroughly. Li Bai reached out with one hand and a long sword clicked in the void. In an instant, flecks of light flashed. Because you fought me, I will defeat you. As he murmured, thousands of causal threads appeared. The world seemed to freeze up, and all times materialized, as if it was a giant dragon. It circled around Li Bai. The crowd watched with jaws agape. This is Junior Master's causal sword intent. Someone outside the Divine King's tower let out an alarmed cry. However, the body of this time dragon was seen to be clear, and every inch of its flesh was a picture. The top of its head was what it looked like when Lin Tian uttered the word battle. Layer by layer, it pushes on. Above the dragon's tail was the scene of Lin Tian kneeling on the ground with his sword. I've seen what you look like when you fail. Li Bai swung his sword down, and the giant dragon of time came towards Lin Tian to kill him. Taking advantage of Lin Tian's fight against the rule chains wanted to suppress Lin Tian. This causal sword intent of yours isn't right. Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile. Even if I lose, I will never kneel. He hissed, his body blooming with infinite battle intent. Within his eyes, the boundary pupil operated and the halo transformed. Broken, broken, broken. Lin Tian's eyes were running. He retrieved the heavenly sword and grabbed on top of the order chain with one hand. Snicker! A sound like a fireball falling into an icy lake rang out, and his hands instantly blurred. The rules of this place were actually obliterating Lin Tian's existence. Fire! Lin Tian let out a low roar, and roaring flames spewed out. He was already equipped with flames, and now he had devoured the White Lotus immortal flame. The power of the flames became more and more terrifying, and it actually pushed the order chains out horizontally. I take karma against karma. Lin Tian let out a cold cry as a pitch-black, ink-like sword chi set off a raging wind in the sky. The terrifying silent sword intent wrapped in a trace of causal power chopped away. In a moment, the battle intent erupted and the sword intent killed. Chop! As soon as the words fell, deep sword marks appeared on top of the time giant dragon's torso. Li Bai's pupils shrunk. Chop again. Boom! Li Bai retreated 10 miles, shock surfacing in his eyes. Chop! 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 Lin Tian chopped out sword after sword. Each sword silent sword intent and the power of cause and effect wrapped around each other, like thousands of swords raining down. The next instant, thousands of sword intent collided with each other, and the giant dragon of time was actually cut off at the waist by Lin Tian. You even know karma. Young Li Bai's breath caught, his eyes widening as he watched the scene. Just the next moment, Lin Tian, however, had already killed in front of him. A sword thrust. I'll admit you're strong. Young Li Bai laughed out loud and then stabbed out his sword at Lin Tian. Boom boom boom. A sword roar erupted up, accompanied by spatial ripples spreading out over and over again. You're not bad either. Lin Tian laughed out loud, his sword moves turning and stopping sharply in his hands, constantly changing. Under the evolution of the boundary pupil, the battle traces evolved like silk threads. At the same time, Lin Tian was using two things at once. One hand continuously blasted out flames to fight against the chains of order. He has become so powerful that, within the sword sect, the amazing beauty with red hair like fire, fair skin, and a slender figure murmured softly, looking at the elongated and upright figure on the light screen that was fearless of everything. Am I really going to be chained to you for the rest of my life? A hint of complexity surfaced on her face. It's hard to be hostile to that person these days. In the meantime, within the sword sect, countless people saw the scene and also watched with jaws agape. One by one, they were frozen in place. They didn't expect it to be like this. The invincible junior master in their hearts had actually fought under Lin Tian like this. Obviously, that person was still carrying the order suppression of the Divine King Tower hard. Unbelievable. This is the god of swords. The sword god of the past was like Gu Changqing today. No, it was even more stunning than Gu Changqing. It is a real famous person. dare to draw his sword on the immortal emperor, dare even though it has fallen and been suppressed by the immortal kingdom. The world was still worried about his power under extreme sublimation and didn't dare to move him. But, just such a character. Yet, he could only fight under the suppressed Lin Tian. At this moment, a never-ending flag was falling in everyone's hearts. At the same time, an even more powerful pride rose. This chop was several hours long. It lasted until the sun rose on the second day. Above the sea, colored haze shot into the entire sword sect like strands of golden silk. On this day, no one dared to sleep. All of them were looking at the shocking battle on the light screen. I lost. A clear voice rang out. The young Li Bai stood above the sea and said quietly. He fell with this cry. Within the sword sect, many disciples were speechless and in tears. They saw a true battle of heaven's pride that was enough to go down in the annals of the sword sect, and there was no sadness or joy in young Li Bai's eyes. He just took the sword in his hand. Boom boom boom. The 8 chains of order coiled above the Cheong heaven gradually contracted. You are very strong. If you are of the same generation as me, then the heroes of the world are only you and me, Li Bai said with a faint smile, and opposite him, Lin Tian's eyes were brilliant, his breath gradually converging. Only it was not spoken. I probably know who you are. The young Li Bai smiled faintly and continued. I did make a mistake in this bet I made with you. He approached Lin Tian and pointed out with a single finger. This is the reward for the 99th floor. The crystallization of my sword path at the age of 23. At the same time, a magnificent message appeared in Lin Tian's mind. It was just too huge to wait for Lin Tian to refine it now. This may be the arrangement in the underworld. You are unwilling to accept my inheritance, but heaven's will has allowed me to pass it on to you time and time again. Li Bai laughed softly as his figure gradually turned into pieces. This karmic time, I can never see through it. Chapter 138 Extreme Realm True Martial. He really defeated Junior Master. Unbelievable. So the rumors are true. Junior Uncle wanted to take Lin Tian as his disciple. It was Lin Tian himself who didn't agree. I didn't expect him to be such a heavenly pride. Maybe he can really defeat Gu Changqing. Within the sword sect, all the disciples looked at each other in disbelief. All of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. Put. Above the void, Zhao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire body collapsed. Prince! The dozen or so gold-armored generals were shocked and rushed to grab at Zhao Yu. His Tao heart has collapsed. The divine phoenix spirit looked towards Zhao Yu who had fainted. His eyes flat. He despised Lin Tian, despised everyone in my sword sect, but he never expected to witness Lin Tian's rise. The divine phoenix spirit's brow furrowed as he continued. If he wants to remake his Tao heart, he can only defeat Lin Tian himself. Beside the divine phoenix spirit, Ziyu's cherry lips slightly opened and said with some difficulty, it should be very difficult for him to defeat Lin Tian. The divine phoenix spirit nodded gently. Nowadays, it seems that Lin Tian is going to be even more astonishingly talented than Junior Master back then. Hearing the divine phoenix spirit say this, Ziyu only felt a wave of bitterness rise in her heart. The memory seemed to go back to a few days ago, when he had personally seen Lin Tian create the Bleeding Town. At that time, she was for Lin Tian. It is a deep jealousy. This person's virtue and ability will be valued by the young master again. But today, I saw him raise a tall building, and I saw him battle Zheng Huang, and again, I saw him triumph over his former faith. I no longer know how to surpass him. The divine phoenix spirit let out an abrupt murmur, only feeling that he was no different from that Zhao Yu. I never thought of myself as a heavenly pride, and I never thought of myself as having a hint of depravity, but why is it so? As she spoke, her red hair fell down, causing a trace of lamentation to arise in the heart of Ziyu beside her. Same era as Lin Tian and Gu Changqing. Sort of a sadness for Sister Divine Phoenix, but on second thought, how could you ever be otherwise? The Divine Phoenix spirit looked at the elongated figure above the curtain of light and was silent for a long time but then smiled. At least, he won, which is always much better than Zhao Yu. The break-in was successful. The voice of the God King Tower resounded. Lin Tian's eyes stared, accompanied by a change in his line of sight. He came to another scene. The scenery here is on top of an immortal mountain. Immortal mountains are strange and cloudy. The trail winds and twists like a ribbon of color coming down from the clouds. A glance toward the mountain was a boundless sea of immortals. Here is the first peak of the sword sect, Lin Tian murmured, somewhat surprised. The scenery of the 99th floor would actually show this place. And in front of him, a tall woman's figure stood silently, gazing down the mountain at the immortal sea. She had black hair like ink and beautiful snow-white plump skin. Just by looking at the back, there is a unique touch of dashing and recklessness that is different from other women in the world. The woman then slowly turned around. Instead, his face was wearing a blood-colored mask, which had a sword shadow imprinted on its brow. Extreme Realm True Martial. The woman's voice was clear, and her eyes looked at Lin Tian through the mask. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, not realizing that the previous generation's Extreme Realm True Martial was actually a woman. He knew that the woman should be addressing herself, because the moment she appeared, a flutter appeared in his own Extreme Realm mask. This person is of his own previous generation. And, in the meantime, within the Sword sect, everyone was abuzz. Surprisingly, it's the last generation of Extreme Realm True Martial Artists. That's a ruthless person who handily slayed immortal emperors. She is of the first tier. I recognize that. I have never seen a few people in this world who are more exotic than the young master. She is considered one. I wonder if Lin Tian can defeat her. Unlikely. Impossible. This is the Extreme Realm True Martial, the most astonishing one. On the 7th peak, Li Bai was also stunned for a moment as he looked at that figure. Sure enough, it's her, and I've never seen her face before in my life, he said sardonically, and a hint of water vapor actually surfaced in his eyes. I'm such a ing failure. I've never seen her appearance in my entire life. Going to behead an immortal emperor for him? Failure. Now it's so difficult to accept a disciple, he said, his whole body falling away. The god was in a trance, and his eyes seemed to float back to those years. The aura of the former sword god all but disappeared. Nowadays, it's more like a bad old man. Hey! Beside him, the 3rd peak master also let out a light sigh. Li Bai's life seems to be beautiful. Only they, the old people, no. A little too sad. The former sword god was only like that in the eyes of others. An unrestrained sword cultivator who has been wandering in the midst of the world for a long time. God King Tower. 99th floor. Here, someone is spying. The Extreme Realm True Martial of the previous generation murmured in a low voice, and his plain hand stretched out a light to vanish into the void. Sure enough, after this wave of her hand, outside, everyone couldn't see what was going on inside the Divine King Tower. Jane Candlewick's brows trembled slightly as she tried to cast it again. His own moves were instead bounced off the Divine King Tower. When the many disciples saw this scene, they also sighed in their hearts. Couldn't see another stunning fight. However, everyone didn't go. They were apprehensive, wanting to know how it would end. That's an Extreme Realm True Martial. And, inside the God King Tower. Why? The mask of Jinwu appeared on your body? The Extreme Realm True Martial of the previous generation murmured and came to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian frowned slightly, but did not make a move. He sensed no hostility on the other side. Even the Divine King's Tower didn't rain down punishment. It shouldn't be. This mask shouldn't be yours. Why would the Extreme Realm recognize you as the new generation of true martial artists? The previous generation of Extreme Realm True Martials murmured, their hearts astonished to the extreme. You took a chance that wasn't yours. She walked up to Lin Tian, her eyes looking at him through her mask. Not really a take. I helped the man once in exchange, Lin Tian said indifferently. The Extreme Realm True Martial nodded, then continued. No, if that person had obtained the mask, there would have been no danger, and you would still have taken her chance. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed and he didn't say anything. Only, the previous generation's Extreme Realm True Martial only laughed lightly and said indifferently, now that everything is disrupted because of you, you need to take responsibility for yourself, she said, unmasking herself directly. It was a face that Lin Tian was extremely familiar with. Though beautiful, it is no longer as delicate as it once was, and its divinity is unmatched. You really did take the true martial mask from my hands. The previous generation of Extreme Realm True Martials laughed lightly and continued. Remember, if the next time my life is in danger, you need to come to the rescue. Otherwise, the entire Dao domain is in danger. Everyone will be exterminated. And so will you. Chapter 139. Order Chui Z. Lin Tian saw this face once again, but in this exact manner. That day, when the polar mask fell. Indeed, it was the only thing that made Qiuji see it. It was reasonable to say that the mask of the Extreme Realm True Martial Artist was indeed the one that made Qiuji. Only, it was exchanged by Lin Tian for a chance to strike himself. Is Ling Qiuji the reincarnation of the previous generation of Extreme Realm True Martial Artists? Or the Taoist body? Surprisingly, he didn't die after killing the immortal emperor. Hey, are you listening to me? The previous generation of Extreme Realm True Martials frowned and said, fight with me. Lin Tian spoke indifferently. What? The previous generation of true martial artists obviously did not react, and then the light of their eyes was a hint of frivolity. I didn't expect this generation's Jinwu to be so cold. This generation's me should hate you. Noisy. Lin Tian let out a faint cry and stabbed out with his sword. So it's a cold-blooded one. The previous Extreme Realm True Martial Artist let out a coquettish smile as his figure flickered and appeared 100 meters away. You can defeat Li Bai, more than likely you can defeat me. It's just that this layer of order chains is twice as much as the previous layer. Let's not fight. Don't want to bully you. She stood in the void with a flippant smile. In the next moment, the beautiful eyes froze and dodged again. God King Tower. Order chains, hurry down. He's going to make a move on me, she shouted toward the heights, with a hint of cunning. Boom boom boom. Sure enough, at her cry, 16 chains of order descended from above the cloudy sky. Even more majestic than the previous layer, the power of suppression appeared steeply. I just like to take advantage of bullies. With a wave of the previous generation's Jinwu's vegetative hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. Afterwards, it chopped towards Lin Tian. You're like this. There are no girls who like you. Ah, doomed to a lonely life. She smiled, descending with the chains of order, forming a back and forth attack. With a terrifying triple sword intent, she slashed her sword into Lin Tian's left arm. Just the next moment, the tip of the sword was stuck beyond the bone. Ah! The previous generation of true martial artists was shocked, and their entire body froze for a split second. Did you have fun chopping? A sardonic laugh rang out as Lin Tian grabbed onto his opponent's face. In the next moment, the majestic white lotus immortal flame soared out from Lin Tian's palm. You crazy bastard! In the next instant, the extreme realm true martial artist appeared 1,000 meters away and let out a low curse at Lin Tian. You're definitely not loved by women. A handful of her black hair had been burned. Outside the God King Tower, time moved silently. About 3 hours passed. The disciples of the Sword Sect had all become a bit dumbfounded. He actually lasted 3 hours. No way. No way. He wouldn't really harden himself against the suppression of the Divine King Tower and defeat the extreme realm true martial of that year. It's hard to believe that we can really witness the emergence of a generation even more astonishingly talented than Junior Master in this life. It's hard to suppress the surging in my heart. It's just a pity that Lin Tian doesn't want to become a disciple of Junior Master. Doesn't want to become a member of my sword sect. Some voices were bitter. Others had trouble believing it. And that's when it happened. Rumble. A voice that shook the heavens and shook the earth resounded from above the boundless immortal sea. 1,000 miles around, the sea trembled, turning the heavens upside down. The entire sword sect shook. What happened? Could it be that the mighty have struck? The source of the vibration seems to come from within the immortal sea. The children of the sword sect panicked as a ray of sword light flew out from the sword sect. Even the major peak masters had shocked faces, and one by one, they were juxtaposed above the void. In the midst of the crowd's fearful gaze, the seawater next to the 7th peak collapsed down, and a huge whirlpool 100 miles in circumference appeared. In the immortal sea, billions of sea beasts shrieked as they were swept by the whirlpool and sank to the bottom of the sea. Immediately afterward, a strange mountain tip emerged from the vortex, accompanied by a mist of immortality. Auspicious clouds cover the embrace. This one mountain kept pulling up and rising. Rumble. The tip of that mountain continued to draw higher and higher. An endless purple chi and divine light hung down from the tip of the mountain like a waterfall. The great fall of the Milky Way is 9,000 feet. Like a sword, it stretched across heaven and earth. It became a higher and more extreme immortal mountain than the 7 peaks of the sword sect. Buzz. The long and lingering sound of the sword resounded throughout the world. A brilliant sword aura overflowed from the immortal mountain and filled the air. Dazzling light like a blazing sun instantly diffused and flickered above the entire immortal kingdom's great coastal city. What is this? The 6th peak master's eyes trembled, unable to even organize a complete sentence. This is the 8th peak, and as recorded in the clan calendar, anyone who succeeds in summoning the first floor of the Divine King's Tower will be able to independently become the peak master. The 3rd peak master, Rain Transformation God, spoke out the secret with a complicated expression. So, Whitey can't take on an apprentice, and has an additional master? The 5th peak master, Ren Chang, looked at Li Bai with strange eyes. The other peak masters of the peaks also looked strange. Look. What are you looking at? Li Bai was watched by the crowd. His heart was annoyed to the extreme and he cursed. Actually, it's better this way. It's not like we can't even be master and disciple. The 4th peak master, Jane Candle Huang, said with a light laugh. As this sentence fell, Li Bai's expression eased quite a bit. Ha ha ha, be my senior brother and I can teach him too. He laughed out loud, and his whole body was refreshed. It shouldn't be Shifu. The 6th peak master teasingly looked at Li Bai and continued. Lin Tian is relying on himself to greatly open up a piece of immortal mountain. You are inheriting it without the same master source. To be his senior brother, you're also worthy? Li Bai's eyes froze, and then his entire body shook with rage. Today, I'm going to slap his mouth to pieces, and no one can stop me. He let out a sardonic laugh, and the 6th peak master's face instantly changed drastically. Above the cloudy sky, a shocking explosive sound resounded, accompanied by the hissing sound of the 6th peak master. The cloudy sky was blown apart. It would have been an extremely compelling thing to do, but at this moment, it was ignored by a group of sword sect disciples. One by one, they stared at the Divine King Tower in a daze. This time, the shock finally reached its most extreme point. Without realizing it, Lin Tian's seniority is much higher than ours. This is something I'd never thought of. Now it seems that Lin Tian has hardened himself against the suppression of the Divine King Tower and defeated the Extreme Realm True Martial. It's hard to believe. That our generation has witnessed a miracle. Inside the God King Tower, the previous generation of Extreme Realm True Martial artists were lying on the ground, and their eyes were filled with teasing as they looked at Lin Tian. Do you know why I refused to defeat the keeper of this floor at that time? Ha ha, she laughed out loud, still smiling despite her broken body. Retribution. This is retribution. The cycle of karma. If you do this to me, you will have to bear your own karma. There were some typos that I may have written in a hurry and didn't notice. Everyone can at me and I'll go change a hotzi. There's worshipping and all that. It's hard for people to guess. What makes Josie of Jinwu was actually written in a dozen chapters. There's also the Mask of Bisha Yuanjun, which I don't see anyone caring about. Let's just get right to it. This is the Queen Mother. The plot is in the author's head. Even as it is now. It's not. One more chapter. Chapter 140, the eighth peak appears. The immortal kingdom shakes. Lin Tian looked indifferently at the previous generation of true martial artists lying on the ground. He didn't say anything, but his heart was flooded with waves of shock. Spare him the thought that this would be the case. The reward for the 99th floor would actually be an immortal mountain. At the same time, a strange sensation appeared deep within Lin Tian's heartfield. It was as if one could manipulate that one immortal mountain. It looked like a mountain, but in reality, it should be an extremely terrifying magic weapon. Horrible, absolutely horrible. At least, the current Lin Tian was unable to survey the grade of this mountain. Or perhaps the entire sword sect was actually a magic weapon. After all, this Divine King Tower was what was associated with the sword sect. The Divine King's Tower was a magic weapon, and the sword sect should have been as well. Only, this one spell was uncontrolled. Even Lin Tian would find it difficult to bring the immortal mountain under his control nowadays, because the strength is too low. Even if it was the Soul Palace, the strength was still too low. Uncontrollable. Hey, say something. The previous generation's true martial artist looked towards Lin Tian and let out a struggle. It's not good to be too cold. She stood up, trying to get Lin Tian's attention. I'm going out. Lin Tian said indifferently to the Divine King Tower. Hey, I'm at least a first-generation heavenly pride. Give me some face. Okay. When the last Extreme Realm True Martial saw Lin Tian's figure gradually dissipating, he hurriedly said, if you don't say anything, it's a yes. My name is Umaniko Butterfly. When she saw that Lin Tian was about to leave, she directly roared. Lin Tian's eyes were stern as he directly chopped down with his sword. At this instant, the Extreme Realm True Martial's figure also showed signs of breaking. Afterwards, Lin Tian's figure disappeared within the God King Tower. When my memories of this life come back, you'll see. The previous Extreme Realm True Martial artist let out a low curse, and his figure faded away. In the meantime, Lin Tian's figure appeared outside the Divine King Tower. Behind him, the massive shell of the God King Pagoda also gradually disappeared with Lin Tian's appearance. Rather, bearing too much karma. Hooked up, Lin Tian murmured, and his heart was also complicated. It all probably started from the moment he obtained the heavenly sword. The heart of the sword is heavenly because of the heavenly sword. He was noticed by Li Shangjue for being on the green sword list. In Jandu, he obtained the Kuei Nyo Essence blood while Li Shangjue was not paying attention, and then it caught Li Baiyi's attention. One layer at a time. Perhaps from the beginning, he himself and the sword sect, and this earth then had too many karmic consequences. In the past, Lin Tian couldn't see it. Today it is everything that seems clear. In the meantime, within the sword sect, all the disciples were looking at Lin Tian. Some of them were shocked, some were in awe, and some were envious. All sorts of gazes were extremely complicated. Junior Master, one of the sword sect disciples suddenly spoke out and saluted Lin Tian. Immediately after, all the disciples bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Junior Master, Junior Master. They looked up to him who stood in the void with wild eyes. Now, the sword sect has one more amazing heavenly pride, necessary to rise up. Lin Tian's eyes were slightly condensed, and in his eyes, a cause and effect was quietly forming. Even more so, the hooks of his immortal mountain are getting deeper and deeper. Follow an extremely complicated gaze. Lin Tian looked towards Li Baiyi who stood in the depths of the sea of clouds. Senior, this might be karma, Lin Tian said with a light smile. He fought with the previous generation's Extreme Realm True Martial Artist. Yet, it felt that the Extreme Realm True Martial Artist was not as strong as Li Baiyi. Although Li Baiyi was only a guardian of the 98th floor, his sword Dao was higher than the Extreme Realm True Martial. The reason for this was unknown to Lin Tian. However, it was known that this person might be the true number one heavenly pride of that generation, and graciously enter the earth and take on karma. No one can compare to this bravado. Li Baiyi's face was stunned. Then he released it and said with a faint smile, "This is cause and effect, and it is good to have this result." He smiled sardonically, once again regaining his former demeanor. Subsequently, several peak masters also appeared in front of Lin Tian. As for the sixth peak master, there was an additional redness on his face. "Lin Tian, you opened up the immortal mountain. Logically you should be the one to open up the sect. Only then can our senior ancestor be compared to you, but since we are here in years, we might as well address you as senior brother." Third peak master Rain Transformation God said with a faint smile. "Good." Lin Tian nodded. "Good." Several peak masters also smiled. The first peak master has now joined the immortal kingdom as an official, and the second peak master has gone to the Great Ming immortal kingdom in order to create a check and balance with the Great Qin immortal kingdom and mediate between them. The rest of the several peak masters are all here. The Rain Transformation God continued, looking towards Li Baiyi above the cloudy sky, but when he saw that Li Baiyi had already disappeared into the void, he sighed softly in his heart. "Shidoshi." He bowed slightly, followed by the rest of the major peak masters also bowing to Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed and he also made a bow. And underneath, all the disciples also looked solemn when they saw this scene, making a bow to Lin Tian. "Junior Master." The sound was long and prolonged. Among these disciples, they were either plainly just at the body opening realm, or true heavenly pride like Divine Phoenix Spirit or Li Shangjue. All of them were the same at this moment, bowing respectfully and incomparably towards Lin Tian who was above that cloudy sky. Afterward, the Rain Transformation God said with a faint smile, "Now Lin Tian is the Sword Sect's 8th peak master." His voice was thick, spilling over into every corner of the Sword Sect. One moment, beneath Lin Tian's feet, a multicolored avenue was born, which emerged from the soles of his feet and led straight to the 8th peak. Lin Tian let out a light smile and slowly walked up the avenue amidst the excited gazes of all the disciples. As his figure moved, the crowd's line of sight just burned 1 point more. It was until Lin Tian's feet stepped on top of the soil of that immortal mountain. A strange feeling rose from his heart. Dang, dang, dang. 8 long drawn out, thick and low bells, seemingly, by the 8 immortal mountains and empty knocking the world's avenue, vast and vibrating away. Buzz. In the meantime, above each mountain peak, a white sword light shot out, shooting straight up into the sky. The clouds opened up to the sky, and the deep and boundless Hongyu was exposed to the sight of all the disciples of the Sword Sect. Above the Qiong heaven, the vast aura of the great Tao began to flow and golden light overflowed. With the first flash of golden light, a golden lotus of the great Tao emerged from within the void, as if it was the truth between heaven and earth. It slowly fell towards the Sword Sect. On the 7th peak, Li Baiyi, who was about to drink a cup alone, was stunned, looking at the golden lotus of the great Tao that was falling above the sky. Such a stunning man, and one who has been taught by me several times. He let out a low chuckle and poured down a mouthful of wine. "This is the breath of the great Tao. It's descended because of the appearance of Little Master. This is my Sword Sect's chance. My Sword Sect is really going to rise up." Ha ha! Within the Sword Sect, all of the disciples laughed out loud, and one by one, they sat down with excited expressions and began to enlighten themselves. And, within the immortal kingdom, one by one, the powerhouses seemed to sense a strange aura and looked toward the Sword Sect. The entire immortal kingdom shook at this moment. Did what I said I would do, but did run a few minutes late. Chapter 141, If Saints Don't Die, Thieves Don't Stop. The great Tao Golden Lotus appeared in the world. The bells and spirits were so beautiful that the entire Sword Sect was like a fairyland. The great coastal city of the immortal kingdom. A few children were playing on a simple dock, watching their father walk away. "Abba, bring back more crabs tonight. Wow, I want to eat this so bad," the youngest daughter said with a gulp. "Okay, recently is the peak season. Tonight back to cook porridge for you guys." An unassuming smile appeared on the dark-skinned man's face. Abba, look, wow, there are lotus flowers in the sky. Wow." A couple of kids jumped up and down pointing to the distant sky. The man was stunned, then looked away. The vast and dense great Tao was present, causing his entire body to freeze in place. Already in his infancy, he had heard from the older generation that there were 7 immortal mountains on the other side of the sea. On top of the immortal mountain lived 7 supreme sword cultivators. Among them, the one who lived on the 7th mountain was the absolute sword god who had been suppressing the immortal kingdom for hundreds of years. It's 8 seats, 8 immortal mountains. The man was in a trance, only to see that underneath that magnificent golden lotus of the great Tao were 8 immortal mountains that stretched across heaven and earth. The 7 strange seats, only that 8th peak as a newborn, cover the sky bell show on it, not limited to the reverie. The sun shines brightly in the world, and the auspicious immortal energy passes through the immortal sea. The pioneers say it wrong, he said in a daze and went straight to his knees. Suddenly I heard that there is an immortal mountain on the sea, and the mountain is in the middle of nothingness, above the immortal sea. The starry-eyed General Zhanqing stood silently above the void, his aura unique and dazzling with blood. The armor was not stained with blood, but it carried the killing intent of an ape. General, now that the 8th peak of the sword sect has appeared, the great world pattern is afraid to change. Behind Lu Zhanqing, a general said with a heavy eye. Lu Zhanqing's eyes were stunned as he reminded himself of when he saw Lin Tian that day. I feel more and more that he is this generation's extreme realm true marshal. His words were like swords and his eyes were sharp. My lord, to be so sure? The general frowned with a cry of disbelief. Lu Zhanqing shook his head and slowly spoke. Just a hunch. The next moment, an even more terrifying coldness overflowed from his body. But so what? The world needs rules. You can't become a nation without rules. The existence of the immortal sect Holy Land is a defiance of the king's power. They are the root of the scourge. In the past, there was Jin Wu beheading the immortal emperor. And then there was Li Baiyi's sword approaching the imperial capital. And each and every one of them, they treated kingship as nothing. Now there is the emergence of people like Gu Changqing and Lin Tian. When saints don't die, great thieves don't stop. They have great power but are not subject to checks and balances, and will eventually bring disaster to the world. He roused himself, and every word that fell formed repeated killing intent visible to the naked eye. It seems to be 1,000 armies rushing about, unchecked by heaven and earth. The blood energy entered the river and became more and more dense. Behind Lu Zhanqing, those generals were all in awe, looking at this person's back with more and more reverence. My lord, now that we have received the imperial decree to arrest Jin Wu, since we suspect that this Lin Tian is Jin Wu, if we don't invite the imperial army to descend, one of the generals offered, looking serious. No, this is just a guess on my part. None of the means that Lin Tian has performed today are the same as true martial. Lu Zhanqing slowly shook his head, then looked at the generals behind him and said with a heavy voice, Are you willing to follow me to the barbaric wilderness to die? The generals were startled and did not understand the meaning. Lu Zhanqing laughed out loud and explained, I've received the latest news that the extreme realm true martial artists will arrive at the savage wasteland in a week's time to assassinate the traitorous Zhao Chuanting. The generals were startled. Then they all knelt down to Lu Zhanqing. Swear to follow the general to the death. Lu Zhanqing nodded, his eyes like brilliant stars as he slowly turned around to look at the 8th peak that contained the aura of the great Tao. I hope I guessed wrong. I hope you're not a true martial artist, and I hope I, Lu Zhanqing, can repay the emperor's favor. He laughed loudly and disappeared into a bloody lake with several generals. Luoxian Holy Land, the highest mountain of the God King. Immortal aura as dense as mist. Within the brilliant and ancient hall, the 8 large pillars on top of the roof were like divine dragons reclining in the sky, and the formations on top of them shone with light, with divine light flowing down like immortal waterfalls. Changqing, now that Lin Tian has made an appointment with you, how do you feel about this matter? On the Holy Lord's throne, a woman who was beautiful enough to fall in love with her country looked towards the instrumental youth in the center of the hall. A mole cricket's error, just arrogant, not worth mentioning. When Gu Changqing's eyes opened and closed, the light of the sword shone brightly. It was as if no one else in the world could meet his eyes. I didn't care about that Lin Tian. The beautiful woman laughed softly and said lightly, All the signs show that Li Baiyi holds Lin Tian in extremely high regard. If you kill him or if it evolves into a great war between the Sacred Land and the Sword Sect, this is what the Immortal Kingdom and the other 3 great sacred lands would like to see the most. Gu Changqing's expression slowed slightly. He naturally knew about this matter. Is my Holy Land worried about that Li Baiyi? He asked lightly. It is not afraid. Even if the extreme sublimation, I+3 Supreme Elders can suppress him, it is the rest of the several peak masters. If it is one-on-one, my Holy Land can be defeated though. Just the Immortal Kingdom and the Shaking Light Holy Land, the Upper School Palace have promised not to intervene. Alone worried about a divine fire holy sect, the beautiful woman said, her eyes looking straight at Gu Changqing. You need to prove to the world that you are worth more than Li Baiyi today. Everyone knew about the battle between Gu Changqing and Lin Tian. The real protagonists were Gu Changqing and Li Baiyi. This glorious world is a game of chance, and the first piece on both sides is often insignificant. The only thing that is really backhanded is enough to get attention. If Gu Changqing is worth more than an already aged Li Baiyi, they would then place their bets on Gu Changqing and even the entire Luoxian Holy Land. In this battle, the real chess watcher watching was never Lin Tian. It's like a living being doesn't pay attention to a speck of dust. Is that so? Gu Changqing murmured, his body instantly blossoming with endless sword awnings around him. Deep within his brow, the sword shadow suddenly radiantly flourished. For a moment, the gorgeous woman was stunned. Immortal sword body, 9 transit spirit sea. Her breathing became rapid, and the chances of victory suddenly rose in her mind. Holy Lord, Was Li Baiyi this stunning in the past? Gu Chongqing slowly spoke, the blandness in her eyes remaining. Ha ha ha, the beautiful woman laughed out loud and stood up. No, during these 10,000 years, the most singular sword Dao heavenly pride is just you, Gu Chongqing. She smiled, no longer worried about the battle to come. 10,000 years? Gu Chongqing murmured and stopped speaking. What he wants is not the only one for 10,000 years, but the only one in the ancient and modern future. And that's when it happened. Gu Chongqing and the beautiful woman were both stunned as they looked in unison in the direction of the distant sword sect. A little late. Something came up today. Sorry. Number 141. The sword sect, rising again. The sword sect has emerged as the 8th peak. Lin Tian, the Luoxian holy lord, spoke in a trance, and a trace of shock finally surfaced in his complexion. It turns out that we have underestimated him. In her time, a true heavenly pride was Li Baiyi alone. If one were to speak of an extreme realm true martial, it would be difficult for anyone to truly evaluate its strength. The present-day Saint Lord Luoxian could vaguely recall Li Baiyi's elegance back then. That was a heavenly pride that had suppressed an era horizontally. Even the great holy places were trampled under that person's feet. Originally, everyone thought that the sword sect had gradually gone into decline after that shocking battle. The only reason why they could survive was because they were jealous of that person's extreme sublimation. Sword sect, the gas has run out. It is a fact recognized by all. However, the Luoxian holy lord did not expect that today there was a figure that could be compared to Li Baiyi back then. That rampant junior who was ignored by everyone's. Surprisingly, he became the 8th peak master of the sword sect. It's a pity. He is indeed uniquely qualified. Just cultivation and age. The beautiful woman laughed softly and shook her head slightly. Even though Lin Tian was astonished to such an extent, he wasn't worried about anything. Too young. It was a whole big realm less than Gu Chongqing. It's kind of funny, Gu Chongqing murmured softly, a hint of a smile spreading across her face. Squeezing an ant is always less enjoyable than killing a chicken. He laughed softly, his eyes narrowing. Regarding Lin Tian's rise, he was not surprised but rather delighted. It's just that because invincibility came a little too casually, the whole world looked boring to him. Half a month from now, I will ascend the great Tao with my holy body and achieve a true spirit sea like no other in the ages. With his hands behind his back, he blossomed with flecks of light, and then disappeared within the great hall. Within the sword sect, Jane Candle Huang was also shocked as she looked at the great Tao golden lotus that was slowly falling above the cloudy sky. In the dark, he even felt that the entire long-dormant sword sect had come to life in general. It's a miracle. Sword sect disciples, sit down on this and feel the great Tao of heaven and earth. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice falling on the ears of every sword sect disciple. Yes, 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 hurry up and cultivate. This is the aura of the great Tao. Maybe it can help me sense sword intent. Many thanks to junior uncle Lin Tian. This is the creation of my sword sect. These great Tao golden lotus. Just by taking a look at them, I feel extremely marvelous. As if they have opened my eyes to something. Everyone was excited. And even the major peak masters were sitting on top of the void to start cultivating. Amazing, fascinating. On the 8th peak, Lin Tian gave a faint cry. A stunningly beautiful red-clothed beauty flew out from the 7th peak and arrived all the way beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian's stature was magnificent and handsome as if he was a celestial being on the ground. Standing together with amazing cultivation, they looked like divine couples, and the two of them were also swaying with a faint Tao content around them, transcendent and unearthly. Many of the male disciples looked and smiled. Humph, he's enjoying himself. Ziyu's cherry lips skimmed as she looked at the woman who was even more beautiful than her, her heart wondering what to think. Ziyu, don't be rude. He's your senior uncle. A man's voice rang in Ziyu's ears. It was Li Shangjue. Get lost. A piece of trash who was eliminated after only ascending 5 floors. Ziyu let out a low curse. You. Li Shangjue's eyes went wide and he covered his chest. Feel an ache. It hurts too much. He could think about it. And later on, he was afraid that he would be ridiculed to death by the people of the sect. Senior brother Li, you have indeed disappointed me. The divine phoenix spirit looked faintly at Li Shangjue, his eyes not happy or angry. All of a sudden, Li Shangjue was so shocked that he hurriedly sat down and concentrated on his cultivation. The divine phoenix spirit sighed softly, her eyes looking toward the 8th peak. However, he did not see Lin Tian's figure. I'm not going to fall behind, she murmured, determination emerging in her eyes. In the future, you will live in the 8th peak. Lin Tian let out a light smile at amazing cultivation. Aha! Amazing cultivation's pair of beautiful eyes swept across the entire 8th peak, joy hidden in the depths of her eyes. Leaning on the green sky and 10,000 stacks of clouds and mountains, the smoke and water are hazy, just like the fairyland Yaoqi. It is just that some habitable houses are uniquely missing. It wasn't difficult, and according to amazing cultivation's methods, It would only take a few hours. Lin Tian stopped talking and felt the heaven and earth Tao energy that was across the top of his head. He directly sat down and began to cultivate. In his mind, he still had the crystallization of Li Baiyi's sword Dao when he was 23 years old. If you can take the opportunity to refine and sublimate, his strength will rise to a whole new level. Within the God King Tower, although Lin Tian was the one who defeated him by carrying the order chains hard, but Lin Tian's greatest reliance was the realm pupil and the 10,000 world sword bone. The former was simply born to fight. The latter was what he could rely on to watch the order suppress and fight. The most crucial thing was that Lin Tian had the method to break the causal sword intent. It was passed down from Li Baiyi. If it was about sword Dao alone, Lin Tian was inferior to Li Baiyi. This showed the importance of this sword Dao crystal. Silky sword chi surfaced around Lin Tian. Dots of cold aura shot up in all directions. Lin Tian cultivated by writing the Dao, and in an instant his own aura fell silent. Although this great Dao golden lotus falls within the sword sect, however, half of it landed on the 8th peak. Everything started because of Lin Tian, and this was the Divine King Tower's bestowal on Lin Tian. The amazing cultivator saw this scene and didn't care about any house. She sat beside Lin Tian and began to quietly cultivate. Buzz! Dao buzzing resounded from Lin Tian's circumference. The heavenly sword flew out from Lin Tian's palm and first rotated a few times around Lin Tian's circumference. It was as if they were rejoicing that they finally had a place of their own to live. Then, it flew directly into the woods. The sword light continued to fall, and a heavenly tree was chopped down by it. The sword light poured down, and a piece of wood was repaired by the heavenly sword. As it danced, a 3-story log cabin was built. This was quickly followed by the repair of tables, chairs, benches and other furniture. It had been after completing Lin Tian's bedroom. The heavenly sword stayed for a moment and made a slender wooden box at the foot of Lin Tian's bed and laid himself in it. Soon, the time gradually flowed. Soon the sun was setting. The silky brilliant sunset fell within the sword sect. It fell on Lin Tian. This creation from the Divine King Tower was still going on. Buzz off! Around Lin Tian. Sword light gradually filled his body. Sword chi whistled horizontally and horizontally, intertwining with each other constantly. Along with the divine light of the Tao, his aura became more and more divine. Inside his mind, the sword Tao comprehension of the past days became more and more solidified. Even many of the flaws at the time of the battle were exposed one by one at this time. His divine soul was excited, drawing on the Tao to continuously simulate and solidify. Even his sword Tao comprehension was growing by leaps and bounds. Clang! A clear sound of a sword chiming. Great River Sword Intent. Triple. Chapter 142, Master. Go home. The Great River Sword Intent is 3 times greater. Lin Tian murmured in his heart. He fought mostly with Silent Sword Intent within the Sea of Blood. That's why the speed of Silent Sword Intent to ascend the grade was much faster. Instead, it was the Great River Sword Intent that lagged behind. It was never because the Great River Sword Intent was weaker than Silence. The Great River was rushing. It was charging across everything with monstrous momentum and invincible sword intent. Silence lies in locking, in destroying, silencing everything, damning everything. The two were simply sword intent in 2 directions. Today, the grades are even. Lin Tian was going to the savage wasteland in a few days. For the sake of, not to kill the so-called Zhao Chuan Ting, to get stronger, to keep improving your chances of winning. The savage land is full of ancient ferocious beasts. Even the Kuei Nyo that slaughtered sword capital that day was from the barbarians. All ancient things also carry bloodline spirituality. Sun candlelight, Tai-yin ghostly fluorescence. These ferocious beasts came from the ancient times of the flood, even though they became weak under the long river of time. But the ancient aura within the bloodline will not change. Within the Sea of Blood, there were mostly ferocious beasts of the 6th or even 7th rank, but after devouring the essence of these ferocious beasts, it was simply impossible to give birth to the heaven and earth dharma. It all stems from here. The fierce beast phantasm would grow along with the cultivator and would never become insignificant due to the cultivator's growth. Never. Even Lin Tian's current Kuei Nyo Dharma phase was able to bring Lin Tian a powerful enough boost. If he wanted to fight Gu Chongqing, he needed to be prepared for a long time. Billions of people in the world don't think highly of him, and he is going to battle, going to war with a clear sky. Time rushes on. Lin Tian's comprehension of the way of the sword grew stronger within his heart. Soon, deep in the recesses of his mind, that crystallization of Li Baiyi's sword Dao began to melt. An even more majestic aura of the sword Dao struck deep within him. In a trance, vague memories appear. I, Li Baiyi, with one sword, am half of the 10,000 ancient sword Dao. On top of the immortal sea under the 7th peak of the sword sect, a white-clothed youth was lying on top of a lonely boat with a chicken leg bone in his mouth. His voice was disdainful, and although he was still a 17-year-old youth, he had a hint of invincibility in his heart. In front of him was a white-haired old man who was looking at him with a kind face. "Ah, Bai, you're a child with great natural talent. If you join my sword sect, you'll be even stronger." Li Bai lightly glanced at the old man and faintly said, "There is no one in this world who can teach me." "What are you?" The old man's expression froze, and it took a while before he continued. "Since you don't want to worship my sword sect, what are you doing here?" "I just came over to take a look. The world says that the sword sect is a sacred place for sword cultivators. I came over to take a look, but it's nothing more than that," Li Bai said with a playful smile, the light of the sword Dao in his eyes shining brightly. The old man looked more and more amazing and wanted to leave, but he opened his mouth in a manner. "In a few days, my sword sect has a divine king tower coming out. Didn't you say that your sword Dao is the first of the heaven's pride? Why don't you climb the tower and try it out? I'll bet that you won't be able to climb up to the first 3 floors. Li Bai was stunned, but a hint of wariness blossomed in his eyes. "There is nothing in this world yet that I can worship." "Well, if you mount up, I won't pester you." The old man touched his breath and smiled. "Fine, if I can't ascend, I'll be your disciple." Li Bai also laughed out loud. A few days later, the 89th floor of the Divine King Tower. "You turtle grandson, pit, old me." Li Bai's entire body slumped to the ground, imprisoned to death by the God King Tower's suppressive force. He wasn't refining his body, so naturally it was difficult for him to break through. The sword sect bell rings. Li Bai worships the 7th peak of the sword sect. That year, Li Bai was 17 years old. Time rushes by, and it is a year later. White-clothed senior brother, senior uncle asked me to call you back. Ren Ho, who had just entered the sect for only a year, pouted at Li Bai. "What are you following me for?" "I'm going to the hookah." I'm rancid from following him around all day, either sitting in meditation or sitting in meditation. Li Bai nibbled on a chicken leg as he crossed the immortal sea. Suddenly, a figure flew past him. "Extreme Realm mask. I like this mask." Li Bai laughed out loud and chased after the figure. "Wow, are you going to rob me of my mask? I'm so scared." The woman with the blood-red mask smiled cheekily when she saw Li Bai chasing after her. "Senior." Irenho stared blankly at the distant Li Bai and stomped her foot. "3rd year. Did you hear that Senior White Clothes killed the son of King Yushan together with the Extreme Realm true martial artist? King Yushan is the nephew of the Immortal Emperor. Senior White Clothes is really causing trouble. It's over. Our sword sect is also going to be over. I heard that the 7th Peak Master went to the Immortal Kingdom to plead with the Immortal Emperor." Within the sword sect, many disciples were discussing, their faces all unsightly. On the 7th peak, bang, 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 a sound of sword strikes resounded. Li Bai was within a sword formation, his eyes bloodshot. Every time he made an impact, he was bounced back by the sword formation. "White-clothed senior brother, you should stop fighting for your life." Irenho looked at this scene with incomparable pain. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? The son of King Yushan, refining an entire great city of the human race, slaughtering more than 100,000 people, and refining blood pills. If I don't kill him, who will I kill?" Li Bai's face was hideous, his clothes stained red with his own blood. He chopped down with his sword, and each time he chopped down, the tiger's mouth became more and more ruptured. Bang! Finally, under a sword, the spell formation broke, and Li Bai rushed out of the sword sect. He kept flying into the Immortal Kingdom and arrived at the familiar human race's big city. On the square, an aged old man, hunched over, stumbled out of the Yushan King's mansion. He didn't take a single step, and his body wasted away. A dry white hair falls out. A hallowed sword sect peak master. Because his disciple killed King Yushan, exchanging his own 1,000 years of cultivation for his disciple's glimmer of life. TSK. AI. It's really pathetic. It's true that the sword sect has fallen. No more heavenly pride will appear. I heard it was a man named Li Bai, who did sort of a good thing, but messed with the Immortal Kingdom. Shu, keep it down. You're not afraid to die. The crowd watched this scene with sighs of relief. Although sympathetic, no one dared to come forward to help the old man. Master. A bloody garment arrived in front of the old man, his mouth wide open, his face pale, and his entire body trembling. Me. He knelt in front of the old man, his entire body looking up at the sky, his mouth wide open, unable to breathe, unable to speak, couldn't even shed a tear. The whole thing was desperate. It turns out that people really can't cry when they are in the most pain. White. An old voice slowly sounded, and the old man looked kindly at the youth kneeling on the ground. 2 blocks over, there's a chicken leg store. Buy more on your way back. You like them. The old man came to the youth's body and saw that the other party's pupils were a bit lax. One finger nudged the other. What are you waiting for? Take me back. This cry awakened the youth and saved him. Master, go home. Chapter 143, even if the world is wrong, I will stand up for myself. After a long time, Lin Tian returned to his senses. He opened his eyes, probably understanding why Li Bai had uniquely created the causal sword intent. Cause and effect is time. Born on Earth, and on Earth, Li Bai was in charge of karma, presumably to reverse it. He was able to point his sword at the immortal emperor, and that so-called Yushan king had more than likely died under his sword a long time ago. But what is lost cannot be reversed. Lin Tian recalled that when he was at the 98th floor, the causal sword intent that Li Bai had exerted on him, take his battle as the cause and his defeat as the effect. At that time, Li Bai's causal sword intent had not yet been perfected, but by and large, it was predictable that the other side had already set the fruit of what they had in mind. Such sword intent was indeed extremely powerful. However, there was a sole trace of Li Bai's obsession. That's supposed to be the flaw. However, Li Bai did not change, but instead continued along this path. Or if you really want to reverse the yin and yang and go up in the long river of time, he definitely knew that this would be extremely difficult. He was aware of it. If it was done differently, one would have been stronger, but didn't go for it. The generation of sword god that everyone was in awe of was still invincible even if he took the wrong turn. Can't say it's a wrong move either. It just may never work. Lin Tian's eyes were slightly condensed as he stretched out his hand, and arcane threads of karma appeared, flowing continuously. His way of the sword is powerful, but I'm not willing to go there, even if it would be harder for me. He didn't want to wait until he lost it to hesitate and suffer as Li Bai did. What he wanted was to be truly undefeated. Lin Tian murmured, his eyes blossoming with chaotic divine light. Boundary pupil, open. Everything became clearer in his eyes. I will give my karma to myself, and because I am strong, I have no enemies. Even if this world is all wrong, I clang and stand. Where my karma lies, not even a million enemies can harm me, Lin Tian said indifferently, and his entire person sank into silence. He closed his eyes and stood up, as if he was no longer a person, but a truly supreme divine sword. He's going down a whole new avenue. Buzz, with the sound of a sword, the heavenly sword that was originally lying in the wooden box flew out. It was inserted straight above the ground in front of Lin Tian. At the same time, the golden lotus of the great Tao disappeared above the sky. The sword sect returned to its usual bustle. Seventh peak. Li Bai, who had been sitting in a rocking chair and nibbling on a chicken leg, paused. He was stunned for a long time and looked in the direction of the eighth peak. Even if this world is all wrong, clang and stand. He murmured the words, his whole eye trembling. If only I had known so, back then. If I had known this back then, how could my master have died and how could I have failed? He murmured, an unspeakable grief stirring deep within. White. Several silhouettes appeared on the seventh peak. It is the major peak masters. Li Bai, fight me. You slapped me in front of all the disciples. How do you want me to establish my authority? The sixth peak master's eyes flashed with endless coldness. Only, seeing Li Bai's complexion at this moment, he also paused. White, what's wrong with you? Yi Renho walked to Li Bai's body and asked with concern. It's okay. Li Bai waved his hand and smiled lightly. If it's fine, then fight me. The sixth peak master's voice came out once again. Roll your ass. Li Bai waved his big hand, and the silken threads of karma trapped the sixth peak master. All of a sudden, the sixth peak master was so dry-eyed that he couldn't even disengage. White, you have this strength. The various peak masters looked at Li Bai incredulously, their faces showing joy. Recovered some, just now, or thanks to Lin Tian. Li Bai continued with a complex expression on his face. Although he didn't worship me as his master, he did get some of my inheritance, and I got some of the karma I promised years ago, so his cultivation was restored. The major peak masters understood. Li Bai cultivated by multiplying karma, and his qualifications were unparalleled. As it was, this kind of heavenly pride was already difficult to go and look at with the eyes of ordinary people. Like some holy bodies, they would even ascend the great Tao and be promoted. It was hard to describe. All of them were heavenly prides that had overwhelmed the world. Only that the aura has been sparse for 10,000 years. There are a lot fewer holy bodies. There were also far fewer celestial pride in the horizontal push era. Although Li Bai was not a saint body, he had created a miracle that was second only to the saint body. You came for that battle between Lin Tian and Gu Changqing? Li Bai looked at the others and said indifferently. Bai, can you see the future? Third peak master Rain transformation god looked at Li Bai and asked. The future. Li Bai murmured and faintly said. The future I see is that Lin Tian loses. My sword sect fights the Holy Land, and the Holy Land perishes under my extreme sublimation. With the exception of Gu Changqing, when Li Bai finished speaking, the Gudidian peak masters both had their pupils shrink. Extreme sublimation. which meant that Li Bai would use his death as a price to perform the Shakura strength of that year. It's not a good ending, by any means. What should we do? Should we ask the second Peak Master to communicate with the Great Ming Immortal Kingdom there? The fifth Peak Master, Jane Candle Huang, said with a frown. They actually expected it to end this way. It's not a good idea. No, if the Great Brightness Immortal Kingdom makes a move, it will completely break the balance. Lin Tian's qualifications are unique, even more stunning than Bai Yi back then. If he was given time, a Gu Changqing would be no big deal. But nowadays, on that day, one should have stopped Lin Genius. He underestimated the proud sons of the world, a few people said, growing more and more worried. All of it was naturally based on the fact that Lin Tian would lose. Today, physically and mentally, I'm exhausted. Sorry can't write anymore. Chapter 144, Gu Changqing. Li Bai was lying on a rocking chair, looking faintly at the sad-faced crowd. He said lightly as he nibbled on a chicken leg, "You all decided that Lin Tian would lose?" The several peak masters were all stunned, and Rinho frowned her nice distant mountain brows and glared at Li Bai. "Didn't you say that Lin Tian would lose? Besides, the situation today is indeed that Lin Tian is at a disadvantage." The crowd actually understood. Why did Lin Tian propose a battle that day? What he raised in his heart was the intention of invincibility, just like Li Bai back then. And Gu Changqing was even more recognized as an invincible person among the Sword Dao Heavenly Pride. It was impossible for two invincible people to exist in this world at the same time. By asking Lin Tian to spare Zhang Huang, Gu Changqing was forcing Lin Tian to discard that heart of invincibility. That battle between the two may seem like a coincidence. In truth, the major peak masters of the Sword Sect knew that it was inevitable. Li Bai slowly shook his head. The end of time above time is not inevitable. I've witnessed it many times and you pretty much all know it. His eyes looked away, and he felt a little ridiculous for even uttering the words. Originally, Li Bai's intention was to bring Lin Tian to avoid the battle. That was until just now when Lin Tian faced his inheritance, and he had clearly taken another path. He felt in the dark that the winner of that battle might be Lin Tian. The remaining few peak masters looked at Li Bai as they looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Then, keep waiting and see what surprises Lin Tian will bring us in this less than a month's time. The third peak master, Rain Transformation God, let out a helpless light laugh. Heaven's pride can't be measured by normal people. Back then, when Li Bai carried the wooden coffin of the seventh peak master on his back, he walked step by step to the Yushan King's mansion. No one in the world is looking at him favorably. He only thought that Li Bai was a young sword cultivator who was blinded by hatred. But it didn't occur to me that since that day, the entire sword sect began to be brilliant because of Li Bai. Even the four great sacred lands would have to submit under Li Bai's feet. Until that day the sword came to the imperial capital. It's less than a month away. Izzy sighed. Time passed, and soon it was 6 days that passed. For the past few days, Lin Tian had been standing quietly on the 8th peak, just as it looked before. It didn't move a muscle. Endless Tao energy flowed from his surroundings, and the radiant sword intent constantly stirred. The heavenly sword stood silently in front of him, always guarding. On top of the mountain road, two women were walking quietly. What a dense aura on this 8th peak! And Nanyu exclaimed in shock as she looked at the 10,000 rays of haze hanging down in the distance, the dense aura slowly flowing down from the tip of the mountain. That said, let's just do this, shall we? Beside her, the girl with the double ponytail spoke carefully. I'm delivering soup to little master. What's not to like? Nanyu beamed and skimmed her companion. Ever since, a few days ago, Lin Tian became the 8th peak master. He had never appeared again. Many of the sword sect's disciples were marveling at what exactly Lin Tian was doing. Some of the disciples who admired Lin Tian would also look towards the 8th peak every time they passed by it. Nanyu is one of them. Today, it was sort of bravely trying to deliver a bowl of spirit beast soup to Lin Tian. Little feather. If you see it later, you have to pay attention to etiquette. Although Lin Tian is a junior master, his status is even second only to that of the sect opening ancestor. The ponytailed girl glanced at Nanyu somewhat breathlessly. Alright, got it. And Nanyu let out a coquettish smile. Then a hint of worry surfaced in her eyes. It's less than a month away. Lin Tian is going to fight Gu Changqing. What should we do? She looked downcast. Now Lin Tian's karma with the sword sect was getting deeper and deeper. The battle between Lin Tian and Gu Changqing then became a stone weighing on the hearts of all the sword sect disciples. The disciples wanted to see Lin Tian win, but everyone knew that that's not realistic. It was because Gu Changqing had already promoted to the Spirit Sea a long time ago. But for some unknown reason, the other party always stayed above the Spirit Sea. There was even a time when, in a battle with the Divine Flame Sacred Sect's Heavenly Pride, Gu Changqing's revealed strength was only at the Soul Palace realm. There was no thought that was Gu Changqing falling out of the realm. All they knew was that Gu Changqing was getting more and more terrifying. Within the Sword sect, there were rumors that Gu Changqing was going to achieve the true spirit sea with true invincibility. The double ponytailed girl nudged her best friend beside her. That's not something you care about. That's the battle of the heavens' pride. We can't interfere. Even if we can't beat them, the peak masters will find a way. Ananyu sighed softly and shook her head. I only blame myself for being too weak and not a heavenly pride. It was just like the day when Zhang Huang fought Yu Lian and was able to crush him with the 5th level of the Soul Palace. Lin Tian was able to crush Zhang Huang again with the 9th level of K-Void. That's the real heavenly pride. Although their realm was not high, they were able to become one of the strongest, competing with heaven and earth for opportunity, blooming brightly in all ages. Lin Tian. At this moment, Ananyu let out a cry of alarm, her eyes looking straight ahead. Only a boulder was seen on top of it. A handsome man was standing silently, light flickering in front of him. Thousands of sword shadows flowed like a waterfall before pulling up from the ground. Above the sword's light, the path of earthly light and shadow was revealed. A mansion, a dilapidated room, a rundown, dry town, a sword, a man, 2 people, 7 mountains, 8 mountains. Light and shadows phantomed and flashed back like pictures. Boom boom boom. A sound like the roar of an ancient dragon and elephant shook, and the air was chopped apart in layers. Duck! The 2 ponytailed girl exclaimed in shock and hurriedly crouched on the ground with Ananyu in her arms. Buzz! A sword roared. The 2 of them, and Nanyu, looked over, and an ink-colored sword lay across their heads. Not only that, just now, when Lin Tian's cultivated aura was pushed out horizontally, he almost exterminated them. That was close, and Nanyu exclaimed in shock, the panic from before still lingering on her small face. Junior Master, I'm here to bring you soup. And Nanyu looked at Lin Tian and said in a hurry, he's not available. A cold woman's voice rang out, and red clothes appeared. Amazing Cultivation frowned at these 2. Before she had gone forward to catch sea beasts within the immortal sea. What I didn't expect was for these 2 to make it to the mountain. For the first time, Ananyu looked at Amazing Cultivation up close. The woman in red, with a slender waist and a slight step, presents her white wrist in a light veil. The red pupils were as noble as glass. It pinned her down to death. All at once, Ananyu only felt sadness inside and nodded. I'd better go then. She was about to leave. Boom boom boom. Tao tremors resounded from the far reaches of the Cheong heaven. 10,000 golden lights flashed from 10,000 miles away. On the other side of the heavens, eye-catching divine light of the great Tao overflowed. Layered clouds exploded piece by piece. Brilliant immortal divine light fell from the depths of the universe, forming a thoroughfare through the heavens. It's been 10,000 years, and finally a holy body has ascended the great Tao. Who art thou? The magnificent voice resounded within the heavens and earth, stretching out one after another. Chapter 145, allow you to prove yourself invincible. Luoxian Holy Land. After the snowy mountains, Gu Changqing stood alone, and he alone looked at the divine light path above the cloudy sky. Between his eyebrows, that sword shadow was generous with divine light. An ancient and oceanic aura was constantly overflowing. With him as the center, layers and layers of sword Tao light bloomed out, stirring continuously like ripples. Who art thou? Above the cloudy sky, that vicissitude voice resounded once again. My name, Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing murmured softly, and an immortal intent tumbled out as his eyes opened and closed. Boom! In the next instant, the intent of immortality burst out from Gu Changqing's body, turned into a ray of light, piercing through miles of cloudy skies and ancient darkness. At that instant, the heavens and earth shook. The sun and the moon are in the same sky, and the stars are now in the world. Billions of divine lights traveled through the long river of time from the depths of the universe, instantly sweeping millions of miles beyond the Luoxian Holy Land. The divine light became a ladder and landed at Gu Changqing's feet in the next instant. Gu Changqing, this generation's immortal sword body. Your qualifications are unique even within Hongyu. Above the Cheong heaven, that vicissitude voice resounded once again. Seemingly, it was writing Gu Changqing's name. Even within the entire universe, Gu Changqing remained a singular talent. One moment, all the cultivators who saw the scene instantly boiled. It's the Luoxian saint's son, Gu Changqing. He's actually a saint body. Incredible, incredible. Luoxian is about to truly rise. Gu Changqing, worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride. Within 10,000 miles, the sound of shock resounded continuously. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since a sacred body has been born. Everyone didn't expect that this holy body would be Gu Changqing. Great Qin Immortal Kingdom. Within the Imperial Palace, a great figure looked towards the place in the void. I didn't expect to see the sacred body come out in the widow's generation. It's been a long, long time, he said softly, his eyes flowing through the ages. Within the great hall, The remaining ministers looked at each other in disbelief. The gray-haired Zongjing stood out and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, now that Luo Xian is out of his holy body, which is detrimental to our immortal kingdom, I propose that I recruit Gu Changqing to the palace." "No, no, is this not forcing Luo Xian?" Immediately there were objections. Didn't they say that sword sect's Lin Tian is going to fight Gu Changqing? So maybe there's a turnaround? A courtier said, but it caused an uproar. What is the turnaround you speak of? Can it be that Lin Tian defeated Li Bai? Ha ha, this Gu Changqing is going to prove invincibility. Do you think a person who is new to the Soul Palace can defeat him? If that doesn't work, borrow that Li Bai's hand to behead Gu Changqing? No no no, don't underestimate the Holy Land. Within the Great Hall, it instantly boiled over with noise. Only on top of that throne, a man in a golden robe sat lazily reclining, a hint of a smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. Within the sword sect, all the disciples also saw that divine light path from the Luoxian Holy Land. All of a sudden, the hearts of the many disciples were heavy for a moment. The ambition that had arisen due to Lin Tian's rise to power a few days ago was instantly suppressed. AI, could it be that the sword cultivators of our generation can't escape Gu Changqing's slaughter after all? He, surprisingly, wants to use his holy body to become the great Tao. I don't know what to say. This time, it's really going to hang on. That battle between Uncle Lin Tian and Gu Changqing is really going to happen. AI, Senior Uncle Lin Tian is already strange enough, but I didn't expect to meet Gu Changqing. All the disciples of the sword sect, their hearts were heavy as they spoke. It's hard to take in the scene, and in the midst of their gaze, a man's voice, dressed in white, walked up that Converse Avenue alone. I, Gu Changqing, was 4 years old when I practiced Qi, 5 years old when I opened my body, 8 years old when I was Xin Dan, 11 years old when I caved in, 15 years old when I was Soul Palace, and 18 years old when I was Spirit Sea. His voice rang out across the sky. The suppression was above the hearts of all the cultivators, and countless people opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Ran. I've been to the Spirit Sea 9 times, and 9 times I've retrained at the Immortal Fall Realm. For the sake of a spiritual sea that has never existed in this world, for the sake of my existence on the long river of time, I am still the undefeated divine mountain. He spoke indifferently, and with every step he took, the divine light on his body became more and more radiant. The sun and the moon correct their crowns. The stars clothe them. Gu Changqing, like a blazing sun rising, reflecting the square miles. I have invincibility in my heart, in order to be proud of the 9 heavens. He spoke quietly, his voice booming. May I testify to invincibility? Is it possible to achieve a true spirit sea like none in the ages? Gu Changqing looked up at the agitated sky, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. In this instant, countless people looked up to him, and countless people were shaken by him. From the heavens above, terrifying figures watched him silently. Granted, may you prove invincible. The vicissitudes of the voice fell, and countless golden lights shone on Gu Changqing's body. A large pillar of coiled dragons fell from the Cheong heaven and was erected on both sides of the Divine Light Avenue. These great pillars of coiled dragons overflowed with the aura of ancient vicissitudes. At the very top of that avenue of divine light, the stars were sorted, and the sun and moon shone together. One diffused into a brilliant divine light. It had been spread under Gu Changqing's feet until it was within the deep Hanyu, bringing infinity infinitely closer. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, just hunted in his robes and walked quietly. His invincibility was recognized even by the heavenly Tao. As long as it reaches the apex, it will be the strongest spirit sea in all ages. Within the sword sect, Li Bai's pair of eyes stared at that one figure with a deadly stare. It's actually a holy body. Why does invincibility need the consent of the heavenly Tao? Ridiculous, ridiculous. It's just that, though, it's like that. At this point, even Li Bai was fidgeting. All cause and effect because of this scene, collapsing that battle between Lin Tian and Gu Changqing infinitely towards an alternate reality. The saints are unstoppable. He may be my sword sect's future great enemy. Yi Renho also tensed up. Now that Gu Changqing had witnessed invincibility, once he had achieved the Spirit Sea, that would be truly invincible. Not to mention the Soul Palace, even the Spirit Sea couldn't defeat him. It's over. It's really over. Better think about how to avoid the battle. There's no more fightability. It's hard for Lin Tian to defeat Gu Changqing even if he's even more heavenly. The young master uncle is also just going to be the Soul Palace. Gu Changqing is already going to be invincible to the Spirit Sea. How can he go to war? Within the sword sect, there was a great deal of wailing. Perhaps, this life's invincibility. Lin Tiansu was going to give way to Gu Changqing. Lin Tian, on the 8th peak, and Nanyu's pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly at Gu Changqing. All at once, a feeling of powerlessness arose from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps it was time for those she admired to submit at the feet of others. Lin Tian will probably have a hard time. And Nan Yu looked at the man in front of her with some concern. Instead, he realized that the man had awakened at some point. The light around him dispersed, as if he had become ordinary, the only pair of eyes that were calm as if they had not been suppressed for a single moment. But see him, one hand outstretched. An ink-colored sword appeared in his hand. Wow! With a sword chop, countless bright rays of light shone down as the forces of cause and effect intersected. Endless sword light poured out, eye-catching as the Ruichi rose. The next moment, he stepped out with 1 foot. Chapter 146, In This World, With Me Here. How dare a mole cricket call itself invincible? Lin Tian, what is he going to do? And Nan Yu's beautiful eyes widened and her heart panicked all of a sudden. In the meantime, within the entire sword sect, all of them also saw the faint white clothes. Since that white coat appeared, the panic in the hearts of all the disciples within the sword sect disappeared all of a sudden. It's Lin Tian. There's no fear in his eyes, only indifference. He seems to have gotten even stronger. Calling little master. There are no rules. What's he going to do? In the midst of all the stares, Lin Tian fiercely stepped on the void with 1 foot. The Dao Dao sword intent rushed towards Zhong Tian. I'm not dead yet. What are you being invincible for? Lin Tian's voice fell and his entire body rose up. The sound carries and stretches for miles. In the next instant, Lin Tian's mind moved. Buzz! The entire 8th peak resounded with a humming sound as the vast sword light shot straight up into the sky. It seemed to suppress even the heavens. The pale sword light appeared to actually stand side by side with the divine light avenue under Gu Changqing's feet within heaven and earth. Gu Changqing's brows furrowed slightly as he looked toward the sword light that had risen from within the sword sect. It's you! He was 10,000 miles away, looking at Lin Tian with indifferent eyes. Are you trying to stop me from attaining invincibility? As his voice fell, the radiant sword light rose and formed words. Within the sword sect, all the disciples looked up, unable to speak of this moment. Nonetheless, Lin Tian said indifferently, and above the 8th peak, the light of the sword intensified. Right Xiongtian with the light of the sword. The 2 words respond. And what do you mean? Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed, and his aura around him was terrifying to the extreme. The intent of immortality traveled for miles, wanting to suppress Lin Tian. Griffin! Lin Tian bellowed, his entire body grimacing. The sword and bone of all worlds. Open! Clang! As if a divine sword had been unsheathed. The tendons and bones around Lin Tian's body resounded. The qi and blood in his body rushed and tumbled. Within the limbs and bones, the sword bones were greatly accomplished. The golden light didn't enter the bloodstream and poured down the spine. The entire person stood above the void, filled with an unrelenting battle intent. In this world, with me here, how dare a mole cricket call itself invincible? The sound was like an angry thunder, like a wild wind sweeping through. The sword light formed a large character that stretched across heaven and earth. Fall into the eyes of the world. Some people were shocked. Some were terrified. All of them are incredible. Where the cultivators were concerned, they were even more shocked to the point of being unrivaled. In this world, who would dare to talk to Gu Changqing like that? Who dares to call Gu Changqing a mole? The #1 heavenly pride of the sword Dao, in his eyes, turned out to be nothing more than an ant. Rampant. Arrogant. In this instant, they knew Lin Tian. For the first time, he was looking squarely at this young master of the sword sect who had set a life and death battle with Gu Changqing. At that instant, the figure above the Qiong heaven also looked towards Lin Tian. Ha! He let out a light eep, as if he could see the wonders in Lin Tian's body. And on the avenue of divine light, Gu Changqing was also stifled. For the first time, anger surfaced in his eyes. No! Since Lin Tian appeared, the sword Dao Saint's son, who had always viewed everything with equanimity, was annoyed by this person time and time again. Anger was born out of this untouchable mole. And within the sword sect, Lin Tian let out a fierce smile as his aura blossomed. In this instant, it seemed to merge with the entire 8th peak, compete for the title with the world's best. His aura roared, accompanied by sword light soaring into the heavens. Boom boom boom, a terrifying Dao light exploded, and another divine light avenue fell from above the Qiong heaven. It extended straight under Lin Tian's feet. What's the situation? Junior Master is also going to witness the Dao? Junior Master is invincible and strengthens my sword sect. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, cool. In this world, with me here, how dare a mole cricket call itself invincible? Fine, fine, I knew it. Lin Tian is unwilling to settle for second place. He was able to harden himself against the suppression of the Divine King Tower to ascend to the highest level. That's it. He can be called invincible. Boiling sounds rang out, and all the sword sect disciples brought a hint of scorching heat into their gazes as they looked at Lin Tian. At the first peak, the divine phoenix spirit stared blankly at the figure. A head of red hair flowed, and an absolutely beautiful smile bloomed on her face. I knew it. You don't want to lose. You're the same as me. You're the same as me. An innate Tao body. There's even an innate Tao body in this world. The brilliantly vicissitudes of sound resounded from above the Cheong heaven with a hint of surprise. It's been a long time since I've seen an innate Tao body, so I'll help you witness the Tao. As the voice fell, the divine light avenue paved with brilliant starlight became more and more solid. Within the immortal kingdom, everyone looked. All of them could see two great avenues stretching across heaven and earth. Countless people were shocked. The innate Tao body is a pseudo-saint body. But a Taoist body is a Taoist body. It is one of the ancient divine bodies. It has also crushed the times and has been invincible. Everyone thought that they would be able to see two heavens pride witnesses today. I refuse. The three words rang out like a downpour of rain pouring down. People looked at the man in shock. Where I am? I never rely on my physique. Lin Tian looked towards Cheong Tian. My invincibility is the sword in my hand. As his voice fell, the heavenly sword hovered in front of him. The brilliant sword light flashed as if it was proud of everything. Sacred body or Tao body. If you want to be invincible, ask the sword in my hand. Answer. Lin Tian roared out explosively, his boundless battle intent blossoming out. 10,000 sword lights pointed remotely at Gu Changqing, who was 10,000 miles away. In the next instant, Lin Tian stomped down. The divine light avenue that rose up under his feet crumbled inch by inch and turned into pieces. So, you want to witness invincibility as well? The vicissitudes of the voice resounded, but it contained a hint of helplessness. In this heaven and earth, both saint bodies and Tao bodies are too rare, and the death of one of you is a loss to heaven and earth, he said, his eyes once again looking at Lin Tian. Besides, you're only a beginner in the Soul Palace, but the immortal sword body is already 9 times in the Spirit Sea. What are you going to fight with? He seemed to be persuading Lin Tian bitterly. Let Lin Tian give up the fight. Ha ha ha. Lin Tian laughed out loud and looked towards the heavens. Can there be two invincibles in this world? Can't. The pale voice replied. Then there will only be a battle of life and death. Lin Tian let out a low gulp. A vast aura rising like a blazing sun. Blood chi mixed with sword light rushed skyward, as if a truly great sun had smashed down. The sword cultivators within the sword sect were unable to open their eyes by the blazing sun, and they used their auras to protect their eyes. A boiling emotion stirred in their hearts. If you are not invincible, you are dead. This is Lin Tian. This is the 8th peak master of his sword sect. At the same time, Gu Changqing, who was on top of the divine light avenue, also looked at Lin Tian. For the first time he looked squarely at it. For the first time a hint of murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. Lin Tian could be described as someone who truly made him want to kill. Hey! A long sigh resounded. Immortal, are you willing to fight him? This line of inquiry was asked to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's eyes were stern, and the slightest hint of killing intent surfaced like substance. Then, deathless, he let out a low cry in response to Lin Tian. Good. Beneath Gu Changqing's feet, the avenue of divine light gradually disappeared. You defeat him and then come back to testify to invincibility. The old voice faded. Chapter 147, perhaps in this world, he only trusts the sword in his hand. Above the void, Gu Changqing saw the divine light path beneath his feet suddenly disappear. The entire person froze for a while, and then a trace of shock and anger surfaced on his face. His expression gradually twisted, and a vein rippled above his neck. Lin Tian, how dare you? His voice was extremely loud and filled with endless killing intent. Every word that fell was like a sword that opened the heavens, chopping down on the cultivator's heart. Like a sword of judgment. Where he was, the clouds of the sky exploded and cracks arose in space. The killing intent was visible from a distance of 10,000 miles. Impotent rage. Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile as his sword light wrote into words, displayed between heaven and earth. Within the sword sect, countless disciples saw this scene and their eyes widened. Some disciples just felt their hearts surging beyond words. Wait for me to kill you. Lin Tian let out a low gulp, his breath tumbling out, his blood chi forming a world of its own, light collapsing towards his body. Within the Luoxian Holy Land, the beautiful woman in a palace dress looked toward Gu Changqing, who was raging in the void, and spoke softly. Changqing, come down. Gu Changqing looked stunned. He then coldly glanced in the direction of the sword sect and landed beside Saint Lord Luoxian. Rather aroused by a mole, he let out a faint cry, his breath becoming steady. That Lin Tian has a vicious mind, fearing that you will prove invincible, so he deliberately injured your Tao. Saint Lord Luoxian's eyes narrowed and a hint of coldness flared up. There's no harm. This invincible Tao position is mine after all, Gu Changqing said with indifferent eyes. Some of them were chagrined. How could they almost mess up their own Tao because of Lin Tian? I'm already a heavenly pride of the world's wonders, and I'm invincible to the Spirit Sea 9 times. So what is he going to do to fight me? Gu Changqing continued, but the killing intent in his heart was boiling. Well, It's good that you have that in mind. The Luoxian Holy Lord also let out a light laugh. Afterward, the eyes looked towards the many disciples within the Holy Land. They were either amazed or shocked. This matter was mostly influenced by Lin Tian. A trace of worry even surfaced on the faces of some female disciples. They were either truly afraid that the invincible Gu Changqing would lose. What's the worry? That Lin Tian is only at the early stage of the Soul Palace. What's he going to take to battle the Saint's son? A male disciple sneered out. Yes, the Saint's son has never been defeated in his life, and he has an immortal sword body. So what is there to defeat? The Holy Son's degree of spirit sea on this occasion can cut through the sea of incipience, and was the invincible of his time. Even the heavenly Tao recognizes invincibility. How is it not invincible? That Lin Tian merely panicked, fearing that the Holy Son would witness the Tao, and intervened. Shameless people. Sooner or later they will be corpses under the Holy Son's sword. Within the Holy Land, these disciples laughed out loud. The hint of worry from before was gone. Within the Sword Sect, 7th Peak. Damn, Lin Tian is really resourceful. If he hadn't blocked Gu Changqing, otherwise the battle would have been even more difficult. The 6th Peak Master let out a low chuckle as a hint of relief appeared on his face. You think everyone is like you? Li Bai lightly glanced at the 6th Peak Master. What do you mean? The 6th Peak Master's face stiffened as he coldly looked at Li Bai. The rest of the major Peak Masters were also puzzled. Most of them had the same thought in their hearts as the 6th Peak Master. Li Bai swept a glance at the crowd, his eyes looking towards the 8th Peak, and let out a light laugh. Only someone with an invincible heart can understand the other side. That kid who can certify the Tao doesn't even certify the Tao, with an innate Tao body that hasn't even been developed, Li Bai said, and the several Peak Masters were all stunned. It was only in a trance that they remembered that there had indeed been great fortune placed in front of Lin Tian before. The innate Taoist body, with the divine body, proves the Tao. This kind of chance is too big. Who in the world does not covet it? However, Lin Tian refused. Why did he refuse the opportunity to testify? There is an innate Tao body, but it is discarded and not used. Regular people don't even have this kind of opportunity. The 6th Peak Master asked in a grave tone. He was really thinking about it. Li Bai gently skimmed the 6th Peak Master and said, ever since I met Lin Tian, he has been inseparable from his sword. Perhaps in this world, he only believes in the sword in his hand. Li Bai was in a bit of a trance. Perhaps, this is another way of being a sword cultivator. Lin Tian landed on the 8th peak amidst the burning gazes of the crowd. Lin Tian, Junior Master, and Nanyu stagnation a sound. The heart seems to have a million words, but cannot speak. Something wrong with you? Lin Tian remembered this person and had once drank the other party's porridge by the blood coast. The ponytailed girl stood nervously beside Nanyu and gently nudged her. I made lean meat soup and wanted to let little master uncle try it. Nanyu Xiaolian Crimson said, lowering her head. It seemed that he didn't dare to look at Lin Tian. No need, my king. I have already made a meal. The amazing cultures swept in faintly. She was tall, nearly half a head lower than Lin Tian. White skin and a plump body. Raise your noble head. The green silk is tangled and the brightness is unmistakable. In an instant, it made Nanyu ashamed of herself. Then I might as well go down first. And Nanyu said in a hasty manner, turning into a stream of light and flying down the mountain. Feather, wait for me. The double ponytails follow closely. You cooked? Lin Tian was a little surprised as he looked at amazing cultivation. Naturally, amazing goldmine gave a faint cry, then added, it was meant to be exclusive. A few moments later, Lin Tian looked at the charred black mass on the table and didn't say anything. He just went to the small building built by the heavenly sword alone. Humph. The amazing cultivation crown snorted lightly when it saw Lin Tian leave alone, picked up the shrimp leg meat on the table and took a light bite. In the next instant, the god was stunned. Just, forcibly, collect his features and start chewing. Sick. Within the room, Lin Tian let out a low curse. From within the spatial ring, he took out the meat of the sea beasts that he had left behind in the past, and began to nibble on it after slightly sizzling it. It's been a few days of practice. Lin Tian had mastered a causal sword intent that was uniquely his own. Even within the crystallized sword intent given by Li Bai's, a glimpse of the sword domain was found. It turned out that the sword domain was a realm alongside sword intent. Use your mind to form a domain and check and balance a party. It was not the case that sword intent ascending to a certain realm would be transformed into a sword domain. If he wanted to battle Gu Changqing, comprehending the sword domain was the most important thing. Solely, it shouldn't take long. Zvi, wow. Just now it was also too awesome. Sword sect Lin Tian and Gu Changqing fighting for invincibility. In his mind, a message came from Violet. Qingdi, I saw it too. That Lin Tian is indeed a bit surprising. Stunning indeed. Ziwei, that dude is so handsome. I really don't want him to die. But that's Gu Changqing. Qingdi, Ziwei, do you have a dragon and a yang? Ziwei, ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Big brother Qingdi, have you ever seen a person in the extreme realm who prefers dragon yang? Qingdi, I have indeed never seen it before. Violet, there will be a continuous climactic episode after tomorrow. Chapter 148, Visiting the Extreme Realm Again. In his head, message after message from the group chat. Lin Tian did not speak. Today was the agreed upon time to travel to the barbarian wasteland. Ziwei, Jinwu Daolord, do you know what happened today? It's the first time I've ever seen someone call the shots with Gu Changqing. Shinobu, I don't know, and I don't want to know. Violet smiled sarcastically and sent a message. Zwei, worthy of being a true martial artist, always dominating. Lin Tian ignored Ziwei and sent out a message. Jinwu, Qingdi, when will you leave? The Qing Emperor's expression was averted. Qingdi, Jinwu, come to the lake first, it's almost half an hour later. Lin Tian finished the sea beast meat on his own table and said indifferently to the amazing gold mine downstairs. Amazing, fascinating, come here. As the words fell, a flash of red appeared within Lin Tian's room. What is it that you want from me? The amazing cultivation goldfish inadvertently looked at the leftover sea beast bones on Lin Tian's table and let out a light hum. In these few days, I'm going to be in seclusion, so don't ask others to disturb me. Lin Tian said indifferently, then looked at amazing cultivation and said seriously, and then there's the time sword tire, which has now taken shape within you, so you can head 30 miles out to the Sea of Blood and spread the time sword tire. As the time sword fetus was Lin Tian's third greatest sword Dao divine ability, it was naturally impossible for him to only be able to control one living being. The principle of the time sword tire is more like raising a parasite, taking shape within a being's divine consciousness. A second time sword fetus could be generated within that being's sea of consciousness, and so the layers progress on. Lin Tian wanted to have a group of large armies, no matter what. Perhaps, the time sword tire was Lin Tian's most powerful means, it's just that it hasn't been used before. As expected, amazing cultivation's complexion instantly froze when she heard Lin Tian utter the words time sword fetus. Afterward, an endless coldness flashed in his eyes. However, because of the time sword tire, it was no longer difficult for her to show a trace of hostility towards Lin Tian's. Lin Tian knew the hatred and pain in the amazing cultivator's heart and said indifferently, I can let you go, but you need to cultivate 10 sea-expelling ferocious beasts for me. Amazingly fascinating pupils shrunk slightly, and a hint of joy spread across her stunning face. I hope you do what you say you're going to do. She then left quietly, walking all the way to the doorway and looking at the man on top of the bed. Lin Tian, in your eyes, what exactly am I? Just a vessel for cultivating parasites? Lin Tian's eyes trembled slightly, but he said, you just need to remember the previous agreement. Amazingly fascinating. Her vermilion lips pursed slightly as she walked out of Lin Tian's room. She had a pair of red pupils as clear as glazed crystals, snow-white skin, and a slender figure. The thin waist is just like a good landscape on Earth. Just, a hint of confusion surfaced in his eyes. Polar lakes. The figure of an extreme realm true martial artist appeared. There you are. The Qing Emperor looked towards Lin Tian with a hint of joy in his voice. Lin Tian looked over. Not far away, Qingdi and Shihe were standing quietly above the lake. Extreme realm Shihe also looked at Lin Tian. Under the mask, her eyebrows were lightly converged. Not knowing what she was thinking, his eyes looked toward Shihe, and a coldness flooded his heart. The extreme realm Shihe had appeared when he walked out of Blood Town, and, trying to catch him. The identity of his own reality is probably that he is acquainted with Shiho. Lin Tian had guessed the identity of the other party before. The cultivation level was definitely stronger than his own at that time. It was probably at the high level of the Soul Palace realm. Dare to snatch someone from under the sword god. Then one is extremely important to her. Most likely, it was someone from the sword sect. Because, there was such a group of people in the sword sect that did not want to become Li Bai's disciples. As for the other, it was the cheerful immortal sect. He himself was also of great use to the cheerful immortal sect. He was originally spotted by the holy maiden of the cheerful immortal sect, but it was because Li Mushing stepped in and intervened, causing all of this to be disrupted. Perhaps, Lin Tian looked towards extreme realm Shihe and ultimately did not say anything. The cheerful immortal sect was a force that he was bound to kill. Meanwhile, above the lake, a figure appeared. This person was a fat man, dressed in silk, with a shadow of a mountain imprinted on top of his mask. Lin Tian had seen this person before. It was the extreme realm Arctic Great Emperor. Hey, bad luck, guys. The Arctic Emperor swept a glance at the crowd and said somewhat helplessly, originally recruited a good job for everyone, only for the employer to backtrack just now. Lin Tian's few people looked towards the Arctic Great Emperor, waiting for the Arctic Great Emperor's follow-up. The Arctic Emperor lightly hummed and laughed. It's about the current sword sect's 8th peak master, Lin Tian. I'm not in a good position to disclose the employer's information. He rubbed his chin, his voice a little imploring. A soul palace pill, you say? Qing Di took out an elixir from his spatial ring and handed it to the Arctic Emperor. The meaning is very simple. That is, to invite Jinwu to hear this message together with Shihi. Soul Palace Dan. Only enough for one person to hear. The Arctic Emperor let out a playful laugh. Not content with this one. I'll give you one too. Shihi also threw out an elixir and handed it to the Arctic Emperor. Afterward, the great Arctic Emperor looked towards Lin Tian. Forget it, you're a newcomer. You probably don't have any of these types of elixirs. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to secretly transmit his voice to the Qing Emperor and Shiha. This is mine. Lin Tian threw out a Soul Palace Dan. This was the harvest within the forbidden land of Fire Underworld. Lin Tian had planned to take those pills and exchange them for money. Just never had the time. Oh, the Arctic Emperor glanced at Lin Tian in surprise, while the Qing Emperor was overjoyed. Lin Tian threw out a Soul Palace pill casually. This showed that Lin Tian's own level didn't care about such elixirs anymore. It's a shocking enough thing. After all, the Green Emperor remembered clearly. It was only more than 2 months ago that Jinwu entered the Extreme Realm for the first time, though he had already shown his super strength at that time. But then it was no more than an open body or Xiandan. Jinwu, you're already in the Soul Palace? Shiha asked in surprise. Lin Tian didn't reply, which caused the 3 Qing Di to TSK. Worthy of being rewarded with a true martial mask. I'm sure the qualifications are extraordinary, the great Arctic Emperor exclaimed in admiration, then said directly. Previously, there was a supreme elder from the Huanxian sect who purchased Lin Tian's life for the price of 50 bottles of divine-grade spirit pills. The Arctic Emperor snorted and continued. His intention was for me to come to the Extreme Realm to release this mission. After all, it's the person that the sword-slaying god values, and it's a mission that only the Extreme Realm dares to take on. But before Lin Tian and Gu Changqing set up a life and death battle, that supreme elder withdrew this mission. The Arctic Emperor laughed lightly and spread his hands. 50 bottles of divine-grade spirit medicine. Ah, just gone. 3 chapters are owed. For the next 3 days, the daily day million is paid off. The author's routine has been messed up lately. It needs to be toned down. Don't have to work for a couple days. Updates after that will be current on time at 1400 hours noon. Keep writing. At least 10,000. Trying to get this one assignment written as soon as possible. Chapter 149 Entering the Savage Wasteland. Betrayed by someone. The cheerful immortal sect wanted to kill themselves? Underneath the Extreme Realm true martial mask, a cold smile emerged from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. The cheerful immortal sect would perish in his hands one day. His eyes were hidden under a mask. The killing intent grew stronger. Wow! Above the calm lake, a splash of water gradually rose. Silks of thunder diffused out. As the azure-colored light flickered, a burly figure appeared above the lake. It was a man dressed in black and wearing a mask bearing the shadow of thunder. 5 Square Thunder King, you're finally here. Qing Di looked toward the visitor. Ha ha, something just came up. The 5 Directions Thunder King laughed out loud as he walked towards the Qing Emperor's few people. Rather, it was Lin Tian himself who stood in the distance, more or less clearing his head. The 5 Directions Thunder King's gaze swept over everyone on top of the lake and then looked at Lin Tian. This newcomer, it's the first time I've seen him. He only said it lightly, but then he was looking at the Qing Emperor. Did you really take out a ferocious beast essence with 2 bottles of divine grade elixir? I won't lie. The rewards have already been handed over to the Extreme Realm, and they will be distributed according to the degree of completion of this mission, Qing Di said as he was busy responding. The 5 Directions Thunder King frowned beneath his mask. You told us to kill Zhao Chuanting just to press the battlefield for you. Isn't the big part of this reward still yours? I won't be collecting the reward myself. The Green Emperor let out a light laugh. That's odd. What did Zhao Chuanting do to you? The 5 Directions Thunder King let out a light laugh. Seeing that the Qing Emperor didn't continue speaking, the 5 Directions Thunder King once again looked at Lin Tian. Jinwu, you're a newcomer, and Extreme Realm quests are generally extremely dangerous. So if you're in danger, you'd better take care of it yourself. He meant simply that he would not come to the rescue. You don't need to bring that up, Lin Tian said coldly. The 5 Directions Thunder King frowned slightly and sneered. Hurry up and get going. Green Emperor. Good, the Qing Emperor nodded, then took out a jade talisman and spoke into the void. Pole Realm, start the mission. Buzz. A buzz resounded. Qing Di, Shiha, the 5 Fan Thunder King, and Jinwu, Barbarian Wasteland, Red Valley Pass. Zhao Chuanting is making blood pills from the blood and flesh of dead great Qin generals. He himself has already advanced to the 6th level of the Spirit Sea, and there are even 3 Spirit Seas, hundreds of Soul Palace cultivators, and thousands of 6th Order savage beasts under his command. You and the others quickly go and kill Zhao Chuanting. Punishment, none. Time frame, none. After killing Zhao Chuanting, one can then return to the extreme realm within 2 hours with it. The voice ended, and the expression underneath the Green Emperor's mask relaxed a little. It's just as I expected. Zhao Chuanting is a body-refining cultivator with extremely high requirements for blood pills, and this defeat of the Immortal Kingdom was pushed by Zhao Chuanting for his own selfish reasons. After the Qing Emperor finished speaking, he and the Five Directions Thunder King also nodded. Today, the task seems fairly simple. Honggu Pass is the pass where Xianguo lost the war. If Zhao Chuanting had traveled directly to the savage wilderness depths, they wouldn't have been able to make a good start instead. After all, there was Tian there. There were also extremely terrifying ancient beasts. Blood pills, that's kind of interesting. The Five Directions Thunder King let out a cold smile, and a glint of essence glowed in his eyes beneath the mask. If I remember correctly, the most basic generals in the Immortal Kingdom's army this time are also with the Xiandan realm. A blood elixir made from the flesh and blood of hundreds of thousands of Xiandan realms. TSK, he exclaimed in admiration. The implication of his words needless to say. 5 Square Thunder King. I won't stand in the way of what you want to do, provided you help me kill Zhao Chuanting first. Xingdi's voice was a bit cold, clearly threatening. Humph, that's natural. The Five Directions Thunder King sneered with annoyance and impatience. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Lin Tian was stunned. This was because the voice of the extreme realm was still resounding in his mind. Jin Wu, it has been detected that one of your group has betrayed your whereabouts. Therefore, the difficulty of this mission has increased and will reward you with twice the mission reward. Hint, you can directly use the mission Jade Talisman to offset the death penalty to return to the extreme realm when you are in distress. Someone betrayed his whereabouts? Lin Tian's brows narrowed slightly. Who is the enemy of the extreme realm true martial artist? Obviously, it is an immortal country. Who is this man who betrayed him? The Green Emperor? The odds are that this person is a member of the court, and communicated with himself on several occasions. Could this strike against Zhao Chuanting be what the Qing Emperor had ambushed for himself? However, the Extreme Realm's mission was clearly to kill Zhao Chuanting. The Green Emperor didn't have to pick a dangerous place like the Savage Wasteland if he wanted to kill himself. Or maybe it's Shiho and the 5 Square Thunder King? Lin Tian frowned slightly and did not say anything. However, there's no need to get too worked up about it. The tip from the Extreme Realm was that he could directly use the Quest Jade Talisman to return to the Extreme Realm. Instead, it's no longer life-threatening. At the same time, a void gate appeared above the lake. Departure. Xingdi took a deep breath and walked towards the void gate. The remaining few people also closely followed in the footsteps of the Qing Emperor. The next instant, several of them appeared above the barren canyon. Surprisingly, the Extreme Realm masks on several of their faces had disappeared. As for the appearance, it should have been transformed by the Extreme Realm. It has turned out to be extremely unusual. That's Red Valley Pass over there. Xingdi pointed toward the distance. There, it seems to be a desolate human city with a blood cloud floating on top of it. The feeling of extreme heaviness is still depressing even 100 miles apart. Red Valley Pass was originally a large city in the Immortal Kingdom, but 100 years ago when Li Baiyi's sword came to the imperial capital, the barbarians took advantage of the situation and plundered it, and it has never been recovered. The Qing Emperor's tone was extremely grave, even carrying a hint of hatred. Xingdi, it's too easy for us to attract people if we move together. Why don't we group up? At this moment, the always tranquil Xia proposed to speak out. Attractive? The Green Emperor nodded afterward with a slight hesitation. I agree. 4 people moving together is too much of a drag. It's easy to get pulled back. The 5 Directions Thunder King said indifferently, and his eyes couldn't help but sweep over Lin Tian. After seeing that both the Qing Emperor and the 5 Directions Thunder King had agreed, he looked at Lin Tian with a coquettish smile. Jin Wu, if not team up with me. The Qing Emperor's eyes trembled slightly, but he didn't say anything. Good. Lin Tian nodded. A trace of a smile, if any, surfaced at the corner of his mouth. In that case, let's go. Green Emperor. The 5 Directions Thunder King directly leaped up, his figure rushing into the void. Then you guys be careful. Xingdi gave a concerned cry to Lin Tian and Shihi, then followed the 5 Directions Thunder King's back. In that case, let's go together. Shihi's eyes turned towards Lin Tian. Then his figure lightened and flew in the diametrically opposite direction. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he also followed behind Shiha. Let's go in through the south gate. Shiha stood above the cloudy sky, gazing at the Red Valley Pass, which was as small as a sesame seed in the distance. Above the earth, densely packed figures walked silently. All of them are barbarians wearing animal skins at once. The Savage Wasteland was originally an extremely backward place, and most of the people here were physical cultivators. The people here drink blood in hair, and the physique of a powerful barbarian can even compare to that of a flood beast. it would have been out of fashion. But gradually, the barbarians signed an alliance with the ancient ferocious beasts, which created a powerful force. Many of the cultures of the immortal kingdom were also acquired by these barbarians. In this way they became even more jealous of the immortal kingdom. Chapter 150, Your death will calm the future cholera and help my Qin to be well. Lin Tian and Shiha vanished above the void. Their position was indeed getting closer to the Red Valley Pass. Looking down from the void, thousands of meters away, there was a bottomless abyss in the crimson earth. Gusts of wind whistled out from within the abyss, like a giant beast gasping for breath. A cold smile emerged from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth, but it was a pause. What's wrong, Makoto? She also stopped and looked at Lin Tian in puzzlement. That's right. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked towards Shihi and said alone, Shiha, I actually noticed you from the first time I entered the extreme realm. Shihi's eyes changed slightly, not knowing what exactly Lin Tian wanted to say. Your voice, your body always comes to my mind, Lin Tian said quietly, pacing above the void and coming to Shihi's side. Jinwu, you? Shiha's eyes were surprised, never expecting things to develop in this direction. In her perception, Jinwu was definitely an extremely cold-blooded person. How is it possible to have a crush on her? And Lin Tian just spoke quietly. In my mind, you are the most beautiful one in the world, and I am there day and night. Feeling the need to interrupt Lin Tian, Shihi hurriedly said, Makoto, this is not the time to talk about this. Her eyes swept unobtrusively toward the abyss above the ground. Instead, Lin Tian continued, I've wanted to kill you day and night. Shiha was startled. In the next instant, her arm was grabbed by Lin Tian. Terrifying wind spirits poured out from Lin Tian's palm. Boom boom boom. On Shiha's jade-white arm, the sleeve broke into pieces by inches. A wave of air exploded in the air, followed by spatters of broken flesh and blood. Ah! Shihi screamed miserably and drew out his longsword to sever his arm. You seek death. She whistled shrilly. A sword slashed out towards Lin Tian. The gorgeous sword light instantly coalesced, expanding and rising. In a 10-mile radius, the shadows of thousands of sharp swords filled the area and span down. The powerful sword pressure chopped towards Lin Tian. Sword domain. Lin Tian let out a fierce smile. A fist blasted out, and waves of air exploded, shaking this entire sword domain. Next, the majestic Ever River sword intent stirred out. 6 silent thunder Ryu were interspersed among them and blasted towards Shihi. Third grade sword intent. Shihi's pupils suddenly shrunk. She remembered that it was only a month or so ago that Lin Tianyi first comprehended sword intent. How could one ascend to the third grade of sword intent in this short period of time? The next instant, boom boom boom, terrifying bursts of azure thunder mixed with sword intent exploded. Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile and simultaneously executed the Windblast 10,000 Shadows, scampered right into the center of the explosion. Clang! A crisp sound of sheathing was like thunder rising from the ground. It chopped toward Shihi, who was casting his sword domain to ward off the explosion. Shiha, you are not fair. Betrayed me to get the reward, at least want to share a point with me. I just out of hard labor, is not to loss. This sword, condensed with terrifying sword intent and the power of the 37 dragons, ruthlessly smashed down. The arc of electricity exploded as if it were heavenly thunder, shining the entire sky like incandescence. How is that possible? Shihi's face was shocked as he stabbed out with his sword, and the sword domain instantly resisted. Click! Sword intent and sword domain collided together. In an instant, space was exploding, and a spatial crack exploded out. Shihi's eyes widened, never expecting his sword domain to be beaten to this extent by the district's sword intent. What are you waiting for? She let out a delicate cry, and her entire humanized figure fled several hundred meters away. Trying to escape? Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile and once again executed the Windblast 10,000 Shadows. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Shihi and chopped down with a sword at the top of Shihi's head. Bang! A shocking popping sound. A silhouette appeared in front of Shiha. This person was wearing armor. His eyes were like brilliant stars, and his blood chi was churning like a sea of waves. He just threw out a punch and parried this sword from Lin Tian. Extreme Realm True Martial. This general is ordered to kill you today. Lu Zhanqing let out a low roar. His body's chi and blood surged, and a dragon's roar resounded from his limbs and bones. Kill me? You take yourself too seriously. Lin Tian let out a sardonic smile, looking towards Shihua behind Lu Zhanqing. At this time, Shihi was already standing behind a few golden armored generals, a trace of panic still remaining in his eyes. Jinwu, since I know all about it, I won't hide it. The reason why I betrayed you is because he has something I want in his hands. Shiha's eyes were complicated and her voice carried a hint of apology. Well done, Extreme Realm Shiha. This vermilion bird essence is yours. Lu Zhanqing laughed out loud and threw a jade bottle to Shiha. Thanks a lot. Shihi nodded and put the jade bottle within his spatial ring. It's too painful. I'm actually inferior to a vermilion bird essence, Lin Tian said, but the corners of his mouth were tinged with a cruel smile. That's what you're worth. Lu Zhanqing let out a low shout and slammed his fist towards Lin Tian. A magnificent force that shook heaven and earth was pushed out horizontally from above Lu Zhanqing's fist. The force drove the space, collapsing down layer by layer. Seeing this fist print, a cold smile appeared in Shi's eyes, and in the next instant, he directly disappeared here, returning to the extreme realm. Jinwu, your death will calm the future cholera and help my great Qin to be well. Lu Zhanqing laughed out loud as this punch horizontally suppressed the power of the 66 dragons. He didn't believe that Lin Tian could carry it off. Behind him, those gold-armored generals were also excitedly watching this scene. They had traveled thousands of miles to wade through the barbaric wilderness, waiting for this scene. Kill Jinwu and serve the immortal kingdom. However, they were the ones who saw Lin Tian's cold eyes. Kill me for peace and quiet? Teasing me. Lin Tian let out a fierce smile, his body overflowing with terrifying sword intent. The third-grade Great River sword intent poured out, a sword in the sky. Boom! A brilliant light rose from the ground. With terrifying wind waves and thunder, it instantly swept out. Boom! This sword chopped down with brilliant sword intent, immediately like the angry thunder roar, ruthlessly smashed on top of that fist. The Shasta! The light flames exploded, and above the Cheong heaven, a light ball with a circumference of 10 miles exploded. Duck! Lu Zhanqing was terrified for a split second and roared furiously towards the gold-armored generals behind him. In the next instant, his arms stretched out and a blood-colored boundary was cast. You're obviously the one who came to kill me. What's the point of making it so sad? A sardonic laugh came from Lu Zhanqing's ears. Aiming at Lu Zhanqing's neck, Lin Tian chopped out with a sword. Jinwu, you've angered me. Lu Zhanqing burst out with a roar, his ink hair flaring wildly as he grabbed at the heavenly sword. Roar! A dragon roar that exploded the eardrums resounded. 4 divine dragons abruptly emerged behind Lu Zhanqing. The 4 divine dragons. 132 dragon power. 1,320 pounds of enormous strength. It exploded.